while washing my hair in the toilet, I accidentally crossed over to the world of Naruto. I intended to destroy Boruto from the start in front of Naruto, but to my surprise, I found that I had actually become the Nine Tails inside Naruto. Just as I lamented that I could only watch live inside Naruto and would ultimately become a consumable to defeat Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I unexpectedly awakened the infinite resurrection system. I unlocked all the seals on Naruto from the start and even returned the other half of the chakra inside the Shinigami. Thus, with my immortal body, I focused on researching how to enable Naruto to enter the infinite heavy particle mode in order to trample the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, still a bit confused about becoming the Nine Tails, I noticed that Naruto was being scolded as a demon fox and was feeling sad alone. "Hey, why are you crying?" A voice suddenly echoed in my mind, sounding particularly deep. Naruto was taken aback. "Who is talking? Don't look for me. I'm in the seal inside you. Look at your clothes." Naruto pulled up his clothes and indeed saw the mark on his belly, as graceful as smoke. "This is the 5 elements seal left by Orochimaru, used to disrupt your chakra. Who are you?" "My name is Qingling, known as the Nine Tails. Do you want to learn ninjutsu? Do you want to become stronger and gain recognition? Do you want to overturn this world?" The repeated questioning stirred something deep within Naruto. Watching Naruto's inner turmoil, I continued to entice him. "I have a physical technique that will guarantee you twice the result with half the effort." Physical technique? Naruto looked skeptical. Which Hokage is famous for physical techniques? It wouldn't be an illusion, would it? I couldn't help but say, "Stop guessing. If you don't learn, you'll never rise in this lifetime." Naruto became anxious. "At least let me see you." I chuckled lightly. "Just close your eyes and feel the position of the seal." After Naruto followed my instructions, he indeed saw a body of water and 2 giant doors. But this kid was quite alert, immediately questioning, "You're lying to me, trying to get me to release you from the seal. Who has the ability to seal me?" I disdainfully flicked my fingers, and the seal opened directly, a whirlwind lifting the boy's golden hair. Just as Naruto hesitated, a gentle force suddenly came from behind. Kushina's chakra gathered and took shape, gently pushing him. "Go on, Naruto, I feel he means no harm." "Oh, Kaa-san." Tears streamed down Naruto's face. Kushina gently cupped her son's face. "Silly child. I didn't expect you to unlock the seal at such a young age. Don't be afraid of the Nine Tails. He's just a silly kid who occasionally makes mistakes." "Oh, Kaa-san, it wasn't me who opened the seal. It was Qingling who opened it himself." "Qingling? Can the Nine Tails unseal itself?" Kushina said with a look of surprise. I gave a gentle smile. "Madam, you wouldn't want your child to get hurt while sealed, would you? Who do you think you're talking to?" Without a second thought, Kushina threw a punch at my face. "I'm not someone to be trifled with." I lazily lay there. "Madam, that little attack of yours doesn't hurt me at all." It was only after Naruto wiped his tears and said goodbye to Kushina that he walked in seriously. Kushina's red hair almost stood on end. "Kurama, if you dare to hurt Naruto, I will never let you go. I'm also looking forward to our next meeting." "Madam." It was only when Kushina's chakra dissipated that I looked down at this stubborn little brat. His eyes were still red. Biting his lip tightly to keep from sobbing, he was clearly just a child, yet he insisted on putting on a brave face. I extended a claw as sharp as a knife. "Become my disciple, and no one in this world will be able to hurt you. I will flatten the ninja world and convey my will." Naruto clenched his small fist and struck my claw heavily. "I am willing to become Qingling's disciple. Flatten the ninja world, and convey Qingling's will." In an instant, the seal was lifted, and the vast chakra belonging to the Uzumaki clan began to surge within Naruto. I also casually added some Nine Tails chakra to help this kid level up. "Go try the ninjutsu you learned before. I guarantee you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort." The kid immediately perked up, wiped his tears, and started casting ninjutsu one after another, even becoming quite proficient with the shadow clone technique. Just then, the system prompt sounded, detected further fusion between the host and the Jinchuriki. Unlocking the beginner's gift pack. Reward 1, the Flying Thunder God technique accelerates evolution. Perfect mastery. Reward 2, Nine Tails mode accelerates evolution to perfect Jinchuriki. With the host in control, an orange small orb suddenly appeared in my hand, instantly establishing a connection between us. Naruto seemed to sense something as well. Under my guidance, he summoned Nine Tails chakra, directly entering Nine Tails mode. As the details continued to merge, he quickly reached the state of perfect Jinchuriki. "Not bad. This will greatly enhance your healing ability and physical strength." I taught him the 8 gates and the Flying Thunder God technique that I had just learned. "You're about to join Team 7, so you need to prepare some signature skills in advance." Master Kurama. This kid actually has always had good talent. It was just that his chakra was chaotic before, making him seem clumsy. Now it's better, he learns quickly. After training all night, as soon as dawn broke, Naruto energetically went to wash up. Today he was going to take his ninja registration photo and officially become a genin. The abundant chakra in his body made him feel much more at ease. "Kurama, The ninjutsu and taijutsu you taught me, should I keep them hidden? This kid was surprisingly clever for once. I grinned and said, go ahead and use them, the more people know, the better. Feel free to use my chakra, and it would be best if you could use it all up. Won't I die if my chakra is exhausted? Don't you trust me? Don't worry about fighting, I guarantee you won't die. Although I've only learned a little, Naruto already feels invincible. He happily puts on his headband, originally wanting to keep a low profile, but he can't hide his excitement. However, as he walks down the street and sees the familiar gazes of the villagers, he has to pretend to be indifferent. After walking a few steps, Naruto notices the villagers' strange looks and mutters softly, Kurama, are you there? I'm sleeping, and by the way, call me teacher. Teacher Qingling, confirming that I'm still shouting. This kid is satisfied and continues walking forward, mumbling that he hopes not to encounter any strange people. I yawned in the ceiling space, staring at him like I was watching a mischievous child. I love sleeping the most. Whenever I have a chance, I want to find an opportunity to rest. However, before falling asleep, I still have to educate this kid, go challenge some strong opponents. My Ninetales chakra is as abundant as the sea. How can it be exhausted without encountering strong enemies? TSK, being a tailed beast is really enjoyable. Not only can it control the tailed beast transformation of the Jinchuriki, but it can also come and go freely. After taking Naruto as a disciple, it has poured all its lifelong knowledge into him, allowing him to showcase it. I stretched in the dark, feeling like I had slept for a long time. Wait, is it already the next day? When I opened my eyes, good grief, Sakura and Sasuke were already standing next to Naruto, and Kakashi was in front of them explaining the rules of grabbing the bells. I was completely confused. What was going on? Naruto met Konohamaru, used the harem technique on Ebisu, and even Sasuke's first kiss had passed. How long did I actually sleep? I hope I didn't sleep through my last life too. Blinking to wake up, I saw several kids trying to grab Kakashi's bells, but they all failed miserably. Well, this is Kakashi, who can go toe-to-toe with any existence. Has Naruto been practicing well these past few days? Teacher Qingling, Naruto's eyes lit up. I understand. It's to let me use the 8 gates to catch up to Kakashi-sensei, then use Shadow Clone to confuse him, and finally use Flying Thunder God to catch him off guard, without directly using the Ninetales mode. Isn't this a last resort move? Don't worry, would I trick you? I lay back leisurely, thinking to myself, go ahead and die well. Naruto Uzumaki, let this world tremble. Although I have already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, only by encountering stronger opponents and being killed a few times can I sleep more soundly. Naruto became serious. Although he had only learned the basics these days, he instantly activated the Ninetales chakra mode. The chakra burned like flames, the ribbon of his ninja headband and his hair stood up like fox ears, and the chakra cloak enveloped his entire body, with unique patterns concentrated at the core. Kakashi, who was hiding in the shadows watching the battle, was shocked. Sakura and Sasuke had already been defeated, but the sudden eruption of chakra from Naruto made him slip on his feet. Isn't this the Ninetales mode of his teacher's wife, Kushina? Although he didn't quite understand the specific principles, this familiar chakra still left him quite astonished. Sakura was also stunned by the sudden surge of powerful chakra. Sasuke watched this scene and sarcastically remarked, when did the dead last get such strong chakra? But deep down, he felt inexplicably pleased, as after the Uchiha clan's massacre, these two orphans had become friends who appeared to be at odds but actually understood each other. This period might be the most normal time for Sasuke. Naruto, don't recklessly use that chakra. Kakashi revealed his true form, his expression serious. If Naruto couldn't control the rampaging Ninetales power, the entire Hidden Leaf village would suffer. The memories of the Ninetales attack 12 years ago were still fresh. Kakashi-sensei, this is my power. Why can't I use it? Although Naruto was only 12, when the Ninetales chakra erupted, his aura increased several times. The fluctuations of chakra alerted all the Jonin in the Hidden Leaf, and figures rushed over swiftly. After being sealed and protected by the 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams for 12 years, how could Naruto suddenly use the Ninetales chakra? Important figures like Asuma Sarutobi, Kurinai, and Hinata Hizashi all sensed something was off. Kakashi's expression turned serious, a stark contrast to the ease he had shown during the earlier test. He needed to stabilize the situation before the Leaf Village experts arrived. Why can I feel such intense malice? After entering the Ninetales mode, Naruto suddenly realized he could clearly sense the emotions of those around him. Sasuke's surprise, Sakura's fear, Kakashi's vigilance, and the approaching ninjas. Strange, why isn't Kakashi making a move? Ling yawned. It was really strange, saying goodbye to the fight for the bell. Naruto, before you extend your arm with chakra, interfere with shadow divergence. Go set up the seal of the flying Raijin no Jutsu, and then go all out with the 8 gates of evil. Ha! Hearing Aura's suggestion, Naruto froze once again. Teacher, that's all I know, and I'm still a bit unskilled. Would it not be too good to use them all at once? Don't worry, as long as I have enough chakra, feel free to open as many of the 8 gates as you can, Qing Ling said calmly. What's the bottom line? Consuming chakra is the proper thing to do, and the last thing I need is chakra. Sensei, running out of chakra will really kill you. How many times have I told you? It's not death that the teacher fears, it's that you're not strong enough. Sensei, it's so touching. It was the first time in all his life that Naruto had met someone who cared so much about him. Irika affirms his qualifications as a ninja. The third Naruto would rub grilled fish in his face when he was hungry and make him realize how dangerous the world was. Only the green spirit. One heart for him. Naruto quieted his mind and everything began according to the set plan. As soon as the chakra arm came out, Kakashi's face changed. After quickly dodging out of the way, Naruto had already formed a seal, and more than a dozen shadow doppelgangers came out in the midst of the smoke, constantly scrambling and dodging in the process. A single flying thunder god seal was also laid down. Until all preparations were complete, Kakashi had sensed the problem in the midst of his constant dodging. To him, Naruto's application of the nine-tailed chakra seemed skillful, not like he had just learned it. How is it possible that no one has known for over a decade? A ninjutsu but quietly became a climate on his own. It's creepy to think about. Wow! Chakra exploded in a flash. Naruto's body burned with chakra. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's pupils all suddenly changed. That's not possible. How does Naruto know the 8 gates of evil? There were very few people in Kiba who knew the 8 gates of disappearance, and he knew this all too well as a close friend of Mithraya's. Life gate, open. Even after unsealing and becoming a genius again, Naruto had just about reached the point of opening the 3rd gate, the Sengoku gate, in the last few days. Can't really perform the physical arts yet. Table lotus flower and re-lotus flower. It only adds speed, explosiveness and sheer power. The Nine-Tails Chakra mode already allows Naruto to further increase his basic attributes such as speed, not to mention the opening of the raw door. What are you going to do, Naruto? Kakashi had stood by and opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Grab the bell. Sobering. Kakashi, who had thought he could see Naruto's movements, froze outright. Naruto appeared at his side as fast as he could see and bent down to snatch the bell away. A long-lost familiar figure came to Kakashi's mind. 4th generation Naruto, Namikaze Suikato, Flying Thunder God's art. He jerked his head back and Naruto had turned around. Doing all that was enough to hit Kiba hard. It turned out to be just a bell grabber. Kakashi was shocked. In the meantime, more than 10 figures had already reached this place one after another. A figure from the dark side landed immediately afterward. At the head of the group was none other than the 3rd Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata. Chapter 4. It's not him who's wrong, it's the world. Naruto, don't be afraid. If you are confronted with questioning, threats, whatever you want to do, I'll cover you. Qingling swept a glance at everyone present without the slightest fear. Teacher, they all have a strong sense of malice about them. We'd better stop talking for now so that they don't find out, Naruto said cautiously. Is this your style? What's with the caution? Teacher told you to get stronger is for you to be cautious. Exploding hammers and you're done. Teacher, thank you. Hearing Qingling's affirmative tone, Naruto didn't feel like he was being harsh. Instead he felt warm inside. You're talking to Nine-Tails? Sarutobi spoke up. He wasn't quite sure of Naruto's state. From appearances alone it seemed to be cordial. Who can tell if it was too young to be compelled by the Nine-Tails? Aha! He's my teacher. Qingling, teacher? And the green spirit? Sarutobi Hinata remembers that it should be called the 9 Lamas, especially when he heard the word teacher. The first thing he identified was some sort of possibility. Naruto must have been compelled since he worshipped the 9 Tails. The people were all so smart that they had the same guess at the first moment. 9 Tails. Sasuke's face clouded over when he heard the term. Awakened the power of the 9 Tails? But when will I be able to make my Sharingan further stronger? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be envious or jealous. Sakura sensed that something was wrong and had ducked behind the group. As Sarutobi Hinata's message was delivered, a figure was arriving at great speed. The 9 Tails are revived and Naruto is compelled. The village of Kiba could be hit by a horrific attack at any time. They still don't like me. Naruto's eyes all but dimmed. He chuckled. Obviously I grabbed the bell. Obviously I learned a lot of powerful jutsu. Obviously I got along with Teacher Green Spirit. And I'm no longer the 9-tailed fox demon they say I am. Why? Is everyone looking at me with more disgust? With malice radiating from within in a steady stream? The boy gritted his teeth to keep the tears from falling. Perhaps he had long since dried his tears. At the end of the day, it's still not recognized by everyone? Even if he became a shinobi, he would only be used as a threat. Naruto-sama. Naruto knows the Flying Thunder God technique, and the 8 gates of transportation. Kakashi blurted out the latest information he had obtained. It made the strings in the hearts of the crowd tighten further. It's too tricky. Flying Raijin no Jutsu, the 2nd generation of Naruto, Chikage's masterpiece, through the hands of the fourth generation of Naruto, to further develop and expand. The 8 Gates of Evil, which Maitreya spent his life creating, became famous when he personally beat the Ninja 7 to a pulp. Both have fallen into Naruto's hands and have been turned on in Nine Tails chakra mode. His threat level has risen substantially. Make a seal and set up a formation, the third Naruto said calmly. He also took a pale step towards Naruto. Naruto, don't listen to the Nine Tails compulsion. You're still young enough to slowly get stronger and learn how to master the power of the tailed beasts. We'll all help you, Sarutobi Hinata explained at length, taking a step towards Naruto and extending his calloused hands. Swish, the wind blew the leaves and rolled the teenager's heart, which was as restless as fire. Sensei, Grandpa Sandame has been very kind to me, and I don't want to make an enemy of him, Naruto said softly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hinata strengthened his heart even more. He had guessed correctly. Naruto really did have him inside. Silly boy. The voice of the green spirit came as a melodious, ancient bell, causing Naruto to wake up in a jolt. Go and make the decision you want to make. Don't go against your heart, whether you will listen to them or not. And seal me again. The teacher in no way blames you. Silly boy. You're a living, breathing human being. Go ahead and listen to your inner voice. Aura didn't bother to make Naruto have to do anything. Any more people casting the 8 trigram seal would be just as unable to seal him. The system had given him the trait to unseal all tailed beasts and human pillars. The will of fire compared to the will of Kiba of the third generation. That kind of nothingness. Green spirit trusts the actual heart more. Sensei, Naruto was no longer stubborn as tears came to his eyes. Since meeting Green Spirit, he first met his mother, Gyoshin-na's chakra. He also learned Nine Tails mode, all kinds of powerful jutsu, and body techniques. Let him play freely with abandon and not have to hide. Lean in to be his back and never hesitate. Even at this moment, Sarutobi Hinata is close by and advises him not to believe anything Aoshiling says and sets up a sealing array. Everyone was standing by, ready to strike at him, and yet the words still come out of his mouth. For his own good, only the Green Spirit. Let him listen to his heart without compulsion or guidance. Whoever is kind to him is false. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Grandpa Sandame, if I don't want to seal Aoshiro-sensei, I can swear that I am absolutely in control of my chakra. Will you agree? Naruto still respects Sarutobi Hinata in plain sight. No. When Sarutobi Hinata said this, it was for the safety of Kiba village. I'm 12 years old. Why don't you care if I have a seal on me that disrupts my chakra and makes me suck at everything I've learned for 12 years? This power is obviously strong enough to protect the village. Sensei said that the Konoha village has had more than one Rinpoche. Why don't you give me their experience? Sensei said that it was my father and mother, who sacrificed themselves to save Konoha village. So why does everyone loathe me so much? Shouldn't I be the son of a hero? Naruto. Sarutobi couldn't answer a single word. 12 years. No one cares about Naruto's talent, the chakra disorder, and no one to help him master the power of the Nine Tails but to look on coldly. To the uninformed, he is the incarnation of the demon fox, the very essence of sin. To those who know the truth, Naruto is merely a vessel for the tailed beasts, able to breathe and live. Teacher Changling, what should I do? Naruto, for once, didn't ask Sarutobi Hinata again, but chose Aoshiro instead. Sealed space. Green Spirit's voice was still as reliable as ever. My answer is still the same. Listen to your inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. Naruto broke into tears. Really good for you. Not just emphasize what Kiba. Naruto, it's telling you not to go against your heart. He looked up, his gaze steely and intent. Once upon a time, he had a dream to try and become stronger, to become the strongest Naruto ever. He grew up very stupid and couldn't learn anything. Even if he racked his brain and practiced desperately over and over again, he could only learn a little bit. People mostly hated him, something that Naruto knew inwardly beyond a shadow of a doubt, and he'd always assumed it was his fault. Until one day, a nine-tailed fox took him as a disciple, taught him everything, and told him all the truth. Original. It's not him who's wrong, it's the world. Chapter 5, Raizo. The gaze on that arm. Aoshiron Sensei, does leaving Konoha village mean you can never become Naruto again? Silly boy. What with Naruto and not Naruto? No one would have thought that the chaotic world could be ended for a while until the Hatsune Mikoto appeared. You mean Naruto doesn't matter? Naruto had known for so many years that all his dreams seemed insignificant. No. Why do you have to become the first Naruto? It's perfectly possible to establish a ninja village on your own and become a shadow yourself. Become a shadow yourself. It was as if a light was lit up in Naruto's eyes. Teacher, I understand. It's good to understand. There's something on the teacher's side. Greet me if you need anything. Yes. The teenager exhaled a long, cloudy breath, his heart still thumping, but his heart had long been unwavering. He took a step out and brushed against Sarutobi Hinata. The third Naruto. Naruto, Don't believe the Nine-Tails' slanderous words. He's compelling you. Please respect my sensei. Naruto the Third. Naruto's name for Sarutobi Hinata has quietly changed. He paced in nine-tailed chakra mode towards the outside of the formation. No more stops. Kiba was about to become a past tense in his life. Sakura was hiding behind Darkside, careful not to even look at him, as if he had become some kind of man-eating monster. Naruto, stop. You will never become Naruto again like this. Can you afford to do what your parents did? Sarutobi turned his head and roared, trying to awaken the will of fire that, in his imagination, belonged to Naruto. When I learned that night that my father and mother both died for Kiba, and also met my mother's chakra, she said that she wanted me to live happily. Happy? 12 years. How often does Naruto get to have as much fun as any other kid? Who destroyed the name of the heroes? Who twisted the descendants of the heroes into demon foxes? You guys. Naruto stood at the edge of the formation, which had been picked up by the Dark Sect and many of the top shinobi, and laid down a large formation. To my parents. A question that caused Kakashi's figure to snap out of it. The figures of the fourth generation Naruto, Namikaze Suikoden, and Gyoshinna, smiling and snuggling together, floated in front of Kakashi. What's he gonna do to them? Even his father, Kiba Shirata, died amidst the gossip of the people. How did Naruto survive being so young and hardened to the same environment? That's a lot of bellyaching, blank stares, and disdain that not even Kiba Shirata could stand. Sarutobi had nothing to say. He did apologize, even if he said it was to protect Naruto. That's even more ridiculous. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? The fourth generation Naruto used his newborn child as a Nine-Tails human pillar vessel when he was in a critical situation, in full view of the public. So many people saw it, the entire Konoha knew about it, and how could the other shinobi villages not know about it? How does one need to go about this torturous protection? Everything is an excuse. Sobering. Naruto's figure flashed, ignoring the large formations, standing directly on a handful of bitterness outside the formation. Flying Thunder God's art. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he could learn it at such a young age. What a genius. How did the Konoha village miss out on another genius? As one of the once guardian ninja 12, he understands the cruelty of this world even more. Talking about ninjas and Naruto, it actually all revolves around the daimyo already. Tragedy after tragedy in Kiba had long since numbed him. Stop him. Never let the nine-tailed human pillar power leave Konoha. The Nine Tails is something that belongs to our Konoha village. A cold voice appeared. One of his eyes was wrapped in a bandage, and one of his arms was completely covered in white bandages. His face was covered with various scars and his eyes were cold. The regiment hides the head of the root under the leaves of the wood. The deep darkness is the root, and the darkness that brings coolness to the people. The so-called Naruto also has to carry the word shadow after all. I'm no one's thing, and neither is MS. Green Spirit, and his name is Green Spirit, and he's also called Nine Lamas. No calling the teacher a nine-tailed. Naruto was angry. He would never allow anyone to say anything bad about Aoshiro even if he was the enemy of the world. Stubborn, you have been demonized by the Nine Tails and deserve to die immediately. Konoha is big enough to elect a new Rinpoche. The cold look in Junzo's eyes seemed to say that anyone in Kiba could be replaced. It's not good to hear everyone's heart. Don't say it. Suza. Sarutobi Hinata's pale voice came and told him to shut up. You're always so indecisive about things. It's true that Wave Wind Mizukado and Gyoshinna have contributed to Konoha, but as the fourth Naruto, everything is as it should be. As for him sealing the Nine Tails inside of Maelstrom Naruto, wasn't that so that his son could become a hero and be admired by all? Selfishness, in the end, is nothing more than our failure to follow his heart's desire. Reunion said as he unwrapped the white bandage. The others listened to Sarutobi Hinata's words, as well as remembering Wave Wind Sutman's face for the time being. Doesn't mean he won't make a move. As the roots, once they strike it means it's time for Kiba's most critical moment. It is important to weed as much as possible. That arm was full of eyes from the Uchiha clan, a single blood-red eye, either strong or weak, as if telling its grievances. They agonized, they wailed, they had tried to fight for a place of their own, only to be slaughtered in the end. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but feel a chill down her back when she saw this scene. Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga are all big families in Konoha. If they hadn't been so disciplined and caged, would they have been decimated as well? Wouldn't that be the white eye of their Hyuga clan on Tuzo's other arm? The sound of bones colliding rang out. The teenager of the Uchiha clan clenched his fists in death, as if he understood some truth. Unbelievably, he gazed at the arm of Junzo. At the moment, how he wanted to walk out just like Naruto, but he couldn't do it yet. He wasn't strong enough and had to hold back. As long as he found an opportunity, he would absolutely rebel against Kiba village without hesitation. Every second of staying here would make Uchiha Sasuke gag. So, is that what you guys think of my parents? Naruto laughed when he heard about his parents' sacrifice and that he had been called a demon fox for 12 years. Instead, it was the selfish and self-serving fourth Naruto when he made his own son a human pillar. An unspoken anger surged through him. He smiled, with tears in his eyes. His own parents' life's work ended this way. Seal the space. Xingling was looking at the scene with a sigh. He was accompanied by a yellow-haired man, whose eyes shifted slightly as he shook his head bitterly. Looks like you were right after all. 9 llamas. Call me Green Spirit, Wave Wind Sailor Moon. Phone. Aura says there's one more thing to deal with. And that's the fact that Namake's Mizukage chakra crept in when Naruto was about to rebel against the shinobi village. Upon seeing this scene with his own eyes, Wave Wind Swayman could only shake his head and smile bitterly. In the end, it's just me getting ahead of myself. You can afford to be anyone but Naruto. Xingling doesn't give half a damn. Only Wave Wind Sutman once again showed a sunny smile. My soul chakra should be at the Shinigamis. Next time we meet, I hope to see the future you speak of. Naruto is in your hands. Green Spirit. Of course, he's my disciple. One fox, one man against the punch. Chapter 6, Rizo's Mutilation. By Tenjin. Naruto, go! Xingling's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Naruto, who had been in the midst of his grief, looked up sharply. Teacher, have you finished settling things? Well, your father told me to tell you to follow your heart. Father? The smile on Naruto's face disappeared. What would Namake Suikoden think inside if he heard Junzo's words? Wouldn't it be sad? At the thought of this he was no longer angry, indignant, but contemptuous. Sickening places are either never to be visited again or ruined for good from here on out. Naruto, stay, everything will turn out fine. Sarutobi Hinata appears between Junzo and Naruto and tries to make a last stand. In his opinion, Naruto had definitely been compelled by the Nine Tails and had completely lost his mind. I want to leave Konoha village because I don't belong here in the first place. I'm a monster that everyone loathes, so I might as well just leave the village and live on my own. Naruto smiled a smile that looked sunny but made people's hearts ache. He's still so young, but he's learned to hold back, and to hold back like a child who's grieving and has to go and tell people they don't have to worry. Oh, he's supposed to be a kid. He's just a kid. People are in a daze and just feel like everything is a little bit unreal. So many of them threatening a child with expulsion from the shinobi village? Leave the shinobi village? Reunion coldly smiled. His hand had formed a seal, ready to strike. Do you know that as a shinobi, you have to dedicate your whole life to the shinobi village, protecting the daimyo and fulfilling the bounty quests? And if you leave the shinobi village, it means that you are betraying the shinobi village. Betraying the shinobi village? What an unbelievably heavy hat to be put on in one fell swoop. My father is the fourth Naruto, and I would betray the shinobi village? No, your father died a long time ago. You grew up a loser on your own. Where did you get parenting? Reizo cocked his head and stared down at Naruto. Kazuna, tree root burial. He has 11 Sharingan eyes on his right arm, and as a graft. This arm is a cellular graft from Hatsune Makoto, and has incompleteness, so although he can use this to perform the wood disappearance, but also extremely limited. Trees stretched out from the right and were about to engulf Naruto in moments. Swish! Sensing intense malice, Naruto unleashed his Shadow Divergence Jutsu at the first opportunity, dodging out of the way while dozens more flying Raijin spell seals were thrown into the shadows. Kazuno Vacuum Wave. With a spit from his mouth, the wind attribute chakra converged like a scythe and killed Naruto where he had landed in a matter of moments. Unexpectedly, it was just a shadow diversion, and the smoke cleared. Naruto had appeared behind him at speed. Sobering, dozens of members of the dark sect threw out bittersweet shuriken from different angles. Again, it hit him, but again, it was just a shadow doppelganger. Sarutobi Asuma, Yuzuru, Kakashi, and the rest of the crowd struck out, killing one shadow doppelganger after another, until finally, only one Naruto was left still standing in Nine-Tail Chakra mode in front of Junzo. His figure flickered continuously, his speed increasing as the third of the 8 gates of transportation. The Shangmen opened, and he used the Flying Thunder God technique to weave through. Kakashi was the first to remove as much of the Flying Thunder God's spell seal as he could with Hinata. Soon, Naruto could only be stranded in place, still too little of what he knew to fight in a single way. Not to mention the fact that there were so many upper ninja, shadow-class powerhouses surrounding them. Gradually feeling the strain and with no way back, Naruto has decided to fight to the death. Wind Transportation Vacuum Ojama. Once again, Tuanzu struck. This time he chose the more powerful Vacuum Dayu. If it hit, it was enough to shatter the enemy's body. Your foundation is too shallow. Take a rest. Leave this place to master. Teacher Changling, watch out. Naruto trusted Aura 100%, his eyes closing and opening in a flash. This body had been completely delivered to Qingling's charge, only to see its aura rise once more. The flow of chakra all enhanced by several times. A chakra cloak appeared steeply behind him. the overall form becomes more refined and perfect. Green Spirit struck out, directly evolving from Nine-Tail Chakra mode to Nine Lama mode. He stood a few inches further taller with it. A small-tailed beast jade appeared as it condensed between Qingling's hands. It looks just like Spiral Maru. Super mini-tailed beast jade. When he saw this small black bead appear, Sarutobi's eyes all changed with it. Duck! Bang! Green Spirit carries the hard way. The super mini-tailed beast jade collided with Junzo's vacuumojama and directly obliterated it. Immediately after that, Ao Ling appeared in front of Tuanzu like a ghost performing an instantaneous technique. The super mini-tailed beast jade was still held in his hand, and that insignificant attack just now couldn't consume the slightest bit of it. Damn it! Tuanzu quickly made a seal, and a large tree appeared in front of him at great speed, trying to block the blow from Aoshiren. Kazuna, Storm Gun Tree. Attacking and defending at the same time, they attacked Qingling's right arm. Rat's ass! The super mini-tailed beast jade directly hit it, and the storm shot tree was blasted out on the spot. The unstoppable force blasted directly into the right arm of the group's head. The 11 eyes on that top were destroyed in a flash. The moment the super mini-tailed beast jade disappeared, it also buried Junzo's right arm. The aftermath erupted, directly leveling a forest behind Tuanzu. Flames burned and shockwaves swept up the remnants of the wind, whistling past his ears. Those eyes were clearly destroyed, but they seemed to be shedding tears, and there was a sense of happiness that was able to be relieved that passed toward Qingling's heart. No! You damned remnant! As a ninja, you should be ready to self-sacrifice at any time. But what have you done? Reizo burst into a rage. His primordial Kigurumi body arm, his right arm with 11 Sharingan eyes embedded in it, was just gone. He opened his eyes, one of which was the same one that Stopper had used to cast the Beat Tenjin. Izanagi. Gunzo tried to make all the damage he had taken dissolve into a dream within the 60 seconds of casting Izanagi, yet all he could do was cough up blood desperately, having lost his 11 eyes. Chibiusa's grafted body right arm, his chakra and mental power simply couldn't do this. Why? Don't you love to have others sacrificed as ninjas? Why don't you dare yourself? Qingling looked at him with contempt. I knew that Tuanzo would use that move after Izanagi was unable to perform it. Don't be a god. Reunion smiled confidently, and when he said the name, he had in fact already turned on the other heavenly god. Wordlessness is enough to control anyone. Unfortunately, Naruto has become the perfect human pillar, and naturally, Aoshiro won't be under an illusion. The perfect human pillar power possesses the two wills of the human pillar power and the tailed beast. The other heavenly gods can only control one of them, but before that, Aoshiro had put Naruto to sleep. Other people are afraid of being caught in an illusion, and he wants precisely what he wants, to be caught in an illusion. As long as the human pillar power sleeps, he, as a tailed beast, actively gives up his resistance to let himself be in the body of the other heavenly god. The nine-tailed chakra in his body quickly disappeared. The teenager stood still for a moment. The tailed beast inside him, the green spirit Nine Lamas, had died completely. Once you get hit by an illusion, you die, and that's the ability given by the unlimited resurrection system. If the system hadn't given the ability to unseal and connect before, Naruto who lost the 9 tails would die at the first opportunity. Ha 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 ha, Duanzu laughed out loud. It took a massive amount of chakra to play by Tenjin. He had lost an arm and now he was spitting out blood. He was clearly at his limit. Damn it, the old man almost miscalculated. He laughed out loud for less than a second. Naruto's gaze froze for a moment. The will belonging to the green spirit then returned once again. Resurrect in place and double up. All attributes. None missing. 9 Lamas mode on. It hurts a little. Is this what it feels like to die? Aoshiren smirked as she looked over at Tuanzu and once again coalesced the super mini-tailed beast jade in her hand. To the astonished gaze of Reunion, the small black beads had blasted him in the face. Chapter 7, 8 Gates. Open. No. Tuanzu, the head of the roots. The man behind Naruto, always confident that the world should revolve around him. Under his pedantic, trashy maneuvering, it directly led to Kiba getting weaker and weaker, giving Maelstrom Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke a tragic childhood. His life was not a mixed bag, but at least his faults outweighed his merits. The super mini-tailed beast jade coupled with the speed of the green spirit killed him in just a split second. He had already lost an arm, plus he had completely exhausted his chakra by performing the divine might. Without any precautions, it wouldn't even occur to Juzu that someone would be able to break through the Beat Tenjin. Swish! Just one hit. His head shattered like a projectile. The blood couldn't even splatter in time, and it directly exploded and scorched into ashes. A headless, one-armed body fell in response. Qingling turned to the crowd. I'm leaving today. Death to those who stand in my way. He had a fierce gaze and was clearly no longer Naruto either. Your 9 tails. Disgust surfaced in Sarutobi Hinata's eyes. He had expected to see Naruto grow up, to see a new generation of Konoha's little powerhouses slowly rise to prominence. A genius like Sannin, Namikaze Suemon. How did it come to this? Had the boy's resentment and hatred reached the point where he needed to give his body to the Nine Tails, all to break with them? Naruto, answer me if you hear me. What exactly did I do wrong? Kiba, doing something wrong. He has been a ninja all his life, and is even titled Professor Ninja in the shinobi community. He had many disciples, and even the famous Sannin of the shinobi world were nurtured by him. Throughout his life, Sarutobi doesn't think he's ashamed of anyone. In terms of age, compared to the first, third and fourth generations, he definitely claimed a long life. Naruto won't answer you, whether Kiba is wrong or not, whether you're wrong or not, it's none of my business. As far as I'm concerned, the existence of the ninja themselves is fundamental. Either there are no ninjas or everyone is a ninja. That's my choice. As the green spirit spoke, his body had continued to extend until it had transformed into a massive nine-tailed form. Chakra flowed and transformed into the golden-colored nine tails. Four paws on the ground, looking disdainfully at everyone present. One moment, it was as if they had returned to that night 12 years ago. Nine Tails, you're making an enemy of the Konoha by doing this. If Hatsunio was able to capture you back in the day, we're just as capable of taking you down today. Sarutobi had given up on persuasion. He was convinced that Naruto had completely lost his mind. Perhaps even his soul had been consumed by the Nine Tails. Fighting! No mercy! Naruto barked an order. All the members of the dark side were present. One of the upper ninja had already been rubbing their fists, and they secretly vowed that they would never let the last tragedy repeat itself. You can't stop me! Green Spirit flicked his tail and smoke filled the air. 18 shadow doppelgangers of the Nine Tails appeared, each occupying a corner. Their nine tails flicked once again, throwing out the flying thunder god seals from the sky. I've heard that the Nine Tails are very proud of themselves and have never liked using human jutsu. Kakashi analyzed. Aoshiran's hand was truly beyond everyone's expectations. True, but apparently he'll be quite a bit more. Sarutobi Asma is holding a finger tiger shuriken. Chakra had converged into a wind blade. Perhaps his 8 gates are the biggest mystery. Yuzuru thinks that if anything, the flying thunder god jutsu was left to Naruto by the 4th generation, only to be learned by the Nine Tails and compel the boy. So where did the 8 gates of evil come from? Maybe the only one who knows is Mithraea, but this guy is out there right now leading Hinata Ninja and the others on a mission, and is not in Kiba village. Swish! Hundreds of flying thunder god imprints were spread all over the place, and the 18 shadow doppelgangers kept shuttling in and out, making it impossible to distinguish the green spirit's main body. Not to mention that even a shadow doppelganger was not something they could deal with in an unusual way. Panic had begun in the Kiba village in the distance. The figure of the Nine Tails made them see it with their own eyes, and all the fear within them was aroused to the fullest extent. I don't know when. All the Nine Tails disappeared, all transformed into 9 Llama mode. All of them opened the 8 gates of evil without a second thought. A little more than Naruto learned. The green spirit was a system enhanced, direct and perfect mastery. 18 of him who reappeared. At the same time, he shouted, 8 gates, open. Someone else might have left something big. The green spirit would never. Wouldn't it just consume chakra at breakneck speed? Especially the side effect of the 8 gates of evasion, which drains all chakra, leaving the user to die in a state of exhaustion. For others it's life and death. As far as the green spirit is concerned, this is fantastic. After the other heavenly gods, the green spirit has been doubly increased. Speed, strength, healing power, perception, chakra quantity, and quality are all equally doubled. Just one spit was a stressful experience. No good. Kakashi looked up in shock. He's going to open 8 doors. When he opened his mouth, Changling's chakra had burned like a flame. All the bilocations disappeared as much as possible. Everything he did just now was just to confuse us, just so that the process of being able to perform the 8 gates of evasion would not be thwarted. Sarutobi Hinata's face showed a difficult expression, afraid of the Nine Tails using body techniques. The 8 gates of evil thing was definitely like a wing to Nine Tails. The more chakra you accumulate, the more your battle power increases when you open the 8 gates of evasion. Throughout the decades of the ninja world, in addition to pressing the Chikanjutsu can be topped with the transformation of the Buddha, pressing the Nine Tails plus Suzaku's Uchiha spot violently beaten. Who else is capable of this? A door opened, and Changling's chakra continued to explode until it overwhelmed everyone present, and he continued to grow stronger. The shadow doppelgangers were also dwindling. By the time he opens the King's Gate, Nakanobu can't even lift his head. The door of shock opens. Not many people in the dark side could even withstand the powerful oppression. Death's door, open. Chingling let out a loud cry, and his chakra shook the earth like destruction. Trees were uprooted and boulders hung in the air. All the shadow doppelgangers had returned to their bodies as much as they could. The golden chakra on the teenager's body burned and another layer of blood red was rendered on his golden trench coat. His eyes were like ghosts as he looked down at the earth. Toward the peacock. The green spirit first paused slightly. Start with the 6th gate, the Chao Peacock. which can only be used after the scenic gate is opened. The fist rubbed against the air and burned with flames burst at breakneck speed. Shockwaves and flames converged, constantly washing over the ground. This scene intertwined in the sky was like a peacock opening its screen. Sparkling bloom. Sarutobi Hinata quickly made a seal at the sight of the doomsday-like scene. The 4 shadow doppelgangers and the main body used the 5 types of chakra: fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. The blast killed the sky. Go to Dalian Bomb Jutsu. Chapter 8, Together We Die. Sandame's final blow. Toward the peacock and the collision of the 5 evasions, Dalian Bomb no Jutsu. The shockwave encountered a simultaneous attack of 5 types of chakra, crazily scorching the earth and rolling up dust in the sky. Sarutobi Hinata is known as Professor Ninja and is claimed to have all the chakra attributes. This move, even after learning how to form the seal, requires all 5 chakras to come together in order to use it. It also requires a great amount of chakra and not everyone can perform it. Psychic Ape King Ape Demon. Sarutobi just landed on the ground, dodging the continuous shockwave that followed. While transforming the psychic beast into a Vajra Rudra rod, it was directly thrown out by him. It transformed into dozens of Vajra Rui rods, which combined into a square-shaped cage in the middle of the air, imprisoning Qingling directly in mid-air. Vajra prison wall. Bang! The gaze of Qingling, who was caught in the middle of it, was also slightly stagnant. With that, he marveled at the number of Sarutobi's methods. The ape demon possessed an incorruptible body of adamantine, and once he executed the adamantine prison wall he could both defend and shelter himself. Unfortunately, this move doesn't work on me. With a flash, Qingling appeared directly behind Sarutobi. Flying Raijin no Jutsu. Damn it! Kakashi instantly dodged out. He had been ready to use this move for a long time, only to see one of his eyes closed tightly and his Sharingan eye opened. Ever since he had killed Noara Rin with Raikiri himself, through the awakening of the belt, Shin Megami Tensei had been turned on a long time ago, only rarely used. Divine Might. Swish. Qingling was just about to turn around and attack Sarutobi Hinata when the space around him began to distort, to send him into an alien dimension. Annoying. Swish. He landed again and had appeared farther away. It seemed that these shinobi had still excluded quite a few spell seals from the Flying Raijin no Jutsu. Fire Transportation, Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb. Sarutobi caught the 1 in a million chance. The flames flew like wild dragons, attacking from 3 directions at once. As long as there is a constant supply of chakra, the direction of the attack can be perfectly controlled, thus giving the opponent the most precise blow until they are blown to ashes. Seeing this strike kill, the green spirit had already metamorphosed again in the midst of the vapors. Day Tiger. A fist blasted out, and the chakra transformed into strong air currents and shockwaves. Blue vapor emanated from the green spirit, mixing with gold and blood red. It's as if it's all in one place, as if it's all known to be together. The air cannon was extremely fast, shaped like a tiger, facing Sarutobi Hinata directly. Boom! The Day Tiger collided with the Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb, directly destroying it, and continued to attack forward. Just as Chao Peacock wasn't blocked by Sarutobi Hizuru at all, but was instead trapped by the adamantine prison wall. This strike was equally powerful to the point that one could only dodge it. The moment Sarutobi Hizuru avoided his blade, the woods behind him were directly crossed out into a large path that was 10 meters wide. Yubari! Qingling didn't withdraw his hand as he executed a move that could only be used by opening the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. Sober. Air cannons imperceptible to the naked eye came out across the room. First punch. In the blink of an eye it appeared on Sarutobi's side, and he didn't have time to be surprised as a second punch blasted out behind him. The 5 consecutive strikes in the Yuxiang state were faster and more powerful than ever. Therefore, after missing the first time, Qingling had appeared behind Sarutobi Hinata in a smooth manner. Go! Sarutobi Asma predicted ahead of time, and was able to save Sarutobi Hinata as fast as possible. The 2 just landed. The third punch had come with a bang, the air cannon destroying it like a thunderbolt. Am I old? Sarutobi Hinata did his best to take a step forward. Turning around, he appeared behind Qingling. The moment. It was only then that Qingling snapped to the realization that there was a talisman behind him with the seal of the Flying Thunder God technique style on it. Too old to need to perform this move, bones will fall apart. Right? Sarutobi just landed and got up again. There is also a mark on the front of the body. This was definitely affixed by the hand of the Vajra Ape Demon within the Vajra prison wall. Only the Vajra Unbreakable Ape Demon could take advantage of the chaos and not be killed by the Chao Peacock in seconds. Flying Thunder God 2. Boom! Qingling understood in a flash of lightning. The 4th punch was also linked to his figure dodging away at extreme speed. Almost had Sarutobi turn defense into offense. How cunning! Sandame! This old man has too much combat experience. Before he had even landed, he had flashed out again and appeared above Qingling's head. This time it was all 3 Sarutobi Hinakos that appeared at the same time. It turns out that his shadow doppelganger from when he used the 5 transportation Dalian bomb technique never disappeared. Could it be that what I've just been fighting is also your shadow doppelganger? From the beginning you are prepared to attack and defend and get out in one piece, right? Sarutobi. The old men didn't speak. Instead, they each made a seal and laid a seal directly above Qingling's head. Tripartite seal. A green transparent pyramid boundary appeared, directly trapping both Ayashiran and Sandame inside at the same time. Sure enough, the three shadow doppelgangers were still out there. Fifth punch. This punch was strong to the extreme, and Ninetail's powerful chakra transformed into a blood-red air cannon to kill directly. Only a click was heard as the seal was forcefully broken. The three shadow doppelgangers on the outside, along with Sarutobi Hinata on the inside, were all destroyed. All of them turned into a puff of smoke. The 8 gates of transportation. It's terrifying. Sarutobi Hinata's pale voice had just sounded in his ears, but he had already completed his seals. Ghouls and ghosts seal the end. Qingling couldn't believe where this old man had gotten so much heart. From the very beginning of the sparring, he left the 4 shadow doppelgangers behind, and step by step, he appeared to be in danger. But in fact, he tightened one link perfectly. From the seemingly difficult and passive adamantine prison wall, the flying thunder god seal was laid down, to the point of using the doppelganger against each other again and again. Being in danger made Qingling think that he had the advantage at every turn. Another 4 shadow doppelgangers were sacrificed at the last minute. Even the one trapped in the formation is a fake. At the end of this, when the green spirit used up a lot of chakra, it was only then that he cast Ghoul Seal and Den. The Grim Reaper had appeared behind Qingling, who was unable to move as red chi and blood vapors continued to rise from his body. The golden nine-tailed chakra was released with reckless abandon. Old man, you're worthy of the name Professor Ninja. The loser needs no words, Sarutobi said indifferently. He was about to give all of Nine-Tails' chakra to the Shinigami. One could only see Qingling's soul being torn out and constantly twisted. Death opened his hands and drew his knife in a perfect ritual. Everyone thinks that Sarutobi Hizuru has an empty name, but they don't know that he is using his own strength to deal with the first generation. The second generation also sealed them all. Orochimaru even lost a hand because of it. Old man, you're going to die like that, and Mitsunobu is going to have to hate me. Qingling smiled. This was a move that cost her life. He simply let go of his hand straight away and let death take him away. The moment the spirit of the green spirit left the world for a moment, Sarutobi Hinata also slowly closed his eyes. Everyone's eyes froze. The third Naruto casts a forbidden spell to stop the Nine Tails from storming out. Did you win? Maelstrom Naruto would have just died after losing his tailed beasts too, I guess. Kakashi cautiously stepped forward to make sure there was no doubt. Naruto's dead. The crowd was squarely relieved. What is to be done? Should such traitors be buried together? Hyuga Hinata spoke up. Once Naruto is dead, who will be in charge of Konoha? The Uchiha clan would be left with only Sasuke Uchiha. The 3 ninjas out there, especially Orochimaru, are no slouches either. Reunion also died at the hands of the green spirit. Asuma of the Sarutobi clan obviously doesn't have the qualifications. He naturally had the qualifications to be in charge of Kiba for the time being. He was compelled, Kakashi said with a certainty in his tone. Okay. The next day, heavy rain poured down. There are 3 headstones in all. Sarutobi Hinata's grave was filled with people, and there were a few people in front of Junzo's grave. Until everyone leaves. It was only then that a few children and an adult appeared in front of Naruto's tombstone. Iruka, Inazuka Toa, Nara Kagome, and Akimichi Tingji. They stood there in the rain for a long time, and finally left the bag of chips and Ichiraku ramen there, looking wooden. After, a girl quietly appeared here, choking silently. Her name was Hinata Hinata. She was naive, and she loved swirling Naruto. It was only after she bit her lip and nearly drained her tears that she left, as did the snail. Deep Night. The teenager appeared, staring dead at Naruto's tombstone. He couldn't believe that the hangman, the ninja school's #1 in unexpectedness, would die like that. Because, he's still alive. The whole family's overthrown and he's still alive. So, Whirlpool Naruto definitely won't die either. Snap. It's pouring with rain. A hand reached out of the dirt. Chapter 9. Come with me. Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke stepped back incredulously. How is it possible to be killed by the third Naruto and still come back to life? Even though he never believed that Naruto would die, he was starting to get a little worried at the moment. Could it really be the nine-tailed demon fox? Soon, the other hand reached right out as well, stretching out of the dirt and looking for a silver lining. Until a moment, his trademark hair appeared and his entire body broke out. The rain came crashing down from the sky. Swirling Naruto grinned. Sasuke, are you Whirlpool Naruto, or are you Nine Tails? Sasuke was puzzled. Teacher Qingling said that you would definitely come. Naruto laughed heartlessly, hunched over and coughing, supposedly from the rain and dirt he had eaten as he broke the ground. It's the green spirit again. Sasuke Uchiha had heard the name more than once from Naruto. It felt as if it could read minds. Unfathomable. The real name of the nine-tailed demon fox, is it called Qingling? So it really wasn't you then, Sasuke said, taking a step back, confirming his suspicions that Naruto wasn't dead. He's getting out of here, too. It was pointless to stay here, and being seen as a fellow traitor to the shinobi would only lead to more trouble. Come with me, Sasuke. Naruto's voice appeared in his ears, and Sasuke's body shuddered violently. Become a rebel ninja, but obviously still have nothing. Think about it, Naruto has the 9 tails and is a human pillar. While he only has Sharingan eyes and has seen Junzo and Kakashi perform various jutsu, the teenager couldn't help but feel it in his heart. It's clearly the blood relay limit that belongs to him. Junior, I will help you open the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Aoshirin's voice suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind, and all he could feel was a creepy feeling. What a terrible chakra. Is this really humanly possible? You are the 9-tailed green spirit? Of course, I know you're craving power. Just look at Kiba. Do you know why Junzo has so many Sharingan eyes? You're compelling me like you compelled Naruto to kill Mikado. Sasuke turned to Naruto coldly. Do you realize that you personally killed Naruto the 3rd generation after being compelled to do so? He's trying to turn the tables. Naruto heard the words and the teen looked up. Dark clouds and thunder and lightning. A flash of light illuminated his face that was affected by the 9-tailed chakra. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking as heartless as ever. The rain kept lapping at his face, knocking him into the ground. Sasuke turned on his Sharingan eyes and stared him dead in the face. Saw tears mixed with rain roll down his cheeks, but he was still laughing. In the other world, Grandpa Naruto was still alive, and it was Mr. Green Spirit who killed him, but it was also my body. Sooner or later, I'll go to that world, too, with my dad, mom, and Grandpa Naruto, but not now. Never die until the creation of that world that teacher Qingling spoke of. Never die. What kind of world are they going to create? Sasuke looked at him in dismay, unable to imagine the pain Naruto had already endured in his heart. Fingers trembling slightly, he still said the words that were bound to come out of his character. You must know the truth. Tell me, Green Spirit, the truth? Naruto's voice came from inside of Aoshiru. It's simple. Your Uchiha clan was originally going to rebel, but before they did, Uchiha Sesshomaru was going to use an illusion to immerse them. As a result, Reunion considers him to be one of the biggest threats and takes one of his eyes. After that, it was your older brother, Uchiha Weasel, the so-called rebel ninja, who carried out the mission, exterminated the clan with his own hands, and allowed you to live. Tick-tock. How? That's where the 11 eyes on that arm of Junzo's came from, as well as the strongest Sharingan eye on his face. I won't forgive him. Sasuke still couldn't take it all in. Indeed, I wouldn't forgive it if I had to, but your older brother has been on a shinobi mission all the way, and that's all he's been able to do. Qingling narrated his deduction. What about you? Can you change all this? Uchiha Sasuke, I can. I'm going to change all that. Ridiculous. You have nothing. Talk about change. One word snapped Sasuke back to reality. Yeah, he has nothing, but Naruto, with the power of the Green Spirit, was strong enough to die with the 3rd Naruto. In the end, it even comes back to life with full blood and poses everyone. Are you holding back, or are you afraid that you shouldn't have a desire for power radiating from your eyes? I can help you, but you have to make your own decision. Is it willing to create a world where there are no ninjas, or where everyone is a ninja? Ask yourself. Sasuke didn't know the answer. You want to destroy the world? No, what I mean is, either make the world free of ninjas, who can't use chakra, and go back to the world that existed before the arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Either that, or let everyone be a ninja. A world propelled by chakra as an energy source, where there are no shadows, no daimyo, just ninjas for everyone. What? Sasuke, who heard this, froze directly in place. The only thing in his mind was loneliness and hatred, an instinctive kind of hatred that came with any sight of Kakashi's Sharingan eyes, not to mention the fact that Suza's arm was radiating grief all the time. Perhaps his father's Sharingan eyes were up there as well. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan has been permanently etched into the ages, and all that really needs to be done is to change that so that there is no more tragedy in the future. I choose a future where everyone is a ninja. Yes, as Aoshiru praised, a 9-tailed chakra hand stretched out behind Naruto's back, slowly spreading out to reveal a Sharingan eye, Kaleidoscope Rider's eye, the one of the Uchiha stopper. This old thing wanted to use the Satsui 4 elements sealing technique to end himself and destroy this eye as well. But what he couldn't have imagined was that the 9-tailed chakra was far more powerful than he was. Fuse this eye and you will be even stronger. Swish! The moment the 9-tails chakra appeared, a blood-red figure bursting with chakra at extreme speed quickly appeared, under the Kiba pale blue beast, toward the peacock. Kai is back. This guy is actually on guard. How could he have sensed that the 9 tails would be resurrected? And how did he know that Naruto's soul was temporarily sealed by the Aoi spirit? Go! Green Spirit similarly opened the 6th gate, faster than Kai, and directly picked up Sasuke, running wildly through the rain. Nine Tails, where did you get your 8 gates of evil? Kai was in hot pursuit behind him. You don't need to know that. What's more important is your body. Hammer your body more with chakra and learn from Tsunade and Reikage. You don't need to be taught. The ninja running duo pulled away again. The green spirit flickered. Open the 7th and 8th gates directly. The speed increases dramatically, overtaking Mithraea. Witness a bloody light fly away. Kakashi and the others only came after him. Kai collected his chakra and said with grave eyes, I know the Nine Tails chakra is powerful and extremely vital, but can he even open the 8 gates without injury? He seems to be stronger. Kakashi realized that Aoshiren had become stronger for once after recovering from Tushu's Betsutsujin. This time, after being resurrected from the same fate as Mikado, he's gotten stronger again. What is the connection? Chapter 10, Eye of Reincarnation. Eye of Transmigration. Open. Rainy night. An unusual deserted mountain village. This place probably went completely extinct during the Third Shinobi War. There aren't any more people living here. Only a few ramshackle thatched huts still tell the story of what once was. The fields have long been barren, not to mention the weed-strewn yard. A large hand of nine-tailed chakra behind Naruto threw Sasuke, who rolled across the floor before coming to a stop. It was then that Aoshiro lifted Naruto and Sasuke's nine-tailed chakra coats. If it wasn't for this thing, how could the two of them have just withstood the extreme speed after opening the 8 gates? Even so, the two of them fainted completely. The entire time it was Qingling who was dominating the chakra to rush. Close the broken boarded-up door. It was only then that the green spirit jumped out of Naruto's body and transformed into a small nine-tailed fox no different in size than a normal human. He sat down on his knees and willed his chakra to work. In the Battle of Tuanzu, he died under an illusion and was resurrected with full blood in double increase. Sarutobi Hinata fights and is caught by Ghoul Seal End, doubling up again. The chakra of the 9 lamas was so huge, especially after the unification of yin and yang. It was so powerful that it could not be matched. Actually, the Namikaze Sutman that appeared in the sealed space at that time was not only the chakra that remained there, but also the soul that was released from the Shinigami. The unlimited resurrection system directly opened the seal, which gave Nine Tails the opportunity to release it, as well as Wave Wind Sutman. The latter should have gone to the underworld with Jioshinna by now. A soul emerged from Changling's mind and gradually coalesced. He can only exist briefly for a moment, and you'll be sent back to the underworld. Nine Tails, I still can't figure out how you unlocked the Ghoul Seal. Sarutobi couldn't think of anyone who could break this forbidden art from the inside after being sealed by the Shinigami. Someone always works miracles. Why can't it be me? Qingling laughed it off. Just as well. I'm running out of time. Sarutobi didn't think that he would ever have a day to go to the underworld. For a moment, it was hard to know whether to be resentful or thankful. Both of them, they'll be raised to be vicious, right? The old man's eyes were full of dismay. On the contrary, the day they top the world, the shinobi world will be even better than it was when you were alive. Oh, boastful. Sarutobi Hinata smiled coldly. He didn't believe Nine Tails' words. Qingling didn't expect him to believe it either. He just witnessed a door slowly open until it took Sarutobi's away. The old man watched Naruto and Sasuke reluctantly until they left. This farewell was destined to be silent and unnoticed. But wherever Sarutobi was still able to do so, he must finish off the green spirit. The green spirit, who had witnessed all of this, returned his consciousness. Watch as a line of writing comes to life. The host has died twice, perfectly resurrected, and is settling rewards. Reward settlement completed. The host's character has exploded, and he has been rewarded with Reward 1, Ninjutsu, Spiral Maru. Reward 2, Ninjutsu, Chi Dori. Reward 3, Chakra Fruit. What the hell? And that's the best you can do? Qingling scanned the rewards. Wasn't it just 2 attack-type jutsu and a fruit? I thought it was a devil fruit, but it turned out to be a chakra fruit. And so on. Chakra fruit. Didn't this thing start at all? Otanashi Kagaya is the one who ate the chakra fruit to become the ancestor of chakra in the Naruto world. No one can strike her down, because that would mean that all beings with chakra in the Naruto world would have to die. Meanwhile, eating the chakra fruit means true immortality and eternal life. It can also absorb any jutsu. Is there more than one of these things? Or is it only the system that can do it? Qingling saw the 3 small round beads. He first put away Chidori, Spiral Maru, and his proficiency instantly reached the perfect level. But because of the special nature of the Nine Tails chakra, it will turn into another form of Hiramaru and Chidori. Finally, only then did he turn his attention to the not-so-small fruit. Time is not on my side. It was eaten instantly, just for a moment. The huge amount of chakra and the special potency of the fruit directly changed the entire body of Qingling's body. He felt like becoming the full 10 tails, and even Rokuto Sennin had to move back slightly, directly comparable to Otanashi Kagaya. It's too powerful. What was even more amazing was that he himself was constantly metamorphosing. The host is in the process of extreme ascension. Congratulations to the host on his extreme sublimation. The host will obtain an unlimited amount of chakra from this world, and at the same time, the host will no longer be affected by Otanashi Kagaya and the 10 tails. The host will form his own lineage and continuously generate chakra. The host can extradite chakra for others so that they are no longer subject to Otsutsuki Kagaya. A series of hints made Qingling's breath catch a little. From now on, he is the true ancestor of chakra. The most buggy thing is that he can get chakra from Otsutsuki Kagaya, the 10 tails, which is a constant source of chakra. They, however, could not affect the green spirit. Green spirit directly changed the sleeping Naruto, Sasuke physique. From now on, the two of them i.e., the reincarnation of Indra, the Asura on the side of Otsutsuki Kagaya, another equivalent to the Rokudo Sennin on Aoshiru's side, Otsutsuki Hashimura, get stronger, Junior, go become a true power in this world and change it. As for the master, he has theoretically lived for a long time as an old monster. After receiving his own powerful and unrivaled strength, Qingling only felt even more exhausted, so she might as well get some rest. He returned to the sealed space as if none of this had happened. The cabin. Naruto and Sasuke's bodies are undergoing a metamorphosis. The Asura in his body, the power of Indra, had not yet awakened, directly turned on the wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin, and yang attributes of chakra. The huge amount of chakra and the body were metamorphosing. Naruto's eyes first mutated into the qualities of his white eyes, followed by a fusion with his chakra and continued to mutate. Sasuke's eyes were originally single-hooked, and after witnessing one of Junzo's Sharingan eyes during the day, he opened double-hooked in his grief, and at this moment he's directly open triple-hooked. Qingling was blissfully unaware that he was creating not just two talented ninjas, but two shinobi immortals. The stronger the branch, the higher he, the source, will rise. Unconsciously, Qingling's eyes morphed into a transmutation eye and a reincarnation Sharingan eye. Chapter 11, Kiba Flurry. Fallen leaves are swept up by the wind, and the smell of rain is mixed in with the dirt. The Kiba ninja village was at an unprecedented standstill. With the passing of the third Naruto, this is destined to give the other villages an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Chunin exam that was supposed to be held in Konoha during the current year will also mostly go down the drain. The double fall of Sarutobi Hizuru and Junzo. It means that an era has ebbed away. Where there is light, must there be shadow? If there is a Kiba, should there be a dark root? The answer, it seems, lies in this cruel wind. The two teenagers from the Whirlpool clan, the Uchiha clan, end up both becoming Konoha rebels. The news of Nine Tails' recovery and increased strength also spread, even if the outcome is as sad as it could be. All of them had people eager to obtain the power of the tailed beasts and were secretly searching for the whereabouts of the green spirit. Leaves fly up, spinning over the Hinata clan, the mansion where the main family is located. Patriarch Hyuga Hinata is temporarily presiding over the events of Kiba village. Some members of the dark side are already on the trail of one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya. The daimyo and the elder members of the Konoha hierarchy recognize Toad Sennin Jiraiya by name as the fifth Naruto. After all, it was Hyuga Hinata who was mercurial. Over the years, the daimyo had come to realize quite clearly the horrors of the ninja clans. The Uchiha clan even came close to starting strife. The Senju clan to this day permanently has one of the three ninjas, Senju Tsunade, Sarutobi Hizuru's son, as well as clan member Sarutobi Asuma, naturally came from the same family. In comparison, Jiraiya prefers to be left to his own devices and wander around. On the contrary, without their own forces, Hinata's family is so large and intertwined in Kiba village that she can never serve as the fifth Naruto, not to mention that he wasn't strong enough to be in the eyes of the daimyo. In the hidden conference room, one fat, chubby, and gorgeously dressed is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Nani, is Jiraiya still writing all over the world? He's earned enough. If he can become Naruto, his reputation in the shinobi world will be even more sufficient. This life will be one of fame and fortune. That guy's not easy to control, and he sure as hell doesn't listen. All three shinobu. Anyway, as much as possible, don't let Tsunade come. The Chibi clan has already given a lot for Kiba. Words have meaning. The higher-ups of Kiba village also heard the inner meaning of the words. Indeed, the daimyo definitely don't want to see the Senju clan grow again as long as Jiraiya is willing. What do you mean? You've given a lot to Kiba village? The daimyo staggered back. Only a few Kiba village heartthrobs remained. Mito Mangyan raised his glasses and said coldly, "What do you mean by giving a lot for the Konoha village? If it wasn't for the pillar, Lord Casey, where would the ninja village be? Indeed, if it had been just ninjas scattered throughout the land, it would always have been ninjas running for the daimyo and selling out in the middle of a warring nation." Turning to bed, Haru nodded in agreement. The spokesman for the dark side gave them a cold look, not caring at all. He wasn't going to get involved in any conversation until a new Naruto was chosen. The dark side, which has never been about fulfilling a mission without asking why. Narakagura sat in the corner and said the same thing. He expected that Jiraiya would never serve as Naruto, or at most invite Tsunade back. As long as there's no choice, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will still make Chikage Tsunade the fifth Naruto. He knew that those two old men, like Junzo, only believed in pawns, and that anyone could be a pawn of Konoha. They had only learned scheming from Chibiusa, but not the chi, much less the brains to match those of the second-generation Naruto. Swish, the leaves are still flying. It didn't come here, it came to the back of the mountain. The white-eyed girl is swinging her fists repeatedly. Naruto-kun, she mouthed the words, and from the beginning, she didn't believe that Naruto would be one of the big bad guys they were talking about. Uncommon households. Sakura Haruno tied up her pink hair and threw out her bitu over and over again. Kakashi himself goes forward to find out where Jiraiya is. The 7th class also went up in smoke before it was actually formed. Did she never deserve to be a stronger ninja again in her life? Suddenly, a member of the dark sector landed behind her with one hand on the ground. You have hate in your blade. Be more decisive to join the dark side. The leaves kept swaying. It was like a lonely boat, floating in the sky. Mithraea brought back Ninja Hyuga, Lee, and Tien last night. Upon hearing that 2 of the lower ninjas had defected, and that their sensei had personally chased them down last night, Shaoli's heart was filled with the fervor of youth. Only Hinata Ninja eyes appeared a trace of change in the middle of the eyes. For some reason, he always felt that after hearing the Whirlpool Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke defection, there was actually a hint of hope in his heart, but the caged bird spell mark on his forehead was still aching. Kiba-ah, how many people you bring hope to? How many youths have you buried? Nothing has changed for you from the time of Juma to Naruto. It only makes teenagers waste away to believe in any destiny. Leaves fall to the water's edge. Peace and quiet. It was just an ordinary leaf that happened to fly over these people. Where does it have any special meaning? It's not like all the teenagers screaming about becoming Naruto are going to change their destiny. It is even less likely that every leaf will burn in contact with fire. But in the end, the shallow puddle of water still startled a seemingly insignificant ripple. Far away, a barren mountain village surrounded by mountains on all sides. No one seems to have lived there for so many years. The teenagers woke up with a start and felt a qualitative change in their chakra attributes, chakra amount, and physique. Naruto gazed down at the river at how he looked today. The pupils turned from black to white, taking on a distinctive gray color. With just a little bit of force, you were able to see the flow of chakra. Sasuke on the other side of the river was staring at his own reflection in the river with dead eyes. He was tortured deep in his blood yesterday after witnessing so many Sharingan eyes on Junzo. Opened the double-hooked jade Sharingan. Woke up and inexplicably opened the 3-hooked jade writing mill eyes again. There was also a kaleidoscope writer's eye in his hand that was encased in 9-tail chakra. Power and the unknown? He didn't even hesitate for a moment, thinking of the battle he had witnessed yesterday between Green Spirit and Suzu. Sarutobi Hinata. Sasuke understood his own weakness. Without hesitation, he directly replaced Stopper's kaleidoscope Sharingan with his. One could only feel a powerful and unrivaled force surging into one's body. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto looked at the blood on Sasuke's face in disbelief. Hangman, it's from my teacher. It's none of your business. The two gave each other a disgusted look. It was only then that Ching Ling's voice slowly sounded. Stop it. Master is going to teach. Chapter 12, Aoshiren Ninja Village. First Generation Spirit Shadow. Sensei, Teacher Ching Ling. Naruto and Sasuke spoke at the same time, as if they were fighting. Aoshiren extended his chakra hand from Naruto's body. One hand rubbed out a spiral maru and the other hand directly coalesced into a Chidori. I want to learn this. I want to learn Thunderclap. Naruto glared at Sasuke. Sasuke clasped his arms and looked like he was too mature to even bother with him. Be serious. As rebel ninja, you should at least have some attitude. Weren't you guys so tough last night? Why are you acting like children now? Ching Ling chortled, interrupting the two of them in their betting fight. The spiral maru in his hand. Chidori each turned into a spiral maru shuriken in a flash of ball lightning. Throw it straight up and level the forest at breakneck speed. The action didn't stop, only a slight pinch. The spiral pill expanded directly and appeared outside of Naruto and Sasuke's bodies, forming a sphere of chakra that only operated on the surface. Not only does it allow ninjas to hover and move inside, creating a perfect defense, but it also cuts constantly externally. The 1,000 birds coalesced into a single blade of thunder, and as the outbursts grew stronger and stronger, they directly seized the air and broke through it all. The lightning attribute chakra can still be played like this? Sasuke watched in awe, always thinking that it was his imagination that was limiting chakra play. After Ching Ling ate the chakra fruit, she got all kinds of attributes at her fingertips. What the 9-tailed beasts have, he has all of them. What he doesn't have, he has just as much. And, Ching Ling interrupted their thoughts. I didn't show it to you to tell you which jutsu to pick to learn. You should all have various attributes of chakra in your bodies by now. Instead of spending time figuring it out and picking it out, might as well learn together. Learn together. You need to know both Spiral Maru and Chidori? The strict aura made Naruto just feel a surge of interest. Great. That's what makes it fun. Let's just see who learns faster. Also, if anyone has been exiled here lately due to a disaster or something, be sure to take them in. The fields, houses, and roads here need to be planted and repaired by you. As a village, or even to build a kingdom, you must have people. What Changling was best at was commanding disciples. He was too lazy to do these chores. With so much chakra in the two disciples, wouldn't it be quick to build a powerful village using the shadow doppelgangers to work together? Teacher, since more and more people will be coming to the village, shouldn't we have a name too? Sasuke asked with a straight face. The name of the village? I have the word spirit in my name, so why don't we call it the Green Spirit Ninja Village? With the strongest person named Spirit Shadow, Chingling said and then added in a determined tone. Obviously, Master is this first solidly deserving Spirit Shadow. With this statement, Chingling directly dampened the fervor Naruto had been about to ignite. I thought the first Spirit Shadow would be Naruto, but I didn't expect it to be taken over by the Green Spirit on the spot. Sensei, should we hide our identities if someone comes? After all, we're rebel ninja now. Sasuke calmly analyzed. No need. The more arrogant we get, the faster the village grows. What do you mean by rebel ninja? From now on, you're ninja of the Aishiren Ninja Village. Chingling yawned, already prepared to huff and puff. How come you can't get away from hiding in every sentence when you've clearly agreed to create a world where everyone is a ninja? Be brave and face your heart. Sasuke, here, no one will hunt you down or count you out. Chakra slapped his big hand and performed a direct shadow diversion technique. Two shadow doppelgangers stood behind Naruto and Sasuke. The training of you, as well as the learning of jutsu and the enactment of quests, will be left to them, while the master needs to slumber for a while. Sensei, Naruto hadn't asked if Sarutobi Hinata had gone to the world called the Underworld as well. Chingling had then huffed and puffed. Unconscious. The Green Spirit number 1 doppelganger looked at Naruto and decisively used the shadow doppelganger technique. The task of repairing the fields, houses, and roads in general in this village is given to you, and as for jutsu learning and cultivation, leave it to the two of them. He handed over the mission, found himself a broken down house, and fell asleep. Shadow Split can use Shadow Split again. Sasuke was greatly shocked. He felt as if Aishiren's jutsu seemed to be kind of different from theirs in nature, never being limited by thinking. The two extra shadow doppelgangers, once again, each used their shadow doppelganger again. Give him the spiral pill. Chidori is his, for the master to go rest for a while. He will be in charge of the physical arts, and he will be in charge of the illusion arts, and the master will need a nap. Slowly, the shadow splitters kept summoning shadow splitters, and the division was getting thinner and thinner. As long as you can take the task off the table, you're lazy and sleepy yourself. I always felt that the teacher had narcolepsy. Naruto was helpless as the small village became possessed of life all of a sudden, and everywhere there were shadow doppelgangers of Aishiren, or shadow-eating doppelgangers of shadow doppelgangers. Most slept peacefully, with a few snoring and grinding their teeth, but without exception they all have narcolepsy. It doesn't need to be felt. The teacher definitely has narcolepsy. Sasuke had no choice but to follow this shadow doppelganger who had been divided 7 times before appearing. Learning pupil magic. The other beside him taught him Thunderbird. Naruto, on the other hand, learns physical arts and spiral pills. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. This small village, which reeks of laziness everywhere, never seems to draw attention to itself. 1 month later, the village was gradually established. Fields, houses, roads, and various facilities were repaired and completed by Naruto and Sasuke. There were also occasional grunts from various types of livestock. It's quite a bit worse than Kiba Village, but it's definitely quite appropriate compared to the average village. In comparison, the level of technology in the Yuin village is considerably higher, and even though the Naruto world doesn't seem to look favorably on technology, it's better than being subjected to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Instead, it's better to pursue and climb the tech tree, transforming the body with technology to extend life and strengthen the body. A month of frantic cultivation, the two young disciples, having finally passed the barrier, walked up to one of the last doppelgangers of the Green Spirit. Teacher, your essence has been asleep for a month. Green Spirit's number 1 doppelganger yawned tiredly. Everyone has their own hobbies, and what's wrong with me instinctively liking to sleep? A statement that left Naruto, Sasuke speechless. Not bad, you two seem to have learned a lot. How about it? Has the village found a large number of people by now? It seemed that so far, there were only 2 people if they didn't count Chingling, the 9-tailed fox. There aren't even any people in the village, and you want to be spirit shadows? Dream on. Green Spirit 1 stood up and stretched. It's too tiring to sleep by myself, so why don't I return to my body and let it go to rest so I can relax a lot. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Green Spirit 1 disarmed itself and returned to its original form. The scene stunned Naruto on the spot. He's so lazy that he won't even rest himself. I see. The real task Sensei left us was to get more people in the village. Sasuke came to a realization. You get it again. I think Sensei would mean for us to spread his name as far and wide as possible. Naruto voiced his judgment. Impossible. If the teacher is so strong, why do we need to go around talking about it? Because the teacher is lazy. He's too lazy to get himself into trouble. It seems, and it makes so much sense. At this point, a hand-pushed cart traveled slowly as a family of 5 fled past the area. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks at the sight of the small village's richness. The man looked up and saw the huge plaque at the entrance to the village. It says on the top, Sirin Shinobu Village 2nd Generation Spirit Shadow. Whirlpool Naruto stays. The 2nd generation one was also deliberately added and changed to 3. The man had 3 children at home, who were still looking around curiously at this point. Little do they know that what comes next will change their lives. Chapter 13, Night Attack. Sand-hidden Irellas. The family stumbled to the small village. Seeing everything around them, I can't say it's rich, but it's enough to eat and drink. They had wanted to go and beg for a little food, and found that none of the families were there. This kind of atmosphere can't help but make people worried and scared. Until they met 2 teenagers who had been waiting for a long time at the end of the village. I am the 2nd generation of the spirit shadow of the village of Sirin. Whirlpool Naruto. What can I tell you? Miso. Naruto struck a pose. Too enthusiastic to scare the family's father right off. The silly head is definitely approachable in normal times, but in this mountainous place, it's really a bit scary. Don't pay attention to him. This is the Green Spirit Ninja Village. It's just recently been organized and repaired, so there aren't many people living here. So if you guys are fleeing from the disaster, it's good that you're staying. Sasuke spoke coldly, instead making it seem much more normal. Are we fleeing? Are we to be tenants of the village? There's no problem with farming for the daimyo-sama. Men think that as long as they have a bite to eat and don't let their wives and children go hungry, that's good. Looking at them again, their clothes were in tatters, and the only thing in the car was a tattered bundle of quilts, presumably still lined with cotton wool. Naruto curbed his enthusiasm for a moment. Uncle, how long has it been since you guys had a full stomach? Up? The 3 children looked like they were only a few years younger than Naruto, but each was so bone-thin that it hurt to look at them. About 6 months. War and famine, which forced us to flee our hometown. Actually, the older man paused and lowered his head. We originally farmed in a village under the daimyo of the Kingdom of the Wind, and each year we had to pay in 7/10 of the grain we grew, and barely managed not to starve with the rest. But since last year, the plagues have gotten worse and wars have begun to appear on the fringes. If we don't leave, we'll just die in the war, or starvation. He fell silent as he spoke. Doesn't seem right to say that to 2 kids. Stay, get yourself a mansion and fields, and only give 10% of your grain to the village each year. Sasuke said and turned his head away. He was going to practice and didn't want to take too much time. 10%. The man froze straight away at the words. Having a place to live, not going hungry, and only needing to pay 10% a year. That would definitely be a good way to live. He cried right out for some reason. The tears couldn't stop rolling. Uncle, you can farm, but once a month you have to learn the basics of ninjutsu, and your children have to enroll in a ninja school. Ninja school? The man looked up, not knowing what to say. He was ordinary enough to have learned any jutsu at all, in a world where everyone had chakra, but there were weak and strong. How his 3 kids are doing, I don't know, but he's definitely a regular guy himself. It was a blessing that he had the opportunity to enter a ninja school, and even he was able to study once a month. And the teacher is? The man asked politely as he wiped away his tears. Of course it's me, the 2nd generation spirit shadow of the Sirin Ninja Village. Whirlpool Naruto. Ah, Naruto grinned, and the 3 children grinned happily as well, from the trepidation they had felt a moment ago, at his emotions. According to Qing Ling's arrangement, Naruto, Sasuke needs to keep growing by leaving as many people as possible to live in the village. Anyone who wants to learn ninjutsu, especially in everyday life, it's all about applying ninjutsu as much as possible. At first, the children were slow learners, and they were considerably weaker physically than Naruto had been as a child. Just 1 month later, the older man then began to experiment with his fire attribute chakra, with pretty much only one effect. That's cooking vegetables over a fire at home every day. His wife's wind chakra is good for chopping vegetables. Gradually, the uses grew and life seemed to get easier. Chakra isn't much, but they're only using it on a daily basis. It took a month of teaching for the kids to get a little bit of a head start and learn a little bit of the basics. During that time, 7 more families came to the village, and slowly more and more people came, and there were faint lights at night. The ninja school came together with a dozen kids who gabbled around the second generation Raikage every day. Sasuke is a bit cold, but very popular with the girls. Everything seemed to be moving in a very cozy, wonderful direction. Until this night, Qingling, who had been sleeping for a month, suddenly woke up. Naruto, Sasuke, the two who were resting in their respective houses heard him at the same time and opened their eyes. Sensei, it's strange, the green spirit has been sleeping lately. Ever since all the shadow splitters returned a month ago, the village has been left to Naruto, Sasuke to take care of. How do you wake up in the middle of the night? Immediately use shadow diversion. Flying Raijin no Jutsu, 8 gates of transportation. In short, use whatever you know. Have you set up spell seals in and around the village? Yes. During this time, Flying Thunder God spell seals were placed all around the village, Sasuke said immediately. Meanwhile, he had felt the thick malice everywhere outside the village. Green Spirit split the chakra into 2 parts and left them in Naruto and Sasuke respectively, equivalent to his previous 9 tails chakra content, which was 2 normal full-state 9 tails. He himself hides in a long slumber under the ground in the center of the village. So, when it comes to the critical moment, it can be directly contacted, which is equivalent to personally nurturing 2 9-tailed human pillars. So many people. Naruto didn't think that the village would attract so many people in one night. The moment 2 golden chakra figures appeared in the village, Naruto and Sasuke, they simultaneously used shadow separation and appeared in all corners of the village, and even outside of the village, through the Flying Thunder God technique. Teacher, what's going on? Sasuke's main body had appeared outside of the village, and he was going to just surround all of his enemies. Obviously, it's true that there aren't many people in the village these days, but those guys are looking for you around the clock. How long have I been asleep? About 2 months. Teacher, Naruto is in the center of the village and he's going to drive all of his enemies out of the village. 2 months? That's how many families you guys brought me? It's too much of a pull. It's like the most pull across shinobi villages in the world. Green Spirit spat. He had been sleeping soundly, dreaming that he had found Mount Qingqiu, full of female foxes. As a result, the dream suddenly woke up and instinctively sensed a danger. Swish! Dozens of figures sneaked into the village. Each wore a black ninja suit and ran with a ninja, sneaking around the village. Someone from the Sand-Hidden Village? Sasuke didn't realize that the group would be from the Sand-Hidden Village. He instantly conjured up some sort of possibility. The refugees in this village all came from the Land of Wind. The attackers were again a planned infiltration, coming from the Sand-Hidden Village in the Land of Wind. There is definitely a connection between the two. Swish! Just as Sasuke was contemplating, a red-haired figure had executed an instantaneous technique to enter the village. He was carrying a huge gourd with his arms folded over his back, and on his forehead was the word love, which he himself did not know what it meant. A pair of black eyes made it easier for him to hide in the dark. Sensei, it came from a Sand-Hidden Village ninja. Should we be careful? Sasuke was just about to say to be careful. A powerful chakra was seen erupting from the center of the village. Naruto turned on Nine Tails chakra mode straight away. The big battle is imminent. Chapter 14, One Tail Morizuru. I'm going to fight 2 Nine Tails. Sasuke, strike! Strike with all your might. Qingling's command came to his ears. Teacher, our full strength will be seen by the enemy as more undercurrents in the future. Once again, Sasuke's words were interrupted. Don't worry about the future. Listen to what my master says. Go all out, join forces inside and out, and make these greedy brats stay here forever. Qingling was indignant. This group of guys somehow disturbed his rest, especially disturbing his good dreams. It was simply abominable. Sensei, if we remove all of them, should we also leave this place so that we won't be found by the strongest members of the Sand-Hidden Village? Sasuke's analysis was spot on, and at the moment he was already thinking about his own fallback. What are you afraid of? He'd better come from the Wind Shadow himself, and better yet, all of the Kingdom of the Wind will kill him. Green Spirit doesn't carry fear. Big deal. A minute later, he was a good man again, and it's double the good guys. Unfortunately, he's too powerful to die now, having a chakra amount that rivals that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once you die, it's a double increase again, really just almost invincible. There was not much time left for Green Spirit to be killed. The system is going to be restricted to one side if we don't get into trouble a few more times. What good is an infinite resurrection system when you're too powerful to die? Sobering. Sasuke was pressured to turn on Nine Tails chakra mode as well. 2 nine-tailed human pillars. This was definitely an unprecedented scene. It's a classic scene comparable to Naruto and Suikoto touching fists. However, the Green Spirit had left them with a full grade of Nine-Tail chakra. The center of the Green Spirit ninja village, Naruto's pupils took on a gray color, and the moment his entire body erupted with strong chakra, it directly caused the person who attacked him to be shaken off on the spot. His field of vision was filled with a group of walking chakras and their chakras. Edge. Sasuke has one triple hook Sharingan eye and one kaleidoscope Sharingan eye. The nine-tail chakra wrapped around his entire body, and his strength and speed increased drastically. Swish! Hundreds of shadow doppelgangers appeared in every corner in a flash, defeating the enemies as much as they could. Just one round. With over 200 Naruto, Sasuke's shadow doppelgangers appeared in every corner of the village. Deadpan stares at I love you. He broke into this place alone, totally unaware of the horrors of the enemy. The sand-hidden village sent more than 30 people to kill the Green Spirit Ninja village, wanting to further investigate the information and look for an opportunity to take advantage of to make a move on the human pillar power. I didn't realize that they had become so powerful that they could defeat all of their attackers in an instant. But, even when surrounded, the teenager was fearless. He even clasped his hands on his arms and looked at the group of shadow doppelgangers with great scorn. There's no killing. I love you for giving a mental comment. Naruto or Sasuke. Neither of them had laid hands on their enemies, nor had they developed a strong murderous aura in the face of him. This means that from the beginning they were two species. The mentality of only defeating your opponent in the midst of battle, not killing them. Then there's a good chance that you'll die in a 1 in a million chance. Feeling the huge and dangerous chakra. Still not relaxing in any way, Aiello turned on the body of Credence at the first opportunity, and part of her body had been tailed beastized. Swish! Sasuke's shadow doppelgangers threw out their rifles at the same time. Hundreds of shuriken changed again in an instant. Shadow split shuriken. It turned into tens of thousands of shuriken to kill Aiello on the roof. Sand quickly flowed out of the gourd and coalesced into shape, transforming into the armor of sand. At the same time, it also formed a shield of sand with spikes that constantly flowed outside the surface of the body. It was the equivalent of an absolute defense for Irizumi. All attacks were blocked and a large amount of chakra was consumed. The amount of chakra of my arrows definitely counts for a lot, but against the nine-tailed chakra-ized Naruto, Sasuke, it's still a big difference. Sand-bound beer. The defenses had not yet been unlocked, and directly caught what Aiello thought was Sasuke, Naruto's main body. Bind them quickly with sand and detonate them quickly. Sandfall burial. Bang! After it exploded, there was no blood splatter as expected, only a puff of smoke. Sensei just explained that you have a one-tailed Chizuru inside of you. And he said that this is the home of the ninja as well as the tailed beasts, so since you're here, stay. Naruto slammed his hands into his fists and looked over at Irizumi with a smirk. Will the tailed beasts die if they are separated from the human pillars? Sasuke appeared behind Meilu, Hiramaru in one hand and Chidori in the other. Sobering, his powerful chakra broke right through the defense in a flash. Aiello had tried to struggle, but after the sand shield was broken, she simply stayed where she was and didn't move. Don't be a god. Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan came from Stopper, and only needed to find a split second to do so. I felt the loneliness in his eyes. Naruto stood in front of Meilu, and he could definitely say that in a big way. In those simple few exchanges just now, he saw the pain lurking within my Aiello's body. What we're trying to do is beat our opponents, not sympathize with them. Sasuke withdrew his hand. He had already gotten my arrow under the illusion and what happened next was none of his business. There's a good chance this guy will stay in the illusion until he dies. Suddenly, my arrow's originally stiff limbs suddenly began to move. Sand wrapped around his body from all sides, followed by a rapid start of tailed beastization, until it transforms into a one-tailed Chizuru. It's true that Aiello, who has not yet reconciled with Shohei, is not a perfect human force and is not immune to illusion. Just, with Rinpoche in a coma, Chizuru, who was originally separated, was also considered to have regained his freedom and was ecstatic to occupy this body, laughing maniacally. I'm back! I'm back! 9 llamas, you stinking fox, ha 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 ha. Chizuru's massive form was perched in the village and stood in front of Naruto, looking immense. Go on, it's on for you, Junior, knock this guy out. Yes, teacher. All at once, Naruto's chakra mind melded with Aoshiru's and transformed into the perfect human pillar. The Nine Tails chakra windbreaker appeared behind him, turned on the 9 llamas mode. This form can also transform into the 9 Tails form, which combines the power of the human pillar with the 9 Tails chakra. 9 Tails equally tall frame locked eyes with Morizuru. Why do you have 2 human pillars, stupid fox? Shohei looked puzzled. However, he still had a strong desire to fight in his heart, and after not seeing him for so long, it was just time to take this most annoying fox and spread the fire. Teacher Changling can do whatever she wants. Naruto got right up and pounced on Chizuru. At this point, Sasuke, who had also transformed into a perfect human pillar, turned on 9 llama mode, transformed into 9 tails, and appeared behind Shohei. Hey, that's definitely a diversion, isn't it? Fox, you can't be that strong, can you? Shoha couldn't feel the difference between the 2 9 tails. It was nothing more than a difference in the human pillars. Strange. What the hell kind of weirdness is this? Aren't all tailed beasts rare species with only one? Kaito, nary air bomb. Shizuru couldn't stand it any longer, so he simply found one to practice on first. The high-intensity chakra air cannon blasted out directly with a loud, earth-shattering bang. It blasted a mountain peak right through and leveled it to the ground. Chapter 15, Is it reasonable for me to get my ass kicked? Sobering. A mountain was leveled in an instant. Naruto had appeared beside him. Stinky Fox, when did you get so fast? Shoha cannot understand. The speed of the nine tails. The power is not bad, but also not perverted to this extent. It is simply fast to outrageous awe. Haven't you ever heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? It's too fast. Spiral Maru. Naruto sidestepped and threw a Spiral Maru, a fusion of the nine-tail chakra, the brutal Spiral Maru of wind and lightning. Chidori. Sasuke would have been right behind Morizuru as he took a hit to the body and was about to bounce off. He leapt up and turned into an arc, slicing right through Shohei Da's side. Sobering. It was a good thing that Shizuru only felt the sharp pain and almost cursed. Of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine tails are the strongest, followed by the eight tails. Beyond that, the one-tailed Shoha definitely ranked at the top, with only the four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five Muwangs being able to match it. Admittedly, he just couldn't beat the nine llamas, not to mention two nine llamas with perfect human pillars. It hurts. Morizuru by this one spiral pill. A Chidori directly in the body broke open two big holes. Good thing the chakra is strong, is rapidly healing. His body was constantly flowing as was the sand, which was also his chakra form. Damn it, dead fox, are you going to beat me to death? It's the sand-hidden village that made me. Rinpoche, come to pick a fight. It's not like I'm the one who has nothing to do with it. It hurt too much, and in the past, the tough-talking Morizuru would never have said that. But for a moment, another large pile of ball lightning and furious wind blades were thrown at him, causing him to keep using chakra to heal, tiring his hands out. You can't die, but it hurts. Tailed beasts can, in a sense, keep healing and being reborn as long as the chakra is endless. Even if they die, as long as the chakra coalesces, they can be resurrected again. This is the power of the tailed beasts, originating from the 10 tails, from the power of the chakra fruit. They were born into the Naruto world. The voice of chakra, tailed beast jade, one in front of the other. The two nine llamas opened their mouths and condensed the tailed beast jade in the corresponding ratio of yin and yang chakra. How does this play out? The nine tails tailed beast jade was originally the strongest of the tailed beasts. You've got two of them together? Everyone in the shinobi world knows that one-tailed Shohei's tailed beast jade, have never made an appearance. Is it to be regarded as nothing? Sobering. Seeing that the two-tailed beast jades were about to be glued to his face, Shizuru dodged out of the way with a direct step and sidestepped with a back dodge. With his body fat and huffing, he could say that he had used all his strength and effort in this life to keep himself alive as best he could. That turn just now was definitely the fastest dodge Shizuru had ever done in this body. Isn't it just tailed beast jade? Who wouldn't? Morizuru huffed and turned around with a practiced air bomb. Just how could this strike be a match for the real tailed beast jade? The two tailed beast jades fought together and were so close to each other that they encountered a practiced air bomb, which could be said to be very spoiled and blew up directly. Leveled an area as far as the eye could see right down to the ground. Kazuo, are you pressurized to use the tailed beast jade? Naruto wondered. Aoshiro-sensei had clearly said that the tailed beast jade was mandatory for tailed beasts. Why is this one-tailed Shohei always using air practice bombs? Judging by the name, he's called One Tail, which is most likely the weakest, and tailed beast jade is most likely only above two tails. Sasuke's tirade had knocked Shizuru's dignity out of his hands. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Shizuru burst into a rage. He sort of realized that these two little kids were just human pillars. Can't figure out, though, why the nine llamas have two of themselves, as well as two human pillars. But judging from their words and behavior, it definitely wasn't the real nine tails. Get out here, nine llamas, you stupid fox. Shizuru busted out. It was so weird. Everything I encountered today seemed out of the ordinary. Nine Tails had to show up in person to figure everything out. He wasn't afraid of death at all. The big deal was just reincarnation. The next life, or a tail. This seed is fixed. No one can take it away. There is no need to worry at all. But if he can't figure out the reason why Nine Tails has become so strong, Morizuru will definitely have trouble sleeping and dying in his next life. Are you sure? When the tailed beast jade blew up, it directly alarmed the surrounding major powers. Qingling was looking forward to what kind of strong enemy would come next. But for now, he was going to meet this old nominal friend again. Nine llamas. Shizuru's eyebrows nearly rose in alarm. Scary. How is this guy so scary just from a gut feeling? There was always the illusion that it would be swallowed up at any moment. Only the center of the village, already far away from them, was visible. There was an orange chakra breath flowing. Soon they converged into the shape of a nine-tailed fox, until it coalesces into shape and takes a step. There was murder in his eyes. Hey, dead civet cat, don't call me a civet. I'm a raccoon type. Shizuru burst into a rage. He hated being called a civet. The closest thing to what he looks like is clearly a raccoon. It doesn't matter. Almost. Xingling yawned, her murderous aura sharply diminishing in a flash. His 9 tails kept shaking. Shizuru, however, couldn't help but take a half step back. Nope, even more wrong. How can there be 3 9 tails? This is outrageous. Can tailed beasts be mass-produced? It would require at least a 6-fold increase in the 9 llamas chakra. How is that possible? This guy was already a monster. If he was increased by 6 times, wouldn't that kill him in seconds? No way. Not in seconds. Shizuru was frantically trying to find confidence for himself mentally. Actually, the green spirit was resurrected twice. Originally, he had a double increase in yin and yang. The 2 resurrections were enhanced 4 times more. Multiply that by the equivalent of 8 times. All of this became meaningless when he ate the chakra fruit. Xingling sometimes wondered if he was nearly invincible after only 1 day of official appearances. Fortunately, it is his real crossing. If it is a novel, then simply dominate the ninja world. Direct sweep, 3 chapters of the grand finale. Reality is much more complicated, because he was sleepy most of the time and wanted to take a nap, and he tends to take small breaks for 2 or 3 months at a time. Want to fight me? Damn civet cat. Don't call me a civet. Shizuru flared his teeth in anger. Straight away, he spat out a signature move, practicing air bombs. Green Spirit still advanced and directly carried the move with his face, not a hair out of place. You can't imagine how strong the 9 tails, who are in full yin-yang unity and multiplied by 4 times their strength, and who have eaten the chakra fruit, are. Can a single practice air bomb do damage to 10 tails? Or can you injure Otanashi Kagaya? Xingling shook her head, her smile gradually perverting. Dead civet cat, now that you're here, stay. Hey, don't come back. Shizuru was scared. No, he had to coalesce a tailed beast jade. You really think he doesn't know the tailed beast jade? But even if it could be released, would it work? 9 llama face can even catch a practice air bomb without injury. In the back of Shoha's mind, there was only a continuous circle of question marks. Is it reasonable for me to get my ass kicked? Chapter 16, Morizuru's Ambition. My Eros Good Dreams. Shizuru had expected to be laughed at for his tailed beast jade. So ordinary, so mundane. It didn't seem much stronger than the other tailed beasts, and using the tailed beast jade in front of the 9 tails was nothing short of insulting, a contrast that was still fresh in his mind to this day. The moment a small tailed beast jade finally erupted, it flew out towards Qingling's head. The latter froze at the sight of both. Seriously, even if Qingling had read the entire manga and watched all those Water Quest episodes of the anime, she had never seen Shoha using the tailed beast jade. He had thought that Morizuru really didn't know how to use the tailed beast jade, but that's too small. It had the feel of a tailed beast battle and he ran in to make up the numbers. After all, the size of the tailed beast jade doesn't exactly tell you anything. Naruto, the tailed beast jade that Sasuke had just cast when he went on a rampage against Shohei wasn't exactly perverted either. The real 9 tails uses the tailed beast jade at full power, and can even be several times the size of his own, and the 10 tails can't even be compared to it. The power, however, is bound to be impossible to beat the 10 tails. The size of the tailed beast jade doesn't tell you anything. There's also the quality, the difference in power. Put. Xingling couldn't help but laugh. Naruto and Sasuke laughed as well. That's so funny. Is this sure it's tailed beast jade? Boom! An annoyed Morizuru hits with his full strength. It directly blasted onto the green spirit, and a part of his body was immediately crippled, but it quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. No pain, no gain. How is this possible? Even if you were stronger, you would definitely be injured if you carried the tailed beast jade head-on. Shoha would also recover, but definitely not as thoroughly as Qingling, as if any more fatal injuries were nothing more than tickling. Is that it? I don't quite get it. Qingling returned with full blood. He had just tried it. Even if 10 Shoha used this level of tailed beast jade at the same time, it would only be a second slower recovery for him. Too weak. It's really not worth it. He couldn't help but think in the back of his mind. How could he die when his own strength was so strong? Don't move, dead civet. Green Spirit approached Shohei, and his 9 tails directly transformed into 9 large hands of chakra, binding him. What are you doing? 9 llamas. Shohei panicked a bit. The 9 llama he remembered was a being who liked to harden everything. As a child, 9 tails was as innocent as he was. It was only later that the malice and greed of mankind gradually made him what he is today. Among the tailed beasts, especially the 9 tails, the good and bad thoughts of humans are perceived extremely strongly. It's easy to go from a blank sheet of paper to being rendered black. The moment the bound Shizuru had the feeling of facing a god. Even if Rokudo Senjin was alive, it would be nothing more than that. Your eyes. Finally he found the end. One of Aoshira's eyes is the 9-hooked jade reincarnation Sharingan eye, and one is a mutated transmutation eye. This guy, What has he been through? Found it? This huge and unrivaled power is enough to create a whole new world. Do you miss the old days, you civet cat? Let's join forces and return this world to the future that old man Rokuto envisioned. Xingling had opened the illusion spell as she spoke. He called it, the spirit world. Opened by the reincarnation Sharingan, the spirit world does not distort anyone's will, nor is it steeped in a world of expectation, merely continuing everything that was done before the opening of the illusion. In the spirit world, without distinction between truth and falsehood, would extend indefinitely, because it doesn't rely on the caster's boundaries to be stretched. It relies on the conception of the person being cast. Even the chakra that sustains the spirit world comes from the enchanted person themselves. The uniqueness of the spirit world is that the more people are hit with the illusionary spirit world, it will connect to each other like a meta-universe, sustained by the chakra and imagination of more and more people. When the mind runs dry, it is also the day the chakra runs out and the body dies. It was as if a world of thought between the Naruto world and the underworld had been created. Hence it is called the spirit world. You guys. Shizuru was caught in midair by 9 large chakra hands and lost consciousness. He has fallen into the spirit world. In the spirit world of Shizuru, he also fell under the illusions of the green spirit and became an evil-tailed beast that kept killing and rampaging for decades before being killed by a powerful ninja who was able to reincarnate him. Swish! After his successful reincarnation, he once again chakra polymorphs and recovers his memories, waiting for an opportunity and constantly looking for a chance to seek revenge on the green spirit. That's how it was supposed to go on, until his big plan for revenge came to an abrupt end. Shizuru snapped out of it. Where was he? It was so nice to be dreaming, going back to before being about to be cast in illusion by the green spirit, being caught in midair by 9 big chakra hands, struggling helplessly. I really wish such a nightmare would end sooner. Congratulations, fat civet. Don't call me a civet. Stinky fox. Tailed beasts can do illusions, and no one can stop them. Shizuru thought to himself. Why hadn't he learned this in the first place? Wake up. The illusion on you has been lifted. Green spirit shook Shohei, but the latter got angry. Damn fox. How dare you bully me in my dreams? Shotsuru extended his claws, chakra eyes, and he actually transformed into sand, making a move to claw the green spirit company apart. A mouthful, straight from tailed beast jade, easily enough to be compared to the tailed beast jade of the 8 tails. Ha, sure enough, it's a dream, Shoha thought to himself. Even if it's a dream, he's going to kill the 9 llamas in seconds to get a good dose of his anger. The latter, however, simply threw him out with a big chakra hand. The tailed beast jade rushed up into the sky and went straight up into the clouds, breaking through miles of dark clouds. Shizuru lay on the ground and smiled contentedly. Even though I'm being bullied by you damn dead fox in my dreams, my tailed beast jade has finally gotten stronger. Even the tailed beast jade is so strong. What is it if not a dream? Could it be reality? Feel it well. The source of the chakra in your body. Green spirit's head appeared in Shohei's field of vision, which really startled him. Humph. I'm not going to die with you. With that in mind, Shizuru still sensed the chakra. It didn't matter what he did since he was in a dream anyway. His eyes flashed. Source of chakra? What's going on? Everyone in the tailed beast's chakra should have originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya. Why was there another powerful chakra inside him? The 2 chakras didn't repel each other. It was just that tracing the source terrified him inexplicably. As a tailed beast, it possessed an unrivaled sense of chakra. Fittingly, as soon as he sensed it, he sensed that something was wrong. It's you. How is that possible? How did the 9 tails become the new source of chakra? Keep your voice down, and hang out with me from now on. That human pillar power of yours still has some potential and needs to be honed. Green spirit twisted his head and walked away. After a while, Shizuru inexplicably followed. Stinky fox, what kind of illusion was that? And why do I instead feel like reality is the dream? You don't deserve to know. Dead civet cat. I'm sleepy first. Guard this village well for me. Green spirit yawned and once again transformed into a chakra breath hiding in the ground. In the meantime, Shohei's voice rang in his ears as well. Let's start with the goal of getting all the old friends together. A gathering of old friends? What the hell is this guy going to do? What the hell is he going to do to get all 9-tailed beasts together? Shohei suddenly exploded. What's all this? He thought to himself. Am I still dreaming? Dawn. Shizuru left alone gazing at the last star. He knew that this would be the only chance in this life to prove to the world that he was not the weakest tailed beast. With that thought, he resolutely returned to my Eros body. The grass. As the first rays of sunlight spread across the face of the dark-eyed teenager, Yellow, who hadn't gotten a full night's sleep in a long time, rolled over again and continued to huff and puff. At this point, a blonde teenager in a sweatshirt walked up to him with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 17, My Eros Guardian. This village is called the Sirin Shinobi Village. It was built by our sensei. The leader of the village is called the Raikage. My name is Whirlpool Naruto and I'm the second generation Reikage. Naruto spoke so eloquently that it made my head buzz. The world didn't feel quite real to him, did not die after being defeated. The teenager in front of him was clearly as lonely inside as he was, but overflowing with enthusiasm. Why? The village is filled with ninjas from the Sand Hidden Village, being supervised in their work by Naruto, Sasuke's shadow doppelganger. The villagers were few and far between, and some of them had leaked information about the Aishiran Shinobi village without getting any deeper. Inwardly, he felt guilty beyond belief that it was Lord Spirit Shadow who was being generous beyond belief. Actually, it was Qingling who went to bed lazy. I love you as you walk through the village, constantly performing instantaneous jutsu and constantly being caught up by the faster Naruto. You are already a captive of our village, and according to the teacher's rules, you need to work here for 5 years before you can be released. Naruto advised him bitterly. 5 years? Come out on a mission for a good reason, and you end up being set up for 5 years. What's there to stay in this little village? Don't run away. You can't escape. Naruto catches up with Irizumi once more. Then fight. I love you for trying to mobilize the tailed beast chakra in your body with no response. Had to use the sand his mother left behind. The result is an operation that gets Naruto brutally beaten and rubbed on the ground all over again. He didn't until he was knocked out from the beating and passed out. The next day was spent repeating the same maneuvers, running away, punching unconscious, and listening to Naruto mouth off over and over again. A month after the turn of the year, a well-slept Aira has become much stronger from the constant battles, but it's still hard to escape Naruto's grasp. The others, other than him, had long since adapted to village life as rebel ninja, committed himself to becoming a member of the Sirin Shinobu village. The village had seen another dozen or so families come in the meantime, and bizarrely, this time it wasn't just the land of wind, but also people from the land of fire and the smaller countries around it. Life was growing stronger and the fields were constantly being reclaimed. Let's get all my arrow acclimated to this place. He had frequent dreams that recalled his childhood, and a scene came back to him. One night, Ieroko stood on the roof waiting for Naruto to show up, who was slow to do so. In fact, he had long ago admitted his defeat and felt the love that was hidden in the sand, belonging to his mother. Naruto's mouth is indeed powerful, and even more powerful is the kind of serenity and beauty of the Sirin ninja village. These villagers from all over the place, adding up to a total of 24 households, and dozens of ninjas, lived here without a care in the world. There had been traitors among them, even those who had been used, but they had come here with guilt without exception. That mysterious and unpredictable Lord Spirit Shadow never cared. Rumor, he's the nine-tailed demon fox, and it's unbelievable that the tailed beast has become the shadow. My arrow's gaze suddenly changed. He knew the enemy was coming. Tonight, Naruto hadn't come to beat him unconscious, and he'd been able to rest on his own, as the Shizuru inside him seemed to keep slumbering and growing in power. The fact that the villagers came from various places meant that the Green Spirit Shinobi village had been targeted by people from various places. After all, the night of the Sand Hidden Invasion, the tailed beast battle, and the tailed beast jade were enough to draw in everyone's attention. Fruity, Aiello looked up and sensed the chakra that was familiar to him. It was his father, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, magnetic transportation, sand and gold, the man who could suppress Ichigo Morizuru in the desert zone, top of the mountain. There are also ninjas from the Konoha village that show up. The leader was none other than Kakashi. The fact that he's here means that Jiraiya has been found, and whether or not he'll choose to become the 5th generation Megami is up in the air. Green Spirit Village was too close to information and had yet to establish its own intelligence network. At the same time, there was also a figure sneaking into the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Is this day still coming? The short, painful and joyful days of his life were about to fade away. My arrow thought to himself. No matter how strong this village was to defeat him and Shizuru, it would never survive the combined efforts of the two ninja villages of Konoha and Saints Hidden. Hundreds of Nakanobu were layered in a formation outside, and a single upper ninja took the brunt of the attack. Rosa and Kakashi appeared on each side of the village and surrounded it. Where is everybody? For the first time in my arrow's mind, concern arose as to why he couldn't find Sasuke or Naruto in his senses. Why did the two disappear in such a dangerous situation? Was it assassinated? What about the village? It'll be wiped out. Everyone will lose their home. Elo, don't know why my heart is in turmoil. Obviously it's only been beaten up for a month. How could so many inexplicable emotions arise in my heart? He couldn't help but panic. Was something wrong with him? Illusion? Hey, Junior! The voice of one-tailed Morizuru appeared inside his body. This guy finally woke up after a month's slumber? Do I sense the strength in your heart to fight and guard this village? Guardian? The word was new to me. Aiello. Morizuru, you talk a little too much. I love you. You have more words in your heart. Shizuru hears my Aiello's heart, which means that the tailed beasts are more in tune with the human pillars. But why should I guard? That's for you to ask. Hesitation is not in your character. I love you. Then fight. and let the fight give the answer. All I can feel is that something that doesn't exist seems to exist there in my heart. Satisfy him both spiritually and inwardly. The sand in the large gourd had quietly appeared, suspending him in mid-air. Showa chakra exploded, and even Yellow was shocked at how much stronger it felt. Swish, moonlight, sand converged into a woman's likeness, and her hands sheltered the teenager within. He stood in the air, his eyes rippling. I love you. Rosasha saw his son, and the information did mention many times that I love you are still alive, but only when you see it can you feel a sense of horror. That terrifying chakra was proving all the time that arrows had long since changed. Karakuro, when he saw that the sand that was guarding my arrow was actually his departed wife, an inexplicable shudder ran through his heart. A large hand, however, gently tapped him on the shoulder. This person was none other than Orochimaru. With the Nakanoshu exams just around the corner, he has made a secret deal with Orochimaru to take advantage of this trial to make the sand-hidden village no longer dependent on Konoha. The latter readily agreed, and the operation intrigued Orochimaru. You're going? Once one-tailed Shohei's power goes berserk. Don't worry. Orochimaru turned into a snake without waiting for Rosa to finish his words and stealthily infiltrated the Green Spirit village. It's just one tail. Just leave it to Rosa. He was aiming for the 9 tails. How did Maelstrom Naruto, who had his chakra flow sealed back then, unseal it? The 3rd generation is dead, so how can the 9 tails escape? How can you be revived after you've been hit by the ghoul seal? The secret is just too fascinating. Orochimaru couldn't help but tremble with excitement at the thought. Unconsciously, he had dived into the center of the village, under which was said to be the sleeping 9 tails. The mystery of the tailed beast's immortality is about to fall into my hands. This time, Green Spirit didn't wake up because he didn't perceive the danger. Orochimaru, not enough to qualify. Chapter 18 Green Spirit's Ultimate Vision. Chakra Martial Arts. Shizuru no shield. The sand coalesces in a moment into the shape of a carton of Morizuru. You're trying to block me? I love you. Are you under an illusion? Magneto. Sand in gold. Rorschach converts large quantities of sand into alluvial gold. The gold-colored sand continuously flowed as if it was flowing like a waterfall, possessing the aura of devouring heaven and earth. Magneto. Sands and waves. The sand in gold impacted directly into a sea of sand towards the shield of Shizuru, who stood impassively in the air, blocking in front of Yellow. Due to too many beatings, I've long been in the habit of turning on the sand shield while turning on the sand armor. There is also a sand guardian on the exterior, as well as a shield of Shizuru. Without a complete defense, how could he easily face his enemies? After all, it's better than all of Naruto's fancy and extremely damaging jutsu. This is much more impotent on Rox's part. Magneto, Sand Gold Spear. In the face of this strike, Yellow directly condensed a huge sand giant spear and touched it hard, but the result was to fold the Jien and sink the sand. I have to say, Ginger is still hot. In terms of individual strength alone, you are still far inferior to your father. And you weren't overwhelmed by him many times? Yellow and Morizuru taunt each other. Relationships are inexplicably much better. That was once upon a time, and in this time, I have perfected my own power. My arrow, do you dare to let go? Morizuru, are you going to help me out? The two are of the same mind and coincide. In an instant, Sand engulfed I love you, but this time he stayed awake, opening up the battle between the tailed beasts and the human pillars as one. Quicksand cascade flow. The earth swirled with dust and many trees were ravaged and destroyed. Roxa saw the situation and directly clenched his teeth. Magneto. Sand and gold burial. Sandfall burial. A scene emerges in which the father is kind to the son. Shohei's huge size made the clash of the two great funerals seem particularly crazy. Sand Gold and Sand were constantly fighting each other, the latter being sustained by the tailed beast's massive amount of chakra. The former is superior in quality, just as both sides seem to maintain the move. Behind Shotsuru, another Rosa appeared. Magneto, Sand and Gold Realm Technique. Many blades of sand and gold erupted from the ground, sharp as bamboo shoots, to cut Shoha off at the waist. Sand and gold split? Shizuru didn't turn around, and as he screamed, a small vortex appeared on his back, and my arrow's figure quickly appeared inside. The two worked perfectly together and could appear anywhere at any time to attack, yet avoided the possibility of being under an illusion. Battle power has also increased dramatically. Even bullets sand time rain. My arrow quickly made a seal and a sand bomb flew out, shattering the sand blade, but the attacks were far from stopping. Sobering. While Rosa's doppelganger was coping, the sand doppelganger appeared behind him, a cross-checking sand chop, only to be dodged by him in anticipation. This pair of father and son, not only did they look alike, their moves were also extremely similar. If Rosa hadn't died in an assassination attempt and been taken down by Orochimaru, he would have been a difficult character in his own right. The environment of the Land of the Winds is doomed to have fewer plants to work with, less food, and fewer resources. Only the Land of Fire, with its beautiful environment and abundant resources, is destined to always be at the center of the storm, both relying on Konoha and wanting to get rid of it. That was what divided Shikimon Kazekage's heart. At the moment, seeing his son team up with Shizuru was so perfect that he seemed to have truly grown into a good human pillar power, and didn't need to be suppressed and brutalized in order to truly unleash the power of the tailed beasts. The sand and gold diversion disarms itself. Rosasha stood outside the Aoshirin Shinobi village and quickly backed away. I love you. Shohei is a tailed beast after all. Cunning and fickle. Not to be trusted. You fart. Shoha couldn't help but curse out. Who did he invite? How is it that you're so cunning and fickle? All that was seen was Rosasha taking out a jutsu, a black tea kettle. When he saw this ninjutsu, Shotsuru's eyes froze. You think I'm going to get caught up in this thing again? Practicing blanks. Shizuru let out a breath. Only the chakra quickly coalesced. First the first layer, just like the previous practiced air bomb, and then immediately condensed into a small dot. Next, the chakra wrapped around the outside and compressed again. This was repeated 3 times. It finally became a cool elliptical practicing air bomb that exploded out of the air in a constant in situ acceleration. The moment he flew out of the attack, he continuously broke through the air, his speed increasing again and again. Is this a practice blank? Rosa and Shizuru have fought each other an unknown number of times, for Shoha's ninjutsu are extremely well known, and his memory of practicing air bombs is also very strong, but it is definitely not to such a point where it is enough to run rampant. Magneto, sand and gold squared. The sand and gold was constructed as a giant square, making a move to push across the room and block the practicing air bomb. Bang, bang, bang. The air practice bomb has the ability to burst attached to it, and once it encounters an obstruction, it will keep accelerating if it can't be broken, until the last acceleration, blowing up and finally escaping with his life. Boom! Rosa was able to avoid it early, but the 3 mountains behind him were all left with nothing but debris after the world blasted a large hole in them. It's horrible. What's going on with Shizuru? Chakra enhancement. Increase, not to mention, even the moves. The power has changed qualitatively. How's that? I love you. Strong enough. Shizuru excitedly claimed credit. The mountain is the village's mountain, and you'll be taught a lesson, won't you? I love you faintly. The ninjas of the sand-hidden village only thought it was a fight between gods and dared not intervene. This scene only made them feel like their battle power was collapsing as they watched. It was as if 2 worlds had appeared, and they were just the accompaniment of the other world, used to watch the battle. Rosa snapped out of it. It seemed that neither Naruto, nor Sasuke from the information had shown up yet. What about those rebel ninja from their village? Why didn't the strongest Nine-Tails show up? Shouldn't the opposite side of the village be led by the Kiba village's copy ninja, Kakashi? How come there hasn't been a single battle movement in half a day? Tonight, everything seems different. Oh no! Orochimaru can't come back. How Rosasha hoped she was wrong. Perhaps, instead, he was the luckiest one when he met his son. Village center. Underground chamber. More than 100 people had come from Kiba village, and all of them were here at the moment. Sasuke's kaleidoscope rider's eyes performed Bitengen, and even Kakashi didn't know when he was hit. And in the corner, Orochimaru was standing frozen in place. It's not easy to say. Naruto and Sasuke had set up an ambush halfway between Kiba and Aoshirin Shinobu village, taking down Kakashi and his party one by one with Bitengen by separating them in a constant battle. I've used up too much chakra and need to rest. Sasuke's right, I was still leaking blood. It was a good thing that the amount of Nine-Tails chakra was unimaginable. Otherwise casting Bitengen so many times would be too much for anyone else to slow down for the rest of their lives. If you don't have enough chakra, it takes a decade to recover from a whole bad use. This was the reason why Suzo needed so many Sharingan to maintain his mental energy as well as to boost his chakra with the transplanted Jurassic cells. Stupid Sasuke. Sensei said that the Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye can be promoted to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye, completely eliminating the hidden danger. Naruto said that with his mouth, but in the back of his mind he was still a little worried. He had opened his white eyes since his pupils had gone gray, and with the 8 gates of evil, the effect was remarkable. The stronger the physical art, the more you can also feel a kind of physical limit. Sasuke's eyes, his body, as Green Spirit said, having limits. The human body itself possesses many limitations, many chakra quenching, cultivation to improve, otherwise it will always be flesh and blood. Sensei, our village was attacked again as you suspected, and Kakashi was there. Naruto said to one of the Nine-Tails sculptures in the underground chamber. My original body was practicing in the molten lava, and he asked me to teach you the first step of the chakra martial arts, hardening the body. The sculpture was actually a chakra coalescence, and he quickly transformed from rock to 9 llamas mode, only the size of a normal fox's body. Teacher Changling, what is chakra budo? Sasuke's eyes were still hurting, but the good thing was that they were healing faster and faster. Chakra Budo is the physical art that hardens the body internally, the ninjutsu that extends it externally, and the illusionist art that exercises the will at the core. To achieve the true green spirit ninja, the Budo ninja, Xingling said, and wagged his tail happily. Teacher, how strong is that? Naruto asked curiously. Chakra martial arts supreme, breaking the sky with his fists, cutting down the gods with his arts, shaking all things with his will, and not dying. Xingling thought to herself that these little guys probably don't know yet. Every breakthrough in the chakra martial way would multiply the consumption of chakra several times over. The amount of chakra he had now was too much, and as long as more people practiced chakra martial arts, the more chakra he consumed. Especially in combat, it consumes at such a rapid rate that it can be depleted without even realizing it. It's fun to think about it. A beautiful image of the time when his chakra ran out and he died also emerged in Xingling's eyes. Chapter 19, Sasuke's Dream, Chakra Ascension. Sensei, I want to practice chakra budo. Naruto couldn't wait. He felt stronger every day now. If one could practice this powerful chakra martial arts, then one could definitely become a second-generation spirit shadow before Sasuke. Teacher Xingling, chakra martial arts, can you surpass Uchiha-zan? Sasuke had a lingering Uchiha 1 powerhouse in his mind. Uchiha Spot. He was once separated from the god of the shinobi world, Chikuma, and could be considered the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Chibiusa, Junzo sees the Uchiha clan as the greatest threat to Konoha. It's not just because of the hatred and pain required for the Sharingan to keep improving. More than that, its depth is so deep that even the Senju clan has declined. But the Uchiha clan's powerhouses are proliferating, so how could it not be scorned? Chakra martial arts are divided into 7 realms. The first level of apprenticeship is when you start trying to harden your body, sharpen your will, and keep practicing jutsu. The second level for the lower ninja, the human body chakra, is limited. This is because of the container and qualifications of the limitations. As long as the apprenticeship quenching, open chakra dantian, it will be possible to keep expanding the capacity of chakra. The third level is called Nakanabu, and at this point, it is necessary to condense chakra into a liquid in the chakra dantian to reach a qualitative change, and all aspects of strength will increase dramatically. The fourth level is the upper ninja, where chakra will be perfectly fused into chakra jindan at this level of the realm. A qualitative change plus a quantitative change beyond the limits. The fifth level is shadow, where the chakra jindan metamorphoses, and the spirit is strong enough to blend in and be able to invoke the chakra of heaven and earth to cultivate the immortal mode. Once you metamorphose into a chakra genjutsu, the so-called illusions will no longer be able to shake your will. The sixth level is called immortal, where the chakra genjutsu completely morphs into a genjutsu, and your immortal mode will be pure. By drawing on the chakra of heaven and earth whenever and wherever possible, one's own chakra will tend to be unlimited and one's lifespan will be long, hence the name Immortal Realm. The seventh level is called the Otanashi Realm. This realm need to be the perfect unity of the genjutsu and itself. Chakra, bloodline, spirit is not divided. The real return to the basics. This realm will break through the boundaries of space and walk through worlds at will. It can be called a land god, underground chamber, the nine-tailed fox, the size of a man. Finished telling all this, yawned again in relief, and continued. This is all just a generalization. Each realm advancement not only means that your chakra and body are strong, but it also means that your lifespan increases dramatically. Between the different realms, there are gaps. For example, the special upper ninja is between the Nakanin and the upper ninja, and is characterized by the embryo that condenses the chakra jindan. Between shinobi and shadow, there are also elite shinobi, whose chakra jindan undergoes a metamorphosis, with signs of conceiving a genjutsu. Among them, there are also special existences, such as the God Realm, which refers to the My Chakra martial supreme being whose battle power ignores the disparity between the immortals, and the Otsutsuki, but who has a limited lifespan. The green spirit finally finished this and looked up, ready to give the two students an answer. He had actually wanted to rest, only that he hadn't fallen asleep in the spirit of his professionalism in teaching his students. Any more questions? Sensei, Naruto didn't get it at all, but was the first to raise his hand. Is the 6 paths of immortality the highest realm? No, after this is the true strongest, the one who can break through the limitations of this universe and truly attain immortality, which I call chakra ascension. What? Chakra soars. Sasuke listened in the ears the entire time, only to feel his head buzzing. It was amazing. It was the kind of power he had dreamed of. I used to be too ignorant to understand the real gap between different ninjas. Today, after listening to Qingling's explanation, I realized that it was such a thing. Chakra soaring. A concept that he didn't understand at all but was firmly fixed in Sasuke's mind. The eternal chakra soars. There are 3 worlds in the world. The world in which a person lives can be called the shinobi world, and the world in which a person dies is called the underworld. In addition to these 2 worlds, there is also an unreachable world, the divine realm. which can only be traveled to after chakra ascension. Xingling made it up so that he didn't believe it himself, but he knew that in theory, chakra could definitely be used for cultivation, constantly triggering qualitative changes through quantitative changes. He had read many novels in which either the world of the awakening of psychic powers, either that or the aura is revived in chakra is actually similar. It's a shame that people in the Naruto world are opening up in the wrong direction, focusing on the outside and ignoring the essence. As long as one cultivates chakra like one cultivates Reiki, one is able to break through and truly ascend. Whether or not there was a true god realm, that really had nothing to do with him. As for the realm to ninja correspondence, it's purely for good substitution. Actually, once the chakra golden dan was condensed, according to the setting of the aura world, one could live for 500 years anyhow, and one's own chakra would really be equivalent to a sea of it compared to the Naruto world. By the time a chakra genesis is conceived, calling upon nature's chakra at will, and being immune to illusions, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, he is already shoulder to shoulder with the Otsutsuki clan. There's a wedge in the Otanashi family. Chakra genjutsu can take over. Not to mention, chakra genjutsu, back to basics, almost exists in the conception. I want to ascend. Naruto's eyes burned. He didn't know, yet, what it meant for chakra to soar. But from this moment on, he understood that he had to cultivate hard or he would surely be surpassed by Sasuke. From now on, the master will not be able to give you much power directly, as the advancement of the chakra martial way will still require you to do so on your own. Green Spirit said and shook her small hand. 2 scrolls, one black and one white, were placed in front of them. This is the first realm of chakra, the apprentice realm's chakra hardening method. You guys practice it well. The next task is in this white scroll, and I hope that when I return next time, you will be able to complete it. Green Spirit's chakra faded away. The chakra sculpture of the 9 tails once again condensed and fixed itself in place, still looking lifelike. Sasuke took the lead and picked up the scroll, opening it slowly. Chakra Budo Volume 1 Compulsory Studies. As soon as you open it, the table of contents is what catches your eye. Chapter 1, Basic Cultivation, Chakra Body Hardening. Chapter 2, Basic Meditation, The Spirit of Martial Arts. Chapter 3, Basic Combat Combination of Chakra Ninjutsu and Body Techniques. Sasuke nodded, thinking that it was really worthy of Aoshiron-sensei to describe it in such detail. The other side. Naruto clutched the quest scroll and kept his eyes on the feat scroll. A tisk-tisk-tisk sound was made. Sakichi, I'm getting dizzy. Hang on a minute. Let's see what the teacher has given us to do first. Sasuke's words caused Naruto to come to his senses, and he hastily opened the quest scroll in his hand. Founding the Land of the Spirits. Chapter 20, Survive Me. Hey, you guys better rest. Leave the next battle to me. I've pretty much recovered. Sasuke got up stubbornly. His chakra had indeed returned to him. He was just nowhere near as good a shape as Naruto. I'm faster than you. Naruto had long since cast Flying Raijin no Jutsu and left the area. Underground chamber. The middle-aged boy looked around as he glanced at the corner with a cutie. Like, a dumbfounded Orochimaru. I thought to myself, one of the 3 ninjas, how can you not even be able to block a phantasmagoria? This life is doomed to not be able to have a connection with this kind of person. And then look at Kakashi. By getting his 1 kaleidoscope Sharingan, he'll be able to collect 2 kaleidoscope Sharingan. But he already possessed the first volume of Chakra Budo, and his future was bright. The other Konoha ninja knew each other as well. Let's just leave them in an illusion that can't be undone until this battle is over. Retract your thoughts. Sasuke Uchiha felt Naruto's chakra in the village, which made him sit down and look through the scroll of feats. You don't know until you see it. At this look, he was shocked. It turns out that chakra can be used in this way. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Naruto appeared above the rooftops. Ninja runs flying through the eaves and branches of one roof or another. The edge of the village. Another huge gaping hole was blasted open. He remembered the morning of his first day in the village. Wake up and see mountains on all sides. 3 months passed and several directions were leveled. Shizuru's huge figure knocked the ninjas of the sand-hidden village back continuously, and his chakra was indeed much stronger than when he first saw it, but it was still inferior to the 9-tailed chakra in Naruto's body. Swish! He transformed into a residual shadow and leapt. Shadow split technique. Thousands of shadow doppelgangers had used the flying thunder god technique. Appears in villages, in forests, on mountains. There are swirling Narutos everywhere. What's this again? Luo Sha had already retreated. He had already made plans to let some of his people die here and retreat with all his might. Who would have thought that suddenly another ruthless character would be killed? Lord Wind Shadow. He seems to be the Whirlpool Naruto from that information. No need to panic. He's just bluffing. Rosa thought to himself, using thousands of shadow doppelgangers at once. He must not have much chakra left. Just one punch apiece. Bang! Not far away. One of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers Spiral Maru blasted a large hole directly through the tree. His face twitched with embarrassment. Can humans really have this much chakra? He thought back to when he was a child and heard the elders in the village recall that the god of ninjas, Senju Juma, and Uchiha-zan fought, and when they didn't move, a few mountains exploded, and the scene was quite terrifying. Tonight, he'd gotten a thorough lesson. Withdraw. What with capturing the 9 tails and taking down the Green Spirit Ninja Village, all he wanted at the moment was to get as many ninjas back alive as possible. As a wind shadow, there is one very important thing to do besides the mission, and that is guarding. Guardian of the ninja, guardian of the weak, guardian of the shinobi village. At the word of command, everyone began to retreat in droves, while constantly using jutsu to block Naruto's pursuit. Even so, ninja after ninja of the sand-hidden village were knocked unconscious and brought back to the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Damn it! I'll take the rear. Rosa appeared next to one of the most backward ninjas, Lord Wind Shadow. Move. He had always been a cold person in the village. In fact, is that really the case? Only one battle and experience made him lose himself. Teshiguru. Kankuro was born before Meilu and has a very different personality from him. In a way, they are the roses of different times. By the time Ilo came into the world, he became a victim, a vessel in Rosasha's eyes. When he became a tailed beast human pillar of Shizuru, he always wanted the youngest son who took his wife to be eradicated as soon as he could once it got out of hand. Obviously, in terms of appearance, my arrow is cool as a child. Ninja, do you really have to endure all your life? Until the temperament changed and I was no longer me. It's just a tool in the hands of the daimyo, to be wielded. Such skeptical thoughts seldom appeared in Rose's mind. Only in this moment, when he was firmly guarding a chunin who hadn't even said a few words, was there an inner turmoil. His son, I love you, is right there in perfect union with Morizuru. Looks like it should all be well rested these days. No more waking up all night, and no more hating and being violent. I love you too, not just Kokoro. Upon seeing with his own eyes that I love you transform and fight with your heart instead of falling into madness, the threads that had been so tight seemed to be much lighter. Rosa suddenly had the feeling that he could let go of all his Kazekage responsibilities right here and now, simply as a father, witnessing his no longer monster son grow up. He murmured in a small voice, tears in his eyes, give it all you've got until you die. I love you, don't hate me, men carry all, while all fall away. He fought his way to his feet, and the soil of a mountain under his feet converted first to sand and then to magnetism, which he bestowed. The sand of gold in the sky surged like the tides of the ocean. How wonderful it would be if, like Kiba, and the Eirin Shinobi village, our people could live in such a green and mountainous environment. Fresh air, clean water, sunshine that isn't hot and dry, and food that wraps around your belly. If I could, I would like your child to no longer be a ninjutsu. That way, your wife could live, not for anyone or for the shinobi village. That way, your children will have a mother and you will have a wife to keep them company. Your son, merely will lose his grandfather. Yes, the tears in Rosa's eyes told him himself that the future was bright. As long as Elo, can survive in the Sirin ninja village, his life will be incredibly good. What a small price to pay for all this. I love you. Shizuru called out to the teenager. Can you feel it? The love that guy has for you. Is this love? Confusion and trepidation appeared in my Iolo's eyes, growing more and more clear since he met Naruto. Fight after fight and mouth to mouth, he learned that his mother loved him, but this love is hidden in every pampering. Only his father, that man's complex emotions hidden deep under the mountain, in the moment of going to death, show the most. What a twist! Far away, Naruto's essence was about to make a move to stop it when the voice of Aoshiro came from within him. Teacher, didn't you go off to practice? I want to cultivate too, but when I feel their chakra that's twisted by love, I feel awkward. Xingling didn't understand why he had to hide such an emotion when it was hidden deep inside. The moment it was shown was even more twisted to the extreme. Already at the moment when the father is bent on death. Does that make sense? Thinking of this, Xingling directly slapped out, only to see Aoshirin Shinobu village coalesce a giant hand of chakra that was 10 times taller than Morizuru for no reason at all. A slap that mercilessly suppressed Rosa, along with his sand gold. Idiot, want to make up for your regrets. Then live, before Luosha lost consciousness, Xingling's words echoed in his ears. Chapter 21, Living to Make Up for Regrets. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, the scenery is beautiful. A week ago, the sand-hidden village and the Kiba village suffered heavy losses here. Among them, Kakashi led a group of more than 100 people all living in dead unknown. The 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Rosa and 20 sand-hidden village ninja is also unknown. The name of the spirit shadow resounded through the shinobi world. No one dares to take risks anymore. Sarutobi Hizuru, Gumiho, Rosa, Kakashi, Shizuru, a big figure in the ninja world, disappeared since then. Meaning, the Green Spirit Ninja Village was truly established. Anyone who wants to pick a fight, or even a night attack, has to weigh their own weight. Early morning, Kakashi and Rosa's shadow doppelgangers are plowing a rice paddy. The Chunin exam is about to start, right? Yeah, it's a shame it won't be with us anytime soon. Being here, every important choke point in the village is guarded by a post on the hill, and the forest is guarded as well. Without exception, they were all shadow doppelgangers of Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Recently, I love you for getting involved and becoming a member of the guard. The village is obviously thriving as well. It increased to nearly 30 families. There were also over 200 Nakanobu, and the ninja school was expanding in full swing. The village was bustling most of the time. In the meantime, they tried to escape more than once, and all ended in failure. What about that Orochimaru guy? Kakashi asked curiously. He now had another idea for escape. It always felt like there should be another ability for the kaleidoscope sharing will, but he couldn't think of it, much less use it. Kakashi didn't know that Sasuke had actually used the other heavenly god, modified a portion of his will, and his development of his Sharingan eyes was only at the 3-hook stage. In other words, as long as Sasuke doesn't modify this command before, he will not be able to use Shin Megami Tensei for the rest of his life. Unless, truly becoming a member of the village and recognizing the identity of a ninja of the Sirin ninja village from the bottom of his heart is the only way to self-disarm the modification of the Baitenjin's will. Roxa, on the other hand, is a cocoon breaker in the Green Spirit village. A big part of staying here is the awakening of my arrow. 1 week, enough for the village to elect a new 5th generation Kazekage. I guess I must have already left for this Chunin exam, and even if he stayed permanently in the Sirin ninja village after his retirement, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Think about it. Rosa couldn't help but feel sorry for Orochimaru. As one of the 3 shinobi, it must be very painful to be trapped here. The same Chito Tsunade had been ranked as the 5th Naruto not long ago, and with Jiraiya staying in the village to help for the time being, it's like a tiger with wings. He should have traveled to the Ninja Academy, as if his studies had been stretched to 8 years. The first 5 years are basic, and you can graduate as a shimonin. The last 3 years are intensive training, and you can graduate to be promoted to Nakanobu. Roxa spoke with a hint of doubt as well. Did you find out? Well, our powers are sealed. Kakashi nodded in agreement. They both regained consciousness about 6 days ago, a day after Rosa, including Orochimaru. A portion of his own abilities were temporarily sealed by modifying his will. It should be the role of the other gods. This can actually be seen as a kind of sealing, permanently modifying the will to the point of sealing a certain ability through illusion. The base strength of the Sirin ninja village is not strong, and the ninjas from the Sandy Hidden village, and the Kiba village, are just forced to labor. The students of the Ninja Academy, on the other hand, need at least 8 years to grow, and even if there are geniuses, it takes 2 years to stand out according to the old rules. They were strong in high-level battles. The 9-tailed demon fox became a spirit shadow, and personally nurtured 2 more powerful disciples. It was equivalent to a shinobi god, plus 2 perfect 9-tailed human pillars. It's enough to run roughshod over any power. After Luosha finished analyzing the situation, there was no scorn in his eyes. Instead, there was awe. He also thought at first that the other gods had modified my lovely's will. It took some time to be convinced that only Kakashi and Orochimaru in the entire village had some of their powers sealed. Everyone else is safe and sound. Only then was he assured of safety. And what shook his heart even more was the palm he had seen with his own eyes before he fell unconscious. The chakra in that slap was far superior to that of Morizuru in both quantity and quality. 1 slap is enough to overthrow a shinobi village. Even so, the fact that Green Spirit still guarded the shinobi village and didn't fight around convinced him. Its true strength is most likely to reach the level of the god of ninjutsu, Senjutsu. It seems that the shinobi world has long been a dark place. The god of ninja? The spirit shadow is actually the 9 tails, who's been caught in an illusion more than once, as well as by Lord Chikuma, the Uchiha spot himself. There's no way the strength is comparable to a ninja god. Kakashi didn't recognize the assumption. He had also seen Aoshiran strike with his own eyes in Konoha. It did look strong, but it was just that it had a special means to be able to come back from the dead after dying with the 3rd generation Naruto. One more time and it should be just as dead. He thought to himself. It's just a shame that he didn't take the chance that time. If he could have destroyed Naruto's body along with it, he shouldn't have been able to come back to life. No, he's far more powerful than you can imagine. Rosa smiled as he picked up a nori sushi and ate it in silence. It's quiet and natural. I wish everyone in the Sand Hidden village could live like this. With that in mind, he continued to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you remember why your father died? Hearing about this taboo subject, Kakashi was actually speechless as his father, Tsukumo Hagi, known as the White Tooth of Konoha, died amidst the gossip of the people. Before I was defeated, I heard a word. What's the word? Kakashi wondered what had changed someone as stubborn as Rosa. In terms of age, Rosa was older than him, belonging to the same era as the 4th Naruto, Namikaze Suikato. One should have one's own firm path of patience and will. The voice said to live to make up for regrets. Live. Make up for regrets. A sentence that is like an enlightenment. A small cup of oolong tea rippled in Kakashi's hand. He looked into the distance and saw my Eros shadow doppelganger standing on the roof. Looking around, I thought to myself that this child would be Rosasha's regret. I don't know what kind of relationship it was once upon a time, but I love you. But I seem to be a very understanding child. But what about him? And how many regrets? Father, teacher, partner, beloved. It seems that none of them have been kept. At this moment, his eyes suddenly hurt. It hurts. Chakra was pouring into the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, as if to unlock the power within, to prove to him that the one called Bandito had been here before. But he couldn't do it. Tsukumo Flagstaff, Suemon Namikaze, and Rin all became passers-by in life, so fast that nothing was left behind. There's only one eye on the belt, with blood still coursing through him. That's what he regrets. Where are you going? Rosa couldn't help but laugh. Even he hadn't realized that after coming here, his smile had even made his lines a little heavier. Ninja Academy. Find Sasuke Uchiha and make up for regrets. Swish, leaves are flying. Kakashi disappeared with an instantaneous jutsu and appeared at the entrance to the Ninja Academy. Swing with me. Work the chakra in your body. Keep pounding your own Rinju chakra, warming the tendons, internal organs, bones, and flesh of your entire body. Naruto kept swinging his fists, also running his chakra for hardening. The children were learning clumsily, with a look of delight in their eyes. It feels like it's getting stronger and stronger. What puzzled Kakashi was, in a group of students, there was also an Orochimaru, sweating and swinging his fists, his face filled with ecstasy. Chapter 22, is he still there? The one you care about? Prepare yourselves, warm your chakras with your chakra, don't let your guard down, and always remember to follow the spirit shadow's ways. Let the chakra walk around the body for a little while. Feel that? Chakra is making the body, the vessel, stronger and stronger. Naruto withdrew his fist. The most basic of the chakra martial arts is the apprentice, who relies on his body being strong enough, as well as having a large amount of chakra, thus taking the first step into the chakra martial arts at the fastest speed possible. Currently at the 5th level of chakra hardening, the body had metamorphosed 3 times at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th levels respectively. When breaking through to the 7th, the 9th weight will also metamorphose once each. Orochimaru, who was mixed up in the elementary school students, managed to step into the 3rd level of body hardening yesterday. Each physical metamorphosis makes the body, the vessel, stronger and stronger. The chakra that could be held had increased significantly in both quality and quantity. Physical strength, mental willpower all go up. Orochimaru had thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble to find a new vessel before this body's lifespan ran out. Never in a million years. A trip to the Sirin Shinobi village opens up new possibilities for him to live forever. He had traveled to the underground chamber to ask Sasuke about it, and the other man had only answered. The chakra martial Dao's body tempering 9th level was only the first step. It is taken in the elementary school division of the Ninja Academy. It is only in the elite division that you can learn the 2nd step, Budo Shimanobi. Just being an apprentice allows the body to metamorphose 5 times. Orochimaru, a body that was falling apart more and more, had changed. If one could make it through to Budo Shimenobu, it was said that one could easily survive for hundreds of years. Budo Nakanobu can live for 200 years. A Budo Shinobi condenses chakra Jindan and can live for 500 years. Orochimaru wanted immortality, and he had seen a searing heat in Sasuke's eyes, along with contempt for the ignorant Orochimaru. Eternal life? That's just the 6th step. Sasuke said so. There are 7 steps in chakra Budo. 6 steps are enough to live forever in the shinobi world. What if it's the 7th step? Orochimaru could only associate it with one possibility, immortality. He wouldn't have pursued the chakra martial arts so fervently if he hadn't gone through 2 metamorphoses and cured a portion of his body of a hidden disease. Orochimaru was incredibly convinced that as long as he was able to step into the realm of the lower ninja of the martial arts path, he would surely be able to cure himself of all his hidden diseases and even extend his life by at least 10 years. Kakashi stood frozen in place, silently watching the children practice. What kind of practice is this? Physical? From what he perceived to perceive, everyone was constantly consuming chakra. Wasn't that a waste? Why is Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, practicing with passion like fire? Was he affected by Sasuke's illusions and permanently modified his will? More and more confusion made Kakashi inch forward. Sasuke is obviously not here. It should be that the main body is practicing in an underground chamber. Should I ask Naruto if this is stupid? It looks like he doesn't know anything about it. Bang! Just as Kakashi's thoughts were wandering, a puff of smoke cleared. The 9-tailed fox stone sculpture beside him, which was only the size of a palm, moved. Chakra covered it, and the little 9 tails soon came to life. The chakra leaping like flames made Kakashi's eyes light up. You have troubles, Little one, you look smaller, don't you? In terms of actual age, anyone in the shinobi world is a little guy in front of me. Xingling somehow had a growing sense of goodwill and bad will. Most of these people who were within the boundaries of his green spirit ninja village had already been transformed by him and accessed his chakra. Thus perception is clearer. When Kakashi showed his sadness, the green spirit's essence put a portion of his will and chakra on the stone sculpture. A mere palm-sized stone sculpture is so powerful because of your chakra. Why? If it were your own body, would it be enough to live forever? Kakashi didn't know what to say. He knew that all men die someday. The mention of eternal life was unexpected even to him. What's so taboo about eternal life? What a charming word. Using his 2 front paws as pillows, Green Spirit lay on his back on the small wooden stake with his 9 little tails up. Cozy up and say, I spend most of my life resting because what I love and beloved is resting, and only a small amount of time awake, just trying to change something. He yawned and squinted comfortably. The sun shone on him as if ferrying a glow. Green Spirit closed his eyes and said, Hey Kakashi, if you could create a new world, would you want everyone to be a ninja or no one to be a ninja anymore? The question, so strange. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, recalling the tragic memories of his life, and uttered a shocking reply. If I could, I'd like the world to never have ninjas again. That would mean no more wars, no more assassinations, and no more of those people uprooted. Xingling smiled noncommittally, stretching out a small hand. Then go ahead and try it out. Start over, or at least become one of the shamenja of my green spirit shinobi village first. Kakashi hadn't expected Aoshiro's little paw to slap him on the shoulder. Shasta. There seemed to be an extra thread in his body interconnecting with the green spirit, followed by a hint of metamorphosis starting in his body. Between the constant shifts, he had 2 sources of chakra within him without conflicting with each other, until finally, the chakra grew. In the meantime, his kaleidoscope rider's eye was also unsealed. Aoshiro closed his 9-hook Jade Chakra Sharingan and transmutation eyes and rolled over again as if he had done nothing. After this Chunin exam, the daimyo of the Wind Country will have a large army, and a large number of ninja, and samurai will turn their swords against us. The major ninja villages will also send their unique ninja to infiltrate our village. You have to guard everyone well. Kakashi. Xingling's chakra faded away, blowing in the breeze, as if it were a particle of golden light. Extraordinarily dreamy. Hey, who's going to protect you guys? I'm a Konoha upperclassman. Kakashi Bannerwood. Kakashi didn't elicit a new answer from the green spirit. It left him a little out of his own league. The seals are all undone, so it must be possible to escape from here. However, when he looked up and saw a village full of Naruto, Sasuke, and I love you, he fell silent once again. 3-tailed beast human pillars. Chakra can't even be used up. How can he fight? It's a mountain of enemies. He had no choice but to continue lurking for the sake of Kiba. He touched his eye patch and sensed that the kaleidoscope sharing will eye had returned once again. Whether or not to guard the Sirin Shinobi village is still a matter of opinion, but this eye must be protected to the best of its ability. To scout the enemy. Kakashi stood up and walked into the ninja academy. On the wall, he saw his portrait, and a line of writing. Kakashi Hagi, Aoshirin Ninja Village, Ninja Academy, Vice President of the Elite Division. He'd been counted out a long time ago. There's an office set aside just for him. Inside, there was a desk with a piece of paper pressed under a seal in the mold of 9 tails. A simple sentence was written on the outside. Is he still there? The one you care about? Kakashi instinctively got goosebumps in shock. Chapter 23, if only it had been sooner. Flipping open the envelope that Xingling had already prepared, the house was instantly sealed by the 9 tails chakra from outside chakra probes on this. Kakashi cautiously looked at the writing on it, each word tugging at his heartstrings. It's a piece of intelligence. Uchiha Bandito, alias, Fei. Appearance, pineapple swirl mask. False identity, Uzumaki. Work, destroy the world. Company, Dawn Organization. Kakashi froze at first. The first thing that came to his mind was not to doubt the authenticity of this information, but to memorize all the words. No way. This can't be. If Bandito is still alive, why didn't he come to me? The time of questioning. The envelope quickly burned, and a cloud of 9-tailed chakra coalesced from the flames. They converged into a single image, constantly changing and interweaving into different looks. The scene was exactly the same as when Bandito was crushed to death under the boulder. And Kakashi, Lin, 9 tails, where did you get that information? Only a handful of people know about this. Is there a 9-tailed fox inside the village hierarchy? The scene changes, and it turns out that Bandito isn't dead, but he's also lost his mind and become an invalid. He met another dying man, the real Uchiha. The screen is not dubbed, but has a line of subtitles made of chakra. Recovering from his injuries, Bandito was on his way to find Rin. It was then that he saw the saddest scene of his life in his perspective. Kakashi has Raikiri kill Rin. Open the kaleidoscope writer's eye. The teenager, who even talks to himself about his abilities, has been determined ever since to create a world with Lin in it. Was he there then? Kakashi couldn't believe it. It was all a misunderstanding. It wasn't like he really wanted to kill Rin. It was Lin who chose her own death. The scene changes again. The teenager was born from a dragonslayer and metamorphosed into an evil dragon, taking control of the Nine Tails at a time when Jiraiya was at her most vulnerable. Setting off that tragic night, there was a hint of sadness palpitating in Kakashi's eyes, and he knew that with Namake's Suikoden's intelligence, he would have seen it coming in the battle. But sensei, he learns that the one who attacked Kiba was his own student, and the one who caused his family to become a tragedy was also him. Will it be sad inside? Kakashi remembers, Namake's swaymen to death are together with Gyoshinna, face with a smile to die. The scene reverses again. Bandito has completely changed into a different person, traveling the shinobi world as a suspected Uchiha Zen. Dawn organized everyone to stand in front of him, his hands full of silk threads holding them, and behind him, there was an even bigger silhouette, Uchiha. As if in a condom, behind the Yukihan was the Black Jedi. The Black Jedi, on the other hand, snuggled up next to Otanashi Kagaya. What exactly does this final end picture mean? Swish, the chakra projection ended and everything disappeared like a dream bubble. Chakra shielding and sealing. Forbidden arts are all collected as much as possible. Once again, Kakashi returned to the small, gentle village. The sun is still shining and the breeze is not dry. Is it true? He asked himself mentally. Sobering, without hesitation, Kakashi opened the window and the curtains were rolled up as he kept instantly moving through the village, running to the underground chamber. Nine-tailed fox, how many hidden secrets do you? The guy who calls himself Green Spirit. No, underground chamber. Sasuke Uchiha felt Kakashi's aura and met him at eye level. What are you going to do? Judging from the aura on his body, he had already broken through to the 6th level of body tempering, and was only one step away from the 7th level. When he went to concentrate on teaching his disciples, Naruto would come to learn. Currently the top levels of the village, Aiello is on the 3rd level, Rosa is on the 2nd level, and the others can only touch the 1st level at best. The 4th level is Naruto and Sasuke. On the 5th level is the god of the village, Lord Raikage of the First Order, Aoshi Spirit. I've come for Nine Tails. The fact that Aoshiro-sensei's chakra has been seen in the village proves that he has given you the answer you wanted. Sasuke outright refused. No one can disturb Changling's rest. I just want the truth of what he said, whether it's true or not. Kakashi didn't dare to take half a step back. He had prepared himself to deal with illusions before he came here, only opening one kaleidoscope shuriken eye and keeping the other one closed at all times. Divine might, since we won't budge, we'll have to do it. The space around Sasuke twisted as he was extremely fast, and after the 6th level of body tempering, he was just as fast even without the use of physical arts. However, the moment he dodged away, the nine-tailed sculpture behind him fell into the divine might space all of a sudden. Teacher Changling. Sasuke didn't realize that Ginger was still hot. It turns out that Kakashi had been trying to make the statue fall to the ground all along as a way to make the Green Spirit aware of it. Just a moment before the sculpture disappeared, both eyes suddenly flashed and lit up with orange light. However, until it disappeared, there was no more chakra from the Green Spirit. Failed. Kakashi sighed helplessly. It was going to be a bitter battle next, wasn't it? But he had no choice but to do so in order to truly get the truth from Aoshiro. The two just formed a stalemate. Sasuke wanted to continue, but the Green Spirit sent a message within him, telling him to wait a little longer. Don't move, just stand here. Kakashi didn't say anything. He understood that since Sasuke hadn't made a move, it must have been Aoshiro's intention. Could things have turned around? As far as he knew, things that were twisted by divine might could go nowhere. At the moment, with it, the mood calmed down a bit. It took Kakashi a moment to realize a startling fact. He had used Kamui once and still had a large amount of chakra in his body. Could it be the source of that new chakra that was infused by the Nine Tails? Just then, the ground behind Kakashi suddenly trembled, only to see a new chakra Nine-Tails sculpture slowly rise out of the sunken floor. Its eyes radiated a strange orange light. Immediately after that, two color screens were presented. One was a bit smaller, and inside was none other than a fuming Kakashi. The other one is so dark that you can't see anything. The chakra video call has begun. Kakashi, if you want answers, ask them yourself. Green Spirit's voice disappeared. The black screen with no picture suddenly appeared brightly. Over there was a voice that was sputtering. Did this Kakashi guy do it again? A sculpture? It's still Nine Tails. Does he hate Nine Tails that much? Throwing garbage into my space all day long. Don't make me go to Kiba. The teenager wears a swirling pineapple mask. There was some intentional flippancy in the speaking voice, but on closer inspection it was still the voice of a deceased person. As the eyes of the chakra sculpture erupted with light and opened the chakra video call, at the sight of another bewildered face, Bandito froze. Spinning around, He missed and dropped the nine-tailed sculpture. Chakra video call. Still going strong. Are you okay? Bell 2. Kakashi had thought he would be happy to be reunited after a long time and saddened by the death of his teacher, Namake's Mizukato. Eventually, what came out was a greeting. It's him, dumb. Mouths gibberish and spit when you're alone. 2. There were 4 of us, and in the blink of an eye there were only 2 left. Just one glance back from the crowd, which you no longer conceal, and I'll recognize you. Ah, Beltane. Who's a bandito? I'm not the one who's not a bandito. Kakashi, you guy, how did you perceive this spatial principle? Bandito's explanation paled in comparison. The other side of the screen. The one eye that Kakashi had closed was the one that couldn't stop the tears anymore. It would have been nice if it had been earlier. Save Lin earlier together. Clear up the misunderstanding earlier. I'll find you sooner. Tell the teacher earlier. There are too many regrets now. Bandit. You idiot. This time, Kakashi hissed as he lost his temper. No denial from the youth was exchanged. The idiot froze in place after a long time. His eyes were covered in a mask of tears. What are you crying about? You think you can get back everything you've lost? Kakashi. He kept cursing in the back of his mind. Chapter 24, Lin. Friendly reminder that the video call ends in 3 minutes. Nani. Upon seeing the screen, a prompt from the green spirit. Both Bandito and Kakashi froze. What the hell is this Nine-Tails up to? Why is it only 3 minutes? And what kind of jutsu is this? Bandito had learned even the yin-yang transportation from Uchiha-san, and froze, not understanding the origin of this sculpture. This object is a sculpture of the versatile mobile end of chakra, which I refined with my spiritual power and chakra, branding it with my traces. Therefore no one can drive until they erase my will before this. To erase this will, your mental power has to be stronger than mine. So far, only this one and only 3-minute video call is open to you. Aoshira's words displeased Bandito. He'd only just tried to talk. Why, he'd met a prick. Nine-Tails, I'm more than familiar with your chakra. You think you can hide it from me? The third Naruto possesses a similar jutsu, the crystal ball. This should also be a jutsu that is set up in advance. Bandito said and used his pupil power directly, trying to erase the chakra that Aoshiran had branded on it. It turned out to be useless. He simply couldn't do it. How is it possible? Looking at the ninja world, his pupil attainment is definitely the best, except for the Uchiha Weasel, who can compete with him. Why, it's useless. Be quiet. Your mental power is only a Budo Nakanishi level. It's too far from me. Go back and practice again. Budo Nakanobu? What the hell is this? Friendly reminder that there is 1 last minute of call time left. Subtitles again. Bandito, flustered by Aoshiru's maneuvering, quickly spoke up. Kakashi, where the hell are you guys? Shouldn't that be the question I ask you? Why didn't you return to the ninja village for so many years? And was Sensei Namake Suemon really victimized by you? Kakashi was obviously more anxious the moment he confirmed that Bandito was alive. He just couldn't wait to find out if the information given to him by Qingling was true or false. You don't need to know. You're too naive, Kakashi. What I'm going to create will be a perfect world with Rin. The tone of Bandito's voice was undeniable, and it sidestepped the truth of the information. Where are you, Bandito? I must find you. Kakashi questioned. He couldn't pinpoint its location through the scene on Bandito's side. It looked like it was a unique space. Find me? Ridiculous. You'll never know where I am, but I'll find you soon enough. Kakashi. There was resentment in Bandito's tone. He could never forgive Kakashi. Sobering. The chakra video call shuts down and becomes pitch black. Kakashi's eyes dimmed. Then a light appeared again. Where are you going? Sirin Shinobu Village. Not going back to Kiba? If Bandito is really the one behind controlling you in the first place, then me going back to Kiba Village will only bring danger to everyone, Kakashi said to the Nine-Tails sculpture. On the sculpture, the chakra had largely faded, leaving only 2 eyes radiating light. Young people are just tough talkers nah. Go ahead. I can't wait to see you humans fight hand to hand. It won't be to your liking. Kakashi couldn't tell if Aoshiro was being sarcastic or provocative. It's not okay for you to live here for nothing. The eyes of the nine-tailed fox sculpture flickered as the chakra was running out. I'll be serving as the vice president of the elite division of the Ninja Academy until Bandito arrives. Before leaving the underground chamber, Kakashi gave Sasuke a meaningful look. To this day, he had a bit of trouble confirming whether that rainy night of escaping Konoha village was right or wrong for Naruto and Sasuke. He thought to himself, he would never become a rebel ninja. Absolutely not. As Kakashi left, the last of the chakra in the sculpture's eyes drained and the floor shifted, sinking into the ground once more. God's mighty space. Bandito was holding the Nine-Tails chakra sculpture in his arms and was confused. Unlike Kakashi's side, this sculpture's chakra was still flowing. Nine-Tails, have you forgotten that you were under my control? Bandito smiled coldly, confident that if he could win once, he would win again. Let's not talk about the fact that your current spiritual power is far weaker than mine. And your eyes aren't just for using illusions, are they? Do you have the strength to compare yourself to me, the green spirit? An answer? Hearing Aoshiro's words, Bandito found it interesting instead. He had already turned on his illusions to control a portion of the chakra that this tailed beast was parting with. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not do it as if he wanted to erase its traces. You're too weak, physically weak, chakra weak, and spiritually weak. Sooner or later you'll be overloaded if you go on like this. My advice is to practice chakra martial arts. Chakra Budo? Hearing this inexplicable term, unable to control the nine-tailed chakra sculpture with his illusions, Bandito had no time to care. Uchiha Bando, stop infesting me with your shallow chakra and illusions. But if you had encountered it 3 months earlier, it might have worked. Green Spirit had neutralized the other heavenly god before. The increase of the unlimited resurrection system refers to the full enhancement of all aspects, which also includes spiritual power. After eating the chakra fruit, it was even better. A 9 hooks jade reincarnation lighter's eye, an extreme transmutation eye. You think I'll believe you? Without hesitation, Bandu opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan again. This time, the green spirit directly stopped sealing the power of this sculpture of himself. Both eyes opened, and his mental power was so powerful that it directly crushed and ignored Bandito's illusions and pupil power. How is this possible? You're a tailed beast, how can you have this power? Bandito couldn't believe it. He just thought Aoshiro was bluffing. What if the original orange color of the nine tails chakra changed in an instant? It turned into a lime green chakra. Transmigration eye chakra mode. Swish. With a small clawed hand, he hauled the Bandito directly to him. Your pupil power is nothing more than the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and above that there is the eternal kaleidoscope. So what if it's a reincarnation Sharingan? There's still the 6 hooks, and on top of that is the 9 hooks. As Qingling spoke, Bandito, who was ready to strike, suddenly froze in place. Go spend some quality time in the spirit world, and go through the pain of Rin, Kakashi, and Namikaze Somen. Actually, but any later, by the time of the 4th Shinobi War, this one transplanted Sharingan eye of Bandito would become the eye of reincarnation. When the time comes, it won't be such a quick defeat. The duo is not even on the same level now. Inside the spirit world, Bandito, who was under an illusion spell, was fighting back and forth with the green spirit in Shin Megami Tensei space. After some fighting, he found out that the original Ao Ling had created a medium film with illusion and ninjutsu that was meant to resist the illusion. It was a good thing that his divine might could pass through the medium and directly attack his essence, by attacking the true being and controlling it again with an illusion. What 9 hooks jade reincarnation Sharingan eyes, transmutation eyes, are also just illusions created by this special defense jutsu. Where in the world could such a pervert exist? Bandit was triumphant all the way until he set off the 4th Shinobi World War, pretending and getting his ass kicked in all sorts of ways, and learning the truth about what happened back then, until he died with a double godly power. To the world with Lin, Green Spirit's chakra sculpture was still lime green, and comfortably cozy as he looked at Bandito with a silly smile. He dropped the Naruto script that originally belonged to Bando to the spirit world, putting Bandito right through all of it. Next, Bandito, who thought he had gone to the underworld, opened his eyes. Lin. He carried Qingling directly into his arms. Chapter 25, Birds of a Feather Flocking to the Same Sky. How it doesn't have Lin's scent and gentleness. Just a thing that looks like a rock? Bandito mopped up a bit. It wasn't Rin that was found in his arms. It was the 9-tailed chakra sculpture. 9 tails. Calm down. Even if it's an illusion. You've been through a lifetime, haven't you? It's true. It's not true. It's not true. Life is like a dream. Qingling's lighthearted remark made Bandito even more annoyed. Everything experienced in the illusion just now felt so real. Could it be that Rin is really being controlled and everything is a conspiracy by the Uchiha clan? No. It was all an illusion created for him by the green spirit. The damnable 9 tails. The angrier you get, the more you care, and I'm not going to argue with you. Bring her. If you want to know more of the truth, bring a single strand of Lin's hair, or broken bones, and the white Jedi. I have a forbidden spell that will allow you to see Lin again. Green spirit's chakra faded away, until there was no longer a single ray of light on the sculpture. It looks mediocre. However, when Bandito tried to perceive it with his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye, he could still feel a power, which should be the mental branding that Aoshiro was talking about. Strange. What's a mental branding? Is it related to that Budokai Nakamura? Couldn't figure it out. And without finding 9 tails and Kakashi, there was no answer to that question. No matter what he has up his sleeve, I won't let him summon Rin. That would be blasphemy. But why is this 9 tails guy calling himself Green Spirit, and where is Kakashi? What exactly happened out there during the time I was submerged in practicing in the misty hidden village? Bandito doesn't know yet. During this time after he had controlled the water shadow with his illusion technique early on, he was indeed cultivating in seclusion. but the outside world was clearly more outrageous than he had imagined. Walk out of the retreat. The Black Jedi had appeared in front of the body. The two work perfectly together and play everyone in the Dawn organization for fools. Originally, as was customary before, Bandito would probably speak in the state of Fey. But now, after experiencing the script in the spirit world, there was an instinctive resistance when he looked at the Black Jedi. Despite constantly telling himself deep down that it was just an illusion and not to be taken seriously, the thought of Uchiha being a praying mantis, Black Jedi and Otsutsuki Kagaya are the yellow bird, and he had a sense of discomfort. You've finally come out. A lot of great things have happened in the shinobi world during this time, the Black Jedi droned on. In fact, he couldn't go anywhere as long as he was bent over the belt. It was only when Bandito was practicing that he paid more attention to the overall changes. After all, in the eyes of the Black Jedi, Bandito was just a pawn to be played with. Oh, isn't everything under our control? Bandito pretended to know nothing. The Black Jedi snickered, so he sent Kiba's 9 tails into rebellion, successively causing Junzo and Sarutobi Hizuru to fall. The last of the Uchiha also defected from Konoha village. The son of the 4th generation of the Sand Hidden village, the Wind Shadow, led a team to infiltrate the Aori ninja village, and the entire team was wiped out. Konoha, Sand Hidden teamed up with the 4th generation Wind Shadow and Kakashi himself, and no one survived. After one great thing is said, the Black Jedi rejoiced. The 9 tails and the 1 tail are both in the Green Spirit Ninja village now, so as long as Xiao Xiao puts out 2 squads at the same time, they will be able to capture them handily. And they are not as big a threat as the Wooden Leaf and Sand Hidden village. Bandito only smiled bitterly behind his mask at his words. No wonder. The 9 tails called themselves the Green Spirit. In the blink of an eye, the shinobi world was inundated with events. Where is the Green Spirit Ninja village? Of course I have the exact location, the Black Jedi said and took the map out. And helplessly, he said, it's just a pity that the location of these great mountains is not certain, because every great battle will have a part of them leveled. With your abilities, infiltrating the Ao Ling Ninja village is no problem at all, and if you're inquiring about specific information, you, with your divine might, are undoubtedly the most suitable. Aha! Bandito nodded, knowing full well that it was an illusion, but he was even more suspicious of the Black Jedi. Was what Chang Ling had told him true or false? Is all this really just a dream? Or, are those the real truth? Thoughts to this, Bandito spoke up. According to what you said, the Green Spirit Ninja village is heavily guarded. So even if you use your Shin Megami, there's a danger of being discovered, and you'll need a few White Jedi to act as a blindfold. No problem, the Black Jedi balked. It's just White Jedi, as much as you want. As long as you boys behave yourself, everything is fine. Hearing that answer, a little answer was already in Bandito's mind. Kiba, the small village was calm today, as if it were the sea before a storm had set off huge waves. Naruto's office. Tsunade looked sad as she held the piglet. There still isn't anyone in the dark side that can sneak in? To be precise, none have returned. The head of the dark sector was still young enough to see part of his form, even with his mask on. There's going nowhere. This is true of any shinobi village in power. Once you enter the Aoshiren Ninja village, you don't want to come back. If it wasn't for the last night attack, with I love you out of the way, I don't think anyone would have been able to determine if he was alive or dead. The information from the Sand Hidden village said that the second son of the Wind Shadow was alive, but it turned out later that the father and son turned against each other. It's obvious that he's been hit by an illusion. From this, it could be seen that the level of danger of infiltrating the Green Spirit Ninja village was extremely high. Currently, just infiltrating the Green Spirit Ninja village was defined as an S-rank mission. Infiltration is impossible. The only way is to break in head-on and find out the internal structure and problems, which requires absolute strength and is doomed to 9 deaths. For the head of the Dark Sector to say these words meant that more than a dozen of his Dark Sector elites had failed, never came back. Not only Kiba, but the Sand Hidden village also had quite a few people folding and sinking. After all, it was the 4th Kazekage who was captured along with his young son. The plan fails time and time again. The Sand Hidden village also had to push Chiyobrama out into the open. In this period of green and yellow, she is the one who will act as the acting Wind Shadow for the time being. The Nakanoshin exam is about to be examined. This time, Chiyo-san and I will be the ones to sit in on it. Put aside the matter of the Green Spirit Ninja village for now, and prepare for a foolproof defense, Tsunade ordered, and the head of the Dark Division could only nod in agreement. They did not do their job well and felt very guilty inside, especially when one of the Dark Elite did not return once they were gone. Pondering over the solution every now and then, with the head of the Dark Sector leaving, it was only then that the white-haired man appeared in Naruto's office with his arms wrapped around him. You don't have to hide it. You were supposed to take this Naruto position. I'm just staying for a while. Tsunade was outspoken, even when she met Jiraiya. Nor do they intend to return to Konoha village as some 5th generation Naruto. Jiraiya asked Tsunade to come out of the mountain only because he was temporarily acting as Naruto for a year, as well as an old friendship. So, what's really going on is that Chito Tsunade isn't really the fifth Naruto, but a temporary one, just like Chiyo-sama. Without Naruto's presence, Tsunade's mind didn't really unravel. Temporary substitution. Already, it was payback to her teachers, to her friends, and to her grandfather. And the final severance from Kiba, the land that had caused her heartache. I'm like you, I can't stay here forever. Jiraiya still believed that he would be able to find the Son of Prophecy. The words were not yet spoken. He added, Green Spirit Shinobi Village. By me. Tsunade caught Tsunade off guard and looked up at Jiraiya's smile. To this day I don't know how to unravel your heart. Maybe that person is destined to show up. It's just a shame it's not me. Jiraiya said and took the quest scroll. If I come back alive, you'll be able to come back. Tsunade interrupted viciously. Hopefully, when the wind rises, the leaves follow. The story of the Magnificent. The dragon returns to the sea. Toad Immortal. Make your entrance. Chapter 26. Bushido Shimanobi. Naruza. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. The geographic location is superior, being between two sides of the mountains, two plains, green mountains, green water, people and the spirit of the place. It has been half a month since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. It is said, the Konoha village's Chunin exams end on a mediocre note, with one called Nara Kagome standing out. Nowadays, the focus of the shinobi world is here, and it was expected that there would be Kiba village, and Sand Hidden village experts to kill them. It turned out to be more than half a month, and not a single one of them came out of the woodwork. By the looks of it, they were intending to consciously ignore the Green Spirit Ninja village and let everything fall into place. After all, a village that was footloose and full of geeks couldn't hurt as long as it didn't strike out at the public. As for the revenge for the fall of the third Naruto and the fourth Wind Shadow, it purely depends on whether the two endurance villages can endure this. It seems, the entire shinobi world is looking at Kiba, Sand Hidden as a joke. The village, it was peaceful again. The Ninja Academy still hasn't had a single genius stand out this time, able to advance from the primary division to the elite division. Instead, there was happy news that spread throughout the Green Spirit Ninja village. The two vice presidents, Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, all broke through to Budo Shonen. They were about to coalesce the Chakra Dantian. The news shocked the shinobi village. Orochimaru, Raza, Kakashi, and I Love You all arrived at the scene. The villagers are still learning the basics, constantly hardening their bodies, as well as applying jutsu and chakra in their lives. Therefore, the realm above the 9th level of chakra hardening was also extremely curious. Half a month's time had also allowed the ninjas who were forced to stay in the Green Spirit Ninja village to be more or less exposed to the chakra martial arts. After being tempered, they also had a breakthrough and felt the powerful advantages of this cultivation method. Just how strong will it be? For longevity, how much more of a physical metamorphosis? Orochimaru had been impatient for a long time, and he had also stepped into the 7th level of chakra hardening, experiencing 4 metamorphoses. Benefiting greatly from the experience, he became even more concerned about Budo Shimpo. If it can work, does it mean a whole new system? Kakashi was incredible. He thought to himself that he stayed in the Aishiren Ninja village to protect Konoha. During this period of time, in order to spy on the enemy, he also practiced chakra martial arts, and managed to break through to the 3rd level, and found that his own chakra was becoming more and more abundant. It made him wonder if the amount of chakra was exactly what he was born with. Perhaps, we are about to witness history. Roxa was in a serious mood. He had heard Sasuke say that with cultivation, according to the description of the Green Spirit, it was possible to open up attributes that one did not have at an advanced stage. As it stands, Naruto and Sasuke are basically not lacking in any common attribute of chakra, but the two of them are related to the 9 tails, and are likely to be physically mutated. Is it okay for other people to do the same? For my part, Aiello stared at their changes with glowing eyes. As the one who was second only to Naruza in cultivation here, he was still at the 9th level of chakra hardening, and his cultivation was unfathomable. After 5 metamorphoses, plus a week ago, the Green Spirit transformed the source of his chakra for him, transforming itself once more. Strength is not what it used to be. Unlike the Chunin exam and the Kiba Lantern Ninja village, for the Green Spirit Shinobi village to be promoted, 2 conditions are required. One is that the realm is sufficient, and the other is that it is recognized by the Spirit Shadow. As a result, the entire village now theoretically didn't even have a single true shinobi. All apprentices. Feel that? Sasuke. Naruto rejoiced as his chakra was finally going to open up a chakra dantian in his body after 9 refinements and 5 metamorphoses. Well, that's being in the depths of chakra, a place within the body that hasn't been opened up yet. Just open that up. Sasuke concentrated. Chakra continued to converge and wash over where the dantian was, and the chakra vortex within the dantian was taking shape. Gradual, the body of the two began to expel the impurities from their bodies, stinking to high heaven. With his brows furrowed, he kept gathering chakra, trying to make himself break through the final barrier. All efforts come together in this moment. The sound of that wind rang abruptly in his ears. Swish! It turned out to be the perfect convergence of chakra into a vortex within the body, opening up a true chakra dantian so that a large amount of chakra could be saved without the need for the 8 gates. Will there be any signs when the chakra dantian is opened? Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed as he sensed the strong scent of life in Naruto. Sasuke, his guess was not wrong. Once he broke through to the martial way lower ninja, all the hidden diseases in his body would be removed and his lifespan would be substantially increased. The wind. It's the sound of the wind. Sasuke calmly stated his epiphany. Yes, it's the wind. It's my wind. Naruto grinned at Sasuke, who simply turned his head away and didn't bother. Both of you. I love you for wanting to say something. Oh. Sasuke heard the meaning and flew to the bank of the river, jumping right in and cleaning his body of impurities. Shadow split technique. Naruto went straight to having a dozen or so doppelgangers scrub himself. What's wrong with you guys? Not picking up points at all. It stinks. Don't summon me again. The doppelgangers all cursed and grumbled. Seeing this scene, the crowd that arrived only felt speechless. Only Orochimaru was taking notes in a serious manner, and he mouthed the words. Breaking through Budo Shimonen will open up the chakra dantian. The sound of wind will be heard in the ears, impurities will be expelled from the body, and a bath will need to be prepared in advance. After remembering all this, he asked again to Sasuke, who had just come ashore and was wringing out his clothes. So is it consistent with what Spirit Shadow said? The quality and quantity of chakra. Has it morphed? Words. Sasuke finally sensed the inside of his body, then nodded only once. The children clustered around him, gazing adoringly at him. This caused Sasuke, who was outwardly aloof, to panic on the inside. Usually the kids are close to that little cutie Naruto. A little more. Hey Sasuke, have you noticed that after the breakthrough, we've all grown taller and our bodies seem to be stronger? Naruto hung his top over his shoulders and wrung it out, just like a twist. Sasuke looked back and saw that he had indeed grown quite tall and muscular. The features were also much more three-dimensional. Could this also be the benefit of the breakthrough? No wonder the kids were rallying around him. Had they themselves changed? Not far. Yellow glanced at Naruto, wanting to say something, and involuntarily blushed a little. I wish I had opened the chakra dantian like Naruto earlier. Orochimaru swung his pen again. After cleansing, impurities are removed, and the initial breakthrough brings about a more pronounced physical metamorphosis, with fine, fair skin and a taller and more toned body. And it is unknown at this time if there will be any side effects for women. Kakashi on the side was speechless, but inwardly, he was also shocked at the chakra martial arts. He thought to himself, no wonder Nine Tails is so strong. So it's because he practiced this. When we return to Konoha village, we must bring back chakra Budo as well. Swish, the leaves rolled into wind and sand, as if a small tornado had swept the river up. A small nine-tailed sculpture slowly rose from the river. After floating in mid-air, chakra quickly covered it, making it come to life. It seems that you have stepped into the second step of the chakra martial way. It also means that you have truly gained the key to the gate of eternal life. The green spirit's eyes opened, causing Orochimaru to go wild. What great power that is. Both eyes are absolutely rare now. First of all, I would like to congratulate you both for finally becoming the first group of Shimonobi of the Aori Shinobi village. Naruto, Sasuke, catch the ninja forehead protector. The crowd looked to Green Spirit's little paw. The design on the forehead guard is a simplified icon that happens to resemble the nine tails, which is very cute. Put the retainer on your head. For the first time, Naruto and Sasuke gained a sense of belonging. Finally, became a Budo Shimonen. Chapter 27, Ryanoku founded. Orochimaru falls out of favor. Green Spirit Shimpo Shinobu. Listening to the name, it seemed to be a miscellaneous shinobi village in the shinobi world. But in the eyes of Whirlpool Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, this is their true home. I must become an Aoshirin Shimonobi. Orochimaru swore and couldn't help but say it. Hearing Kakashi's black face, you're at least a famous Sannin, and you're going to become a shinobi of a small shinobi village? The children cheered. They also wanted to graduate elementary school and become Aoshirin Shimenobu in their lifetimes. 2. Since you are the initial 2 Shiminobu, you are entitled to make a request, which will naturally be granted as long as the master can do so. Xingling was very happy inside. He couldn't wait for everyone to speed up their cultivation and consume chakra as fast as possible, because chakra Budo is a permanent consumption of chakra and hardening of the body. This means that Budo ninjas will continue to consume chakra on their way to becoming stronger. When Naruto, Sasuke broke through just now, because they had quite a bit of chakra themselves, plus the metamorphosis of chakra hardening 9. When opening a chakra dantian, a large amount of chakra is quickly consumed. If 10, 000, 100, 000 people break through at the same time. The number is unimaginable. Not to mention, the higher the realm, the more such consumption would multiply geometrically. Green Spirit was too happy to be lying dead at home in his sleep. Wow, it was as if he saw the moment when countless people were ascending, and he didn't know how many times he would have to die in an instant. For a nine-tailed fox who is narcoleptic and lazy to the core, this is simply the best way to raise a child. Demand? Naruto thought for a moment and said, Sensei, I'll take Ichirako ramen. There's a lot of food in the village, but we still need more food. Like Ichirako ramen. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Rosa only felt a blackout. The power of the green spirit was something he couldn't even imagine. Such an existence granting a request only to turn it into a bowl of Ichirako ramen? Stupid. Sasuke couldn't hold back and punched straight up. Shirin-sensei, I would like to have the training scrolls for the Budo Shonen. Hear that? Orochimaru's and Kakashi's eyes both changed with it in a quiet moment. It turns out that each realm has a different way of cultivation. The previous chakra hardening 9th level had already involved spiritual power and illusion techniques, chakra combined with physical techniques, and basic cultivation. It looks like it just needs to keep extending. It seemed that they had still underestimated this new type of cultivation. The acquisition of each cultivation scroll requires the completion of the previous quest scroll and someone breaking through the requirements of the previous cultivation scroll. You too. You've only accomplished one of them, and after all this time, the task still isn't complete. Xingling smiled and spoke from her heart, causing the crowd to be shocked in their hearts once again. What mission? The Nine Tails had been so powerful that they could countless illusions and possessed that level of eyes and pupils themselves, and chakra was near infinite. Is there anything left for such a being to accomplish? Spirit Shadow, this task can be left to me to accomplish. Orochimaru took the initiative, and since the effect of the martial lower ninja was already so remarkable, the improvement of the martial middle ninja would be even more terrifying. Judging by the fact that there were still higher-ranking cultivation scrolls available, he had already had his heart set on never leaving the village until he was truly immortal. You, an apprentice who isn't even a shinobi, doesn't deserve it. Green Spirit rejected Orochimaru's request outright. Turning to Sasuke, Naruto said, Go, and when this mission is accomplished, be sure to inform the world that the daimyo and shoguns of all the shinobi villages, all the kingdoms, everyone must know the name of the land of the spirit. The green spirit is going to create a kingdom. At that, even Orochimaru sucked in a breath of cold air. He dared to create a shinobi village or enslave it from behind the scenes. But what would it mean to create a kingdom? The recognition of the various surrounding kingdoms and the division of a portion of the territory into their own territories would trigger wars. For Orochimaru, who was obsessed with scientific research and wanted to gain immortality, this was certainly adding to the troubles. You can't be strong enough alone to carry on fighting around the clock. The god of ninjas, Chikuma, would all die shortly after the battle with the Uchiha Terminal Valley from exhaustion. Ordinary people, as well as those samurai who only infuse chakra into their swords, armor, and bodies to enhance their combat power, they all seemed to be unbeatable in front of these powerful ninjas of theirs, but they were outnumbered. Raikage-sama, with all due respect, this would otherwise cause an intrusion into your martial arts ninja path that would enrage the daimyo and start a war. Once again, Orochimaru made a smartass suggestion. Then let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? A bunch of old undead just, that daimyo's position. They can sit, can't others sit? The future does not belong to the daimyo, much less the shinobi. It should belong to all. Xingling's words caused Orochimaru to touch the ground once again. He couldn't figure out how this Nine Tails had gotten so strange. Go, and within a week, hopefully you will have completed your mission, at which time I will give you the Budo Shimenji training scrolls and the new mission scrolls. Sasuke, name one other request. This isn't one of them. Aoshirin's attitude towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru made Orochimaru even more frustrated. He seemed to be a bit elusive about Xingling's true intentions. It can't just be a death wish. I don't think there's anyone else in the world who's this neurotic. He was puzzled as to how it was his turn to be curious about others when it used to be others who didn't understand him. Teacher Xingling, last time in the underground chamber. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, then was speechless and didn't say anything about what happened that day. There's someone you want to meet, isn't there? The green spirit knew that Sasuke was in the underground chamber that day, and saw the green spirit asking Kakashi to meet with Bandito. In his heart, he also wanted to see Uchiha Weasel again and ask him face to face. No problem, and more detailed information about the truth of that incident will be given to you. Just look for me in the underground chamber a week later while the quest is complete. Master is still a bit sleepy, so I'll rest first. Little Nine Tails yawned, looking extraordinarily cute, only to see the river spreading to eventually drown him. The water rippled as if nothing had happened. Kakashi, while Rosasha was still in shock. It's not enough for the Green Spirit Ninja Village, there's a kingdom about to rise up, and that means an endless war. unless the Green Spirit Ninja Village could defeat the other kingdoms and truly gain a seat at the table. At that time, it would also be truly recognized as the land of the spirit and the Green Spirit Ninja Village that resounded through the shinobi world. But is it really possible? The village has more than 200 ninja from Kiba, sand hidden in more than 30 villagers. Can such a small country and ninja village hold up the sky? Swish! Kakashi heard the wind moving. Before that day comes, he thought, it should be raw again. On the earth, a figure ran at a fast pace. They were all shadow doppelgangers of Naruto and Sasuke, running towards the world, all the major powers, and setting aside a copy of the letter on the tables of those powerful people. 3 days later, the kingdom of spirit, the creation of which is proclaimed, between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. A rare place of mountainous beauty in a no-man's land like the rain-hidden village. This small Ao Ling ninja village shocked the world. Chapter 28, the most popular mission of Hiyu. A calm morning, rainy hidden village. More than 300 kilometers away from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, there are no green hills or birdsong. There were only dark clouds and heavy rain. Here, it's either drizzling or storming, and there's not a day that goes by that it's not awful as hell. However, and yet, a lot of big names have been seen here. Once upon a time, Hanzo, who was called a demigod, was born here, and was the head of the village of Heki. However, he was quite unloved. Since Pain took over the rain-hidden village, the winds have been more tempered and the rain has been smoother. People respectfully believe that he is the best village chief. Because of Dawn, the main business here is to take on various assassination missions. Today, business is extraordinarily good, and it seems to be blessed by the ancestors. At once, he received a joint mission from the great names of the three kingdoms, the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of earth. The daimyo of the three kingdoms, joined together, at great expense, to ask Hiroshi of the rain-hidden village to make a move to obliterate the Green Spirit Shinobu village. Non-necessary, facing this tricky role, the daimyo didn't want the samurai and shinobu village men under their command to die either. You know, that was a power they had carefully cultivated, a guarantee that they would be able to gain a foothold in the Naruto world, become a dominant party, and maintain their position as a daimyo. Unlike the rain-hidden village, they've made a name for themselves in this business since Hanzo's time. Add to that the relatively unique geographic location of this area, arguably, the border of the fire country, the wind country, and the earth country is also the main battlefield and buffer zone when war breaks out. That's what made it possible for the rain-hidden village to gain a foothold in the long run. However, since the birth of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, the daimyo don't take it seriously. Only the land of wind and the land of fire feel enraged and want to uproot it. It wasn't until Naruto and Sasuke's doppelganger spread the news of the creation of the land of spirit all over the world. The 5 great kingdoms, along with each of the smaller kingdoms, all hated it. However, there was an additional hint of joy when it was revealed that there was only one Aoshiren ninja village in the land of spirit, and that it was located at the junction of wind, fire, and earth that did not share a border with them. To this point, the land of earth, which had originally stayed out of the way, was angry and had to take action in order to maintain its face because the Aoshiren ninja village was also close by. That's what gave rise to the idea of the daimyo of the three kingdoms joining forces at the beginning and deciding at the same time to take on the idea of wiping out the land of spirit and overthrowing the searing ninja village. Inside the high tower, Nagato and Minami looked at each other. Generally, tall towers are used for drainage and detoxification. It's the dark tunnels and underground in the lower parts where the people of the rain-hidden village live. They were the only two who liked being inside a tall tower. Nagato, who had received the letter, was also speechless. They had planned to stop the assassination mission. Even if this mission was given 20 million taels, they didn't want to take it. All these years of constantly taking on quests had been basically enough. All they had to do was gather the 9-tailed beasts and turn on the 10 tails. Right now it's all down to final preparations. On the contrary, because the birth of the Green Spirit Ninja Village had angered the daimyo, they had also picked up a large order. The amount for this mission is 20 million taels, Minami said, agreeing that the task was too much of a hindrance. The most important thing right now was to consolidate the information gathered on the tailed beasts and confirm the exact actions of all the pillars 100%, to launch assassinations and hunts. It's not a matter of how many tails, even if it's 200 million tails, it will hinder us just the same. If this so-called assassination spooks the 9 tails and 1-tailed Rinpoche inside, it will undoubtedly make the rest of the hunt more difficult. That's still what Nagato really cares about. If I can't, I'll just have to let Pain go. Rather than letting 1 tail and 9 tails spook us, we'll make the shinobi higher-ups suspicious if we refuse the mission. He was also in a dilemma. Just then, Nagato suddenly frowned. They're coming. Aha! Hearing Nagato's words, Minami immediately understood the meaning and flew there. Not much longer. Inside a tall tower, each of the 6 pains stood on one end of the high ground. Faye, the absolute stand. Apparently it was a long wait. Leave the scouting mission to us this time. Jedi was the first to speak. It might be possible to catch the first tail, and the ninth tail ahead of time. Just follow the order and put in the ninth tail's chakra at the end. Bandito said in what he called an afro tone. Tendo Pain had not yet spoken. A figure of a show organization squad had appeared here. Skunk Senpai. Bandito greeted him warmly, which was his usual persona. The Uchiha hadn't said anything yet. His partner, the Oni, had stood the Sakura Daikatana on a horizontal plane. Normally, he would never undo the bandage, and doing so would mean, they're also here to take on this mission. One-tailed Shohei, leave it to me. Scorpion said coldly, I don't really like anything about the land of Earth, but we'll take this mission. Deidara clasped his arms. His eyes seemed to say, what one tail? 9 tails all blow up for good. Let the mushroom cloud rise over the erring Shinobu village. Swish, enough money, just me. Kakuto's calmness was the polar opposite of his partner's. The evil god Sama needs to be sacrificed, and the human pillar is the best sacrifice. Fidden's eyes were equally hot. A mission. The daimyo of the 3 kingdoms joined forces and issued a bounty of 20 million taels. S-rank missions are just over 1 million taels. The entirety of the Dawn organization wanted to take matters into their own hands. Minami came to the crowd while throwing out 3 letters she had learned of the new bounty on the way. The great names of the 3 kingdoms of wind, fire, and earth have each added another 20 million taels to the bounty. For the 9 taels, Pain will have to take matters into his own hands, but it's also easy to spook them. Before we make our official move, let Faye and Jedi travel to the Green Spirit Ninja Village to get some information, which will be in return for us receiving the next 10 million taels of deposit. Minami's remark drew no rebuttal. Faye and Jedi's abilities are simply unbeatable for spying. Besides, it's not an official action. They also chose to acquiesce. Non-necessary, the operation should still be opened after there is complete preparation. After Minami finished speaking, everyone in the Xiao Xiao organization did not stop for anything and retreated as much as they could. Faye and Jedi, on the other hand, turned and darted in the direction of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, Kiba Village. Izumo and Kotetsu are doing their duty as a caretaker duo. Today Zatetsu had another mission, but since it wasn't a mission where 2 people were out at the same time, he was having a hard time, and it would have been better to die if he had been left alone to complete the mission. Jiraiya-sama, where are you going? The breeze was blowing, and they didn't expect Jiraiya, who had always enjoyed life, to choose to leave Kiba early in the morning. Shoo! Jiraiya gave them a silent gesture. The 2 then knowingly chose to shut up. The toady mortal walked seemingly blandly into the distance, pursuing the prophecy of that son of the world in an unbiased manner. Chapter 29, Ordinary Clothes, Ordinary Day. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. This calm and peaceful place of shinobi bliss, oblivious to the danger that was slowly approaching. 3 days ago, the news of the creation of the Land of Spirit resounded through the world. The village of Green Spirit Shinobu, which has only one village in its territory, is determined that the villagers will be able to live a happier life by expanding their living area, so a large hill nearby was taken over and converted into a fruit grove. Another plain was chosen for farming and grazing. Grains, vegetables, fruits, livestock, and cotton all began their own planning, with a large number of shadow doppelgangers constantly working overtime. The mission was finally completed today. During this time, the villagers have increased to over 50. What's even more promising is that there are people who live in the land of wind and the land of earth who are on the verge of unraveling and are constantly being oppressed by the daimyo. Long ago, I dragged my family towards this place all night long. They fled towards this place in droves before the kingdom of spirit was even created. Some have been rushing around for a week. There were also some traitors among the villagers who had passed on information that had opened up the opportunity for 2 night raids. However, Qingling simply didn't bother and omitted it. The villagers, guilt-ridden inside, assumed that Lord Rakage was open-minded enough to forgive them, and became more and more grateful, thinking themselves the first people in the land of spirit. They had done their work early and were waiting in the sun for their relatives to escape and come. According to the appointed hour, a large number of people who had received their letters would probably flee here today. For this reason, anyone who knew anyone arrived early to meet them at the entrance to the village. Boredom. They then chatted about their recent lives. Under the tree. You've been in good spirits lately. Have you had a breakthrough? To tell you the truth, I begged my son to teach me cultivation every day, and the day before yesterday I managed to break through to the first level of chakra hardening. Amazing. We ordinary people, we can apprentice from the martial arts ninja all our lives. Becoming a shimonin is just begging for it. Luckily our children have the chance. Yeah, I'm happy to think that he'll graduate from elementary school and be a shimanobi. Of course, once upon a time how would I have known that it was so hard to become a ninja? Speaking of which, my son has good talent. And Kakashi-sensei said that he might have the potential to enter the elite division in the future. Come on, Izumi-gami, just your son? The whole thing was just to lay the groundwork for this. Not that I'm saying, with that runny nose he'll never make it to the elite division in his lifetime. Under the tree. You fart. People's discussions, lifting each other up, quickly turned into a brawl, just short of a fight. This scene made even Rosa smile helplessly as he watched. He had become the vice president of the elite division of the Ninja Academy along with Kakashi 5 days ago. In turn, Yellow was promoted to head of the defense department. Instead, people are in charge of their own lives, and there are specialists for various jobs. Over 200 ninjas were also registered as apprentices. Although they were reluctant to enter the Ninja Academy with the children because of their face, they had to practice all the time to keep up with the progress. Otherwise one would never be qualified to call themselves a green spirit Shimenja for the rest of one's life. The mountains are filled with Naruto, Sasuke, and I Love You, hiding everywhere. The ninjas in the village who were responsible for patrolling and guarding the village were nothing compared to them. The moment, as one of the villagers beckoned, carts slowly multiplied on the gravel road in the distance. There were more and more people, hundreds of them, and they were all dressed in rags, and it looked like life was really not as good as it should be. The children's faces were yellow and thin, and compared to these lively and spirited children in the Green Spirit Endurance Village, whose faces were full of collagen, it was simply heartbreaking. The so-called labors of the great kingdoms were ultimately for the lavish lives of the daimyo. People were expected to hand over the vast majority of the fruits of their labors to the daimyo and samurai, in exchange for a little bit of warmth from your own starvation. So, as soon as they got word that the Green Spirit Ninja Village had fields they could farm for free and were protected by powerful ninjas and spirit shadows, they set off in the dead of night with their families. The dusty drive did not diminish their enthusiasm. When you see your friends and relatives dressed in not expensive, but clean and neat clothes, and their faces are full of energy, they still couldn't hold back the tears. Great, and it's a nice view, so I'm sure it'll be a good mood to go to work every early morning. Mother, Jiro. They hugged each other like the good life had been embraced in their arms and how they couldn't let go. Inuyasha, Shu ******A. Why are you all wearing such nice clothes that feel better than mine? The little girl tugged at her patchy dress. She was cute looking but the dust on her face seemed to speak of a face of hardship. It's a ninja academy. Oh, there'll be a nice breakfast and lunch to eat there. We'll go learn jutsu in the morning when we wake up from our sleep and in the afternoon when it's the coolest. Mom will have dinner ready and waiting for us when we get back. The boy had a runny nose and was obviously the son known as Inoue. What's a ninja academy? The girl's eyes whitened extraordinarily. Hidemi Fireside. You'll see when you get here. The hair under the tree was slightly upturned, and his arms were clasped confidently, apparently adapted to life in the village. On this day, a total of over 130 people came to the village, and the village, which was originally sparsely populated, increased to over 180 villagers and 200 ninjas all of a sudden. As life settles down, people look forward to tomorrow. They traveled anxiously to the farmlands and received their own rice and wheat seeds, as well as fruit trees and livestock. Dressed in the latest clothes from the workshop, he inquired how many ryo it would take. After being told that they could wait until after the harvest to repay them, and that the price was only for the crafts and the raw materials, with no premium, they fumbled with their new clothes with joy. A small courtyard. Kakashi and Rosa Shaw were sitting together. The two studentless vice presidents of the elite division were calmly chatting as if they were two old men. That was clearly the most ordinary dress, and they were dancing happily. Ordinary? You guys are doing well in Konoha. If it was us in the sand-hidden village, not to mention that only a small number of people wear better clothes. Even if you want to wear something nice, you'd have to get covered in sand. Rosa looked away as he joked. In the center of the village, Sasuke walks towards the underground chamber at the same time. My lovely is on full alert. In the meantime, a doppelganger of Aoshi Spirit, dressed in a green robe, also led Naruto in the direction of Kiba village. Mission accomplished. It was time for him to fulfill the wishes of his two disciples, the truth about Uchiha's slaughter of the Uchiha clan, as well as the Ichiraku ramen that swirling Naruto had his heart set on. Underground chamber. Sasuke arrived as usual. A new sculpture has long been in place. This time, though, the chakra wasn't attached. Instead, it was a green spirit shadow doppelganger wearing a green robe. Uncovering his robe, he had the face of a nine-tailed fox, and underneath his robe the nine tails were constantly swaying. But he's literally standing here. The scene was eerie. A fox, standing as if it were a legendary fox fairy. Teacher Changling. Sasuke stopped examining it after just one look, which he considered disrespectful to the green spirit. Silly child, there is no need to be formal. As one of only two martial arts lower ninjas in green spirit, you are already the person with the highest authority in the entire village. What you want to know, I will tell. Teacher, I want to know the truth, but it's hard for you guys to video call, and he's so erratic. If it's my side of the story, will you believe it? The green spirit said, still not accustomed to standing. directly wearing a green robe lying on the ground, claws scratching up the small face. I believe in the teacher. Sasuke's gaze hardened. He had never trusted someone so unconditionally before. Naruto is only halfway there. As for the green spirit, he's not human. Chapter 30, The World in Sasuke's Mind. The green-robed Nine-Tails casually tossed out a letter, chakra wrapping it and slowly suspending it in midair. Sasuke touched the warm chakra and couldn't help but see a figure in his eyes. The letter hadn't even been folded open yet, and he was a different person. Illusion? Just born? Is that mom and dad in front of you? Sasuke knew that this would be Aoshiro-sensei's strongest illusion. The spirit world. He was in this place, which actually simulated an environment. Strange? Sasuke wondered to himself when exactly he had been hit by an illusion. When the envelope appeared, or when Mr. Qingling wore a green robe? It was by no means malicious, though, or he wouldn't have let him know he was under an illusion. Fruity. He learns his name, Uchiha Weasel. He's a genius, but this body has its own judgment and doesn't listen. Just does its own thing and says its own words. Sasuke is just experiencing everything from a first-person perspective. Genius keeps getting stronger, graduates, becomes a ninja, and joins the dark side. Smooth. He's also a double undercover agent. When he was very young, he had liked a girl named Izumi Uchiha. Sasuke saw that when he was first born. This sister even tried to go and hold him, but he was crying constantly. One effort at a time, one payoff at a time. Finally, the Uchiha clan has reached a critical moment, and they are determined to fight to the death in order to salvage the clan's position. Weasel learns that Stopper's plan for the Betten Denjin failed. He also got the assignment. This night, the teenager returns to the family gathering place and slaughters all by himself. He carries what is called destiny, or responsibility. The will of Kiba, for once, did not burn like a flame. Blood flowed and gathered into tragedy, soaking the night of Kiba. Sasuke sees Izumi Uchiha, the girl who spent the rest of her life with Uchiha in the moon reading, through the Uchiha's perspective. He also sees himself, shocked to return home with all his loved ones gone, except for this homicidal maniac of a brother. The moment Sasuke learns the reason for the brutal slaughter of his family and the true identity and responsibility of the Uchiha, knowing more about reunion, it turned out that from the very beginning, his true enemy had died at the hands of Qingling Ah. The dream is awake. The teenager's eyes were filled with tears, and unbeknownst to him, his three-hook jade shuriken eye was also promoted to a kaleidoscope shuriken eye due to his grief. Sensei, the letter was still in his hand. Nine-Tails chakra still warm, only at some point it opened. The so-called intelligence and truth is what makes it possible to personally experience the life of an Uchiha. Sasuke, do you feel the pain of this world? Qingling raised his head and looked at this disciple. It hurts. Where does it hurt? Sasuke pounded his chest. But why? When your heart aches, is it the eyes that open? Green Spirit stretched out like a cat and walked around the underground chamber in circles. How great is the power of the bloodline that opens up because of grief and hatred, which if it exists means there is still pain in the world. When it disappears, it means the world is a better place. Reunion believes that your bloodline should be physically erased. Your eyes, a leaf is a blindfold. Stupid as hell. Indeed, as soon as that wonderful world without pain comes, Sharingan or Uchiha 1, won't this power naturally fall silent until it disappears? He looked to the confused Sasuke and asked again. Sasuke, Uchiha, my master once asked you if you wanted to create a world where everyone was a ninja or a world without ninjas. Now, the teacher asks you again. Sasuke stood still. For the first time he was talking about wanting a future where everyone was a ninja. That way everyone would be strong and naturally there would be no tragedy. But when he heard Qingling say that if the future was good enough, then, when it was natural to end it all, he thought that maybe the future should be ninja-free to be right. For a moment, he was too hesitant to answer. Why don't you firm up your answer? You are still young. Ah, a teenager. Should be spirited. The teacher is like you when you are young. There is nothing wrong with it. If everyone had the heart of a naked man, why would there be any distinction between ninja unforgivers? Uchiha Sasuke, come to your senses and speak the answer in your mind. The answer in your mind? Sasuke hesitated once more. If he hadn't met Aoshiro he would have been blinded by hatred and perhaps instead would have had a firm answer. But now having seen the new life of my love, Raza's elation, Kakashi's tears that day had shifted Sasuke's heart a bit. Sasuke, the master asks you if it was you. Will he choose to slaughter the Uchiha clan and go undercover like the Uchiha, to solve the problem in this way? This time, the green spirit gave the choice. Sasuke cut through it, both kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes opening at the same time, and yelled, never. Then I'll ask you again. If you were to make the whole clan live in an illusion, just like Uchiha Weasel did to Uchiha Izumi, would you be willing to do it? No. Sasuke was becoming more and more clear inside. He knew it, he had the answer inside him, he just didn't dare to say it himself. The green spirit was, step by step, guiding him, to speak his inner choice. So what are you going to do, Sasuke? The young man's gaze was like a torch as he recalled the life of the skunk, as well as the tragedy of Stopper, and what he had learned by ear during this time in the Sirin ninja village. He voiced his choice. I'm going to make the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan live in the sunlight with honor, and we're not depriving anyone of air and water, so they won't be able to do that. I'm going to break all the limitations and let the Uchiha clan have Naruto as well, and I'm going to change, not accommodate, who stands in my way. This path to goodness for the Uchiha clan, for all the people of the shinobi world, I wouldn't hesitate to step in, cloak and dagger. Under no circumstances. The teenager ended up saying what was on his mind almost word for word, but instead he felt much more relaxed. Tears came to his eyes as he embraced the nine-tailed fox in his arms. Mr. Aoshiru, you knew from the beginning that Junzo was the culprit, didn't you? Aha, Teacher Changling, you're taking revenge for us, aren't you? No, I'm just doing it for me. The moment. True selfishness and selflessness seemed so clear and piercing. Sasuke Uchiha didn't have a single caution anymore. Sobbing, foolish child, do it without fear. You are strong enough and will become even stronger. One day, you will change the world. And another cutie. 1. You two are just, well, clueless and upset. Aoshiro patted Sasuke on the back, breaking into a grin as he heard Naruto being called clueless. Think about it. That idiot should, at this moment, be almost back to Kiba village, off to eat that bowl of Ichiraku ramen he's been pining for. It's stupid. What kind of person would be stupid enough to risk their life on a bowl of noodles? Of course it's Clueless. Chapter 31. Do you want more Naruto roles? Nighttime. Clueless is ninja running. Green Spirit similarly ninja ran. He had been a fox for so long that it wasn't easy for him to learn how to walk as a human at the moment. After all, there were still 9 tails to learn to use for balance. Swish. 2 figures sneak into Kiba village. Whirlpool Naruto changed his clothes, his mask covering the upper half of his face, sitting at the Ichiraku ramen house with the green-robed Green Spirit. It says it's a ramen restaurant, but it's actually very small, except that there's a table and a row of seats. The teenager sat in the center, as usual, thinking about what he had been told earlier. He pinched his throat, disguising another person's voice. Jussie, 2 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Okay. Uncle Ichiraku smiled as he cooked and soon served 2 steaming bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Noodles smell good and soup smells even better. Naruto suppressed his emotions and picked up his chopsticks in silent prayer. A feast ensued. Xingling slowly ate the noodles, apparently not in a hurry at all. As luck would have it, he had just finished 3 leisurely bites when Naruto asked for a second bowl. By the time he was halfway through the meal, Naruto had emptied 5 bowls, all eaten when the teenager had already eaten up his bowl, patting his stomach in satisfaction. Xingling picked up the bowl and sipped the soup. For Naruto as a child, it was common for him to try to get as much of his own food as he could, catching his own fish and picking his own fruit. Bubbles are just delicious and are meant to be celebrated. If there is anything that is his spiritual support, it has to be Ichiraku ramen. In fact, in Kiba village, the food that is more expensive than instant noodles, but cheaper than other cuisines is Ichiraku ramen. The hot soup and noodles will always burn the teenager's stomach. Want more Naruto rolls? Nah, thanks a lot uncle. Naruto ate freely. That Naruto roll, as cute as his swirling clan crest. Today, the clan emblem was hidden underneath this green robe that was similar to Xingling's clothes. As he ate, the heat of the noodle soup covered his eyes. A hot tear slammed into the noodle soup. After a moment's pause, he feasted again. Soon, after finishing his 8th bowl, Naruto got up satisfied, never having been richer in his life. As soon as he wiped away the tears, he turned and walked into the late-night streets of Kiba. Wait until Aura and Naruto leave. It was only then that Uncle Ichiraku looked down the street. His deep gaze seemed to see through everything, and finally, a smile appeared on that gentle face for the first time in a long time. Father, you haven't smiled in a long time. Why are you? Today? The daughter didn't know what was going on. Was it that the guest just now was very edible? And yes, after all, her father was happy to add a lot of Naruto rolls. It's been a long time, the teenager is still the same. Oh, the girl didn't understand what her father meant, only that her father, who hadn't smiled in months, was finally smiling. Naruto walked side by side with Green Spirit to the neighborhood of Sakura's house and hurried away after only a quick glance. He seemed to be finally getting the message and letting go of something. The cabinet of treasured bubbly is still there when you break into your own home. He picked it up carefully and cradled it in his arms. The cot no longer saw him tossing and turning when he couldn't sleep late at night. The world is a little cruel, but not cruel to the core. He felt the bedding and pillows and the pajamas that by now seemed much smaller. Looking from every corner of the room, it was like seeing a lonely figure from my own past. Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud as he ended up standing in front of the closet, looking at the pile of identical clothes. Even though a lot of people don't like him, Sakura also thinks he's not handsome and is always being silly. But he always went ahead and got food to eat after school, came home, did his laundry, and did his chores. This modest little room was all he had. Not ornate enough, but always neat looking. He touched the little swirls on his shirt, like stroking a past self. Teacher, do you think I used to be particularly stupid? You're just as stupid now. Qingling spat unmercifully. That one comment made the smirk on Naruto's face grow even wider. He's actually always had a delicate mind. Walking through one family after another, he found a handful he recognized, set aside a few things, and then disappeared. The Hyuga clan. It was the last of the big family mansion gates that Naruto walked through. He didn't think that this girl would visit him that rainy night as much as Kagome and the others. Recalling childhood, he did seem to be interacting more with this Hinata clan's eldest lady than Sakura. This girl is always so formal and can't move without blushing, but she's cute too. He smiled and walked towards the corner where no one usually came late at night. Kiba's cemetery. Come here. Naruto placed a bouquet of flowers in front of a tombstone, along with some offerings he had brought with him. Bye, Grandpa Naruto. The teenager caressed the tombstone as if he were back in his childhood, tricked by the old man into eating half of his grilled fish on the riverbank. Stroke his head as you say goodbye. He smiled and said, in fact, it's hard to fill a fish's stomach, but when you have company, you're not hungry anymore. Thank you, Grandpa Naruto. It's been a long time since that name has been used. Last time, it was 2 years ago, I think. He turned and darted away from Kiba, away from this place as if he were leaving all the years that had passed. One way to the future. Squeak. The door opened and Tenji's mom shouted at the house in confusion. Tenji, didn't you have dinner? Why did you buy instant noodles? Ah, Mom, why are you accusing me wrongly? Akimichi Tenji squinted as he walked out of the house, only to see a mediocre bubblegum noodle. Strangely, he froze in place. Kiba's military advisor, Nara Kagyu, returns home and picks up a box of instant noodles on his doorstep. Brat, there seems to be something hidden in here, but it better not be seen by your mom. She'll get scolded. Oh, Kagome took the bubbly noodles, sleepiness instantly sweeping from her sleepy face. His mother's voice came from the house as well. You're secretly bad-mouthing me. Nara Kagura. Akamaru jumped off Inuzuka Toa's head. It seemed to be picking up on a familiar scent and kept rapping on the gate. Why, Akamaru, we can't go out this late. Inuzuka Toa opened the door at the shouts of his little friend, and what greeted his eyes was a plain bubblegum. He whirled around and smiled when he saw this thing. Mediocre Nakanabu. Iruka went out today to finish an assignment and has to go early tomorrow morning to prepare a lesson for the kids. As soon as I got home, I saw the instant noodles sitting on the doorstep. Strange, did someone send the wrong one? There's a whole bunch of them here. He picked them up, but saw a scroll hidden inside. He opened it slowly, and all that was written on it was a small line. Chakra martial arts hardening the body. Bubbles. Strange scrolls. Iruka's face first looked puzzled, then a long-lost smile appeared. The Hyuga clan. Hinata, the eldest young lady, has just learned that a strange person has sent her a box of instant noodles. When I opened it, I found what appeared to be a love letter. The young girl opens it carefully after realizing it's Naruto's handwriting, but it unexpectedly opens the door to a new world. Chapter 32, Five-Tailed Human Pillar Power. Steam Ninja. The moonlight is as bright as a bend of clear water, pouring into the late-night Kiba cemetery. Sannin Jiraiya came here and picked up the blistering noodles on the ground. He shook it suspiciously. There was no face inside, just a small, scribbled scroll. Chakra Budo? Budo Ninja? Jiraiya was deeply puzzled. He had originally run all the way towards the direction of the Green Spirit Ninja village. As a result, halfway through the journey, he suddenly sensed a nine-tailed chakra that was deliberately emanating, and by the time he noticed it and went to track it down, the other party had deliberately hidden it again. It looked like he had been tricked back on purpose. It stands to reason, then, that the scroll is also reserved for him, because a dead Sarutobi Hinata couldn't possibly crawl out and practice any chakra martial arts. Nine Tails, Green Spirit, who the hell are you? Jiraiya read over the contents of the scroll and quickly came to his own conclusion. Spiritual power is the Yin attribute chakra, and life force comes from the Yang attribute chakra. This chakra martial arts is ultimately but not for the legendary power of Yin and Yang, much less for the Yin and Yang recluse. It was constantly utilizing the essential Yin and Yang attribute chakra to strengthen itself until it was constantly stacked and metamorphosed. According to this vision of his, there should be subsequent cultivation paths. Jiraiya, who had planned to continue the chase, decided to return to Myoga Mountain once first, discuss the feasibility and weirdness of this chakra martial arts. After his careful tracking of Naruto this night, Qingling also found that these two are not killers either. No, to be precise, it should have been deliberately guided back to the Kiba village by the Green Spirit. But, the other party must have left this scroll behind in order to deliberately spread the chakra martial arts. Could it be a possibility occurred to Jiraiya. Could it be that Qingling was trying to follow the example of Rokudo Sannin and start another shinobi clan? What should we call this? A martial arts clan? The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it possessed feasibility. Jiraiya instead became even more worried and directly cast the technique of anti-summoning to return to Mayuki Mountain. In the mountain forest, Naruto, who had just eaten dinner and taken a walk, began to move quickly. Apparently, it was extremely easy for him to cause gastroptosis this way. If he hadn't practiced chakra martial arts and had some minor success, I'm afraid I'll fall ill sooner or later. Sensei, why did you leave the practice of chakra budo at Grandpa Naruto's? Of course it's a gift of chance to those who have it. Fateful? Naruto didn't know what a karmic person was either. He just instinctively, unquestioningly believed in Aoshiru. Sobering, the duo crossed the mountain streams and crossed the great river. Speeding off into the distance, the wind blew across his cheeks. Naruto only felt a hint of a deeper level of realization about chakra cultivation in himself. Sensei, after we return to the village, will we be able to practice the deeper levels of chakra budo? He was filled with joy. This time he must be the first to be promoted to Budo Nakanabu and surpass Sasuke. Of course, but there's something else going on tonight. As soon as Aoshiru's words were out of his mouth, Naruto felt a figure around him moving close to him. They are? From the village of Iwashin. Just testing. After all, Kiba, Sand Hidden have made a move. But the information obviously did not give them much. This time also found the opportunity to take advantage of you out of the village finally found a little possible. Before Qingling could say anything, a shuriken flew over. He dodged and didn't duck, letting its attack on his body, and as a result, he couldn't even pierce his skin. Teacher, I'm going to make a move. Go on. Naruto snapped around and threw a shuriken with one hand, using the shadow split technique in the process. Shadow split shuriken, a rain of concealed weapons. There are also a number of real shuriken mixed in order to add on the flying thunder god spell seal. Just as a flying kick was about to land on his face, he disappeared straight away, hidden in the woods. Spiral Chidori Rain. Successful cultivation over a period of time. According to Green Spirit's ninjutsu is going to be unconventional. Gathering the lightning attribute chakra in his palm, he and the wind attribute chakra in a ratio of 1:1, transformed into a wandering silk, neither of them touching the other. The two types of chakra appeared to be spinning rapidly, coalescing into a single spiral pill, but in reality, they were each coalescing. At the core of this wind and thunder spiral maru, there was also a wind blade coalescing with a thunder blade, both of which seemed like poles, forming a powerful repulsive force that balanced each other. The wind and thunder spiral is extremely difficult, meaning, once you let the two forces touch everything will just explode in your palm. And spiral Chidori Rain would mean condensing hundreds of wind and thunder spiral pills in a short period of time. Being able to throw it like rain and destroy it. Ridiculous. This kind of chakra coalesced attack is not even worth mentioning. The ninjas of the Iwashin village had long ago seen many great things. Knowing the setbacks of the Konoha and the Sand Hidden, they naturally sent the best of the best to Zotsukuru Wall. Some people still chose to err on the side of caution after dodging and turned on the Earthflow Wall. However, this seemingly insignificant piece of chakra cohesion blasted against the tall earthen wall for a moment. First, the surface exploded. Originally mutually exclusive wind and lightning attribute chakra, at this moment collided together. The power that would have erupted. Further enhancement. It achieves the power of 1+1. In an instant, both the Chidori and wind blade inside the spiral maru erupted with it, the repulsive force causing it to explode and destroy in a matter of moments. And so, the Earthflow Wall was directly blasted into ashes at the same time. The wind and thunder power coalesced and raged away, destroying all the trees within 30 meters of the surrounding area. And the earth was blasted out of a large pit. There was also a loud, deafening rumble of thunder. A perfect masterpiece of wind and thunder. The more repulsive means the more powerful at the moment of eruption. Nani, what the hell is this? One is enough to blast half of us. Stay away. As the Iwakamura ninja screamed, hundreds of wind and thunder spiral pills intertwined into a rain of spiral Chidori, and finally an outbreak. Each one destroys everything in a 30-meter radius. Hundreds of them piled on top of each other would be a scene of doom. A few short seconds. This forest is just littered with big holes. There is no more cover or foothold. Those who were lucky enough to escape the attack had a sense of gratitude for having survived the attack. Don't be afraid. That move just now will definitely consume a lot of his chakra. As long as we team up our attacks and defense this time, this kid will die for sure. Some of the upper ninjas shouted, trying to get the crowd to rush up and fight again, but a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to shut up. This person was likewise an upper ninja of the Iwaki village, only he had another special identity, the five-tailed human pillar power, establishing countless feats for the Iwaki village. Known as the Steam Ninja, he's famous for his physical skills and strange powers. The five-tailed Mu King's human pillar, Han, At this moment, a Muwang's tail appeared behind him, and the steam armor has been activated. How to take it lightly when facing the nine-tailed human pillar. Chapter 33, Martial Arts versus Monstrous Power Unrivaled. In the middle of the forest, the only one, on the big tree that wasn't destroyed, Qingling tapped her toes to gain a foothold. The robe covered his entire body and blocked his foxy face. From time to time, Ninetails got out of his robe and shook it. Even so, the orange glow of the nine-tailed chakra still caused a gentle glow to emanate from his face, hands, and footholds. It looked, rather than a standing fox demon, rather, he's an elf who radiates light. The five-tailed Muwang sensed Qingling's aura and couldn't help but twist his head to look. Han, be careful, this kid is weird, having two nine tails at the same time. Two nine tails? Han didn't understand the sentence. How could there be two nine tails? Why wasn't this mentioned in the information given by Kiba and Sagittarius? King Mu, are you sure it's not the nine-tailed chakra splitting into two? Han wears red armor, a bucket hat, and a face mask. One of the tails behind him is similar to King Mu's, which will further increase his power and speed when he turns on his vapor state. Noteworthy, Han's physical arts are based on speed and strength. The strange power is even harder for him to beat. The nine-tailed beasts all have their own personalities, and the only ones who make major appearances and portrayals are Naruto, Kairabi, and I Love You. Actually, the boiling recluse is pretty tough. No, King Mu said to Han, this Konoha renegade shinobi named Naruto has a powerful and complete nine tails inside of him, and the one standing and watching from afar is even deeper. We'd better be careful. Hearing King Mu's analysis, Han's footsteps didn't stop for half a second. He wasn't bent on doing so, but recognized King Mu's words to test Naruto's battle prowess in the first place. It's natural to use physical arts against a strong physical artist. No, it should be the martial arts taught by Sensei. The chakra in Naruto's body erupted in a steep burst, and for a while now, he had long since truly cultivated the 8 gates of evasion in its entirety. Corresponding physical arts are learned to a similar degree, together with practicing chakra budo and fusing physical arts with ninjutsu. This was what Qingling called martial arts. Martial arts. You can't use it until you've advanced to at least Budo Shimanobi, and you need to be strong enough to use it yourself. Strong enough physique and enough chakra. Physical arts and ninjutsu are fused to the extent of martial arts before they can be used. 8 gates of transportation. Flying thunder god's art fusion. Martial skill. Flying light streaming shadow flash. While the body and chakra withstand the 8 gates of transported armor, one of the corresponding individual arts and combat techniques are incorporated into the first 8 stances of the flying light and shadow flash. Each move needs to be perfectly compatible with the flying thunder god technique. Performing this martial art at full strength meant the perfect fusion of the 8 gates of transportation, the flying thunder god's art, and the art of combat, to use 8 moves in a split second, turning into flying light and streaming shadows. Steam leaps forward. Han took it a step further and increased it further with the tail of the Mu King while his whole body was steaming. He was so fast that the steam made a sound like a train roaring. The earth rumbled and trembled. The steam and snow-white tail turned into a long line of white air that flashed through the sky. It slammed right into Naruto. Boiling transportation, strange power unrivaled. While accelerating at full speed, Han raised his chakra to the boiling point, causing his power to reach an unprecedented level, directly stepping into a higher level. Strength and speed. Multiple status increases. Han believed that not many people would be able to hold out against this move at the shinobi interface. Those who are stronger than him are not as fast as him. Faster than him, not as strong. Just in time to test my martial arts skills. Flying light streaming shadow flash. Sobering. Naruto's form flickered in place, wavering like a ball of light, until Han killed him and he suddenly disappeared. No good. Han, this guy disappeared a long time ago. What we saw was just a residual shadow left behind by his excessive speed. King Mu understood the cause and effect the moment he was struck. How can that be? I think I saw 8 of him. Han was even more surprised. The moment he hit empty air with this move, there were actually 8 Naruto remnants that were shattered by the impact. He finally realized the danger. He had definitely encountered a monster. The legendary Konoha renegade shinobi, Whirlpool Naruto, who even the 3rd Naruto had a grudge against him. Never a cutie that looks like a cutie from the outside. 8 figures, one faster than the other. The first one slammed into Han and was directly deflected by the boiling recluse that came from his impact. The second one hit both of his fists, temporarily breaking the strange force. The third was faster, with an even stranger move, yanking on the tail behind him. The fourth and fifth had been fast enough to attack the armor at the same time, breaking through the steam. The sixth one punched him in the stomach and hurt him beyond belief, about to fly backwards out of the room. The seventh hit him in the opposite direction and knocked him back again. The eighth with a flying kick, as if it were a curved moon on a barb. Roundhouse kick. The speed was so fast that it fell straight into the earth like a falling meteor. Han's body directly smashed through the ground rocks. smashing out a large hole that was 10 meters deep. It was all too fast, so that both he and King Mu only knew that they were taking a beating and had no time to react. By the time he came back to his senses, the 8 Naruto remnants had united. Back to a point. From the view of the Iwakamura ninja from the outside world, it was Han who went all out for a big kill, and just touched Naruto, and was kicked straight to the ground. Killed in seconds. Dang Iwashan village signature upper ninja. 5-tailed human pillar power. Steam ninja. Han, how is it possible to get kicked like that? What kind of monster is this guy? Can't win at all. Both his ninjutsu and physical skills are at least shadow level. Why did they make us lurk outside of the Aoshirin ninja village, waiting for this chance to find death, when they were clearly fighting Kiba and Sasako before? A portion of the ninjas of the Iwakamura beat a retreat. Shut up, do you know what it means to lose your lips? He's only one person even if he's strong. We can consume him to death even if we fight in a sea of people and in a wheel battle. That's right, look guys, Han didn't lose. It's 5 tails. 5 tails appeared. In the dust, the figure of the 5 tails appeared violently. A pure white beast fused with white horses and dolphins. The 5 tails behind it seemed to speak of times long gone, when they were created by Rokudo Sanin using the power of yin and yang. Their purpose was to subdue the shinobi realm. How can you lose so easily? The only way to pay the greatest homage to the former glory, the perfect chanting of the name of the tailed beasts, is to hold your head high. Sensei wasn't wrong. This is the power of martial arts, and only by becoming a Budo Shimonin can you withstand this terrifying load. Naruto felt Han turn on full-tailed beastization. Yin and Yang chakra converge. King Mu looked up and fired a tailed beast jade. The tailed beast jade shot up into the sky, and even though it flew out in a straight line at high speed, it still didn't hit Naruto. Instead, Naruto's voice rang in his head. Sure enough, even after your tailed beast transformation, the mark of the flying thunder god still hasn't been erased. This must be the branding that Sensei was talking about, and it also requires a minimum of Budokudo Shimenabu to be able to do it. While Naruto was talking to himself, King Mu's eyes had long since gathered infinite anger. Han has been badly injured and is relying on his chakra to heal his wounds. There must be no slip-ups in this situation. Horns fold. Chapter 34, The Shocking Plot of Kiba Village. Horns folded. This move once injured all 8 tails, with a powerful impact. Originally on the top corner of this point, the 8 tails should be unrivaled, but unfortunately was folded away a corner. King Mu has always regarded this move as his specialty. After all, the tailed beast jade needs some time to be pre-shaken. Facing a martial arts ninja like Naruto, the speed itself was going to be greatly reduced, not to mention the combination of the 8 gates of transportation and the flying thunder god's art, which possessed such powerful explosive power and speed. The tailed beast jade is destined to be dodged before it attacks, despite its destructive power. While Naruto was still standing on King Mu's head rampant for a big moment, King Mu crashed straight out. The moment Naruto was thrown out, the corner, which had both speed and power, would have been enough to open a bloody hole in Naruto's abdomen just by crashing into it. With a horn that big, it's not like it's going to kill Naruto outright, but at least it's going to kill him and prevent him from fighting again. I just learned how to say the opposite of what I said above. It's scary. The teacher said that this group of situations should be a force to be reckoned with, to occupy a pivot point and warp the whole world. Naruto snapped around, dodging to avoid the attack for a split second, and wrapped his arms directly sideways around King Mu's horns. The chakra in his body erupted violently. A direct, hard press, only to see the tall King Mu fall straight to the ground as if he was being held down by a giant. The head smashed directly into the deep pit. Regarding the words of the green spirit, Naruto comprehends the point of a power-up. It was the point that Sasuke comprehended, that he had to lend a hand and find a fulcrum. Where did you find a fulcrum? Air? King Mu was furious. He was definitely one of the best of the tailed beasts when it came to temper, but he had simply been humiliated by Naruto too many times, especially just now, being the 5 tails, directly by a human. Clasping his hands around his proud horns, he fell into a deep pit. Han, wake up, this guy is a monster, team up with me. King Mu felt the strain and called out to Han. Inside him, Han had recovered one half of his state from being severely injured. True to form, the amount of chakra of the 5 tails was also very huge. Han opened one eye slightly in pain. Where the hell did this guy get his speed and strength from? The awakening of the human pillar power has caused the tailed beast's battle power to increase once again. The mists cleared. They saw Naruto once more. Only a gust of chakra mist was seen emanating from its body. It took on an orange vapor of chakra. He can boil away too? Han was inwardly shocked. What's going on? Isn't this boiling recluse unique to him and the 5-tailed Mulan? Are we going to change the name to Steamroller, like the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers? Speaking of which, this kid's speed and monstrous strength are also extremely terrifying, so it seems like it's really possible. Soon, Han then shook his head, ruling out the idea. No, he's not a boiling recluse. Han, this whirlpool Naruto, has a very familiar chakra aura, he's burning chakra, and because the amount is so overwhelming, that's why he's sprouting chakra vapors. King Mu was spot on with his analysis. Seeing Naruto's state at a glance, as a Budo Shimenabu, after the first part of the 9 refining in 5 metamorphoses, the physique had long been different, plus the opening of the chakra dantian. The amount of chakra he could hold on his own was a sea of chakra. The Whirlpool clan, the 9-tailed chakra, and the Budokai Shimpo. Step by step, this body is in the top 5 in the shinobi world. As long as he could be promoted to Budo Nakanin, Naruto was expected to become one of the strongest physiques in the world of shinobi at the moment. Thus, he was able to withstand this one particular martial skill. It's also the perfect fusion of the 8 gates of transportation plus the flying thunder god's art. I see, Han further analyzed. Do you remember? Once upon a time in Konoha, there was the legend of the pale blue beast, the current Konoha's strongest physical powerhouse. Mithraya's father, Maite Dai, a Konoha under ninja, opened up the forbidden physical art of the 8 gates of transportation and killed the misty hidden village Ninja Blade 7 until there was no longer a group in existence. This man, wherever he appeared, meant that he was a mainstay in the current generation of Konoha's upper shinobi, the younger generation of Mithraya, Kakashi, Asuma, and Yubari. Even older than them were the strongest members of Kiba's Hinata, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka families. At the mention of the name, Handu couldn't help but see Kai's flat, unassuming face. He had to admit that being in the shinobi world, there were only 2 people who could compete with him in terms of physical skill and strength. That would be Raikage and Mighty Kai. Now, Naruto was right in front of him, using a physical art similar to the 8 gates of evasion. How could he not arouse his suspicion? This rebel shinobi, is he really a Konoha rebel shinobi? Han said coldly. Naruto was seen standing in the air, and according to Aishiren, with enough chakra, it was possible for a Budo ninja to float in midair. Now that's what he does, and it does make him light as a feather. Naruto clasped his arms and looked down at King Mu. Again, it's a human pillar power, and he hasn't used his true strength yet. Kid, where did you learn the 8 gates of evil from? Han's voice came from within King Mu. My teacher taught me. Naruto spoke the truth outright. Who is your teacher? Green Spirit 9 Tails. Oh, Han did not speak again, but King Mu spoke to him darkly. This brat is talking nonsense. 9 Tails' name isn't Green Spirit, King Mu retorted. Han, on the other hand, realized how weird things were. That's right, there are so many flaws in him. How could Kiba teach this forbidden physical art to the 9 Tails and then pass it on to him? There is no such possibility. If I'm not mistaken, that move that is extremely fast and requires seals to work with it is the legendary Flying Thunder God Jutsu used by Namikaze Suikoto back in the days of the Golden Flash of Kiba. Kiba would pass on so many forbidden arts to a renegade ninja. He's only a teenager. How did he learn it? Han just analyzed it and felt fine. Mu Wang even paused before saying, before we struck Kirigami, Naruto also used a move similar to a condensed chakra attack. Inside is the shadow of Jiraiya and Namikaze Suitman's spiral pill, and Kakashi's famous stance, Raikiri. This statement, once again, confirmed the speculation of both Kajibutsu no Jutsu, Flying Raijin no Jutsu, Hachiman no Tanko, Spiral Maru, Raikiri, the signature stunt of so many powerful people. And you, Kiba, let the 9 Tails steal your lessons away? And taught to a teenager? We're all mixed up in the ninja world, whose village isn't selfish. And you're the only one who takes the good stuff out of the Konoha village and just lets people learn from it? If it weren't for the fact that Han, as a mainstay of the Awashin village, knew detailed information about each village, as well as the various types of jutsu and jutsu of powerful people, today, I'm really going to be just like Luosha's father and son, with no return. Now it seems that Kakashi must be okay. This is all a Konoha plot. Maybe even the Sandame, as well as Junzo are not dead. It's a big hand. What the hell is Kiba doing? Deliberately sending out a message that there's some kind of S-ranked renegade shinobi. It's clearly a conspiracy they're using to stir up conflicts between various parties and make us weaken. Han and King Mu turned around and left. Fight? Beat the out of it. Even Han, a steam ninja who was known for his strange powers and his brightness, ran away. The ninjas of the Awashin village followed and quickly withdrew before they could understand. What's going on? Han, don't ask. Konoha is going to carefully cultivate a super S-class rebel ninja. It's actually a plot. They're going to start a big war and weaken all the major ninja villages before it. Han was getting faster and faster. He had to get his latest analyzed information back to the village. Kiba, it's horrible. I had thought that the roots of Kiba had gone into a vicious cycle of pitting their own people after the death of Chiba. Turns out they've been playing pig in a poke all along. A forest with only one tree. Naruto walked to the tree with a blank look on his face. Teacher, why did they escape? Because a chain of suspicion forms. Xingling said thoughtfully. Chapter 35, the other two of you in the world. Teacher, what chain? There was one thing Naruto didn't quite understand, and it always seemed awesome. You can understand it as people misunderstanding something inside, but for some reason neither opens their mouth to explain, causing the misunderstanding to become a reality. Misunderstanding, can it become a reality? Hearing Aura explain this, Naruto was even more perplexed. What the hell is going on? Don't guess, you brat. Our green spirit shinobi village isn't afraid of anything, Xingling said faintly, but we don't make trouble either. Naruto had an epiphany. No, we're going to cause trouble too. Don't be afraid to go out and provoke more often when you have the time, for the master's essence is too lazy. He hasn't woken up in about a month, Xingling said, looking up and looking at the stars in the sky again. It always seemed like it was time for the ninja world to change. He frowned slightly, looking back on his last life in a way that was still unbelievable. What are you thinking, teacher? Naruto went back to Kiba village for a walk this time. The biggest thing that upset him was the death of the Sandaime. Despite pretending to give up anything in front of Sasuke, in truth, inside Naruto's mind, Sandaime had watched him grow up as a child and was considered his grandfather. Now, his teachers and relatives in the world should be the only one left. Xingling, I wonder how long it will take for this world, if it just goes on developing martial arts ninjas, to have a future. Xingling took a deep breath and said, in this heaven and earth, it is clear that there is chakra everywhere, and the great chakra reserves of nature are even more plentiful, but people are foolish enough to know only to obtain it from within. If everyone could learn the so-called senjutsu, sensing the chakra in heaven and earth from a young age and stimulating the chakra in their bodies, with the two sensing each other, wouldn't they be able to further enhance their cultivation and grow stronger? Not everyone is like you, Sasuke, with your back to the trees and no shortage of chakra at all. Only when you can obtain abundant chakra from even the heavens and earth can you truly practice chakra budo and become a budo ninja. Green Spirit said and began a ninja run. Naruto said happily as he followed close behind. Sensei, I get it. Chakra martial arts requires an incredible amount of chakra, and individuals have limited chakra. So if people can naturally obtain chakra from the heavens and the earth, then they can definitely get twice the results with half the effort. I just don't know, does nature have chakra too? Kiba's ninja school had taught him a lot of basic senjutsu. Naruto knew this all too well, but senjutsu was never on a level accessible to ordinary people. Of course, this cultivation method and power is called immortal art, and there are currently 3 ways to cultivate immortal art. Its possessors were creatures born between heaven and earth, who had aged long enough to open their minds and comprehend this cultivation method. They are the Myriad Wood Mountain, the Dragon Earth Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest, and by obtaining their methods of immortal arts cultivation, they will also be affected by the alienation of the beasts, because this is ultimately not an immortal art cultivation method that is favorable to humans, common to all races and all things. I must create a true, passable method of immortality so that chakra martial arts can truly flourish, Xingling said with a few moments of inner joy. So much for that. The more people who practice chakra martial arts, the more chakra is permanently consumed. The higher the realm, the amount consumed are multiplied geometrically. It takes a lot of chakra every day. When that time comes, there's no way that any Otanashi Kagaya or Ten Tails will be able to stand up to it. He'll take it on himself. People in random ninja worlds ask for it. All it takes is to lie down and sleep. Roll over and the chakra is claimed and depleted by the world. You can die several times a day, with an infinite resurrection system added to the mix. That's an infinite double enhancement. A true perpetual motion machine. Xingling was really happy just thinking about it now. Teacher, you are so. Naruto ran through the night. He had never felt so adored by someone. What do you mean by pattern? What a real ninja. Naruto? I'm sorry, Whirlpool Naruto, worship only one person. Oh no, one fox, Aoi Ling. In this life, all he had to do was become a second-generation Raikage. What's the matter, stupid mindless boy? It's nothing, I just want to be able to be like my teacher someday and really be on my own. Idiot. A smile spread across Xingling's mouth as she sped up. Sasuke and Naruto both have his chakra in them, the equivalent of a full 9-tailed chakra. The two are already perfect human pillars, and their inner thoughts are all in sync with each other. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? In that case, go for it. Teacher, there's a fight in the village. One of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers sent the message back, also implying that it had suddenly disappeared just now. There was an attack. Suddenly appearing in the Green Spirit Ninja village and being able to assassinate one of his shadow doppelgangers shows the power of his strength. Don't worry, there are still quite a few strong people in the village. Your shadow doppelganger doesn't still have a dozen or so in the village. Just one. Naruto, I would like to test you. How many possibilities are there in general for this kind of guy who can assassinate your shadow doppelganger in an instant? Oh, hearing the question, Naruto thought carefully. His shadow doppelganger is an equalization of his chakra and also possesses the nine tails chakra. It will return to the body when it disappears. That is, the same malice can be perceived. The fact that one would be assassinated under such circumstances could only mean that the other party's methods and abilities were very ruthless and special. As I recall, Sensei told me that there are many special jutsu in this world, such as Kagon's shadow from their clan and the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan. But even those are impossible to assassinate instantly, and neither are illusions, which are ineffective against perfect human pillars. I have mutant white eyes, which Sensei says are evolving towards transmutation eyes, or the perfect human pillar power that shares Sensei's mind and is immune to illusions. If the opponent uses the flying thunder god technique, they also need to leave a mark beforehand. Or maybe it's the speed that is so fast that the eighth of the 8 gates of the 8 gates of evasion gives up its life to the extreme. Other than that, I have no idea what might be the special time-space jutsu. Naruto finished his analysis and twisted his head to look at Aoshiru, trying to confirm his suspicions. Swish! Green Spirit stepped on the trunk of the tree and walked quickly. Hearing this disciple's speculation, he couldn't help but smile in relief. Instead of answering right or wrong, he opened his mouth and asked, Naruto, do you believe that there is another you? Or rather, 2 other yous in this world? The other 2 of me? Is this teacher kidding? No. From what Naruto remembered, the teacher never joked. Could it be that there are really 2 other hims in the world? That's too weird. Sensei, I don't know, but when I saw my mother's chakra in the sealed space, she didn't say I had a brother. Ha 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 ha. Xingling couldn't even help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. This idiot can't even hear a metaphor. What are you laughing at, teacher? You can't be teasing me. Naruto's face reddened in embarrassment. Something Sasuke must never know. No. Green Spirit knew that it was a 10-minute walk back to the village, just enough time to tell about it. What I'm saying is that in this world, there are 2 other yous. The one with the Sharingan eyes and the optimistic inner mind that thinks you can become Naruto. The other is you who has nothing but a hot pillow and a heart. With Sharingan eyes? There's nothing? Naruto was a bit confused. Chapter 36, Absolutely Stop You. Once upon a time, there was a stupid kid who was from the Uchiha clan, and he had a friend who was cold and always seemed to be acting handsome. He had a teacher who was cool and reliable. He also has a partner who is a girl and is very cute and he loves it. He wants to become Naruto. But how can the Uchiha clan become Naruto? Aura said a few words and Naruto understood. Yeah, how can you be Naruto when the Uchiha clan is all but destroyed and must have a lot of conflicts with the Konoha hierarchy? This child, indeed, is too naive. Thinking about it, Naruto inwardly shuddered. Hadn't he been so naive once upon a time? 8. It's a good thing that he, the Whirlpool clan, wasn't victimized by the means used by that Suzo. Are you thinking that you're a lot luckier than this Uchiha boy who wants to be Naruto? Aura continued without waiting for Naruto to answer. Has it ever occurred to you that the Maelstrom clan was within the Land of Fire, but mysteriously disappeared, leaving only a handful of them? At that time, the Whirlpool clan was very powerful, and also founded the Whirlpool Kingdom and established the Whirlpool Hidden Village. With the passing of the 2 brothers, Juma and Kajimura, who were very close to them, this kingdom also became history, and was overthrown by the siege of the major kingdoms, and is now part of the Land of Fire, and your people are scattered all over the world. It was only then that Naruto made the connection that things were awesome and unusual. Yeah, how much better am I, the Maelstrom clan, than the Uchiha clan? Isn't it just as tragic? Could it be that they, the Whirlpool clan, were also being used and deliberately obliterated? None of this matters, from the smallest shinobi village to the largest world. It's just a matter of being targeted by the village to being targeted by the major kingdoms. Their schemes, their tactics are no better than those who bully you. Mocking, tripping, bullying and humiliating when you are weak. Fearful when you are strong. Disobedient and masculine. The only way to make a difference is the day you are truly strong. And not only do you have to be strong on your own, but you have to draw in a group of like-minded guys like you to become strong together in order to go and change the world. Aoshiro's words were undoubtedly enlightening to Naruto. He himself guessed the later story of this Uchiha boy who wanted to become Naruto. Because, there's no way that Kiba Naruto can yay the Uchiha clan. He's mostly gone from the world. I guess, as you live, you should also live without your dreams and live as you hate the most. Sensei, do we, the Green Spirit Ninja Village, also need these conditions to become a spirit shadow? He asked cautiously. Of course not. Even I, a tailed beast, can do it. Naturally you guys have no problem with it. If one day, a big toad says he wants to become a spirit shadow, will you laugh at him? No, but it sure is funny. Naruto smiled happily. It must have been fun for a toad to swear to the heavens that he was going to become a Raikage. But then, this Uchiha boy's experience is a bit more special, since he disappeared before his family was destroyed, and his favorite girl is in the hands of his cool friend. It was a misunderstanding. but it made him stronger in the congregation of grief and hatred. Then later, he controlled the 9 tails with his own hands and killed his teacher, Namikaze Suikoto. What? Naruto was shocked when it turned out that the man's teacher was his father and the source of the tragedy that led to his family. Teacher, what's his name? Uchiha Bandu. Opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, has a time-space jutsu, Shin Megami Tensei, with fancy abilities. One of them is to instantly appear behind you, and to warp space and enter an alien dimension. Hearing this, Naruto had been unable to help but quicken his pace. He realized that the one who assassinated one of his shadow doppelgangers tonight was this Uchiha Bando who knew the time-space jutsu Shin Megami Tensei. The girl he loved is long dead, and his teacher was killed by himself. Teacher, what about his cool misunderstood friend? Is he dead too? He, is still alive, called Kakashi Hagi, and almost became a teacher to you and Sasuke. Nani? Naruto's foot slipped for a moment and he barely managed to stand. Kakashi is also a disciple of Wave Wind Watergate, and has experienced so much tragedy? Then the two of them will inevitably meet in the village tonight. Won't they have to fight? How can there be so many coincidences in this world? For that reason, he sped up again. It's 5 minutes until we get back to Kiba village. Nah, tell us about the other you who accomplished nothing. He, never wanted to be a shadow of anywhere, or a daimyo of any kind, or to obliterate his own partner without misunderstanding or exterminating his teacher. He saw through the world early on in the war, and he worked with his partners as they created an organization called Dawn. He's going to change the world. But not until the day when naive teenagers fall prey to the wiles of their enemies and die. Perhaps, in the eyes of the big shots, he was born to die for being such an eyesore. In this ninja world, there is no bloodline limit, no tailed beasts, no senjutsu. He was ordinary, simply wanting to show the world. The day the dawn breaks, but it ended in failure. And when his friends took over his dream, the loss of their dear friend also transformed them into the Shura of dark blood, the Punisher who walks before the dawn. The other two of me in the world. Naruto froze and grinned at Aura. Sensei, I won't die. I'll make the world truly see the moment the dawn breaks. I'll do what neither of them have done. Xingling's afterglow glimpsed that there were tears in the corner of the teenager's eyes. Obviously they are both hot teenagers, but they are going to be twisted by this ninja world. The teenager who was to welcome the light died, and even the dawn he left behind became a walking corpse living in the darkness of the night. Optimistic enough to think he could change everything, he fell step by step into pain and hatred until he got his teacher killed. Tonight, he will also take a shot at his last friend and bury his young self with his own hands. Suddenly, Naruto looked up, in the direction of the Sirin ninja village. His gaze was resolute and his tone was decisive, not allowing the slightest questioning, as if he was firming up something within his heart. Make a seal with both hands. Yelling, 9 Llama mode. Open. Sobering. Orange chakra windbreaker. Leaping flames of hope. There is a light in the teenager's eyes, bursting with hope and light, and he wants to change this tragedy. Never, ever, let tragedy draw any symbols here. I'm going to stop this myself. Never, never admit defeat to the world. Swish. Naruto grew faster and faster, transforming into an orange flash. 30 seconds until the Green Spirit Ninja Village. At a glance, the village was close at hand. Fighting broke out in the village. The white Jedi that roamed the mountains were obliterated one at a time by shadow doppelgangers, preparatory ninjas. However, it was like a rainbow of new shoots sprouting up one after another. Uchiha Bandito meets Kakashi Hagi, and the two are standing on separate corners of the roof. Konoha Upper Ninja, Copy Ninja Kakashi Haki, have you become a rebel ninja as well? Bandito laughed mockingly, using the same tone that Faye had used in his petulant voice. Don't use that camouflage technique, bandit. I'm here on a mission, not a rebel. You were also a Konoha ninja until you got sensei killed. Kakashi was standing by. That kaleidoscope shuriken I long since opened. You're being sophomoric. You're just as good at it as those guys are now. Kakashi, are you going to fight me with that eye? Do you remember how it came to be? Bandito, stop it. It's full of shadow dividers here. Kakashi made hand seals, determined to take the lead. Swish. In an instant, the orange flash was holding a bitterness and sliced right through the Bandito. The space around Bandito twisted and turned, having long since entered an alien dimension. You're so much like your father. He glanced at Naruto, whose attack had fallen short, and smiled coldly. Damn it! Naruto's backhanded slash once again fell short. Wait until Bandito appeared on the roof of another house. He also made a seal and succeeded in casting the shadow divergence technique. With enough coverage and uninterrupted attacks, a time-space jutsu like yours will fail. Right, so let's see how long it takes for you to break. 10,000 pounds. The art of shadow splitting. Swish. Naruto comes in for an attack, directly bringing down tens of thousands of shadow doppelgangers in 9 Llama mode. Looking around, the Ao Ling Ninja Village was already under his shadow doppelganger's domain. Nonsense again. Kakashi was getting a headache. He hadn't expected Naruto to use such a direct mano-a-mano tactic at all. Interesting. Bandito was partial to seeing what these guys were capable of. And more importantly, to seeing the bizarre Nine Tails again. He thought to himself that if he made a big fuss, Nine Tails would surely show up, right? Chapter 37. Are you guys playing ninja? A sea of men. A non-stop attack. That works for most time-space jutsu. After all, even the strongest need a foothold. What if I never show up again? Or maybe my jutsu can just ignore the interval and distance? Bandito looked at Naruto with interest. The kid's haircut is slightly similar to what he had back in the day. It was the nine-tailed human pillar power again. So it must be the son of Namikaze Suikato, who had only met him once back then. In other words, what a tragedy for a teenager. Especially being humiliated from a young age is all about him. It doesn't matter if it works or not. It would be an abomination to let you run amok in the village so easily without trying. Naruto's gaze was steely, like bright starlight, reflected in his eyes. The original mutated pupils had taken on a gray color. With the opening of the 9 Lamas mode, it directly adds a different look and the shape is changed to look dazzling. He confidently clasped his arms in front of him, and behind him were 2 shadow doppelgangers, one half bent over with a shuriken in hand, and the other rapidly coalescing a spiral pill in his hand. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of shadow doppelgangers were all performing various attack-type jutsu. You're cute when you smile, and I like it even better when you're defeated. Bandito curbed the frivolity he had disguised in himself, directly opened the divine might. Kakashi couldn't have known better when he saw the scene. After all, with that chakra video call from Aishiren, he realized that Bandito was trying to hide into that other dimension. Actually, if a covering attack was actually used, then there was a real possibility that the Bandito would be in a bad way. It's just that this green spirit ninja village will also disappear from now on, right? Naruto couldn't have been reckless to this extent, even if he had been surprising. I'm curious as to how much of your chakra you split evenly between so many shadow doppelgangers, and how many times they can use their jutsu. The great exertion and exhaustion brought about after this. Upon returning to the body, will you just die of exhaustion? There are always limits to the human body. Even if you're the nine-tailed chakra, you'll die just the same, right? Beltane's analysis is accurate. Tens of thousands of shadow doppelgangers is the equivalent of dividing chakra evenly by 10,000. A spiral pill for each person consumes a great deal. As soon as the doppelgangers made contact, the feelings of the tens of thousands of doppelgangers, and especially the return of exhaustion to the main body, Naruto was likely to run out of chakra on the spot, as well as die suddenly. However, that was what he imagined a normal ninja to be. Cut. Naruto proper slammed his hands together in a pair, slamming his fists and narrowing his eyes in a goofy grin. I'm a Budo Shimonin. Budo Shimonin? At the sound of that name, there was a slight displeasure on Bandito's face. Why do these guys love to mention this term? Same as that weird Nine Tails. Do you really think that putting a title in front of your name will change anything? Bandito just felt ridiculous and naive. These guys from the Konoha village are just as naive as Kakashi, even after becoming rebels. No idea how cruel the world really is. A bunch of brats playing house. Chakra quenching the body. 9 times quenching. 5 times metamorphosis. Chakra shinobi. Dantian open with unlimited capacity. A mere title in your eyes. Naruto knew that Bandito was one of those frogs at the bottom of the well that Aoshiro was talking about, right? Don't you dare make a move in this village, they are all going to die. Bandito was about to disappear as he spoke. Naruto's eyes flashed with battle intent as all of his shadow doppelgangers surged in frantically. Teacher! Strike! I'm ready! Swish! The moment his tens of thousands of shadow doppelgangers flew out at the same time, Sasuke Uchiha also stepped out of the underground chamber and jumped towards Naruto's position along with Kakashi. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Above the earth, a trace of chakra floating in midair appeared for no apparent reason. These chakras converged into an orange color that leapt like a flame, and it was a color that only required a glance to know it was gentle and warm. A large hand of chakra converged in an instant and grabbed towards the sky. All of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, Kakashi, and Sasuke are trapped in it. The large hand of chakra faded and coalesced into a sphere of chakra suspended in midair. In reality, it is a sealed space, the battlefield that hangs in the air. Damn it, is this the Nine Tails means? That strange eye of his turned out to have this kind of power. It was all a bit unbelievable for Bandito, who had tried to escape out of the room, only to find that the thing was forcibly imprisoning him. As strong as divine might is, it's a shame he only has one eye. Facing a blood succession limit that is comparable to the level of Otanashi Kagaya and Rokudo Senin's brother duo, the Green Spirit was enough to travel across a planet and quickly navigate through different worlds. His time and space ninjutsu was unquestionably more powerful. Bandito could have ducked into an alien dimension and reappeared at another point. Ordinary barriers couldn't trap him at all. However, this temporal space sealing technique of Qinling seemed to be different. possessing a powerful and unrivaled repulsion. Once it went close it was distorted, causing his divine might to be affected as well. If he could get that eye of Kakashi's, he could distort all the sealed space. Then he would be able to travel unimpeded. This little test of AO Link's time and space ninjutsu would definitely not be able to trap him. That's the flaw of this sealing technique. Then, Bringer just knew that even his one-eyed Shin Megami Tensei had flaws, and there was no way that Aoshira's sealing technique didn't have weaknesses. The spherical shell possesses a repulsive force that constantly repels the enemies within to the interior. Inside, there is a sculpture of the nine-tailed chakra that stands suspended at the core. Sculpture that has no repulsion. Gravity. There was a powerful and unmatched gravitational pull on his form. Sasuke stood near the statue with both hands, Chidori, in the air, waiting for Bandito to attack. The temporal space sealing technique is just a shell. It's just to protect your shinobi village. The repulsive force of the outer shell and the gravitational force of the inner shell exerted a double pull on my divine might, making it difficult to maximize its power. That's crafty. Nine Tails, how well do you really know me? Bandito felt that even Uchiha Zebra reincarnated didn't know him as well as Aoshira did. To actually think of utilizing this particular means to hinder his divine might. In this case, there is Sasuke holding down the core again. Naruto covers for an attack as Kakashi waits for an opportunity. He's still a little dangerous. What a powerful force. Kakashi wondered in his heart. Is this the true strength of the Oe spirit? Actually, there was something else that Bandito hadn't said. He could see that this time-space sealing technique was actually borrowed from the divine law of heaven and the 10,000 elephants' heavenly guidance. Scary. The nine tails with the eye of reincarnation. He was really going to be precious today. Spiral 1,000 bird rain, 10,000 rain. Naruto finished building up his power and thousands of shadow doppelgangers attacked at the same time, performing a weakened version of this move. Divine might. Kakashi also took the opportunity to distort the belt around him. Being in this particular space would have been hindered somewhat. Another encounter with Kakashi's targeting. There was more than a hint of sultriness in Bandito's eyes. Divine might. With a clench of his teeth he also turned on his divine might, distorting himself even as he gathered the attacks closest to him, doing so defensively while keeping himself hidden. However, the speed was also slowed down quite a bit due to Aoshiran and Kakashi. Bang! In the next moment, he was constrained while twisting thousands of attacks, not blocking more after all. External repulsion, gravitational double torture, and Kakashi's deliberate targeting. It caused Bandito to stall for a split second, and it was this small mistake that brought about the roiling spiral Chidori projectiles. In an instant, it was blasted into slag. Gotcha! Naruto was just about to rejoice when Kakashi's eyes suddenly changed, and they both turned their heads at the same time to look at Sasuke's position. Laughter echoed through the space. Skunk's brother, you're a little slow. Bandito appeared behind Sasuke moments later. He had long ago made a seal, and the great fire tilted to descend like a storm. Naruto, explosive wind chaos. The fire serpent ravaged the sky and incinerated all. Shadow split? A stand-in? Subjected to a trap? Or will it be a trap? Bandito had said long ago that these guys were too naive. Just a fledgling brat. No matter how strong you are, you will fall short without enough combat experience. Are you guys playing Ninja House? Chapter 38, Your Eyes, returned to you. Bang! Too fragile. The nine-tailed chakra sculpture just shattered in response. Obviously, it's enough matter to create a strong gravitational force. It's supposed to be solid, isn't it? After being favored by the flames, it was only shattered by a single punch from Bandito. The moment he broke through this time-space sealing technique, quickly casting a kamikaze, he dodged Sasuke's double Chidori attack. This time, Kakashi's divine power could no longer stop him. Naruto cast a covering attack. All the shadow division to return to the body. Tens of thousands of shadow division. Cast spiral 1,000 bird rain. Even his chakra amount will be directly dry. Even though he didn't die, he directly fainted and fell from a high altitude. Ieroko kicked his feet into the flying sand and picked Naruto up. Aoshiran's time and space ninjutsu being broken was something that no one expected, because even if he was attacked by Bandito, according to Aoshiran's style, it was impossible for him to just sit back and do nothing. Right now it's too late. Sasuke's dual Chidori attacks fell short, and murderous intent had surfaced in his eyes. Don't mention that guy. Why? Isn't Uchiha Weasel your older brother? He's a hard worker. Bandito talked and laughed as he once again dodged away from an attack. Find a chance to kill Sasuke with a single blow. The teenager's body fell from mid-air. Only he and Kakashi were left. You don't have much chakra left, do you, Kakashi? After all, this eye wasn't meant to belong to you, and it would be a much greater drain on your chakra. The old you would never have said such a thing, Kakashi said in a cold tone. People always change, and from the moment you killed Rin, everything changed. Kakashi. The two face off in a life and death battle, and Bandito gives it his all to cut Kakashi down with a single blow. The moment he brushed his shoulders, Kakashi's body collapsed with a loud thud. landing in the village. People looked at him in panic. There was fear in his eyes. The Green Spirit Ninja village is finished. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi are all dead. Ali, out stepped a small nine-tailed one, who grew larger and larger until he was about the size of a normal 9 llama. Uchiha Bandit, are you satisfied that you're as good as dead? That you can kill everyone here, and that's the result you want? Nothing has changed. Do you get tongue-tied? Why do you stand there motionless? When the Green Spirit spoke, both of his eyes were transmuting eyes. No 9 hooks of the Jade Chakra Sharingan. Bandito was frustrated. If he wanted to assassinate Kakashi, he wouldn't have gone all these years ago. It was clear that there were so many times when he was in the dark and Kakashi was in the light. He has Shin Megami Tensei, he has Uchiha Naruto, and he has all the wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, and Yin Chakra attributes. Psychic Gato Demon Statue, a Yin and Yang technique learned from Uchiha-san. Wouldn't it be perfect for him with his strength to assassinate Kakashi while he's on a mission and gain dual god powers? Why not? He looked into his heart at the moment and looked at the body, still not taking its eyes away. Instead, he stood still, not knowing what to do. He clearly even killed Kakashi, so he's just going to do what he's supposed to do next. Bandito froze, looked up into the sky. The moon, blood red, takes on the appearance of the 9 hooks Jade Reincarnation Sharingan. The youth removed his mask with one hand, revealing the slightly ugly-looking face. He was so handsome when he was young. You actually revealed so many breaks to me, and on the contrary, I didn't see it. Is this your illusion? Even if you deliberately give breaks, the guy who is caught in the illusion will still think that he is immersed in it. Bandito roared up to the sky as he laughed, tears in the corners of his eyes. It hurts too much. That's it. It's good to stay in the world of illusions for the rest of your life, he said as he turned his head to Nine Tails. Hey, give me a Lin, will you? Green Spirit didn't say anything as Lin stepped out of the alleyway. The young girl with her hands behind her cocked her head and smiled in the moonlight. It was like he was back in that summer. Leaves fluttered over the ears. A teenager's life is a thought. Much thought. Moxie, when I think of you, the cold moon is in the sky. What are you still doing here? Bringu, someone has infiltrated the village. Kakashi brushed past him. Swish, everything in front of Bandito's eyes changed. Back in Konoha, he was still a teenager and hadn't been a shinobi for long. Haruno Rin, Kakashi Hagi, and Bando Uchiha. Someone smiled gently and touched his head. What is Bandito thinking? The old division. He looked up at the blonde man. The screen flips, rolling his eyes. Kakashi's voice rang out again. Did someone sneak in? Don't chase after the belt. With that in mind, Kakashi took the lead and struck out in order to protect him. Bandito froze, and this time he reached out a hand and yanked him hard. Don't go, Kakashi, don't go. Yes. All tragedy stems from this encounter, doesn't it? Screen switch. Kakashi died in the Sirin ninja village, at the hands of Bandito, and collapsed directly into his arms. No! Bandito's pupils shook as he saw his hands covered in blood. Nine Tails is as tall as a mountain. The voice of the Green Spirit was emitted. So, oh Bandito, is this the world you want? I've heard. One day, people will go to the underworld, to the afterlife. Maybe Lin is waiting for you in the other world, waiting for you to go with Kakashi. Find her, but until then, you shouldn't let her down, should you? It's time to at least change the world. Let the light that has not shone on you be no longer lost in darkness. Let that light, no more getting lost in the dark, before going forward to the afterlife and searching for Lin. To change the world first. Bandito looked up, tears in his eyes. So what the hell is going to happen? Nine Tails, you used an illusion before, calling me a puppet, telling me all the truth. And now, you've created such a meaningless world for me. A phantasmagoria that I know is false, but can't break through. Why? Why don't you just tell me the answer? The answer? Qingling looked at him with pity. Don't ask me, ask yourself. Uchiha Bandit. My illusion is called the spirit world, and when you asked me, when you saw what was in front of you, it was all in your own imagination. And even just now, when you knew you were under an illusion, and when you saw your former self, Kakashi, Rin, it was also your wishful thinking. When you ask me, you have the answer yourself. For this is the world of your soul. Spirit world, the world of the soul. Bandito couldn't believe it. Everything in this fantasy world was his imagination? And what's the answer? Wake up, aching teenager. The call of the Green Spirit that truly belonged to the Green Spirit rang in his ears. One moment. Bandito opened his eyes. The illusion is lifted. The nine-tailed chakra sculpture was still there, motionless. The fire escape could not destroy it at all. Tens of thousands of Naruto shadow doppelgangers hung in the air, staring at him with their full attention. Sasuke was behind him and Kakashi was in front of him. The mask had long since been removed, suspended in midair as if time had been suspended. Qingling's temporal space seal was also not broken. In the moment that Bandito made a fool of himself and broke the seal, he then fell into the spirit world. The moment Kakashi's face was covered in blood, he smiled with only one eye open. Bandito touched his cheek in fear. Shuang Shenwei, your eyes, back at you. Kakashi's faint words made Bandito's heart twist like a knife. Dreams, in pieces. He finally came back to this bloody reality. What twin godly powers? What eyes? When do I want you to give it back? When did I want you to return? But he couldn't say it, and the words came out of his mouth and he was speechless. Only the tears couldn't be stopped. The green spirit was right. His heart, his soul, had the answer a long time ago. Bandito has long since stopped hating Kakashi. He was unwilling to believe that the girl was really dead. The moonlight is bright. The youth looked up, and all the bitterness in his heart exploded at this moment. His lips quivered slightly as he giggled. After all, there's no going back. Chapter 39. The strongest illusion technique is drawing the ground for firmament. Can't go back? Ha 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 ha. What kind of stupid talk are you talking about? Bandito. Green Spirit's voice appeared. This time, it's a sculpture of the 9 tails from the time and space sealing technique. Chakra covered it and it soon looked alive. I don't understand this when people can't come back from the dead, so why should you give me more hope? Now that I'm awake, I don't intend to go back into the dream. Just as well, this kaleidoscope writers I was meant to be a burden for Kakashi. The palm of Bandito's hand was spread out, and it was the other Sharingan eye. It was true that there was nothing wrong with his dual Shin Megami Tensei, but right now his own transplanted eye was instead redundant and just right for Kakashi. I won't want it anymore. Beltane. Kakashi refused his gift. You hate me so much, don't you? You took Rin's life and I took Mizukato-sensei's life. Kakashi, you hate me so much, don't you? Kakashi said with a cold look at him. The one who really hates you more would be Naruto. Both his parents died at your hands and just a few months ago he was dreaming of becoming Naruto. Just as naive as you were back then. Whirlpool Naruto. At the sound of that name, Bandito didn't even dare to turn around. In the old days, in his worldview it was simply a matter of asking for what he wanted. But at the moment, he did not dare to face Naruto, did not dare to face that so-called evil, actually looked a little frightened. He's the one who made the tragedy. How to face the teenager behind him, whose childhood and life he had ruined. Me? Naruto grinned as he saw the eyes of the crowd turn toward him. I'm just here to stop you from doing anything stupid as far as my father and mother are concerned. In the past, I might have forgiven you after hating you and defeating you. Right now, I'm just an ordinary Aoshiren ninja village Budo Shimenabu, and we don't need to forgive anyone here. The teacher said that we all have the right to choose who we hate and who we like. Even if Kakashi forgives you, I'll hate you forever. The teenager's smile was like a spring breeze. There is no forgiveness. There is no need for mercy. He was a martial arts lower ninja of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and it was naturally his choice to want to hate an enemy. Bandito laughed, breaking into tears. That's a true ninja. You're more mature than Kakashi. Ninjas shouldn't be machines that just go about accomplishing tasks. When the day comes to think of a move to completely crack your dual divine might, I will make you pay in blood. A rare hint of killing intent appeared in Naruto's eyes. I will accompany you, but from now on, I have lost my own quest, and will perhaps remain silent in this village until I die of old age. He has dual divine powers and can get out of here at any time. However, 2 trips to the spirit world allowed him to see through the mists and see the machinations of the Uchiha and the Jedi, see more clearly within. Can he really stop after a lifetime of running around? Before the words left his mouth, his body had long been reduced to pieces. Bandito. Kakashi didn't think that Bandito was going to fall in body and he was going to give up his life. This was something that Sasuke and Naruto had already noticed. They sensed that there was no malice left in Uchiha Bandito after he woke up, and that he was just bent on death. Stupid Kakashi. How could I possibly stay in this world without Rin? Even for a second. A split second. I'd have a hard time accepting it. Just let me go to that world, and make amends with Mizuto-sensei as well. His body dispersed a little. The divine might was no longer his aid, but instead tore at the body in reverse, tearing it to pieces. From a distance, there was no blood at all, as if it had been turned into a sky of snow. Actually, Naruto wants revenge, but Bandito doesn't want to stay in a world without Rin. Looking back on my life, it's been full of mistakes. Failing to protect the one I love the most and letting her get hurt. Even in the most desperate moments I wasn't there. Do you think I really don't know the truth? If you don't know, how do you think that the misty hidden village would be in this inhuman, ghostly state today? It's just that by the time I realized that the real murderer was that old thing Uchiha, it was long too late. Kakashi, you need to smile more. Once upon a time Rin always told you to smile more. Naruto, I never had the slightest remorse for Mizukato-sensei's passing before. I'm a complete evil. Please don't forgive me. I'm a sinner, a butcher. He growled so, but without the slightest hint of malice for Naruto to perceive. Bandito's body was twisted a little and torn into pieces as he calmly accepted death. Travel to that world with Lin. Enough. Talk about parting words. I'm not a fan of this tired old drama. Snap. A slap. Crisp and clear. On Uchiha Bandito's face. Less than a second. He used Kamui in reverse, and both of his torn and destroyed calves were covered in a greenish chakra mass of light, radiating a strong life force. In the meantime, Kakashi's eye was also being compensated by this powerful healing and was birthing a new eye. A sculpture of the Nine Tails chakra was wrapped in a green cloak. He was the size of a child, wrapped up inside, his entire body radiating orange and cyan, chakra intertwined like flames. You really think I can't break your divine might? Green Spirit makes an appearance. The little one looks extra cute. The Transmigration Eye Chakra mode allows you to perform the powerful Yin-Yang transportation technique to bring back the dead. Powerful gravitational forces, repulsive enough to dramatically change both planets. Incredibly powerful spatial manipulation, enough to create a tunnel from one point to another, connecting two alien dimensions. Because with the sculpture that was previously sent to the god's mighty space, even if Bandit hid in there, he could just open up and kill it. Gives life to puppets, as well as absorbing chakra at will. It makes the Green Spirit even more invincible. The moment, with him actually turning on the Transmutation Eye Chakra mode, it transformed into the purple whites of the eyes, golden pupils, wisps of green light, and blue light draped around the edges of the eyes. Unlike any known transmuting eye, saying dead and living, you're a real piece of. Even if you go and see Lin, tell him that nothing has changed in the world. Will running away solve the problem? Since you believe the truth I informed you of, why don't you wait for the day Uchiha resurrected and make him pay in blood? Yakking, either crying or laughing. Do you want to be locked up in our Sirin Shinobi Village's insane asylum for a while? From time to time, Green Spirit's small hands pounded on Bandito's newborn legs. Want to die? Did you ask me? Raikage, the first head of the Sirin Ninja Village? What kind of world should I create to live up to Rin? Bandito had the answer. He just didn't know what to do with it. Do we still have to go to infinite monthly readings and forcefully change everyone? Suddenly, his eyes burned as he remembered something and looked to Kakashi to ask, what kind of future do you need to create? Where everyone is a ninja or there are no ninjas? This was a question that Qing Ling had asked him. The moment. Bandito wanted to know Kakashi's answer more than anything else. I want a future without ninjas again. Then I'll keep you company. The two looked at each other. One double god's might, one regular double eye. It was a conversation that only they understood each other. Kakashi's father has always been a pain in his heart. What is the existence of ninjas? Fulfill the mission, maintain world peace, or endure? When Kakashi was blunt and stated his claim in public, the Sirin Shinobu village, as Bandito knew it, could stay. Would there be a different answer? Bandito held out a hand. It seems like everyone's not quite the same. Kakashi covered his palm up. Lord Spirit Shadow, would that be divisive? Uchiha Bandito twisted his head and asked Aoshiro, who was puffing up and clutching her arms. What does the future look like? How would I know? You can find out for yourselves. Bandito laughed. Kakashi also laughed after a long time. Snap. A clapping voice appeared abruptly. There was clearly no third person. Bandito and Kakashi, however, had their noses in the air, through the underworld, ringing in the ears. It was that, in the heart of a teenager, the original joy, the strongest illusion. It should be drawn and quartered, the weakest harsh words. It's the joy of your youth. Time and space sealing technique, Dome Moon, dismissal. Chapter 40, the note-taker. Orochimaru's head is up. After completing this point, the teacher is going to teach. Naruto flickered past Bandito, put down a hard word. When I get promoted to Nakanin, I'll challenge you. Bandito replied with a smile. The immortal kind. Oh. As soon as the time-space sealing spell was lifted, Sasuke, my Eros doppelganger, had long ago caught most of the white Jedi. Naruto's tens of thousands of doppelgangers rushed towards the Aori ninja village like sheep. It didn't take long to take down all the remaining white Jedi, in his malignant perceptions, pulling them out one by one. This night, the Green Spirit Shinobi village had harvested over 700 white Jedi. I have to say, Jedi, this guy has put in a lot of money, too. Damn it, Sasuke purposely didn't get the shadow doppelganger into the seal just to catch more of this thing, right? Naruto was furious, and he knew that, as promised, this night should be the day that Aoshiro would bring out the training scrolls for the Budo Shonen. There must be even more profound cultivation methods hidden there. Green Spirit had also informed them early on through his chakra that he was going to kill the Jedi in one fell swoop. Above the top of the mountain, Jedi was about to vanish with a grimace. Damn, has this guy Bandito gone rogue? I thought I could use him as the best pawn. Noisy. Behind him, the figure of Bandito quickly appeared. Elder Jedi, don't you want to stay? It's also just an alter ego of mine. Then stay, too. As Bandito slapped his palm, Jedi's true form had long since taken advantage of the opportunity to vanish. Knowing Bandito's moves and threats, he chose to escape early on. What does the Spirit Shadow need so many white Jedi for? Bandito yanked up Jedi's doppelganger with a puzzled look on his face. Secrets of the Budo Ninja. I guess, maybe it has something to do with the way the Budo Shimonin practice. Kakashi appeared with him, moving a little slower than Bandito. Oh, another martial arts ninja. Talk about a god. Does the power of the Spirit Shadow have anything to do with this? Bandito had noticed it a long time ago. Naruto was strong, and I'm afraid his chakra was far beyond what he had imagined in the spirit world. It might actually be possible to attack him with full coverage without death until it kills him, but he already possessed a double divine power, and being attacked intensively and continuously for 5 minutes would be spaced out, and the danger of the hidden danger had been eliminated. Rather, there was something strange about Naruto's mutated gray-white eyes. There was a sense of development towards the alienated transmutation eye of the green spirit, truly worthy of being a disciple of the Spirit Shadow. Neither Sasuke, who possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan, nor Naruto should be underestimated. I'm going to take a walk. 2. Kakashi was even more curious about the cultivation methods of the martial arts Shimenabu than Bandu, as he had long ago experienced the power of the chakra martial arts. The night wind blew through the forest, and Kakashi glanced at his feet in dismay. A small toad jumped onto the top of his foot and left with it. The little guy bounced around, jumped in the direction of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. The village center square in the middle of the night still gathered most of the villagers, the ninjas. All this living in the village gives them more to look forward to in the future. The moment. More than 700 white Jedi were trapped in the square, and no matter how much they struggled, they could not undo the bindings and seals. The little fox unlocked the transmutation eye chakra mode, returned to gentle warm colors. Standing on a stone pier, he cleared his throat. Mom, how come none of these creepy white uncles can afford to wear clothes? Are they worse off than we used to be? No looking, Ogawa-chan. As the woman said this, the finger slits covering her own eyes couldn't help but change a little from the wind. I heard from my Ero-sama that it was written in the Ninja Primary Encyclopedia written by Reikage-sama that this thing is called the White Jedi, which is pretty outrageous. I've also heard that I can read that book myself. What? You don't think it's embarrassing to practice chakra martial arts with a bunch of kids? The reserve ninjas were bickering. They were not recognized by the Sirin Ninja Village because they had lost their ninja status, so it's all just reserve ninjas. Of course, I have long since read by myself, and my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. When I have the opportunity, I will definitely bring my mother and brother here as well. Compared to the days of the Wind Country, it is simply a heaven and earth. This former sand-hidden village Nakanobu was raising his eyebrows in triumph even as he spoke. Che, to tell you the truth, I learned it a long time ago too. I just didn't want to be the first to admit it, but it would have been nice for my father, his old man, to spend his old age here. It was then that the Kiba village Nakanobu, who had previously claimed to be ashamed of practicing chakra martial arts, spoke the truth. Recently I heard your Kazekage Raza say that in the future, the village will give all sorts of allowances to the children, the elderly, so that even if they lose their parents and children due to disaster, disease, or whatever, they can still be clothed and fed. What do you mean our wind shadow? I am now a reserve ninja of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, so behave yourself when you speak. Kid, Che, I'm sure I'll become a shinobi before you, and I'll be sure to pick up my parents earlier than that as well. I heard that Naruto, Sasuke as a disciple of the Green Spirit, after the earliest promotions to Budo Shiminja, each was allowed to grant one wish. Not that he had any extravagant wishes. All I ask is to be able to pick up my own parents when the time comes, and a sister, whether it's being a ninja in Konoha village or farming for the daimyo in the Land of Fire. It's good to be young and strong, but once you're old and sick, you're going to starve, and once your savings run out, your life is over. Only the Green Spirit Ninja Village was different. Sickness, aging, children, and learning are not at your own expense. There's only the daily routine. Even the house was built, so all you had to do was practice hard and fulfill your part of the task. They live a precarious life as ninjas. Why wouldn't you want to make things better for your family while risking your life? Villagers, ready ninjas, kids, I love you. Rosa, Kakashi, Bringer, Naruto, Sasuke. A single gaze condensed on Changling. He looked around at the crowd. Fong spoke up. I'm going to talk about two things tonight, one of which is cultivation. The cultivation scrolls of the Chakra Shimanobi chapter, which is the main study of the elite division of the Ninja Academy. A verdant jade-like scroll hung in the air and appeared in front of Naruto. Sasuke. Along with it was a golden quest scroll. I'll do it this time. Naruto grabbed the cultivation scroll as soon as he could, while Sasuke took the quest scroll in his stride. However, out of the corner of one's eye, the contents were read in real time. Chakra Budo Volume 2 Compulsory Study. Chapter 1, The 9 Transformations of Chakra, The Possibility of Going from Gas to Liquid. Chapter 2, The Will to Martial Arts, The Necessity of the Yin-Yang Transportation Technique. Chapter 3, Shimen in Combat, Interpretation of Martial Arts Techniques. People were sticking their necks out trying to see what was on the scroll. Sasuke, however, opened the quest scroll after getting over his curiosity. At this point, Green Spirit also raised her small hand high. Speak again. As you can see, there are over 700 available lab questions here. Will work for the chakra martial arts of our Sirin Ninja village, the improvement of our standard of living, and the scientific research of this world. For that, let us celebrate. Sirin Ninja Village. After the Ninja Academy, the Ministry of Guards appeared as an integral part. Department of Scientific Research. Welcome Orochimaru. As our head of research, all he has to do is refine chakra pills of all kinds, refine chakra martial arts ninjutsu, as well as seek immortality and the possibility of breaking through the chakra limitations. Everyone froze. The second thing that Qingling announced, most of them didn't understand but Orochimaru did hear it. He's no longer on the fringe. He's in favor. The pen in his hand flew to jot down the scene. With old tears in his eyes, he recalled every night he had sought immortality and practiced hard. It's all worth it. Chapter 41, Tatsuya Infiltrates. Son of Prophecy. Research? Orochimaru himself has his own forces and research bases in the village of Yanku in the land of Tennessee. For martial arts ninjutsu, Danmaku knows nothing. However, Qingling had said that it contained research to seek immortality, so that would be of great interest to him. Lord Spirit Shadow, my subordinate will not dishonor my mission. Orochimaru arched his hand and dropped to one knee. He had never had so much respect even for Kiba, for Sarutobi, the moment. Nor was it the green spirit that he longed for, but immortality. Selfish and self-centered is what Orochimaru is. Sirin also had no need for Orochimaru's loyalty. He didn't need the loyalty of anyone in the Sirin shinobi village. He just needed them to cultivate to their heart's content, to absorb and expend more chakra, accelerating the depletion of his chakra and the end of his life. Under the night, Qingling's gaze went to the hundreds of Jedi. For future cultivation, we'll need a large number of Jedi-like existences to serve as sandbags, and the Ministry of Science and Research will need as many experimental subjects as possible for their research. And it's clear that the White Jedi is the best teacher of the great body. Tied up, controlled, and kept in storage. Anyone wishing to apply for use will need to travel to Rosasha to do so. Don't panic everyone, there's definitely enough storage of White Jedi. We'll arrange a program to capture the Jedi as soon as possible, and try to have one White Jedi on hand. One White Jedi per hand? Experimenting with it? Using it as a sandbag? These White Jedi were all confused. Was this nine-tailed fox having water in her brain? They really aren't very smart and basically have no brains. Doesn't mean it's at the mercy of others. Nine-tail sealing jutsu. Qingling easily made a seal with just one hand, and a fox's tail sprang out from behind all of the White Jedi's backs, no longer able to escape and haunt. The moment this tail appeared, it meant that all of their chakra was controlled as much as possible. Left to the control of the green spirit, it could infuse the White Jedi or directly deprive it. Great! In the future, there will be no need to hit the wooden man's stake anymore. With White Jade, cultivation will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Naruto was happy that he wouldn't have to see the kids practicing and yelling about being bored in the future. Anticipation was in everyone's eyes. It is no longer subsistence that they seek, they have a good tomorrow. At this point, Bandito hid his hands in his sleeves, his gaze fixed on Aoshiru. He hadn't practiced Chakra Budo yet he was shocked by Kakashi's progress. What puzzled his mind the most was the hope for life in the eyes of the villagers, the preparatory ninjas. Why? Would a group of the humblest of ordinary people have a quest for tomorrow? This look is like a light lit in the eyes. Bandito had never seen it in the eyes of those who worried about their lives in other villages. Here, what's the difference? Maybe it's their naivety, Kakashi said calmly. He stood here, obviously without a single shadow doppelganger watching him, but he didn't sneak out of the Sirin shinobi village. Maybe, even Kakashi himself hadn't realized that he had long ago grown fond of the small village with no taunts, no worries. Perhaps if his father had lived in the Eirin shinobi village, he wouldn't have died in the midst of gossip. Anyone who dared to taunt and make snide remarks would probably eat a slap from Lord Spirit Shadow. Just stay here and get more intel. Kakashi told himself that. On the grass, the children chased each other. Taking his White Jedi in his small hands, he ran through the moonlight. This guy is so stupid, don't they all like to talk? He, what a cute little fox tail. Look, nah, number 1 White Jedi is my sandbag. Why is your White Jedi the number 1? Then mine is super number 1. Their bickering was just a bickering that had nothing to do with grief to the White Jedi. The so-called White Jedi, all of them had once been hit by Otsutsuki Kagaya's infinite moon reading, and were imprisoned in the Gato Devil statue as her battle force. dominated by Jedi and used to fulfill his obsession with resurrecting Otanashi Kagaya. Most of the White Jedi's battle power was average, and there were some that were strong enough, but they wouldn't be able to hold up to the brutal beatings of this group of Super S-rank monsters from the Green Spirit Shinobi village. In a nutshell, they too were once alive, though immersed in illusions until they died and never woke up again. Unfortunately, as monsters from the ancient times, the White Jedi have long been unable to be awakened to their own consciousness. Only the children's innocence tugs at them as they run through the world. The nine-tailed fox jumped up into the tree and scratched the fur on his head. Villagers, it has been a pleasure to spend time with you all. I've been too busy recuperating lately to celebrate with you all. Tonight, let us raise the cup in our hands, have a party, celebrate. We are officially established in the Land of Spirit in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. I declare that our territory for the time being is this territory located between the three great powers of wind, fire and earth. You are both villagers of the Sirin Shinobi village and people of the Land of Spirit. Green Spirit jumped down from the trunk of the tree and picked up a glass of orange juice in his little paws. The villagers have brought food, drinks from their homes that have been prepared long ago. They didn't have too much extravagant food. What they had was just some bread, roasted meat, and fish. Naruto clumsily made ramen. Sasuke couldn't look away to help him fry the tempura. I love that I thoughtfully posted Naruto rolls with guinea fowl on them. Bang! Fireworks bloom. The night was dispelled with solitude. What nonsense! In the black cauldron, the lovely Shizuru is eating a fishball. After the Green Spirit helped him and Yellow remodel their bodies and add the source of chakra, Shizuru was then able to have a portion of his chakra split off. The same way Aoshira hid a whole bunch of doppelgangers in the village. The fireworks are so beautiful. I wonder how the sand-hidden village is doing. Rosasha cupped a cup of barley tea in both hands, and her eyes actually got teary. How are Tiju and Kankuro? In the grass, Orochimaru hurried past, only glancing back at the toad that was staring intently at the village. He didn't want to care about anything, and there was no way that any kind of infiltration could be hidden from the Green Spirit's eyes. Even you, Zirai, one of the three ninjas, can't do the same. Orochimaru didn't want to attend the party. All he had to do was simply leave as soon as possible. This was because just now, Xingling had given him 2 scrolls, which were martial arts endurance tools, and pills. It requires the use of a large number of high-precision instruments and analytical research equipment. This means that he has to start from the ground up, fundamentally improve the technology level of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, before martial arts ninjutsu and elixirs were introduced across the board. It is also bound to change the way of life in this village. In front of the Kanto boil stand, Bandito ate the radish and handed a skewer of tricolored balls to Kakashi, who was eating salt-braised okonomiyaki. I thought it was humiliating enough that I would be hit by another illusion, but I didn't realize that you had already prepared a celebration banquet. It's just a coincidence. Tonight was supposed to be the day that the village was going to announce the martial arts lower ninja training scrolls, as well as officially announcing the founding of the Sirin Ninja Village and the Land of Spirit. Kakashi spoke faintly between words. A small toad hopped past his feet, his large eyes complicated. At this point, Jiraiya was standing on a hill in the distance. He had just come back from Mayuki Mountain. Find a chance to sneak into the Aori Shinobi village while there are bandit and Jedi infiltrating. Through the eyes of the little toad, he saw the entire scene of the banquet held by the Sirin Ninja Village. The Green Spirit is the Nine Tails, but the Nine Tails is not the Green Spirit. So it seems that you are the child of prophecy I'm looking for. The child of the world that will change this world. The Green Spirit, Jiraiya muttered. Chapter 42, Rain Hidden Village's Anger. Shao Organization Reunion. Jiraiya looked serious, as if he had made up his mind about something, turned around and walked into the darkness. A piece of information landed on Tsunade's desk the following day. Toad Senin did not return to Kiba village, and he didn't wander again, and so it was written off, never to be seen again. Night, hiding sleepiness and tiredness. Morning, pouring out light and wind. The Green Spirit Ninja Village didn't make any waves because a small toad appeared. He just stayed in the corner of the village every day, quietly watching all. After that night, the Green Spirit Ninja Village was completely categorized as a restricted area. Wind, fire, and the Land of Earth all chose to remain silent. No response. Rumors soon float again that the Land of Earth, as well as the Iwakunin village, would temporarily cut off any dealings with the Land of Fire for some time to come. There are also anecdotal reports. The Fire Country is going to start a new war that will sweep the world, and the Spirit Country is their first step. The Green Spirit Ninja Village was even more of a pawn for them. It is said, Kiba Village, Sand Hidden Village, and Iwagakure Village all lost their experts. All 3 attacks ended in failure. One of them, the Wind Country, has not elected a true Kazekage for the time being, and the Kayanabu is temporarily standing in for him, and the Daimyo is not allowed to make a direct break with the Fire Country. Gradual. The atmosphere between all 3 was subtle. Being in the northern part of the land of Earth is because there is the land of spirit as a barrier, more like isolated. It was as if there was a possibility that a great war sweeping the shinobi world would break out at any moment. A message, too, had been sent into the rain-hidden village. These people living in the towers have to wear gas masks every day and live in a rainy, cloudy environment. Today, they, who had always been in the business of assassination, knew something that was very exasperating. All helpless. There is a village to the east that has a nice environment because of its proximity to the land of fire. It was a heaven on earth compared to their hidden village. It is called the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Not too long ago, after the announcement of the creation of the land of spirit, people heard about it and only thought it was a joke. It is simply laughable. Everyone knows what's special about this unregulated area. Otherwise, the rain-hidden village would not have survived until today. It was nothing more than the fact that the nations of wind, fire, and earth all use this place as a buffer zone. If the land of spirit could be created, then they, the rain-hidden village, would dare to create a land of rain. However, the joke broke just 3 days ago. It's as if a clown went crazy one day and said to everyone, "Hey, I'm going to do a magic trick for you. I'm going to eat the sun." He opened his mouth, and when he shut it, the sun was gone. People laughed and laughed at this wonderful performance, while others thought he was nothing more than a show-off. But more strange things happened next. The sun never rose again the next day when people were eagerly awaiting it. Yes, it's ridiculous. The villagers of the rain-hidden village also found it incomprehensible. Why? The kingdom of spirit was created, and at the same time, all of this land of no man's land was divided into their realm. Even our village of rain-hidden. Damn it, does he really think that we, the rain-hidden village, are something to eat? The village's tower can be filled with the corpses of those short-lived ghosts, and it seems that it's time for the Aishiren Ninja Village to disappear. People are furious and they want to get out of the way, not relying on a big name or groveling for a bite of what you've earned. How much effort they have put in. By what right did this become that what the Green Spirit Nine Tails? From here on out, you might have to be blackmailed to turn in food or something. All that is good will fade away. Quiet. Minami stepped out of the rain and returned to the tower. Her soft words reassured the crowd. Ever since Hanzo's death at the hands of Nagato, this village has looked up to Rokudo Pain. This cold-looking village chief was so much better than the Hanzo from before. Minami is naturally highly respected. We are not willing to lose what little we have just like that. Give the order. Isn't it just a Sirin shinobi village? A tailed beast and a few rebel ninja are just a few. Would our hidden village be afraid of them? Everyone was in agreement on the matter of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Minami didn't say anything. She was only here to keep the village from dying. Think must. Nagato and the others are close to making a decision, right? Tall towers. Each of the 6 paths of pain occupies a corner. Jedi was alone, hiding in a corner, shivering. He seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to leave the rain-hidden village easily. This time, 3 days have passed since the Shao organization squad broke into the Green Spirit Ninja Village. The crowd was once again gathered for taking this mission. The joint mission of Wind, Fire and Earth has been withdrawn, though, however, each of them had once again tripled their prices, all wanting to take the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Once you get it, it will be more than twice as high as any previous total. Horns all come for wealth. Doesn't mean everyone values this. Hey, aren't Jedi and Fae the best at time-space jutsu and escaping? How come they lost this time? Fidden was curious. He couldn't look at the Jedi's face that was black on one side and white on the other. In his heart, he couldn't wait to hurry up and slaughter this guy early and sacrifice him to his evil god lord. That guy used the white Jedi as an experiment and a cultivation prop, and is now hunting me all over the world. Their village is full of monsters, and it's better for me to not go out alone. Jedi's face was unsightly. In the past 3 days, the territory of the Land of Spirit, that is, the narrow part of the land that encompasses the Aishiren Ninja Village to the rain-hidden village that is surrounded by the 3 great kingdoms. Small groups of 3 can be seen everywhere. They consisted of Naruto, Sasuke, and my Arrow Shadow doppelgangers, and as soon as they encountered the white Jedi, which the Jedi used for reconnaissance, they were as good as caught on the spot. By all rights, these hundreds of 3-person squads should be of average strength because of the equal division of chakra. Surprisingly, they are both ridiculously strong. Even if you use Kizuna, Spirit Fusion, or Mayfly technique, you will not be able to escape. Arrogant to the extreme, they deliberately set up the marks of the Flying Thunder God's technique at every 100 meters. Even you have a headache, don't you? Daidara's brush of bangs shifted as he walked all the way to the Aishiren Shinobi village when he noticed the arrogant scene. But instead, he wanted to walk forward to the Aishiren Shinobi village even more. More than that, these little guys, secretly, have also laid out a lot of seals. From the Green Spirit Ninja Village to the Rain-Hidden Village, about 12 sculptures of the 9 tails have been laid out, and there are 3 near the edge of the Land of Wind, 3 in the Land of Earth. and 5 more in the direction of the Land of Fire. It's a big plan, but it's too much to ask if you're going to try to use the Nine Tails power alone to fight against the 3 great kingdoms and the 3 great shinobi villages. Draikazanamusha didn't usually like to say so much in one breath, but the Green Spirit Ninja village was really arrogant to the extreme, as if it was saying to the world, "Come and beat me, Jedi. Why did Faye and you lose?" It was the skunk who interrupted the Oni's joke. It's come to this. He just wanted more detailed information. The scorpion's gaze froze with it. Time-space sealing jutsu. An extremely powerful time-space sealing jutsu. And the kind of bloodline limitation that is so powerful that it can see through all illusions in ninjutsu. There's also their inexhaustible chakra. And that strange cultivation method called chakra budo. Jedi pretended she was having a nightmare of general fear. At the same time, he took out a cultivation scroll from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, Volume 1 of the 9 Weights of Body Tempering. The first sight of this object, there was a hint of surprise in the eyes of both Kakuto and Onimusha. The secret art of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village, which is widely rumored in the outside world, requires 18 million taels to own the remnants, and its price to sell. Kakuto was pleasantly surprised that it was so precious that he couldn't even buy it if he was so rich. It's said to have been obtained by a mysterious person from the Aoshiran Ninja Village, called the First Volume, and there are 3 of them, giving one the terrifying amount of chakra, as well as immunity to a certain level of illusions. The Draikazanamusha is known as the beast without a tail, but lately the thing's reputation has been growing, and the immunity to illusions alone makes you long for it. Jedi smiled playfully. Want the entire first volume? Then it's best to bring up their heads in exchange. This time, eyes converged, each with a purpose. For riches, for battles, for secret arts. After confirming the eyes of all the members of the Dawn organization, Tendo Pain finally spoke coldly. I'll go myself. Chapter 43, Sunshine and Wind, Same Giving. Interesting. Scorpion gave only 2 simple words in response when he heard Tendo Pain's words. Deidara looked down into her palm, playing with the detonating clay. Let's try it once. Dash is cute despite not liking my art and not being artistic in any way while being a complete art idiot. Dash's art sucks, but he's my fellow artist after all. Deidara's left eye covered by his bangs was blown up by the rain-laced wind, rolled up to see his left eye, which wore a miniature telescope. This specially trained eye can break illusions when looking straight ahead. So, Deidara had been looking forward to a battle with the Uchiha, wanting to challenge the illusionary techniques that had made him famous all over the world. For the wonderful family that is the Dawn organization, he has always seen it as a combination of artists. Faye is usually very powerless indeed, with a silly brain that doesn't work very well, but he's also quite artistic. In his opinion, the next best artist in the Dawn organization is the puppet master, Scorpion, and the one person who can go toe-to-toe with him is the skunk. Artists in the shinobi world are too rare. It's hard to find a few, and there's Faye, a poor artist with an incredible talent. Instead, it ended up being controlled by the Green Spirit Ninja Village. How could he be willing? Scorpion, your opinion? Hearing Deidara's words, Tendo Pain turned his head to Scorpion. After all, Deidara couldn't wait to kill on a whim right now and perform the art for everyone in the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. Yes, we can both keep our jutsu out of the village, not to mention the information that Jedi and Dash risked their lives to bring back. This one sentence from Scorpion signaled a mission transfer. Not necessary. It's not like Nagato was going to make a personal appearance in this case. They had already decided to open their plans ahead of time, and they must not be disrupted by the appearance of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. It's just one spirit country. They're aiming for the whole world. Good. Must not break into the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Just retreat in one piece. All we have to do is their heads and slaughter them. Slaughter? Ready to go. What a bland statement. Also, Scorpion, within Himuru Auxiliary, can manipulate more than a normal number of puppets, plus his strongest human puppet, the Sandaime Kazekage. It could encircle the Green Spirit Ninja Village directly from the ground, and the puppets who weren't afraid of death went on a rampage. The sky is taken care of by Deidara, who can create massive explosions that fall from the sky using detonating clay. With the 2 joining forces, there was no need for them to make a brutal baptism of the Green Spirit Ninja Village at all. Without showing his face, he only swept through the Green Spirit Ninja Village with a powerful ranged attack like a windstorm. This is where Scorpion, Deidara's group has the advantage. The art of eternity collides with the art of the moment. Cold silk threads, pulling up mechanical limbs, reflecting the cold eyes within the golem. He was the ageless teenager. White clay, his proud art. Few people are ever fearless, but some are always paranoid. The land of the winds. It was a good day. At least that's how it is for Daimyo. The Daimyo of the Land of Fire is here as a special guest. Inside the banquet hall, the singer was dancing. There are also wonderful women who specialize in serving tea and wine. The houses here are shaped like flat kettles. There are glass-type things inside to refract the sunlight. The outer ring of the house is filled with flowers and trees, and the inside is where the daimyo live. However, this method does not extend to the entire wind country. In order to maintain the environment and the growth of the plants, they need to be tended to on a daily basis, and the construction method in particular is very costly. For ordinary people it is simply unthinkable. Ha 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 ha, come and drink this. The outlaws of the rain-hidden village, who sold their lives for a small fortune, have taken our order. Yeah, it was stupid of the Toonami-sai to suspect that the Aoshiren ninja village was our handiwork. Sarutobi Hinata even died at the hands of the Nine Tails. Don't care about those ninjas. Dead is dead. We're here for the alliance today. We can't waste time. Oh, a few more cups of fine wine is the right thing to do. What they call an alliance is really a party. The land of wind is not a better environment than the land of fire, and the daimyo's affluent life is no different. With the same wine and food and beautiful people, we form an alliance and the water country and the thunder country get nervous again. It's too much fun. The misty hidden village in the water country has gone completely insane and doesn't follow their orders at all, and the group in the thunder country likes to keep to themselves just as much. That group of cuties in the land of earth, it's really going to be isolated. So why don't we wait until the rain-hidden village and the green spirit ninja village are both defeated, then take them in their stride. Then excuse yourselves to kill the land of earth. Half for you, half for us. All the great names present were equipped to drink freely. They felt wonderful just thinking about that day. Divide up the land of nowhere, plus the land of earth. It would be enough to head east, sweeping through the civil unrest of the land of water, and the brutal land of thunder. As for other small countries, they are not worth mentioning in the grand scheme of things. Their maniacal laughter already had the ambition to gobble up the world and become the king of the world. The daimyo of the wind country looked out the window filled with yellow sand. The scent of cherry blossom wine lingers in the indoor garden, but it cannot escape the thin glass, as in, those who are struggling to survive in the sand and wind. And how do you know? Even if the same in the desert, those daimyo as well as the life of extraordinarily nourishing. Is the world doomed to be uneven? The wind and sand filled the sky. A family carefully escaped, pushing a cart and wrapping their entire body in rags. In the car was all they had, a pot and a few broken bowls. At this point, a handful of people escaped from each village in the land of wind, braving the blazing sun and sandy winds towards the same direction. The destination. Mom, why did Dad take us away from the village? The girl's parched lips were stating that the last time she'd had water was also 2 days ago. 4. There is a new kingdom founded, where we can drink sweet water and have full bellies. My mother's face was as thin as a bone, but her eyes, which had been numb and empty for 30 years, glowed with light. The children's father didn't say a word, just like an old ox. He carries this fragile family with both shoulders, grasps the handles of the cart with both hands, and moves forward stubbornly. He'll drift down the road until he meets up with more people and they'll no longer be alone. They'll hold on to each other. Life, stubborn as the wind in that yellow sand, it keeps tumbling over hopeless dunes, yet desperately rushes to the next oasis, the land of earth, which is full of earthy nooks and crannies, towering mountains and the not-so-beautiful environment of Rai no Kuni, being in the sea, scattered like a piece of debris, shrouded in gloom, the land of water, the land of fire, which has great ambitions but is surrounded by enemies on all sides. A village, like the village of Rain Hidden, humbly seeks to survive. On the surface, like the land of spirit, it appears to exist, but in reality, it is nothing more than a small kingdom in the buffer zone of a powerful kingdom. How much better could they be? The daimyo live the same good life regardless of their geographic location. Ninjas lay down their lives for survival regardless of village. All the weaker people could do was risk their lives to escape with all their courage. The sun is as selfless as the wind in bestowing them. And who divides the high and the low and the honored? Answers. Right at the end of that convergence of gazes. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Chapter 44, Green Spirit Immortal Technique. Nascent Soul Chapter. The Land of the Spirits. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. It was just a ninja world. A small village not worth mentioning among many ninja villages. Today, the elementary school division of the Ninja Academy is again teaching some basic, well-known common sense. Vice President of Kids and Cadets in the Elite Division, Whirlpool Naruto was spreading his hands wide and talking to the children about the basics of martial arts chakra. Open your hands and echo the world. As you all know, our chakra is an inner thing created by the fusion of the dual energies of body and spirit together. Then, when those two are then fused with nature, you can obtain chakra from nature, which we call senjutsu. Like him, the children opened their hands and tried to nab chakra from heaven and earth, yet all came to nothing. 2 days ago, for thinking on the way back from Kiba village, Green Spirit determined that chakra martial arts required more chakra, and that it was not enough just by virtue of inner generation. To that end, he had his 20 or so shadow doppelgangers get together before bedtime to discuss a senjutsu adapted to use all living things. After a short period of experimental determination, This is the simplest and most versatile way to get natural chakra. A complete system unlike the normal immortal arts. The current green spirit immortal technique only has the first part, Nana nature chakra. One needs to meditate and sense it from time to time during the hardened ninth period of martial arts apprenticeship. By the time you are promoted to Budo Shimonin, you can strengthen your fusion with nature through the full promotion of your spirit, body, and chakra, a constant source of natural chakra. As for the immortal mode of the green spirit immortal technique, as well as perception, physical techniques, and so on still needed to be further developed. Naruto pointed to the drawing. The above is exactly how to draw chakra from nature, incorporate it into the body, flow it through the meridians, and actually cultivate it. I sense it. It's nature chakra. A kid stood up and wiped off his nose as soon as he could. Naruto-sensei, Shujiro farted. The little chubby guy next to him hastily covered his nose. Hey, sorry for running away when I dared to echo to. Shikaro rubbed his nose and sat back down. Naruto was sweating all over his brain. These little guys were not making any sense at all. It's all about how at the apprentice stage it's sensing natural chakra, which is hard to access, and having to joke about it one by one. Class is over. Get some rest and Sasuke will take you next class. Naruto walked into a classroom with his hands in his pockets. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, yeah, this time Sasuke-sensei is going to teach the cultivation of the spirit of martial arts, right? Sasuke-sensei must be so handsome because he's so spiritual. Yeah, it would be great to be complimented by Sasuke-sensei. Sasuke-sensei is the most handsome. The girls cheered instantly. The boys next to him immediately stood together in an unbreakable grand alliance. Che, ridiculous, Naruto-sensei is the best. Even my Ero-sensei's martial arts classes are more interesting than his. It's just, Sasuke-sensei's red eyes are cool. But I just don't like them. Yeah, you guys know handsome, only us boys know cool for life. Not a moment too soon. It went from the topic of Sasuke being the most handsome to the question of whether Sasuke is cooler or more handsome. Simply bickering. Classroom. Kakashi had been waiting for a long time. He doesn't have his Sharingan anymore. Yet another identity, the vice president of the elite division of the Ninja Academy. There was only one official dean in the entire Ninja Academy, and that was Chingling. Ao-Rei Ichika is the daimyo of the Land of Spirit, the first ever Raikage of the Ao-Rei Ninja Village, and the head of the Ninja Academy. This lesson is the popularization of ninjutsu, and if you want your martial arts to be strong enough, you must learn as many ninjutsu as possible in order to keep fusing them and developing your own. Kakashi Banagi, as a copy ninja, knows countless jutsu, specializes in making up for the shortcomings in ninjutsu for students in the elite division. Unlike the primary division, the elite division does not offer classes every day, and generally requires both students and teachers to discuss and teach when they are available. After all, becoming a Budo Shimonin means truly becoming a Sirin ninja village to ninja village. It's inevitable that there will be a mission or something in the future. The elite division is only arranged for further advancement when there are no assignments, or for the annual set. To truly be promoted to Budo Nakanobu, it was still a matter of strength and ability. Kakashi, can we learn some stronger combat jutsu today? Today you'll be given a refresher on water transportation. After all, you have multiple chakra attributes today and need to make up for all the jutsu you can learn. Nani, all? That's a lot of jutsu. Whirlpool Naruto looked back bitterly at the children who were playing on the playground. He's an associate dean of elementary school on the outside, and he's a student here again. The shift in identity is still hard to accept for a while. So, start studying. Kakashi jumped off the table and led Naruto to the river with his feet on the window frame. Naruto, who was following him, glimpsed it out of the corner of his eye. Kakashi had a sword behind his back, one that didn't have the slender curvature of a katana, but was a bit larger than a ninja katana. That blade originated from one man, Kiba Shirata. His swordsmanship has long since been lost, as Kiba Shiratsuki, who once terrorized countless people. It's long been a mystery so far, but since the night after the Beltane attack, Kakashi then acquired the blade from the Green Spirit. Losing his Sharingan I could very well be the opening of another path for him. The next day, dawn breaks. The Green Spirit Ninja Village was in the midst of a peaceful time, with people waking up to work and study. There was just something a little different about the center of the village today, where the small building where the Spirit Shadow's office was located. A sculpture of 9 tails made of wood, stood where the small building had been. The originally inconspicuous little building of Spirit Shadows formed a small circle enclosing this wooden sculpture, a leaf that clusters into a green shade to block out the early morning sun. People feel very close to the sculpture of the tree that rose up overnight. That fox was not the terrifying 9-tailed demon fox that was rumored to be in the outside world. It was their Lord Spirit Shadow, a great hero who had sheltered them from the storm. Very few people notice. This village is actually different up. Inside a mansion, the chief captain of the guard department of the Sirin Ninja Village, the chief in charge of defense, Aiello glanced at the table and took only a piece of bread. He said coldly just before he left the door. Why not grilled beef tongue? Rosasha at the table sniffed and continued to eat her breakfast. Today's lunch, he thought to himself, will be grilled beef tongue. Since coming to live in the Green Spirit Shinobi village, he had calmed down a lot and even started a daily life. Sex are much gentler. Become a little unlike the former thunder and lightning of the fourth generation of the Wind Shadow. Only a part of the task is responsible for processing some documents. The village wasn't too big yet, and there was little to do that didn't require him to work too hard. But he woke up early in the morning with a direction that seemed to have something to do with the giant wooden sculpture in the village. That is, the source of chakra was added to his body, and even the natural chakra was increased tenfold. During this time, Luo Sha didn't stop cultivating. Along the way, he had broken through the realm, from martial arts apprentice, to the 8th level of body tempering, and even the nascent soul immortal technique's nascent soul chapter he had learned. Even though he can't absorb it, he can keenly sense the increase of chakra in nature. Actually, it's not just him. Last night, overnight, everyone in the Aoshiren Shinobi village was transformed by the Aoshiren, adding a new source of chakra. At the same time, he uses this large tree sculpted in chakra wood that resembles his appearance to radiate chakra. Converting one's own chakra into nature chakra caused the concentration of nature chakra in and around the Aoshiren ninja village to rapidly increase, and it's spreading at a faster rate. All Aoshira had to do was plant 100 more of these large sculpted trees within the Rikoku's felt borders to allow his chakra to radiate out faster. Consume it at a faster rate. Outside the village, Deidara took a deep breath. Why is the air so much fresher here? Is it just me? Not only is the air in the rain-hidden village humid, it's poisonous, and you feel fresh in the desert. Scorpion's cold words made Deidara lose interest. Shut up, you artless senior. Now, all Deidara wanted to do was blow something up to calm the artistic heart affected by his ventriloquist artist teammate. Chapter 45, I'll see that you don't age. Ha, interesting. Deidara glanced down at the toad that had hopped past her feet. Decidedly pinched a little toad. Exploding clay ugly toad. Hearing the name he gave the jutsu. The little toad glanced at it grudgingly and quickly left. Red secret technique 100 machines manipulation. Scorpion was silent and directly released hundreds of puppets. The puppets that come out of the scrolls have their own chakra regeneration cores, which can only be perfectly connected to them by using chakra threads. The golems in their red robes each had their own do-it-yourself weapons. The forest, the earth, the sky, and from all sides directly surrounded the Green Spirit Ninja village. Che, that's a pretty good move, but it's going to be blown into a pile of pieces later. Deidara grinned a cute, perverted smile, as he clasped his arms together. Hundreds of small exploding clay frogs had jumped into the village. Exploding clay giant bird. Energizing clay swarm of biplane flying birds. Exploding clay centipede. Countless little starter clay things began to bounce around and head towards the forest. Flying birds of white clay swept through the sky like locusts in transit. Deidara stood on the back of the giant bird with her arms wrapped around her, rising up into the wind with a smile on her face. Art, witness the art. You dirt villages that bury Fae. He looked down at the earth. A small creature of detonating clay had broken in every direction, and birds of prey swooped down. The golems roamed the hills and the blades flashed cold. One explosion, one slaughter. When the two joined forces, there was no need to fight the enemy head-on to easily take their lives away. A mere Green Spirit Ninja village was not worth mentioning at all. Those who survived the explosion were about to suffer the interception of the golem. People are killed by a single stab because of their own vulnerability. Chakra puppets, but they have immortality. Art, it's the explosion. Deidara quickly made a seal and bellowed. Drink, let the fire and smoke, roll up the sin and leave only the pure pursuit. He's a paranoid genius or a demented lunatic. There was a loud crack, each snap hitting the teenager's heartbeat. All life, kill. Scorpion didn't even have a tone of voice when he mumbled. He once destroyed a kingdom with this move. The Land of Spirit said that the area was not too big and not too small, but the Green Spirit Ninja village was only a village of a few hundred people. And how can I carry this flying disaster? The moment. Puppets that share their master's mind, i.e., killing machines made of cold machinery that ruthlessly use cool human shells. Underneath each of the red robes was a deceased person that their family had been waiting for. The puppet was cold, and the blades were even colder. Just like the scorpion hidden within the Himuru amber, the cold-eyed teenager, so cold that he freezes his face and never ages again. This is, by his own admission, a timeless art. Boom! The detonating clay was like a natural disaster, blowing up all over the place. No relief is possible for this quiet and bland little village. The golem quickly traveled through every corner of the village, attempting to decimate every living person as much as possible. To live or die, that is the question. A question that belongs only to the daimyo, for the common man has only the instinct to survive. And where will he waste his time thinking about it? If they could live, even if they had a top and no squat, they would raise their heads and look forward to it all the same. They simply want to live. Seek death. The teenager's voice was like a thunderous heavenly punishment that sped past Deidara's ears at breakneck speed. Do you know the name of the village beneath you? The moment Sasuke stood on the back of the explosive clay giant bird, lightning attribute chakra was directly injected into it. Chakra begets each other, and detonating clay is still essentially an earth attribute. It's different from Shizuku's molten transportation and Terumi's dissolving transportation. The more multi-attribute reclamations, especially bloodline limitations, it's hard to be restrained by a single chakra attribute. Deidara flaws here and there. Drink! Standing on the giant bird, Deidara directly made a seal. Boom! The giant bird, Deidara exploded at the same time. The flames quickly swept over Sasuke. Amidst the smoke, dragon wings tore through the skyline, spreading their wings. It's a damn shame that I haven't gotten around to saying the art of inquiry yet. Deidara's doppelganger generally explodes with the classic line. This time, because Sasuke had struck too quickly for him to shout out, he was naturally in a bad mood. Where to? Sobering. There was a cracking sound and the smoke was dispersed with a wave of the hand. Purple chakra gathered and took shape, and underneath it, there was the green and orange chakra of the green spirit nine-tails surging. Susanoo, in its infancy, has taken on a certain stature. Sasuke Uchiha was in the middle of it, his gaze cold. He dared to destroy the green spirit ninja village, which was his home. Whoever you are, you must die here. Crossing reality and imagination, turning all fantasy into reality. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. You're the younger brother of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Weasel, who defected from the Konoha village. Deidara closed her right eye and curled her bangs. The pupil of the left eye is narrowed and carries a miniature telescope. Your illusions won't work. Your jutsu is worthless. Try it then. Thunder attribute chakra was already a restraint to Deidara, not to mention the dual kaleidoscope shurikens that opened up the incipient Sunigakure. Also as a nine-tailed human pillar power, a Budo Shimenabu, he is also able to constantly take in nature's chakra from the heavens and earth. Naruto's eyes were undoubtedly looking at a dead man. C2 Colossus. Drink! Deidara directly discarded the giant dragon at his own feet, and the dragon wielding its wings crashed head-on into Sasuke's Susanoo, only to see its feet gradually take shape as well, starting to condense flesh and blood outside of its bones. Since the pupil technique hadn't been developed to the extreme, he couldn't open the strongest form of his full body, but even so, Sasuke thought he was also good enough to deal with a mere Deidara. The moment you mention him, it's certain death. So what? This village has been razed to the ground. Deidara smiled confidently. However, the explosion was long past, and the smoke was blown away by a brisk wind, and yet it remains unharmed. The wind and sand dispersed. My arrow stood in the air on the sand. His mother's arms spread wide to protect him inside, and Chizuru poised and ready to strike at a moment's notice. He glanced up at Deidara and spoke only faintly. Empty sand defense wall. Damn, what kind of eyes does this guy have? Deidara looked at Sasuke in exasperation, and the latter's eyes were even more dismissive of him. It instantly reminded him of the Uchiha Weasel, that look of disdain for his great art. Both of you brothers deserve to die, so don't blame me for being impulsive. Deidara vowed that he was going to come up with a big one, blowing Sasuke, Aira, and the green spirit ninja village all up into the sky. Incompetent rage. Sasuke spat faintly. Nani? Deidara could not tolerate this slur on his art and character. Teacher Qingling said that your kind is just incapable of raging. The answer was unhurried. Incompetence. Rage. I can never forgive you. Deidara's eyes were red, always centerfold and adorable. At the moment it's just a genius in defensive art. He changed his mind. Not only was he going to blow up the green spirit ninja village, but he was going to blast the area around here to smithereens. The edge of the village. Rosa stood with a circle of sand and gold on his feet, standing in the air. Sand and gold transformed into hundreds of shields and spears. While blocking the puppet's attacks, it kept hitting back. Multiple shadow split technique. Bang! The blast of wind is late but arrives. One of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers flew straight up, transforming into 9 Lamas mode only. With the help of the chakra that keeps progressing and integrating into itself, he already had an extremely powerful ability to learn and transform. Ninjutsu, plus the bonus of the mutant white eyes and the 8 gates of transportation series of physical arts, make their martial arts skills more pure and powerful. This was the reason Naruto could be the #1 in martial arts in the Sirin Ninja Village. Martial technique, chaotic star wild dance, shadow divergence technique, 9 Lama mode, and really Anua fusion of martial arts. First, you have to turn on 9 Lama mode to get a massive chakra, speed, and strength bonus. Opening the third of the 8 gates of the transported armor on top of that once again makes the basic attributes of all aspects increase. This opens the shadow fracture technique to surround the enemy. Cast really Anua in another third of a second. It all has to be done in one fell swoop to maximize power. The so-called martial art is a killing art that combines ninjutsu and physical arts without distinction. Bang! The sound of shattering rang out at the same time. As one of the puppets shattered, Naruto descended from the sky with a big smile on his face, appeared in front of the bland and unassuming Scorpion. How can I let you destroy my home? The renegade ninja of both Konoha and Sakhalin are cooperating to this extent, so it seems that the rumors are true, and it's just a conspiracy. As Scorpion spoke, his behind, hands, and head changed in synchronization. Crimson flow amber, tail spikes on the back. Himuro amber, needle happo. Himuro amber, yo asterisk 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 omo chikamoto. In the meantime, Sandame Kazekage, a human puppet, also quietly appeared behind Scorpion. The moment, Luosha's gaze in the sky coalesced violently, and his pupils narrowed. That free man-child has been transformed into an unsmiling puppet. I'll finally see that you don't age. But things are not what they used to be. Chapter 46, Are You, God? The highly poisonous scorpion tail flew out from within the ghostly mask, sketching rapidly in an attempt to poison Naruto in an instant. Poison needles, poison spikes, deathless wide-range attacks, released directly from the mouth. The crazy attacks are more like waterfalls, like a big killing move. The mechanical arm also exploded in a breath, directly sweeping in all directions. All kinds of weapons with poison attacked out at this moment. Naruto looked stretched even with the 9 Lama mode shielding him. How was he supposed to block as fast as he could? Poison attacks have always been an extremely tricky thing in the shinobi world, unless one possessed a powerful chakra to harden against it. The shinobi world had a headache with poison attacks until Tsunade's proposed medical ninjutsu was officially born. Puppetry coupled with toxins is undoubtedly indefensible. Unlike the preparation and release of unusual jutsu, it is about response speed, power and attribute restraint. The greatest advantage of puppetry is that it is well prepared. Various weapons, toxins, and even scrolls within using time-space jutsu to save jutsu, puppets in advance. In such a case, a good puppeteer strikes with a wide-range attack. At the same time, their biggest drawback, on the other hand, lies in themselves, overemphasizing preparation and puppetry. The puppeteer, himself, would lack cultivation. However, Scorpion is just the opposite, a powerful scroll killer that surpasses the understanding and skill of all puppet masters 2, or even 3, versions of Puppet Master, as well as his own silky jutsu, his reflexes. If it wasn't for the loneliness inside, the emptiness, he knew deep down that it would probably be difficult to encounter an existence that truly obliterated his essence in this lifetime. No offense. The moment Naruto performed a martial arts technique to defeat all the puppets, the main body quickly made a seal and looked seriously at Scorpion. Teacher, this guy means no harm. And Naruto's talent for the practice of senjutsu seems to be inherently different from the norm. Not only did he absorb natural chakra faster, but he even began to perfect the contents of the Nasu Chi chapter on his own. A chakra tail also appeared behind himself. 9 Lama's chakra outerwear cloak is naturally remarkable for its style, needless to say. The moment Naruto himself had changed a bit, his eyes were more like those of a green spirit. Of course, this is referring to the transmuting eye alone. Theoretically, as long as there was enough chakra, it didn't matter if even half of the body was broken. However, facing this overwhelming puppet poison attack, Naruto still chose to dodge at first. Sobering, he transformed into a blistering orange wind. In a matter of moments, he appeared at Scorpion's side. Gotcha, puppeteer. Naruto sensed that Scorpion was more than just harmless. He wasn't the least bit kind either. An emotionless killing machine. The loneliness is all the more strange than my Eros abhorrence. Could it be that the sandy hidden village abounds in this type of monster? This time there's not even malice. Lonely guy. What's the right word to use? Naruto, who had dodged out of the way using the flying Raijin no Jutsu, could only think of one word. Hollow. That's right. He found the answer. The Scorpion's heart is extraordinarily empty. There is no unappreciated loneliness, but a hollow loneliness. Poisonous dagger. Just for a moment Naruto stood. A huge blade flew out directly from within the right sleeve of the third generation Wind Shadow's right hand and intercepted him. There's no way you can cut me. Naruto immediately appeared at another point. Instantaneous jutsu, body jutsu, and flying thunder god jutsu have allowed me to walk through this forest as if I were on the ground. And you should know that it's not just our village, but wherever within the land of spirit. The seals of the flying thunder god's art, as well as the sculpture of the teacher, are placed in a certain pattern. How could you possibly catch up to my speed in the Aori ninja village? Naruto stood on a branch, trying to keep looking for a break in Scorpion. Instead, all that was heard was a click. 1,000 hands manipulating martial arts organ arm. The third generation Wind Shadow's puppet's left arm spell went into effect, giving birth to thousands of arms while throwing out countless amounts of bitterness. This time it was another large ranged attack. Bang! Naruto dodged harmlessly and appeared at another point. Instead, it's a large swath of trees that are a little worse for wear. Magneto, sand and iron time rain. The puppet's hands formed a seal as turning into waves of sand and iron needles that constantly changed into various forms to attack, and it can be suspended and chased, allowing Naruto's to flash out again just as he hits the ground again and again. Even so, it was still impossible to catch the orange flash of the instantaneous jutsu that worked perfectly with the flying Raijin no jutsu. Magneto, sand iron Neiwing. Sand and iron quickly coalesced into wings, causing them to fly through the air at high speeds, and from time to time a piece of sand and iron feather detached and pursued Naruto. So fast. Is this the power of a puppeteer? The main body doesn't need to make a move to make the puppet do something powerful enough to replace thousands of people. From the beginning, hundreds of puppets came out together, each with their own fighting techniques and weapons, and then to the point where each attack didn't need any stopping, one after the other. As well as human puppets can perform powerful jutsu, including the blood succession limit. All of this showed Naruto the diversity of the world. Perhaps, as Qingling had said, their understanding of the Qingling immortal technique, the chakra martial way, was still all just at the initial stage of being undeveloped, and the future held infinite possibilities. Magneto, sand and iron realm method. Sand and iron intertwined as a dragnet, covering the earth and sky in every way possible, constantly attacked by long lines of sand and iron, spikes, and spinning gyroscopes. The Sandaime Kazekage's form was still soaring, utilizing sand and iron feathers to track down Naruto and destroy a single flying wreckage seal. It had become a forbidden area of the junction, not allowing the shadow split to break into it. Naruto has lost the last seal he could utilize. After the continuous narrowing of the Scorpion attack, finally only this last landing spot remained. Why this? Scorpion spoke up. Because Naruto was standing right in front of him, less than 2 meters away. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No, Naruto replied with a seemingly serious answer, but underneath his seriousness lay a delicate mind of his own. Sobering. The third generation wind shadow stayed behind Naruto at extreme speed, countless long sand and iron needles hanging in the air. A dragnet. Impossible to escape. No, you haven't used a single attack type jutsu since the beginning. You've been dodging. According to the information, you are an existence that even the strongest Naruto of the third generation, Sarutobi Hinata, fought to the same death. Why? You didn't attack? Scorpion's words had never been so many at the moment. He felt 2 constantly jumping heartbeats at the same time, and he felt the scorching heat, not life, its spirit and soul. Sensei said to keep you a little longer, and if you hadn't shown your true form by the end of my hiding, then let me kill you. If you show your true form, then he will be the one to kill you. The corners of Naruto's mouth turned up and he narrowed his eyes in a wide grin. The moment he stopped trying to defend and hide, Aoshiro's chakra kept surging. With Aoshiro-sensei around, he didn't need to do anything. This was the perfect human pillar power. And even more so, Naruto's absolute trust in Aoshiro. Right now, Scorpion had long since shed his puppet shell of Himuro Auxiliary, standing in front of Naruto and Aoshiro with the face of a puppet that had been transformed by his own body. Just after noticing that Naruto never attacked, and after Scorpion threatened over and over again, threatening life and death as a way to get no response, that inexplicable perception became clearer and clearer, until the moment Naruto appeared in front of him. Scorpion removes his disguise and shows his true colors. I'll let you die. The Scorpion of red sand, the blood-stained, ageless boy, holder of the Ring of Jade. Hearing this puppet killer who had destroyed a kingdom threaten, Naruto gave a heartless grin. So this is what you look like. Cool. 10 times cooler than Sasuke. As a nemesis, there is certainly an element of sarcasm. Yet it doesn't exclude Naruto's own insights. Scorpion sniffed and froze slightly. Then once again, his murderous aura was rampant as he stared intently at the green-robed fox that had coalesced and molded on the side. It seems that you're next. The mysterious figure who wiped out the 9 tails will in the legend and replaced it. The green spirit. Hiss. Qingling's 9 tails kept wagging in delight. How about being seen through by a smart guy? But it doesn't matter. The world doesn't care who the 9 tails are. He looked up, and under his robes was the visage of a fox. His eyes closed. Instead, there was a crease between his eyebrows that was tearing away. A third eye is slowly forming. Scorpion remembered that in history and lore, there seemed to be very few people who had ever possessed 3 eyes. None of them are big names. Otanashi Kagaya, Rokudo Sannin. Scorpion's head was so tight for the first time. What kind of monster was he going to face? Isn't that 9 tails in front of me? Is that a god? The heart, fluttering slightly, was not a resistance to the call of death. The soul, floating along with it, the myth of the creation of all things is about to come back to life. He had just a glimmer of anticipation. If God really exists, is it possible to not need unlimited monthly readings with Dreamland, returning the departed one by one? You are God? Scorpion saw the third eye when, giggle, smiling like a child. Chapter 47, The Eye of God, silenced by the God of Death. golden eyes with heavy pupils within them. In the green spirit's eyes, there was a small circle on top of the heads of all things, and a number was clearly visible inside, which was their lifespan. This statement ignores any illusions and sees through the principles of all ninjutsu and body techniques. The real role is to be able to see through the lifespan of all things as if it were the life and death that determines the life and death of all things. This is the true eye of God. I recite the name of the living, and thou shalt go to the yellow springs. I recite the name of the dead, and you shall return to the world. Let the dead come to life and the living die. Arguably the most direct role of the eye of God. The problem was that the eye was too strong, and once it was used the likelihood of that green spirit's death would be drastically reduced. Each time it is used, a certain amount of sacrifice is required. By gifting the caster with half of the living person's lifespan, the deceased will return from the underworld's land of the afterlife. If it was to allow the living to die, it would directly increase the longevity of the caster. This may seem like a side effect, but it's an increase in disguise. For the green spirit, who was bent on death, using the eye of God would neither hit an illusion nor allow him to reduce his lifespan. In fact, the green spirit's main body spent most of its time sleeping with its eyes closed. If it wasn't for the fact that hitting an illusion more or less requires chakra to be affected, he didn't want to keep one eye open. In terms of illusion, there were a few people in this world who were stronger than him. Purple spirit green light transmutation eyes, 9 hooks of the jade chakra rider's eye, heavy pupils golden eyes eyes of God. The three together undoubtedly brought the divine power to create all things, travel through time and space, and determine life and death to the green spirit. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had eaten the chakra fruit, already possessed immortality. The green spirit had even gone to an almost perverted point in this world. Those 2 puppets of yours can cease to be puppets, and I need, with your puppetry, to go on endless puppets, preferably producing large numbers of regeneration cores every day. If you could multiply the rate of chakra consumption by 10, then I'd appreciate it. Crazy chakra drain? Scorpion looked to the center of the village. The large, strangely shaped tree with a sculpture of 9 tails seems to be aware of it. Ridiculous, let the dead be born. Could you not mold another body for me? Back from the dead. What the hell do you think life is? You guy? It's not art. It's blasphemy. Bang! Changling ignored Scorpion's retort. The eye of transmigration and the reincarnation rider's eye opened at the same time. 3 differently colored eyes gave off weird chakra fluctuations. In a matter of moments, with the regeneration nucleus as the center, the true body of the scorpion was rapidly conceiving a body. In the meantime, there was a click. The 2 parent-based puppets behind him shattered in response. The dark door opens. Only 2 souls were seen floating out abruptly. Their eyes closed as they quickly condensed their chakra and transformed into brand new bodies on top of the broken position of the puppet. No, Daddy, Mommy. Scorpion could no longer tolerate this moment. His puppet was gone, and what were these 2 spirits? The past is long gone, so why bring back the dead? Only cold puppets are eternal. Even if the parents returned from the underworld, what could they do? They would die just the same, and flesh and blood were nothing more than fragile shells. Green Spirit looked over at the flustered teenager. You're almost unsteady in your persona. How can the titular Akasago Scorpion be terrified and afraid? You were just a little flustered because your soul didn't object while the contract was in the making. Soul, no objections? What's the persona again? Facing the Green Spirit, Scorpion had so many questions that his mind changed slightly. That said, the 4th generation of Kakazi's shadow outside of that dragnet, Rosa, there was also a gentleness and seriousness in the eyes at the same time. It seems, it's ominous to be near this fake 9 tails named Green Spirit. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Ching Ling glanced at Scorpion. You don't think it would be unfortunate to be near me, do you? Scorpion mentally thought about it, and it was true. Nope. Heart? Where he has a heart, clearly transformed in order to regenerate the nucleus. The moment he could feel this puppet body of his shattering, and the scrolls of great killing moves were falling to the ground. Instead of being eliminated, the regenerative nucleus coexists with the heart. I don't need this. Scorpion's tone seemed to be tinged with exclamation points, a sign of emotion. Behave yourself. You spent half of your lifespan. It's just a little gift package for you. Hopefully you'll be a bit faster on chakra consumption by then, preferably 1 to 10. No need for you to return the favor, just enough to make a death wish. Xingling gently touched his red hair. Don't touch me, Scorpion said viciously as he was possessing emotions. A heartbeat began to form, and gradually a body began to appear. Don't get angry, the high-flying persona will crumble. Xingling didn't get angry. He instead shifted his gaze to Scorpion's parents. The first time I used this eye of God that came back from the dead. What would really work? He still needed to verify some of that. The most infuriating thing about it is that it took away half of Scorpion Da's lifespan. Again, you have to find a way to consume it. It's a lot of work just thinking about it now. Scorpion wanted to reject the change, but when he came back to his senses, The young couple's bodies are molded for success. They hung in the air, eyes tightly closed. Behind the two, a huge figure emerged. His appearance was visible only to the green spirit, because similar to the ghoul seal exhaustion, the Grim Reaper shows up and is only visible to the caster. The Shinigami, who had never had any emotional fluctuations, saw Qingling for a moment. Both froze slightly. Last time it was the green spirit, who released the soul of the fourth generation wind shadow, Namikaze Mizukage, from his stomach during the day. It crawled out of his stomach with Saratobi at night. Shouldn't you have something to offer? It's okay to ignore the rules for absolutely nothing. This time, he's directly going to resurrect the undead and take the lifespan for himself, not giving his buddies any points at all. Good. You've got balls. Upon seeing Qingling's god's eye, he didn't dare to move at all. And perhaps, the god of death wasn't supposed to change at all. Born with two horns, as if related to the Otanashi clan, and being in the underworld, past life, the land of the Yellow Springs. Its very existence is a symbol that means the worldview of the ninja world should be divided into the three categories of spectral death, divine Otsutsuki, and ninja mortal. For this reason, death didn't move a muscle, pretending he was just a symbol. Instead, Qingling looked at death's forehead with a slight smile. There's a circle there. There's a long string of numbers in it, implying that it's not immortal even as death. Even if it's a Shinigami, a soul type of existence, it can really go up in smoke. So the Shinigami have a lifespan too. Qingling's faint sentence. Death sniffed and his face turned ashen. Luckily, he was already ashen, so he didn't say a word at the words and continued to pretend to be an NPC, standing as if a balance in the middle of the scorpion's parents. The moment they both opened their eyes at the same time, Death disappeared as fast as he could on the spot. I thought to myself, finally, I'm done and away from this plague. Instead, it was the green spirit who had some epiphanies. He looked to the mountains, the grass and the trees, all of which had circles and their own lifespans. A mountain is its lifespan before it becomes a field of rocks. Big rocks break into small rocks. Small rocks become sand. Sand becomes dust, are all considered another lifespan. A great harvest. Oh little scorpion, much appreciated. Qingling just wanted to say thank you to Scorpion. The scorpion, who had regained his flesh and blood, was seen being cradled in the arms of his parents. A floor of puppet machinery, ninjutsu, and weapons were all hidden by Scorpion using a time-space scroll. Revel in the bliss of intimacy. That's cheesy. That's not a bad ending at all. Qingling spat, but Scorpion dropped a scroll in his hand. All the dragnets had naturally been lifted a long time ago, and the Sandaime Kazekage's human puppet had been hidden. Opening it slowly, inside was an extremely exaggerated design. After seeing the drawing, even if the golem inside was not summoned, Qingling all sucked in a breath of cold air. Gundam, this thing counts as a puppet? He couldn't help but remember that Kankuro's fantasy when he was hit with infinite Tsukiyomi was manipulating Gundam puppets. Could it be that the inspiration came from Scorpion here? Qingling turned around and was just about to leave. Naruto was seen, standing dumbfounded. Silently, he watched as Scorpion was reunited with his parents. Chapter 48, he's just a kid. Idiot, you want to give up half your lifespan too? Qingling knew that Naruto's heart must have soured when he saw the scene. After all, his parents had only ever seen chakra. Just a moment of brushing shoulders. Naruto turned and said firmly, I do. Sensei, you're young, you really want to give it up? Aoi Spirit mainly doesn't want Naruto's lifespan. The chakra count is huge, and if you don't overconsume it, you can live much closer than a normal person, let alone one who is already a Budo shinobi. It was also true that one could increase one's lifespan through cultivation and martial arts advancement in the future. But right now, adding another half of Naruto's lifespan to Green Spirit would be a real loss. Look at that. Scorpion was so high and mighty just now, and now he's all pretending to be harmless. Are you sure you want that look? Besides, your father will more than likely seek revenge on me. Aoshiro even thought that there was no way that Namikaze Mizukage and Yoshina would stay with Naruto if they were truly resurrected. Wave Wind Swayman is young enough to return to Konoha village to continue the legend. At that time, this disciple of his is not the same to lose it. He thought for a moment and looked to Orochimaru, who had been the first to arrive. This guy teamed up with Scorpion to do experiments when he was in Dawn's Gata. At this point, I don't know if it's for the theater or the food. All in all a bad taste. Puppetry coupled with my cellular research, and Reikage-sama's chakra martial arts will definitely promote the study of immortality. Please also, Lord Spirit Shadow, grant the Scorpion to my subordinate for study. Orochimaru was excited. It would be great to use Scorpion for research. Sure enough, Qingling gave him a blank look. Knowing that this guy didn't have good intentions, Scorpion was in his mother's arms when he heard Orochimaru's voice and gave him a cold stare. The eyes were 7 shades of murder and 3 shades of hatred. Orochimaru of the Konoha Sannin. Scorpion's parents tensed up at first. After all, Scorpion's actual age was in his 30s, and they as parents had just about passed the same era as Orochimaru. At ease, you continue the reunion. Green Spirit took Orochimaru and Naruto straight away. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Experimental base. The place was filled with all kinds of instruments. Orochimaru had developed a lot of new technology in order to develop the martial arts ninjutsu and elixirs in the scrolls. He had wasted his sleep and food on cultivation and research, and his figure had lost 3 points of weight. It hurt to watch Qingling. This heartache was followed by the sight of the small circle on Orochimaru's head. Little snaky snake, how come you have such a short life expectancy? Ha! Orochimaru didn't dare to look at the green spirit's proper face, lest he be caught in an illusion. Only a little afterglow could tell that the green spirit had closed its eyes again, and instead one vertical pupil was open. Originally, I had only 1 year of life left at most, but having the tempering of a martial arts apprentice has made my body fade away many more hidden dangers, and it's already a lot better than it was. Qingling nodded slightly as he saw in his eyes that Orochimaru's lifespan, only 10 years left, but the thought of having multiplied it tenfold is magical. Qingling thought to himself, it's really worthy of the chakra martial arts that I created. Good. You only have 5 years of general life expectancy to try it. Aoshiro felt that Naruto had lived too long and that taking half of it over would be too much of a loss. Still, Orochimaru's a bargain. It's only been 5 years and he'll find a way to consume it soon enough. The cute Orochimaru had no idea what Qingling was thinking. In the next moment, he only felt weaker. So scary. It's like half his life is gone. What did Qingling do to him? There was clearly no eye to eye, and no chakra disorders or fluctuations. What's happening? What kind of spell is this? Swish! Qingling closed the eye of God, and the crack between his eyebrows healed, with only a shallow golden stripe remaining. Opening his eyes again, one purple and one red, he looked extraordinarily strange. It's fine. With your talent you'll soon be promoted to a Budo Shimonin. Hidden dangers eliminated and renewed. What's a mere 5 years of life expectancy? 5 years? Orochimaru froze, and he lost 5 years of his life straight away. More confused than him was Death. I had just gotten home and hadn't even entered the door before I was ripped off again. He didn't dare to move at all. And this time, Qingling closed the eyes of God. The 2 eyes that opened made him flinch slightly. What kind of monster is this? Otanashi Kagaya is also known as double white eyes plus reincarnation Sharingan. Rokudo Sennin is nothing but chakra eyes plus shuriken. These 2 eyes of yours, are they gouged out? This time is the same, although only 5 years of life, but still has nothing to do with death. He is just an intermediary to send souls to. There's also no draw or overtime pay. However, Death still pretended to be an emotionless NPC and didn't move a muscle. Only 2 spirits were seen floating in the experimental base, with the 3 locations of the heart, head, and dantian as the core. He quickly condensed chakra and transformed it into flesh and blood. Dad! Mom! Naruto's eyes froze in disbelief. Green Spirit can do all this in a short period of time. He thought that doing this kind of heaven-defying thing twice in a row must have consumed a large amount of Qingling's lifespan. It might even cost Green Spirit something permanently. When he thought of this, his thoughts of his parents, as well as his gratitude to Qingling, and guilt were all mixed together. He stubbornly bit his lips, not letting Mr. Qingling feel that he wasn't fighting for his life. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was frantically taking notes and muttering under his breath. As the #1 scientist in the shinobi world and a beloved seeker of immortality, he murmured all of it down in rapid succession. It's so great. It's the ultimate art of coming back from the dead. Resurrection can be achieved by first recalling the soul from the underworld of the past life, and then creating life through the yin-yang transportation technique, and that mysterious yin-yang greatness. And the fit between body and soul requires 3 parts to be birthed as a foundation. The 3 locations of the brain, heart, and dantian possess important roles. I think that the dantian serves as the converging drop of martial arts chakra. The heart is the essence of chakra that is constantly quenched to enhance the body. And then the brain, which is supposed to be the repository of spiritual energy. At a later stage, the martial will would surely strengthen this place to the point of being untouchable, reaching the triple perfect fusion of soul and flesh, as well as energy. True immortality. 5 years of life expectancy has opened my eyes to the great nature of life. And I get it. This was the spirit and chakra branding described in the Budo ninjutsu, and he would change the pattern of all the current ninjutsu and open up a whole new era, as well as the principle that elixirs are able to temper the spirit, heal the body, and compensate for energy lies in this. And Tsunade, who started the medical ninjutsu, should have had a similar reason. Orochimaru's eyes burned as he wrote everything down. Gazer stared at Qingling, like seeing the idol of this life. Thank you, Lord Spirit Shadow. Orochimaru will spend his life following you and seeking the path to immortality. He knelt down on one knee and performed the martial arts cuddling salute prescribed by the Green Spirit. Qingling didn't bother with this ego-rhapsodizing storm of a guy. Instead, he looked to Death once more. The eye of God reappeared and quickly closed again. Ha, it's only been a while and your lifespan has increased again. Does that mean there's a way to increase lifespan for the undead in the underworld? He mumbled something, but it made Death even more nervous. Such an ultimate secret was revealed at a glance? Clattering, Namake's Mizukato. Yoshino landed, slowly opening his eyes for a few moments. Death withdrew as fast as he could. He vowed never to work overtime if he had a choice. Daddy, Mommy, unlike Naruto and Scorpion, the latter can pretend to be a child in front of his parents. And Naruto, he's supposed to be a kid. Today, he just turned 13. The spare vessels at the experimental site contained a large number of small animals. One of the little toads was standing in the glass capsule, watching it all in awe. It stared daggers at the young couple. Stash it, I don't like this image of a family reunion. The green spirit disappeared on the spot and escaped. Chapter 49, Takuya and Tsunade. Their decisions. The little toad in the vessel closed its big eyes. It was as if it had never looked at the world. Same time, Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Hundreds of tiny toads hiding everywhere stopped moving and closed their eyes. MT, Miyagi, Toad Boss. Bunta was holding a large pipe and a bandage around his waist when he saw the change in Jiraiya's demeanor and picked up his short sword. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Jiraiya was meditating in seclusion, but at that moment, he opened his eyes wide. A cold, bean-sized sweat oozed from his forehead. It's outrageous. What kind of monsters is this Green Spirit Ninja Village? And is Dawn powerful enough to do this in the shadows? Enough to hollow out a lot of shinobi villages, right? No wonder rich daimyo like to get their hands on them. Say come on. It was still the Green Spirit that gave him the biggest shock. Resurrection of the dead. I need to go forward to the Great Toad Immortal. Jiraiya knew the gravity of the situation, that the shinobi world was hiding a huge hidden danger. All in the land of spirit. A rain-hidden village and a Green Spirit Ninja Village. Once it exploded, it was enough to upend the entire shinobi world. Little Jiraiya, Toad Shima leapt up and onto his shoulder. The Great Toad Immortal is sleeping, and he says he has seen a horrible future, and left a message for us to pass on to you. Toad Fukasaku jumped to the other shoulder with it. The Great Toad Immortal is dormant? It's clearly not winter yet. Jiraiya was still more concerned about what words were left behind. He had thought that Namake's Mizukato, Yahiko would be that fated son of the world, the man who changed the future. Again, he assumed that the person would be the Green Spirit. Now, while witnessing life and death being mercilessly crossed, Jiraiya only felt extraordinarily fearful that the dead are great, and that they should travel to the other shore, the pure land of ultimate bliss. If you don't even have the right to control life and death yourself and leave it up to the Green Spirit, what else does life itself possess? Was he, Qingling, going to become a god and surpass Otanashi Kagaya? What words did the Great Toad Immortal leave for me? The Great Toad Immortal, Toad Maru, the actual controller of Myriad Wood Mountain, possessed a unique understanding of immortal arts and had opened up his own immortal arts system. He has fought hundreds of battles and is a close friend of all the Rokudo Sennin, and his strength is unpredictable, and he possesses a large amount of Senjutsu chakra in his body. He once cured Otanashi Hashimura, who was nearly killed by Rokudo Sennin Otanashi Hajime, with a single Sennin's talisman. Its intermittent dreams are more than capable of predicting the direction of this world. You have the immortal power left behind by Toad Maru inside you. You should be able to see his prophecy more clearly. Toad Shima chimed in and continued. He said that the three-eyed fox would give the most magnificent show for the world, and that the gods would come one after another and die away. A three-eyed fox? Jiraiya remembered the three eyes of the Green Spirit in the experimental base. The second half of the sentence he wouldn't quite understand for a while. As for the gods coming, they still die away one after another. This statement is even more borderline. If they were gods, why did they die and why did they die here? Is it possible that there is more than one god? More than one? Anyway, there was no denigration of the Green Spirit in that statement, nor did it say that he would destroy the world. Remember, he had come to Myogi Mountain specifically to ask the Great Toad Immortal before arriving to explore outside of the Sirin Shinobi village. The Great Toad Immortal had said simply, "Foxes tell people a joke that everyone is like a dragon." No one believed it at first. Then 10,000 dragons made a pilgrimage. The moment. He actually shuddered a little when the association was made. In a time when everyone is like a dragon, the gods have all died away. Will the future world of shinobi be a purgatory on earth or the end of the good? Even he was a bit elusive. It seems that the only way to go is to take a walk yourself. Jiraiya knew that he couldn't hold back any longer. In his opinion, this Green Spirit was by no means a killjoy. No problem as long as you don't offend the scales. Like Sarutobi Hazuru, Junzo came hard, afraid that it would just go up in smoke. Even if he were to walk into the Green Spirit Ninja Village openly, he would not be harmed in any way. Little Jiraiya, that's a recognized no-go zone now. Do you still want to go? Toad made a deep pursuit. Don't worry, if there's a problem, I'll summon you at the first opportunity. Jiraiya left Myogi Mountain. He's not just in it for the intel, he's in it for the prophesied fox. Even regardless of everything, the mere fact that Namikaze Suikato had been resurrected was enough for him to go forward and personally walk. With that mysterious scroll in hand, the first volume of the martial arts path must be studied. Thinking back to that night when Naruto and Ora snuck back to Konoha village, Jiraiya still finds it unbelievable. In the intervening days, he had personally tested and practiced what was on the scroll, and had himself already taken advantage of Senjutsu's ability to draw on large amounts of nature's chakra. He broke through to the 9th level, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough, a little faster than Orochimaru. For this reason there was also only one letter of information written for Tsunade, introducing some of the situation in the Sirin ninja village and saying that they would continue to infiltrate and scout. The rest of the time he was wasting his sleep and food, cultivating non-stop. If even Chakra Buddha was real, then the first volume is already so terrible. What will the second volume be? This massive depletion of chakra had to be compensated for by opening up the so-called Senjutsu Nasu chakra chapter. What the hell are you up to, Green Spirit? There had never been a moment when Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, had been so curious as he was now. The Green Spirit, it was as if it was a great mystery. He stands there and it drives anyone who knows a thing or two about it crazy, desperate to know more. Kiba Village. Today's acting Naruto is still Tsunade. A few months ago, after the end of the Nakanoshu exams, she went into a state of self-rest, and it wasn't until half a month ago that she received a letter of information from Jiraiya. Intelligence that stated that the Sirin ninja village was thriving and too good to be true. It also says that compared to Kiba village, the happiness index is off the charts. Looking at Tsunade, he thought it was Jiraiya who had been kidnapped. Just now, a toad jumped at her table again and delivered a letter of the latest intelligence. After many days of absence, Jiraiya finally sent information. Tsunade didn't want to see any information this time that everyone in the Sirin ninja village was happy and blissful. Her red lips slightly opened, between her hands and feet, as if there were mountain peaks trembling, cocked her legs, and opened the information without haste. Despite the calmness on the surface, it was hard to suppress the nervousness inside. She mentally cursed, "Don't you die, Jiraiya." When the intelligence opens, there are only 2 brief sentences in it. The Dawn organization is comparable to the 5 major ninja villages, and the Wavewind Swayman couple is resurrected. The first sentence, it doesn't seem to have much of a point. Her eyes numbed to the second sentence. "I will personally go and confront the Green Spirit 9 Tails. Do not worry, Nanny." The emptiness in Tsunade's eyes disappeared at this moment, so every word in the information was so scary. But it was the last sentence that was the most frightening. If the Shao organization had really grown to such an extent that the Aori ninja village had put it in its place, how could the Namikaze Suimon couple be resurrected? It's so weird. When all the doubts come together, it's a dangerous can't be more dangerous sentence. In person. In this situation, still going to get killed? Are you crazy, Jiraiya? Shizen heard the sound of the window breaking and was the first to arrive. Tsunade-sama, if I die, stay away from Kiba when you bury me. Tsunade's gaze was icy cold. She was going to make a personal trip to the Green Spirit Ninja Village. What Kiba Naruto? She's just a proxy. This time, never send the last loved one away again. Chapter 50, Shao Di in the Space of God's Power. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Dimly lit underground chambers. The teenager hugged his parents and burst into tears. Orochimaru knowingly avoided it for the time being, hiding in another room and frantically scribbling down notes. It was a scroll of ninjutsu and elixir that was spread out in front of him. Inside, there were detailed records of a large number of elixirs that possessed magical effects, as well as elixirs with different uses. For example, applying time-space jutsu to create a ring, cloth bag, or other type of storage jutsu that requires the martial spirit and chakra to remember the imprint, and can only be opened by the person themselves. In addition to this, there are also katanas and kuzakatsis that are refined, infused with chakra, and inscribed with various seals, so that they can be suspended in the air to kill people, which is known as Gashinjutsu, the art of sword fighting. It can also fly out with 10,000 swords together, killing the sky, or flying with a sword. It's just too amazing to think about. The thought that all of this was possible made Orochimaru internally ecstatic. This means that life will be extraordinarily interesting when the day comes when he is truly immortal and everlasting. Whirlpool Naruto. Namikaze Mizukage squeezed Naruto's face in delight. But why are we here? Is it some sort of secret technique? Jasuna looked puzzled. As a former 9-tailed human pillar, she could see at a glance how powerful Naruto was as a human pillar at this moment. It was Mr. Green Spirit. He resurrected you all with his pupil technique, but it seemed to come at a great cost and had to be rested. Naruto thought that powerful pupil technique that could do something like resurrect the dead was already magical. I'm sure it must have consumed a lot of chakra. I originally thought it was second Naruto Kage-sama's forbidden jutsu, The filthy earth transmutation. Now it seems likely that it's the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Reincarnation eyes, extremely rare, throughout the shinobi world. Not many people have actually seen it. It is considered rare to know its name and general lore, not to mention specific uses and abilities. As the 4th generation Naruto, Namikaze Suiman naturally knew a bit more. Your teacher, could it be Nine Tails? Remember, the last time we met was back in Kiba village. Green Spirit fights Sarutobi Hizuru, Suzo, and others. The infinite resurrection system came into play and unsealed it from the Nine Tails Yin chakra in Ghoul Seal exhaustion. It also released the soul of Namikaze Suiman. This goodbye has been for many days. Even if the chakra I can do such a godly thing, it's common sense that the longer the dead person is brought back to life, the more chakra is consumed, and he must have paid a very heavy price. Namikaze Suiman analyzed and came up with this answer. Actually, what he said was one of the powers of the chakra eyes. Reincarnation born. Not only does this move resurrect the dead, it also resurrects them with full blood, at the cost of more chakra to be consumed the longer the person has been dead. If Scorpion and Naruto's parents were resurrected naturally using chakra, that's enough to consume a lot of chakra. Unlike the Eye of God, if you don't consume it, you have to get another half of another person's lifespan. Experimental base. A sculpture of 9 tails was placed in a spot visible at first glance as you entered the door. Upon hearing these words from Wave Wind Sailor Moon, the first thing Changling thought of was the reincarnation-born move, and all the hurt inside her was like sea water raising shocking waves. At this very moment, the underground of the Aori ninja village, he, Ben Fox, had long been pounding his chest, pissed off that I got in early. I should have used reincarnation-born and resurrected the guys who regretted their deaths. All the generations of the 5 shadows, the Uchiha spots and whatnot were resurrected. I can even bring the 9 llamas back to life as well. Reincarnation-born. This kind of move that can drain chakra to the point of exhaustion was practically born for me. Qingling looked up to the sky and laughed. Thank you, Namikaze Suiman. Now even if you want to die, I'll resurrect you indefinitely. Who made you such a good revelation to me? The molten slurry rolled. The dark red firelight illuminated the shadow of the 9 tails that was dozens of times taller than a mountain. The 9 tails gathered into shape and then shrank crazily until it turned into a small fox wearing a green robe. Before his eyes, a monolith rose from the lava. These boulders were not unharmed by the lava, but like Aoshiro herself, they were deliberately left here to burn and consume chakra. My chakra recovers too fast. Using it is as good as not using it. If I have to revive them one by one, that's a sure bet that they don't even lose blood as fast as I recover. Might as well build a big formation. The day the spirit formation comes to fruition is the day I die a direct and violent death. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Wave Wind Sailor Moon. The green spirit proper was immersed in this, and the little fox's face was all smiles. Many people didn't notice that the corners of the mouth of one of the 9-tailed sculptures had risen slightly. The corner of the village. As Naruto's family strolled down the street, Namikaze and Yoshina looked curiously at the huge sculpted tree of the 9 tails. Listen to him tell everything about this village and story after story of his arrival here. Scorpion looked no different than a child, and his newborn body was about the same height as Naruto's. His parents held his hand and greeted Rosa. Upon hearing that the other party was the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow, younger than them was only surprised. This village is like a paradise out of this world, as if we are in the pure land of ultimate bliss, where there is no war, no hustle and bustle, and where there is simply life and flowing light. The woman touched the scorpion's red hair. She felt that she was not resurrected, but that her son, Scorpion, had died as well, and that the family had simply met in the pure land of ultimate bliss in the underworld. Yeah, well, it's good to be here together then. The man also heard what his wife was saying. They died a long time ago, so how can they be resurrected? It's just that the whole family is dead. Scorpion narrowed his eyes and smiled, knowing that even with parents who were shinobi, it would take a long time to come to terms with this new, ever-changing world. Then stay in this little village until they all get it. As for the Dawn Organization's infinite moon readings and dreams, he had long since ceased to be necessary. What you want is right in front of you, and what you like is at hand. Aren't you going to say hello? Bandito stood in the corner, and the moment he saw Namikaze Suiman resurrected and appearing on the street, he froze for only a moment before hiding. In the Aoshiran ninja village, he wouldn't suspect anything that happened. That's his choice. It's so sudden. I was wondering how I was going to say hello to Mizuto-sensei. But I really don't want to go. Kakashi didn't say the second half of the sentence. Facing Namikaze Suiman, Jasuna, Uchiha Bandito was in a dilemma. He promised Qingling that he would live to change the world with his own hands, but standing in front of his teacher's mother, maybe even possessing the idea of dying to make amends once again. By the way, how's that little guy who likes to play with dirt bombing all over the place? Kakashi changed the subject. Daidara-senpai? He needs to calm down. Bandito purposely used Faye's tone of voice to honor Deidara as his senior. Just as his words were falling, suddenly, the head was raised. Kakashi also thought about what was on his mind and met him at eye level. The two of them flew to the underground chamber. Just the moment you enter the door, a figure stood long before the sculpture. Sasuke, Uchiha, all three had their own agenda. Resurrection. Ask the green spirit to go and resurrect some of your loved ones. Their hearts had never beat so hard as they did at this moment. Leaping like a drum, God's mighty space. Deidara is sulking. After he experienced Sasuke's Susanoo, as well as a brutal beating from Reito restraint, he was directly imprisoned in Shin Megami Tensei space by Bandito. Faye, I didn't realize that you, an artless fool, had gone rogue. Let me out of here, or I'll blow up the whole place on a whim. Deidara, locked up in a small dark room. As he was depressed, an elaborate sculpture of a nine-tails remote chakra call caught his eye. Seems well carved. Chapter 51, The Village Sleeps. Chakra Transformation. Faye, watch out, I'll come up with a big one, and then this weird place of yours will blow up into the sky. Deidara anxiously walked around the Shin Megami Tensei space. From time to time, he stopped to look at the nine-tailed chakra sculpture again. Strange, this stuff is all over the place in the Eirin Shinobi village. Why do I always feel like this one is moving? Deidara couldn't stand it and simply picked him up. Why are these two eyes closed? It's widely rumored that Nine-Tails has been given a body by some big shot. Who could it be? These days, the Green Spirit Ninja village was windy and sunny, but the outside world had long been discussing it. It is believed that the Nine-Tails were taken over by Uchiha-san. Others believe that it should be a powerful mystical force. No matter what, no one even thought that the Green Spirit was the Nine-Tails. That's what's really recognized. Deidara doesn't give a damn about Uchiha, mystical powers. The moment. He just wanted to know how the sculpture was made. There was a hidden chakra fluctuation inside, and it wasn't as simple as it appeared. The miniature telescope in his left eye opens. Deidara clasped his arms and carefully observed the sculpture inside and out. Not much longer. He let out a sigh of sighing. Eyes squinted a little and it opened up. It's a good thing I spent a lot of time with the scorpion basilisk. Isn't that the same as the nucleus inside the golem? This chakra sculpture also has a nucleus inside. Not to control the sculpture every now and then though, as a puppet, but to supply chakra in the greatest possible way. When it's clear that you can create a special nucleus that generates chakra on its own, that's not very smart. It seems like a deliberate waste of chakra. That's weird, but it still doesn't preclude it from being artistic. The outside of this sculpture is so natural that Green Spirit Nine-Tails must be a sculpture artist. As Deidara muttered, he couldn't help but recall a scene he had seen while passing by. Is this Qingling also an artist? We need such a talent in Shao, but unfortunately he seems to have a bit of a shaft. If he's as clean and easygoing as I am, he'll just have a good temper. Before Deidara could say anything, he heard the sculpture click and explode. Damn it, even this artifact is broken. I can't stay in this place for a second. Destroy it. Deidara had already pinched out a large amount of detonating clay, and as long as he blasted it in a split second, he didn't believe that God's mighty space could carry it. However, after the chakra sculpture blew up, yet there was a tiny nucleus floating in mid-air. Dear D, I've been working on a big one lately, so until then, you must work hard. Oh, come, Uncle will help you transform your body. Transforming the body? What is it about the sound coming from inside the nucleus that is so creepy? Deidara's directness told him something big. At this point in time, if one flashes a little slower, one is not a pure artist. Swish! The nucleus violently erupted with a greenish-colored light, wrapping Deidara in an instant. He fell to the ground before he could slow down. Never, never. To show you what the art of pedantry means, Deidara's body continued to expand, and he was going to detonate himself, leaving this chakra core of Qinglings, as well as the Shin Megami Tensei space, to die with him. Be quiet, or I'll throw you into outer space. Nucleus transformed into a giant nine-tailed creature and pressed a claw into D's body. Sleep at ease, and when you wake up, I'll tell you what it means to be a starry-eyed man, with your art to blossom all over the world, and many, many mountains in the way. There are also many other extraterrestrial meteorites that threaten people's safety. On that distant planet, there were also the many territories of the Otanashi clan. Let even the gods witness your art. But before that, you will have to have even more power. The green spirit's body faded away. This chakra sculpture doppelganger that had been hidden in the Shin Megami Tensei space early on and had spoken to Uchiha Bandu. This is when the final role is played. The power surged into Deidara's body, converging as a raw source of new chakra. At the same time, in addition to the earth attribute chakra, water, fire, wind, thunder, yin, and yang were all present. However, this time, it seems to be more than that. A new attribute, really the Kizuna of the blood succession limit, was also birthed within Deidara. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Kakashi and Bandito avoided suspicion for the time being and made their way to the underground chamber. Once inside, Sasuke stood here alone on guard. Teacher Qingling said he's going to be in seclusion for a while, but before that, he'll let us have power beyond the ages. Sasuke turned around. He had wanted to resurrect his parents, his relatives, his people, but the green spirit told him that what he had to do next was even more important. Kakashi wanted to say that he wanted to revive Rin and his father, but he didn't after hearing Sasuke say that Aoshira was doing something. What Sensei is saying is that he will transform everyone's bodies and the village will fall into a slumber like never before, including you, and his various doppelgangers will be guarding the village. When it's all over, he will resurrect those who had regrets at the time of their death, and those who are missed by others. However, it may take a little longer. It's as short as 3 months and as long as a year. 1 year. Sasuke's words undoubtedly ignited the fire of hope in Kakashi and Bringo's hearts. That's how many people need to be resurrected. Is it really humanly possible? Oh yeah, he's not human. He's a tailed beast. But is it true that the tailed beast's chakra can't be used up? For this reason, even the Beltane character couldn't help but have some concerns. Trust the teacher. Sasuke sat down on his knees, and soon a new attribute began to spawn within him. The blood succession limit. Kizuna. As an Uchiha, he had lacked yang in his attributes, yet had long possessed it after the transformation of the green spirit. This time, it even makes up for the last of it by granting Chibiusa's Kizuna as well. The power of the spirit shadow? Kakashi sat quietly, and Bandito was incredulous. So this was the true power of the green spirit, and he felt a huge change taking place within him. In the meantime, every corner of the village, even Scorpion and his parents, fell into a deep sleep and began to change. Ninja Academy. Naruto, who had just arrived here with Namikaze Suikato and Gyoshinna, felt the will of the Aoi spirit. A new source is being born within me. Namikaze Suikato was surprised. Chakra is originally produced by the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. At this moment, however, a new and more powerful fusion of power arose from the 3 core locations of the Dantian, heart, and brain, to give birth to more powerful chakras. The so-called new source is exactly that. Mizamon, will it be dangerous? Jasuna asked cautiously. She had been a 9-tailed human pillar and felt the chakra of the green spirit. It doesn't seem to be up to us. This spirit shadow is frighteningly powerful. Trust him even if it's as much as you trust Naruto. The 3 sat around and drifted into a deep sleep. There was soon no one left awake in the village, with all of them falling into slumber. The body transformation and attribute bestowal began. A 9-tailed chakra sculpture surrounding the green spirit ninja village erupted with bright light. A 9 tails with arms tall enough to be mountains was birthed and coiled in the form of orange chakra. Qingling's chakra was depleting at an unprecedented rate. He was happy. Outside the village, 2 directions, 2 men, hurried to this point. Oh look, a glad smile, counting Orochimaru, who was sleeping unconscious. The small, unobtrusive green spirit ninja village was considered a gathering of 3 ninjas. Chapter 52, Tatsuya and Tsunade go to the spirit world together. The legendary big fat goat, Granny Tsunade, blonde hair and a long ponytail, wearing a green dress. Clothes alone are no different than the average granny. In terms of face value, it's definitely one of the few on Earth. In terms of stature, it is the overlord of the ninja world. She never thought she'd be so impulsive. Being able to come back to Konoha as a temporary Naruto was only for Jiraiya. Tsunade's heart never unraveled, much less let go. She hated the war, she hated those pedantic old men of Kiba, and she hated the times even more. All 3 bearers hate. The only difference is the method. Self went to wander the world in search of that silver lining. Tsunade sinks into the red, seemingly self-absorbed, but she also enjoys it. Orochimaru has seen through the bittersweet hopes of the world and knows that the only way to live forever is to have a lifelong wish. Equally have seen the deaths of those around them and the brutality of war. Do it in time, seek immortality, and explore hope. These are the 3 ninjas, the 3 great paths of the Naruto world, the 3 ways of shinobi. Sasuke has inherited the shadow shinobi from Weasel's lineage, and in a way, he is the shadow that walks behind the light, the shadow in name only. Naruto's straightforwardness is all the more reason to live in the sunlight and go out and change the shinobi world himself. However, even though he had personally experienced the war and witnessed the cruelty of this world, he had not truly fused the 3 ninjas, the will of the Konoha, the shadow, and his own shinobido, creating a better future. In the green spirit's opinion, all of this is not a teenage sinking, much less the dragon-slaying teenager who will eventually become an evil dragon. Instead, the will of the world dooms Naruto and Sasuke's future. They seem to have changed their destiny, but they are as good as ever for the world. Daimyo in a day. The 5 major ninja villages and the various smaller villages do not integrate for a single day. The world won't change much after all. Even though Naruto became Naruto in the original timeline, convincing all 5 shadows. Even if he becomes a second-generation Raikashi in this world line, once their generation died and he and Sasuke died, nothing would change. Roots can disappear and reappear. Dawn leaves for a while, along with the birth of the shell. Uchiha Zebra, Otsutsuki Kagaya exit the stage. The Otanashi clan would still arrive years later. Green Spirit, though accustomed to sleepiness, his desire to revolutionize the world never changed. It all started with the Eirin Ninja Village as the origin and the creation of the Land of Spirit. Self-coming too. Toad immortal, recognized as the strongest of the Sannin. He had been born ordinary, had worked hard, and had transformed. Witnessed the most brutal of wars, hellbent on changing it all. One by one, each of the heavenly children he had devoted himself to nurturing had passed away from him time and time again. Disciples, none of the teachers could hold it personally. You're not sure about my strength? Yeah, it's just unsettling. Tsunade took a deep breath and clasped her arms in front of her, proudly raising her head to look at the huge figure that the Nine Tails chakra had coalesced around. Getting just one piece of information, the old man can still do it. Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked to the village, where the toads were surprisingly unaffected, much less isolated. Did this green spirit not notice it, or was it done on purpose? It always felt like he had been counted on by Qingling in every way from the very beginning, as if his every step had been counted on. Could it be this time as well? Jiraiya made a seal with his hands and sat behind the scroll. The chakra in his eyes coalesced, peering through a small toad to see the scene in the village. He saw everyone floating in mid-air, their bodies wrapped in a cloud of orange nine-tailed chakra. Another chakra conduit that cried death to the umbilical cord and led it into the large tree in the center of that village. The nine-tailed chakra surged into them crazily, transforming each and every one of them. Aside from the underground chamber, he was able to make the little toad hop around and meet everyone in the village. Even the Whirlpool Naruto family is included. Wait until you reach Rosasha's doorstep. Instead, there was a little guy hidden in a black kettle lying in the sun with a huff. Hey, whose contracted psychic beast is this? Don't let that guy see it. He'll die. Nope, that's not good enough to kill you, say. And since he's got you wandering back and forth, he must be doing it on purpose, so be careful of being used. Shizuru huffed and turned around, very unconvincingly. On what grounds? I ask, on what grounds? Am I, Morizuru, not worthy of the Kizuna? Green Spirit, 9 llamas. I hate you. Morizuru huffed and puffed as he continued to sunbathe. But unfortunately, after the nine-tailed chakra, the sun was as good as scratching an itch. There was a little bit of comfort, but he didn't want to admit it. The little toad sniffed and jumped away without looking back. Outside the village, Jiraiya opened his eyes. Tsunade was poised and ready to fight. What's going on in there? What with all the people unharmed and the powerful nine-tailed chakra surging through them? It was a strange feeling. Weird? Tsunade knew that Jiraiya never said ambiguous sayings. This proved that there was one thing that kept him all undecided for a while. Perhaps I guessed wrong. Such a thing is never possible. In his perception just now, it always felt like the Nine Tails chakra was not only healing and transforming these people's bodies. It was as if there was still a feeling of permanently branding the nine-tailed chakra. It's as if a seed is to be left in all of them, to be nurtured slowly until it grows. Why and how? Can't it be that there's still one nine tails per person? Even if it was a doppelganger, it would have consumed all of its chakra in minutes the moment it finished growing. Right. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Jiraiya interrupted the conversation and continued. I met with Ichigo Morizuru, who wasn't in this particular state, and said why he wasn't given a kitsune. Perhaps the Green Spirit Nine Tails have gained access to some kind of special formation technique and are fully transforming these people's abilities by transplanting the cells of the first Naruto, Lord Juma, into their bodies. Jiraiya could only think so much. After all, something like directly using the chakra ancestor's ability to transform the human body to make it possess Kizuna and all the chakra attributes. It's unheard of, unseen. Should we wait, or just dive in? Tsunade chose to ask Jiraiya what he thought at that moment. They've shared life and death countless times. Ask me? That's not like you. Jiraiya snickered, though his body was honest enough to stand up, coldly glancing at the Green Spirit Ninja Village. He already knew the layout of this village like the back of his hand. Even the chakra martial arts had been practiced to a certain level. For whether the Green Spirit is good or evil, what it would bring to the world he still needed to question and find an answer for himself. You are a child of the world, a child of prophecy, or the exterminator, the devil incarnate. Can I be left alone, old hag? Jiraiya said in a serious tone. He really wanted to do that too, and before the words were out of his mouth had already started off alone. Why should I listen to you? Tsunade stepped forward doggedly, swinging her cute little fists. Such a white and jade-like little fist. Surely it can't kill anyone. Then let's go along for the ride. The duo's silhouettes disappeared into the giant nine-tailed chakra coat. Being in possession of Sannin mode, Jiraiya was confident that he could withstand illusions, and two old toads stood on his shoulders as well. 10 minutes later, Morizuru huffs and puffs as he passes by, a large skewer of grilled squid balls in his hand. Told you to be careful, but you're still being used, aren't you, Sannin? Immortal mode, is that impressive? That guy's illusions are on the level of a god. Village entrance. Jiraiya, along with the toad on his shoulder, and Tsunade on the sidelines do their best to fall into the spirit world. With the art of the spirit world, the more people there are, the more connections can be formed. Unlike infinite monthly readings, the more people that are caught up in the spirit world, the more they can be rationalized to live together in the spirit world. Equivalent to the unlimited monthly reading metaverse version. Chapter 53, Spiritual Fantasy. The story of the great magnificent one, spirit world. It's extraordinarily busy here today, just like outside of the illusion. This is just as much the Sirin Shinobu village. Green spirit before giving everyone chakra attributes, and metamorphosis. It also puts them into the spirit world. Illusion has always had its own weaknesses. First, even the strongest illusions require the caster to invest enough ins one chakra to consume mental energy. Secondly, it would be a difficult thing to cast an illusion over a wide area because of the personal spirit and control that would have to be invested. Thirdly, the only one that can be cast on a wide scale to the point of encompassing the entire ninja world is currently the infinite moon reading. Unlimited Tsukiyomi removes the singularity of Tsukiyomi, yet it also means a greater consumption of mental energy, which is the chakra of the Yinzaku attribute. This necessitates turning on the 10 tails. However, even in the midst of infinite moon readings, each is immersed in an illusion that is unavoidable and unpredictable on its own. The special thing about the spirit world is this: 2 points have been added to the unlimited monthly readings. For one thing, from the time one is hit by the illusionist spirit world, the chakra consumed no longer comes from the caster, but from the person who has been hit by the spell. The second is that the spirit world itself is malleable. Not a single small compartment like infinite moon readings, and people caught in illusions will communicate with each other and use their self-subconscious to refine their worldview. Within the spirit world, mediums will become increasingly immersed in the experience, refining each other's worldviews, enhancing interaction, and fun. That being said, if it was Jiraiya who hit the spirit world, then it's only subjective that he married Tsunade. If it was Jiraiya and Tsunade who were hit with the spirit world together, if the two were married in the illusionary spirit world, then Tsunade felt just as married on her side. The more people in the spirit world, the more realistic the role-playing becomes. Spirit world, Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Tsunade, Jiraiya barged into the Aishiren ninja village in his own most discreet and powerful form. What greeted them was a long-prepared ambush. The entirety of the Green Spirit Shinobi village in the real world was asleep. But in the spirit world they hadn't slumbered for a moment and were seizing the time to cultivate. And in their worlds, each has long since completed the attribute change, each with deep potential. Little Jiraiya, it's a trap, Toad Shima screamed. Well, my detecting skills still got through to them, and it turns out it was all a conspiracy. Jiraiya realizes that this is an ambush, and that what he saw before was nothing more than a premeditated show, just to invite the king in. The longer you maintain your immortal mode, the faster the frogs will petrify. Clear this place as fast as you can and I'll break through. Instead, Tsunade stepped in front of Jiraiya and fought to throw a punch. Odd force. Boom. The chakra worked through a special way and rushed out in a powerful stream. An attack that was enough to break down the walls. In a matter of moments, he rushed at the enemy in front of him. The Sirin ninja village had long been standing by, Naruto holding his arms and Iroku standing alongside him. Damn. The son of the 4th generation Wind Shadow and the 4th generation Naruto joining forces? It's still just a long time to live now. Tsunade raised her foot and stomped heavily on the ground, only to see a landslide that quickly spread out in front of the teenager. How experienced the three ninjas were in battle. At this moment the dirt was lifted up, flying sand and stones, confusing the eyes of the crowd. Yellow didn't move like a mountain, only to see the flying sand quickly transform into a shield to block all the attacks at the same time. He and Naruto stepped back on their toes at the same time. Shasta. Naruto quickly made his seal. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu. He had learned this move from Sasuke, but he had been wanting to use it for a long time, ever since he had fire attribute chakra. Boom! Tsunade's attack was first blocked by Irizumi. This was followed by Naruto's howling fireball, which turned defense into offense. Yellow Springs Marsh. Right at the same moment, Jiraiya has freed himself from the hands-on-the-ground position. He was in Sannin mode himself, and this was to prevent himself and Tsunade from falling into the illusion. Usually illusions are only cast on individuals, and sobriety can be restored with the intervention of an external chakra. He also had Granny Toad and Master Toad on his shoulders to keep himself relatively sane. The Yellow Spring Swamp is supposed to change the geography on a large scale, transforming it into a swamp and making the enemy sink deeper into it. This cast directly caused most of the Green Spirit Ninja village to fall. All of this so far is just happening while Yellow and Naruto are jumping in midair. When Naruto counters and uses the Howling Fireball Jutsu, Jiraiya quickly looked up and formed a seal with the two toads on his shoulders to transform the chakra. Senbagomen. Essentially, Granny Toad and Old Man Toad were also immortals, except that they were originally toads and didn't have to worry about the side effects of petrification. Actually, none of the three immortal patterns would have a problem or alienate if they were cultivated by their own race. If it is cultivated artificially, there will be varying degrees of alienation. The ones in Myoga Mountain will gradually petrify a person, cool as a toad. The Dragon Earth Cave, on the other hand, will cause a person to be alienated into a serpent and give birth to dragon horns. Naruto is truly a genius, able to control his chakra at 1:1:1 as a way to achieve a balance that would alienate him with the slightest deviation. The Green Spirit Immortal model that Qingling had researched was to go as far as possible to allow all races and all things to be able to cultivate and reduce the problem of alienation and mutation. The moment the three great immortals use oil, wind, and fire to release them at the same time with huge amounts of Senjutsu chakra. When gathered together, it possesses the power to destroy its enemies to the ground, theoretically destroying everything tangible. The Howling Fireball Jutsu met with this move, instead fueling the power. Boom! Just at the moment when it was about to backfire, Naruto coalesced a spiral pill in each of his hands. The chakra of the three major attributes of wind, fire and lightning were condensed within it, waiting for a chance to violently explode. 3 Devil's Spiral Pills. Naruto. Just as these 2 spiral pills were about to fly out, 2 swift figures flew out at the same time. Golden Glitter. Sobering. The perfect user of the Flying Thunder God technique. The most powerful god of naming ever. Namikaze Suemon, make your entrance. The main body and shadow doppelganger struck at the same time, going into immortal mode as fast as they could and blocking the attack with the Great Jade Spiral Maru. Explosions rang out, and it was as if the skies above the Aoshiren Ninja village had suffered a long-range strike from the future world. Jiraiya-sensei, Namikaze Mizukato beamed. Jasuna also appeared in front of Tsunade at the first opportunity. You guys. Upon seeing the couple, Fukasaku and the old woman looked at each other. Old man, are we under an illusion? There's no way all 4 of us can be hit by an illusion at the same time, especially with all of the little Jiraiya's on immortal mode. But how did the little Mizukage suddenly come back to life? Is it a forbidden technique of Chickage? Both of them were in disbelief when Wave Wind Swayman finally spoke up, and as a peacemaker he was the first to explain. Based on my guess, this should be one of the abilities of some kind of pupil art that requires an extremely heavy price to pay. If I remember correctly, it seems that outside of the Sharingan Eye, the White Eye, there is another type called the Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eyes? Dawn. Jiraiya had another flashback to his past. If the Green Spirit Ninja Village was related to the Dawn organization, then what did this Eye of Reincarnation have to do with Green Spirit? Teacher, the answer is in the Spirit Shadow. Wavewind Mizukato gazed towards the center of the village. Underneath that big tree could be the underground chamber where the Green Spirit was. The answer to everything is there. Good. Jiraiya would never have believed that the person in front of him was his disciple if he hadn't been blocked by Namikaze Sutman, who also blocked the attack with the Ojutama Spiral Maru. Upon closer inspection, the Green Spirit Ninja village seemed to be full of weirdness everywhere. He always felt an uneasy feeling, as if a crisis was looming. The perception he got here was just too real, too clear, as if it was the perfect look in his mind. Chapter 54, Spirit World Lifting. Crazy Ten-Tailed Chakra. Namikaze Mizukato strikes. Naturally, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Raza didn't say a word more. He and Namikaze Suemon had been great figures of the same era and knew the power of their strength. Jasuna rubbed Naruto's head before the latter withdrew his hand, but this was with the permission of Aoshiren, otherwise no outsider would be allowed to set foot in the underground chamber. My arrow couldn't help but lower her head at the heartwarming scene. Are you a friend of Naruto's? Has this klutz ever caused you much distress? Jasuna seems to be a big-hearted person, but she's actually a delicate person and knows that I love you for lacking a certain kind of love inside of me. Tenderly rubbing the teenager's head as well, the latter couldn't help but blush and get overwhelmed. No, Naruto is as much my friend as Sasuke. Sasuke? Hearing the name, Yoshina looked at Naruto again. They were resurrected too quickly to learn more about the story of this era. Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, and when he was a kid, it was arranged by a guy named Gumiho, with his brother's hand in destroying the Uchiha clan. Naruto couldn't help but feel down as he said this. He has a mom and dad now. Arrow, still have a father alive. Only Sasuke, still alone. His brother is rumored to have joined Hiyu, so I wonder if it will turn against him. Gumiho. Hearing that name, even Yoshina didn't feel too comfortable. Wave Wind Swayman smiled gently, shining like sunlight in the hearts of the crowd. The past will pass, And what kind of person Spirit Shadow really is will be answered, won't it? He said so with his mouth, but in the bottom of his heart, he still couldn't help but feel heartbroken for the orphaned Uchiha clan that he had never met. Always. Each of the major villages has its own characteristics, but they can't help but share the same era. Example. Their basic styles are dictated by the first generation of Megami Tensei, especially the Kiba village, but also by the Chiba Juma. Uchiha-zan opened up an era. The second generation of purposeful shadows all favors creation and change. For example, Kasima, who is good at inventing various forbidden arts. The second generation Wind Shadow, who invented the puppet arts. And the Kirigami village's Onigashira Mizuki, who had to make the Suetun fancy. The third generation is often titled the strongest. The Cloud Hidden village's third generation Lei Shadow, is said to be the strongest in both shield and spear, and Sarutobi Hizuru is known as the strongest Naruto in history. His contemporaries, Hanzo, were also called demigods. The fourth generation has reached the generation of Namikaze Suimen. Rosa, often it's a leap of faith type of leap, where what was thought to be an even match is instead skewed by the untimely death of Namikaze Sailor Moon. Times are changing. It is also metamorphosing, seemingly rippling around in place. The truth is that it is already moving slowly at a speed unnoticed by the world. Namikaze Suikato as an iconic figure of his era. Naturally, it possessed a deep impression on Rosa, Shideome Reikage, and the others. When he learns, after his resurrection, that even after more than a decade, the shinobi world has remained just as unchanged in a dramatic way, a twinge of sadness inevitably appears within him. When will the world truly welcome peace? What a dazzling existence the Uchiha clan was in Uchiha's time. They, who had already suffered injustice, were to be swallowed up by prejudice and perish outright. Why? As he walked through the streets of the Aoshiren shinobi village, he couldn't help but self-doubt. Could it be that he was wrong? Underground chamber. It's only a dozen steps, but it's an extremely long walk. It's here. Sasuke was the only one waiting. Knowing the good intentions of the Green Spirit, Bandito had long ago left the place with Kakashi and headed to the Ninja Academy. They would have to wait. The day Lin returned, to recognize them at first sight. Walk into the basement. Sasuke spoiled himself. He didn't need sympathy. Here he was the protector of the Green Spirit. Even if they are weak in comparison, they still have to keep watch all the time. Upon seeing Rosa Shah, Naruto's family arrives here. There's also the grandparents, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. There was only a moment of sourness within him. Once upon a time he would have felt alone, but now he had friends and knew what his older brother really meant. Green Spirit had said that it wasn't Uchiha Weasel who was at fault, it was the era, and it was Gumiho with the people behind him. What needs to be done is supposed to change this cruel and ridiculous shinobi world. Excuse me, is Spirit Shadow here? May I see you? Wave Wind Suikato saluted politely. He didn't underestimate his opponent just because Sasuke was a junior. In this village, the strongest people under the Green Spirit are the two Shimanobu, his son and Sasuke, respectively. The two also rightly have the greatest authority. Sensei said that he has to do something that he probably won't be able to get away from, so you guys might as well please go back. Sasuke gave Naruto a cold look, meaning, why did you bring them when you knew what the teacher was going to do and that it was impossible to get distracted? Naruto's eyes widened, meaning, of course, the teacher acquiesced, or why else would I have brought them? Sasuke froze for a moment and whirled around. Invite a lovely sculpture in front of you. Aoshiren Sensei, the fourth Naruto, and the Wind Shadow have arrived here to answer their questions? Wave Wind Sumon's face was carved into the rock, so naturally he could recognize it. For Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sasuke not so much. After all, after they were born, the Sannin were basically irrelevant to Konoha village. Of course, the sculpture was quickly covered by Nine Tails Ra, the orange chakra warming the sun and wrapping around all. Soon the little thing was moving. Scorpion hid among them, tugging adorably at their parents' coats. There are golem-like cores on the side there. That's cute. You can be a very good puppeteer in the future. 2. Scorpion's parents were clearly not in the same channel as the crowd, and up until this moment had thought they were in the pure land of ultimate bliss, the world of the past. Naruto, on the other hand, gave Scorpion a vicious scrape, thinking that this guy is nothing like the one who was going to kill me back then. Can you pretend to be cute for the rest of your life? Suit yourself. Mr. Chingling preached not to interfere with the will of others. Come back to your senses. The nine-tailed chakra sculpture moved and giggled. He stretched and smiled at everyone. How was it? Was the spirit world fun? It's a shame you all have bad imaginations, especially when you meet each other. It's more realistic but also more boring. Not as interesting as Shizuru's and Bandits. Spirit world? What do you mean? Wake up. If you don't want to, you'll be asleep until next week. Green Spirit said with another yawn. In the village, I'm the only one who can sleep this long. Snap. The crowd's ears rang with the sound of ringing fingers. Next, they opened their eyes abruptly. Shinobi, Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Each of the chakra cocoons hanging in the village began to shatter. Even Tsunade, Jiraiya had been wrapped up in it long ago. A cool umbilical cord connecting most of it to the tree also disappears. Jiraiya and Tsunade landed slowly. Unbelievably, he opened his eyes. Ha, old man. We turned out to be really hit by an illusion. Wifey, I think I've heard that before in an illusion. Strange, Jiraiya thought to himself. Why is this illusion strange? He seems to have heard similar words. Look, where Tsunade's eyes coalesced. It is a big tree that looks like a cool nine-tailed tree. This large tree shades the forest from the sun. A powerful chakra is emanating all the time. Underground chamber. Bandito realized that he had just fallen back into the spirit world. Before he had a chance to feel the changes in himself, he came outside to eyeball the tree. Is this the complete 10 tails? All the little scorpion hands on the side squeezed their mother's hand slightly harder. It was not just the 3 shinobu, but he also wanted to talk to Qingling face to face. Because the large tree housed a nucleus that was releasing chakra at a frantic pace into the Siren ninja village, the land of spirit, and even this world. Does this guy really think that the tailed beast's big chakra can't be used up? Chapter 55, a little nine-tail in the hand. 10 tails. It is a seedling of the chakra fruit tree. From the moment of its birth, the root vein will continue to extend into this world until it fully binds every corner of this planet and every living being. After drawing all the chakra, a chakra fruit is conceived. This can be said to be an ironclad rule for all time. Only the green spirit. Let a great tree with the power of 10 tails grow here, with roots that continue to extend all over the world. Not to draw chakra from this world, but to radiate chakra to this world. Do you really think that chakra doesn't cost anything? Or is it just that you resent your long life? The overwhelming shock that came from the inside of both Bandito and Scorpion when they saw this scene. They truly missed the green spirit. Not that the green spirit ever lied. Rather, it's the pattern. This guy, is he really going to give everything for the world? Che, what a fool. A complete and utter fool. Obviously possessing an illusion technique that surpasses infinite moon reading, as well as the great power to create the 10 tails all by himself. Yet all he thinks about is to offer his ego in a single-minded manner. You're a guy that's simply unforgivable. And talk about resurrecting everyone. When that day comes before, you'll be long dead. I'm afraid. Bandito couldn't hold back any longer. He had to see Aoshiro with his own eyes. Even if it meant dying to stop this madman. It's so hard to find hope. In the twinkling of an eye, this creator of hope and miracles, is going to die? Chakra is originally a combination of energy. After emanating into the world, it is pure natural energy. Qingling is going to spread her immortal art of nascent soul to all over the world, so that people can draw on natural energy like crazy. Using his more scientific method of cultivation, he went on to become more powerful by having Senjutsu chakra without side effects. Arsenic for others. Honey of the green spirit. Daddy, Mommy, I want to go play with my big brother for a while. Scorpion reluctantly broke away from Mom and Dad. He must cherish his hard-won happiness. Then we mustn't let this idiot Qingling get himself killed. Okay, oh, be careful and go slower. The young couple carefully instructed their son. Soon, Scorpion disappeared from view with his big brother. Bandito. Underground chamber. It had long been full of people. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, Namikaze Suikato, Yoshina, Aira, Rosa, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Orochimaru came here. It wasn't that he cared about the life and death of Qingling. Quite the contrary. Back then, he was not favored by the Dragon Earth Cave and failed to learn the immortal arts pattern, knowing full well that once he breaks through to Budo Shimenabu he will surely be able to master the Senjutsu Nabiki chapter and possess the Senjutsu chakra. Inside, I was overjoyed. He didn't care if the green spirit would convert the chakra through the new 10 tails, in the form of natural energy. All of them were able to have 3 eyes and pupils that powerful, and it was simply impossible to do so without an amount of chakra that surpassed comprehension. So, Orochimaru had come here purely for the sake of the green spirit's arrangement. Scorpion had just been secretly named by Qingling as the future chief of the mechanical and puppet department. It will also be responsible for building more advanced Budo ninjutsu. I'm sure with Orochimaru and Scorpion, 2 old rivals, and old teammates, working together, it's going to work out well. Like a person or not, Orochimaru would definitely come as long as Green Spirit asked him to, all for the sake of immortality. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked over at him, never expecting to meet here, and the other man didn't seem to be in as bad a shape as he thought. What are you doing here? Jiraiya didn't resent it too much, but it was like an enemy. Until now, he didn't know why he had been hit by the illusion. Much less, what was the purpose of the green spirit's frantic emanation of natural energy into this world? Too many questions brought him here, facing a long familiar opponent. Knowing that it is not a case of berserkers, Jiraiya remained pumped up, waiting in the wings for an opportunity. Hello again, gentlemen. The sculpture moved once more. It was still the nine-tailed sculpture, the same voice of the green spirit. I apologize for the difficulty in giving you a response, as I have a little business and must do my best. As I'm sure you've all learned from this transformation of your bodies, all of the people of the Aoshiran Ninja Village have gained access to various attributes of chakra, currently known to be wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, wood, yin, and yang. As long as everyone possesses it, the bloodline limits Kazuna can also be called an attribute for now, right? However, the amount of chakra you have just tripled is not enough to squander. There was a difference in the physique of people, and metamorphosis could only do so much before one actually practiced the chakra martial arts. The only way you can truly step into the path of cultivation is to keep practicing chakra budo and step into the realm of budo shiminshu. With the help of the Naki chapter of the Green Spirit Immortal Technique, the so-called longevity is to steal the natural power of heaven and earth, the opportunity of yin and yang creation, to explore the reason for the change of all things, and to know the way of life and death. You all still have a long way to go and need to be more encouraged. Oh, Green Spirit yawned wearily. He was really sleepy this time. The new 10 tails kept extending their root chakra and spreading natural energy, and again just transformed the bodies and attributes of the entire village, plus the construction of a super resurrection array at all times. Even the Green Spirit was a bit unable to carry it, but with a blood bar as thick as his blue bar, he was still having trouble swallowing his breath, and could only let go the moment he was truly out of gas. How do we know we're not in an illusion? Tsunade clenched her small fists, itching to smash the Green Spirit in half. She didn't find the sculpture cute at all. It doesn't matter if the illusion is true or false. The spirit and the body are both attributed to energy just like nature. It's just a matter of which one you focus on more. Qingling smiled faintly. Scorpion wanted to say something. He didn't want to be led on, but decided to think twice. You'll die if you do that. Spirit Shadow. Bandito was blunt. He didn't want Aoshiru to die. In that case it would be better to let Infinite Moon Reading and the spirit world take control of the world. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll make the person you're hoping for return to this world. Oh, Qingling's smile became even more miserable, and her face paled a bit. What? Naruto and Sasuke, who heard this, both changed their eyes and stood in front of Aoshiru as fast as they could. They are not feeling the changes in the village, their own metamorphosis. Rather, there had been a constant generation of chakra within his body, and even that part of the nine-tailed chakra hadn't weakened. Why is Qingling dying? Don't worry, even if that day does come, I won't die, because as long as you guys are around, I'll be around. Qingling pointed to the location of Bringer's Dantian. With a puzzled perception, his face suddenly brightened and darkened. How is this possible? Jasuna and Namake Suikato were the first to notice this. One is a former nine-tailed human pillar, and one has spent time with the nine-tails in chakra. How could it not be perceived? It was also because of this that Namake Suikato had no more suspicions about Qingling. For all he knew, this guy might not be nine tails, but it must be someone who was determined to change the world of shinobi and really make the world a more gorgeous place. There was no more doubt in Bandito's mind. Jiraiya were hesitant. He didn't know the answer anymore and didn't want to know. The moment, upon sensing the seed within him, he knew that all questioning was futile. Because everyone within the Sairyu shinobi village, except for the physical metamorphosis and chakra attributes to make up for it, everyone had a nine-tailed chakra seed planted in their bodies. It will continue to breed until it is a nine-tailed from the moment it is fully generated. Because of spending time with Rinpoche, once generated it is the perfect Rinpoche. Maybe, it will take a while to go from the seed to that gorgeous as radiant nine tails. Unquestionable. Seeds of hope began to be sown from this tiny village into the world. Do you have any more questions? Jiraiya. Qingling's rhetorical question was accompanied by his sleepy smile. Even Jiraiya, who was accustomed to seeing life, death, and parting, had his heart trembled. In the world, there really is a selfless God, isn't there? Nah, he's standing right in front of him, still a fox. The village. Shizuru huffed and puffed as he ate his kanto, burning his mouth as he did so. Humph, stinking fox, nothing good comes without me. Chapter 56. Why ask a fox such a question? Underground chamber. Me. Jiraiya wanted to say something. Green Spirit yawned wearily. And what are your doubts? Scorpion. He tore his gaze away from Jiraiya, purposely not giving him a chance to speak. Instead, asked the Scorpion. Akasago Scorpion's red hair flowed and his gaze burned like fire. I don't like owing people. Yes, as the Scorpion who carried out the most thorough mission and dared to overthrow a kingdom. Inside, too, the last thing you want to do is to owe anyone. In his mind not even Chio Brahma could move him, and he believed that he owed nothing to anyone in the sandy hidden village. Instead it was the brutal war that had taken everything from him. I will leave after I have repaid all your favors. Scorpion was being cryptic with that statement. If the Green Spirit agreed outright, it would prove that what Orochimaru had said wasn't wrong. and that he was indeed going to create a ministry of machinery and puppets. He also had to join forces with Orochimaru's science experiment base to create Budokai Ninjutsu. If not, then he would obliterate Orochimaru without mercy. Even though it was no longer a puppet itself, the nucleus was perfectly fused with the heart, and was in a much more powerful and special state with the help of the green spirit. More than that, he had multiple attributes of chakra and 4 major scrolls hidden on his body, so it would be but a breeze to fight. Do you wish to leave the village? There's no problem leaving now if you find it begrudgingly difficult. The Sirin Shinobi village never forces anyone to stay. When the green spirit said that, he clenched his small claws and directly condensed a space-time tunnel. Whether it was the transmutation eye or the reincarnation Sharingan, it was enough for him to create gaps to travel to any space. Time shifting and creating a space are not difficult. The other side of this passage is just as bird-like. You're driving me away so I can feel guilty for the rest of my life. Don't even think about it. Scorpion stopped questioning and turned his head. Just as he was about to reach the door, his steps stopped and he asked what looked like a piggyback question. Is that D guy dead? He's not Bato Scorpion Elder. Space distortion. Bandito had come to him from a corner of the underground chamber, full of smiles. Hearing this answer, Scorpion Hell let out a careless "oh" and immediately left from the underground chamber, heading to the village. He had a scroll in his hand titled Machinery and Puppets, as well as design drawings for a variety of martial arts ninjutsu. This Pride and Beltane left as soon as they did. The underground chamber just got quieter and quieter. However, the sadness on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, however, grew heavier, because after Qingling gave a dry cough, his face grew paler and paler. Kakashi, all the major ninja villages have a dark division that is responsible for some tasks. Our village has Ayarosa and Rosa to take care of the security guards in the open, and in the shadows. You and Beltu will be responsible for leading the dark division. Another scroll fell into Kakashi's hands. Me. Kakashi had wanted to refuse. After all, acting Naruto Tsunade was still here. It was just too harsh for him to just take on the task. Even Namake's Sailor Moon was on the sidelines. Would it be too much to just take it? I'm just a returned dead soul, and who am I to meddle in your affairs? Kakashi, by the way, tell Bandito to stop wearing the mask all the time. He and Uchiha are two people. Kakashi was in a dilemma left and right. Wave Wind Sailor Moon gently placed one hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Upon seeing the blade he was carrying behind his back, Mizuno knew that what Kakashi had in mind, the reason why Bandito had avoided him again and again, was probably nothing more than that. Sensei, I'm from Kiba village after all. Kakashi choked a little. Mizuki's words meant that he thought that Bandito should be himself and take off that mask. The one who attacked Konoha back then would have been Uchiha-zan's dead spirit, not Uchiha Bandu. Why? Green spirit, Namake Suikato, Naruto. The power and light of what was in them was so blinding that you couldn't breathe. Kakashi nodded and looked to Tsunade in the corner. I'm just a surrogate Naruto, so if you have to make an argument, just think of it as a lurking mission. A sleeper mission? Is it really okay to say such things in front of Qingling? Kakashi whirled around and disappeared, leaving the underground chamber with the dark scroll of the Green Spirit Shinobi village. As he left, Rosa and I Love You each glanced at Namake's Mizukato and Naruto. They also had to guard the Green Spirit Ninja village, taking care of defense matters as well as handling some of the chores. Not a moment too soon. The only people left here are the Sannin, Mr. and Mrs. Namake Suikato, and Naruto and Sasuke. 7 people surrounded the small sculpture of the Green Spirit. Wave Wind Swayman always wore a smile on his face, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. Teacher Qingling, take a break. Naruto didn't want to see Aura suffer with that look any longer. Sasuke didn't say anything, and his eyes were filled with worry. No need. How could the master die in one fell swoop because of this little exertion? Qingling thought to herself. If I were to die so easily, that would be a real plea. Jiraiya, voice your doubts. I only have 10 minutes left. This doppelganger of Qingling had long been low on chakra. Raikage, the man behind me is Naruto, the 4th Naruto of Konoha, a man who brought so much hope in his life, and whose death has left many who thought they would never see the sun of tomorrow. I hadn't thought I had lost my expectations. However, as I traveled the world I realized that the world is always moving forward. Every departure, or stay is just one of those moments. Since someone has passed away, whether he is missed or not, and whether he is willing or not, he should be part of the cycle of reincarnation. Why? You want the undead to return. What's the point of such a world? Bringing an era to a standstill? Do we all stand and sing forever? One down, full-blooded in the morning. And does time and space all seem to be in a constant loop? It seems wonderful, keeping it all and living forever in general, but it's really just a monster that has lost its options. Spirit Shadow, what about your boundaries regarding life and death? Your respect for life? Does it still exist? The line between life and death? Allowing life to go through life from birth to death is the only way to honor life. The so-called immortality is nothing but a monster farce in a constant cycle. Jiraiya's first moment of seeing Wavewind Sutman resurrected was not one of joy. Rather, it's an instinctive aversion. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly a forbidden technique like Chibiusa's filthy earth transmutation, a defilement of the essence of life. That was exactly why Wavewind Sailor Moon had never been willing to question it. It was indeed a pleasure for him and Jasuna to see this future world with their own eyes. The meeting with Naruto was especially gratifying. But, life, it is its limited years that make it beautiful, like a firework. Whether this resurrection prevents reincarnation, as well as taints the essence of life, is what grieves them the most. Ah, ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Qingling to answer, Orochimaru then couldn't help but laugh. Foolishness, do you really think that bringing you back to life once is eternal life? Ridiculous. If immortality were so simple, why would I have gone through all the trouble of almost burying this life? This is nothing more than a method of rebirth that is more perfected than the filthy earth transmigration. If you don't want to live again, just go die. The next one is the most spiritual mess ever. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Namikaze Suemon. You don't realize it yet, do you? The great change in the world is starting from the Aori ninja village under your feet. Stop fooling yourself with that old-fashioned thinking. Your so-called life and death are but a moment in the eyes of that wonderful, wonderful future, and I will embrace eternal life and stand in immortality. Orochimaru's eyes were wild, and there was never a moment when he questioned the green spirit. Eternal life, that's what he's really after. In his opinion, the so-called lives of Jiraiya and the others were nothing more than small, fragile things. Asked you? Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru in displeasure, her fists cackling. Oh life, why ask a fox such an ultimate question? Green Spirit's chakra glow grew dimmer and dimmer. Chapter 57, The Rue in the Moonlight. Green Spirit disliked their conversation. What's life and death? It's just life. Is it really that complicated? Your quest for eternal life, immortality, or a lifetime with a beginning and an end is not my concern. If anything, your realization of your values is your respective Shinobito. I'm going to bring all of you back to life at least once. It's part of my way of endurance. That's all. Qingling didn't know anything about the difference between an everlasting life and a limited lifetime, much less what the two would do to him. Jiraiya didn't expect to give such an answer. She had thought that the other party, as an old monster who had even taken over the Nine Tails, would definitely have a set of her own theories and logic. I didn't realize it was that it didn't care about that at all. Raikage, did you resurrect to make Naruto happier? Or for yourself? What Namikaze Suikato cared about was Naruto's feelings, and the purpose of the green spirit. What does it matter if he is resurrected or not? At most, it's just a few more decades of life. The big thing is to find a place to live in anonymity for the rest of your life. If the green spirit was trying to disturb the rules of this world, that would be the most terrifying. In the future, the dead will all be resurrected, and the living will be taken away by it in an instant, and that will be the real hell on earth. Hearing Namikaze Suemon's question, Qingling finally found an answer. Of course it's for myself. I've been told it's for my Shinobito. Yes. He honestly said that he was just familiarizing himself more with the eye of God for himself. This lame resurrection seems to have been quickly discarded when it was realized that it was possible to use the chakra Sharingan to cast Chakraborn to consume more chakra. Why not for yourself? Teacher, don't say that. Naruto blocked Aoshiru with one hand. Such words, how could he possibly believe that? This nine-tailed fox, never a stupid fox with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Upon seeing his own son all blocking in front of Qingling, Namikaze Mizukato pursed his lips. Even Joshinna's gaze flickered slightly. They understood. This nine-tailed fox had long spent time with Naruto. They possessed a relationship beyond master and disciple, more like true partners. The answer is obvious, Aoshiro said for himself, but in the back of the crowd's mind, he was doing it for Naruto. The atmosphere became serious. It seemed bad for anyone to take the lead in asking questions next. Sasuke, more than anything, just wanted Aoshiro to talk less, minimize his exertion, and rest a bit more. There's not enough time. Qingling watched as his chakra faded away. It looks like the main body is consuming chakra like crazy. What resurrection? But just one more life to live. How long is a lifetime? 100 years? How many years have passed since the Rokuto immortals? How much has changed in the human world? But it is just a matter of turning away from shame when you have just known it. All that stuff you guys are going after. I just don't get it. If you don't think a do-over is going to help, then self-determine. If you hold on to this opportunity, make up for all the doubts. And why not? Chakra is getting thinner and thinner, until only a little chakra was left in his head. He had a smirk on his face and narrowed his eyes. Since also, the sky is high and the sea is wide, you since also, and why bother to dwell on the right and wrong of this life, since it should go to write a new chapter. Look at the great and powerful things. Every page is the ambition is not yet rewarded, and every word is a regret. That's all there is to it. Go do it all over again. Last chance to reverse the future. Chakra disappears. All of Green Spirit's detachments fell silent at this moment. They are all in a state of temporary rest. Only the new 10 tails were emitting a steady stream of natural energy, as well as extending the root chakra. The sea of molten lava, the Green Spirit proper, was within a stone formation, frantically consuming chakra. There's only this one chance left, and the next time you can reincarnate and resurrect so many people innately will be a rarity in the world. What the Green Spirit really meant was, once he dies and is reborn by this move, then after the next resurrection, everyone is resurrected. The chances of him trying to use this move to consume a lot of chakra again were slim. Xing Ling hung in midair, sitting on his knees, constantly exhaling and consuming his own chakra. The green robe hit his body, and you could still see his incredibly thin body. I'm only afraid that at that moment, it will completely go up in smoke. Underground chamber, with the Green Spirit's split chakra running out, Jiraiya's pupils all shrank. Seize the last chance, reversing the future. The words kept echoing in his head. The future will surely be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk, with all the amazing geniuses of history being reborn. What will they bring? Create a better future together, or destroy the world? Jiraiya remembered the prophecy of the great toad immortal. The future will surely be like dragons for all in the twilight of the gods. Will that day ever come? He stumbled a bit, being held up by Tsunade. Damn it! Jiraiya's pupils stared as he snapped out of his daze and breathed heavily. I see. I understand the prophecy. Resurrecting everyone is the fox's show of surprising the world, and the gods are the real danger. He saw it, he knew it. What's at hand isn't scary, for when the day of prophecy comes, man will be an enemy of God. The only way to be an enemy of God is to be strong enough. What the Green Spirit wants to do is to unite all the strongest people in history, and in doing so, battle the gods. What kind of boldness is that? Not hesitating to make an enemy of an age just to meet that horrible future. Jiraiya couldn't help but tear up as he looked back once again at the seemingly mediocre little nine-tailed sculpture. You know all about it, don't you? Spirit Shadow, you know the future. You see a distant future that we humans cannot anticipate. You're going to stop all of it alone, even if you have to take all the blame for it. No one could understand Jiraiya's words. This was a secret that belonged only to him and Qingling, the great toad immortal. The moment. There was only one or two words in Jiraiya's mind for the Green Spirit. Invincible. It is only with the great spirit of invincibility that one dares to go against the current of an era and meet the cruel future. Apparently, Green Spirit was too lonely. Sannin Jiraiya deactivated his immortal mode, and he stopped questioning it. The answer has been found. He vowed to give it his all, even if the path was difficult. The steps stopped as they came to a halt in front of Naruto's house. Jiraiya stopped advancing, which puzzled Tsunade. He had made up his mind to help the son of the world, son of prophecy, Green Spirit, to realize the world's shocking performance to stop the invasion of the gods, even if, to give all this life, as the Green Spirit says, seize every opportunity to reverse the future. Jiraiya knew that the words must have been spoken by the Green Spirit to him and only him to understand. You're not leaving? Tsunade stopped in her tracks. Well, I'm going to stay and go prove some speculations, Jiraiya said with a certainty in his tone. Soon, he was surprised to see Tsunade heading towards the house without looking back and said, what about Kiba? You old hag, are you really a shirker? Wave Win Shueimon has been resurrected, so it's only natural for me, the acting Naruto, to step down. Tsunade didn't explain. She had a gut feeling in the back of her mind that the future was going to be dangerous, and she must not lose Jiraiya again. Kiba, it's been a long time since I've been back, so let's celebrate before we go back. Nanake's Mizukato also wanted to go back to Kiba for a visit. This time, he was going back to see if Kiba village had changed after he had been gone for more than a decade. The crowd walked into the house. Join us for dinner, Sasuke. Jasuna brought Sasuke from the underground chamber, the latter squirming uncharacteristically. Small village. The fields are fertile and full of flowers and fruits. Talking and laughing about the chickens and dogs. The night was deepening and the moon was rising in the east. Smoke appears from the rooftops of one house. Neighbors Rosa, father and son, were invited to celebrate, eating barbecue and drinking a little wine. Naruto and Sasuke called Grandpa Jiraiya and Granny Tsunade with great reluctance. Scorpion and his family sat in the yard watching the moon. It's beautiful. It turns out that the moon is just as beautiful even when it's not red blood red. Moonlight. It's just a mass of people. Chapter 58, The Man Who Ran in the Dead of Night. Rainy hidden village. A rare sunny day. Unfortunately it was already night. Minami and Nagato rarely had the opportunity and leisure to look up at the bright full moon. The wind had picked up and there was a slight bleakness. Minami moved closer to Nagato's side and Tendo Pain moved closer to them. Folded again? Nan. Daidara's life and death are unknown, and it looks like Spirit Shadow used that move of yours to resurrect Scorpion's parents. So it is. Is reincarnation natural? Nagato was unsmiling. his frame wasting away to the point where he slowly reached up to try and catch the moonlight. Once, he had thought about resurrecting Yahiko. However, the longer you die, the harder it is to resurrect, not to mention the need for a body. He would need to give up this life to resurrect Yahiko even if he had to, even with the big Tendo Pain body. In general, the closer someone dies, the easier it is to resurrect them. The green spirit resurrected but the scorpion's parents, both of whose bodies had long since become dust. A puppet is nothing more than a frame. After dying for so long, the amount of chakra you have to consume once you're revived is extremely terrifying. So true about the Nine Tails. Nagato sighed. If he had so much chakra, why wouldn't he want to revive Yahiko? The boundaries of life and death? He didn't care about that, or he wouldn't have kept Yahiko's body around and refined it into a Tendo Pain. When I look back on this life, it's all regret. Iwaki Village. The five-tailed Muwang Ninjutsu, Steam Ninja Han himself, is leading the team, and this time he's well prepared to lead 300 Nakanabu as well as several upper ninjutsu. Find the right time to attack the Aori Ninja Village at night. However, he also had the Show Organization squad with him this time. Fiden, Kakuto. On top of that, there's another old buddy. Unlike him, far away on a mound beyond the Iwaki Village, four-tailed Sun Wukong human pillar power, Old Violet. This cloud-bound monk, who was at odds with the Earth Shadow and very stubborn, had long since left the rain-hidden village to train alone. He waited here with his arms wrapped around him, for no other reason than the Iwagakure village, much less at the behest of the Earth Shadow. It was Han, who had met up with him a few times on solo missions some years ago. The two have diametrically opposed attitudes towards the village, but personal friendships are okay. This action is also an invitation from Han. I heard that after One Tail and Nine Tails joined forces, the four-tailed Monkey King was also eager to try. Will the kingdom founded by the tailed beasts be the place where the human pillars will return? Old Violet muttered. Nine Tails and One Tail have always been at odds, and there's something else fishy about this. Sun Wukong replied. You've been eavesdropping on my mind again. If you don't want me to hear it, I naturally can't. Sun Wukong retorted. Also, at first Four Tails was disgusted with Old Violet, a human pillar, but Old Violet was also an implanted tailed beast, and he was more of a vessel. Even the Iwaki village will have a Han who has made a name for himself for the village, as well as an old purple who left the village. It is clear that different people always have their own decisions. Then take a walk. Old Violet readily agreed. Over the years he and Four Tails had long been in perfect harmony, a man who traveled the world in the clouds and lived more like Zirai. A vast number of you hidden village ninja, as well as a light and a dark two human pillars, as well as the Show Organization squads that lurked outside of the Aoshiran Shinobi village. Fiden, Kakuto waited for the opportunity. Cloud Hidden Village. Kairabi is rapping in the village. He hated the sun and was perfect for walking around the village at a time like this. Samui and the other disciples hurried to Kairabi. Tomorrow is my concert. Oh yeah, are the tickets? Shh. Sold out. Kairabi smiled confidently. Aha! Samui nodded, a result that Kairabi had expected. Naturally, his concerts sell tickets extremely fast. Only a few disciples come to see it at a time, but do your best to rap about it. Well then, let me, perfectly, perform. Kairabi kept gesticulating and disappeared around the corner in no time. Only after watching him leave did the blonde Sammy wipe away a cold sweat. What an optimistic teacher, she thought to herself. Even if there's no audience you'll try to perform. Corner. Kairabi snapped to a standstill. He sensed some kind of danger. Then, Yatsuo quickly intervened. Break free. Kairabi quickly regained his senses and left the area as fast as he could. The next instant, when Kairabi appeared in the spacious place, another figure also appeared behind him, standing back to back with him. It was none other than the fourth generation Reikage AI, Uchiha, Dry Kakamoto Onijairai. Instead, the two figures slowly stepped out of the shadows from the same direction, dressed in Dawn's cloud costume. This hunt seems to have hit a bit of a snag. However, the two were still absolutely confident when they joined forces. Mr. Weasel, do I feel the whistling of the times? Is the future coming in a hurry? Perhaps there is always something to be done before dawn. Misty Village. The era of blood mists has faded. The fourth generation Mizukage, Orange Yakura Berry, as one of the few perfect human pillars, was actually once under the control of an illusion and was controlled by Bandu for a long time. By all rights, he should have died in those years. However, the illusion was undone by Ao with his white eyes after Terumi saw that she was under an illusion. Eventually, this fourth generation Mizukage died without a word, and with that, the three tails became loose. The village is now in the hands of the elder Genji. This elderly man has long been overwhelmed by the task. The strong rise of Terumi is certainly the best option. Tonight, looking up into the night, the elder Genji actually felt shivering. Yakura Berry has been dead for years, and the outside world doesn't know the truth about his death. In fact, it would become a mystery, permanently unknown. Some say that it was, after its body was hit by Uchiha Weasel's Amaterasu, it had to release the three tails, and died as a perfect human pillar but lost its tailed beast. Others say that it was the people of the Misty Hidden Village who took revenge on this fourth-generation Mizukage for his past brutal atrocities by forcibly extracting the three tails from him after his weakening. Anyway, the death of the fourth Mizukage is destined to become a mystery. The night has changed. Maybe it's time to let go. Gensher stood up. He had wanted to wait some more time before handing everything over to Terumi, but recently after the creation of the Land of Spirit, known as the Land of the Tailed Beasts, the Land of Earth had fallen out with the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, and the Misty Hidden Village, which was on the outside of things, instead gave him a sense of unease. Maybe it's also time to find a new Rinpoche to balance the power while making Shumamai the fifth Mizukage. The three tails can't keep wandering, Elder Genji muttered. Sand Hidden Village. It's late at night. It was extra cold in the desert. Granny Chio was still looking at all kinds of documents as acting Kazekage at her age. Yesterday, she saw those two kids, Kankoro and Tashiguru, pretending to be strong, and it didn't make her heart feel good to think about it. Turn over the latest intel. Upon seeing the line of handwriting on it, her cloudy eyes both lit up for a moment. Could it be that the world is really changing? Swish, late night. Two flying figures took advantage of their sun's sleep to bid farewell to their benefactor. The ninja ran on the road leading from the Eirin Shinobu village to the Kiba village. They were none other than Golden Flash, Namikaze Suikato, and the former nine-tailed human pillar, Jyoshina. Kiba, let me see if you've really moved forward in 12 years. Chapter 59, This World is Like Yesterday. Kiba holds the dreams of many. As the Golden Flash silently sneaks into the village, Jasuna and Namikaze looked around curiously. Even Naruto Rock is still 4. Shibuya, Shikuma, Sarutobi Hinata, Namikaze Suemon. As for the surrounding landscape, it didn't look like it had changed at all. Together they arrive at the house they used to live in, which looks like it's long gone, much less for Naruto to live in. Take the key and go under a small building. This was where Naruto lived. They searched for this as described by their son and opened the door. Tiny, but enough to live on. One small room, one bathroom, plain and simple. Enough for a child to survive, I guess, and that's about it. Dang, their kids lived here after Shikamaru Naruto's death. The lockers were empty. Naruto had taken all the bubbly with him the last time he returned. Same lights, appliances. It seems that Kiba village is no different after many years. They were lying on this little bed with no lights on. Let the breeze blow in through the small window. Jasuna also looked out at the starry sky. She had also lived on her own and knew that as a child. The only way to live with more security was to have her bed near a window. Stars, moonlight, sunlight, wind, sound of rain, snowflakes, poof. Those who have not experienced loneliness must not understand that they are companions too. Thinking of this, Senjuna couldn't help but have teardrops welling up in her eyes. Namikaze Suikato didn't say anything. Has there been a change? 13 years. Naruto's 13 years old. Why is Kiba village still the same as it has always been? It wasn't just the scenery, Naruto Rock, but the feeling that made him familiar. It was as if that night more than 10 years ago had been indefinitely postponed to the present. As helpless as ever, sensing a change in his wife's mood, Wavewind Mizukato rubbed Jasuna's long red hair lovingly. Looks like we don't have time to rest. Guess who it could be? Jasuna also knew that danger was coming. Unlike the last time Naruto returned, this time, it was clear that their infiltration had been detected by Kiba's dark side from the moment they opened the door to Naruto's house. However, it wasn't just the dark side that had come to surround them. Sobering, the door was slashed with a knife. The visitor held hand knives similar to finger tigers in both hands, gently slicing past them, the wind blades hiding a crisis that was enough to cut through people's fragile skin. A golden flash surfaced for a split second, while Jo Xin Nai sent a flying kick towards the window, bracing her hands in the process for a pirouette. After kicking at the wall, he quickly used his strength to jump towards the corner of the bathroom. Jasuna's kicker is fighting a female shinobi. Sobering, the two attackers converged and brushed shoulders. It's Asuma. Yuzuru, let youth burn, you monsters, and return Kakashi. Wow, the roof gets a straight-up flying kick. The moment Asuma, Yuzuru brushed past each other, they directly fled in the opposite direction of what they had just done. Otherwise Kai's kick would have killed someone. Swish, the two of them avoided it for a split second at the same time. Jusina in the bathroom disappeared with a thud. In the meantime, the roof quickly collapsed into a cloud of dust. Naruto's home, which he had lived in for many years, was left in ruins. With anger and wariness, a light quickly flashed past Kai. Kai, who had opened 5 gates, didn't think that there was anyone else who could outperform him based on speed alone. Maitreya? Wave Wind Suikato shuriken gently sliced Kai's hair off. When she turned around, Jyoshina also appeared out of thin air and stood behind Yuzuru. Damn it! Asuma was in a dilemma, but was prepared for certain death. A single figure from the dark side fell from the sky and came here, waiting for an opportunity. The village's current powerhouse wasn't small, but without Naruto, as well as the human pillars, the battle power was still weakened quite a bit. Iguana Gunma, Kodo, and Shizen also appeared one after another. In their opinion, it must be a big fish that can trigger the mechanism today. The Green Spirit Ninja Village is in crisis. Now even Kakashi, Jiraiya are deeply involved. And during the daytime the acting Naruto Tsunade also personally rushed there, and has not returned yet. The only way to get more information is to catch this intruder. However, when all the people converge at this point, there is nothing more than dumbfoundedness. A Chippendale nearly fell out of the mouth of Ganma Unknown's mouth. Side-by-side feet of thunder and stacks of Ibishar likewise stared in disbelief. As the guards of the 4th generation Naruto, they naturally couldn't be clearer. The person in front of me is no one else, much less an enemy. 4th generation Naruto, Wave Wind Suikato, and his wife, the 9-tailed Ninjago, Jasuna. No, reason quickly brought them back to their senses again. How can a man die and come back to life? Kai froze for a moment, suddenly looking like he'd come to a realization. I see. He flashed his big white teeth and gave a thumbs up, grinning happily. It's an illusion. Bang! That answer almost made Sarutobi Asuma punch him in the face. If it was an illusion, it would have been lifted a long time ago. An illusion that can make so many people unconscious at the same time. Mustn't the casters simply die of exhaustion? Really think chakra is a cabbage? It's been a long time, and they all seem to have grown up. Wave Wind Swayman smiled happily. He had just tested them. These once little guys, now they had good strength too. Jyoshina-senpai, Yuzuru said with her hands forward in a gesture of goodwill. Shoo, our actual ages are only about a dozen years apart. Joxin knew that Yuzuru was good at illusions, so how could she give her a chance to strike? The village hasn't changed much at all over the years, not to mention that most of Kakashi's batch of Konoha's strongest men were upper shinobi, and special upper shinobi, with very few still remaining middle shinobi. They all have great personalities, like Asuma and Yuzuru, two that have been playing together since they were kids. Yuzuru's dress features and big eyes were something that impressed Jasuna. The Forbidden Zone developed by the 2nd generation Naruto. Chibiusa, the filthy earth transmutation? Sarutobi Asuma said coldly. If that's the case, you've probably been controlled. Infiltrating Konoha for what exactly? Is it possible that that house in the Sirin ninja village is already trying to break the taboo between life and death? The words were not yet spoken. There was just a hint of killing intent in everyone's eyes. Shikamaru Naruto was an existence that left a fondness in their memories. The Sirin Shinobu village had purposely transmogrified their obscene earth and had them come to Naruto's house. Obviously on purpose. The two obscene earth-turned imposters in front of me must be killed. Filthy earth transmutation? Namake's Sailor Moon wept. He looked up at the bright starry sky, and the bright moonlight that the river of stars couldn't even block, opened his mouth and asked, "Is Gumiho alive now?" The crowd was speechless, waiting for an opportunity. Even if it was an obscene earth rebirth, as long as the opponent was Namake Swayman, they didn't dare to take it lightly. So that's how it is, that's where the only change is. But it doesn't seem like you guys did it, because I can't feel any change in you guys. Wave Wind Mizukato stared at Naruto Rock, word for word. 13 years and this is how you've changed? Dreaming for 4,000 days, waking up to old dust. Even if you look at the hungry and the cold, you are still yesterday's man. This earth is as it was yesterday. Chapter 60, Unheard of Green Name, Caged Bird Flying. June, have you ever asked the green spirit to be famous? Wave Wind Mizukato pursed his lips and closed his eyes. He didn't need to look at the starry sky anymore. He had a million stars in his heart, and the Milky Way was boundless. See him for the first time. It is within the teenager. 12 years of suffering no one understands. See him again, dreaming of a reunion. He gave up everything, disregarding life and death. I owe you so much. Wave Wind Watergate said in his heart. The Wave Wind Watergate family, owe you, green spirit, too much. The wind, blowing his long, gold-colored hair, a gentle smile that becomes as confident as light, splendid as never before. In that case, let me spread your name, before I leave here, to repay the old favor. Swish! In the next instant, Namake's Mizukato's breath skyrocketed. Chakra seemed to increase as if it was like no money. A voice sounded in both his and Jyoshina's mind at the same time. At the same time, they had the Nine Tails chakra coat on them at the same time. Hey, I don't need you guys to pass on my reputation. The nine-tail seed of the green spirit was quickly birthed and grew to its full state, and a new nine-tail chakra was formed in the bodies of Namake Swayman and Jyoshina. Aren't you in a weakened state? Jasuna was a bit anxious. Now that Mizukato had made a statement to say goodbye to the unchanging Konoha village, then she will fight to the end. I didn't expect to hear Qingling's voice just then. Luckily, you two little things don't know that I still have this chakra even if I'm weak. But, if another month passes and I fall into a period of weakness and get attacked again, it will be dangerous. Might have to run out of chakra. Oh. Qingling intentionally said these words very loudly so that everyone present could hear them clearly. Spirit Shadow, all you said is a bit big, and it's easy for others to know the information. Wavewind Swayman was in a hurry. Wasn't this telling the world that he would have a period of weakness? There are a lot of people who hate you, Reikage, but the one who hates you the most can be this Kiba village. Oh yeah? That's terrible. I'm so scared. Qingling's voice intentionally increased in volume so that everyone could hear it clearly. It's true that Nine Tails has a lot of chakra, but he was revived a few times before he ate the chakra fruit. All aspects of attributes, including chakra quantity and quality, were multiplied by several doubles. Not to mention that the chakra fruit would still be able to hold up for at least 3 months, and even if it didn't, his own chakra would be enough to split at least 4 copies of the Nine Tails level to go. Be careful, now we're going home. With a sniff, Namikaze Swayman understood what Qingling meant, knowing that he did it on purpose. Of this he had no doubt. Everyone has their own way of enduring, not to mention the fact that he was the 4th Naruto, only he had died once long ago, 13 years ago. Here tonight is a father reborn because of the green spirit, a man chasing ambitions and dreams, a husband who is bringing his wife home. Be careful, no matter what state he's really in. It's Wavewind Sailor Moon standing here. Sarutobi Asma sensed danger. Goodbye. Wavewind Sumon's entire body erupted in golden light. In the next instant, he appeared by Joxin Nai's side as if it were lightning, taking his wife's arm in one hand. How he wished years ago that he could have had that chance too. Instead of dying, the dead and departed souls suddenly appearing. This may be the return of youth. Kai instantly realized that he could feel the flesh and blood of Namikaze Sailor Moon, and that it was in no way a forbidden technique. Just as soon as the first time to chase it out, the airflow was too strong, directly causing several experts of the dark sect to barely be able to stand up. A group of dark sectors, the upper ninja, pursued them, especially the upper shinobi, and the middle shinobi are even more numerous. They flew after them, and it wasn't long before Hyuga Hinata arrived from the direction of the Hyuga clan as well. Nowadays, with the decline of the Senju clan, the newly emerged Sarutobi clan has become increasingly weak. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, the Hyuga clan appeared to be alone, and gradually there was a feeling of being on par with the Inu deer and butterfly clans. This made it more and more difficult for Hyuga Hinata, who was the head of the clan. Their own family is not weak, but they are also caged birds and defeated. The fact that the separation was restricted also meant that the family was gradually becoming a pool of stagnant water, and the future was destined to be unpredictable. Swish, the light flashed past the teenage girl's eyes. They heard the agitation in the village and also hid in the shadows to observe. It wasn't long before more and more of the village knew the truth about the battle. Namikaze Suikato, Joshina is suspected to have been revived by some kind of forbidden art. Is that Naruto's father? Dingji ate the chips, his heart instead happy for Naruto, with a power in his body that was vaguely different from the yokai, or perhaps complementary to it. I've only seen it on Naruto Rock before. By the way, Naruto guy must be doing well, right? Inazuka grinned and rubbed Akamaru's head, and the pup barked happily. Who knows? I've heard that spirit shadow is being rewarded by many people at great expense, and it's more than likely that it's going to be vicious. Kagome looked a little worried. Ali, Daisy leaned against the wall and peeked her head out to see her attacker. Naruto's father? It seems like him. That redhead would be the mother. Mother-sama. Ah, what am I talking about? Blushing hotly at the mere mental muttering. In the alley behind her, a silent figure spied the scene. The ninja forehead protector on his forehead hid the caged bird mark that he viewed as a disgrace. The last time I was at the Nakanobu exams, originally there would only be one person, Kagome, who would become a Nakanin. However, the teenager called Hinata Ninji hadn't met an opponent named Naruto at all. He was recognized by all for his brilliant physical skills, intelligence in an impeccable fight, became the only 2 Nakanobu in the same batch. The hatred in his heart was climbing, when once and for all, he heard about the power of the Aori ninja village, including Naruto, Sasuke defects, as well as this intrusion by Wavewind Sailor Moon. It made that idea grow stronger within Ninji. He's leaving. After being convinced that Kai went forward to chase after Wavewind Sutman, Ninji Hyuga quietly retreated into the alley. With this mark, he could be in agony anytime the Lord's family wanted him to be. Maybe, this departure will be seen as a betrayal, or were they treated as if they had been captured by people from outside the village? Ninji Hyuga didn't have an answer. He felt a sense of urgency. He knew it was as if he was trying to break free of something. To do that, you have to get out of here. So what if you're a shinobi? He was after all just a man of a divided family with a caged bird spell seal. In this life, there's that one time of dead center. To work a miracle and escape the past, you have to get out of here. Nighttime. The village is filled with intense scents and golden flashes. The only thing no one noticed was a beautiful young man dressed in white, leaving the place alone. It's too stale. As Wavewind Sutman said, everything is good here, but unfortunately it's set in stone. It's not that people aren't nostalgic. They just want to embrace the good and shed the gloom as much as possible. The moonlight is like water. Hinata Ninji's feet stepped on this mountain path, feeling an unprecedented tension that did not fit his state of mind, but it was exactly what he was feeling at the moment. What will change the fate of the teenager? Chapter 61 Light and Youth. Youth burning. Right here. Cemetery. Namikaze Mizukato and Yoshina landed, standing in front of Sarutobi's tombstone. In this, another figure had also been waiting for a long time. You're Irika, aren't you? Wavewind Suikoden also had fond memories of the child who had been so understanding since he was a child. However, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Irika's parents died as a result. Naruto told me about you. He said it was thanks to you that he was recognized as a ninja. Wavewind Suemon smiled and extended his hand, at the same time placing the offering in front of Sarutobi's grave. But now, Irika wanted to say that Naruto was no longer a ninja, but how was he supposed to say something like that? Deny the child who burns like fire? As a teacher, he could never do that. How can you deny your own child? You mean the Kiba Shiminobu, ninja? A ninja is a ninja everywhere, as long as one follows through with what one misses in life. It's the same everywhere, isn't it? Wavewind Sailor Moon looked at the picture on Sarutobi Hinata's tombstone and said thoughtfully, actually, I've met the Sandaime in the pure land of ultimate bliss in the world of the past. Then, why come to worship? Irika was surprised. He wondered if there could be any pure land of ultimate bliss outside of this world. He also wondered if this Namikaze Mizukato was the admired fourth-generation Naruto or not. But if you've seen Sandaime as a spirit, why do you need to worship him again? It's different. When I come back to life, a living person, it's a chance for me to start over, isn't it? You, on the contrary, knew early on that I would show up here. Very impressive. Well, there are very few people in the village that you miss, and the third Naruto-sama, I believe, is one of them. Irika voiced her suspicions. Hear that? Jasuna's eyes all changed. It seemed that their Naruto's eyes were good. This Irika was indeed a delicate and gentle person with a delicate heart. I can't linger when they're here, but you have an aura within you that is familiar with the Green Spirit Shinobi village. The last thing I want to tell you is that this power called Chakra Budo has unlimited potential, and it is important to keep practicing it. This, on the other hand, is what Naruto asked me to give you. Wavewind Suikoden tossed a cup noodle to Irika. The latter smiled helplessly. This cover-up is Naruto all right. This is said to be the cultivation method for Budo Shimenji. It should take you a while to break through. Just follow this when you do. By the way, I've read a bit about how the use of martial arts and the affiliated Green Spirit Immortal technique of Nascent Soul chapter are actually the most difficult to obtain, especially the martial arts, so be sure to cultivate them carefully. That's all there is to say, and I hope there's a next chance to get together. At his current reborn age alone, Namikaze Suikoden was also a few years older than Irika. There was no chance for Namikaze Mizukato to stay any longer. He knew that the ultimate show was next. Ready? Aha! Joexien Nai turned on the Nine Tails chakra mode, shielding herself from the further telltale states that would follow and not be able to withstand it. To destroy the tomb, Kai showed up, and just moments ago, they killed the 3 shadow doppelgangers that Namikaze Sutmans had set up in the village. Finally, the fight was over before I got here. I have to say it's rare to be able to use a shadow doppelganger to confuse your opponent while protecting your wife's high-speed movement. Mizumon turned around. Swish! Hyuga Hinata also came here. He looked at Wavewind Sutman with a cold gaze. Because the daughter is close to Naruto's age, before birth, it was thought that perhaps the two children would meet in the future, waiting until the day they became adults. Namikaze Mizukato was also only in his 40s, and they, the Hyuga clan, would be married to Naruto's son. Of course, this is all a little bit of what was once thought. Great clans, marriages between powerful people were something that had always happened. Pity, Naruto was born and had just learned to cry when Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze Mizukato left him. Not to mention Daisy, where's the chance of getting married? Faced with a dangerous nine-tailed human pillar power, it was too late for them to avoid it. The familiar figures are growing. Watching these children all grow to the point where they were on their own, Namikaze Suemon was relieved. He couldn't help but be happy when his eyes caught sight of his 3 guards. Are they special shinobi now, too? It's not particularly strong, but it's improved quite a bit. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuzuru should be married too. Kai looks like he's all alone. Namikaze nodded, like an elder returning to his family after years of absence. Kids, he laughed. You'll have to catch up with me next. Let me see just how much stronger you've gotten. With the attribute increase of the green spirit, the chakra doubled and the physique metamorphosed. This is coupled with the completion of the 9-tail chakra gestation, making it possible to use the 9-tail chakra mode. Namikaze Suikato also has the immortal mode available to him, and this state is not to say that it is powerful and unrivaled. It's at least enough to inch up wherever it goes. Taking Jasana's hand, returning to his old hometown, Namikaze Suikato transformed into a golden flash. This time, the Nakanabu, who was about to give chase again, only froze for a moment before seeing a light that traversed to the point of covering the entire Konoha village. It's too fast. The naked eye can no longer discern its speed. Is this the great fusion of the immortal mode and the 9-tailed chakra mode? The 4 energies of spirit, body, nature, and 9 tails work perfectly together in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. The first moment Wave Wind Mizumon struck, Jasana then appeared outside the village. She cried and laughed at the scene. Kiba was bright as day. What a beautiful golden light. It's okay, don't be afraid that I'll reject the Senjutsu chakra. Oh, the more you tug, the happier my main body will be. Xing Ling said happily. It was so good he couldn't wait for Namikaze Sailor Moon to consume chakra a few dozen times faster. As the chakra wind coat extended into a robe, Wave Wind Sutman's pupils also changed. The perfect 9-tailed fairy pattern. In this state, his level of stress was also raised once again. In a matter of moments, he traveled all over the village. The 4th generation has long since left the flying Raijin seal in all corners of his chase with us. Hyuga Hinata knew they had lost a long time ago. A night attack without malice? Sarutobi Asma saw golden light all around him and could hardly imagine that this was really human power. Too soon. Did he return here just to see the village? And did Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama as well? Yuzuru was surprised. Did it mean that all of these powerful people had submitted to the Eishiren ninja village? No. If that were true, then how would they be able to stand in the Konoha village? Do we really want Hyuga Hinata to become the 5th Naruto? Can't we just let the powerful clans grow again? Jiraiya invited Tsunade back. And aside from the fact that he didn't want to be constrained, there was also a layer of not wanting to lay the decline of the great clan, because that day would also mean that the ninja would completely lose their status. But if Hinata becomes the 5th generation, not many people will agree, and it's only a matter of face to pass if he can act. After today, Kiba village would undoubtedly be in a stalemate. The dragon has no head. The crowd was dumbfounded. Kai, however, began to warm up. What are you going to do? Of course we're trying to chase it. It's a mission given to us by the 4th Naruto-sama. It's so youthful and hot-blooded. Kei doesn't worry about that at all. Simultaneous moments. As golden light streamed through every corner of the village, a scroll also landed in front of each house. Kagamaru, Hinata, and others even received the Budo Shimenji chapter. Speed, that is, power. Chapter 62, the 4 tails and 5 tails gather. Kakuto and Fiden infiltrate. Kai, who opens the 6th gate, catches up with the extreme speed he can achieve in this state. It fell through after all. The light in the village was too bright. It was as if Mr. and Mrs. Wavewind Sutman had reached out to them through the 13-year haze of time and space. This family, against everyone in Kiba village. How could everyone here not want to do right by them? In the ninja world, there is often a brutal war for decades, if not a decade. There are too many kids like Irika, Naruto. Who can take care of who? If we don't solve the problem at the source, it's all in vain, isn't it? Just like these 13 years, Wavewind Suikato left and came back. And how much has changed on Earth? As if he just left yesterday for a cup of tea. The flash of light is only for a moment, and life should be a splendor. Namikaze Suikato stopped in his tracks for an instant. Walking out of the Kiba village and completing the task explained by the Green Spirit, he also personally walked through every corner of the Kiba village and looked over the traces of this village's past again. Behind him, Kai is still sweating his youth and chasing the flash. Wavewind Suikato and Jioshin now walk into the distance. Tonight, to go slower. When you come and go in a hurry, you should always miss something and just happen to look at it. How long was this road their son was forced to take away from Kiba? Maybe. There are many other old people who have traveled on this road, I guess. Looking from above, Kiba village had a constant zigzagging and stretching intersection of light until this moment when it dissipated perfectly and turned into a sky full of light and dust. Kai stopped at the entrance to the Ninja Academy. Namikaze Suikato's shadow doppelganger has been waiting here for a long time. Only after handing over a scroll of martial arts to him did he disperse with satisfaction. So it's a shadow doppelganger? But when was this? Kai thought to himself that with just the 6 gates, there was no way he would be able to chase after Namikaze Suimen in full form. Otherwise he wouldn't have been put on the spot without a word. Holding the scroll in his hand, Kai opened it slowly with a twinkle in his eye. A new world has opened up since then. Kiba village. From this night on, destined not to sink back into the past, The fourth Naruto left the village and left them with unimaginable riches. One day they would realize how fortunate they were to have learned the chakra martial arts ahead of other villages, and even nations. Those who had been practicing chakra martial arts for a long time because of Naruto silently dived into the darkness of the night and continued their training. In the near future, when the major ninja villages first surrounded the Aobayashi ninja village, they will shine like stars, without a sound. Mountains beyond mountains, river under the moon, rustling ranks of ninjas but hidden here. At the same time that Namikaze Suikato, Joshinna left the Ao-Ling ninja village and traveled to Kiba village. The Iwaki village, which had left early, came all night, take advantage of the night to hide in a distant forest. Han clasped his arms in front of him, while the old purple figure quickly appeared beside him. If the Iwakamura ninjas behind them were an arrangement by the old man Tsuchikage, well, old Violet, as a wandering monk, came here today purely to fellowship with Han. Behind the tree, two figures that had been hiding for a long time slowly stepped out. Fiden was smiling and Kakuto was grim-faced. The duo, one with many lives and one with a hard life, couldn't have been better teammates. The one with a lot of life is greedy for money, the one with a hard life is crazy, and the two are not destined to have much conflict. There doesn't seem to be any Kiba village, sand hidden village out tonight, Kakuto said coldly. By all accounts, it was more prudent for the three ninja villages to join forces with them. Unfortunately, the Iwakamura had a complete falling out with them, and there was no way they were going to join forces anytime soon. Otherwise, it's a good idea to get it all in one place. Fiden thought to himself that it would be a good choice to sacrifice all 4 and 5 tails for the evil god. His eyes went wild at the thought. Tonight, Uchiha Weasel and Gonkakiana Jirai should definitely be able to take down the 8 tails when they join forces, and they're taking advantage of the fact that the Iwagakure village is fighting the Green Spirit Ninja village. Take the 9 tails, 1 tail down. One night is enough to collect its 5-tailed beasts. The 3rd tail could be caught at any time, and the Cloud-Hidden village without the 8-tailed human pillar power would have trouble shielding the remaining 2nd tail. It's safe to say, it was possible to take down all 7-tailed beasts in a short period of time. As for the 7 tails, the 6 tails will naturally be at hand by then as well. Anyway, as long as this battle was over, the final victory would belong to them. Fiden still had sacrifices on his mind. Kakuto, on the other hand, began to count the gains. Perfect. Attacking the Green Spirit Ninja village tonight can be said to be a 100% big profit. At the thought of this, Kakuto hid in the high collar. Under the mask of the broken mouth cannot help the corners of the mouth up. Don't say much. Let's attract their firepower for now and not break into it. You guys catch a chance and take advantage of it to take down the other party's strongest. Han didn't explain. He knew what was most important at the moment. Just do as you say. But there are quite a few monsters in this village, and we have teammates here to torture the sinking sands, so you guys will have to be careful at every turn. This passage from Fiden is simply perfunctory. What he really meant was, go to hell all of you. After all, even if you were sacrificed, the evil god lord wouldn't be happy. It still has to be a tailed beast. Just thinking about it, Fiden couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It's too good to be true. I'd love to see my enemies die of despair. That way, the evil god lord would happily favor him, right? Han, be careful, old Violet reminded, rubbing shoulders with Fiden. Kakuto, somehow, he couldn't get interested in the group all the time. I had heard of the mighty name of the Rain-Hidden village when I was traveling in the clouds before, and I also knew that there was an organization named Shao that was secretly taking bounty quests constantly, and that they were powerful, constantly starting wars between villages and villages, kingdoms and kingdoms, and making a fortune, even for some weak villages. Dawn is their ninja, because ninjas also need bounties and mission money to carry out their missions. It would be better to pick the better price though, stronger and more professional Dawn organization. Fruity, with this advantage, their power grew faster and faster. Nowadays, it has long taken the ninja world's wars, assassinations, and other tasks into its hands. Is there an unknown conspiracy behind it? Old Violet wasn't sure, except that Han, who also often went on missions alone, knew something about it as well. He warned so that the place wouldn't let its guard down. Have fun working together. Kakuto said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he couldn't wait for the two of them to die. To Rinpoche. If they can die after having their chakra taken away, then their hearts would be pretty good too, right? If we can get the hearts of the 4 human pillars, that's just wonderful. Kakuto could already imagine a bright future when he lived with heaven and earth. The 4 of them had a good understanding to sneak into the village from different directions. The ninjas of the Iwakamura also traveled to all corners in a flash. To Zotsukuru Wall, a wall of earth and masonry rises up. What they wanted this time was not a sea of people, but to infiltrate the Green Spirit Ninja village in batches, constantly taking advantage of their earth escape. Dodge, Defense. This labyrinth of earth walls started from the outer layer and expanded towards the Green Spirit Ninja village. The four figures also took advantage of the night to sneak in. Oddly enough, the village was quiet, with my arrow, Sasuke, Naruto and the others sleeping extraordinarily peacefully. It's not the man on duty tonight, it's a nine-tailed fox. Chapter 63, The Sacrificed Fidden. Admirable. The scent from this tree gives me a sense of familiarity. Fidden was puzzled. He had come straight to the chamber under this large tree. Instead of reaching the front of the doorway, he was struck dumb by it. That's weird. This thing gifted him with the illusion of 10 tails. What a majestic energy and chakra. Horns aren't even shocking. They're greedy. To dive in? Han stood in the corner and looked behind him. A tall wall of earth that covered the sky, turning the entire Green Spirit Ninja village into a labyrinth. One by one, the ninjas of the Iwagakure village gathered. Elated. It seems that they are about to succeed. The so-called Green Spirit Nine Tails is not much of a big deal. Beware of deception. Old Violet did not move like a mountain. He felt that there was definitely something fishy here. The Kiba and Aoshirin Shinobi village are coupled together, and who knows how deep the water is here, so it's better to be careful. Han recognized himself as the first person to decipher the true background of the Green Spirit Ninja village. He was also the one who made the Iwakamura break away from the alliance of the three major ninja villages and felt that he deserved the credit. The Green Spirit Ninja village was just too eerily quiet. In comparison, Kakuto, being the most life-thirsty one, is instead the most blasé one. There's no hint of danger. This village is asleep. Someone's sleeping on purpose. Hunters on the lookout, I guess. Hunter? Han and Old Violet looked to the top of that large tree at the same time, and as tailed beast human pillars, that intrinsic sense of danger sent chills down their spines. So oppressive. On the trunk of the tree, a glowing nine-tailed fox was lying there, silently watching them all. At this point, one-tailed Shizuru, who had been hidden in the black cauldron, was sitting high up in the air, wiggling his fat paws and giggling. Sun Wukong, King Wu. Shizuru eats a fried skewer with a look on his face as he watches the cutie. The expression. The two-tailed beasts growled simultaneously in Rinnegan's ears. Use the tailed beast jade. Tailed beast jade? This means turning on tailed beastization as well, with so many powerful people joining forces. Do you need to turn it up right off the bat? Old Violet was confident enough in her own strength. Unlike Han, who had personally experienced the terror of the nine-tailed human pillar power Naruto, he just couldn't believe that the four tails could be so different from the nine tails. Still hesitant to face the call of the four-tailed Monkey King. Do we really need to use the tailed beast jade? You're going to come up with a killer weapon without even exchanging blows? How is that possible? He's an old purple. Boom! Molten transportation chakra mode. Open. The high-temperature lava wrapped around the top and bottom of his body, enveloping him as he exploded with unprecedented battle power. Molten transportation scorching river rock jutsu. Old Violet transformed into this offensive and defensive state, quickly melting the stone path under her feet, her strength and speed both increasing once more. It erupted with unprecedentedly powerful battle power. King Wu, join me and try again. How could Han be willing to do that? He had only lost once. Was he going to lose every time? Steam ninjas. Unleash the steam armor. One boiling recluse. One melting recluse. Han, he's not the nine tails. All he has is the nine tails chakra. But it's never the nine tails. He's too powerful. King Mu still remembers the night he met Naruto. He had then wondered why there were two nine tails. One of them was still human and stood there motionless. The moment when King Mu truly sensed the chakra of the Green Spirit along with the Monkey King, he just wanted to use the tailed beast jade straight away. He had at least 3 times the chakra of the nine tails in him. How can that be? Of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine tails is the undisputed number 1 in terms of strength. Even if the 8-tailed beasts surrounded the nine tails together, it would only be tricky. How can this guy be so powerful? Old Purple, if you don't succeed with this strike, then retreat as fast as you can. Block it once more with the tailed beast jade, and after that it's just a matter of running away as far as you can. Sun Wukong gave his advice. In his opinion, the 8 tails is not enough to fear, as long as the power to fight the same can fight back and forth. But 9 tails is not on the same level as them, and can fight for a short time but never lose. Characteristically, he is also the type that will never admit defeat and give in. On the contrary, the Green Spirit was emitting a powerful pressure all the time just by lying there. Scary? This guy is just a diversion too. The real main body always seems to be busy. I advise you to hurry up and leave. There are still quite a few of his doppelgangers in this village. If you awaken them one by one, you're afraid that you'll have to eat your words. Shizuru spoke sardonically. In the face of these two old friends, he had been kind enough not to fall on his sword. Boiling transportation, strange power unrivaled. One with lava rolling all over his body, the other with steam rising. In separate directions, they slammed into the front of the Green Spirit. He slumped against the trunk of the tree and yawned lazily. That's cute. is death really nothing to you guys? Qingling's words had not yet fallen. The big tree's fox face that snapped open its mouth wide. The blood bowl directly extended a chain out. Unlike the 10 tails, green spirit summoned chakra arm-looking orange chakra chains that directly bound the two oncoming rinpoches. The molten recluse, the boiling recluse kept struggling. In the end, it doesn't help. They couldn't destroy faster than this chakra arm could heal. Roar! Sun Wukong slapped his chest in annoyance as old Violet went full-tailed beast. In the meantime, Han also stopped holding any illusions and quickly turned on full-tailed beastization. What the 10 tails ate was nothing more than temporarily unconscious tailed beast chakra. The green spirit was good. He was directly going to absorb the human pillars along with the tailed beasts as sustenance. 9 llamas. Shaha! Where did you get this tactic? Sun Wukong fought and slapped his chakra arm, trying to break out. 10 tails? This is 10 tails who lacks chakra. What the hell are you doing? 9 llamas. King Mu also panicked. He didn't want to just die. Does it mean that the 9 tails are going to evolve into 10 tails? Others don't know what the 10 tails' true colors are. Their 9-tailed beasts were created by the 6 paths immortal with the yin-yang transportation technique that creates all things and the power of yin and yang. In the beginning of its birth it was told its mission. They came from the 10 tails so that this age would avoid the same tragedy as the ancient age. Why? At the end of the day, 9 tails is going to make the same mistake as the 9 llamas who were once most cherished by the 6th immortal. That day wasn't some invincible 10-tailed it was an era knotted into one fruit. It's the resurrection of that Atsuki Kagaya. Nani? Not to mention the Awakamura ninja. Even Fidden looked confused. The two of them were the ones who came to catch the tailed beasts today. How did it turn into the tailed beasts catching the tailed beasts? Does that make sense? Kakuto stood off to the side, already having a sense of crisis. He had felt the entire village slumbering before, and until now it had been peaceful. It was obviously what Qingling intended to do. Is this guy going to catch a turtle in a jar? Just as they both hesitated, 6 chakra chains flew in, and as one caught Fidden, Kakuto was directly tied up in 5 different ways. My powers were compromised? Kakuto never expected to be betrayed by Xiao, but how did his crushing ability get seen through? How can I go back alive if I've come here? Qingling's eyes closed and opened. The light lit up. Upon seeing Qingling's blood-red 9-hooks jade reincarnation Sharingan eye, Kakuto and Fidden even thought of cursing in their hearts. Lord Evil God, I'm about to be sacrificed to you. Fidden cracked his mouth while flying closer to Kakuto. The latter also knew his mind and leaned in close to the other. This fight, it's just getting started. Chapter 64, have you heard of Orochi? Compound Ninjutsu, Inferno Wind Chaos Wave. Earth Grudge use Fire Escape and Wind Escape Mask Monster joined forces at the same time. Perform Fire Escape, Head Carving and Wind Escape Pressing Harm, respectively. A combination jutsu that combines. This move was vicious enough to turn an area visible to the naked eye into smoke. All that could be heard was a thumping and cracking sound. There were constant fireballs that were energized by the wind and made a deafening noise. However, regardless of how intimidating the sound was, the 5 chakra chains bound him just as methodically. But it's with this powerful counter-thrust. Kakuto's form flew towards Hida. The latter's face was also overflowing with a smile. Maniacal. Great, Lord Evil God. It must be wonderful if this 9 tails is directly sacrificed to you. Fidden laughed maniacally. Whether or not 9 tails could be killed he didn't know, but at least he wouldn't die. As long as he could cause 9 tails to suffer a serious injury, that would be enough to satisfy him. At this point, Kakuto was methodically emanating black tentacles and filaments. Possessing 5 hearts with masks constantly surging, he had long been prepared for anything, provided a heart can escape. But with Fidden around, finding such a glimmer of opportunity must have been a breeze. This guy's creepy ability is tried and true. The undead duo, on the premise of not dying, strong in the sense that one possessed a variety of ninjutsu and chakra, and the other could be said to be an absolute powerhouse in single combat. After all, you can't be strong enough to face an opponent who won't die. With his short silver hair and fuchsia eyes, Haydn exudes his maniacal aura all the time. Shay, do you really think I'm indifferent? This big tree is connected to you, so theoretically, his blood is your blood. Fidden stomped hard on Kakuto's back, with a bloody march scythe in hand. He laughed maniacally. This is one of the few times he and Kakuto have actually worked together. Using constant boosts and attacks, they appear to be making enemies of the green spirit and destroying the chakra chains, but they are actually trying to get closer to each other. I gained access to the sap of this tree when you overpaid for the 5 tails and 4-tailed ninjutsu, which is blood to the tree, and likewise, he is interconnected with your essence as one, all, and this is the blood of your own body. Fidden smiled wisely, the look in his eyes growing more fervent. Fear of the death pole. After fusing his own blood, Fidden drew a simple spell seal formation directly with the help of Kakuto's back. When he looked at Qingling again, he was filled with mockery. Go to hell. He held his scythe in both hands and reaped himself straight away. Spear counter damage spelled death division by blood. Swish. Blood dripped as the scythe went straight through hit his torso. Next moment, the big tree directly rumbled with a loud bang and also opened a big hole at the same moment. Green Spirit, who was lying on the trunk of the tree, was wounded in the same way. What's this? A karma weapon? Qingling had always wondered why Fidden's powers were so outrageous. Ha 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 ha. When I saw that the sap of the big tree was blood red, I knew about your relationship. And it seems that my guess was not wrong. Fidden felt like he was winning big and kept attacking himself. Kakuto was also excited to lay the smackdown on his teammates. Originally, he was still struggling and preparing to use the tailed beast Jade to give Qingling a taste of his own medicine. Just a glimpse of the madness of these two. Only the Green Spirit and the new 10 Tails kept suffering heavy blows and recovering. Each time, it took a lot of chakra to recover, but the speed did not decrease at all. They had expected Aura to stop Fidden as fast as she could. Never in a million years would I have expected him to be enjoying himself instead. Comfortable as he was, lie there quietly and cozy. It's so good. This feeling of consuming chakra on the fly. It's wonderful. Aura smiled at Fidden and Kakuto, both of whom only felt creeped out. It doesn't seem simple. He does possess immortality and amazing healing abilities, but he also needs someone to stitch up his wounds, as well as replenish his nutrients. This means the importance of you as a teammate. The only one in heaven and earth who is fit to keep him company is you with your long lifespan, Qingling said while nodding in satisfaction. He let Fidden keep attacking, enjoying the process of being hit hard and healing fast. Pity. Fidden was the only one who survived that evil god experiment and gained immortality. If there were tens of thousands of flying darts, then Green Spirit should be able to go up a level a day. Is this the 9 Tails? Fidden was all shocked. He himself was covered in blood and just about collapsed to the ground. It turned out that the power he was so proud of was simply ineffective against Qingling. It's more than that. Even his own undead body and healing ability seemed worthless in front of the Green Spirit. Look at the rate of healing. Which one of us is immortal? Go ahead. I'm in a good mood tonight, so you two can take an extra shift. Qingling spoke in a calm tone as she confided in Fei Duan. Kakuto. Immediately, his gaze went to the 4-tailed Monkey King and the 5-tailed Muwang. You two are also considered old brothers. How is it that you are not enlightened, and do not advise your human pillar power? The strength is so poor. Can Knight attack me successfully? Qingling glanced at them and pretended to hint without thinking. If you can put the ice between you and the major shinobi villages, and the individual Rinnegan are of one mind, ahoy! That would be horrible. If so many ninjas united into a ninja army, wouldn't our Green Spirit ninja village go up in smoke? Even if I'm strong, I'm going to run out of chakra and die. Green Spirit squeezed and hinted frantically. Shoha all looked dumbfounded. He thought to himself, how envious. These two must be able to obtain full attribute chakra, as well as several times the increase, as long as they complete the task explained by Qingling, right? No way. He then turned to think that if the individual tailed beasts were all increased once, wouldn't that make him seem less strong again? The thought of it made Shizuru's stress make his fat head hurt more and more. They're not on good terms with the other tailed beasts. Stinky fox. And if you let me go with them and try to persuade those guys, it's going to beat the crap out of you. Oh, Qingling glanced at this very enlightened Shoha beside her, always thinking about not padding out and becoming the second most powerful tailed beast. Fat manners, you have to realize that it's dangerous out there, and if you go out there alone, you might get caught again. Who can beat me? As long as you're willing to let a doppelganger accompany me? Big brother, I'll saddle up just the same. Shohei was going to retort, says he's not a beaver. But when he thought about the fact that he had been secretly practicing chakra martial arts these days, his progress was getting slower and slower, and as a tailed beast he was consuming more chakra, making it difficult to break through. He was stretched thin. It seemed that one had to be a good boy and make a merit before going to make Qingling hemorrhage. This second-tailed beast, he'll be the one to do it. That's a good little plan, but it's a good suggestion. Naruto and Aichan should have some experience. Aura nodded, thinking of Sasuke again. You guys go in first and stay there, and all the other Iwakamura ninjas will be detained as reserve ninjas. Swish, Fidden, Kakuto, Han, Old Violet, along with 4 tails, and 5 tails were all thrown into the great belly of the tree. You ate them? Shoha was taken aback. He didn't think that Qingling was good to kill. No la, eating them would make me stronger. That kind of strength is but a drop in the bucket. Might as well just double the increase. Shoha couldn't understand Qingling's words, only knowing that King Mu, the Monkey King and the others were still alive. That's good. Not to be outdone by the 9 llamas in Old Man 6th Avenue. Inside the stomachs of the new 10 tails, the 4 cages were constantly supplying them with energy to speed up their chakra recovery. Strange, shouldn't this be drawing on our chakra? How come it's speeding up our healing instead? Han looked puzzled. Don't you know about pig farming? Old Violet said coldly. The word sent shivers down Horn's spine. Was he really going to die here? It's marvelous. It's marvelous. Fidden was excited. I know. This is the evil god. The green spirit Nine Tails is the evil god lord. He's simply the craziest of the crazies. He must be the evil god lord's earthly body. Opposite the cage, the giant Nine Tails spat, his cold eyes deadpan as he stared at the four ninjas who had a great reputation out there. Have you guys ever heard of Orochi Orochi? What green spirit was going to do was create a brand new tailed beast. Orochi Orochi. The human pillar power he had chosen was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. It would become one of his perfect masterpieces of chakra consumption. Chapter 65 Kakuto Sublimation. Fidden Celebration. Yamanano Orochi? How familiar the term is. But if we're talking about the 8 tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya is still legendary for actually existing. Then the Orochi Orochi is merely a myth. The family member Yamanano Orochi possesses 8 heads and 8 tails, all of which have bodies as tall as 8 large mountains, and is so powerful 5 pairs of horses that it is enough to destroy a large mountain between raising its hands and throwing its feet. If it wasn't for the 3 divine weapons including the heavenly indulgent cloud sword, and the strongest yin-yang master making a move, guess he's arrogant enough to go on for the rest of his life without a problem. However, the reality is, 8 tails exist, but there is simply no 8-headed, 8-tailed Orochi Orochi in the world. I guess you guys haven't seen it either. The green spirit incarnated as the full state of the 9 tails, and even though it was inside the new 10 tails, it was still huge. The 4 tails and 5 tails in the cage kept attacking with the melting and boiling ban, but to no avail. Stop it. This guy is ridiculously strong. He's definitely not the 9 llamas, but he's a stinky fox. Shizuru waddled around eating a grilled senbei, passing them both in the process. Civet, you've spent so much time with 9 tails. Who the hell is that green spirit? And where did the 9 llamas go? The 5-tailed Moo King inquired. Hearing this question, the 4-tailed Monkey King also looked curious. I don't know, but one thing I've heard is that this guy is going to come up with something big. And of course, everything he's going to do is big. Shizuru thought for a moment and suddenly broke into a fit of rage. You're the civet. Your whole family is civet. Fat civet cat. Don't make a scene. The 4-tailed Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Damn it. Morizuru no longer wanted to talk to them. This was the new 10 tails. If you really wanted to extract their chakra, even if you tried your hardest to release the tailed beast Jade, it would be in vain. It's nothing more than consuming your chakra and waiting until you're caught. Shizuru didn't see any outsiders either, and sat directly outside the cage, watching the Shao organization's undead squad in the other 2 cages, eating their own roasted senbei. Hey, by the way, have you guys ever seen an Orochi Orochi? Shizuru was also a bit curious. Does a cow ghost count? He's only 7 heads short. King Mu said seriously. Of course it doesn't count. He's a bull. Shotsuru really felt speechless. What kind of human pillars these 2 old brothers were looking for. It sucked. Not quite as good as that human pillar of his. Aiello is a bit more mousy, but the fighting talent is still one of a kind. I have the Vajra clan there in the mountain of flowers and fruits, all of which are my subordinates and can be transformed into Rui weapons. And there are many other strange and bizarre clans in this world, but it would be a myth to really go looking for an Orochi Orochi. The 4-tailed Sun Wukong said in wonder. Yeah, how can there be an Orochi Orochi in this world? If it really existed, the speed of its chakra consumption would be far beyond the imagination of normal people, enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. It can even be above the complete 9 tails. However, the 9 tails at the moment seem to be much more abnormal. They were simply unable to guess Qing Ling's specific battle power. It can only be viewed as a conscious 10 tails. Haiden, stop attacking. This guy is enjoying your curse. Kakuto tries to stop the crazed Fidden. No, let him continue. The boy knows his stuff and I like it. Green Spirit nodded his big head in satisfaction. Flying Duan sniffed with growing excitement as he drew a new spell seal formation and kept coming down hard on himself, watching as Cyan Spirit suffered attack after attack and recovered perfectly over and over again. He only felt that it was too perfect, and there was a perception in his mind that this was the real god. By the way, Kakuto, you've lived long enough to have seen a lot of strange things, so have you ever seen an Orochi Orochi? Qingling's question left Kakuto at a loss for words. He had originally come to fulfill the bounty and get some bounty money, thinking he has a lot of lives, and with the bug that is Fidden, he's sure to be able to turn it around. Never in a million years. He'll end up losing everything and waiting to die here on empty. Even Fidden was in a frenzy, completely in the grip of the green spirit. He lost, very thoroughly. Even sadder, as a hunt for tailed beasts, Dawn is out of her depth. The first battle was shut down by the tailed beast. Instead, the tailed beasts of the Green Spirit Ninja Village had been directly increased to 4. This will undoubtedly further increase their combat power. In the face of such a terrifying battle power as the Green Spirit, the battle power of the Shao organization, which has reduced Fei, Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuto, and Fijuan, will be further weakened. Damn it! Kakuto just felt sick all over. Is it possible that the Dawn organization is going to end up with all of its forces at the hands of the Green Spirit? That's too bad. Are their days of rampaging through the shinobi world and making a fortune going to be over for good? Hey, little guy, what are you thinking? Could it be that you've never seen an Orochi either? Xingling was a little sad, but maybe, you can turn into an Orochi. How does Kakuto feel inexplicably horrible? What do you mean? He can turn into an Orochi. A sense of fear inexplicably spread throughout his body. Kakuto just felt his feet tremble. He felt the approach and danger of death like never before. He has many lives because he is most afraid of death, and he keeps using other people's hearts to exchange them on himself with secret techniques, in order to live as long as possible. Why? It would be so scary. What kind of devil is this Xingling? He had a gut feeling that the next second, he would be dead. Oh Kakuto, is there anything left to give up in this world? Or is there anyone else who misses you? Xingling's words were not at all understandable to all the horns. He didn't care about anyone in the world. Even Fidden was just a toolman. In order to increase the accuracy rate of his attacks during missions, he tends to attack indiscriminately along with Fidden. The only thing he wants is to survive, as well as make a fortune. If life ended here, then everything would be a bubble. Everything would be meaningless. He must survive to gain more wealth. It seems that you don't care and no one cares about you, so that's a shame. I hope to see you again. The cage slowly opened. Fidden was spitting blood out of his mouth, still frantically attacking himself. Blood continued to bubble from the green spirit's chest as he extended his claws. The sharp knife-like fingertips just stabbed at the Kakuto in front of him. This old man who had lived for over 90 years and cherished a lifetime of life and wealth would end at this moment. Ha 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 ha, that's so great. That's power. That's a god. I will crown you to send the crown of Supreme God, Lord Evil God. What Haydn saw in his fuchsia eyes was that Kakuto had been sacrificed and that he was about to meet a god. The green spirit is God. That invincible, evil being. Feel, the most powerful force in the world. And you will become the embryo of the Orochi. Xingling poked Kakuto with a finger, directly piercing his heart through his body. The mask kept moving in an attempt to escape, only to be caught all by the other claw of the green spirit, allowing it to continuously use secret arts to attack or indifferent. Boom! Pounds of chakra surged madly into Kakuto's body. Its body trembled continuously and began to give birth to purple skin. Some scales. As this mutation began, Kakuto's consciousness festered. He rolled his eyes and his body expanded rapidly. A tail stretches out. The face was transformed into a head and horns were born. No! Over the sound of Kakuto's agonized growl, Fidden was letting out a laugh. Celebrate! A new tailed beast is about to be born. This is the new 10 tails gift to the world. Chapter 66, Birth of the Yaki. Defeat of Kairabi. The wailing didn't last long. A monster that was over 10 meters tall was born right in front of Xingling. He had 8 heads and 8 tails, and was born with the head of a dragon and greenish-purple scales. It looks like a real fledgling. No wonder the green spirit called it the embryo of the Orochi. Kakuto is dead. It will take a long time for you to grow. Just stay here and wait for the time to come. Still need strong chakra to replenish. If only Jedi was here. Xingling consumed another large amount of chakra, and he was extremely happy about it. You have to work hard. Hearing this, Fidden in his cage swelled up more and more. Great to be recognized by the gods. What, may I ask, could be a greater joy than to be recognized by God? It's really exciting to think about. You 3 don't deserve to be locked up here yet, and when I've processed you out, you'll get the hell out of here and have no control over you, Xingling said, twisting her head and walking away. The embryo of the Yamanano Orochi will stay here and keep breeding. The current form is still too weak. However, since he is from the new 10 tails, he is born with various attributes of chakra, and even more powerful is his ability to constantly obtain chakra from the 10 tails. God, please, tell me what to do to gain more of your approval. Fidden fell to his knees with a demented look in his eyes. Don't believe the ravings in your ears. That guy is a positive god, and I'm the only one who's evil. Xingling's words had undoubtedly strengthened his heart again. He completely ignored the ravings in his ears from the so-called evil gods. It also made him even more insane. I need you to eat and drink well and cast curses and attacks on me for at least 8 hours a day. And for that, have the rest of the village attack when you're tired. In Xingling's opinion, Fidden plus Jedi, those were 2 perfect sandbags and experiments. And the chakra Jedi consumes doesn't come from him. This would undoubtedly slow down the rate of chakra consumption. Must find a chance to catch Jedi as well. Like the rest of the Siren ninja village, enhanced by the green spirit for this purpose, as well as having all white Jedi consume chakra directly from the green spirit. With that many white Jedi, it must be extremely objective if they consume chakra together. As Xingling's thoughts danced, her back gradually disappeared from Fidden's field of vision. A chakra umbilical cord appeared and made contact with Fidden. Mu Won and Son Goku. Orange chakra wrapped them quickly. Hey, what's this? Sun Wukong was shocked at the sound. This Qingling is the most different point than the 9 llamas is that the head is loaded with too many things. Think one thing at a time. It is not at all their group of old fellows can guess through. Don't struggle, a little while past that, you will realize what a beautiful good thing has happened to you, Shizuru said with a little bit of jealousy. Based on its experience, being a tailed beast, there was a high probability that it would not gain an increase in chakra attributes, but the quantity and quality of chakra will be metamorphosed. Soon, the two-tailed beasts and Fidden then enter the spirit world, where the 3 guys link up and later manage to escape while Green Spirit isn't looking. Together with the hundreds of Iwagakure village ninja outside, they killed the Green Spirit ninja village. Spirit world, Old Z, Han, and the others all regained their freedom and joined forces with the ninja army to overthrow the Green Spirit ninja village. It also caused all the major ninja villages to suffer heavy losses. Time of crisis. The Dawn organization took the opportunity to strike and harvest all the tailed beasts. Before they could sacrifice the 10 tails, all of the tailed beasts' human pillars died without a single one of them being spared. The moment the dream is awake, bang, they were thrown out of the belly of the new 10 tails. The ninjas of the Awashan village also fell out of their chakra cocoons in droves. I seem to have gotten stronger. Human pillars and tailed beasts are different increases. Han, the old purple were surprised with the powerful chakra in his own body, as well as when multiple attributes. Fidden, however, had a seizure. Great. He did find God. Sirin Shinobu village is the kingdom of God. Listening to the ravings of the evil god in his ears, Fidden refuted with great disgust. Shut up. I would never worship a positive god like you. After rejecting the evil god, Fidden instead felt even more refreshed. That's nice. Is this what it feels like to follow Lord Qingling? It felt like my whole being was evil to the core. Green Spirit Shinobu village. More than 370 new reserve ninjas were added to the original factory site. Iwaki village added 5 tails, 4 tails, and their Rinpoche, a member of the Dawn organization. Fidden, looking at this village that seems to be free to come and go, but is actually like a prison. The old purple face was full of sadness. In his opinion, this is not as good as him being a cloud monk. Nah. He thought to himself that the next few days would be difficult. Old Violet, you've gotten stronger. The 4-tailed Sun Wukong comforted. Yes, but it's hard to leave this village. Old Violet let out a sigh. 9tails left me a message just now. He said that we can leave here anytime we want. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Old Violet only found them unbelievable. When he looked at Han, the latter's eyes were just as shocked as his, and it seemed that King Mu had informed Han of the truth as well. The Green Spirit didn't restrict their freedom at all, and they could leave at any time. But, Old Violet never hesitated, recalling that the Green Spirit had struck out at Kakuto earlier, directly obliterating him and using his ability to spawn an embryo of an Orochi. It can be brutal. Can such people really be allowed to leave? Think about it. Old Violet still felt like staying for the time being, in order to keep things the same. You told me to leave and I won't. Qingling didn't care if they left or not. Anyway, after the transformation, they would consume his chakra when they practiced or whatever. After the physical transformation, the consumption rate was faster, and that was what Qingling was trying to do. Cloud Hidden Village. As a ninja village on top of a high mountain, the people here get plenty of sunshine and use beef as their main meat, so they are generally stronger, especially since the Cloud Hidden Village specializes in Reito. Thunder attribute chakra had the innate advantage of allowing spiritual energy to fuse with physical energy faster. It also stimulates the potential of the nerves to be faster and stronger. Once the lightning attribute chakra covered the entire body, it was not just an increase in speed, strength, explosiveness, and defense will all be further enhanced. In such a case, the body would become stronger and stronger in the long run of quenching. However, but all of this so-called talent, in the face of the tailless beast Gon Kakamoto Onimusha, as well as that Uchiha Weasel, who possessed the strongest illusions, all appeared to be weak and fragile. In the Rain Hidden Village, the battle broke out long ago, to protect the village from being leveled in the Great War. This battle turned to the wide, unoccupied earth. At this point, sort of a win. The Draikazana Jirai separates from his shark muscle and his body changes back to its normal state. One hand lifted the fainting Kairabi. Aha! The skunk nodded. The 4th generation Minagami Reikage remained where he stood. Hurry back, it's getting light out. The skunk didn't care that the fight went on. Mr. Weasel, can Fidden and Kakuto win? Draika's Onimusha glanced at Shikamon Reikage, who was hit by the illusory art of Tsukiyomi, and didn't pay any attention or intervene at all. As long as the skunk didn't want to do it, then he wouldn't stir the pot. Can't, Skunk said coldly. Wouldn't that open up a backup plan? That's scary, Draika's Onimusha said, stopping in his tracks. He followed the skunk's gaze. It's beautiful, Mr. Skunk. Aha, The sun appeared from the east, appearing to show a glimmer of light. Morning arrives. Dawn breaks. Chapter 67, Shadows Yearning for Light. Early morning. It came long ago. The land of water. Misty hidden village. The so-called ninja are nothing more than beings who hide behind the daimyo, behind the world. Because of this, water produces fog, thunder hides clouds, earth gathers rock, wind blows sand, and fire burns wood. Their strongest leader is called Shadow, and the one who hides behind Shadow is called Dark, unseen and unnamed. This day, the elder stepped back, and he hunched over with a kindly face as he put the bucket hat on for Shomei. The kid's worth it, he thought to himself. Being able to see through the illusions in Shikamo Mizuki's body and having Aoshi use his white eyes to break them. In the age of blood and mist, Shomokado, who has not given up her quest for the light, should be the new Mizukage. This Mizukage with 2 blood succession limit boundaries is strong, and her only drawback lies in the fact that she yearns for the light too much. Sometimes there was always a promise of hope in her eyes, the elder thought to himself. Everything else is good, but this is bad. As a ninja, especially a Mizukage, how can you expect the light? Come to think of it, it seems that from the time when the Konoha village was established, Naruto was born, and Shikuma and Uchiha-zan reigned supreme in that era. The head of the ninja, named by them as Shadow, is in fact increasingly yearning for the light. Elder doesn't know if this is right or wrong. He seems to be older, but in fact, he is just a toddler from that era, and what he can relate to is the despondency of an era. When the light truly shines above the ninjas, will they be able to withstand the harsh sunlight? The light of the morning sun shone on the old man's face. The water mist through the misty village was extraordinarily hazy and pretty. Terumi was in the midst of it, transformed into a silhouette of unparalleled beauty. When she smiled, even her red lips were more attractive. Elder, you're crying. There are those who approve of Terumi becoming the 5th generation of Mizukage, and naturally there are those who reject it. Through the blood dance era, and the defeat of the 7 of ninja blades over and over again, their hearts have long been cold and prickly. I heard that Momochi Zabuza was kicked to death by Kai a few months ago. This ninja blade 7, after all, did not escape the fate of the 1st generation, as the 2nd generation is still to be kicked to death by the heir of the 8-door recluse. But before this blood mist dissipates, the emergence of Shumaikazu had been inevitable. It was as if the 5th generation of every shinobi village was destined to be a transitional figure. Use it to welcome the light. Nothing, the sun is too harsh. Elder grinned. How nice, he thought to himself. Ninjas are such beings, aren't they? When he becomes the administrator after the departure of the 4th Mizukage, he has to carry it all. When Shumi became the 5th Mizukage, he was again able to block the light with his back, allowing someone like him to hide in the shadows. How nice, but why is that light? Just a hint of it, so blinding. He froze and walked towards the outskirts of the village. Then it's time to collect the 3 tails, or more should move. As the elder spoke, his figure became more and more lost as he hid in the light that Shumaikazu had blocked, creating shadows that drifted away. Good. Terumi also understood that sooner or later they were going to have to take the 3 tails under their wing. After all, it had been acquired at great cost. She turned around, the sunlight shining on her pale, jade-like face. The beauty smiled. Where the light stung, it's clearly bright. Sunshine, unselfishly sprinkled in every corner of the world. The land of fire, Kiba village. Once again, the leaderless village has temporarily made Hinata the acting Naruto for the time being, aided by 2 other old men from the roots. Kiba, after all, still had a number of great clans with powerful upper ninja. Kaishin also remains youthful and energetic. The only difference is that since Wave Wind Sailor Moon left, on this night, people were given scrolls of chakra martial arts training. Inside, it was clearly written in categories, and an unknown way of cultivation was written in great detail. Hyuga Hinata had also read it, and his understanding was that if all of the Hyuga clan practiced it, with the advantage of the white eyes being able to see the chakra veins, it would definitely allow for faster cultivation, getting stronger. At the same time, he received 2 pieces of information, from the family and Kai. When he opened the envelope, all the fatigue of a busy night swept away, leaving only remorse and disbelief. The boy, indeed, still hates me? Training ground. Kei just made an announcement. Fuga Ninji disappeared last night, should have taken advantage of the chaos to leave, long ago cut off the line traces, with his delicate mind, enough to make it difficult to find the dark part of the later detection. Li and Tien looked puzzled. Ninji, was he taken away by the 4th Naruto-sama to train? Li felt that this was definitely the most likely possibility. Why did Ninji leave? Because of the hate he never spoke of? Tenten said so with his mouth. Born and raised in Kiba village, how could he not know that families with special blood relay limits and abilities would have their own methods of protection? Actually, if the Hyuga clan doesn't use some special method of protection, then it would probably suffer the same tragedy as the Uchiha clan. It was said that Naruto had fought with Junzo before he defected that day, more than a dozen sharpies on his arm. It's brutal to think about. After the thought, Tenten still found it unacceptable. Ninji, I'll find you, she swore darkly. The land of Earth. Iwaki village. This lonely little village. Overnight, hundreds of powerful ninja were lost. One active Rinpoche, and one defecting Rinpoche. The loss was severe to the extreme. And according to the Sand Hidden Village and the Kiba village, the odds were that there would be no return. Anoki, the third-generation Earth Shadow, had never felt so tired. If it was trepidation to encounter the Uchiha Zanzibar when he was young, this moment, then, is a kind of post-studio helplessness. As the 2 days scale with the bloodline elimination dustman, he still remembers the day when the second-generation Suchikage made him realize the will of stone. Even more so, he was taught the only dust transportation that was the only fusion of wind, fire, and earth. If you can, I wish I could pass it down. It's the result of a lifetime of work by the second-generation Suchikage. Anoki coughed dryly, only to feel his back hurt more. Hopefully, he can hold out until the new generation grows up completely. After all, the batch that was supposed to be cultivated well was basically killed by Namikaze Suemon and his disciples. The Iwakamura must hold out until the moment when hope comes to pass on the peace and prosperity. Sarutobi Hizuru, you're such an old, prematurely dead ghost. You're so good at leaving things alone. Anoki could only smile playfully as he thought back to Sarutobi Hinata, who had grown up so similarly to him. Throughout the 5 major ninja villages, he was the only dazzling figure left from that generation. In Anoki's opinion, the guys hiding behind the curtain were nothing more than trash who couldn't even look the light in the eye. Sand Hidden Village. Granny Chio is too old and is acting Kazekage. It's really hard to take care of everything on a day-to-day basis. Unlike the disappearance of the third Kazekage, this time neither Raza nor Iera are dead. Intelligence said that they were merely being held captive by the Green Spirit Shinobi village. As long as the rescue is done, it will be fine. Just the Kiba village side is also leaderless. Who will discuss this kind of big event? She inadvertently opened the latest intel, when she had thought that nothing would be enough to surprise her rippling heart. A few words in the intel, however, made it impossible for her to remain calm any longer. Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze Suikata were revived by a forbidden spell and attacked Kiba village at night. Akasago no Scorpion, a renegade ninja of the Sand Hidden Village, and Deidara, a renegade ninja of the IWA Hidden Village, are imprisoned. The 2 ninjas of Iwakamura, as well as the 4 tails and the 5 tails, were all captured. The Dawn Organization once again fails to assassinate the Green Spirit Ninja Village. The Dawn Organization attacked the Cloud Hidden Village, and the Konoha renegade Uchiha Weasel took away the 8-tailed Rinpoche Kairabi. How? So many words, and so scary. Chapter 68, I don't believe there's such a world. You're a Kiba ninja? The reserve ninja of the Green Spirit Ninja Village from the Sandy Hidden Village glanced at the young man in white dust-stained clothes in surprise. Kiba? The reserve ninjas from Konoha immediately came from all directions. Excited. Would love to see which old friend it is. Unexpectedly, I realized at first glance that it was the younger generation's Hinata Ninji. It is said that this phrase was also promoted to Nakanobu, just like them. You're not going to get yourself killed by coming to the Sirin Ninja Village this time, are you? Not far. The ninjas of the Awashin village were busy working. Just this morning, the Sirin Ninja Village has established a 10-tails division dominated by tailed beasts and human pillars. The current members include 1-tailed Shohei, Iero, 4-tailed Son Goku, Old Violet, 5-tailed Muang, Han, as well as Green Spirit, Naruto, Sasuke, Josinai, and Namikaze Suemon. Strange to say, they were shocked when they learned that there were so many 9 tails in the world. I thought before that tailed beasts were all unique. It seems that their common sense is a bit misplaced. Also, Haiden is promoted to the head of the testing grounds of the Aishiren Ninja Village, and all the White Jedi are managed by him. Whether it's the lab, the Ninja Academy, and the White Jedi needed for personal training, it all goes through him. In the meantime, Fidden became the new strongest sandbag, and I heard that no matter how badly he was hurt, he would be healed by the Green Spirit. The result was that the Green Spirit would be the one to take double the damage. This was something that Fidden adored to the core, and doubly so for Qingling. The ninja hospital was also successfully established, with Tsunade in charge for the time being, claiming that she doesn't want to meddle in the affairs of the world, but still occasionally instructing the medical ninjas. Luckily, with the help of Jiraiya, the 2 of them were able to cultivate the chakra martial arts at the speed of a tiger. Village entrance. The reserve ninjas of the 3 ninja villages were busy, and only glanced at Hinata Ninji before leaving him alone, allowed to walk through the village. Ninji wiped his face and looked towards this village. There's still a gap compared to Kiba village. The difference is that it's more lived in. Fields, farms, orchards, wooded forests, and a high bridge between rivers for fishing boats to float across. Mills are there and farms are all over the countryside. The streets were neat and the roads were wide and had obviously been designed beforehand. There were many stores, ranging from ninjutsu stores to suits and clothing stores. The aroma wafts from the bakery, and the noodle shop on the corner smells equally delectable. There's an eclectic mix of everything here. Ninji saw a large tree in the center of the village that looked like a nine-tailed fox. Its immense height clustered over the village, shielding it from the wind and rain. Just as the tree has 9 tails and 9 veins, the tree branches off from the trunk and bears 9 common fruits. The large trees seem to grow freely as if they are not restricted by any climate. Spring has 9 kinds of flowers. There are 9 fruits of summer. 9 kinds of leaves fall in the fall. Winter carries snow in the sky. He was a little hungry, so he walked into a noodle shop and skillfully pulled out kibas too. The shopkeeper took one look at him. Recognizing the kiba forehead protector on his forehead, he knew he was new to the city. This is the Aoshirin Shinobi village. Your two won't be of any use here. So speak up. What would you like to eat? Oh, Aoshiro Shinobu village doesn't take two? What about the checkout later? Ninji thought for a moment that he still had quite a few ninjutsu on him, and these were universal everywhere and had some value. 1 bowl of soba, 1 cup of udon tea, 1 order of tempura, with a side of miso soup, and herring for the noodles. Each sentence was neatly crafted and appeared as if he were mechanical. Sitting upright. Ninji was also a little uncomfortable in his mind. Since entering the village, everyone has something they do. Even those ninjas from Kiba village, some of whom he knew, were just asking him about his family. There was no sense of tension, of having to fight, or of danger. People are so weird here. There was no killing, no hatred, no vigilance. Ninji thought to himself, how naive. There is no such thing as udon noodles for nothing. Everything comes at a price. Do you really think you can get by with moving things around, making rounds, and planting fields? Ninjas, there is no such thing. But, at the same time he yearned a little for this life. It would be nice to live like this, but he needed his father to be alive. Otherwise the same person would always seem lonely. Soon, herring soba noodles were served right away, and 3 deep-fried tempura were arranged in a rectangular porcelain dish with oolong tea in the same type of cup. Ninji vigilantly checked for poison. I checked the dishes and the environment before eating the noodles. The flavor is great. The noodles were soon in his stomach and he felt a whole lot more at ease. However, the more times like this, the more vigilant he had to be. The boss scrubbed his hands and forehead of sweat before coming to Ninji. Worth a 5-star review? 5-star reviews? Ninji was confused. What you don't realize when you first come here is that our grades, which are related to evaluations, you can give a rating in 5 areas: ingredients, flavor, hygiene, service, and environment. 5-star praise is the highest standard set by Lord Spirit Shadow, and 3 stars is enough to pass. 5 stars for it. Ninji couldn't figure out these strange rules of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. All he wanted to do was settle the bill with his ninjutsu and leave. Thanks for understanding, and please come back next time. The owner happily saluted him, then walked back to the kitchen. Only Hinata Ninji was left messed up. What's going on? No charge? Is this a free meal? I have a bitter mushroom and a rapier that I can pledge for now, and when I complete the bounty quest enacted here, I'll pay you to redeem my ninjutsu. Ninji walked earnestly towards the inch-haired, naive boss. This? The boss scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that Ninji didn't know anything, just a survivalist from an outside village. It was also true that before he came to the Sirin Ninja Village, obtained a job, and practiced chakra martial arts, he was just an ordinary person who hadn't been exposed to truly systematized ninjutsu. You know, ninjas are on a mission to get the possibility of survival from between life and death. Think about it. The young man in front of me who was always rolling his eyes was pretty pathetic. In Sirin Shinobu Village, there's no need to pay. Each of us has to work. I'm the boss and I'm an employee. Everyone. There's a ninja hospital for the sick. The kids are going to the ninja academy. And you can go to the Green Spirit nursing home when you're old. They all have to work individually during the week, but it's not very tiring. 6 hours a day, double time off, and various holidays. So, we don't have to here. You can eat or wear whatever you want. Nothing particularly good or bad. The same clothes, the material. You can wear it with your own character, that's you. My wife is learning to make ceramics and my 2 children are still learning. At your age, you probably graduated from elementary school a long time ago. I don't know if the elite department wants them, but if they don't do well, they'll have to become preparatory ninjas. They'll have to work harder. 7 hours a day. Lord Spirit Shadow said that if you want to be a ninja, you have to work harder and be prepared to be aware. I don't want my kids to become ninjas either. It's good to do what you like, but they adore Reikage-sama and say they want to grow foxtails in the future too. Oops. Sorry, I nagged when I said that. The owner rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, looking overwhelmed. Only the teenager in front of him looked stunned. Ninja Hyuga gulped. The meridian in the corner of his eye erupted, opening his white eyes and trying to see through the older man's chakra. All that was seen was a chakra going in a direction that had never been seen before, and the amount of chakra was terrifying. He turned back to the store clerks and the pedestrians on the road. This can't be. This must be an illusion. This is the legendary green spirit illusion. The teenager's perceptions are shattered. He couldn't believe that there were such peachy places in the world. Ninja left the noodle shop and walked down the street, the ninja running to see every single person's chakra. It all turned out to be extremely powerful and weird. Illusion. It's definitely an illusion. How could the world be so beautiful? He doesn't believe it. Chapter 69. Even a caged bird has a wide sea and high sky. Higher. Jiraiya clasped his arms in front of him, the wind ruffling his long hair, causing Tsunade, who was sitting on the bell tower and swinging his legs, to look towards him. You've gotten a lot younger since practicing chakra budo, haven't you? Well, it's about to break through, and there are quite a few people in this village who will be promoted to Budo Shiminami, and I'm curious about that more advanced method of Budo. Jiraiya saw Ninja Hyuga running around the village. Obviously, this child had suffered a blow far beyond the ordinary within himself, and had reached a point where he could not bear it. When you first come here, you go through this, right? It's like these Iwashan village ninjas are already starting to doubt life. Jiraiya said to himself. You didn't finish half your sentences before your last mission. Tsunade lifted the flask and took a sip, her cheeks developing a slight haze of red. What half sentence? I forget. Jiraiya twisted his head away, only to be immobilized by Tsunade with one hand on his shoulder. This is the bell tower. Then change it. The Green Spirit Ninja Village has long been different from what it used to be. Although it was not as magnificent as those powerful ninja villages, it was still far beyond the scale of some small ninja villages. Not only did we have a bell tower, but a tower for lookout and defense. The roads are wide and there are a number of 5-story row buildings. The village is getting richer and richer. It also seemed, well, abrupt to Ninja. He simply didn't believe that this compatible village could be real in the world. The teenager flew through the streets, his brain working, looking for a break in the illusion. It was rumored in the outside world that the Green Spirit Nine-Tailed Illusion technique was heavenly, but he believed that no one's illusion technique was perfect, and that there must be a breakage. Not to mention he has white eyes, which is more likely to crack. These were eyes that originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya. How could they easily succumb to power? It's not good to be in too much of a hurry. As Wavewind Mizumon's voice appeared, his advance was swiftly blocked, just as soft punch hits as a counter-punch. Namake Suikato had long since appeared behind him, repeatedly jumping across the room so that his true whereabouts could not be found. Your 4th-generation Naruto Namake Sutman, can people really come back from the dead? Ninja Hyuga asked warily. Sure, I'm right here aren't I? Maybe I'm under an illusion. Maybe you are. What are your boundaries for real? Unreal? Wavewind Mizukato appeared flanking Ninja with a smooth stride. He had just returned to the village and didn't even know that he had become a member of the Tailed Beasts and Human Pillars division of the Sirin Ninja Village. What is in the illusion is false. What is outside the illusion is true. Ninja voiced his insight. Perhaps even this world is only the creation of a god. Perhaps this world existed long before the creation of the Rokudo Immortals. There doesn't need to be a line between real and unreal. What matters is which one you prefer. Mizumon looked at the teenager in front of him. The latter froze for a moment and looked towards Gyoshinna, who was waiting not far away. Where's Spirit Shadow? That nine-tailed fox. Whether this is an illusion or not, he should at least show himself. I want to know something. Ninja's words hadn't even left his mouth. There was then a humanoid monster wearing a green robe and emitting an orange glow all over its body that appeared in front of it. I'm Ashiro. Little friend Ninja, are you having a stroke? Ninja heard the odd word again. The Sirin Ninja Village. Everywhere was strange, the opposite of the world he had been exposed to before. If this is an illusion, bring me back to reality. I have come for power. Ninja kept looking for a break in this green spirit in front of him. He was sure that even if it was an illusion, it would require the caster to expend chakra and energy. Then he would be able to take advantage of it to find a break. Silly boy, this isn't an illusion. You want to really experience an illusion? Then let's show you. Qingling pressed his large hand on Ninja's head, randomly take it away as if nothing happened. Ninja glanced at Qingling, but the latter laughed and said that it was indeed an illusion, and admired his defiant belief in developing him into a strong man. Soon, he also gained the power of the Nine Tails, breaking through his ego, getting stronger and stronger, his physique powerful and unrivaled. There is also a method of cultivation of the Aoshiran Ninja Village that sacrifices the self to gain power. Until one day, a great war broke out in the shinobi world, and he fought around and pacified the shinobi world, becoming as strong as Uchiha-zan back then. Created a whole new shinobi village that brought the major shinobi villages into submission. He removed the caged bird curse seal with a power that surpassed that of the world. and also gained his freedom and became the head of the Hyuga clan. He sat on top of his throne, looking into the world's eyes in awe, but not amused in the least. Soon after, more and more Hinata Ichiban began to be assassinated, taking away their white eyes. He is also aging, and Nine Tails begins to have problems with him. In Ninji's old age, he allowed many people to protect him, no longer wanting to care about the life and death of his people. He didn't want to admit that he had destroyed the caged bird's spell seal, causing their tragic assassination. More than anything, he didn't want to see the Hyuga clan destroyed like the Uchiha clan. Finally, will die. A groggy Ninja comprehended a bit. If you want to truly save the Hyuga clan from their doom and stop the world from scaring white eyes, there is only one way to do it. Exterminate everyone. This night, the white-haired Ninja Hyuga, the strongest man in the ninja world, became a public enemy of the ninja world overnight. He started the Shinobi War, slaughtering 100,000 ninja by himself until the Nine Tails took advantage of his escape and he died of exhaustion. In the end, does nothing change? Am I wrong? Father. The moment the cloudy eyes closed, his father's figure appeared in front of him, coming from the pure land of ultimate bliss to embrace Ninji. It looked exactly the same as the young face I had seen in my childhood. Father, the child has failed, and the child is old. While Ninji's soul embraced his father, the arms of his body hung heavily, the spell mark on his forehead gradually dispersed. Swish, he opened his eyes and looked around at the same streets as years ago, the Sirin Shinobu village when I first encountered Sirin. It seems to be coming back. Is it a walk in the park? Ninji was a little afraid to confirm. Instead, he saw Changling raise her fox face hidden under her robe. Welcome back to the real world. Hands clapped on his shoulders and the teenager felt nothing but a sense of solidity. Everything just now. Those decades were illusions? But how much of the caster's chakra needs to be consumed over the long years? Ninji Hyuga was wondering when he only felt an overwhelming need. His chakra was depleted. What? Are there still illusions that consume chakra from the person being cast? This is outrageous. Cheer up. I've infused you with a little chakra to keep you from dying sooner. Xingling comforted him. What? Ninji anxiously looked inside his body, and there really was an extra 9-tailed chakra seed. The chakra attribute increased, and even the body underwent a metamorphosis. The senses are no different from those of the village. So that's the truth. He stood in dismay, not knowing what to do for a moment. Live well. The chakra martial arts should be of great benefit to you. Xingling shook her hand and said goodbye to Ninji. Where are you going? Go and create a world where your father and you can live in the sunlight, where the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, won't be the goods of the underground, and no longer would Maelstrom, the descendant of the bloodline of the Chitos clan, be made into a lab rat, a quid pro quo for the union. I'll show you that even a caged bird can break out of its cage. The mountains are as high and the seas are as free as you want them to be. Caged bird. Ninji stood incredulously as he thought to himself, this spirit shadow actually knows the truth about the caged bird of the Hyuga clan, and so on. Why did you mentally call him Spirit Shadow? He hastily touched his forehead, and in his perception, the mark was gone. How is this possible? It is impossible to remove the caged bird curse seal unless one lives and dies. Chapter 70 Breakthrough, Raising the Upper Limit of the Martial Tao. How long have you been? Haven't seen a miracle yet? Street. 3 teenagers with very different personalities appear. Naruto held out a hand, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Miracle? Ninji saw beside him a silent Sasuke and a bemused I love you, respectively. Why would such a person gather around Naruto? And what was it that made Xingling the fox they looked up to? Of course, the Sirin ninja village. That's where miracles are made. Naruto grinned, as warm as the sun. A place for miracles? What a childish thing to say. Ninji wanted to say that it was too ridiculous, but he couldn't help but hold out his palm at the thought of the caged bird mark on his forehead disappearing. Snap! The teenager gave an unspecified high five. It was as if the fervor of youth had been snapped. Why is my spell mark disappearing? It's a mark engraved in my body and spiritual energy, even if I die. Ninji lowered his head, still puzzled, even suspecting for a moment that he was still in an illusion. Wavewind Sailor Moon stroked his head. He's supposed to have let you metamorphose while also changing your body. Mental energy, which means that he'll use it to resist all of it for you, which is probably the equivalent of, well, you dying once. The equivalent of dying once? How much chakra would it take? And then a forbidden spell, to erase the caged bird seal from both mental and physical energies. Ninji couldn't believe it. Aoi Ling? No, Spirit Shadow. He was moved, tears wetting his eyes and almost falling. Why do something so dangerous and leave a handsome back? Don't go looking for him. The Spirit Shadow seems to be doing something very important, consuming chakra at a rapid rate all the time. Jasuna also counseled Ninji. This, in turn, made the teenager's heart even sadder. Consuming chakra all the time. and having to help him remodel his body to remove the mark with massive amounts of chakra and forbidden techniques. A village like the heavenly kingdom of dreams, infused with how much of his heart and soul. Spirit Shadow. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ninji swore, to stop that fox's back from blurring his vision, he would keep working until he could chase after Qing Ling and fight alongside him. The teenager choked back a sob, not letting a single tear fall after all. He was stubborn and became a reserve ninja. He had heard that in order to become a shinobi in the village, you had to become a Budo shinobi, which was a difficult path. However, recently there have been quite a few people who have cultivated superbly and have the potential to be promoted. 3 days later, one big news shocked the shinobi world at the same time. The Green Spirit Ninja village greeted the coming feast like it was nothing. Ninji relied on his talent as a physical genius as a member of the reserve ninja. He had progressed a lot in just the past few days of exposure to the chakra martial arts, but he was still a bit behind compared to these protagonists today. The playground of the Ninja Academy. It was filled with onlookers, and Chang Ling's doppelganger even sold melons. Ninji stood in a crowd of reserve ninjas, watching the spectacle. They had kiba, sand hidden, and iwakis, and at the moment they weren't different, just a little different in their habits. For this reason, there are many different styles of restaurants and stores in the village, and people can experience the customs of the land of wind, fire, and earth right here in Eirin Shinobu village. Hey, you guys are here early. Tell me if this Budo Shimanobi is really that strong? The Iwakamuras had only been here for less than a week, after all, and hadn't been exposed to the chakra martial arts for long. Both were curious to follow the kiba, the sand hidden came. More than that, I heard when Naruto, Sasuke breakthrough, directly opened the chakra dantian, strength multiplied by several times. Physical, spiritual power are able to metamorphosis. Yeah, you know that Orochimaru from the lab, the Sannin. He said that promotion to shinobi would most likely allow him to live at least 100 years. Seriously, 100 years old? Our village's Earth Shadow Lord isn't even 100 years old. Che, Iwakunin Village Bumpkin, and Lord Earth Shadow, eating out of the palm of your hand. Is Lord Spirit Shadow not treating you well? Hearing the kiba, the sand hidden refutation, the reserve ninja of the Iwashin village lowered his head in embarrassment. It's good, but I'm all alone here. If only my family would come, or make the Iwakamura, the land of earth, the same as the Sirin Shinobu village. Say, don't you guys want family? The crowd sadly picked at their fingernails, which eased the mood. Words. One of Konoha's Nakanobu's eyebrows were raised in happiness. Che, I'm sure I'll be promoted to Budo Shimanobi in another 2 months, and when Lord Spirit Shadow grants me a request, I'll bring my family here. What? Promoted to Shimonin, and you can bring your family here? That's too good. The ninjas of the Iwakamura apparently didn't know about it yet. After all, they came late. Ninji in the corner listened to these words quietly. Thought to myself, how nice it would be if his family was still around. Estimate. There are also only 2 cousins, Hinata Daisy and Hinata Spark. As for Hyuga Hinata, he's not ready to forgive and can't accept his father's death. Of course, dumbass, knock it off. The promotion's about to start. Someone shouted, and everyone held their breath as they looked toward the all-seeing presence on the playground. Soon they began to cheer. Look, it's Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. That one is Kakashi, the copy ninja, both from our Konoha village. What Kiba village? Our sand-hidden village is Rosa. Lord My Arrows is a father and son in the battlefield. Didn't you two just say you wanted to not be able to mention the village? The Iwakamura ninjas who were disliked earlier were confused. What do you know? Sooner or later we're going to have all the shinobi world in our pockets and our families living this good life. The Kiba village is our village, and the Green Spirit Shinobi village is the village within the village. The land of spirit is the land of fire. That's right, the bumpkin from Iwakamura has such a small pattern. After being disliked at once, the ninjas of the Iwakamura completely shut up. A ghostly gaze was once again directed to the center of the playground. Ninji was also filled with curiosity. This chakra martial arts was truly marvelous. It was just that the martial arts Shimenabu hadn't been exposed to it yet. After all, no matter how strong the shadow was, if he wasn't paying attention a little bit, he could still be killed by a sneak attack from a lower ninja. The only thing that seemed to fundamentally improve one's strength was chakra martial arts. Ninja Academy. A powerful person in the limelight had gathered here. Orochimaru, Aira, Rosa Shah, Kakashi, and Jiraiya lined up. Across from them were Naruto, who was appraising for Aoshiru, and Sasuke. Begin, Naruto said aloud seriously. Jasuna tugged on Namake's Mizukato's arm, all pleased to see Naruto like this. The stronger the chakra is with itself, the harder it will be to break through. But the martial lower ninjas shouldn't be in danger of losing their lives, Namake's Mizukato said in a serious analysis. I'm not talking about that. Jasuna flashed her small fist. Naruto, our son, Of course he deserves to be proud. Namake's Mizukato snickered. At the same time, 5 strong auras also erupted in an instant. Promotion begins. In the corner, Scorpion and Bandito stood next to Deidara. A pentagrammed Deidara looked offended. Let go of me. I'm an artist. Hey, I also have practiced chakra martial arts in other dimensions. Faye, believe it or not, I'll blow myself up. Deidara clamored. It didn't hide Orochimaru's wild laughter in the slightest. Jia. This is the first step to my eternal life. Chapter 71, Creating Miracles, Budo Shinobi. At the same time that Orochimaru's body changed dramatically, the surface of his body began to shed its snake skin, and soon he began to expel impurities from his body as well. Naruto and Sasuke quickly made seals. This time, they were prepared. As impurities precipitated out of the skin, the stench began to fill the air. Suetun, Water Chaos Wave Jutsu. The duo performed the move at the same time, giving a helpful shower to the crowd that had just broken through. Dirt removed. One is alive and well. The most obvious is Jiraiya, who has a mid-strength young to mid-30s look to his face. It's almost like the skin is unfolding. Feeling the marvelous changes in himself, even with his determination, he felt surprised. The first scroll of the martial way was something he had acquired early on, and the green spirit immortal technique of nascent soul was at the back. Jiraiya originally thought that he held this advantage of senjutsu, but after drilling down, he realized that Aoshiro's senjutsu had no side effects. At most, it allows a living being to have a chakra foxtail when chakra covers their entire body. Suffice it to say, there are no side effects other than increased benefits. Compared to Myriad Wood Mountain's immortal arts that were very difficult to learn, the Green Spirit Immortal Arts Nascent Soul chapter was undoubtedly the best choice for getting started. In particular, he and Wavewind's Sailor Moon had discovered something. Naruto has researched more and more functions of senjutsu just by relying on the Naciverse, sensing hostile intent, and the increase in physical skills of the immortal mode were all gradually mastered by him. An absolute genius, so to speak. After the 5 had broken through, no one was happier than Orochimaru. He felt the removal of his own hidden danger. Can't help but get excited and shiver. I survived and gained 100 years of life without the need for an obscene earth transmutation or a new host body. A petri dish. Orochimaru couldn't believe that everything Aoshiro had ever told him was gradually coming true, one by one, as if on a walkabout. The way ahead seems to be clear. He took out his little book and took notes on the fly. A Budo Shimenabu can sense energy more easily, and even if he doesn't practice illusions, he's still able to strengthen his mental strength, and if he can learn the immortal art of Naki chapter, he'll definitely be able to get twice the results with half the effort. At the same time, the need for chakra is even greater for Budo Shimonin, and cultivating each step consumes a massive amount of chakra, which is the necessity of the chakra dantian. A crowd cheered. Instead, Namake Suikato was calmly analyzing. He had gained some understanding of the martial arts in Chakra Budo over the past few days. Now it was even more beneficial to see the promotion of Budo Shiminobu. Couldn't help but mumble. It is vital that the Budo Shimenju will open the Chakra Dantian. This is because normal chakra is a fusion of 2 energies, mental and physical, which are then given attributes before being used. And the appearance of a Chakra Dantian means that chakra is formed and stored in the body ahead of time. These chakras will also continue to quench the body. The spirit. I hypothesized that in the next cultivation, with the help of the chapter of Naki, I could continuously break through the boundary between my body and nature, and it would be easier for me to absorb the natural energy and cultivate the immortal arts. The spirit shadow again divides his energy directly into 2 parts. A portion is given to us directly for conversion, for consumption. The other part is transformed into natural energy, constantly emanating from the big tree there, making it easy for us to absorb it, and he's draining himself too much by doing so. Jo Xianna also lowered her head with some concern when she heard Wave Wind Sumon's analysis. Yeah, if Qingling did that, wouldn't she put herself in a dangerous situation? I'm really worried that one day Qingling suddenly won't be able to hold out. The crowd. There was an equal amount of eyes and figures whispering. Manjulikan and Old Violet stood on the roof with their arms folded. Old Violet, how many weights have you reached? 3rd weight, has completed its first metamorphosis. Old Violet was smug. This green spirit ninja village wasn't great, and he didn't like that spirit shadow, but this chakra martial arts was really good, especially as a human pillar power. You can also use the tailed beast's chakra and cultivate more conveniently. To be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of apprenticeship in 3 days showed the importance of thick and thin. I'm 4th. Han raised his head high as he realized that chakra could build up and explode like steam as he practiced. With this little advantage of the boiling escape, he had skyrocketed in the apprentice realm of body hardening. That's what you've been doing for half the day, isn't it? Old Violet coldly glanced at him and directly left the place with an instantaneous technique. Old Violet, let's go cultivate. How can you lose to the 5-tailed human pillar? Doesn't that mean that he, the Monkey King, is no match for King Mu? People must not be allowed to sit on the idea that the more tails, the stronger they are. With chakra Budo around, even tailed beasts can become stronger. Ugh, this 4 tails is just lame nah. Han held his head up proudly. It was also a phrase he had learned in the Sirin Shinobi village, and had heard Akiba village ninja say it once while eating noodles. I heard it was the spirit shadow who once ate 10 more bowls than Naruto during a ramen cup championship match, giving the loser a rating. King Mu didn't say anything. It didn't like to argue, but it did have a bit of a good time in its heart. The boiling recluse is just the strongest. The ceremony that was about to come to an end was delayed until Changling appeared. The melon seller's green spirit doppelganger had an innocent look on his face, and it was clear that it wasn't yet the moment for him to make his appearance. Will Lord Spirit Shadow fulfill one of our requests? Orochimaru had already thought of a request. He wanted to bring someone with him. That guy should still be a Konoha shinobi who is doing well. He arranged for undercover agents who have long since outlived their usefulness. Pocket. Although he would have preferred to obtain a finished martial arts elixir directly. However, getting a decent assistant is what's needed right now. He wasn't spending time in the Sirin Shinobu village to get a human taste. That's not what makes him Orochimaru. The only way to be true Orochimaru is to utilize Doodle as a toolman to the fullest extent. However, just as everyone was confused about the reason why Chingling didn't make an appearance, Naruto, Sasuke ripped off his robe as soon as he did. The breath kept skyrocketing. The knuckleheads are climbing. Gentlemen, there are a total of 9 layers of the martial way of the lower shinobi, and you need to allow the chakra dantian to quench on this, to keep increasing and coalescing, the only way to reach the limit. Both the spirit and the body reach the extreme in order to obtain the opportunity for a breakthrough. Naruto's eyes burned. He wasn't just here to be a judge today. What's more important is the breakthrough. By order of our master, we have come to break through the Budo Nakanin. Sasuke was ruthless, and this terrifying aura was just too intimidating. The duo continuously absorbed natural energy with the help of the nascent soul chapter, fuses with itself as Senjutsu chakra, absorbing and holding it as a breakthrough. Break! Naruto made a seal, his eyes gleaming. Purple lightning continued to leap from Sasuke's torso. One seems to hear the sound of gurgling water. As time passed, the chakra that coalesced around Naruto, Sasuke was no longer chi. Instead, it's liquid. They directly converted their Senjutsu chakra right on the surface of their body and condensed it into a liquid. The moment, inside the two, chakra broke through to the extreme, transforming from the form of chi and landing in the chakra dantian as if it were liquid. It also meant that the chakra was more condensed and underwent a qualitative change. Naruto, Sasuke's eyes are at this moment, bloomed of faint light, not pupil art, but the spiritual power is strong enough to form the aura. Phew! Sasuke let out a breath as his breath continued to collect, and their various sons morphed further, truly coming to a youthful state from teenagers. Chakra will transform from ki to a stronger liquid, undergoing a true qualitative change, and spiritual power is even more powerful to the point where it still glows internally. This is Chakra Budo Nakanabu, a walking tailless-tailed beast. Orochimaru quickly jotted everything down on the paper. Everyone held their breath. I can't believe that a step-by-step advancement in chakra martial arts would actually result in such a significant improvement. The watchers gulped even more. Ninji opened his white eyes, feeling the majesty emanating from that Naruto and Sasuke wordlessly, and only felt his blood surge. Miracle! As Naruto said, the Sirin Ninja Village is a place of miracles. Chapter 72, The Mission of the Shinto Village. The 5 Shadows Gathering. Budo Shimonen. Opening the Chakra Dantian. Saving chakra in advance in the body is more similar to Hyakuho no Jutsu, though it is a further improved version and lacks the combat techniques of Hyakuho no Jutsu with slugs. Budo Nakanabu makes the chakra, which is mainly chi, promoted to liquid, undergoing a qualitative change while the amount stored is further increased. Physical and mental strength were also metamorphosed, reaching a level unattainable by ordinary people, enough to be immune to ordinary physical attacks and illusions. This feeling of daring to look down upon everything. Is this the martial will that teacher Chingling spoke of? Naruto rubbed it delicately. Impossible. True martial will means that a single thought from you can bring your enemy to their knees, and without the need for illusions you can make them lose the will to resist. Sasuke analyzed, but they could sense the entire village with one closed eye. Wonderful lot indeed. The crowd didn't know that such a strange change could still occur in Budo Nakano, but they couldn't relate to it. One could only stare at them with bated breath. Damn it, what kind of power is this? That brat with the Uchiha bloodline like you is an abomination. I can't wait to blow this place up right now. Deidara was trapped and mentally curious about chakra martial arts, which he also practiced after his body was transformed by the green spirit in the Shin Megami Tensei space. However, in his eyes, the real art had to be the sculpture of Chingling. The moment, Chingling, who was selling melon seeds, ignored everyone's stares and continued to push the cart yoho. A small sculpture of the 9 tails on the academy's railing was covered in a layer of chakra and whirled around and leapt. Immediately afterward, Each tail came to life and transformed into a small nine-tailed fox wearing a green robe. Sasuke, do you remember the mission? The little green spirit asked gleefully as she jumped onto Naruto's palm. Of course, Ashirin-sensei. You gave the task of getting the science department to research true martial arts ninjutsu and elixirs. Sasuke knew that this was extremely important. One day of non-completion would mean that they would not be able to obtain the martial arts Nakanabu's training scrolls. So far it's even more difficult to know if the next practice will be the same as the previous one. Well, that's just one of them. Remember the lessons on the practice scrolls? The little green spirit assiduously taught, to allow chakra to transform from chi to liquid, to understand the foundation and importance of the yin-yang transportation technique, and to know and master the principles of martial arts. Sasuke was equally responsive. There's really nothing wrong with what he's saying, though whether or not he can do it is another matter. The former is an accumulation of resources and cultivation that requires talent and effort. But what about your yin-yang transportation technique? And your martial arts skills? The will of the martial arts is, if anything, the physical and spiritual energies as the root, and the yin and yang recluse techniques as the method. Martial arts then are a combination of physical arts and ninjutsu, where the chakra gives an increase in the body's state while at the same time performing the most explosive moves. One must be mentally strong enough and physically strong enough to withstand the pressure while releasing the moves in a flash. Throughout the Sirin ninja village, the only person who could do this was Naruto, and he was nothing more than a good idea for the yin-yang transportation technique. Sasuke, a bird that has lived in a cage for a long time will eventually lose the courage to swing its feathers. The little green spirit whirled around to look at Scorpion, who was alone and beautiful in the corner, and Orochimaru, who was drawing on his knowledge. A look of hatred. I am the doppelganger who will soon kidnap that assistant of yours, Doodle, as an advance payment of your reward. So you and Scorpion work hard, and the Budo ninjutsu is imperative. Little Jiraiya and Tsunade, I'm counting on you three ninjas to join forces for the elixir. For martial arts you need Namikaze Suikoden, Kakashi, and Bandito. Deidara, you kids come to the underground chamber later. I have something for you. The green spirit did not give any rewards, as well as scrolls. He would never give anything freely until these tasks were completed. Sasuke, Orochimaru has his own dignity. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously, not distinguishing whether it was a compliment or not. Orochimaru thought for a moment and directly cast Shadow Split. One teamed up with Scorpion and one went to Jiraiya. Tsunade, Bandito fidgeted and flickered around. He also didn't expect that he would be sold by the green spirit, and has been avoiding the Namikaze Suikoden couple for the past few days. Sasuke pondered. His martial arts skills were on par with Naruto's. He just lacked the opportunity to perform them. Martial will he understood deeply, but how to cultivate it out? He was completely confused. A lot of things need to be sorted out in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. This was the reason why Green Spirit had split up into categories, and he had thrown out a number of scrolls for this purpose, writing something of his own. As for Deidara, freedom was indeed gained. Soon it looked like standing or walking again. Why does it feel like a lecture? The party will be as usual this evening, and work will begin again tomorrow. The little green spirit wagged its tail and was just about to leave. Turning back around, he added, a lot of you here are full of evil. If anything, every single one of you was forced to do so. You were bullied and fought back, then I have nothing to say. You had no problem protecting yourself and protecting others. But if you're hurting innocent people for your own experiments and such, think about it. The Sirin Shinobi village will let you live again. But I never forgive anyone, because it's not me you're hurting. I'm not qualified. If you have to fool yourself into interpreting it for yourself, my advice is, get out. With these words, Chingling was talking about Orochimaru, Bandito, and the others. They appeared to have no change in their faces. For the first time in his heart, he also knew the attitude of the green spirit. Forgive no one and show no favoritism. Wrong is wrong and right is right. He's not human. He's the fox. He treats everyone equally, brutally and sensibly. If I had to say it, it would be heaven is unforgiving and takes all things for granted. Actually, it's just that Chingling is too lazy to care. It wasn't that his heart was in the right place. He had dropped the line so that Orochimaru and Bringer would come to their senses and do their jobs properly. As a boss, he's just too lazy to want to care, so he might as well let them figure it out on their own. What a monster! A ferocious and ruthless beast hidden within. But this is supposed to be the mindset possessed by a fox seeking immortality. Orochimaru hadn't done a lot of bad things in his previous experiments, and he had never been forgiven by the green spirit. Right now, researching martial arts ninjutsu and elixirs was what he wanted. Damn, what's with the bugs? Orochimaru hated bugs, and his thoughts were quickly broken by a few mosquitoes that ran between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Bandito stood at a loss for words. He's under compulsion, isn't he? Spot, Black Jedi? But those things are really his own hands. The immediate wave wind Watergate. Joshinna had died in his hands, and the Kiba ninja village won by one innocent people. And the tragedy of Naruto's decade plus. His heart resumed its normal beat as he thought about it, walked towards Namikaze Sailor Moon and held out his hand. Hello, I'm Faye. We had some grudges in the past that we hope to end when the job is done. Simple. Just let the fight end it all. Prerequisite for work completion. Faye, I don't think I have a grudge against Uchiha Bandito then. Wavewind Sutman's hand didn't exert any force. It was very light, but it gave a very solid feeling of security. Sensei, let's go to the Misty Hidden Village with Kakashi first to avenge Lin, shall we? Bandito said what he wanted to say the most back then. Then let's come to an end after the martial arts research. Namikaze Mizukato didn't hesitate. Hater Faye is a partner and a hater. Collaborate on martial arts research first. Uchiha Bandito is a disciple. Go with him, and Kakashi, on a journey to the Misty Hidden Village to find justice for his disciple Rin. When all is over for the disciple Bandito, he will have to kill his enemy Faye handily. While this side of the sword is drawn, Green Spirit Shinobu Village, underground chamber. Deidara squirmed and stood in the corner. The little green spirit stared at him solemnly. Tell me, why is it wrong this time? Because I'm not artistic enough. The party at the Aishiren Ninja Village had not yet begun. The shadows of the 5 major shinobi villages, the acting shadows, had long since gathered in the Land of Iron, conferring on how to remove the heartache. Chapter 73, Falling Apart, Tailed Beasts Going or Staying. The Land of Iron, as the land of the samurai. The people were in awe of their old ancestors and the fact that they had promised years ago that they would not be able to use force against this place. So, they are neutral most of the time. Mifune naturally greeted everyone as the host of this meeting. In the room, AI, the 4th Raikage, Onuki, the 3rd Earth Shadow, Hinata, the acting Naruto, Shio, the acting Kazekage, and Terumi, the 5th Mizukage. The moment. Their biggest curiosity was why Kairabi was among the 2 assistants behind Raikage. Hasn't he been captured? Not long ago, the 8-tailed human pillar of the Hidden Village was defeated by Kiba renegade Uchiha Weasel of the Shao organization, and his whereabouts were unknown after he took him away. How in the twinkling of an eye it was alive and well again in front of the crowd. Even the other guard was actually a 2-tailed renegade. Shio couldn't help but mutter in the back of her mind as she watched the scene. The Rain Hidden Village is just hoity-toity. The worst is the 2nd tail, bullying us. The Sand Hidden Village? I heard that your Misty Hidden Village broke out in a battle a few days ago and captured the 3 tails once again. How about it? Have you chosen a new Rinpoche yet? Earthshade Inoki was the first to ask a question, but he was actually asking about something other than the Rain Hidden Village. This caused Shumakato to have a moment of dismay. It seems that the old feud between the Awashin Village and the Cloud Hidden Village is not something that can be ended just by saying it's over. Poof. The 4th Raikage clasped his arms, not even bothering to count. As far as the Awanto Village is concerned, that poor countryside in the Land of Earth is just a little bit better than the Sand Hidden Village. So what's there to be proud of? 3 tails? Terumi said without any stage fright. Well, the strength of our Misty Hidden Village now everyone should also understand. Want to take down the 3 tails is indeed prepared for a period of time before pouring all their efforts to take down. As for the human pillars, I'm afraid that it is still a difficult problem. Everyone knows about the Misty Hidden Village bit. Right after the Kairabi incident in the Cloud Hidden Village, the Mist Hidden Village quickly began to take action. Terumi said that her strength was weak, but in reality, she possessed 2 blood relay limit boundaries alone, not to mention, she also has Ao and Nagashiro under her command, trying to reorganize the Ninja Blade 7. So, despite its strength, the 3 tails was taken down by the Misty Hidden Village and temporarily sealed away. After all, the Misty Hidden Village back in the day was able to arrange the 3 tails inside Rin's body, seemingly indifferent to the 3 tails let it act. But in fact, once it acts, has no less than any shinobi village to take in the ability. Right now, Kiba Village is also the one whose strength has suffered a severe blow. It is said that the 3 ninja, including the renegade ninja Orochimaru, the acting Naruto Tsunade, and Jiraiya are all being held in the Sirin Ninja Village along with Kakashi. 3 days ago there was even a rumor of a golden flash of resurrection nonsense. The Hyuga clan is also rumored to have a talented young man missing, and all signs point to it. Hyuga Hinata is just bluffing here as acting Naruto. Kiba is not what it used to be. It has long been a tattered piece of paper, not enough to be afraid of. Hyuga Hinata didn't say anything. Instead, Kai, who had his arms wrapped around him, kept grinning and smiling, his big white teeth flashing all the time, and Sarutobi Asuma was relatively serious. It's an extremely difficult thing for the 5 major ninja villages to get together. It was easy for the original Primarchs to end the war for the time being, but I didn't realize that the wars would become more and more frequent after they left the world. What a glorious Kiba village back in the day, that stood between heaven and earth should have all the vigor, looking out of the world. Since Sarutobi's fall it's been one day at a time. On the contrary, Earth Shadow Anoki was the biggest winner, with Yellow Earth behind him, and future Leg Shadow Karatsuchi standing respectfully. It also meant that the strength of their shinobi village was inherited, and that there were so 2 generations that continued after him. All talk properly or our heads could move at any moment. Granny Chiyo didn't want to waste any more time by hooking up. Straight to the point, he asked to the 4th Reikage, "Why is Kairabi still alive? Do you have a deal with Dawn?" Shikamon Reikage didn't answer. "It's a secret, old lady, never gonna get the answers you want." Yo! Kairabi gave a few quick gestures, and Granny Chiyo looked at him the same way she looked at the cutie. Looked at him as if he were a cutie. True to form, the 8-tailed human pillar power can escape in a situation like this. Unlike their village, one by one, they all folded at the Green Spirit Ninja village. This meeting was about joining forces together, obviously. Regardless of whether it was the Green Spirit Ninja village or the Shao organization, their purpose seemed to be the tailed beast. The way Kairabi survived would be great if we could share it. Before Granny Chiyo could say anything, Kairabi made a direct spitting motion. "Che, old woman, delusional. This is the 8-tailed Upanishad. You can't possibly imitate it." The 2 Yukis both looked puzzled. What could she do about Kairabi? After all, she had learned all of her cultivation methods from Kairabi, and was considered a half-disciple. So, the Siren Ninja village has taken the 4 tails of the Iwashin village, the 5 tails of the Iwashin village, the 1 tail of the Sand Hidden village, and the 9 tails of the Konoha village. Currently only the 3 tails of the Misty Hidden village, the 2 tails of the Cloud Hidden village, and the 8 tails, which have no human pillar power, remain. The 6 tails have long since defected from the Misty Hidden village. Where's Nanao? Granny Chiyo had long ago selectively ignored Kairabi. There is never a normal answer. Me, Keat of the Taki Hidden village cautiously walked in through the doorway. She looked harmless, but in reality, she was extremely fast, had an aerial advantage, and was excellent at confusing opponents and instant kills, not to mention the massive chakra of the 7 tails. Upon seeing that the 7-tailed human pillar power was a cute little girl, none of them took it lightly. It's just that there's no extra seating here. She could only stand 2. Then we also have at least 4-tailed beasts under control here, leaving only the 6 tails that defected from the Misty Hidden village. Thunder Shadow's words ignited the last of the conversation. That is, this is the key person who decides the victory of the 2 sides. What should be done in the end? The Misty Hidden village had stepped in, and it just made sense for people to go after their own renegade ninja, as well as the 7 tails. No one can say a word. It's just that they still have the 3 tails in their hands, and it's hard to be a real fighting force without a human pillar. As far as they were concerned, every one of these tailed beasts were damned, never follows human orders well. So, the pursuit of the 6-tailed human pillar power will surely become their mission as well. Just who will occupy it after they get it? What are you thinking? Your Cloud Hidden village already has 2-tailed beasts, Granny Chiyo said coldly. There was an outbreak of fighting between the Iwakunin village and the Land of Spirit, and the 2 Rinpocalypses and the tailed beasts were all lost, so it's only right that this 6 tails should be ours. Earth Shadow Anoki spoke up. Here, there is no Irizumi, who has not become the Wind Shadow, and there is even no one to tell him to find his true heart. The 3rd generation of Takiazuma, unchanged, much less tracing the heart of my youth. He's just the stubborn old man who made old Violet leave in anger. Seeking benefits for the Iwaki village was his purpose. What an appetite you all have. Terumi stood up and twisted her head away. It was clear that there was no talking about this. Whether it's the 3 tails or the 6 tails, the Misty Hidden village got them at great cost. Even if you can't get away for a while, it's not the turn of these miscellaneous guys to tell you what to do. The 5 bearers were not happy. Keed was originally a small village Rinpoche who had been fulfilling missions for years and had seen the faces of the 5 major shinobi villages, until Hyuga Hinata, who didn't speak the entire time, was the last to leave the venue. You look like you should be about the same age as my daughter. We're not the same. Keed hadn't met that princess of the Hyuga clan. She knew that she was different from most of her peers, simply because she was a human power. Butterfly wings unfurled, and she was lightly about to fly away from it. The figure of an old man had long since appeared in the air. It's none other than the 3rd Earth Shadow, Onuki. When noticing the scene, everyone's feet stopped and stopped to watch. Chapter 74, Operation Akura. Keed's arrival. I'm from the Taki Hidden village, and if this talk doesn't prove fruitful, then I'll have to return to the village to resume my duties, Fong said, and with a flick of his wings, he instantly flashed some distance away. The point of this meeting is to protect the tailed beast human pillars. You are in danger and all you want is our protection. So never leave this place before the Dawn Organization and the Green Spirit Ninja Village make their move. Anoki kept his head down the entire time he said this. He didn't look up because of that somber gaze. Sometimes, even he didn't know what was going on. Deidara leaves, and so does old Violet. Over the years he has been motivated to create a shinobi village in the same way that Sarutobi Hizuru has been trying to create a shinobi village. Why everyone left him? Is it possible that the Iwakamura and the Kirigakuren village had the same blood mist era? It can't be that the six-tailed Rinnegan defecting is the same as the four-tailed Rinnegan. Old Violet, can it? His purpose of standing in front of Keed was not pure in the first place, but everything is for the Iwakamura. 7 tails, 6 tails all for you. Well, let's see if we can hold the attack of Hiroshi and the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Shikamon Reikage stepped away again, not wanting to stop for this. He's had enough of these stupid guys. To bully a little girl? Terumi looked to the sky, but she saw that Chio-san, who was on the sidelines, had also made a move. No one here knows as much as she does. The Siren Ninja Village will surely get all the tailed beasts, and there will surely be a terrible war on that day as well. Until then, it is important to be prepared to do exactly that. Stop! Mifune leapt up and cut the distance between Inoki and Keed the moment he drew his sword and chopped out. You can't fight here. As the leader among samurai, the legendary samurai Mifune was also enough to make Inoki stop for the time being. However, the box of greed has long been open. In this shinobi world where one track collapses, what seems like a tiny change will set off a chain reaction. Inoki, who didn't have his ego awakened by my arrow, the misty hidden village that temporarily subdued the 3 tails, losing the bottom of the barrel to Kiba, as well as recovering the 2 main pillar powers, ready to deal with the cloud hidden village, which was attacked by the Shell organization, the sand hidden village, which can't stand alone and will have to hug the equally weak Konoha for warmth. All of this is like a grass snake pushing the shinobi world into a bottomless abyss. The first thing Dawn will look for must be the 6 tails that are out there, while the Green Spirit Ninja Village will build up its strength. If the 6 tails are not retrieved, a war will be waged to strangle the Green Spirit Ninja Village in its cradle, and all 5 major ninja villages will return to that warring era where wars die out. I hope you all do well. My Iwaki village can be full of high mountains and heavenly dangers, Inoki said, and simply disappeared. Since none of them want to be in charge and none of them want to take the blame, let's destroy them together. With the 6-tailed human pillar power defecting and the 7-tailed human pillar power in a small shinobi village, where no one was capable of stepping up to take charge of the big picture, that outcome was already obvious. The stubborn little old man simply turned around and left the land of iron. The talks of the 5 ninjas broke up unhappily. Aftermath. The Sand Hidden Village and the Kiba Village have entered into a long-term cooperation in private. The land of Earth is spaced out and alone. The Misty Hidden Village is left to its own devices, trying to find a new Rinpoche. The land of the spirits. Rainy Hidden Village. Nagato was angry that there were only 5 people left in the current Dawn organization. Jedi still talks nonsense all day long and scares people every now and then. Earlier the skunk and the dry Kakamoto Oni operated with great success, dragging back all 8 tails. Pity. This guy realizes with a broken tail, it's the main body in the tail, and the one taken away is the doppelganger. Eyes blearily watched as the demon statue of the outer path didn't change a bit, and the chakra of a single-tailed beast wasn't even fully absorbed. The plan failed big time. Heartbroken, Nagato just wanted a chance to get some sleep. This life was too much of a disappointment. But right now, his dream has yet to be realized. That is, by utilizing the chakra of the tailed beasts, you can create an attack similar to a nuclear weapon at any time. Make the shinobi world nuclear flat. Jedi, Weasel, Onimusha, we need to team up together for the next mission. Tendo Pain spoke. Not a single person questioned it. It's just more or less inexplicable when it comes down to it. The skunk doesn't need to be told. As an undercover agent from Kiba Village, his younger brother is doing better in the Sirin Ninja Village instead, and is rumored to have awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Both the 3rd generation and Suzu are dead, and anyone who can prove his identity is basically clicked. As for Dawn, there are only 5 people left. Any plans seem like empty talk, and a small half of the tailed beasts are in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Dry Kakamoto Onimusha, who originally thought that Bandit was Uchiha-zan, the only one who actually was told the truth by the belt. Joining in made him even more skeptical and respectful of Mr. Weasel, but strangely enough, even Faye, who he thought was Uchiha, had become a member of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. Is this unlimited monthly reading still possible? Absolute. As the 3rd son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the organ is so clever that even Uchiha Zebra has been fooled by him, and now he is being rewarded by Qingling at a great price. A single white Jedi can be exchanged for almost a week's worth of objective income. I hate it when I think about it. Tendo Pain was forever expressionless, and who could believe that the former owner of this body was a gentle, always smiling teenager? Nagato, who was hiding behind this, however, coughed dryly. He knew his time was running out, and if he didn't finish what he had to do, it was time to bring this life to a close. Within the high tower, Minami came flying back, and the moment he saw the crowd he immediately made an announcement. Deidara has gone rogue and is hunting the six tails with Sasuke Uchiha. Do we need to move ahead? Take plan 1 or 2. Minami's information undoubtedly surprised the members of the Dawn organization for a moment. As for plan 1, it's an all-out attack on the Aoshiran ninja village to take down the one-tailed, the four-tailed, the five-tailed, and the nine-tailed. Plan 2, on the other hand, was to first take down the seven tails of the lesser shinobi village and the six tails of the sentenced-out mist village. In short, the Green Spirit Ninja village was a quest line they would have to bump into sooner or later. Nowadays, the Green Spirit Ninja village, without a doubt, became the best answer. What's the point of taking down Deidara and Sasuke Uchiha? They were nothing more than going to hunt the six tails, so they might as well go forward to the Green Spirit Ninja village if they had this opportunity. The opposite is true. Take it straight down. Plan 1. Go! Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at Pain Rokudo. Here's your chance. Uchiha's heart was all full of joy, and the boy Sasuke had gotten away with it. Pain Rokudo, Uchiha Weasel, Draika's Onijirai, Minami, Jedi, and Nagato all strike at the same time. Outside the Aoshiran Shinobu village, the young girl gathered her courage and came with a letter from the Shinobi village. They, the Taki Hidden Village, were not as strong as the 5 major ninja villages, but with hero's water that can boost chakra tenfold, and they had found out early on that the Aoshiran ninja village had treated the human pillars not as obliterators, but as something to be allowed to live on. Once the meeting loses the joint shelter of the 5 major ninja villages, she was about to come and seek this silver lining, as everyone had told her to do. It may seem like a saber rattling, but it's a great wisdom. The village was peaceful. Last night, after hosting a party, early in the morning Deidara was excited to team up with Sasuke and leave. Immediately afterward, they heard that last night's talks between the 5 major shinobi villages didn't seem to have yielded any results. Arrows, was patrolling as the chief of the defense department of the Sirin ninja village. As a one-tailed human pillar power, he and Shotsuru sensed a familiar yet unfamiliar aura at the same time. When he looked up, it was a girl with wheat-colored skin. Chapter 75, 7 Tails Captured. Flying Sword Born. You are? Ki jumped deftly and dodged in front of Irizumi. Her eyes flickered, causing a flicker of impatience to grow in the teenager's heart. Not as good as Naruto-kun, but average at best. You are in the land of spirit, and beneath your feet is the richest center of the land of spirit, the Sirin Shinobi village. As the chief of defense of the Sirin ninja village, as well as the land of spirit, I am here to stop and inquire about your purpose. According to the information, you should be the 7-tailed human pillar power from the Taki Hidden Village. Arrow is at least a person who holds the highest authority of the Aori ninja village in his hands. That intelligence is still there. The fact that he appeared here also meant that Feng's appearance was not a coincidence. With the mission of the village, as the 7-tailed Rinpoche, I want to meet your shadow. Keed became unsmiling, which could mean the safety of their village. The said village is hidden behind a waterfall and is usually relatively safe. But what erupts next will most likely be a world-class war. Their village's life and death were uncertain once they were caught up in it. Well, Lord Spirit Shadow said that one of your village's renegade ninja, who is also in our village, would welcome you. My arrow looked down for a moment, as if she had received an order from the Green Spirit. Soon, a path was made for it. Walking through this large village that was quite a bit nicer than Takaguchi village, Keed's insides tumbled, and soon the figure of Irizumi came after her, accompanying her. You, Spirit Shadow-sama asked me to introduce you to the village so you don't get lost. What introduction? It's obviously a kind of surveillance, right? Keed thought to herself. This guy is pretty handsome, and he's a Rinpoche, the son of the 4th generation's Wind Shadow. Why did he have to become a renegade shinobi? Was it because his father was captured and threatened? As for the renegade shinobi, Keed's heart was even harder. Probably Kakuto, this money-loving guy, according to the highest level of information in the village, should have joined the Dawn organization. According to the latest information, the Dawn organization has been targeted by major powers, including the Cloud Hidden Village, after dispatching the skunk and the others. Therefore, there is no doubt about the confirmation of their general location. The Rain Hidden Village within the Spirit Country, and the Green Spirit Ninja Village were undoubtedly dog-eat-dog, and anyone would be happy to see them both lose. It will be a mystery who will pick the fruit when the time comes. She came in person, seemingly delivering the goods, but in fact would instead be the most likely to save her life before the crisis came, because the owner of the Green Spirit Ninja Village is the Green Spirit Nine Tails. Being a village of tailed beasts, it was enough to keep the Takara village safe as long as she acted as a human pillar. I love you for not caring what Keed has in mind. This lively and lovely girl was determined to die for the sake of her village. He was equally unaware that as long as Qingling gave a task, he must accomplish it regardless. This is the center of our village, called the Divine Tree, which Lord Spirit Shadow calls the New 10 Tails. Underneath that is where one of its doppelgangers rests. A place for one of the altars to rest? Is this one of those things where the bilocations all need to have a place to message? Foam was a bit surprised. She also traveled around the world, from the outside to the inside, and saw the Green Spirit Shinobi village face to face. If we just talk about the size and scale of the village, it is true that it is only a little smaller than the 5 major ninja villages, but there are all kinds of farms, livestock, fisheries, river transportation, and orchards. It was simply inconceivable that they were enough on their own to live comfortably without relying on any village. It also didn't look like there was any saber rattling at all to take a shot at anyone. Could it be that all the rumors out there are false? Watch it. Big dummy, call me Shigeki. Shizuru's sudden reminder made Nanao upset right then and there. Okay, big dummy, don't blame me for not warning you. That guy is a 9-tailed and a stinky fox at the same time, but never a 9 llama, and breaking his boundaries will absolutely kill you. Che, I'm not as weak as you. 1 tail. When Xiongming said that, Foam also understood his meaning and walked towards the underground chamber. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster. A tail is not a sign of strength. Shizuru couldn't stop cursing at all. My arrow didn't have any change in expression. In his mind, it was no different than going home. Inside, Keed was having a tense conversation with Shigmine. Shigeki, this 9 tails is dangerous, isn't it? No, there is no need to be afraid. On the contrary, our cooperation should come easily. But Shizuru said that the 9 tails will obliterate anyone who possesses hostile intent. It also said that it was just stinky foxes, so we'll be absolutely fine. Keed couldn't understand the meaning of the words. It should be a little secret between the tailed beasts. The end of the chamber. Today Naruto went ahead to teach at the Ninja Academy. While the others were doing research on ninjutsu, elixirs, and martial arts, he could only go forward alone to substitute for the class. So, when Iilo led Keed to the underground chamber, it was long empty. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Seems like a cute guy came along. The sculpture suddenly moved and came to life. Next, the green spirit jumped down to the ground and came to life. Just in time. The Orochi needs some nourishment, you'll be just fine. He scratched his face. Keed quickly took a step back, and insect wings changed behind her. This is actually the borrowed chakra of being a 7-tailed human pillar power. No borrowing of tails, borrowing of wings. Cute. I was just about to go to Konoha and catch Doodle over here. The guy's been undercover for too long, and that village of Orochimaru's needs to be taken care of as well. The green spirit murmured as he combed through his fur. In time, he felt like he was becoming a fox. Still, it's good news that Orochimaru and Scorpion were actually able to break out of their research early. Orochimaru already studied and experimented for a long time, plus Scorpion's help is even thicker. That's what led to the overnight breakthrough and the development of the first generation Budokai ninjutsu. Nanao, you need to rest. As soon as Ching Ling poked out a finger, a vine appeared in the underground chamber, tying up his maple 5 times. No matter how much she struggled, the chakra would be constantly sucked away by the green spirit, until it was caught and locked up in the interior of the new 10 tails, the cage space. Iilo stood next to Aoshiro and saw the legendary Orochi for the first time with his own eyes. Where is this? In the cage. The chakra had long wrapped foam. Even Xiongming was unable to struggle, and the chakra was no longer lost, but instead was replenished at a rapid rate. The Orochi in their vision was nothing more than a scaled-down version that still only had 6 tails. Ever since Green Spirit created Orochi with the help of Kakuto, he had been in a state of 5 heads and 5 tails, and it was only thanks to the insane amount of chakra given that he was able to break through. It hadn't been long since the 6th tail was born, but it had drawn quite a bit of chakra from the Green Spirit. Seeing this defeatist thing, the more Qing Ling looked at it, the more she liked it. As a wealthy spirit shadow, she really wished there were more losers like this. You're going to use us as sustenance, Keed said viciously, looking slightly less cute. Shigeki struggled desperately, but was buried by an even greater sea of chakra. Big dummy, don't struggle, just sleep it off. Shizuru was envious of this scene. How he would love to come in once a day to reinforce it. Damn it, you're working in tandem. Shigeki broke out in anger. It's okay for it to be injured by itself alone, but it's dragging the human pillars down with it. Doesn't it look familiar? Green Spirit pointed to the mask on Orochi's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Foam first stopped his gaze, and then his bones were creeped out. What she didn't expect was for Kakuto to be transformed into a monster. Well, I've got to go out and check on Snake's research, so I'll see you in a bit. Qing Ling waved her hand and disappeared. The village, cheering. It is said that Orochimaru and Scorpion researched it overnight and managed to develop the first martial arts ninjutsu modified with swords. And according to Qing Ling's introduction on the scroll, he named it Flying Sword. Chapter 76, Flying Sword. Just fly. The plaza. Scorpion and Orochimaru stood far away. The two seemed to have split up once again from the moment the collaboration was temporarily completed. After all, there are still respective studies, one to continue with eldritch research and one to delve into the possibilities of puppetry. The Budo Ninjutsu was a collaborative project between the two, and further refinement would require the arrival of Tout as well. Instead, a flying sword hanging in midair looked extremely dazzling. The body of the sword was all of a piece, emitting a faint stream of light. Apparently it's a high-tech crystallization of martial arts chakra. The crowd sighed as they gathered around the sword, seemingly unable to see anything unique about it. Only Ninji opened his white eyes and saw through the fact that there was chakra flowing in it, and there are at least 3 different trajectories, which means there are at least 3 programs responding here. Why does a sword have to be so complicated? Ninji was puzzled in his mind. A small fox, the size of a palm, had jumped onto his shoulder. Did the flying sword make it? Scorpion gave Orochimaru a cold look as soon as Green Spirit asked. The relationship between the two seems to be really bad. After all, with Orochimaru's character, he prefers his spirit and body to live forever together. Scorpion's method of transforming it into a nucleus, as well as turning it into a golem, has not been well received by Orochimaru. For this reason the two have been in an open and shut battle. Lord Spirit's Shadow. The flying sword should be considered a preliminary success according to your drawings and leveling arrangement, and counts as a primary martial arts ninjutsu. Junior Budo Ninjutsu? The exact drawings are documented in scrolls, and not many people have actually seen them except for Orochimaru and Scorpion. Upon hearing that there were still standards, the crowd looked around the room, trying to find one that really got it. The result was invariably a shake of the head. Primary Budo Ninjutsu, which are refined and capable of being infused with one's mental control, have multiple possibilities and power, and incorporate chakra and regeneration cores. Advanced Budo Ninjutsu, which needs to be more refined, means having something that can threaten a village, and will also further strengthen the fit with the owner, which you can interpret as a Rokudo Senin's Ninjutsu, the ultimate martial arts ninjutsu, which requires the possession of an existence known as an artifact spirit. The ninjutsu is also capable of becoming stronger on its own, learning ninjutsu on its own, and possessing a powerful battlefield even if its owner is not capable of doing anything with his or her hands. Letting the ninjas fight on their own, and learning jutsu, creating and absorbing chakra on your own? How is that possible? Preppy ninjas would never believe such an outrageous setup. Next, more than 30 flying swords hung behind Orochimaru, interlacing until they converged into a sword formation. The flying sword possesses a modified nucleus in it, by which it can not only replenish chakra on its own, but also add a branding with your mental power, so that anyone who touches it and uses it will be perceived by you within a certain range. The flying sword could also fly at will and constantly track attacks. By the way, I've also set up 2 additional jutsu in there, which are already highly attained in the beginner's martial arts ninjutsu. At the same time, the flying swords also support multiple flying swords cooperate, because the arrangement set up inside, according to the number of different flying swords, can be formed into different sword formations by themselves, increasing the power. Orochimaru flicked his finger. The flying sword was immediately covered with wind attribute chakra on its surface, further increasing its speed and power, and even the sound of breaking air could be heard. With a gesture of his hand, the flying sword instantly hovered in mid-air, and a remote chakra interface appeared in front of Orochimaru as well. Blast! Boom! More than 30 flying swords exploded at the same time at his command, and even with their terrifying power in mid-air, they still triggered a shockwave that made the reserve ninjas have to raise their hands to block it with chakra. It's horrible. Attack, accelerate, detect, and even self-destruct to keep enemies from taking it. So many features, it's simply impossible not to be impressed. Flying swords can be made to match 1 per person in our Sirin Shinobi village, but after being gotten by an enemy, an energy source must be triggered to make them self-destruct. In addition, every flying sword, after arriving, should follow the instructions and leave its own spiritual brand. If there is already a brand residue, then the probability is that it is a second-hand flying sword. As Orochimaru finished speaking, dozens more flying swords dangled behind him. Watching it makes people keep gagging. Ha! Scorpion just couldn't look at it anymore. He knew that martial arts ninjutsu were not bad, and that it was nothing more than a handful of 9 oxen to use for fighting. His puppets could also be modified with the experience and imitation of the inside, especially the branding move. Being able to use the yin-yang escape technique and operate remotely, if the branding is utilized in advance, as well as the direction of the chakra vein, a scroll of ninjutsu is left behind, or a big formation of multiple puppets. That's simply better. Unfortunately, these need to be researched further. When that day comes, he won't even need to operate on his own. Intelligent puppets that can destroy any obstruction on their own. Shallow-sighted, Scorpion couldn't stand to listen and interrupted Orochimaru's bragging. Flying swords, the most important thing is still flying. Not only can individual flying swords take people's heads, but also can be formed into a sword array that doubles its power. However, One of the most basic requirements that Spirit Shadow gives us is that the flying sword should be able to fly. Not only can he fly himself, but he can also make the flying sword owner fly. Spirit Shadow calls it sword flight. He leapt up and behind him dozens of flying swords flew out from his space scrolls. The young man wore a long robe and stood on top of the flying sword, standing in the air. Standing tall, he naturally gave off a feeling of invincibility. Orochimaru scoffed at this. He thinks it needs to be more subtle and smart and feature-rich. Scorpion, on the other hand, is much more stable and long-lasting, as if it were a puppet in perfect synergy. The different pursuits of the two meant that the flying swords also had different tendencies. So it is, Ninji muttered to himself, the chakra patterns inside. For the purpose of realizing different functions, the cold sword, can it also change its destiny? Perhaps. Flying swords don't have their own consciousness, but I'm not a flying sword, so naturally I can't tell. Xingling said casually, then won't you be able to have a thunder flying sword, a fire flying sword, or even a water sword in the future? Ninji couldn't believe what kind of world that was. There are flying swords all over the sky. Will there be flying sword accidents? Be bold. The future doesn't have to go only toward what you see, Green Spirit said, his tail wagging around, unintentionally, perhaps, with your white eyes as an advantage. You can be more precise with the chakra in your body so that it can be equalized at each quenching. If you look at it with the help of the white eye's innate ability to sense and observe the chakra in your body, you can completely fill in a deficiency. In that case, you can do your best with every promotion, and you will definitely be stronger at the same level. Harden to make up for every flaw with the advantage of a white eye. Be the strongest in your class. Ninji was so shocked by what he heard that he couldn't help but have tears welling up in his eyes. He thought to himself that this must be the cultivation method that Xingling had expended his energy to come up with for him. The sky. Orochimaru also stepped on his flying sword and stood in the sky. Due to the fact that most of the powerhouses were on a mission, the reserve ninjas all watched the scene adoringly. There were only a few lazy guys whispering on the roof. It's pretty average. I sure don't need it. Old Violet stood on the eaves of the house, indicating that she didn't need any flying swords at all. Yes, these are all things outside the body. Only one's own strength is truly strong, Han said confidently. Once I learn all of their village's knowledge of chakra martial arts theories, I'll bring back all the information. Until evening, the new 10 tails spit out Maple. Before the young girl had a chance to adjust to the power within her, she saw flying swords roaming the sky. She felt as if she had traveled to another world. People's laughter is not about her, because out of village people, they don't deserve flying swords. This day, flying swords became a means of transportation for thousands of families. Chapter 77, Hiroshi vs. Hiroshi, Prologue to the Era. Tonight is the summer festival. Want to go see the fireworks? At some point, Aiello appeared beside Keed. Fireworks? The 5 major shinobi villages have already had their meeting and will most likely make a move on you at any time. Keed didn't understand. Right now what the Aori ninja village should be doing wasn't to put up a good defense? Don't worry. The Spirit Shadow said that those are just dirt. Life is more important. And I'm going to fulfill the same task that the Spirit Shadow-sama has arranged for you to participate in our village's summer festival. So it is. Keed thought to herself. So it wasn't worrying about waiting for her here. It was simply for the mission. That Orochi with 6 heads and 6 tails is your village's former rebel shinobi. Kakuto, Nanao reminded Maple. Well, but why have we become stronger? Is it because the Spirit Shadow has other plans? Keed followed beside Meilu and strolled through the night-filled village. A lantern, and a Kongming lantern on the grass in the distance. Crashing on top is a small note with the expectations of life in people's hearts. To keep my mother in better health until I go to the land of earth to fetch her. Reikage-sama, make sure you protect the village and the land of spirit. Brother, Xiaoyu gets enough to eat every day. She won't go hungry like before. Are you okay in heaven? Maple's wings flickered quickly, chasing after the Kongming lanterns and seeing the expectations of one and all people. Can we leave? The village doesn't seem to have any defenses against us, and this guy named Iara won't necessarily be able to stop me. Keed said to Nanao, her first perception of my arrows was good, but if the Aoshiren ninja village didn't accept her offer of an alliance, she would have to leave while she had the chance. You're wrong. He's far more powerful than you can imagine, and most of the people in this village can't be described by common sense. Fong, haven't you realized? The one-tailed human pillar power, even after hiding his strength, still possesses a sense of oppression that surpasses you several times over. Oppression? Several times? Keed's perception wasn't weak either, but she still didn't have the finesse of the 7-tailed Shigeki's perception. The Green Spirit Ninja village also merely looked imposing. Furthermore, there were flying swords in the sky, and those people cheered when they stood on a sword, so I really didn't know what the point was. She thought that perhaps all the smoke and mirrors of this world were meant to be fickle. He himself is no more than a maple leaf. The Takaru village might one day become as big as the Sirin Shinobu village, or it might be exterminated by a bigger village. She flew out of the Green Spirit Ninja village at an extremely fast speed, without a single person stopping her along the way. My arrow stopped blocking her from the moment she flew midair and let her go. It was as if people didn't care about her as a seven-tailed being at all. Outside the village, a figure in robes had long since reached the top of the mountain, overlooking the beautiful night view. Looks like we're in luck. Seven-tailed human pillar. Keed. Drika's Onimusha had a smile on his face, and he didn't look cute at all. Dawn. Keed hadn't expected the village to be bustling with activity, and outside the village had long been a dragnet organized by Dawn. The two sides of the six paths of pain are Minami, Jedi. On the other side is the skunk, Drika's Onijirai. Facing this lineup, Fong, who had just finished upgrading, was completely unaware of how much power he possessed, and just instinctively flew in midair, not daring to land easily. She had thought that she had escaped the 5 major shinobi villages and come to join the Sirin Shinobi village, and that these were just the means by which small villages traveled between the larger ones. It just so happens that you can also see the world at different levels. Unthinkable. This war would eventually turn into the rain-hidden village of the Land of Spirit, the Aoshirin Shinobi Village War. She had thought that the Sirin Shinobi village needed more tailed beasts. Turns out people don't care. Now that she had encountered the Dawn organization, her inner turmoil made her want to do something, and in a split second she decisively chose to turn around. Back to the Green Spirit Ninja village. That's the safe place. Want to go? One by one, the 6 paths of pain flashed out. You can't get away. Ignoring ninjutsu, absorbing chakra, Shenla Tianjiang, and Wanxian Tianyin, the group of monsters joining forces. Even the upgraded Seven Tails and Keed were just as much of a match. Keed was surrounded by pain's 6 paths in all directions, and a pair of wings quickly emerged from her body as she began to septuple tail. Go! Sand appeared in the sky at the first moment. One-tailed Shizuru Rinpoche. My arrows, hands clasped arms, eyes filled with a thick battle intent. They're strong. Keed was just about to warn, when he saw a huge tree rising from the mountain forest. Budo Shinobi, I love you, plus Shizuru's chakra, directly cast Kazuna. As the rightful student of the Green Spirit, the possessor of this blood religion limit boundary, the forest all immediately went berserk. There were more and more reserve ninjas from the Green Spirit Ninja village, forming a large circle, making this place impenetrable, and soon forming a perfect encirclement. Take advantage of the forests and mountains. There are endless layers of Kazuna and Ekadon. Is everyone here transplanted with Chikara's cells? Jedi was all puzzled inside. Strange, too strange. The Aoshirin Ninja village was full of mysteries. Interesting, our night attack has turned into a siege for them instead. With the addition of the 7 tails, this village has gathered the 5-tailed beasts. It's truly remarkable. Drika's Onimusha drew his sword and came out excited. All he wanted to do was give everyone here a big waterfall as fast as he could. Form a sword formation. Orochimaru's voice rang out. It was immediately followed by Scorpion's figure. At this time, a 3,000-meter radius had long been surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall made up of Kazuna and earthen evasion. All of them use water escape, and then attack with fire escape after they lose their footing. Hearing my arrow's order, everyone quickly cooperated. Thousands of people turned on their water escapes as if they were building an extraordinary huge swimming pool, so vast that just walking on the land made them feel in a happy mood. It was a rebellious shinobi from the Land of Spirit that they were to greet. The Sirin Ninja village is the center of the Land of Spirit. Then the disobedient hidden village is a natural place for rebel ninja to gather. This battle could also be considered a cleanup. It seems to be despised. How could Drika's Onijirai be drowned by water? What's more, his mastery of the water recluse was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Just the moment he dove into the water, whoosh! A flying sword and puppet killed directly into the water and began to chase him. District this kind of carving. Before Drika's ghost shark's words fell, more than a dozen flying swords directly exploded. Next, in the mouth of the blasted shark escapes the Oni in its fused shark muscle form. Has Scorpion become a traitor too? He sprayed a mouthful of black blood and said, the trees, the water, and even the dam of the newly constructed superbath are littered with white Jedi. Jedi, on the other hand, was ready to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, regardless of whether he lost or won. It would be just as dangerous if the Pei 6 paths struck out with all their might later on. This place is not safe, so we need to slip while we can. Mr. Jedi, long time no see. I fell and accidentally scratched Mr. Jedi. Faye flashed past Jedi's back, smoothly tossing the bloodstained bitterness to the excited Hida. You two traitors. Bringu, I'm going to reveal your identity to the public. Can you stand up to Uchiha? Jedi just wanted to curse when he saw how quickly Fitten drew the formation and got his blood. The Dawn organization now has 1 dead and 3 traitors. Good thing that Deidara guy is the most middle of the road. Shouldn't be possible. Before he could stop his thoughts, the sky over the large bath. Deidara then opened his arms wide and laughed madly. Let's have you guys underestimate my art again and say that this isn't a blood relay limit boundary for me? I have 8 chakra attributes. Why can't I have the blood relay limit boundary? Actually, Deidara is at fault for this statement. Kazuna, one of the 8 attributes he thought he had, was itself a blood relay limitation. Skunk, die with your Sharingan. Chapter 78, Bubbles and Fireflies in High Summer. Deidara laughed maniacally as he did so. A sword light cut through the sky. Sasuke Uchiha slashed through the giant toner beast with his sword. Twisting his head, he looked at the Uchiha. Next moment, the six-tailed human pillar power Hajime master took the bubble-blowing jutsu and looked at Minami in front of him. The green spirit ninja village was bustling. Unlike the bustling village, even in the shinobi world, where there is endless strife and perpetual fighting, there is a corner of the world that is so peaceful. I can't imagine that someone like you would join a group of raving lunatics. Minami didn't expect Sasuke and his party to take down Hagoromo so quickly. Hagoromo was so strong that Nagato had originally planned to personally send out the Pain 6 paths to catch him himself. I wasn't coerced by anyone. I chose to be here. Bubbles kept flying out of Haka's body. A writhing tail also began to appear behind him. Extremely corrosive acid began to spill out. Swish! The paper that converged out behind Minami formed wings, and with a single swing, hundreds of explosive charms flew out to blast against the feather's bubble technique. Just as the detonation charms blew up, Haka had long since hidden in a giant bubble, pushed away by the heat of the explosion and disappeared without a trace. Pain 6 path strikes. It quickly leveled the trees around it. Haka, who was about to run away and continue to look for an opportunity to attack, was pulled directly into the hands of Tendo Pain's Mangekyo Heavenly Attraction. Your souls, take them all. A dragon of chakra snapped into existence, stopping its breath wherever it went. This is a chakra dragon that can take souls. Is this what death feels like? Haka spread his palms and the bubble-blowing jutsu landed with a thud. The village, Hataru, who was being wrapped in the orange nine-tailed chakra, involuntarily trembled in her fingers. A firefly that flew out of the palm. If it's a moth to a flame, and why shouldn't fireflies like only bubbles? After all, whether it's the light of a firefly or the beauty of a bubble, it's only a moment. Can't live through this. This summer, one day ago, nighttime, the youth was spitting bubbles as usual, occasionally playing with the bubble toy in his hand. His name was Feather High and he was known as Foam. He likes to spit bubbles and has great strength as the Six Tails human pillar, also a renegade shinobi of the misty hidden village. Quite unluckily, he possessed a disciple he didn't recognize, called Florine. The past memories of the Blood Mist era had made him disapprove of the word master, which was like a nightmare every time he recalled it. Endless assassinations, brutal massacres. I recently heard that the 4th generation is dead, and the 5th generation is Terumi. He's also nearly 30 this year, not too far removed from Shumakato. The two had sort of grown up together in the village. He sat in the big tree, spitting out a bubble from time to time, watching the starlight add color to the bubble along with the moonlight. There is a modest village nearby called Earth Spider. Their era possessed a powerful forbidden art that possessed immense power and was capable of destroying everything in an instant. The stupid girl who thought she was his disciple now lives in the village. Takayu closed his eyes, his bangs covering half of his face but unable to stop the raging nightmare. If I could, I really didn't want to experience the misty hidden village like that, much less become a ninja. Just as Six Tails yearned for freedom, why would he not want to live freely? I wish, really, I could start a journey to go more and more places. I've heard that between the land of fire and the land of wind, there's a place called the land of spirit, which is friendly to tailed beasts and rinpakus. He figured he could pass by and look around if the trip started, but would never settle because of the insecurity. Just as he likes to sleep in big trees, because it is convenient for moving and escaping at any time, avoiding the lurking and assassination of enemies. This habit, too, was developed in the misty hidden village. Damn! Haka rolled over and continued to rest his eyes against the tree, hoping that the stupid girl wouldn't come back before he fell asleep today. He thought to himself, what a master and disciple bond. He would never have recognized such a thing. The thought of it was abhorrent. Under the tree, the girl searched carefully. She didn't know which big tree her master would be resting in tonight, but at least she had to find him first. She had long, slightly curly blonde hair and a figure that remained perfect even in the moonlight. The face is gentle and moving. Where the girl is, distinctly beautiful women in pavilions. Master, as expected, she came anyway. Haka opened his eyes and jumped straight out of the big tree. Don't say much. 2 men came to the village. They said they were here to see you. From the Sirin Shinobi village in the land of spirit. Despite Haka's seemingly high-strung and lovey-dovey nature, Hataru knew that he was a very delicate and gentle person with a delicate heart. There's the chakra of the 9 tails. Rokuroku said to Hidaka. Has the 9 tails human pillar come? It must be him. This powerful to chakra. It must be that guy, right? The 9 tails? Hidaka thought to himself, let's leave this little village after dawn, go to more distant places. As for the Green Spirit Ninja Village, he would never go there, because when the nine-tailed human pillars came up to the door of their own accord, it meant that there was a request, that their intentions were not pure, and that they were not the ones he was looking at. Then it's better to never see each other again. Master, they're right there. Firefly said happily that she always smiled and sometimes she was unhappy and didn't know what she was thinking, but most of the reason she was upset was because Haka was having nightmares. Someone's past has long been planted with a lifetime of flower seeds, and petals fly wherever they go. Some people spend their lives searching for petals that swirl to the heavens, but refuse to look down for a flower seed. Fei Gao, I'm afraid that he will never be able to get out of the blood mist in his life. She would give anything, including her life, if she could. Well, two people came to the village today. They claimed to be from the Siren Ninja Village, that fabled land of spirits, where they were said to be friendly to the tailed beasts, and were led by a teenager from the Uchiha clan, or the nine-tailed human pillar power. Firefly thought to himself, he's so much like Master, he should be unique. Dawn and the Green Spirit Shinobi Village have joined forces? It's really the same thing. Haka's first words as he stood in front of Sasuke, Deidara brought the atmosphere to freezing point. I decided to take a look at you only after I heard the spirit shadow say you're a bubble artist. I was supposed to be on a mission in Dawn that was supposed to take down the sand sculpture artist Arrows. Don't be ungrateful, you kid. Deidara glanced at him and smiled from ear to ear. After what he had just observed in the forest, this Hager, indeed, is melancholic and has the gift of being an artist beyond the norm. Teacher Changling, should we kill him and take the six tails? Sasuke's gaze was icy cold as he looked towards Hagoromo, his twin kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes, his killing aura rampant. I thought we were going to talk about it. Hotaru looked at Sasuke and Haka handily. Hold your horses, there's someone lurking around here. How about finding out first? Another voice came from within Sasuke. 9 large hands of chakra reached out from behind him and grabbed directly at the forest. An athletic figure also flashed out at the first opportunity and fled quickly. In the middle of a summer night, everything seems to be out of the ordinary. Chapter 79 Uncontrollable Forbidden Technique. Haka's request. You shoot a deuce. Don't you know who the fastest in all of Shinobi is? 9 large hands of chakra directly caught the person lurking in the shadows with one hand. His teeth were bared in his short purple hair, and he couldn't avoid it no matter how much he struggled. One of the tails changed directly into a fox head and tore off one of his legs in one bite. It hurts. You monster. The lurker broke into a fit of rage, feeling that he was just unlucky to have met Qing Ling. Shiro. This one is known in the Earth Spider Ninja Village as Shiranami, also known as the Man of the White Wave. The same person who assassinated his own father back then just to take the secret art. Small villages, not necessarily weak, they either have their own special bloodline, blood succession limit, or deeply hidden some kind of rare forbidden arts. The Earth Spider Village's forbidden art owner this term was the seemingly harmless Hotaru. After Shiro defected from the Shinobi Village, he established his own power, bent on waiting for an opportunity to retaliate, seize the forbidden arts, and dominate the world. Needless to say, he is indeed a frog in a well. Little girl, this guy is getting ready to trigger the forbidden art inside you. Green Spirit's big chakra hand tore off another one of Shiro's arms as if it were a game. If you let me go, the method of activating this forbidden technique, I will definitely tell you. Shiro was in pain to the point of madness. It was horrible. What kind of monster was this? Oh, rapidly absorbing natural energy and then releasing it. It explodes into a powerful force that is enough to destroy a shinobi village in an instant. And if one is a little careless, the forbidden art possessor may also die with it. That's terrible. However, this skill is just an advanced version of my Green Spirit Senjutsu, so when Naruto's transformation is complete, he should be able to do it. Qing Ling said, and directly dismantled him. What forbidden arts weren't worth his time? Right now, the super reincarnation born has reached its final crunch. He wasn't going to waste time doing anything else, absorbing natural energy and then releasing it quickly? If you haven't studied Senjutsu and don't have a chakra dantian, it can be dangerous. Sasuke sniffed and spoke to Hotaru. Immortal magic? Chakra dantian? Both seemed to be beyond the reach of the ordinary, and the latter he had never heard of. Immortal arts are something that can only be learned in places like the Dragon Earth Cave and the Myriad Wood Mountain. Another place not to be mentioned because there are precedents for the first two. The last one is simply a mystery. The only one that could be a possibility is Naruto Hatsune Mikoto, I guess, but it's only a suspicion. He was obviously a little nervous when Rokiroko said that to Haka. What? If you can't learn both, won't Inging be in danger? Could die at any time. Haka, who had always disapproved of this disciple, could no longer deceive his heart. Is there any way out? Rhino Dog, there is. If you have a tailed beast-level body, and an equally massive amount of chakra, then you can displace its forbidden jutsu, but the moment that is transferred into you, you will also blow up straight away, at an extremely high level of danger, draining my chakra to use for transfer first. Then use an equal amount of chakra to ensure against the dangers of a forbidden art going out of control. Isn't that the equivalent of needing 2 six-tails chakra? Once the transfer was complete, the six-tailed rhinoceros dog would become weak. How could it be replenished quickly? Haka knew that this was simply a fool's errand. Master, I'll be fine, Hataru giggled. But Haka had long ago looked up the forbidden arts in all seriousness. Fruity. When he discovered the forbidden art, it was difficult for him to say anything for a while. What's the point of that fairy magic? He asked Sasuke rhetorically. The natural energy that can be absorbed can be controlled to make her safer. What about the chakra danda? Haka pursued. Storing chakra, as well as boosting her own potential and physique to be able to control chakra better. Her life will be completely worry-free by then. I can't believe it. Haka mentally asked the six-tailed rhino dog if there was such a strange secret technique in the world. The answer given by Strange was a resounding no. I've heard that Tsunade, one of the 3 Konoha ninja, has developed a Hyakuo no Jutsu that allows for powerful chakra bursts when necessary, most likely similar to a chakra danten. It had only been 20 years since Hagoromo and Hagoromo had been together, but before that, he had had his human pillars, and had lived through the demigod Hanzo, and that later era when the Konoha Sannin had truly risen to prominence. Even during the demigod Hanzo's strongest period, the 3 Kiba ninjas were only barely formed, and did not each have their own jutsu that later rivaled the world's greats. Immortality, Senjutsu, and Hyakuo no Jutsu were all truly learned after being called Senjutsu by Hanzo. Good thing rhino dogs live long enough. Che, I wish I could blow this place up. Deidara was annoyed when she heard their conversation. It was so abrasive. If you want to fight, fight. With the Senjutsu Naki chapter plus the Chakra Danten and being able to do this forbidden art, you can increase the power of the explosion and it's at the level of a random village. Qingling's casual remark raised Deidara's interest. Reikage-sensei, can you let the 9-tailed chakra seed inside me just gestate to completion? I want to use the 9-tailed chakra to blow up the Iwakunin village. Deidara's expression twisted with laughter. Quiet. Go back and teach you some stunts. Yes. Deidara was happy with himself, and the increase in attributes, as well as the fact that his chakra had doubled several times made him even happier. Coupled with the enhancement of his strength from chakra budo, Deidara is frantically developing a true Bakudo of his own. He was going to create a detonating clay with all attribute chakras mixed together. The village. It was the first time people had seen Haka look so discouraged. You guys just leave? Village entrance. Sasuke, Deidara, and the others say goodbye to the villagers here after Aoshiro crushes Shiro. Or what? To fight? Sasuke looked at him coldly. Since I don't want to leave with them, I'll just leave each one in peace. Even Qingling was not willing to trouble others. You informed me of the existence of the forbidden arts, and then turned around and took care of the mastermind behind the scenes, leaving a mess behind. In order to not leave us with only you to rely on? How could Haka trust them so easily? He grew up living in the mist village can be turned into a blood mist overnight, and even his most respected master can become a crazy person who kills like life. How can he recognize we didn't say anything, it's your choice. Sasuke paused, stopping under the moon again. I heard that the Dawn organization is hunting down the human pillars. We met their members on the road and ran away too fast to chase them. Dawn's organization? Haka knew that if the Sirin ninja village could find him, then the Dawn organization must be able to as well. If he stayed in the Earth Spider ninja village any longer, he would definitely bring danger to everyone. If we get Hataru saved, what will it take to get me to go on any special missions? Haka's past experience had taught him that everything comes at a price. He couldn't let Inging live in danger. Yes, of course there's a mission. The fox, dressed in a green robe, crawled along in the moonlight, his voice like a murmur, uninviting. Chapter 80, Old car dumped on the road. Night road. A village of people panicked in their carts. A golem pulls a cart and transports these people. They would not have wanted to leave the village where they were born and raised for many years, but the visitor told them that all sorts of dangers would follow. There would also be a presence like the DA organization that specializes in starting wars and assassinations, in order to save their lives, and with all reluctance, they too began to migrate. Hagoromo was sitting in the same cart as Hataru, Sasuke, and Deidara. The curtains hung down. The atmosphere was awkward to the core. He had thought that the mission given by Qingling should be dangerous, but he hadn't expected that the mission given by Qingling would actually be to take the entire village to take refuge. As long as you can migrate to the neighborhood of the Aori Shinobi village, let Hataru learn the true Aori Senjutsu and have the opportunity to open up a chakra dantian. Haka hates being in danger, and for the sake of the villagers, especially Hataru's life, he has to agree for now. Escorting villagers to live in another place they've never been before? Haka lowered his head and allowed the cart to move slowly. Is the Sirin ninja village really good for Rinpoche? Seeing that Sasuke was high-strung and seemed to be just as uncommunicative as her master, Hotaru asked Deidara, who was comparatively more approachable. Of course, I'm the nine-tailed human pillar, and the spirit shadow is my teacher. Deidara pointed to herself, spreading both hands out, with her tongue still spitting clay out of her palm's mouth. When the nine-tailed seed inside me truly grows, I will be able to incorporate the nine-tailed chakra into my clay, and I will blow up the world and let the gods witness my art. Feeling as if she was asking the wrong person, Natsuko hurriedly closed her mouth and sat quietly, not moving a muscle. Deidara looked glumly out the window, drifting out of focus. This is thinking time for the artist. Early morning, they had been traveling all night, and it was amazing how more and more people were gathering on this main road. The golem that Qing Ling had borrowed from Scorpion early in the day had spared a few more to pull the carts for these weary people. Where are you guys from and why are you with us? The people in the village of Earth Spider thought it strange to see someone dressed in rags and having to drag their family along. Could it be that the Dawn organization was targeting more than just their Earth Spider village? Don't you guys know this? Must have skipped class to the Green Spirit Shinobi village. My distant cousin lives there and is doing quite well. Seeing as you look similar to us, you should have fled the country as well. The enthusiastic voices of these people woke up Haka in the cart. He didn't make a sound, just listened to them quietly. We live in the mountain wilderness and don't rely on those daimyo, but we usually don't leave the village in order to keep them from finding out. And coupled with a small harvest and a lack of some necessities, we're only getting by. It's true that the people of the Earth Spider Ninja village are having an average time. In order not to be at the mercy of the daimyo and to protect the forbidden arts, they had to live in the mountains by themselves. Yes, this is not the way to go. When the daimyo's fields are getting bigger and bigger, sooner or later they will open up to you, and there's no use hiding. The farmer who had fled to the Green Spirit Ninja village said, but it's the same everywhere in the world. Last year my youngest daughter left because of a sudden cold fever. Our village has limited medical care, and we didn't save her. What do you guys usually eat? Rice balls? Onigirai. The last time I ate it was half a month ago. Last year's harvest didn't work, so I have to save some, or I'll starve in winter. That's okay. The last time I ate dinner dough was when I was a kid on my birthday. My parents saved it for me for a long time. Onigirai. You have to wrap a piece of rice in seaweed, which is delicious, and usually people wrap it in pickled sour plums, or if they are wealthy, grilled fish. A gnocchi is not hard to come by. It was just that the vast majority of it was to be given to the daimyo, and the rest was to be used to barely cover the stomach. If you want to eat a rice ball in pain, you have to find a time to do it. It was good that the people of the village of Earth Spiders avoided the daimyo and were better off, but the place where they lived was somewhat barren, and the harvests were poor, and they had to prepare for the cold winter and the coming year. Life could have been better, without the big names who are sitting on their asses. The men were silent, they did not yet know what the fate of tomorrow would be. That Siren Ninja village you guys are talking about, is it really that powerful? The people of the village of Earth Spiders got curious, and they also wanted to see a doctor if they had a disease, not to starve in winter, and not to worry in the coming year. I don't know, it's all the relatives who write and tell us. My mother says there's no place in the world where you can really get enough to eat. It's all a lie, but I don't believe it. I'm not willing. I'm going to take a look, even if I have to die on the way. You say, if this man lives on Earth, he must at least grit his teeth and look at the days that are only in his dreams. The man slapped the bar of the cart hard. His wife, with her yellow face, hastened to hand over a jug of water. If only the children would go and learn ninjutsu. Ninjas working for the daimyo on all sorts of missions and living a much broader life. We're not from a big family. Even if we were, how many generations could we live? It's good to be a ninja when 2 out of 10 can live to be 50. It's okay to want a full meal. That's a gamble with your life. The road is getting crowded. Actually, there were too many people from the south and north of the sky, heading towards the Aori Ninja village, the land of spirit. Midday, their group had finally stepped inside the area of the spirit country. Some people cheered, seeing an avenue that came into view. Look at that. It's so generous. Quick, get off this road. You'll die. The fugitives were suddenly too anxious to stay on the road any longer. People then woke up and fled. What road? So dangerous? Hagoromo and Hataru pulled back the curtains and looked out onto the main road. Enough for 4 carriages to drive side by side. The roads were paved with the kind of material found only in large villages, so sturdy that they looked expensive to build. There are also fences on both sides of the road. Inside the fence is a railroad track. Indeed, according to the past practice, this kind of road must not be for them people to walk on. It must be a road exclusively for daimyo, right? How are they qualified? Damn it! Haka squeezed the car rail in indignation. Master, Hataru looked worried, not wanting to upset Haka. Woohoo! Steam boiled over and the hooter sounded. A steam train went by quickly on the tracks on the other side of the main road. The timid children wailed. The adults were already numb. But at this moment they were standing still, not knowing what to do. Not a moment too soon. On the other track, a train in the opposite direction sped by, parked next to them. Have you fled from the outside? A small stop, a place regarded by all as a resting place for the daimyo. The train stopped. The people looked at each other in disbelief. They were afraid of being expelled from the area. I'm from Sirin Shinobu Village. I'm on duty today, so if you're going to Sirin Shinobu Village, then get on the bus and bring your family and luggage. It was developed by Orochimaru and Scorpion, the scientists of the village, who originally thought such things were pointless, but Lord Spirit Shadow retained it, allowing for further extension and remodeling of the big guy, and it leads in all directions, just short of the path of the rain-hidden village, but they seem to be reluctant, and are always very exclusive of us, even though they are clearly technologically advanced. The man said cheerfully before the crowd panicked and got into the car. The escapees sat in their seats and listened to the hum as the train drove on. A broken wheelbarrow was left on the road. People went from fear to surprise to cheering. Haka looked out the window as the sun left the top of his head and headed off into the distance. The sun is going down again. The moon will also be up at that time. Hopefully, there won't be too much danger. Chapter 81, When I Wake Up. Will you look at the stars? The steam engine, as a product of Orochimaru and Scorpion's research, asked to stay by the green spirit. People seem to find more conveniences as technology metamorphosed over and over again, then more complex and subtle martial arts ninjutsu, and highly concentrated elixirs. What really needs attention is still how it is utilized. Apparently, big roads, steam trains, and all sorts of factories that depended on steam power were coming up. Only, it's not coal they're relying on. Rather, it's chakra, as an inexhaustible source of energy in this world. The so-called steam engine is actually based on the nucleus created by Scorpion, and the energy is divided into 3 equal parts by subtle instruments according to the guidance of the green spirit immortal technique of nascent soul. Introduced into a steam engine, steam is created due to the pressure of the senjutsu chakra bursts that explode with natural energy when used. The green spirit ninja village was soaring forward at a pace that surpassed the times. Just like this chakra steam train, if you go too slow, you're likely to be completely left behind. Hagoromo and Hataru. The villagers of one village after another gazed in amazement at the large trees along the way. They saw orchards, wheat fields, stockyards and farms, saw the factories that ran on chakra steam engines, and the teenagers who ran through this era, hoofing it. Master, the green spirit ninja village. It's really strange. Inging couldn't hide the joy in his heart. The affluence here had long since surpassed any village they had ever seen. The so-called 5 major ninja villages were only larger in scale, and were nothing compared to the richness and beauty of the green spirit ninja village. The sun is going away. Sasuke leaned against the window, Deidara beside him droning on about a new formula. He vowed to fuse all kinds of chakra into the blood relay limit, and then fuse a new super blood relay elimination, so that his future perfect Bakudan will be the most beautiful fireworks in this world. Do you think the sun could also be something that's about to explode at any moment? And if such a power were to explode, how strong it would be, Deidara said excitedly. Look to the sun as if you were gazing at the masterpiece of the universe. The train stops at the Eirin Shinobu village terminal. These people walked off the train in a hurry, following Sasuke and Deidara to a pickup point. Come and write your name. How many people are in your family? And it will be registered according to the names of your family members, and what country and what village you have been in. What would it be? Age, illness, or raw body discomfort in yourself and your family? The staff member took out a bunch of papers but didn't hand them out. It was like he was waiting for something. I don't know how to write a name. And isn't writing something that only the sons of ninja clans and daimyo are qualified to do? It's hard to imagine that these people have never even had access to books in their lives. They were anxious and uneasy, and some even beat a retreat. I only know how to farm. Am I going to be kicked out? My children often have red marks on their skin. Ah, am I going to be kicked out for saying this? People looked at the truth teller with nervous eyes, thinking, he's definitely done for. You know how to farm? Is it possible for you to plant someone else's land for nothing? The people in the farmhouse that we saw on the train were all dressed for work, but they were all very decent, not even patched, and certainly not in the same category as them. The child, seeing his honest father anxious and worried, also cried, "Don't drive my father away. Don't drive us away." See this scene. The staff member's brow furrowed as usual, and a heartbreaking look appeared in his eyes. But soon the writing flew up, fast and furious. Don't be in a hurry. I was originally a Nakanin of the sand-hidden village in the land of wind, but now I'm a reserve ninja here, training and working at the same time. Just tell us what you have, and we'll make arrangements. With as much gentleness as he could muster, he brought them back to their composure. People will speak up. The sun was fading, like an ancient monarch bidding farewell to his frontier. These people were arranged to come to a new neighborhood and placed in different residences according to the size of their respective populations. Adults have to undergo vocational training, and when they are familiar with it, they can get jobs according to their specialties. But before that, those with a disease will be treated. As for going to the Ninja Academy for elementary school, this was a term that they had never even heard of. The center of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, under the tree that brings hope to all, Hagoromo and Hataru stood with apprehension in their hearts. Following Sasuke, Deidara arrives at the underground chamber. Aoshiro-sensei has gone into a deep sleep. He says everything is at a critical juncture, but he'll provide some of the chakra for us to use ahead of time. This girl called Hataru. You will need to break out of your cocoon with the six-tailed human pillar force, Hagoromo. Because of your forbidden technique, it may take a longer time, Naruto said seriously. It was rare for him to be this serious, and when he saw the look on his face, Sasuke realized the gravity of the situation. Lord Spirit Shadow, are you there? Deidara shouted at Sasuke's stomach. I'm just the doppelganger. The main body is experiencing a huge chakra drain, and when the time comes, we will help him as well, and that will mean, then, the time of the real crisis. The Green Spirit Nine Tails, which was hidden deep inside Sasuke's body, said, "Oh, Lord Spirit Shadow will be fine. He said he'd teach me nuclear transportation." Adoration filled Deidara's gaze. When he thought of the scene depicted by Qingling, he couldn't help but want to give it a small try. You guys go ahead and start. I'm already sensing hostility. Sasuke could sense several very strong chakra fluctuations outside the village, harboring strong hostile intent. Sensei said that it should be the entire Shao organization that's coming, which also includes your brother, and that he had Orochimaru and Scorpion build this blade just for you, Naruto said. Oh, Sasuke knew that the normally extremely optimistic Naruto was nervous enough to prove that the matter of the Aoi spirit was far more serious than he made it out to be. He took the long, delicate and perfect chakra blade, Hagoromo. Hataru walks into the belly of the new 10 tails with great reluctance. Here they likewise saw the Orochi. Unlike the 6 tails that 7-tailed human pillar power Kid had seen, it was less than 10 minutes before Kid walked out of here. The Yamanano Orochi is already nurturing the 7th tail and the 7th head. There's the scent of the 9 tails, 1 tail, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails here, and I sense they're all in the village at the same time as well, so it's safe here, and it's definitely possible to leave. The 6-tailed rhinoceros dog said seriously. He could sense that the Green Spirit Nine Tails wasn't the 9 llamas, but the tailed beasts in the village were sending him messages of safety. Master, when I wake up, let's go look at the stars together. Aang gave a cute smile. Haka didn't answer, just gave a slight nod. The sun sets and the moon rises, when the bright moon is high. Awakening from his new 10-tailed body, Haka sensed the battle outside the village. He glanced back, and Hataru was still healing. Outside the new 10 tails, Deidara is rolling clay. Sasuke gripped the long sword at his waist and glanced at him before twisting his head toward the outskirts of the village. There, the battle had begun. Chapter 82, People who deluded themselves into becoming gods. Are death and wandering mere meaningless human wanderings to you? Haka's cold comment made Sasuke draw his sword straight away. What are you talking about? We can die, but never drift. At our feet is the Eirin Ninja Village, the land of spirit, a place for those poor people who have no place to live to get out of the rain. Sasuke slashed out. This specially crafted long sword that combined the fruits of Orochimaru and Scorpion's technology clearly birthed a power that far exceeded that of ordinary martial arts ninjutsu. Green Spirit named it Green Spirit's Blade. To Sasuke, this blade was the bond between the Aoi spirit and him. Moonlight. He slashed through the enemy's attack and stood in front of the Uchiha. When Kaleidoscope Rider's eye meets Kaleidoscope Rider's eye, the skunk's eyes were filled with approval. It was so nice that his cute little brother finally had a future of his own. So, one cannot follow the so-called destiny. SAS give. What are you talking about? I know the truth about everything, but let me forgive you unless. Sasuke didn't know what to say as he quickly dodged out of the way of Sharuto's weapon attack next to him. The human path instantly appeared behind him and tried to attack his soul. My teacher told everything about you, but so what? He's going to live or die now because of your fault. It wasn't that Sasuke didn't know the truth. After all, Qingling had told him a long time ago. It was just that the price was too expensive for him to afford. That is, the dead Uchiha clan or not, including the relatives killed by Uchiha Weasel. The girl who died in the moon reading will be resurrected. And the cost? Has anyone ever considered? Ah, that fox, who restores everything, naive as a child. The price was his life. A hand of chakra quickly reached out behind Sasuke, and Nine Tails caught Mamoru as soon as he could. The hungry ghost road immediately appears to devour Nine Tails' chakra. Unforgivable. Those of you who think you're carrying all the weight, but let the guys who really deserve to die live high on the hog. For what? Only my teacher, Qingling, loses her own life while one witnesses a miracle. Sasuke incarnates in 9 Llama mode. He doesn't have Naruto's talent for senjutsu, but he's good enough to rise above the average. At the moment absorbing the energy from nature, fusing the chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio. The massive chakra and his anger polished the skill he had honed for so long to perfection. Nine Tails stood up. He was inside Nine Tails while Nine Tails was clad in the armor of Susanoo. The feathered wings were cast with it. As the Zoiker's assistant gripped the long blade, Susanoo also held a long sword in his hand, cut through all the sin and darkness. At this moment, when Nine Tails in his Susanoo armor stood tall, Sasuke also looked at Pain Rokuto with icy eyes. Leave this place to me. You have your own enemies. Naruto appeared beside him with his arms wrapped around him, his twin mutant white eyes having long since changed pupils. 9 Llama Immortal Mode. Naruto was hidden inside the 9 llamas and wore a chakra trenchcoat under which 9 tails also extended. Not only fox ears, but 9 tails of their own. This is his further extension of the Think 9 Llama Immortal model. The moment the two Budo ninjas appeared here, even Nagato didn't realize how dangerous things were. I can only beat you all and send off the teacher. Martial art, Senjutsu Spiral Maru Air Rain. While the huge immortal 9 Llama was rubbing his hands together in 2 huge spiral pills, the 9 tails behind him were also condensing spiral pills in each of them. This power that contains Senjutsu Chakra, 9 Tails Chakra, and Naruto Chakra belonged only to Budo Chakra in this moment. Tailed Beast Jade. With 11 Super Senjutsu Spiral Maru plus Tailed Beast Jade, Naruto transformed into a super artillery powerful enough to blast everywhere in the entire shinobi world and hit wherever he pointed. Ridiculous. Do you really think this bluff will be powerful? Pain Tendo stepped in and was just about to use Shinra Tendo when a Super Senjutsu spiral pill big enough to be half the size of a village smashed in. The sound of fragmentation rang out so loud that even the chakra-absorbing Hungry Ghost Road couldn't eat it. Jigakudo summons the Hellmouth and quickly revives Tendo Pain. Just this moment, Jiraiya in immortal mode, with 2 Toad Immortals standing on his shoulders, and a spiral pill that sends him straight up into the sky. Die. Scraps. The brow surfaced in seals Tsunade with a strange force to hammer Dao directly into a punch, and reversed it into a painful sky kick. Scary. Someone is stopping my immortality, and by the looks of it, a disciple of Jiraiya. Orochimaru glanced at Minami and Tendo Pain, who had just blasted out of nowhere, and spat out hundreds of flying swords from his tongue, sending Shiruto's weapon flying straight through his heart with 100 swords. To take the golem's soul? Perhaps. You can create a memory for him. Scorpion's 3rd generation wind shadow puppet along with dozens of battle puppets, all modified in the manner of Budo ninjutsu, surrounded the earthly path that could take a person's soul and memories. Like to eat chakra? Then you have to have absolute speed, right? Kakashi stood up from behind the Hungry Ghost Road, the katana in his hand long since sheathed. The mastery of the Hagi family, the art of the sword passed down by his father, White Teeth, was finally perfectly replicated under Budo. An explosion rang out. The dragon of chakra roared and killed Naruto to take his soul. Sand. Is there a soul? The flying sand that covered the sky like a big net smashed down directly on the chakra dragon. Sand-bound beer. Maple Body looked like a normal person in the midst of all these monsters. 1 tail, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails are all here. The foam roiling in the distance was constantly chasing Minami. She rushed after it as well, not giving it any leeway. Is it inevitable to fight even here? Old Violet's voice appeared, followed by the figure of the 4-tailed Monkey King. I'm interested in steam engines and have the option of becoming a steamer if I play this one. Heat rose from Han's body while he was transformed into King Mu. 4 tails, 5 tails in battle. After a bombardment of beyond spiral pills, Tailed Beast Jade followed. Nagato, who originally thought he was 100% suppressed, how could he not expect that he didn't even use the ground-exploding Heavenly Star? And that Rokuto Pain had been destroyed, just when he was deep in the shadows and decided to show up in person. Minami has been eliminated by Kid, Hagoromo, and Rosasha teaming up. Good on. Minami, who followed the crowd into battle, was only a paper doppelganger. The real her is actually guarding Nagato. Still, this battle was far beyond the crowd's expectations. Jedi's main body is trapped by Fiden, and there's Bandito to add to the mix. Drikazanajirai escaped from the water and watched as Weasel and Sasuke were blasting away at each other with their Susanoo. Rokuto Pain and Minami on the bright side are dead. He immediately felt a sense of reality seeming to collapse. Look at all these people. Each one of them fights and zooms in like it's a game. Are they sure they're still ninjas? Don't you all need to seal? There are only 5 people left in the Dawn organization, but they have to make enemies with the 6-tailed beast human pillars, the 3 Kiba ninjas, Kakashi Hagi, half of the Dawn organization's former teammates, and the 4th generation Wind Shadow. Try asking, does this fit the basic laws of chakra? Unlimited monthly readings? Drikazanamusha now felt like he had an illusion in his eyes. Together with the reserve ninjas, Ninji maintained the outer layer of this battlefield with his Earth Escape and Kizuna. He didn't lose the slightest bit of his mind when he saw those beyond human jutsu, Instead, there was a sense of, well, cheerfulness, as he too would eventually become one of the monsters. Wavewind Mizukata walked past him in a flash of light. Only left people with delusions of godhood. Chapter 83, The Death of Qingling. The moon is like a painting, outlining the 9 heavens above and the underworld below. When the winds of despair blow away in the height of summer, knives and swords, unveiling the old days, the teenagers chasing God stood in dismayed uncertainty, not knowing what to do. The 6-tailed beasts and the human pillars, Scorpion, Deidara, Haiden, and Bandito, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kakashi, Rosa, and I Love You. A single figure stood under this moon, and with these forces, it was enough to invade the entire shinobi world in one night. However, everything is framed here. Oh Sasuke, I'm going to disappear. Beneath the Susanoo, the massive chakra figure of the 9 tails slowly disappeared. Teacher Qingling. Sasuke drew his sword and came out, his Susanoo in full form. Even after disarming the mighty suit, he was still in existence infinitely close to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. At this moment, the hatred in his heart prolonged once again, and the power of his kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes was still rising. Already reached the limit? Such words, I can't understand it at all. One day, children, the flames will once again burn this vast grassland, and I will, at that moment, reappear. When I leave, the daimyo will fear that you will coalesce again, and so will build you humble houses. When I leave, the daimyo will stand across the sea, seemingly welcoming but in fact leaving you gradually weakened. When I am gone, this world is but a flower that withers, yet there is always the will to bloom in the hearts of those who wake first. A seed is eclipsed in this moment. Joshinna, Wave Wind Watergate also sensed the disappearance of the 9-tailed chakra in his body, recondensing it into a seed that stood there silently. Naruto, don't be afraid. With your current strength, even without a sensei, you'll be able to defeat your enemies just the same. A martial arts chunin, but it's an existence that surpasses the version. Naruto froze in place. He had sensed where Nagato and Minami were really hiding, but at the moment, he didn't even want to move. Has that horrible power disappeared? Dreykus Onimusha couldn't believe that the green spirit, who could be strong enough to tailed beastize at least 4 people at once, would have a moment of weakness. He never wanted to ask the world to claim anything. The Uchiha felt that unique will of the green spirit. The village, even all over the land of spirit, people felt the chakra seed in their bodies, which was radiating some kind of compassion, and couldn't help but feel sad. Soon, even the chakra that came from the green spirit disappeared from their bodies, but fortunately they had hardened their bodies themselves and contained some of the chakra in their meridians. Plus there was also chakra originating from the 10 tails, Oratsutsuki Kagaya's faction, so it was just as safe and sound. And the heart is empty. Little Jiraiya, that pure natural energy in the air has diminished, the toad granny said with a sad expression as she stood on Self's shoulder. So the fox who just has to bring antics to the world, tease the world, and slaughter the gods is going to die before the prophecy after all? The little old toad couldn't help but be sad. Jiraiya wanted to say something, and how could he not feel the chakra seeds inside him? The previous trial and error of observing what was in the end nothing more than his goodwill towards Qingling. It was so hard to recognize a guy who could change the shinobi world together. How could he just disappear? Finally, gone were the eyes on one of the statues scattered throughout the village. The land of spirit. Both Deidara and Scorpion were glum at the sight. You promised to teach me the nuclear transportation, Deidara muttered. The nuclei are silent. The seeds are withered. Scorpion looked to the outer levels, where his parents were fortifying the battlefield. Still alive and well. He won't die. He won't die. This guy possesses countless cards. He's a true god. He's the best specimen of eternal life and immortality. How can such a guy die? Orochimaru grew more and more frantic, and it seemed to him that the green spirit had entered a state of complete metamorphosis. Once the metamorphosis was complete, it would only become more powerful. Yes, how can a teacher die so easily? She can bring the dead back to life. Light appeared in Naruto's eyes. The 9-tailed chakra was long gone from his body, but his eyes gradually transformed into the pupils of a fox. Senjutsu chakra surged into his body, and once again 9 tails sprouted behind him, and fox ears appeared. This is the true green spirit immortal mode. Naruto in his cape and Sasuke within his Susanoo looked at each other. My arrow, Old Violet, Han, Hagoromo, and Keed lined up in a row. The 5-tailed beasts joined forces with them. Never trust a teacher to die like this. Let these enemies remember his name and will forever before he returns again. The chakra in Naruto's body continued to explode. The chakra that had coalesced into a liquid within the chakra dantian was constantly burning. The 8 gates of transportation. The 7th gate, the surprise gate is open. Green Spirit Immortal Mode plus 8 gates of evil. The powerful explosive enhancement of physical arts, coupled with the moves of ninjutsu, combining absolute force and ki, form and spirit. And on top of the explosions, incorporating jutsu that tends to be extreme. This is a martial art that turns the impossible into the possible. Exactly the technique of martial arts. Naruto transformed into an orange and blue fused tunic. Ninetales' Dome Heavenly Cannon. He transformed himself into a fire cannon. And Day Tiger's air cannon combined with Spiral Maru as he transformed into a speeding Ninetales. Ninetales has a giant senjutsu Spiral Maru on his mouth. This was the martial art that was enough to destroy the world once touched. Is this Chakra Budo? As a tailless-tailed beast, Gon Keiki Oniai Shark, facing the five-tailed beast human pillars in his own Sailor Muscle fusion form is simply a fool's errand. Jedi is trapped by Bandito's dual kamikazes and the constant self-abuse of Fidden. It's awesome. The great Lord Evil God went into slumber. This will be a new awakening, Fidden said as he gave himself a cut. Jedi had tried to escape with his mayfly technique, but was unable to connect directly with the earth, flowers, and trees as Bandito's divine power twisted space. Just worship that stupid fox. Why are you making fun of me? Jedi cracked up. Fidden was sacrificing, but he was the one who was hurt. Blade light, flashing across the sky. Weasel was unable to turn on his true full state of Susanoo due to his serious illness, and was barely able to block the blade's attack with his 8-inch mirror. Unable to cut through? And what is that weapon of yours called? Sasuke looked to the skunk's Susanoo, 10-fisted sword. As soon as the skunk's words fell, he slashed out with a sword, and the infinitely extended 10-fisted sword split instantly. Sasuke blocked with both swords, his gaze fierce. Now that he knows the truth, then he would also have to prove to the Weasel that it was okay to defend the honor of the Uchiha clan or to protect the Konoha. It's not the only way to follow orders and exterminate the Uchiha clan. Sasuke is going to open up a new world. Oh my foolish Obiner, how can there be hope in the hate in your eyes? As the skunk spoke, he directly deactivated his Susanoo and transformed into a flock of crows, flying directly towards Sasuke. Behind the mountain, in the large tree cave, Nagato, who was perched and had expended a lot of chakra, moved his hands forward as he prepared for Naruto's powerful strike. Swish! Naruto, who had been destroying all the big trees and obstacles along the way, was about to kill Nagato. Nagato! Minami wondered if the speed of that move could beat Naruto's speed. Earthquake! Chapter 84, A Man Excluded from the Spirit World. Earth burst! Naruto's body was quickly gathered and surrounded for a moment as he floated in mid-air, a boulder hitting his body. The teenager was not willing to be tied down like that. Power! Teacher Qing Ling said that I still have many unused powers within me, so who are you to stand in the way? In the middle of the forest, the grass and trees grew at a rapid pace, turning into vines. The giant tree bound Nagato. Meanwhile, a boulder continued to slam into Naruto's torso, and he felt pain like never before, as well as being able to detect his own increasingly faint breathing. Just this moment, so what if his extreme speed was bound by gravity? There's more power. Qing Ling's voice appeared in his ears. The art of Shinjinshi allows you to turn your spirit into reality, allowing your thoughts to become the will of others. The art of Yang Recluse turns decay into magic, and heaven and earth are alive and well. Powerful willpower erupted at this moment. An unparalleled life force blossomed from the Whirlpool clan, the Wave Wind clan. Only by being unyielding and resisting all forces can I turn into the will of the martial arts. My will by the art of Yin escaping, and my life by the art of Yang escaping. No more chasing the end. Wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, and wood are all means to an end. Unity is the path of martial arts. 8 doors open. Death's door. This time, the chakra within the chakra dantian surged wildly, erupting with unprecedented power, destroying the world to witness the emaciation of an era. At the same time, the powerful martial will, life as support, allowed him to stand between heaven and earth every moment. That nine-tail-shaped chakra reappeared and erupted violently from high above the sky. Boom! What is there to fear when the earth explodes into the sky? Martial will. All 8 gates are open. Break me! As Naruto's kick flew, the Senjutsu Spiral Maru in his hand grew larger and larger until it surpassed the size of the earthquake skystar from earlier. The behemoth also had a name that Naruto didn't understand. The familiar voice echoed in his ears, as if he were close by at the moment. Teacher Qing Ling, what is this move called? This head and aura. Let's call it the Gaia Energy Cannon. Sirin Senjutsu Spiral Maru Gaia Energy Cannon. Boom! This time, Nagato could no longer avoid it, and the kitsune binding him in place, as well as Naruto's extreme speed, were both spells of certain death for him. Nagato. Minami tries to detonate the many detonation charms to get Nagato out of the way. However, at this moment, even the divine heavenly signs and the 10,000 elements heavenly guidance were too late to allow him to take refuge. This was the ultimate power of a martial artist, beyond the version of chakra reserves. After opening the 8th of the 8 gates of the 8 gates of transportation, the gate of death. Boom! As the Gaia energy cannon covered the earth, Naruto slammed his hands downward. All the bells and whistles pale into insignificance in the face of absolute power. In the meantime, Starting from the center where Gaia's energy cannon landed, the shockwave killed in all directions, quickly covering everything visible to the naked eye. This is a spiral pill? Namake's Mizukato quickly evacuated with Joshinna. Everyone retreated from the battlefield at a rapid pace as golden flashes darted by, saving each and every one of those who were in the middle of the battlefield. The five-tailed beasts ran, doing their best to escape from the battlefield. Goodbye, Mr. Jedi. Bandito took Fidden in warp space directly in front of Jedi. Jedi was completely desperate, only to see the shockwave kill, sweeping everything in front of it, covering it while it was long gone. 10,000 alpacas were galloping in the bottom of the Jedi's heart as he desperately dived into the ground. These times are too desperate for him. From now on, saving his mother, Otanashi Kagaya, was fine, but making contact with the people of the Green Spirit Shinobi village was absolutely not. They wouldn't be human. I have a feeling that's the tailed beast Jade of the Nine Tails, Seven-tailed Shigeki said after the hijacking. Can he also control the yin and yang chakra in the correct proportions? The six-tailed rhinoceros dog seemed to have seen a monster. It is indeed possible if one possesses the martial will. Sasuke sheathed his sword and said something that not many tailed beasts could understand. What is martial will? The four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five-tailed Muon were both a bit curious. After all, they and Rinpoche Old Purple Han had also learned Chakra Budo, but had learned only the first volume, and did not yet know the advanced course. Don't get it. This is something you can only learn if you are promoted to Budo Shimen and Oh, you guys are too weak. Morizuru looks for the moment and takes the opportunity to taunt. In the meantime, a tall, thick wall cast by Kazuna and Tuzuin rose up from the ground. After all, there were the five-tailed beasts and the human pillars, which were more than enough to support this amount of chakra consumption after metamorphosing their physiques. The shockwave from Gaia's energy cannon had weakened by a tenth by the time it reached here, but it also covered the entire battlefield. Even so, encountering the tall earth and wooden walls still washed them down, layer after layer, until everyone's chakra was nearly exhausted and tired of standing still when the blow was miraculously blocked. Looking around, a huge crater appeared in the battlefield, the center of which was even deep enough to be 100 meters. Monster! Dry Kakamoto Onijirai hides his tracks in the middle of the forest. Careful! The Uchiha knew that even Nagato and Minami would not be able to survive such an attack. Beside him, the figure of Jedi slowly appeared. The first thing he said was, Fidden is still connected to me with the curse. Is there a way to disconnect it? Upon seeing this guy with a very bad mouth, woefully out of shape, even Draikazana Jirai couldn't help but laugh. He smiled at the one giant pit and the teenager on top of it. The only words in his mind were, are you going to give up that ultimate good world, Uchiha? Or is a whole new world being built? Eyes on the ground. Naruto was barely able to sustain the cost of opening the 8th gate with his massive chakra reserves and the powerful life force of his yokai jutsu. The marshal will let him know that he was weak, yet he could do nothing about it as he floated in midair. Sasuke, I love you for leaping up, flying with a sword and hovering on sand, respectively. Just as Naruto straightened up and was about to droop to the ground, the palms of both touched him at the same time. Hang on. Sasuke cursed outright. Naruto, I'm also quite relieved. In danger. Sasuke looked back only to see a vine coming down the road. Good thing he was fast enough. The vine attacked everyone in all directions at the same moment, but all of them were dodged by them without exception. Naruto was saved and the 3 remaining members of the Dawn organization quickly retreat. The real world. Just a moment ago, none of them dodged out of the way of the vines, as they were already caught in the illusion. Nor did the members of the Dawn organization leave. Above the large pit, branches and vines coexisted, and even the toad immortal was caught in the illusion. Village center. The tree of 9 tails stood tall, 10 times its original height, and its vines and branches were just enough to bind everyone in the land of spirit. It's a single-player networking in the spirit world and a meta-universe that belongs to the land of spirit. In the darkness, a figure walked to the underground chamber. This illusion can't be avoided even by me, can it? So why are you making me avoid it? Spirit Shadow. He looked up as the crows flew away from him. The underground chamber, however, never responded again. Only a letter next to the sculpture crept in. Chapter 85, The Will of the Green Spirit. The Uchiha opened the paper in the underground chamber. On the top is a paragraph written, Uchiha Weasel, by the time you read this letter, Nagato, Minami should already be dead. Even Jedi is under my control. I will take away the lives of all the geniuses of this era, and after this, they will be reborn. When you come here, in return for a promise to my disciple Sasuke, I will bring back the entire Uchiha clan. At that moment, the entire Konoha village will be alarmed, and you will be needed to take the Uchiha clan out and escape the land of fire at the first opportunity. If you make it back here alive, I'll cure you of the great terminal illness on your body. If you die on the road, then it is inevitable that you will have to travel to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Resurrection. Uchiha clan? The Uchiha's pupils all shook with it, and outside was a state where the entire land of spirit was in control. Caught in an illusion, he was left alone to stay awake. For the sake of actually breaking into Konoha village and saving the resurrected Uchiha clan? Is it just the Uchiha clan that was resurrected? What kind of jutsu is this? Or forbidden? The Uchiha snapped, but received no answer. How can I know if I'm in the middle of an illusion? His renewed questions, again, went unanswered. One stood still. Another attempt was made to probe into the underground environment, only to be prevented from doing so by a massive forbidden spell. The amount of chakra needed to be consumed to put the land of spirit into an illusion, and even to additionally resurrect the Uchiha clan, is unimaginable. Even the Nine Tails wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Besides, as strong as he is, he can't really resurrect the entire shinobi realm. Right, that would require chakra that would go beyond common sense. The Uchiha was sure that the green spirit would only resurrect the Uchiha clan at best, as resurrecting more people would undoubtedly be a death wish. No one is selfless enough to go that far. Is that his choice? What naivety! Uchiha Weasel didn't care if he was under an illusion or not. He was already a genius of illusion. The only one who could make him fall deeper into it was the teenager named Uchiha Sesshomaru. The moment. The man was long gone, and even the only eyes he left behind were hidden in the raven. There was no one else in the world who could put him under an illusion, aside from the spirit world. It was just an illusion technique that even Uchiha Weasel had only heard of, but not the name of. Did you promise Sasuke you'd resurrect the Uchiha clan so he'd die? Also, what else could turn his hatred into conviction? I could tell that the hatred for me was gone from his eyes. He just didn't approve of my choices. It would be naive to say that this was his choice. There is no fruit in the world that comes for nothing, and the so-called resurrection is nothing more than an elaborate conspiracy. The skunk left the underground chamber, not bothering to infuse Sasuke with chakra to wake him up. He was going to see what tricks this Qingling had up her sleeve. As the ninja ran, he carried a small sculpture of the green spirit Nine Tails in his pocket. I know you can hear me, Spirit Shadow. Whatever state you're in right now, I'll tell you. What follows will likely be the last words of my life. If you can, please tell him. Although he was the nine-tailed human pillar power, by having a senjutsu, and his chakra was huge, the Betianjin already needed to pay a heavy price. I've heard he used it before against Kiba's ninjas, Kakashi and the others, so it's better to use it sparingly in the future. For regular people, using it once would take more than a decade to wait for the next opportunity. He can't rely on this jutsu too much, too many times, and even if he has enough chakra, he'll suffer distortions to his spirit. The Uchiha had never rambled so much. He never changed his inner serenity in front of anyone, whether it was the Kakashi Dark Squad he was once a part of, or traveling with Stopper, or teaming up with Loquat Tenzo, or Drika's Anajirai. Only this moment, when it came to this nine-tailed fox who was also Sasuke's elder and who meant no harm, it was as if he had so much to say. He feared that there would never be another chance. Listen Raikage, if I die, let Sasuke take my eyes. That way he can have the kaleidoscope Sharingan and never have to worry about damage from overuse. I additionally have an Uchiha Sesshomaru's eye, hidden in a raven, and have given it to Naruto when I fought him. Something you should already know. Whatever your agenda, as long as I'm dead, please give him the eyes. To him, that little sculpture in the pocket. It's been silent for too long, finally speaking at this moment. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think. As soon as Qingling's words left his mouth, his chakra disappeared completely from this world. It was a good thing that the spirit world was maintained by the chakra of the person who was under the illusion's own chakra, or else a lot of people would have woken up at this moment. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Under the chamber, the molten slurry in the bottom shell rolls hot. The giant formation had long since been formed, and at this moment, Qingling's figure wasted away to the extreme. He grinned stupidly, his breath growing weaker. Wheel, back, days, sang. The chakra finally ran out at that moment, and at the same time, he closed his eyes as expected. A long accumulated chakra erupted. Starting with the new 10 tails, it goes straight up to the sky. Boom! This pillar of chakra light erupted from the Green Spirit Ninja Village and shot straight up into the sky. The entire shinobi world could see a pillar of light rising on the horizon that was an enemy of the gods, the most extreme and great power of the living. Kiba Ninja Village. The old Uchiha land. The skunk stood alone above the streetlight as he felt the chakra of the small sculpture appear and disappear with it. Immediately following that was the Aoling Ninja Village far away in the land of spirit erupting into a pillar of radiant light. He understood that this nine-tailed fox had really given up all of its chakra. What exactly is the purpose of the spirit shadow? A dozen or so of the Uchihas carefully observed the changes in the village. Squeak! The door to their house opened. Uchiha Futsuki walked out of the house with his wife. In the other direction, the young girl Uchiha Izumi ran out of her house in a panic, seemingly searching for someone. The skunk's heart tightened as he watched. He had never breathed so hard before. Since he had met Qing Ling, he had seen many changes in just one night that he hadn't seen before. He became nagging, he became mouthy, he became hesitant and nervous. At this moment, when the doors of the rooms of the 1,000 families of the Uchiha clan were opened, for the first time, he began to wonder, had he really done wrong back then? Was it really wrong for the Uchiha clan to fight for what they were supposed to have? Finally, the young man with two of the strongest pupils in Uchiha's contemporary era appeared before him. The Uchiha froze. All these years, he was 20 himself, and he was still so young. Uchiha Stopper, looking for shenanigans as fast as he can after his resurrection, and seeks him out. What the hell is going on here? Am I not dead? What dead? Does that mean I've just been hit by an illusion? Most of these people died in illusions, and many spent their lives in moon readings. He became even more confused when he saw the figure of the Uchiha. Gentlemen, escape from here with me first, and we'll talk about the rest afterward. The moment Uchiha Weasel opened his mouth, his father and Uchiha Sesshomaru, Uchiha Izumi quickly stood beside him without ever hesitating. With the support of the clan leader and the strongest man, the crowd, even though they were doubtful, quickly dragged their families and fled from this corner of Kiba at speed. Nighttime. There was another familiar figure that appeared in Kiba village, and it was weird as hell. Weasel, what the hell is going on here? Stopper darted along, unable to hide the doubt in his mind. Do you believe that there really exists a selfless to the core? The Uchiha himself couldn't believe it. All life is selfish unless it is willed. Uchiha Stopper replied. Its name, Green Spirit Will. For the first time, the skunk searches for an answer to his need to escape Konoha and the Land of Fire. This time, instead of slaughtering the clan and taking them into the abyss, they are running to hope. Dawn arrives. The Green Spirit reappears. Chapter 86, The First Arrival. Kiba Shirata returned home. The village hadn't changed much after a long absence. His son, Kakashi Hagi, was not at home, but there was a picture of him on the bedside table. Namike Suemon. He knew. A few other children, namely Haruno Rin, Uchiha Bando. Looks like he's doing okay. With his short sword on his back, Sagi Sakuin silently left the village. He is resurrected, but before he dies he still carries the resentment of the villagers, so he left again. Moonlight. Sarutobi Kibamaru stood alone and dumbfounded at the grave where his grandfather had died. Permanently gone, the formerly naughty man grew brave. There just hasn't been a quick way to become more powerful. The legacy left behind by Sarutobi Hinata would take him much longer to learn. An old man stood in front of him and gently stroked his head. Grandpa. Kibamaru was ecstatic, but quickly decided that it was a fantasy he was overthinking. Silly boy. I don't know what brought me back to life, but there must be another body of mine buried in this ground. What an unbelievable power. Sarutobi Hinata let Kibamaru cry in his arms, thinking back to the small village where he said goodbye to a sleeping Naruto after the ghoul seal had been broken by Aoshiru. It just dawned on him that while he hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to Kibamaru, things are as they are. If anything can do such a miracle beyond the forbidden, that must be the fox that can mysteriously crack the ghoul seal within the interior. Kiba's mountains aren't that high, but Mithraea had long been used to practicing here in the dead of night. The Uchiha clan escaped? Mighty Day looked perplexed. Well, they seem to have come back to life, led by Uchiha Weasel, which is so strange. It's clearly him. Halfway through his sentence, Kai turned his head in fear and saw his old dead father come back to life, still the same as he was then. After all, he could not say anything for a while to the left and right, so he had to come to a really Anua, 1,000-hand clan land. Kajimura stood in the moonlight in his white cold armor. He calmly analyzed. Filthy earth rebirth? But how is it that my power is the same as it was before I was born, and I'm not inhibited from my own power? Brother, have you been revived? If he comes back to life as well, wouldn't that Uchiha guy as well? The Valley of the End. The two figures most familiar with each other stood on statues on their respective sides of the waterfall. Can't figure out what's going on yet, but it feels like fun. Chibiusa gave a heartless grin. It's not a filth reincarnation? Strange. Are my eyes also chakra eyes? Uchiha hesitated for a moment. Apparently even he hadn't figured out what was going on. Turned his head and walked away without the slightest intention of stopping. Hyuga Clan. Clan Land. Hyuga Hinata was practicing boxing under the moon. She had already stepped into the 9th level of martial arts apprenticeship, and after several metamorphoses, her strength was not what it used to be. Just to catch up with the figure of that person, she was still tirelessly practicing. Sparks anxiously ran out of the hut and threw her arms around her. Sister, it's not good. Something strange is happening. Uncle, resurrected. Misty Hidden Village. As Naruto, Kakashi and the others disappeared, the mission was taken over by Kai outside, and Momochi Zabuza, who was eventually kicked to death, inexplicably appeared with White. Is this the hell of a nightmare? Momochi Zabuza was disgruntled. Maybe it's coming back from the dead. Zabuza-san, White said happily. At that moment, the former Ninja Blade 7 appeared before him in droves. Even Loquat Tenzo was there. Village heavy. Misao was captured and imprisoned here. The always picked Rinpoche was slow to show up, until a familiar figure appeared. The cage was directly broken. Out of the mist stepped a fourth-generation Mizukage, Orange Shikora Berry, who looked like a teenager, but in fact even had a grandson. What happened? He asked coldly. The first, second, and third-generation Mizukage stood outside the cage similarly bewildered. Above the mountains, cloud-hidden village. When he saw one of the deceased Reikage appear, Kairabi looked at the fourth Reikage in confusion. Yo, the perfect human pillar power was also hit by an illusion. Yo, this dream is just unbelievable. Yo, in the corner, the Golden Horn, Silver Horn brothers who were originally arrogant and who had now hunted down Chickage and second-generation Reikage were being indignant. Together they were enough to take down any Reikage present, as well as Kairabi. They had just been swarmed by the four Reikage and Kairabi together. If they had the Rokudo ninjutsu in their hands, the two of them would be able to kill their way out just as confidently. It even hit everyone there hard. Sand-hidden village. Chiyo's mother-in-law couldn't sleep as usual. She was already old and had a lot of work. So instead of sleeplessness and insomnia, it was getting worse and she often couldn't sleep at night. It was a beautiful night today. The third-generation Wind Shadow was very handsome, and the backs of the second generation and the first generation are just as tall as they were back then. Wait a minute. What the hell just walked past? Kankoro is practicing puppetry at his home, day in and day out so that he can one day save my arrows. Rosa Shah, from the clutches of the Sirin Ninja village. Suddenly, Teshiguru broke into the room, looking panicked. Hey, sis, if you're in any kind of hurry, you should knock. Mom, resurrection. Teshiguru ignored Kankoro's complaint that there was a deceased figure behind her as well. Iwaki village. It always seems to be the last one here. Anoki had been away from the Five Shadows meeting for only a few days, yet he was asking himself the same question over and over again. Is it really wrong? Is it wrong to let the village prosper? What would he say if the second generation Dojima was still alive? In the midst of the confusion, the figures of Hatsune Makoto and Ninu appeared in front of them. Anoki mumbled as if he was awake. Am I getting stubborn and becoming a most hateful old man? You seem to have lost a little something. Remember the will of the earth? Anoki. The words of the second generation were thunderous, causing much pain to erupt within the little old man. He did lose his heart. The war and the dozens of years of experience had worn him down and made him wary. The dust recluse is spotless, and his heart is dusty. Rainy hidden village. Nice view tonight. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, wears a mask and walks under the night sky where a light rain keeps falling. How did he die? Dozens of guards and himself couldn't keep out the vengeful Nagato, who died in his pajamas in the middle of the house. When re-entering this world, he was actually a bit bewildered, but the bravado that cherished talent to the point of letting Jiraiya and the others live, and calling them the Kiba Sanjinin, is long gone. Suddenly, with some fear, he left this village and darted off into the distance. His mind grew more and more confused as he saw the roiling branches, vines, and people who were in the spirit world. What the hell is wrong with the world? The land of the spirits. A dilapidated cabin. There was a small book taped to the railing, and 3 small pieces of paper, each with a person's name on it. When the door was gently opened, a confused Nagato and Minami look up and see a giggling teenager. Moonlight pierces through the worn roof and illuminates the dusty, permanent heart. Can someone tell me what's up with all the branches in the sky and the vines on the ground? Yahiko giggled. Chapter 87. It's not the green spirit. Nagato looked to Minami and the two of them smiled at each other. Yes, a long overdue laugh. It seems like a long story. Well, we supposedly misunderstood a guy, and now it's hard to even confirm that he's still alive. Minami took a deep breath of air. Zhao's robe couldn't even hide her perfect figure. Has it stopped raining in the rainy hidden village? The teenager in front of them asked softly. There are always people in the world who miss others and are missed by others. Again, it was the Yuzenville, mostly recognizing the Pain Six Paths, yet there were those very few hiding in the ground, thinking of a man who had kept their village once grounded in glory. All that is missed will be reborn into this world. What? Wife, Kojiro under the tree. You two actually remarried? The man stood in front of his house with a confused face. He thought that his life was completely wasted, and he had to encounter this scene in his resurrection, until he saw the boy in the corner, eyes blinking, jumping into his arms. There are always people moving forward and people waiting where they are. So many miracles were born this night. After this, there were countless accolades added to it, and that nine-tailed fox just said calmly, "See, 9 llamas, you mustn't follow Big Brother's example." Subterranean lava. Within the giant formation, Nine Tails was conceived and born, and he opened his eyes to see that it wasn't the Rokudo Sennin who had promised to meet him in the other world. Instead, it was a foxy mortal sitting on his knees, dressed in green. Is there a god in this world? The ninth Lama wasn't sure, but he had more and more memories in his mind of exactly what the green spirit had done. Everything went through his mind except for the fact that he couldn't see the infinite resurrection system. It was only when he sensed that even his own self, who was the Nine Tails, had become stronger the moment he returned from the dead that he was shocked by the green spirit's methods. "You're the one Rokudo was waiting for," the ninth Lama muttered, wondering to himself whether he was really dead, or whether his soul and memories had been sealed by the green spirit. Confirmed. The 9 Lamas prostrated themselves beside the seated corpse and waited in silence. The years change. As the 9 Tails, he had long experienced too much. Only at this moment, he felt life falling like a leaf. It had been a long time since Rokudo had died and no one had been able to give him such a feeling. It's as if hope is close at hand, within reach and out of reach. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. After one night, the shinobi world changed dramatically. Uchiha Weasel rushed here with the Uchiha clan and waited quietly under the tree, as if waiting for his fate to come. So we really did die once. Uchiha Futsuki was dumbfounded. Was he still being destroyed by his own son? That's ridiculous. I can't believe so much has happened since I died. Uchiha Sesshomaru, however, was more than happy to analyze past information. We don't know whether or not Junzo and the others have been resurrected for now, but from today onwards, we are also the Uchiha clan of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. We can't figure out our methods in the end. The Uchiha Weasel smiled faintly, and black blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. But he held it hard and didn't cough. It is hard to know whether he will live or die. The seemingly stable and insightful Uchiha Weasel is only barely 20 years old this year, but they have to go through many ups and downs on Earth. More important than his own well-being was the Green Spirit. Only if he lives can he change this shinobi world. Early morning, light breaks the dawn, and a rooted vine branch breaks off. The people who broke out of their cocoons looked blankly at the sun. They had a dream in which the village first defeated the Dawn organization, but then was destroyed by the 5 major shinobi villages joining forces, and Aoshiro died of chakra exhaustion. A war has made them witness the cruelty of the world. On top of the ruins, desperately trying to build up the Aoshiran shinobu village that was once created when Aoshiran was alive again, and it all turned out to be in vain. Until finally, their generation dies and the children grow up, hidden away in the world, constantly searching for new possibilities, calling themselves spirits. They repeat their mistakes and rise again and again. The name of the Green Spirit was transformed into the will that made them rise up again and again in the dark world of shinobi unwillingly and say what they truly wanted. Hope blossoms and is dashed, life and death, week after week, until this moment, the dream woke up. They opened their eyes and realized that it was all but a dream. The Green Spirit Ninja Village was still there, and their god tree was still there. All hope is still alive. Drikazana Jirai was kicked to death in the spirit world by the open 7 gates. Jedi was used as a test subject, and ended up living as a human and a ghost, because he had been transformed into a complete experiment by several generations of the Aoshiran Ninja Village, controlled by a forbidden technique. He couldn't even save himself, let alone save Otanashi Kagaya. Right now, the exhausted Jedi is grabbed by Fitten and resentfully resists, only to be greeted with a bludgeoning from Bandito. Uchiha Sasuke walked up to the sacred tree, his eyes all composed. He'd been all over the world in the spirit world with Naruto, I Love You and others, to keep the fire from going out. One shot at a time, one failure at a time. The moment, when he woke up from his dream, it was the Uchiha clan that stood before him, as well as that brother of his. In the spirit world, Weasel had given Sasuke his eyes before he died, and he now felt weird in the back of his mind instead. Standing in front of my family not knowing what to do. Is this true? Everything Mr. Green Spirit said came true. He froze before grinning. He didn't smile like himself, like Naruto, more like his childhood self. So it's Sensei's illusion. Naruto crossed his arms and looked relieved. Skunk student, I think Infinite Moon reading might not be perfect either. Drikazana Musha was the one who got kicked to death by Naruto opening the 7 gates in the spirit world. Both stood with a silent smile. Yes, why go after false illusions if there is a choice? The skunk looked up at the sacred tree. He had never had much faith. Only in this moment he wished that the fox really was a god. The human pillars came to the divine tree in droves. Keed and Haka also joined that endless war in the spirit world, but unfortunately died miserable deaths and were obliterated by the Iwaki and mist-hidden villages, respectively, without even a trace of their souls remaining. Why isn't he out yet? Teacher? Naruto stood in the doorway of the underground chamber, confused. He was about to break in as usual. One hand was in front of it. The task given to us by Teacher Chingling is to swear to defend the outside. Sasuke's tone was icy. He wanted to confirm the life or death of Aoshiro more than anyone else, but he couldn't. As long as it was a task given by Spirit Shadow, he had to fulfill it. Sass here, get out of the way. Dream on. Naruto just wanted to make sure that Aoshiro was dead, and he had nightmares over and over again in the spirit world, recalling the despair he felt on the day of Aoshiro's death. now that we are back to reality, how can we deceive ourselves anymore? Just then, Nine Tails chakra erupted from the underground chamber. Everyone's eyes changed with it. However, in the next moment, all of them sensed the difference in the chakra and looked gloomy. He's a stinky fox, not a green spirit. Shohei was surprised to feel a little sour eating the chips. How can you not eat enough crunchy? Ah, damn. Is that tears smashing the chips? Told you I didn't want water attribute chakra. Chapter 88, where the sun don't shine. We go in person. The 9 llamas transformed into their normal fox size and walked out of the underground chamber. People's emotions went from excitement to loss to this moment of sobbing. The tragedy in the spirit world was something they definitely didn't want to go through again. Never. He can even resurrect the real 9 tails, but not himself? The toad granny on Jiraiya's shoulder was also a bit upset. It's called teasing the world, isn't it? That he comes and goes and takes nothing with him. The other toad immortal was equally saddened. A powerful man to be remembered. I should probably write a green spirit story. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just met soon to be separated from each other? Such a life would be too boring. Stinky fox, where did your big brother die? Shizuru cracked. The 9 llamas wanted to teach him a lesson, but in the end they were too lazy and walked right past him. Lifting his head, he looked up to the high canopy of the sacred tree. He asked me to give you all a message. When they heard these words from the 9 llamas, the crowd was no longer jittery. There's a saying, that's enough to give them hope. 2. Where the light doesn't shine, we go in person. The wind blew up the leaves. The 9 llamas' words brought everyone in the Green Spirit Shinobi village into a reverie of the past. What a time to spend a lifetime. This is the same past that they are desperately trying to recover in the spirit world, pouring out all their strength to recover the dream, even if they are bruised. Always going alone. The morning light pours over the earth. The tall sacred trees were also cut out in long shadows, and people turned their backs to the light, stepped into the shadows, and turned again to meet the sun. It wasn't long before the sun and wind reached their feet, but the other shadow had long been filled with people as well. If hope is not enough, then take despair along with it. Is Green alive? No one bothered to ask again. That answer had been answered by the Green Spirit's words. A young girl came out of the belly of the sacred tree. She is none other than Hataru, and when embracing Hagoromo, the Earth Spider clan, like the Uchiha clan, vowed to decide to become this land of spirits. Within the divine tree, Orochi's eyes opened, and with 8 heads and 8 tails, he twisted his head to look at Sasuke Uchiha. The 9 llamas also walked towards Naruto. The two had long known about Qingling's arrangement, and the new power was a powerful and unrivaled existence in the shinobi world, but there was inevitably a sense of loss in their hearts. Is that the power of the 8 tails? The 4-tailed Sun Wukong smashed the floor. To be even more terrifying, it seems to contain something unimaginable inside, as if it wants to open its mouth and devour everything. 5-tailed Mu Wang calmly analyzed. The 9 llamas have been hidden by the spirit shadow all this time? Truly worthy of an existence that could create the Orochi by itself. The 6-tailed rhinoceros dog felt impressed. If he hadn't created this phantom dream just for himself, it would have been a second Otsutsuki Kagaya. Nanao rename exclaimed. Yeah, if he had done it for himself, he clearly could have become the new Otsutsuki Kagaya, but he chose to become a Rokudo Sennin instead. This kind of existence that mastered the yin-yang transportation technique and possessed the power to transcend the red dust, which was enough to live forever, preferred to choose to die. He's really not dead. The 9 llamas also repeated it again to the crowd before stepping back into the sealed space inside Naruto. At first, he also thought that Qingling was dead, because the 9 llamas couldn't see the infinite resurrection system. Just a part of the memory says that the green spirit did run out of chakra and died beyond death. But that guy appeared before him in a much more powerful position, and he was told to bring this to the crowd first, and after a few words of instruction, he began to continue his seclusion, saying that he had to digest it. The 9 llamas all looked at it at the time, and in retrospect, it was like madness. What kind of monster was that guy? And why could he buck the rules of the world over and over again? Hit the other heavenly god directly, dies and is reborn. Trapped by the ghoul seal, it actually cracked from the inside, possessing 10-tail level chakra, but using up everything to die. Just this, and to open his eyes again and come alive in front of the 9 llamas. So when Shotsuru said that Qingling was a good big brother to him, he didn't refute it at all. That guy was unbelievable, carved out of the same mold as Rokudo Sennin, but those 3 eyes seemed even more powerful. When the crowd heard this, they did not reply, but only looked at each other with a silent smile. Just like in the dream, the green spirit still ran out of chakra and they defeated the Dawn organization. It's just that this time, the 5 major ninja villages hadn't joined forces yet, and they had enough opportunity to prepare everything. Then think of it as if you were born again and change the future. People said so in their hearts. The 9th Lama knew that this group of people wouldn't believe that Qingling was still alive at all, and he could only hope that Qingling would wake up sooner. The Green Spirit Ninja Village quickly returned to the same calm as usual. Unaccustomed to living with the Uchiha clan, Weasel chooses to team up with Kankaku Onimusha to stand guard under the Divine Tree to fulfill his pact with the Green Spirit. Didn't want to miss a thing in the last part of his life. As per the previous rules, everything is running as usual. The next day, a message resounded through the Green Spirit Shinobi village. Various big and small people in the shinobi world have been resurrected, and I heard that Kiba's shinobi god, Senjuma, is included. Not much longer. The news about the Uchihas blew up all over the place again. Bandito felt embarrassed when he was revealed, but accepted it openly, and now that it was over, he dared to face whatever it was in person. Gradually, the figures outside the village and the presence of those infiltrating the land of spirit grew. Hearing that the village of Rain Hidden has been taken over by 3 young men, they throw in a letter to join the land of spirit and pay their respects to the Green Spirit. The village's top brass, the 2 tentative Budo Chunin, Naruto, and Sasuke politely decline on the grounds that the spirit shadow is in seclusion. 3 days later, Shinobi demigod, Hanzo Yamashiro appears in the land of fire, an encounter with the god of the shinobi world, Senjuga, where life and death are uncertain, but thousands of meters in every direction are completely wasted as a poisonous, gas-filled field. Kai's father, a lifelong shinobi back in the day, Kate Daikimi pursues Kiba White Teeth. The two fought in a battle close to the land of the winds, and White Teeth mysteriously disappeared after only walking away from the battle. One by one, the originally dead shadows appeared in the world, and even those former Rinpoche who were without their tailed beasts returned. As reborn people, they naturally didn't suffer too much from the tailed beast. Among them, the Misty Hidden Village stands at the top of the explicit list with the power of the 5th generation of the Water Shadow, as well as the 3 tails, and the 2 generations of the Ninja Sword 7, the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Hidden Village and the 2 tails, the 8 tails, and the taken down Golden Horn. Silver Horn Brothers became second only to the top of the list. Beyond that, the Sand Hidden Village, the Iwashin Village, and the Kiba Village are all tied for 3rd place with 3 shadows and no tailed beasts. The world got interesting all of a sudden. Only the Kiba Village underground. The eyes of a fox demon corpse floating in the molten lava snapped open. Chapter 89, Small Rewards. Resurrection is resurrection. The problem is that pain of dying is real too. Xingling climbed up from the molten lava. Now that he was going through a brand new metamorphosis, where was he afraid of any natural elements? The self has been just like a ball of chakra. The firelight was bright and dark. Only thunder and fire chakra were seen quenching each other, and the Yangtuan attribute chakra was rapidly condensing into a solid body. From this the skeleton is born. With that, the water and wood, earth attribute chakras constructed the 5 organs, with a more intense breath of life erupting at every instant. The wind entered the orifices, and at the same time as the Yangtan chakra transformed into a large head, the Intan chakra was similarly injected into the pituitary gland. This is the source of the soul's attunement to the physical body. Meridians appeared, connecting every inch of the body together, and the 5 senses were born. Every inch of his body was chakra, only to see various colors and light bloom, looking exceptionally gorgeous. Flesh and blood appeared, skin reappeared, hair, and 9 tails all coalesced one by one. What the world thought of as looks were nothing more than shells to him. When everything is ready, the Yangtan chakra erupted from the entire body, activating the Intan chakra hidden in the brain, and the pituitary gland erupted as a link between the two. All the nerves were no longer silent, and the electricity burned away like fire. In an instant, Xingling opened his fox eyes, and the moment he appeared, his claws clenched and his feet stepped on top of the molten lava. The fox's tail swayed, and a green robe covered his entire body. He took a deep breath of hot air. Every breath of air here had toxins in it, but Aoshiru, being a chakra cohesion similar to the tailed beasts, didn't care about that. The little llama should have already returned to the Green Spirit Shinobi village. Just stabilize them for now. I'm just getting used to this new body. After all, it won't be easy to find the next burial destruction. The Green Spirit was as dead as before. The strength had once again skyrocketed several times. If anything, the first few deaths each gained several times the power of the 9 tails, barely rivaling the normal Otanashi clan. Then after eating the chakra fruit he leapt up to become one of the absolute peak powerhouses in this universe. This resurrection once again doubled in strength and was even more incredible. Looks like we'll have to make the little ones work harder to consume. The chakra elixir will raise consumption again if it comes to fruition. The degree of development of martial arts can also determine whether or not everyone can learn them. This thing uses up chakra once in a burst. It's all good. Qingling nodded in satisfaction. So far, the Budo ninjutsu and Budo will have been completed. Only chakra fruits and martial arts are left. What's the reward this time? I've been waiting for over a year. Since arriving at the Green Spirit Ninja Village, he had slept for months at a time. Turning eyes with Naruto, Sasuke came to this has been more than a year. Experienced a lot of life and death of the great battle. The system fell silent for a moment. Finally the screen turned on again. The host has taken too long to turn on the system. The boot time is too long. Please forgive me. This resurrection is successful. The mission is complete. The resurrection reward is being settled. Settlement complete. Due to the fear that the host is too strong and it will be too difficult to resurrect him again, this reward will be a direct super package. A huge projection of a gift bag appeared on the system interface. Do you want to open the super bundle immediately? Turn it on. Xingling had waited for this day for too long. He was even a little sleepy and couldn't wait to sleep now. Superb prize package opens. Ninjutsu reward, Rokudu Senin Ninjutsu Kit, Frontier Rope, 7-star sword, red gourd, Basho fan, amber pure bottle. Ninjutsu reward, premium skin pack green spirit fairy clothes, secret jutsu bonus, bloodline Netsuke Samsara, bloodline bonus, bloodline limit, 3 heads, 6 arms, other rewards, 1 chakra fruit, a scroll of the complete book of ninjutsu, a scroll of the complete book of physical arts, and a scroll of the complete book of illusionary arts. Cheap. I've been premeditating for so long to be resurrected this time, and you're actually giving me this reward? Green Spirit grumbled. The infinite resurrection system was silent for a moment and typed out a line. This is a doubled reward, equivalent to the host resurrecting twice. The host's opening is too strong, and the difficulty of resurrection is very reasonable. Reasonable? Xingling glanced at the system and acquiesced to its slumber. I hope the next reward will be replaced better. Eat a fruit for peace of mind. The chakra fruit was dropped into his mouth in one bite, chewed a bit and swallowed. The stuff tasted just like that. Having gained the power of a devil fruit once again, it was only a matter of moments before he was able to fuse it. This body of Xingling's was indeed improving at a speed beyond its limits. When he put on the green spirit immortal clothes, a line of small words immediately appeared from the system interface. Can withstand a chakra attack equal to the amount of the host's own, can be released in its entirety after storing up all its reserves, and can be automatically repaired by the immortal world's clothing. Xingling put on this dress and transformed it as she pleased, and then her body shook. The robe also appeared to change in preparation for its 3 fox heads and 6 claws, and it was clear that the robe was useful for much more than the points described. The 3 heads and 6 arms were not a simple bloodline, and at the moment of release, their own strength would skyrocket. 1 + 1 + 1 is far greater than 3. Samadhi fire? Xingling tried to release it, only to see the strange flame appear a little bit falling into the molten pulp, and immediately the hot molten pulp seemed to transform its substance and become like wood, quickly being burned a large chunk of it. The Samadhi flame was still burning, gradually eating away the sea of molten lava, and it was clear that this was only a little bit of power. If the green spirit spread its hands, the power would be incomparably terrifying. It's too unscientific to burn even molten lava. Xingling collected her divine ability and threw the 3 scrolls aside, and immediately 3 shadow doppelgangers appeared. You 3 should study hard. Oh, I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a rest first. He yawned and performed the yin-yang transportation technique with both hands, quickly coalescing a bunch of small black balls with his massive chakra, crumpling them into a huge bed and laying down on it comfortably. It's so cozy. Xingling had just fallen asleep, and the Rokudu Senin cave shinobi was resting casually on the bed. The 3 shadow doppelgangers saw the scene, and after confirming that there was no doubt about it, they each cast their shadow doppelganger techniques. They each divided the scrolls into 3, letting their shadow doppelgangers go off to learn and cultivate, and they themselves used the Tao-seeking jade to knead into a large bed for a short nap. Just like Xingling, week after week, the task was soon broken down to each altar. This harmonious scene can be cozy as hell. Seek the path under the jade's big bed. That trace of Samadhi flame was still tirelessly eating away at the sea of molten lava. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. The village, which had been silent for days, suddenly had good news. The 3 ninjas joined forces, plus 3 days ago, Doodle came alone from Kiba to the land of the spirit, and together they joined in this research on chakra elixirs. The first chakra elixir was finally born as expected. Orochimaru, the village's chief scientist, said, he's going to organize a pint of Dan. Chapter 90, Bone Strengthening and Blood Restoring Pill. Orochimaru and Doodle stood up together and summoned half the village to come specifically to see their newly produced potion. Jiraiya and Tsunade chose to stand and watch. They were obviously much calmer. After all, one would be in immortal mode, and the other had developed the art of 100 Hos, which could heal any injury that wasn't too serious. Therefore, there wasn't too much concern about this first elixir. People were chattering and huddling together, and after the Ryanoku was completely established, even the rain-hidden village recognized their status as part of the Ryanoku. In its place, the railroad finally led there. Yet more details remained unresolved. The new head of the rain-hidden village is only willing to follow Aura's orders, and is adamant that he will wait until he shows up. But nominally, the Green Spirit Ninja Village did become the centerpiece of the Land of Spirit. It is located in the middle of the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire, but it has a significant position. the entire shinobi world seemed to be in silence. No one knew who would be the first to turn on the spirit kingdom. After all, as long as they weren't destroyed, the 5 major shinobi villages would have trouble sleeping and eating. Sitting on the 6-tailed beasts, there is also an S-class ninja sitting in the town. Once the Dawn organization, all the survivors have become a member of the country of the spirit. The ones merely guarding the tree were both Uchiha Weasel and Raikazana Jirai. With a lineup like that, no one would want to come to the effort. The shadows and powerhouses of each family were resurrected as much as they could, much less wanting to weaken themselves as a result. Without exception, they were all expecting the other shinobi villages to take the lead, as a way to take advantage of the opportunity to find a silver lining and take them down from their weakest position. Anyone who dared to take on the spirit kingdom would mean losing both and having the fruits picked by others. What's more, one by one, the legends of the ninja world have all disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth, adding to the feeling of a dark tide. The village square. People were eagerly waiting to attend this Pinnacle Dan conference. In plain sight, Doodle held a wooden box as Orochimaru walked calmly behind him. Gentlemen, today is the final stage of the mission that Lord Spirit Shadow has given me to complete. The Chakra Elixir. You are not aware that, according to Lord Spirit Shadow's description in the scroll, this could be called alchemy and its rigors. Each step requires excellence. Even with a huge amount of Senjutsu chakra, medical levels, and my highly skilled and precise instruments, it needs to be refined night and day. This time, a total of 32 were released, each of which was worth a fortune and required specific herbs, which were first analyzed by instruments to find out their most sophisticated parts before they were incorporated into a petri dish. When the time is ripe, the different herbal extracts are then placed in a different order. The result is this little incredible bone-strengthening and blood-restoring elixir. The bone-strengthening and blood-restoring pill? The crowd was concentrating on the box that Pocket was holding. Just a small pill lay there motionless, wondering what it was for. They looked at Orochimaru again with curiosity. If it was an elixir made by a madman, surely no one would care. But this was a task given to Orochimaru by the Green Spirit, so naturally none of them would think it was useless. Quite the contrary. Every single one of them was looking forward to the effects of the bone-strengthening and blood-restoring pill. I believe everyone is very skeptical about the authenticity and effects of this elixir, so let me try it out for everyone. Orochimaru couldn't wait to drop the elixir into his mouth and ate it with gusto, and within moments, some impurities began to appear on the surface of his body, but soon his chakra boiled over, simply as the practice of the Senjutsu Nasu chakra chapter, drawing in a large amount of chakra. In a short time, he was in a posture of promotion. The crowd watched without knowing what to expect, but understood that parsing out the impurities would require at least a promotion to Budo Shimanami. Hasn't Orochimaru been promoted? Why are there still impurities? He waited until Orochimaru's promotion was over before he exhaled a cloudy breath. With a wry face, he said, each of us has a different physique. Taking the bone-strengthening and blood-reducing pill can expel the hidden impurities from the body at the same time. It allows one's flaws to be made up for, and if you are seriously injured, you can also take this Dan to directly create a portion of new blood, flesh, and bone, which can be said to both save your life and speed up your cultivation. What? It actually has this kind of effect? People understood the effects of the elixir after hearing it, and if it was really that powerful, they would buy as much as they could. According to Lord Spirit Shadow's orders, each person is allocated a certain amount of pills according to the rate of consumption of the realm's strength. Also, completing more than one quest can be turned into points in exchange, but the effects of this elixir will become weaker after a few more times. In personal experience, taking the first one is hundreds of times more effective than the 32nd one. People were still cheering at the sound of Orochimaru's words, yet within a minute someone realized something was wrong. A total of 32 pills were refined and you ate them all by yourself. Oh, and how well did it have to work when you took the first one? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You know, it's reasonable to say that everyone gets a basic allocation of elixir. This Orochimaru had eaten it all by himself, and that meant they were out of elixirs. The matter was getting more and more furious the more I thought about it, and in the end I was even too dizzy to stand up. Piss me off, Orochimaru. I'm going to pluck your snake skin. As people scuffle, Tsunade and Jiraiya take the opportunity to slip away, leaving Doodle alone with him to block the storm. Beat, old Violet, who has always been a singular figure, has been showing up with Han more and more often lately. What's the fuss about the elixir being absorbed? Might as well wait for the elixir to arrive, Han said confidently. He kept telling himself to stay in the Green Spirit Ninja Village and get more information for the Iwakunin village. But the matter of facing the 5 major ninja villages in the spirit world, fighting over and over again, was still unforgettable to him. I don't realize that I feel attached to the village in life and death. Are you considered village people? Hagoromo and Hataru passed by on a walk, and a casual comment almost made Han break his guard. Not far. Keed was alone wondering how this chakra elixir was the same as their village's hero's water. Instead, Ayala watched from the shadows, guarding the village as well as overseeing them, the outsiders, as the green spirit had instructed. In the crowd, some people left silently, without attracting anyone's attention in the slightest. He sneaks into the village with a disguise, sneaks into the area as a fugitive, and makes a living by farming every day. Not only did he learn the way of life of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, the basic operation, but even their chakra martial arts. Chakra elixir. That's really good. But it was the fact that these people all possessed Kazuna, the yin-yang transportation attribute of chakra. That was the strangest, especially since it's still stupid to know how to develop it. As one of the countless people who had infiltrated the Green Spirit Ninja Village to find out if the spirit shadow was alive or dead, the more he learned about these people, the more ridiculous he felt. In no time at all, as the first generation of the Ninja Blade 7, he dived into the crowd and disappeared once again, deep in the alley. A pair of chakra eyes quietly appeared and disappeared as the legend known as Uchi-Hazan infiltrated the Green Spirit Shinobi Village once again. Chapter 91 Double Divine Might vs Golden Flash. Time passes day by day. It had been close to a week since the death of Qingling. The Budo Ninjutsu Research Laboratory and the Chakra Alchemy Department were established successively. Kimi rebels against Shinobu Hood and becomes an assistant, joining the Alchemy Department as one of the right-hand men. The Puppet Hall and the Everlasting Life and Immortality Sect were also established successively. It became a behemoth like the previous Guard and Defense Department, the Green Spirit Dark Department, the Ninja Academy, the Ninja Hospital, and the Tailed Beast Hall. Early morning, a message has come out again. The Musha clan is about to be born, formed together by Namake Suikato, Kakashi Hiki, and the Uchiha Mysterons. This small village, too, expanded again in the meantime, and in just a few days it gained the accomplishments of the 5 major ninja villages for 100 years. Its size finally extended further, enough to be called the 6th largest shinobi village. The railroads extended to the entire territory of the Land of the Spirit, and even the wide avenues of roads ran with trains powered by chakra internal combustion engines. Gas stations have been set up everywhere. Torpalnish Nuclear and Chakra. The first chakra power station was born, and through the use of multiple technologies and the Aishiren Senjutsu, natural energy was introduced into the nucleus, which was transformed into lightning chakra through subtle instruments and introduced into thousands of homes. Electric lights, appliances began to slowly make their way into the homes of ordinary people. Pure and non-polluting chakra energy has become the expectation of people for the future. The Green Spirit had long ago left the ninja to make the body shinobi mirage virtue tool as perfect as possible. So all of these things that were once seen as useless and easily destroyed became brand new hope. The children ran through the alleys on their way to the college. Deidara is chased to escape from his blasting lab. Why don't you let me establish the explosion hall? You guys aren't even on the same level compared to Lord Spirit Shadow. There's no pattern. He huffed and puffed and had just walked out when he was yanked into a basement by Fidden. The place is filled with sculptures, hand-me-downs that resembled the Green Spirit, dressed in green. Fidden had a wild look on his face. Deidara, come and pay your respects to Lord Green Spirit. Hurry, Che, Lord Spirit Shadow is my master. What do you want me to worship him for? It's not like he's dead. Deidara had known for a long time that Fidden often lobbied with people that the entire village should worship the Green Spirit so that he would speed up his recovery. In the corners of the room, pillars were placed. A white Jedi was tied to each of them at the top. Sacrifice to Lord Green Spirit. Fidden didn't care about Deidara slipping away, taking the white Jedi sacrifice for himself. The plaza, strong as they were, the strongest of them were already the best of the reserve ninjas, but the village recognized the lower ninja is only a few people. As for the middle ninja is only Naruto and Sasuke 2 people. But today, still gathered quite a few people. They had a martial arts ninjutsu tool in each hand, either a sword, and a seemingly ordinary, but actually incredibly powerful martial arts shuriken. The bitterness. Yesterday, the first batch of people who received the ration of the elixir all took the bone strengthening and blood restoring elixir. Their qualifications improved and their realm rose. However, let them cultivate as much as they want. Even after learning the first volume of the martial way and knowing the basic cultivation of the martial way, even had a Budo ninjutsu, 8 elixirs, the most important point in martial arts, or a presence that baffled them all. The difficulty factor of martial arts was too high, unless one possessed a chakra and body that surpassed the norm, and if one was responsible for easily trying it over, it would only take a moment for the storming chakra to kill them. Even with multiple attributes of chakra, the physique was able to metamorphose, but they didn't have the chakra directly from the Green Spirit in their bodies now. How dare you practice recklessly, for fear that a little stubble will be completely finished. There is also the operation of chakra here, subtle to the point of existence. One of the best of the preppy ninjas. Ninji Hyuga is one of them. He hid in the side of the group and kept his mouth shut about how much he had practiced martial arts. Ninji realized that the difficulty of martial arts was that after the physical arts had been enhanced for the body, all aspects of perception such as chakra would also be enhanced in a short period of time. For example, the village announced the 3 gates of the 8 gates of transportation to the preparatory ninjas, contains a method to open the first 3 gates, and after performing it, the chakra is significantly increased, and the base of each area will skyrocket. In this situation, casting a physical art would undoubtedly increase its power exponentially. However, the requirement of martial arts is to go back to jutsu with this increase, raise the value with a physical technique to get the chakra and other attributes up, and then go for a jutsu, and in a flash, it has all the characteristics of explosive power, and killing power. I've heard that Naruto has a combination of Hiramaru and the 8 gates of evil, as well as a variety of martial arts techniques combining senjutsu with the 8 gates of evil, Hiramaru, and the art of shadow diversion. Sasuke also left behind his own combination of swordplay and physical skills, much like the skill enhancements over in the Land of Iron. Today, the real curiosity of Hinata Ninji was whether or not his soft fist, Kaiten, and Bagua Palm could be taken a step further infused with ninjutsu to develop that kind of katana extreme attack martial arts. The teenager held his breath, only to see Namake's Mizukado ascend the stage to smile and gesture with all of them. Ninji's perception of this legendary man had always been good. Everyone did lower their voices. After all, it was the golden flash that had once silenced them for an era. Most of the time, people call it the yellow flash, but when it turns on Nine-Tails chakra mode, it will fasten into a golden light. It is said that after his resurrection, the village of Kiba witnessed the power of the golden flash overnight. To this day, it's long been no secret that Chakra Buddha was left behind in Kiba village by Wave Wind Suemon. I've heard that all the major shinobi villages have tried to get it from Sarutobi, and Chibiusa thinks it's okay to share it, but only with the consent of the Green Spirit Shinobi village. Senjuku decisively rejected it as a secret technique that Wavewind Mizukado had given his son, Whirlpool Naruto, to fight to the death to bring out of the Aoi Spirit Shinobu village while they were being held captive, and that it must not be gifted to anyone else. So, when Chakra Budo's Budo Ninjutsu, Chakra Elixir, and other details were filled in one by one, the vital martial arts, too, finally made their appearance. People were finally relaxing and whispering when they saw Namake Sueman and Kakashi, masking their identities as Bandito, make their appearance. I heard that in the battle that completely wiped out the Shou organization, a kind of thing called the will of martial arts was comprehended by Naruto. Sasuke, I don't know if there's any relationship with martial arts. Oh, I see you're completely clueless. You know a lot about it? Of course, it is said that martial arts techniques are the key step from Budo lower ninja to Nakanabu, while Budo will is the key to whether or not a Budo Nakanabu can actually train to become a Budo upper ninja level secret technique. Is every stage different? And what's up with the Senjutsu Naki chapter that can only be practiced by Budo Shonin? You're so ill-informed. That can absorb natural energy and multiply the speed of cultivation by several times. When hearing about these unimportant topics, Ninji was straight up putting the news in his left ear and out of his right. He looked seriously at the man. The latter, however, politely addressed the man behind him. Namake Suikado, will fight you to find justice for my family's separation over the past decade or so. I shall fight. Instead of refusing, Bandito stepped forward decisively, and he didn't take off that pineapple mask. The difference is that this time, 2 holes were dug, both kaleidoscopic writing wheels. Kakashi, with Jio Shinna standing in the center, announced the start with an expressionless face. It was then that the crowd held their breath and realized that something was wrong. Didn't you say you were going to announce the basics of martial arts? What about the promise of establishing a martial arts clan to explain the subtleties of martial arts techniques to everyone and to further study them? How did it turn into an internal duel? Instead, Ninji sensed that the atmosphere was off, and opened his white eyes on all fronts. In his perspective, it was actually a whole new world. Dual Divine Might versus Golden Glitter. To start, Chapter 92, Distortion of Space, the light that has no place to hide. Who is he? Do you remember 13 years ago? That night attack on the Konoha village that left the 4th Naruto, Namake's Mizumon, and his wife both dead? Of course, the Nine-Tails rampage and the suspected attack that brought Uchiha back from the dead. He's Uchihasu? When this person uttered this speculation, everyone looked at him the same way they looked at a little cutie. Looked at him as if he were a cutie. Are you stupid? He's Uchiha Bando, something many old preppy ninja know. And he briefly removed his mask after being taken down by Lord Spirit Shadow with the Spirit World. We from Kiba village recognized him. Disfigured, but some of the basics are still visible. He should have recovered after being transformed and metamorphosed by Reikage-sama. He's only worn the mask since our 4th Naruto was resurrected. This dislike made the one from Iwakamura lose face, but he also quickly found a point. 4th Naruto? You Kiba village? Well yeah, What a 250, how about this? Our Kiba village should be a sub-village of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and the Land of Fire is a subsidiary of the Land of Spirit. Is there a problem? Can't you see that the third shinobi, the fourth generation, the nine-tailed human pillars, and even the Uchiha clan are all here? Shameless dislike directly shuts up the reserve ninja of the Iwakamura. They couldn't wait to catch a few ninjas from the Misty Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village, so they could sit back and watch them fight with the Kiba village, which was really comfortable to think about. Shoo, Uchiha Stopper appeared here at some point, and the bystanders saw the situation and quickly told them to shut up. People looked at Junior Stopper out of the corner of their eyes. Instant body stop water. Instant body art and shadow split art perfect fusion, combined with the Uchiha clan's fire escape enough to stand proud of the existence of the herd. In that era when one speed genius after another was born in Kiba, one name shines after another. Chibiusa, Kiba White Teeth, Golden Flash, Instant Stopper. Their names are still synonymous with the field of speed to this day. Logically, it should be easier for such a wizard to cultivate martial arts. Fruity, Stopper followed the entire battle with his kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes. The most amazing thing about Chang Ling's reincarnation-born formation was that it restored all the bloodline abilities of the resurrected person. Such a situation arises. Sarutobi Hinata really does have his body under the tombstone. Uchiha Sesshomaru's Sharingan eyes are in Sasuke, Weasels and one more, respectively. The only weapon of this kind that is unique to the Ninja Blade 7. A Sharingan genius and a White-Eye genius were both scrutinizing every detail of this battle, because they were convinced that the true focus of the martial arts that Wave Wind Sailor Moon was going to talk about was in the middle of the battle. That's where the genius parallels come in. Tree of God. Leaves were flying, and underneath this tree with all kinds of fruits was sitting a youth with an increasingly frail body. Uchiha Izumi carefully brought the food she had made here and delivered it to the Uchiha as usual. Don't come next time. The skunk didn't lift his head, unable to bear the rejection of eye-to-eye contact. It's my own business. Izumi's eyes twinkled, her little nose a little sore. It's my business too. You know, this body of mine is something that even the bone-strengthening and blood-restoring pill can't heal, and practicing chakra martial arts takes time. I don't have time for this. Weasel's sentences are honest. I don't believe it. I'll give you my elixir too. It'll definitely get better. Uchiha Izumi turned and ran. The girl always worried that she was running a step slower, letting the tears fall. Mr. Weasel, the battle has begun. It's a mystery of martial arts. Don't you want to see it? Draikazana Musha smiled as the skunk sat on a stone bench while he stood silently by. A scene that had been going on for an unknown number of days. I'm going to fulfill one last promise. A hint of fortitude surfaced in the skunk's gaze once more, sweeping away all that depression, except that he really wasn't running out of time. Clansmen, brothers, and dear friends have returned. The dreams of the Dawn organization have a chance to come true as well, but he still has too many regrets. The girl who can't hold hands for the rest of her life. All things are complete, but one has to be that crippling regret as well. There is no telling if the promise made to that fox will ever be honored. God, have you ever seen my desolation? Known the right and wrong of my life? Seen the good I have given to the world, and the hurt I have left behind? The skunk felt his breathing getting slower and slower, and every time he opened his eyes it was going to feel like it was drilling him. Shasta. The figures of two teenagers ran out of the underground chamber. One turned on 9 Llama Immortal mode and ran towards the square where the duel was taking place. The other, Susanoo, who had turned on the 8 heads and 8 tails, reached out a huge palm towards the man under the tree and cupped it in his hand. It was at this bleak moment. A voice also rang in the Uchiha's ears. It's been a long time, skunk. Hello, Mr. Greenling. A cloud of orange and cyan chakra extended from the 10-tail stomach and swept the exhausted skunk into it. He smiled and dreamed a belatedly beautiful dream. Above the square, the battle was imminent. Wave Wind Swayman struck with a flying instantaneous jutsu, just reaching his body, but Bandu was just a shadow doppelganger he had released when he entered the Shin Megami Tensei space. It turned out that he had long ago prepared a large number of shadow doppelgangers in the Divine Might space in case of an emergency. Bang! The doppelganger exploded into smoke, and the moment Wave Wind Suikoden dodged out of it he was slashed across the neck by the real Uchiha Bandito. The crowd was dumbfounded. Another puff of smoke, a big wind blew, and more than a dozen of Namikaze Sumon's shadow doppelgangers appeared in every corner. Shadow Fractal Shuriken. Sobering. This move was undoubtedly a young plot to leave behind the Flying Thunder God seal, but the reason why they call it a young plot is that there is no place to hide. Unstoppable Ploya. Divine Might Yin and Yang. Bandito dodged, and wherever his eyes looked, space quickly distorted, and all directions were filled with the palms of his shadow doppelganger. Space distortion with the extension of the yin-yang transportation technique surprisingly morphed the time and space ninjutsu even further. Susanoo Taiin Jutsu. This time, the palms of the shadow doppelgangers were covered with a layer of armor. and huge Sunanoha hands grabbed towards Namake's Sailor Moon from all directions, making no attempt to hide their wild killing power. Bang! Between the words depicted all need to be rendered in pen and ink. In fact, but for a moment. The reason why it was called the Heavenly Curse was because once this move started, it was like a curse from the heavens that could not be avoided. Fruity. People couldn't even blink as all of Namake Suikato's shadow doppelgangers were caught and tackled on the spot, and no new flashes of light appeared in the smoke-encrusted plaza ever again. Space is so distorted that even light has nowhere to hide. With his head lowered, the moment his body vanished into Shin Megami Tensei space, he prepared to further locate Namake's Mizukato, who was hiding in the shadows. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even find an opponent for this move. Zaiden Flying Thunder God's Art Third Stage Reverse Immortal Steps. Wave Wind Mizamon's voice rang out. As soon as he appeared, the name-taker recited the name of the move with absolute speed, and disappeared under a single large Susanoo hand in a single pass. He turned on the immortal mode, the full physical form of the Myriad Woods Mountain, plus the more peaceful, quicker access to natural energy of the Green Spirit Immortal mode. The entire body was transformed into a purple lightning bolt due to the surge of multiple chakra, and it was more like a purple lightning bolt as the Flying Thunder God's jutsu was turned on and transformed into a zigzagging ray of light. Sobering. In less than a breath, the figure of Namake's Mizukato appeared behind the disappearing figure of Bandito. How can the same move work? Banda possessed a defect back then because he only had one eye, and at the moment he confidently deflated himself and also deflated Wave Wind Summon's attack. Swish! The pineapple head mask disappeared, leaving only one large hand flying to make a seal. Kamiho Fire Extinction. The sealing was completed, and he directly released countless Great Ho Fireball arts, drowning everything in front of him. The sea of fire incinerated all, and when the heat had not dissipated, leaving the earth strewn with ashes, the people still did not know what had happened. All they knew was that Namake's Sailor Moon was missing as well. God's mighty space. Bandito had just arrived, confident that all he needed to do to win was to lay down an undifferentiated, wide-open attack. Miso. A flying sword had hovered in front of leader of the Earth's forehead, and there were hundreds of flying swords hovering in the entire Shin Megami Tensei space. How is this possible? When did you leave an imprint in my divine might space? With a flying sword, your so-called dual divine might combined with an overall increase in strength has allowed you to give up the advantage of coming and going as you please, at the cost of a 1 in a million flaw. Bandito laughed out loud, dropping to the ground and saying, "So it's Sanbin. Is it the end of the age? No, it's an iteration of the times." Wavewind's Sailor Moon turned into smoke with a thud, and it turns out that even this is just a shadow doppelganger. No need to worry about his wife's well-being, no nine tails to get in the way. It is only then that it can be transformed freely into a golden flash across space. Chapter 93, Green Spirit reappears. For once, you're unattached, and I've lost my determination to go forward. Bandito was threatened by a flying sword that he could just as easily avoid if he wanted to. He was no longer the teenager he was 13 years ago, with more or less worries in his mind. Kakashi was right there in the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and the Namake Suikato family was like a sword stabbing into his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Not to mention, according to his guess, Haruno Rin must have been resurrected as well. Just where exactly? During this time, the intelligence included information about the resurrection of people in various small villages. There was no shortage of big villages like Kiba Village and Misty Hidden Village. The answer is that there is no such person as Lin. How could Uchiha Bandito believe that his favorite person hadn't come back to life? However, even if the world didn't know the truth about his resurrection or not, Xingling must have known. Just wait until the spirit shadow returns and all the answers will be revealed. The young man is no longer in his prime and has something on his mind. Bandito also finally got a taste of what it's like to have to protect others and be restricted at every turn. I lost. I wanted to live, so I lost that determination to dare to go all the way. Bandito stood up and a flying sword dropped. Is Faye still alive? Namake Suikato's doppelganger dispersed from the Shin Megami Tensei space, leaving only one sentence behind. The young Beltane turned around. The sculpture that had been consumed by Deidara once again bloomed with powerful and unparalleled chakra, and both of his eyes instantly changed to a cyan color. An orange and green chakra code wrapped around the sculpture. Can I be Uchiha Bandit again, Faye? Sure, just what I need. Bandito couldn't help but laugh out loud, asking himself, above the square, when Wave Wind Sutman appeared, all the great hands of Susanoo disappeared and the Shin Megami Tensei spaces closed. Did he win? When was that? The crowd looked at each other with blank faces, as if there were all sorts of little question marks floating on their heads. Swish! Naruto, who appeared like a gale, swept in a familiar aura as soon as he made his entrance. This human pillar power, who had been familiarizing himself with the 9 llamas for a week and had managed to turn on the 9 llamas immortal mode, was still the village's premier combatant. Add to that the fact that Namake Sutman and Jiraiya gave a small opening, and the Green Spirit Immortal Mode nascent chapter coupled with the Toad Immortal Mode merged into a brand new possibility. The 9 Lamas, who possess a part of the memories of the Green Spirit and have stepped out of their own inner limitations, have risen in strength as the two have joined forces after accepting Naruto. However, the chakra aura that surprised everyone this time did not come from Naruto, but rather the moment he appeared. The tremor that followed even the sacred tree. People sensed a chakra appearing directly inside their bodies, and the chakra seed began to metamorphose once again. The divine tree blitzed out rich natural energy, enough to be easily converted into senjutsu chakra. Only this time, one could feel stronger than before with each other. 3 times, at least a 3-fold increase. The people of the Green Spirit Ninja Village looked at each other in disbelief, clearly not expecting it. Their Lord Reikage, who always liked to sleep a lot, returned from his slumber instead giving them more chakra. There's more natural energy to absorb, and it's quite a bit easier to transform. Jiraiya analyzed it in his mind. He obviously didn't expect it to end like this. The disappearance of the Green Spirit was seen as a kind of death to many people. After all, it was impossible for any more powerful existence to survive the resurrection of so many people. All of these people, including Draika's Onigiri, were controlled by the Green Spirit after that night and had their bodies remodeled. Jedi was even worse. As the heir of Otsutsuki Kagaya, others didn't know his true identity, but Qingling knew everything, thus directly carving an eternal brand within its body, using time-space ninjutsu, as well as formations to directly contract with all of the White Jedi, and by consuming absolute chakra, directly summoning them. In this way, the entire village had an inexhaustible supply of White Jedi. Jedi himself became a crucial Rin Ninja Village experiment. He was said to be affectionately known as Mr. Big Jedi at the academy and in the lab. Exactly a cozy ending na. The moment the chakra was revived, the eyes of every statue in the village lit up for a moment, and the intense sense of security that it brought to all of them caused them all to burst into tears. Finally I can see it. That hopeful tomorrow. In the land of spirit, chakra sculptures in every corner are cloaked in a chakra veneer. In the center of the rain hidden village, hidden in this high tower were 3 youths discussing a matter. As he looked, it turned out to be because there was a middle-aged man wearing a mask imprisoned in the corner. It was Hanzo, the demigod Mountain Pepper, who was crippled by the god of ninjas, Chikuma. He lay motionless on the plank bed, Nagato controlling him in the corner, only able to keep his eyes open and bandaged. Yahiko, the toxin in him is useful, but we're having a hard time putting it to use. Sure you want to keep him? Minami has some doubts. Mountain Pepperfish Hanzo, this guy is the most hateful enemy in the hearts of the 3 of them, can kill to be 1,000 cuts. No, what we have to do is wait for the resurrection of the shadow of the spirit. If our resurrection is all about him, or even if the change of this world is tied to him, then he must have had his own agenda in resurrecting Hanzo Yamabusa. We are at his mercy since we consider ourselves part of the land of spirit. Yahiko had always believed that the Green Spirit was not dead. Based on his understanding of Qingling during this period of time, this was definitely an ideal existence that was even more extreme than him, constantly striving for the world in his heart that left no regrets, to the point of making an enemy of the world. Such a world is the future that they really wanted to create when the Dawn organization was founded. Since they had someone like Qingling to do the impossible with a more complete plan and ability, why wouldn't they be happy? This was the reason why the Rain Hidden Village had to talk to the Spirit Shadow in detail. They had to ask the Green Spirit about his plans in person, or even at least travel to the Eirin Shinobu village to see the dream in its infancy up close and personal. The distant future is close at hand. Woo woo, Hanzo the Mountain Pepper Fish stammered, and as a result, he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. He did have a bit of a miserable time. First he drifted all the way through the Fire Country to the Iron Country to fight Mifune, not realizing that he almost buried his life. After being slashed by this defeated general in a second, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became, and the sleeping will within him was gradually reviving. He also heard that the Hidden Village had been occupied by 3 youths, and immediately wanted to kill back, but just halfway there he encountered Senjuma, who was looking around for Uchiha Zebra. The great battle between the two was imminent, and Hanzo, the Mountain Pepper Fish who had just regained his will, was not as skilled as God and was directly disabled. The former head of the village was later temporarily redeemed after the Yujin village intervened with the Konoha. After all, Nagato sort of died once with Rokudo pain, and a new village head was chosen as Yahiko, the 3rd in a row, so to speak. Swish, the sculpture of the Green Spirit that had been sitting in their house, which they had carried from the road outside, finally glowed. The moment. Thousands of undercover agents hidden in the land of spirit, all sending information in the dark. Their intelligence is in 4 words. The Green Spirit reappears. Chapter 94 Martial Arts announced. Confident people. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. After Namake's Mizukato shows up, Naruto also stops by, giving off an inexplicable amount of pressure. While most people were still waiting for the formal interpretation of martial arts, the strongest people with great discernment had already realized the basis of martial arts from it. 1. Physical fitness. 2. Chakra. 3. The outburst. 4. Extreme control. A lineage with the martial arts. These 5 points meant that, in the context of one's own martial arts training, one developed a more powerful body, strong enough to withstand the power of a chakra burst. The chakra dantian also stores a large amount of chakra as a way to bring about certain possibilities for the cultivation of extreme mastery. Only then, in the nick of time, a powerful move that withstands a chakra burst with a martial art that further enhances the body's potential. The fusion of each other is a true martial art. For example, the 8 gates of transportation. When one chakra gate is opened, in addition to being able to use powerful physical techniques, itself brings about an extremely powerful increase in stance, as well as chakra bursts. How one can withstand and sustain longer bursts of chakra in order to use all types of ninjutsu, physical arts, and even illusionary arts, so that they can be fused to bring out the power of true martial arts, lies in whether or not one can have all 5 bases in place. It could be said that if Kai himself possessed the healing ability of Chikara, the amount of chakra, then his 8 gates of evasion would no longer be a desperation stance, but a perfect martial art under the gesture increase. In the crowd, Uchiha Stopper got what he wanted, but was slow to leave. Obviously, as an Uchiha clan, he was still more concerned about the life and death safety of Uchiha Bandu. Hinata Ninji temporarily turned off his white eyes at full blast and digested the inner workings of the martial art with all his heart. The plaza. Wavewind Swayman stood up and gestured to Kakashi. Next is the time to reveal the foundations of our martial arts, and the one who will tell you about it is my disciple, Kakashi Hiki, Uchiha Bandai. What? That Uchiha youth isn't dead? People looked at each other incredulously, and in the next moment, hundreds of flying swords flew out from the god's mighty space, hovered behind Namikaze Swayman, and were collected by him using a time-space scroll. Uchiha Bandito also appeared with it. He took off his pineapple head mask and showed his true colors. In the first moment of his appearance, he, who lived as Uchiha Bandit, said bluntly, "I got a lead on Rin from that rakeage. Mizukage-sensei, Kakashi, our 7th class. Let's start by telling everyone about the results of our martial arts research." Kakashi walked past him, his seemingly unperturbed face nothing more than a smirk hidden by his mask. 7th class? What an almost forgotten name. Wavewind Sailor Moon thought back to the past. It seems that every generation has a 7th class, and if it wasn't for the appearance of the Green Spirit, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would have been in the 7th class as well. Yes, Bandito stopped avoiding Wavewind Sutman's eyes. He couldn't die yet until he saved Rin and created that brand new world. At least, let's show Haruno Rin that future with no regrets. 2. After that, he will have no regrets. He looked up and spoke eloquently to all of them about their research into martial arts. People all realized when they heard the 5 elements, but it also solidified the speculation in the hearts of Uchiha Sesshu and the others. The exposition of martial arts was completed, and Naruto's martial arts were categorized into S rank and A rank, with Sasuke and Namikaze Suikato, and Bringer's time-space type of martial arts being included as well. Unlike ninjutsu, which waits for diversity, martial arts must have 3 common characteristics: a powerful increase in physical attributes that must be lethal and still permanently increase the upper limit of physical explosiveness and potential after the fact. A first edition publication on martial arts was also sold by hand. For this martial art that only a Budo Shimanobu could cultivate and learn the Senjutsu Nobiki chapter before they could spare to use it. People hated to have one in their hands even if they couldn't understand it. There were even undercover agents from the outside world who tried to make copies of a few copies to sneak them back in any way they could. On the roof of a small 6-story building, Han and Old Violet had a copy of the first edition of martial arts tucked away behind them. The Raikage specializes in hammering his body with chakra. Konoha's Sannin have Tsunade, who accumulates chakra. Jiraiya, who invokes Senjutsu chakra. Orochimaru, whose immortal body mimics that of a snake. And as for the increase in explosive power, it comes from the 8 gates of evasion. Old Violet analyzed, expressing her slight disdain. Right, it's just a hodgepodge. Nothing remarkable except that martial will. Isn't it just able to carry illusion? What's the big deal? Han also chimed in with a couple sentences. However, the two looked at each other before quickly flashing away, each beginning their own cultivation. To put it nicely, martial arts claim to be a lineage, strong in its ability to fuse various cultivation methods, ultimately bringing about a permanent increase. Even the limitations of longevity can be cracked. It also meant that the chakra martial way itself held infinite possibilities, not to mention that the stronger one's willpower was when one possessed the martial will, the more immune one was to illusions and the more powerful one was in battle. This is the reason why Old Violet and Han are despised in their mouths but honest in their actions. Chakra Budo is just the strongest. The end of the martial arts speech also allowed many people to see the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. Even though they are not allowed to have their true meaning, they are still considered to have a first glimpse of the doorway. With Naruto's arrival, it wasn't long before Sasuke, I love you, and the others arrived at the location. 2 new scrolls appeared in each of their hands. The reserved ninjas and villagers who had been about to leave snapped back to the fact that there was one more announcement to be made today. Just 10 minutes ago, my teacher gave me a new assignment. Naruto pulled out the quest scroll, as well as the cultivation methods of Budo Nakanabu and the possibility of advancing to Budo Ashinabu. There was also a scroll in Zo's assistant that gave off a different light. What? Budo Nakanabu has his own training method? One by one, the shadows in the crowd had their gazes changed, realizing the unthinkable nature of the martial arts. Those of them, whether they were from the Green Spirit Ninja Village or the scouts from the outside world, the dark tides of the powerful, the ones who practiced were all from the first volume, the 9 chapters of body tempering for martial arts apprentices. The second volume can only be practiced by those who have been promoted to Budo Shimonin, and there are very few possessors. The only ones who have access to the third volume now are even more so Naruto, Sasuke. They couldn't help but wonder if saying that being promoted to a Budo Shimenabu could cultivate martial arts meant that it really had gone through a metamorphosis. And the fact that Budo will needs to have the strength of a Budo Nakanishi also means that a metamorphosis has occurred. Separate physical, chakra, and mental enhancements. So what's the catch with this third volume? Is it true that Qingling didn't make it up? After all, they came from the period after the Green Spirit's slumber, and had not been exposed to the previous metamorphosis, much less seen Sasuke, Naruto, the 2 Nakanabu-level battles that had awakened the will of the martial arts path, with their own eyes. It just feels like it's all a bunch of hocus pocus, and in their minds, the first and second volumes are the end, and they can't play any more up there. It's just a matter of repetition. As undercover agents, they possess sharp judgment, the conviction that you can never be wrong. Chapter 95, New Mission, Martial Arts Volume 3, The Moment. Naruto and Sasuke had each opened scrolls that the undercover agent saw as useless, practice scrolls. When it opened, only Naruto, Sasuke peeked at the real thing and couldn't help but look heavy. Their guesses were not wrong. The martial way Nakanabu was merely an existence that had first entered the martial way after awakening the will of the martial way and being able to use martial techniques. Chakra Budo Volume 3 Compulsory Studies. Chapter 1, 9-Star Ninja, the ultimate form of liquid coagulation. Chapter 2, The Way of the Martial Art and Introductory Level of Enlightenment. Chapter 3, Nakanabu Martial Arts, Heaven, Earth, and Earth's Basics. Volume 3 likewise gives 3 major chapters, includes the ability to quench spiritual liquids into golden pills, as well as an extension from martial will to sensing the essence of martial arts, and provides ample explanation and elevation for martial skills. After a quick glance, Sasuke couldn't help but be shocked by the unfathomable nature of the Green Spirit. It looks like they're both just a Nakanabu now. The quest scroll opens, and this time there is only one sentence. When the enemy comes to attack from afar, one must not sit back and wait for death. The only attack is the best defense. Thwarting an enemy siege once was the simplest requirement, never letting the flames of war stain the Green Spirit Ninja Village. What? The village will be under siege next? And the Green Spirit made it so that this siege must never touch the atmosphere of the village again. And more importantly, to convert the forced defense into an offense. After all, it was the Green Spirit. How could it tolerate others on the side of their sleeping couch? Sasuke, Naruto looked at each other. Some sort of determination had been confirmed in their minds. Anyone who dares to come and taint the Green Spirit Ninja Village will have to pay with their lives. This is the only happy place in the shinobi world, and no one will be tolerated to violate it, and all who come will die. Those who seek death will be turned into dust and ashes. The expressions of the people looking at them became cloudy in a split second. Really? Looking at the expressions, does that mean Volume 3 is really different? When he thought of this, his heart began to beat a drum. And he really wanted to cultivate as soon as possible to obtain that way to become stronger. Keed stood as a member of the Tailed Beast Hall, and also secretly gathered information for the Taki hidden village. During this time, what she had sent back as well was left behind by the elders. What with every person in the Green Spirit Ninja Village possessing multiple attributes of chakra, they can also practice chakra martial arts to enhance their corresponding abilities and continually harden them. In order to awaken the martial will, one must also master the basic yin-yang transportation technique. Words such as these made the village elders think that Keed was either under an illusion or had completely defected. He's meowing. Can the air in Shinobu village be that good? I don't believe you. If there really is such a place, we, the Taki hidden village, immediately defected to the enemy as did the entire village of Earth Spiders. On the contrary, Xiaoying, who stood with Fei Gao, had recently gained a lot, having gone through 2 metamorphoses, and she had gone to apply to learn about the Green Spirit Immortal Technique Nascent Soul chapter because of the existence of the Earth Spider Forbidden Technique. Over time, actually mastered the method of accommodating Senjutsu Chakra, and now has been able to barely control its own forbidden arts, cultivating more than several times faster. For this reason, Keed also cuts off the task of answering letters to the village. There's no way around it. The village no longer trusts her. The few undercover ninjas send in also start talking the same nonsense as Keed, and the village elders think that all of them have been deluded by illusions. These undercover agents, who kept passing back something about steam chakra trains, chakra internal combustion engine automobiles, and chakra electric-powered factories and such, as well as being viewed as crazy, not to mention martial arts ninjutsu, chakra danmaku, and martial arts skills being recognized as an impossibility, because the shinobi world, with the exception of the Kiba village, it is generally believed that to reach the point of using martial arts means that one is already at the pinnacle of the shinobi world by having all the points in all aspects of the physical arts, illusions, ninjutsu, physique, and chakra in themselves. This kind of person could play around with even a random jutsu, not to mention using martial arts. If that was the case, then wouldn't any random metal ninja in the Green Spirit Ninja Village be comparable to a shadow class existence? Or even thrashing with martial arts techniques? Ridiculous. Because the intelligence was so false, the village had now largely stopped believing anything they sent, treating it purely as gibberish and a loss of sanity. Pathetically, most undercover agents still believe that they are witnessing a change in times, and full of encouragement. He sent these messages and intelligence to the village. They were careful to confirm that the third volume was likely to be unusual, and wrote, "The third volume is highly likely to harbor secrets that will change the shinobi world, and it is absolutely necessary to send the village's elite shinobi to further confirm this." When their village got the news a day later, the comment they gave was, "Oh, the whole village is just 2 Nakanabu, a handful of Shimenabu, and you're still changing the shinobi world. Change yourself first." Within the divine tree, Weasel stifled a grunt of pain. The body's accumulated chakra continued to explode. Quenching to the extreme has been extended to the ultimate form. As if the life and death of the transformation, Uchiha Weasel probably wouldn't have thought that his terminal illness was still directly adjusting his body to its peak condition under the anticlimax of the yin-yang transportation technique and a large amount of chakra. When he opened his eyes with a dry cough, he only felt each breath become meager, but he was soon able to breathe freely. Immediately afterward, the increased chakra properties in his body, as well as the doubled amount of chakra in a body that was no longer diseased, overwhelmed him. Really? Alive? A 9-tailed creature dressed in green stood in front of him, its face hidden in its robes, and its claws flicked a finger on his forehead. "Wake up, skunk!" Outside the sacred tree, the Uchiha was thrown out by the vines. He had so many questions, so much curiosity about just how many secrets this fox had. "And what are you carrying to do, Mr. Weasel? You look much better." Drikazanamusha's voice rang in his ears. The skunk turned around, the Uchiha clan behind him. Among them, naturally, there were also the arriving Uchiha Bandu, Uchiha Stopper, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi. Father, mother was among them. This is the brand new Uchiha I. The Sirin Shinobu village never stands in anyone's way. Want to get stronger then climb. Looks like it's going to take you a while to get used to the real world. At the same time that Uchiha Stopper uttered these words, he also threw a copy of the martial arts first edition that he had just grabbed on the spot into Uchiha Weasel's hands. Yes, this undistorted world. The skunk held the book and breathed in the air with immense appreciation. It's nice, he thought, this gentle world. No twisting, no gagging, just sunshine and breeze. As Green Spirit said, that there are shadows, a place that is not illuminated by light. We traveled together. The skunk thought to himself, this is too much of a life to live without the burden and self-doubt of even breathing. He said, after the sacred tree, a figure paused, about to turn away. He had already reached the peak of the 9th level of body hardening, and once he quietly broke through he would be able to be promoted to the lower endurance of the martial arts, and then he would go in search of the second volume, practice the immortal art of nascent souls, and go to try out his martial arts skills. He's going to get stronger and move forward like a shadow in this darkness. This time, it must change all. But just as he stepped out of the shadow under the divine tree, the teenager, however, had been waiting for him in the sunlight for a long time. Brother! Uchiha Izuna opened her mouth and in 2 words made Uchiha take a step down. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would be reborn, because he didn't know how to face him in this moment. This will turn all the hate and anger into a torrential downpour that will fall and be nothing. Before and after the sacred tree, the Uchiha clan is in the shadows, but their hearts are in the light. Uchiha stepped into the sunny light and carried the darkness on his back. Chapter 96, Celebrate. Lord Spirit Shadow has returned. He is hate. He is power. He is a legend. He is the pinnacle. He personifies behind the scenes. He personifies the signs of sin. In the beginning of this journey, he had a dear friend. He had a beloved brother. And he had a dear friend who knew him well. He had believed that better future would eventually come. and he had believed his dear friend's words that the war would eventually end. For this he could lay down his claims, he could go together and build a village, he could make the daimyo foxes, he had dominated an era, he had been arrogant, he had overshadowed an era, and had no enemies except for his dear friends. If it were not for the death of his brother in front of him, if it were not for the establishment of the village, the wars would still be going on, and all kinds of intrigues and plots would still be going on. There was no brother of his dear friend beating down on the Uchiha clan, none of that resentful look in people's eyes. Yeah, even if that all is a tiny bit less, a little bit less, today's Uchiha Zanzibar would not be in existence that would make all those who lived through that era sniff at it. But it happened a long time ago, and it was a parting of the ways after all. The monolith that Jedi altered, and the forged past did confuse Uchiha into a life of utter misdirection. But, just like that life experienced before the Valley of the End can be considered as never having been. The power of their Uchiha clan was indeed bound and severed with hatred and pain. Who is it that fills the world with hate? What is manhwa? Is it the power of fruitfulness, or the glory of having everything, or the freedom of wandering the world, the supreme throne of status and power, or the bond that refuses to let go? At this moment, Uchiha Izuna, who was standing in front of Uchiha Zebra, was a stone that fell. It made the pain in Uchiha's heart a little less, but that was all. Everything after Uchiha Izuna's death was etched in stone, memorized in the pain of his mind. Brother, I got the truth from Jedi Spirit Shadow Shuko. It's not a conspiracy. That monolith is actually. Bang! Uchiha gave him a hug and patted him on the back. Foolish child, is there any point in being right or wrong when it comes down to it? What we went through continues today. Whether it was your resurrection or Jedi telling me false history, all those sins, all that hatred, all that pain and war, and the bond between me and that Chibiusa guy exists. If I just let go of everything, do you think, then I'm still an Uchiha? Brother, Uchiha Izuna had thought that when he was resurrected, learned the later story, and got all the truth, Uchiha Spot would be able to greet the world as well. The facts do. Yukihan will always be Yukihan. How could he change himself so easily? Uchihasu, with his hands spread wide, Bandito stepped in front of the man who had regained his youthful appearance, and despite the fact that he had changed his face, Bandito sensed the familiar aura. Even though they had lied to him for so many years, they had been with each other for several years, and saving his life was all true. Bandito, you're not me. You can let go of the hate. You possessed the news of that girl, didn't you? I can't. Even if my brother comes back to life, I'll do the same thing I had to do back then. Why? Knowing the truth about everything, what do you have to say to me? The head of the Uchiha clan? Don't say fight, if you don't want to get up and dance either. The Yukihan brushes up against the belt. He learns the truth, and his brother is resurrected. But so what? Chibiusa is not Namike Suemon. He's even less of an Uchiha bandit. It was a fact that people had died. Then what Chibiusa had done was unforgivable to him. Chibiusa did not honor their promise, much less let that wonderful era come to pass. And to this day, there have been 3 shinobi wars. The Uchiha clan, which withered to the point of near extinction after his death. Say what's right or wrong, what you get to pay for it. When all is repaid, and the injustice is done, I will find a place to have a cup of tea, and until then, don't come and try to persuade me with your kind. Uchiha Zebra quietly disappeared into the Green Spirit Ninja village. What he's going to do has long since stopped being a one-man show and turned the world upside down. Only when the entire shinobi world is in the hands can the war be permanently eliminated. However, now that he knew the truth and understood that the Jedi demon resurrected was Otsutsuki Kagaya, he would never let that happen. For this, he was still grateful to Qingling, but that was all. You're in more danger than I am. After all, you're in the clear. Uchiha stepped out in a small courtyard, but had long since changed into new clothes, disguising himself successfully. The eyes of the little chakra sculpture lit up in response to him. Night 2. The bright moon is bright. The Green Spirit Ninja village was extraordinarily lively tonight, and the rumor about the possible resurrection of Uchiha Spot was only slightly rumored before it was replaced by an even happier news. Their primordial leader, Reikage-sama, has been resurrected. A big announcement will be made in person at tonight's bonfire. A streetlight banishes the night from the bustling village. They all waited on the street for Qingling to appear. Not much longer. The square finally surfaced with the orange and green chakra gathering of the green spirit. As soon as they saw that it was really their spirit shadow, people immediately cheered. And even some newcomers desperately ran towards the road to try and get a better look at him. Is this the spirit shadow? It's amazing. It's really a chakra gathering. Of course, as long as Lord Spirit Shadow was around. No one dares to hit our village. Small children ran out of the crowd, holding a giant sticker and slowly unfolding it. People were alarmed. Even if they worshipped and were in awe, It was a day of celebration for the return of Lord Spirit, and would the children be heckled for getting in the way? The girl's big bright eyes sparkled, and without any fear at all, she opened the sticker picture on this scroll. Xingling lowered his head to look at the huge chakra eyes radiating 3 types of light: green, purple, and gold. A short while later, the corners of his mouth turned up in a wide grin and he said, "Did you draw this? It's so cute. We hope that one day, Reikage-sama will become human like us and go to the Ninja Academy to study and play together." The pictures were drawn by the Ninja Academy kids. Xingling turned into a big brother in there, standing in the middle of the kids laughing and having a great time. The adults all still panicked at the news and rushed to pick up the child, not realizing that what they had feared had come to pass. Lord Spirit's shadow. The children don't know any better and can't speak, so please forgive them. It seemed to them that Spirit's shadow was known to be a tailed beast, and a 9-tailed one at that, so he must have really disliked being told that. You guys are so stupid. Don't you know that Lord Spirit's shadow was very busy, and still play with you guys? Chastising the kids and also protecting them seems to be a way to protect them in the eyes of many parents. The children's eyes reddened at the sound of such a serious tone, thinking that he must have angered the green spirit. Tailed beasts, humans? When you get to a certain point, you will finally realize that chakra can transform into everything, whether it is a tailed beast, or a human being through the transformation of chakra forms. Just what do we need to do before that happens? Becoming strong enough, of course. Fear me not, for when I am in danger, I shall still need your help, oh my villagers. What? Lord Spirit's shadow needs them too? People felt their eyes get a little red for a moment, tears welling up. There's no need to fear me, boys. When I am gone, you will finally be me. He spoke gently to the children. The party begins. A little spark flew from the campfire. When I looked again, it had flown off into the sky, turned the sky full of stars, spread billions and billions of stars. Chapter 97, The Last Rainstorm of Summer. This night, after the banquet, heavy rain poured down. The summer is about to fade. It was the time when the sky put out its flames. The people who stayed in the house each had their own thoughts. The child is in sweet dreams, frozen in anticipation of tomorrow. The adults, however, knew that a war that would go down in history was about to begin. While they were in the spirit world, Aoshiro died of chakra exhaustion. The village fell into the 2 camps of Sasuke and Naruto, and then later split up into a great battle that eventually wore out an era. The name of the land of spirit, like the other small kingdoms, eventually disappeared into history. This ending was not destined to be what they wanted. That dream, which was as real as a dream, made everyone realize in their hearts the importance of the Aoshiran ninja village. Leaving here, they no longer have a real home. Alleyway. One family had an unlit electric light. A wife draped a blanket over her husband, but the latter let out a worried sigh. He was just a farmer from the land of the winds, and didn't know anything about war. It hadn't been long since he practiced chakra martial arts, living on his strength and the knowledge of agriculture taught in the village. The village says that everyone gets credit for their work afterward. When you get sick you can get free treatment. Disability and senility are all covered by the village. Children can also choose to learn about their favorite things. It doesn't matter if you like to live off the grid. You need to get certain supplies, then just come to the village every month to exchange them. You can hand over a portion of the fruits, livestock, clothing, and artifacts that you have created by living alone. All can be exchanged for giving to the village. All this he kept in mind. The man took out a small book with his crooked handwriting. It hadn't been long since he had learned to write, and he couldn't write much, just barely enough for life use. But on the top it was filled with all sorts of great things about the village. He did his best to write with a less than skillful pen. There may be wars in the future. I don't want the dolls to go without the Ninja Academy, and my wife is worried. She's always losing sleep lately. Today Lord Spirit's shadow returned and we saw hope, but what happened in the dream was too real. I don't think our concerns are unwarranted. House. The child held a ragdoll doll in her arms, a 9-tailed fox in green, with 2 green jewel-like eyes, which her mother had brought from a booth at the banquet. It was made by an aunt who specializes in making Muppets, and it's adorable. Corner of the alley. The other man, who was small and thin, was walking around the house. His wife, obviously a straight shooter, thought better of it and whispered and dialed every house in the village. Not much longer. The man puts on a raincoat for his wife. A group of figures met on this night of pouring rain, and they appeared in a large shed, sheltered from the elements. The lights are on and everyone has a smile on their face. Listen to me, everyone, Reikage-sama really is alive. But my plans to protect the village do not stop. The village does have combat-ready ninjas, and a defense guard department. But this is our village. We built the village together. Such a gathering had lasted for several days, and since they had awakened but the green spirit had been slow to return, people had begun secretly practicing ninjutsu and training in martial arts at night. I work during the day and can only find a little time to practice at night. Outside the shed, a figure flew past. seemingly confirming the safety of the villagers here. They patrolled in their raincoats, guarded, through street after street, alley after alley. Go and make way for the girl on the night shift. Go and see that the lights remain on in all homes. They meet under the sacred tree each time for the start of the next shift. Such days have long become a habit, and the reserve ninja, no matter which village they come from, and no matter how much they fight, they will still guard this place with dedication. The Uchiha clan met in their clan's hut, their hearts still much more at peace as they heard the guards outside walk by. It seemed that the days of the Kiba village where the Uchiha clan was careful were long gone. The current clan head, Uchiha Futsuki, was expounding on his plans. We only have Sasuke, a martial arts shinobi, in our clan at the moment. Everyone else is just a reserve ninja, and the children still have to study at the ninja academy, so don't involve them in this. I received the latest news that the second 5 Shadow Conference of the 5 major ninja villages was held under the communication of Chikage, and those in attendance were the first generation of Megami Shadows of that year. What they have to decide is most likely whether or not to join forces. This information has been reported by Sasuke, so don't slack off. Lights, their red pupils were filled with power, and how could guarding not be something that was engraved in the bloodline of the Uchiha clan? In the dark, unlit room, Becca's undercover agent was inscribing the latest information. The intelligence they were sending back had become less and less recognized. Tonight will be the same as always. In a small building on the east side, there are more than 10 families living here, and since the installation of the elevator, life seems to be really convenient. In order not to attract anyone's attention, Kojiro Gwa **** from the misty hidden village was writing and kneading the information into a ball over and over again. Eventually he got up and turned the light on. Sit firmly in your chair. This time he was no longer writing intelligence, but a letter home. Mother, I am doing well in the land of spirit. It has been nearly half a month since I left, and I am sure the news of Spirit Shadow's return has reached the land of water. My father is sickly. My bounty for completing my quests has never been enough to cure him. You are in your old age and in need of care, and the man I admire is very popular in the village. Sickness, aging, my uncertain future, pursuing dependence, and a compound, all of which I don't know if I'll ever be likely enough to acquire. I don't know what I'm talking about, mother. I worry about another blood mist era in the village, and I worry that the life I've gained now is just going to leave. Myths say that mankind originated from the 6 paths of the immortals, and I think there may be an end to such a war after all. I'm lost. Mother, please tell me if there is also the sound of raindrops smashing down on the heart there. Rainy night. There are many more from outside the village who are struggling to write, and I wonder how many have changed their intelligence to family letters, and how many are struggling internally. This rain is getting heavier and seems to be sweeping the world. Will it wash away the sins of all, or will it be turned into a flood of unprecedented proportions? No one knows. Maybe it's the heavens, trying to make the world a rainforest village. Under the tree of God, Sasuke soaked in the sound of the rain as if every drop hit him in the heart. Naruto leaned his back against the tree and let the cold wind blow in his face without doing anything. Teacher said this time the same sword can grant us both our wishes. Have you thought about it? Well, but you'll get struck by lightning if you lean against a tree. Sasuke stood up and walked towards the underground chamber. Che, my lightning chakra is stronger than yours. How can lightning strike me to death? Is that so? My wind attribute chakra is also stronger than yours. The two fought, neither refusing to admit defeat. And in the underground chamber, but 3 young figures took advantage of the rainy night and came to the village for a long time. Chapter 98, It's Still the Green Spirit. Yahiko stood between Nagato and Minami, looking incredulously at the 3 pairs of scrolls in front of her. It was the 3 major encyclopedias of ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusionary arts that Aishiren had finished learning by the bilocation of 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 the bilocation. What exactly is it that you have come here in the dead of night for? If it is Chakra Budo, then the rain-hidden village will truly be a part of the land of spirit, and the 3 of you will join forces to manage there, and at the mercy of the village. If it is merely to become part of the land of spirit in name only, to be used for shelter or security, then any one of the 3 scrolls can be chosen to leave this place. If one day the war ends and our village is scattered like the Maelstrom clan, please don't let these jutsu be lost. Qingling has never liked to force herself on others. These 3 from the rain-hidden village serve as the last and original members of the Dawn organization, and are the ones who are actually in control of the current rain-hidden village. Sneaked into the village at the start of the feast today. He waited until it was all over before getting permission from the Aoi spirit with Sasuke, Naruto holding down the fort. Yahiko thought to work with the Aori Shinobu village, and if it was friendly, perhaps they could build the land of spirit together. Nagato, on the other hand, believes that it is only necessary to have a heartfelt understanding that they no longer reject the land of the spirit, but they are also reluctant to get too involved because their hearts are instinctively unwilling to trust anyone. Minami, on the other hand, stood between the 2. choosing to remain neutral for the time being. Emotionally she supports Yahiko's ideals, but her experiences over the years have made her recognize Nagato. War. Only true power can shake the entire shinobi world. Raikage, you are willing to be strong and unrivaled. Your chakra inexhaustible. Why not use the power of the nucleus and make the world tremble before your eyes? And then there will be permanent peace? Nagato didn't care about the 3 scrolls. He just wanted the help of the green spirit to go and eliminate the war still in his own way. Will that do? Qingling's sculpture transformed into a small fox, wearing a green coat as it traveled through the corners of the underground chamber. You're so naive, Nagato. A world like that would only be a dream. And how can you be sure that our descendants won't change their original mind? Green Spirit scratched the fur on his neck with his paw. This world has the kingdom of the spirit, and that is a hope. The land of spirit scares the world. It's a threat, but if there is only the kingdom of spirit in the world, that will end everything. What? Even Nagato was taken aback when Aoshiro said this. He obviously didn't expect that Qingling, with her past and character, would do this, because according to the intelligence, Qingling was a shadow who disliked force, and relative gentleness was the real him. You only have war in your eyes as well, so we were wrong about you after all. And in the end, it's no different from that disgusting bunch. Yahiko spoke before Nagato, his gaze going from hopeful to disgusted to angry at the moment, seemingly unchanged from the very beginning of that bare heart. If we were to continue our original plan to start a war that would destroy the world, would we need to come to you? Minami also chose to stand on new possibilities. The 3 of them don't recognize Aoshiro's ambition at all, seeing him as no different from Uchiha. War. It's brutal, and you've treated it like child's play in the past, and you haven't come to your senses yet. Why would I need a war when I'm going to make the land of spirit the world? Just hope. Qingling knew that these 3 little fools wouldn't covet any book of ninjutsu. They are looking for an opportunity. To put it bluntly, they were hoping that Qingling would just give them a new answer. A scene in the village gave them hope that even the major-tailed beast human pillars and the 3 major ninja villages could live here. In the trio's opinion, the green spirit's will must be some sort of will that was enough to create miracles. They believe in that distant future and hope, all of which is shattered at this moment. The green spirit was not the being they had imagined. Instead of an answer, it's even crazier. Well, step aside, you 3 childish fellows. My dear disciples are here. How can the real spirit world plan be informed directly in front of you? When Qingling said that, her little paw made a point, and a 3-dimensional projection immediately appeared in the underground chamber. It looked like it was actually the appearance of a divine tree, and the projection continued to extend, its roots actually going in all directions underground, sweeping the world in all directions. The 3 Yahiko, who were just about to leave in anger, couldn't help but stop and watch. Only Nagato could tell at a glance that the structure of this divine tree was actually coolly similar to the Gato demon statue. Only this divine tree was constantly supplied with chakra by the green spirit and was constantly consuming his chakra, spreading its roots to the world. Looking at its veins, not only the green spirit ninja village, but now most of the land of spirit actually had sacred trees. It's only still growing and should be emitting natural energy in the same way. What exactly is the purpose of the green spirit? Nagato even noticed that there was a part of a huge chakra underneath the rain-hidden village that was waiting for the right time to explode. Once it succeeds, it's another sacred tree. Do you see what he's up to? Yahiko saw something unusual in Nagato's demeanor. It looked like what Aoshiro was really going to do was going to start in the land of spirit, especially the rain-hidden village. They who had wanted to leave the scene in anger, stayed with curiosity. As the stone door opened, Naruto and Sasuke walked into the underground chamber and caught a glimpse of this divine tree chakra projection. Teacher, I figured out what I'm going to do. Whirlpool Naruto spoke of his wish as he scrutinized the divine tree chakra map. Sasuke, for his part, watched in silence, noting that the 3 Yahikos were shocked by the figure. The first root chakra to touch the ground would be the rain-hidden village, which would have something to do with the green spirit's plan. The vein to other shinobi villages is still a while away, but the trend is clearly visible. Teacher, is the day when the divine tree wraps around the entire world approaching? Sasuke, who was about to ask a question, was snapped at by Naruto. Shouldn't we start with your wishes? Aoshiro deliberately steered away from the topic, which made Nagato, Yahiko, and Minami look even more anxious. They don't want anything to happen to the village. What if the god tree blossomed in their place and took direct control of the village? Aoshiro-sensei, will the rain-hidden village become the next place of refuge? That way the land of spirit will truly have a complete defense system in place, and it will be easier to deal with the next attack. Sasuke grabbed the answer this time, making Naruto angry as well. Humph, I saw it before you did, Naruto said defiantly. However, the gamble between the 2 of them meant a lot of information to the 3 Yahikos. War, the 5 shadows were going to join forces again, something they had gained information about, but the land of spirit was not exactly small. As strong as the Green Spirit Ninja Village was, could it still pull back to protect the rain-hidden village? Is it possible that this sacred tree possesses other functions? Well, you guessed it right. Chakra sculptures, technology, martial arts ninjutsu, chakra elixirs, and puppets will all be part of our battlefield against our enemies. And before that, we still need to form a divine tree formation that can work with the divine eye to point and hit wherever we want. Offense is the best defense. Qingling opened his third eye. Sasuke, Nagato, and Naruto in the room all felt a flash of incredible power. The strange vertical pupil instinctively flooded their hearts with an answer. Eye of God, for this great battle, you must fully maintain the various formations of the Great Formation, the nodes, and I will open the defense formation that shelters the entire Spirit Kingdom. One person maintains the big formation. That turning defense into offense means Green Spirit has to draw all the firepower by himself. Have Naruto, Sasuke and the others attack and take the other shinobi villages. In case of failure, Qingling would surely die, and even if it succeeded, maintaining the boundaries of the Spirit Country, such a large defense array, and going to block the attacks of so many shadow-level existences, the amount of chakra consumed would be unimaginable, and they were perfectly capable of adopting the tactics of a sea of men in wheels, until the world drained the chakra from one of his foxes, until he died, when it became clear, not only Naruto, Sasuke, but even Yuhiko, Nagato, and Minami felt guilty for their presumptuousness just now. Great! Standing before them, they were clearly gods walking the earth. Sure enough, it's still got to be the Green Spirit. Chapter 99, Super Defense Formation. Tenfold Consumption. Teacher Qingling, you can't sacrifice yourself anymore. Sasuke stepped in front of Green Spirit. He must not let the Uchiha clan fall into despair again. Teacher, the 9 lamas have long told me everything you've been through. This time, please stand behind us and live. Naruto was just as unlikely to allow such a tragedy to happen again. Seeing a scene like this, even Yuhiko, Nagato felt shocked in their hearts. So Aoshiran was such a fox. His heart, long ago, was so noble that it transcended the realm of humanity. Damn it, they had even misunderstood Qingling before, and now they felt incredibly guilty just thinking about it. Qingling, I don't know what you're going to do, but you put yourself in danger every time. I can come back from the dead just like you, but the pain of that death is unimaginable too. With each resurrection, it's just as unknowable whether it still has the same plan it once did. Honestly, more than the tailed beasts, even the 10 tails have nothing to do with you. You're more like old man Rokudo. Every time you rise, every time you appear, you're like him. I was thinking that maybe one day when your life comes to an end, maybe you too will end your life like the old man of the 6 paths. You could have lived forever but chose to live and die. But if you can, why not take a longer look at the world? The voice of the 9 lamas appeared within Naruto, who had read the memories that the Green Spirit had sifted through and naturally understood what kind of burden he endured. The 9 lamas also knew that, in terms of strength, chakra, and bloodline, Aoshiran was originally a Rokudo Sennin level existence, and one that possessed as much chakra as Otsutsuki Kagaya. Nonetheless, he has the same limits and endings. If he went to bear the wrath of the entire shinobi world, according to his character, he would definitely keep defending himself until he exhausted his chakra and died. 9 lamas or Shizuru, they all lost Rokudo Sennin once before. It was so hard to meet Qingling. How can I watch him die again? It was the long-cherished wish of the 9 lamas and the other tailed beasts to stay in this world for at least a little while longer. Father, the Orochi within Sasuke's body opened its mouth. Only a chakra coat appeared on its body surface. Surprisingly purple chakra, 8 heads and 8 tails, saliva that can corrode the earth, venom enough to overthrow a domain, chakra like the ocean of the sea, and the ability to release 8-tailed beast jades at the same time, enough to devour everything, and innately able to quickly convert natural energy into chakra. Qingling's own son, Yamanano Orochi, please don't sacrifice yourself. None of us can afford to lose you again. The villagers, the tailed beasts, and those tailed beasts all need your presence. The Yamanano Orochi is derived from the divine tree, and regardless of his past, he was born with the utmost goodness, as the 9-tailed beasts regarded Rokudo Sennin as their father. Thus, to him, the Green Spirit was the father of the Orochi. When he was born, the Green Spirit was asleep. That fear, and the worry on the faces of the villagers, still resonates in his childhood mind. What's more, the 9 lamas, Yagyu Orochi were on the same page as Naruto and Sasuke, respectively, and could sense the worry in each other's hearts. The moment, everyone's jittery waiting for Qingling to change her mind. Instead, he twisted his head to look at the 3 from the rain-hidden village. Each of you 3, be at peace. That's the way we are in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. We don't like dragging others into the water. So you, the rain-hidden village, will just live on in the name of our spirit kingdom. However, that divine tree will appear all the same. For since you are to live in my kingdom, You must not encounter any attack. What? Nagato's eyes widened incredulously. Even so, he had to shelter to the end? Yahiko shuddered even more inwardly, knowing that the answer was at hand. Big brother Qingling. The 9 llamas were incredulous. Father, Yamagata refused this answer. Sensei, Naruto would rather die himself than step over Aoshiro's corpse and face the world to come. Teacher Qingling, even if Sasuke were to step to the top and conquer the shinobi world, he would never step on the corpse of the green spirit. Do not be persuaded, gentlemen, and listen to the hissing of the long wind. Do you guys think I'm just going to die? I, Qingling, am not afraid to die. Yes, Qingling is not afraid to die. However, this is not the mission Naruto, Sasuke wanted. They had thought that turning defense into attack meant defeating the opponent and fighting back. Unexpectedly, it refers to the fact that the green spirit wears out everyone on the other side, and Naruto and Sasuke sweep the rest of the shinobi world. Let this world realize the world of the land of the spirit in peace. So it is, Sasuke muttered, then shook his head again to look at Aoshiro with a serious look on his face. All teachers, your illusionary spirit world was meant to refer to the world of the land of spirit. From the beginning, you wanted the illusion to be real. That's the real thing. Spirit world. Nani? Naruto couldn't help but look at Aoshiro as even his pupils coalesced upon hearing this from Sasuke. Spirit world? That illusory art that has gained a reputation in the shinobi world and is called unsolvable and can be used by many people at the same time, turns out to have this layer of meaning? Nagato and Minami were dumbfounded, but instead it was Yahiko, who had gone to learn about the illusion because he had seen the tree branch that ran across the land of spirits when he was first resurrected. The moment, when they knew the real reason why, they realized what Qingling meant by making the world the land of spirits, and inside, there was no guilt, it was clearly guilt. Grid, the real big picture. Go ahead, Yahiko, Nagato, and Minami. Jiraiya is still waiting for you in the rain, and many others are waiting for you in this rain. Go and find the dawn breaking where you belong. The green spirit stopped talking and gradually dispersed. He didn't want to explain, just put Naruto, Sasuke's mind at ease, because he is now very sleepy, need a nap. As for the matter of running out of chakra, it couldn't have been better. Hating the idea of an immediate all-ninja attack on the land of spirit. Let this unprecedented defense array use up all of his chakra. Qingling had done the math. Even if the successive generations of powerhouses stepped in and adopted a sea of people plus a wheel battle, it would still take half a month to make him completely run out of chakra. That and his daily desperate attempts to convert it into natural energy, as well as powering various industries throughout the land of spirit, including but not limited to trains, power plants, internal combustion engines, and more, as well as to make the natural energy of the spirit country 10 times thicker, so that more people could feel it and could better cultivate the green spirit immortal technique. After a while, it was expected that a large number of people would be promoted to Budo Shimanobi. Chakra elixirs, martial arts ninjutsu would also promote puppetry, immortality, and martial arts. In that case, the rate of chakra consumption would also increase further. But even in this case, it would also take a shinobi master from all eras half a month to exhaust his chakra. It's so hard. Realizing that the atmosphere that consumed chakra in this way increased from the Aoshiran ninja village to the entire land of spirit, it was necessary to maintain 2 large sacred trees and more than a dozen small sacred trees, as well as supplying the entire land of spirit. The rate of consumption has doubled more than tenfold. Qingling had to sigh. It was really getting harder and harder for him to need to use the infinite resurrection system. Chapter 100, Secretly Swearing to Guard the Green Spirit. Underground Chamber. Aoshiran's departure is seen by Naruto, and Sasuke as exhaustion from preparing the new great formation. They both clenched their fists with their tailed beasts and swore together in secret. Tragedy must never be allowed to happen again. For no one can guarantee that every time one falls into such a near-sleep situation one will be resurrected unharmed. Teacher, we will protect you, to make you realize that we are good enough to stand alone. Outside the sacred tree, as the 3 Yahikos walked out of the chamber, a figure had been waiting for them in the rain for a long time. The men were standing 2 by 2. Leave this place and you will be nothing more than puppets of the nations. Scorpion stood in the rain with his umbrella in his hand. It hadn't been long since he had begun his transformation again, but this time it was just a combination of martial arts ninjutsu and chakra elixir, creating a new kind of nucleus that was mounted on his arm to be used as a robotic golem arm, plus the 4 major scrolls, and the increase expanded to thousands of puppets. Scorpion had reached a point where most people would not dare to match him. As the head of the puppet hall, when he saw Nagato again, his heart no longer hit it. Leave here and become a new puppet? Nagato knew what that meant. Not that Scorpion was going to take a shot at him, but that he was going to go back to the same days as before, when he seemed to be full of passion, but in reality, he was being used as a gun by others. Don't you need a mentor in art? If you stay, I'm sure Mr. Spirit Shadow will make your artist's temperament deeper, but I hate rain. Deidara is convinced that his blast hall is the strongest in the future, but the village doesn't seem to let him build it. He had not come to see Nagato, but more to seek out the green spirit and get permission to build an explosion. Walk through the artist panel of Scorpion and Deidara, the group of Eternity and Shakti. Bandito and Fidden had stopped by a long time ago. Kakuto died and served as a source of nourishment to parasitize today's Yagyu Orochi. Jedi serves as a near infinite number of mouse subjects to provide the toolman. It was only natural that the two of them would stand and wait for the three Nagato men to arrive. I will build a shrine for the great god of the green spirit. Fidden didn't persuade anything at all. While he had a huge side on his back, he had a doll at his waist that looked similar to the children's green spirit dolls. All he could think about was building the shrine so that the whole village, oh no, the land of spirit, and the world would worship the green spirit. Once again, the ravings of the evil god came to his ears. Fidden listened impatiently and cursed directly to himself. Scram! You deserve to be called an evil god. What kind of trash are you compared to the great god of the green spirit? On the sidelines, Bandito didn't care about any of this. To this day, he has been through so much. Impersonating Uchiha Zen, creating the Blood Mist era, becoming the true master of the Dawn organization standing behind Nagato, and getting Drikazana Jirai to sell out and believe in his identity, all for unlimited monthly readings. It wasn't until he was in the god's mighty space, when the green spirit was resurrected at the first opportunity to gain information about Lin, the moment he lost to Namake's Mizumon with consideration in his heart, Bandu realized that he had lost, because he has something to hold on to. He has hope. After all this time, it's made you almost obsessive. The next time we meet, it could be the Shinobi War. You know what I'm talking about. Bandito didn't use Faye's tone of voice, as he no longer wore the mask. Nagato laughed miserably and put one hand on Yahiko's arm. Yes, the next time was the Shinobi World War, but not the one they had each planned for, but another kind of arena where the green spirit performed alone. The duo didn't ice out their differences. They just each moved toward their own trajectories with occasional overlaps, walking past an expressionless Bandito and a maniacal Fidden. In front of him stood Uchiha Weasel, Drika's Anajirai, wearing a bucket hat. It's been a long time, skunk. Nagato knew that the person in front of him was undercover. But so what? Being a kaleidoscope Sharingan and a Rinnegan is destined to be a power grab. It's raining too much. The skunk's high collar hid his will, and that one word sent a shiver down Nagato's spine. Yeah, this rain has no premonition of stopping. Too much rain, blood-scented fog, it all gets you lost. You can't get back. Nagato. There was a sympathetic look in Drika's Anajirai's eyes. He had realized when he left from the spirit world that infinite moon reading was not the perfect world he truly wanted. Nagato was quiet for a moment. Anemusha, there is a secret that he will never tell you, but I am going to tell you. The spirit world, that is, the world he needs to create. Nagato didn't know what kind of future Bandito had told Drika's Anajirai about, because Nagato and Bandit have always been different paths. To this day, neither of them will understand anyone, and at best, they will each move on. I have known for a long time that you have not traveled to the world called Spirit and will not understand that everything in this village is exactly the future I want to create. Drika's Animusha smiled. From the beginning when he woke up and told the skunk that there was a chance that infinite moon reading wasn't the future he wanted, the true spiritual realm was then made clear to him. So you already knew. Nagato wasn't weak. His body had gotten many times better since he was reborn. It's just that the mental state that has been in place for years remains unchanged for a short period of time. Outside the range of the divine tree's shade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya just stood there waiting. Nagato or Minami didn't have a good feeling about Orochimaru, a halfway decent ex-teammate. His your looks tell me again that after the step you will go back to that fox again, and to this day no one has been able to refuse his request. Orochimaru spat out a flying sword directly as he spoke, his neck extending to the window of a household. Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato froze and looked at Jiraiya, facing Jiraiya once more. When the guilt inside, after having witnessed his own death, and a brand new miracle, a change of heart had long since come over him, while facing this Jiraiya, who had taught them and had high hopes for them to change the world. A nervous drum was beating inside. If it was that guy, he would have said, "Listen to your heart's choice." Jiraiya clasped his arms in front of him and looked at the three disciples who had once lost themselves. Jiraiya-sensei, we were expelled. Yaoyan's eyes were lost, and he knew that even Nagato didn't really have the courage to come face to face with him when he faced Jiraiya. This is a situation that can still only be answered by him. It's just been through life and death, witnessing the destruction of my own dreams, waking up and knowing the success or failure of his best friend's life. He also appeared more confused than ever. He'd been muddled until he'd met the green spirit and really searched for answers. The heart is shaking at the moment. Expulsion. He didn't want to drag you guys down. By and large, Jiraiya knew that Qingling was an existence that was not willing to drag anyone down, and was willing to carry the burden alone no matter what the danger. Ah, too tired. It hurts. It's like I'm feeling the pain of the world. Yahiko had a headache. This journey of resurrection across the years had taught him what it meant to be unattainable. It's raining too much here. We really can't go back. Nagato couldn't stop shaking his head. Minami stood hesitantly between the two. Suddenly, Yahiko turned with determination and ran towards the sacred tree. There were footsteps behind him. Nagato, Minami followed, as they did back then, across time and space. This time the run was never a trap for Hanzo Yamashiro, but a light that went on and on. That light, radiant and dazzling, was enough to remove the rain from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, the rain from the Rain Hidden Village, and even the torrential rain from the entire shinobi world. Now, they will walk alongside him to bear all the pains of this world, until the door. Naruto and Sasuke stood there expressionless, blocking the trio. A voice appeared quietly. From the underground chamber to the sacred tree to the entire Aoshiren shinobi village, it resounded through the land of spirit. For this reason, he deliberately consumed a large amount of chakra. There's no need to feel sorry for me. Cry and laugh with abandon. Tears and joy are all your good fortune. I've never had mercy on anyone, much less yours. Where the light does not shine, we go together. This time, the same words personally came out of Qingling's mouth. The certainty of the light within all. A chakra seed all broke out of its cocoon at this moment, transforming into the palm-sized green-clad Nine Tails. Once again, he gave up chakra for people. He has the world in his eyes and ignores only himself. People think as they do. The three Yahikos secretly vowed to use this life to defend their dreams and guard the Green Spirit. Chapter 101, Look, the rain has stopped in the rainy hidden village. The rain washes away everything, drowning out all the crying and laughing. People only dare to be angular when they are young to dare. In the face of all the rules and regulations, teenagers also clench their fists and endure the loneliness that pours in like the sea. He clenched his teeth in his unwillingness to give in and cry, and stubbornly raised his head to face every condescending taunt and sneer. They didn't seem to grow up, but they understood that the age of free crying and laughter belonged to the even younger children behind them. And who doesn't want to be the child who laughs with abandon? Who wasn't the teenager with the stubborn clenched fist? The next day, rainy hidden village. In the morning sun, the little girl walked out of the house wearing her gas mask as usual. She didn't notice anything special at first, just that the village was bright and warm. Before long, she looked toward the center of the village. There was a huge tree, which looked lovely, like a fox, with all sorts of fruits. It's like a dream. Come on, go pick some fruit. Fruit? She remembers those as things told in her mother's stories, that the rain-hidden village had technology, but life was only average. Actually, the reason people want to live in a village where rain and poison mix is not only for the protection of the village, more so, because the other villages, which seem to have no rain, are not even as good as here. Fruit, can I eat it? Could it be poisonous? The girl was at a loss, and within a few moments, she came to her senses and ran after all the children to the basement of the big tree. He saw some normally serious ninjas standing beside the three young men. None of them wore masks. Soon, some of the older brothers and sisters who were studying at the Ninja Academy were half-heartedly removing their masks. Being still young and not having gone to the Ninja Academy yet, she knew an ironclad rule to never take off her mask. It'll be poisoned. It'll kill you. The panicked little girl desperately shook her tiny hands in an attempt to get everyone to put their masks back on. However, a blue-haired sister lowered her head and stroked the little girl's hair affectionately. It doesn't matter, the past is gone. From now on there is no poison. There will be no never-ending rain. The air is fresh and we will have sun and fruit, Minami said, pointing to the sky. The girl's eyes whitened expectantly. The mask came off and she turned out to be so cute looking. An older brother with orange hair loaded him up with some fruit, and another older brother with red hair kept watching him, a little weakly, but without any malice. Children always possess a mental acuity beyond that of adults, enough to sense a wider range of emotions. It stopped raining. Don't worry about dying if you drop your mask. And there's still sun. The girl turned away happily, harboring the fruit. She didn't know what had happened overnight, except that every word from the geek mattered. Stumbled home. She placed the fruit in a small basket, and immediately a woman's cough came from the inner room. Back from Grandma's house so soon? Did you get any food or medicine for today? The woman looked at her with a pale face. The little girl's big eyes blinked as she dragged the basket over with all her might and set it down beside her mother. The woman who had been in a wheelchair for a full year was momentarily confused. It's not easy for the rain-hidden village to get fruit. Mommy, it stopped raining. It stopped raining. It's not poisonous anymore, and we can all sunbathe later. The little girl pushed the wheelchair. She remembered the doctor saying that her mother had been injured in the line of duty and that it would be difficult for her to walk again in her life, and that if she could get some sunshine every day, she might be able to get better. But in this dark and sunless hidden village, sunbathing was really a luxury. Wear a mask. The woman got scared. The wheelchair was too fast, and she was about to rush out. It can be poisonous out there. Swish, rushed out of the house, basking in the early morning sunshine. The breeze was not dry and there was a huge fruit tree in sight. I think it's a fruit tree, because it's full of all kinds of fruits. The woman's heart was beating faster and faster. She was clearly not reacting to the change in the world. Mom, the fruit is so sweet. The little girl was holding a red apple. She had really only heard about the various fruits and stories told by her mother, so she couldn't even recognize them in her hands. It only says fruit. Fruit. The woman couldn't help but get her nose out of her mouth at the sight of the little girl giggling. This stupid kid obviously didn't take a bite. The corners of her mouth were covered in drool, and she was still coaxing her that it was sweet, trying to get her to take the first bite. Mom, you said Dad would be back from his mission when the rain stopped, right? The woman nodded. Her husband had died trying to protect her during that mission she had scrapped. This well-intentioned lie, which has been going on for years now, has finally broken down. The sound of footsteps in the water rang out. A boy, not much older than a little girl, ran excitedly to his house. It's back. Mom's back. And the village chief said that everyone came back from their mission a long time ago. They've just been waiting for the rain to stop, and now they're all back. The woman was a little surprised to hear these words from her little neighbor boy. Impossible, since the boy's mother died on that mission as well. How could it come back? Daddy, it's Daddy. The 2-year-old girl looks at her father in the photo every day. She was only a year old when her father was nowhere to be found and her mother was in a wheelchair. Just after learning to walk, he started wearing a heavy mask to get medicine and food from his grandmother's house. Her father's figure, his likeness had appeared in her dreams more than once. Really back? The woman murmured as she took an unbelievable nibble of the fruit. Mommy, is the fruit sweet? The little girl asked expectantly. Sweet? Hurry up and eat it. It's so sweet. So sweet. It's really sweet. She shook her head with certainty. Inside the village's high tower, the initial 3 of the Dawn organization were soaking up the sunshine, watching as one by one the villagers returned to their homes. They had left from the Aori Ninja village last night, truly attributing the Amazake village to the land of spirit. Under the Aori Ninja village, the Sirin Ninja village will become the capital of the land of spirit, and while the large village within the land of spirit, the village of Rain Hidden, would be second only to that. The various smaller villages had the same sacred trees growing in them, only more suited to their environments. Are they all home? Yahiko looked to Minami. Well, the next thing is the railroads, the power plants, and other updates across the board, because this is a whole new era, and it's going to take us a while to get used to it. Minami nodded. These dead villagers were actually reborn with the shinobi's group of reincarnated born resurrectionists. He had stayed here before, and then he was in charge of imprisoning Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. When this guy explodes, it's a poisonous mist that can wipe out a village. Now, only after truly confirming the will of the green spirit did they allow the various villagers to return to their homes. The Yamabushi Hanzo has been delivered to the Aishiren Ninja village, and a portion of the first volume of Budo and the Chakra Elixir, Budo Ninjutsu, etc., will be delivered. So do we want to have the whole village practice together? Or do the 3 of us try it out first? Nagato asked a question, knowing that a whole new system of cultivation would surely leave many people uninformed. Take it step by step. Yahiko looked out the window, full of joy. Look, it stopped raining in the rain-hidden village. Chapter 102, The New 5 Shadows Conference. A patch of peace and harmony in the land of spirit was clearly not looked upon favorably by the other villages. The land of iron. It had been some time since the last upset. In the face of the emergence of the land of spirit and the growing power of the green spirit ninja village, the daimyo felt a strong sense of scorn. For this reason the shadows were called to convene this new martial shadows conference. Inside the venue, the 3 ships had been waiting for a long time. Some time ago, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, fought him specifically in order to find his will back, as a result of the defeat and fleeing the total to find the will. Unfortunately just ran halfway to meet the first generation of Naruto Chikuma. There is no heavenly reason for him not to die. I've heard that the guy did live long enough to stay alive now. Just where exactly is unknown. Soon, Mifune held his breath as the first to arrive was actually Chibiusa, god of shinobi. Mifune was also known as the god of samurai, but when he actually met Chikanji, he was still overwhelmed inside. He knew that Hanzo, who had healed from his injuries and found his will back, was definitely strong, and that guy was fighting him using only sword techniques because of his own pride. So it was when he beat him, and so it was when he lost to him this time. But once he's back at his peak, he's just as much of a monster. What I didn't expect was a crushing defeat under Chibiusa even under these circumstances. The so-called shinobi demigods were ultimately no match for a true god, and beside Juma was none other than the second generation Naruto, Chibiusa. That's not a bad lineup. People whispered. I heard that Kiba White Teeth and that Mithraea who left the first generation of the Shinobi 7 in tatters have been resurrected as well. It's a good thing that the Uchiha clan migrated by night right after they were resurrected, or there would have been less trouble this time. You guys are saying that even Chibiusa will be resurrected. So Yukihamas? Shut up and keep your mouth shut here. The mouths were the very first and second, third generations from the Sandy Hidden Village. At a glance, the Misty Hidden Village, which is only beginning to be the same as the first generation of the Mizukage plus the second generation. The two villages were already at odds, and the second generation Wind Shadow and second generation Water Shadow had almost died together. Therefore, the curses were exchanged with a deliberately increased tone of voice for the other party to hear. Rubbish, those bubbles of yours aren't going to break through any of my defenses now. Be careful, after all, we have 5 shadows and the 7 of ninja blades have expanded once again. Your Sandy Hidden Village doesn't have enough weight to pose here right now. The second generation is hostile to each other. However, they instantly settled down a bit more when they saw Chikage and Futabukuro Reikage. After all, these two are the tough guys in the group of tough guys in the second generation. Not far, the Earth Shadow and his party also came here. As personally founded, the Dust Recluse second generation of the Earth is obviously also a ruthless person. This time, becoming a follower of the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Anoki, on the other hand, appeared to have a much purer gaze, and he seemed to have grown much stronger again after a period of inner training. Looks like it's time to talk. Chibiusa glanced at Hatsune Makoto Reikage, who had arrived last, confirmed all eyes and called the meeting to order. It was a meeting attended by the equivalent of over a dozen Shadow Class existences, and in their village there were also Shadow Class existences, human pillars, assassination squads similar to the Ninja Blade 7, and various elite upper ninjas who resounded through the shinobi world. Talk about what? It's obvious that we can all just join forces and raise this little Ryanoku to the ground. Hatsune Miku Reikage's skull was clear. That's right, according to our intelligence, they are only 3 hours away from the 2 furthest villages. That monster called a steam train could never exist. The first Earth Shadow appeared rather scandalized by chakra technology. We are of the same mind. The so-called God Tree is also very dangerous. If they have more and more immortal arts and martial arts ninjas, it will have a huge impact on the existing pattern. Wind Shadow's side also expressed disgust. What's a ghost screaming for? The second generation Mizukage was upset with the opposite side at first. Ahem. Let me say a few words. The primordial Mizukage looked eloquent and a bit old school. I'm sure you're all very interested in this chakra martial arts. As far as I know, the Kiba village seems to have a cultivation method that Wave Wind Swayman brought specially for you. I wonder if it's true. This matter has long been well documented, and everyone knows it, but it is just a matter of saying it to make things difficult and to achieve one's own ends. And the name Wave Wind Swayman was even more of a time warp when it was spoken by the primordial Imizukage. Chibiusa was about to open his mouth but was signaled with a look from Kagemusha. This was something they had discussed. Absolutely not. According to the research done by Chikara and Saratobi, Chakra Budo is indeed feasible and allows for the enhancement of all aspects of one's attributes. This is a cultivation method that utilizes chakra to constantly blaze a trail, thus advancing and permanently improving your physique and battle prowess, with the only side effect being that the longer you live, the longer you live. The most amazing thing is, Senjuma relied on his senjutsu and inexhaustible chakra. It's only been less than half a month since he cultivated Tabudo Shimenji. Its strength, which had long since ceased to increase, actually opened up the chakra dantian directly, and the already perverse amount of chakra was stored twice as much. The whole person's physique and spiritual power was also able to metamorphose. Just yesterday, the dark side had found out some clues that there were a few people in the village who seemed to have practiced the chakra martial arts for a long time. In the end, Chibiusa himself stepped in and avoided the Inu Deer and Butterfly clans and the Inuzuka clan, using the fate of the Uchiha clan as a precedent. He asked for the second volume of Budo from the Hyuga clan. There are rumors that the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, is likely colluding with the renegade ninja, Whirlpool Naruto. Anyway, the second volume of Budo is now in the hands of the Konoha hierarchy. As for the first volume, it has long been in thousands of homes. Being a practice with infinite possibilities is bringing a great deal of research. What's really amazing still is that Chibiusa realizes that there are a lot of differences between the original second volume and the first. 2 days ago, intelligence came back that it was suspected of possessing the third volume of the martial way, which meant that every step of advancement had been mastered by the Green Spirit Shinobi village. They just had to keep getting stronger, and they had to take down the Green Spirit Ninja village. Gentlemen, this is too tiring to look like this. And who's here today who doesn't have this? Snap! Hatsune Makoto Reikage threw the Budo Ichiban directly onto the table. Upon seeing this scene, the other shadows no longer hid it and threw the first volume onto the table. They looked at each other, and the only one whose expression remained unchanged was Chibiusa, because he knows, unlike the Kiba village, This method of cultivation in other villages is something that only the shadows and elite upper ninjas are qualified to practice. The daimyo clan even regarded it as a longevity technique. When it was learned that there was a second and third volume in the world, the price was even higher. What we want to know is, how many volumes do you have in total in Kiba now? And the legendary second and third volumes, do you have them? To know, the first scroll is available to anyone who is a member of the Spirit Kingdom, and the only way to have the rest of the scrolls for cultivation is to be successfully promoted and recognized. In other words, the second volume is owned by very few people and is a treasure of the shinobi world. As for the third volume, only Naruto, Sasuke has it. Chapter 103, Twisted Greed, Chikara's Wrath. I won't agree to a war on any scale. You know that. Facing a greedy gaze, Chibiusa, spoke bluntly. He would never allow these guys to call a war over this. So far, the Green Spirit Ninja village hadn't struck out at any of the villages. Their land of the spirit was on some level a shinobi village that rivaled any of the great villages of the present day. It's only the territory of the land of spirit, which is relatively small, that needs to be recognized rather than crusaded against. Chibiusa couldn't figure out why the land of the spirit, which clearly didn't mean any harm to anyone, had to raise the world as an enemy. Juma, today is not our year. And this meeting is not the biggest in your Konoha. The water shadow opened his mouth, and the four major shinobi villages adjusted their eyebrows. Casey's gaze changed. He had thought of this possibility long before he attended this convention. Who would dare to start a big fight with Yugo still around? The only possibility is that the guys had thought about joining forces beforehand. With all due respect, you're not invincible. After all, your Kiba's strongest battles have suffered one weakening after another, and that rumored god White Teeth has disappeared once again. What are you doing against our four villages? If you're strong alone, can you be stronger than an army of thousands? Back then, you didn't take long to die after the battle with Uchiha Zebra, and from that it was enough to survey your true strength. In short, with us joining forces, you have no chance of winning other than cooperating. Showdown. Today was the day to make things difficult for the Konoha village and let them decide whether or not to go to war. If Chibiusa had chosen peace all the same, the shinobi world would have been left with only four major shinobi villages from now on. First, we'll get rid of Kiba and divide the Fire Country completely, and then we'll get our hands on that second volume. Wait until all the planning is done, and then take the land of the spirit in one fell swoop. The ambitions of these men could no longer be concealed. It's just a secret technique, and I'm sure all of you have secret techniques to enhance your own strength. So why start a war for a chakra martial art that will be spurned by millions of people? Chibiusa's face was grim, and he knew that the so-called cheek had long since been torn to shreds. If the Yukihan was here, I'm afraid he would have made fun of these people long ago. There is no way that any of them will dare to say a word against it when the time comes. Knowing his true strength? All of the Jurassic who heard this smiled helplessly. As it turns out, it's just their power that everyone fears. No wonder there were 3 shinobi wars after his death. Is this world, after all, to be bent by force? Big brother, Caspian prompted behind him. The other follower off to the side was not Sarutobi, but Mithraea. Kiba's Cthulhu beasts are ready too. Kai crossed his arms and chakra exploded in a flash. His breath rising, the shadows who were still at ease with the scene still felt a bit abrupt when they saw it. Instinctively, he shuddered. Kai, calm down. Jubilee opened her mouth to tell him to stop for a moment, but then her own chakra was climbing. 6 gates open. The one who was going to use the 8 gates of evil this time was actually Juma. His demonstration directly shattered the table. Originally, there was no way he was going to ask for the physical arts that Mithraea had spent his life studying, but then the information came out that the Budo Shiminshin had to learn martial arts by combining physical arts and ninjutsu. One of the items in the information from the Iwakamura side was that Naruto had used a suspected martial arts technique that was a fusion of the 8 gates of transportation with the shadow divergence technique and the flying thunder god technique when he was dealing with their ninjas. This just sounds like bull ********. Still, Caspian had found Mithraea in private, and the latter had actually readily imparted this one art to them after learning that it was the study of a so-called martial art. Shortly afterward, the martial arts undersecretary Chikuma learned the art of the flying thunder god, flying swords, while Sarutobi Hinata wasted his time trying to work out the possibilities of martial arts. So, standing before them now had been a monster like no other. The primordial shadows clearly hadn't expected Jubii to take it a step further, and just the powerful pressure made it impossible for them to breathe. Budo Shiminobu, you've definitely condensed the legendary chakra Dantian. The first generation lay shadow, as the pioneer of quenching the body with lightning attribute chakra, cultivated chakra martial arts like a tiger, but he also managed to reach the 6th level of body quenching. What he hadn't expected was that Pillar had broken through to the realm of legends. According to the information, this guy, who already had so much chakra that it was perverted, would take it a step further and have double the amount of chakra reserves. Fight? Twice or even 3 times as many chikara, plus the 8 gates of evil, enough to sweep the place. If it is the original okay, the most is to use a sea of people tactics. Wheel battle, simmer to death Senjuma can be. Such a situation is now a different story. They can't do it. Even if it does, it will be greatly injured. And then the 4 major ninja villages, not to mention dividing the fire country. I'm afraid that it won't take long to be harvested by the Green Spirit Ninja village at any time. Gentlemen, we of the Misty Hidden Village don't like to bully the weak, and this spirit kingdom hasn't messed with anyone, so how can we be so disrespectful? Hatsune Miikage stood up and walked towards the door. It wasn't until he was at the door that the second generation Raikage turned back to Chibiusa to show his apologies with his eyes. Chibiusa would get the idea and just nodded calmly. Back then, the two of them made peace and were attacked by the 2 brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and both of them ended up dying. This incident became a heartache that never went away until his death. For his part, the heart of the 3rd generation Lei Shadow could not help but be shaken. He too had been exposed to the martial way Volume 1, and his strength had increased drastically. As the strongest shield and the strongest spear that once faced 10,000 ninjas by himself, he was well aware of how powerful the geeky Chibiusa's outburst of power was. This also means that this Shinobi World War Alliance will be cut from the 5 major Shinobi villages to the 4 major ones. I hope you guys don't poke yourselves across the room. Mizukage stood up and twisted his head away as well. This means that the war will still continue, only that the threat to Chikara will be lost and the war effort will be reduced. What exactly is the relationship between Yukiba and the Green Spirit Shinobi village? Earthshade walked to the door still mumbling. The chakra that Chiken pillars erupted was powerful and unrivaled, even more terrifying than it was back then, which meant that not only had he cultivated the 1st volume of the martial arts, it was highly likely that he also possessed the 2nd volume of the martial arts as well. War is inevitable. You don't get involved, then just stay out of it. Wind Shadow's words were simple. The land of spirit is the determination of all the shadows and daimyo. No one can stop the future momentum, even if the Kiba village has his 1,000 hands Juma. And how much pressure can be supported? Ninja village again strong also need to eat. Do not rely on the support of the daimyo, will have to starve. Unless none of the ninjas are on a mission and all go farming, then the Konoha village will disappear as well. Because ninjas not relying on the daimyo will have to go and farm on their own as well as the farmers. In time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would create a new shinobi village for those missions and for his own safety. That herd of pigs really didn't help. It's just that the reason ninjas fill their bellies, don't have to farm, and can cultivate is that they're providing food. The so-called pressure refers to this as well. Chibiusa and Chibiusa could remove the daimyo of the fire country. Then they could become the new daimyo. When the time comes, new shinobi villages will still have to be created for various tasks, as well as providing food has various resources to the new villages. What about the new ninja who disobeyed them? The new daimyo? That's right, the shinobi world has just formed an unbreakable trap. The existence of the ninja also means the authority of the daimyo. Wars, assassinations, all kinds of missions. It's also a world that hasn't changed for Chibiusa, or Uchiha. It's more that even if Naruto becomes the 7th Naruto, even if the 5 major shinobi villages are happy, there will still be wars in the open and in the shadows, because from the beginning, a ninja is one of the daimyo's swords. The one who did it the most thoroughly was precisely Kagaya Otsutsuki, only she was too thorough. House. Only the Kiba village party and Mifune remained. Upon seeing this seemingly youthful-looking shinobi god sigh helplessly, Mifune couldn't help but feel sad. Being in between a whole bunch of ninjutsu-based kingdoms, he was just as helpless in this samurai's land of iron. Big brother, going back to the village? Kajikawa had chosen to believe in Jubai after all. Juma was tired of trying to change the world, but after his resurrection, he realized that so many fights had happened in the meantime. A farewell to a few springs. There is not much beauty in the world. Chapter 104, Daimyo and Shadow, King and Sword. KC. Jubai had just opened his mouth, and before he could continue he was pressed down on his shoulder with one hand by Chibiusa. You're not wrong. Chibiusa's eyes were like torches, and he knew what the words that Jubai hadn't said were. After his death, 3 great wars broke out in the shinobi world, and even Shikuma died during that time. This was exactly the kind of peace he thought he could bring to Shinobu village. For this reason, confusion flooded Chibiusa's mind. Had he done the right thing? That unfinished word is, am I really wrong? If we really do what Uchiha-san said, sweeping through the shinobi world, making Kiba village the only shinobi village, and making the fire country the only kingdom, will there be a complete reduction of strife in the world? After all, after so many years of people dying in war after war, the endless strife was instead more horrifying than Uchiha's expectations. Is it really better to have a long pain than a short one? Juma's innocent eyes dimmed, and then a hot light lit up in a whirlwind. Green Spirit Ninja Village. I'm going to Green Spirit Ninja Village. No! Once again, Caspian rejected the idea. Don't you want to know what they're thinking? Shouldn't the 4 major shinobi villages join forces to stop this war, which was purely started by the 4 major shinobi villages for their own personal greed? Pillars would never allow that to happen. It would be the end of life. Big brother, our village gained the chakra martial arts, while being ostracized by the major shinobi villages. Have you ever thought that maybe it was a conspiracy by the Siren ninja village to begin with? Maybe even this war was expected by them. Still thinking the most, Chibiusa rolled his eyes and voiced his guess. Nani? Kai was simply blown away. It could still be like this? He hadn't thought of that possibility at all. But this chakra Buddha was really a wing for him. Mighty K, Mighty Dai have all used this to increase their strength. Hinata clan is a sign of rising again. Sarutobi Hizen is in private to Sarutobi Asma. Kiba Maru targeted training. Kiba was able to use this to revitalize itself. So how could the major shinobi villages not be greedy? Especially when they learned that there were martial arts apprenticeships above the martial arts lower endurance training scrolls were even more eye-catching. Not to mention the Aoshiren shinobi village, which was stronger than Kiba. That rumored martial arts ninjutsu, and the chakra elixir that had no side effects and became stronger once eaten, really made my stomach growl just thinking about it. When Naruto, Sasuke was waving around the 3rd volume of Budo in front of everyone and was officially recognized as a Budo Nakanin, regardless of whether or not they have actually gotten stronger, and whether or not this chakra martial arts has the potential to be even more powerful. The enhancements so far are real. The Green Spirit Ninja Village had become a big piece of fat meat. As the saying goes, the piker is not guilty of the crime, but the harborer is guilty of the crime. Right now, the 4 major ninja villages kicked Kiba village out, and the greed within them remained unabated. Even one of the smaller ninja villages that stood behind them would surely join in this greedy scramble. Strength, wealth, and power have long since stepped on the pinnacle of them. The main thing when it comes to immortality, the path to eternal life is at hand, and its name is Wudao. Kakuma, go back to the village and guard it with Hinata, and be ready to defend it 100%. Juma stood up, and that lost sliver of will finally returned. His eyes no longer doubted himself, but were determined. Big brother, I have to go. Chibiusa's words were not to be questioned. In fact, Caspian understood that a truly determined Juma could not be dragged back by 10 oxen. Yes, sir. Juma's eyes signaled Kai to follow. The latter also immediately understood. Yet Jubai sat there without moving. Naruto-sama? Kai asked, only to be met with no response as Juma just giggled. Damn it! Caspian clenched his fists. He should have realized that a long time ago. This was Senjuga. How could he simply let the so-called major shinobi villages in shadow slaughter him? This is Big Brother's wooden doppelganger, and his main body is probably on its way to the Aoshiren ninja village already. Ha ha ha. The Jubilee doppelganger naively rubbed the back of his head and whirled around to undo the gesture. But when did this happen? Kai looked puzzled. Budo, martial arts. Kajikawa understood that the permanent metamorphosis of chakra Budo boosted all aspects of attributes, and speed and so on would be further enhanced. Coupled with learning the Flying Thunder God's jutsu as well as the 8 gates of evasion, such a Juma could disappear at any time at any moment. The one just now should more properly be described as a Kazuna shadow split. Go back. I'm afraid the next shinobi world is going to kick up a furious storm. Caspian dropped a comment that left Kai scratching his head. Don't we need to go after them? Lord Castor, the truth is with Big Brother. It's not us protecting him, it's him protecting us. Chibiusa was still very self-aware. This time, in addition to going back for defense, he himself had to practice chakra martial arts as soon as possible to make up for a part of his shortcomings. As long as the chakra dantian was condensed like Jurassic's, then the chakra could be increased further. Back then, he was consumed alive by the 2 brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, with the immortal human body and the 9-tail chakra, until they died together. A tragedy like this was something he never wanted to experience again. But, Caspian was mentally curious as well. What kind of forbidden technique had Qingling used to actually achieve such a marvelous effect? The resurrection ability is even better than his filthy earth reincarnation, and there were no side effects. But unfortunately there was also no prohibition left to directly control the person being resurrected. Still, he was interested in getting to know this genius. The winds of Kiba blew across the land of fire, not rolled up the dying summer, leaving only a desolate withered yellow all over the place. The land of fire. The daimyo was drinking, and at this time of day, I'm sure the 5 ninja negotiations should already be coming to an end, right? He dropped a grape. This thing's a little more remote. It costs an expensive road trip each time it's shipped over, but it's too much for him to eat every day. No, it should be impossible to throw it all away. No sooner had the grapes fallen to the ground than a servant immediately came forward on his knees to pick them up carefully, and another, likewise not daring to raise his head, tiptoed up and wiped away the stain with a clean cloth. Not much longer. A hastily traveling ninja stepped forward and handed out a letter. Judging two samurai-costumed men who took the letter on his behalf, opened it without daring to look at it, and handed it to the daimyo with their heads bowed. Chibiusa will surely be the leader of the alliance. Right, he's the legendary god of the shinobi world. Nani? Baka. Daimyo angrily kicked a tray of grapes to the ground. In a violent rage, he tore the letter right to pieces and took out the sword at the samurai's waist with force. Chibiusa, abominable. If we don't destroy the kingdom of spirit, what will we get in exchange for that elixir of immortality? And the martial arts path that allows us to live forever. What's this guy doing? Tell Chibiusa to come here. My lord, I can't beat it. The samurai and ninja lowered their heads at the same time and whispered. How did he die back then? After the great battle with the Uchihas. Go get the Uchiha. Daimyo is already going crazy. Back then, if it wasn't for Chibiusa stopping them, your lordship's father and grandfather might have. The minister knelt down and spoke. Contact the other daimyo and don't alert Kiba and Juma. This trashy-looking daimyo turned around and regained his composure, eyes signaling the samurai at his side to click off everyone present. Not long after, blood was spattered and everyone died. It was only then that he looked with cold eyes at the samurai who had killed everyone. Bear! This samurai went straight to harakiri. The daimyo with the bloated identity calmly walked out of the room, pretending to fall down the moment he opened the door, and said with a panicked look, "It's bad. They stabbed me, my lord." The group panicked and shielded him, panic in their eyes. Only a bowed courtier, with a little blood on his feet, dived out as ordered by the daimyo. He was going to contact the daimyo, and no one would know about today's events. It's a tussle between the king and the sword, an iteration of an era, the battle between light and dark, shadow and daimyo's hunt. Chapter 105, Hello, villagers. Green Spirit Shinobu Village, calm as ever. Obviously unaware of the days when this shinobi demigod was transported to be used as an experiment, the god of shinobi was also speeding to the small village, the borderlands of the land of spirit. A flying figure swiftly swept across the earth. However, the first moment he arrived here he felt a difference. Why is the natural energy so dense? Pillar stood still as he sensed that the natural energy here was 10 times that of the outside world. How is that possible? Soon enough, Juma saw a large tree that was a bit taller than normal. It is shaped like a nine-tailed fox and bears a variety of fruits. A strong natural ability was emanating out, and next to it, a sculpture was radiating some kind of power fluctuation. There was also a flying thunder god mark on the road. The forest had convenient paths, not enough for wide wagons to run on, but the people who went up the hill walked as well as they could. Wait until you follow this rocky path out of the forest. Reflecting the spacious highway, a bus powered by a chakra internal combustion engine passed by. Juma soon heard the roar of a steam train. Everything here felt new to him, as if the moment he stepped into the land of spirit, he was in another world. As far as the eye can see, the harvesters are gathering up the wheat and placing it in bundles in the barns. Is the wheat harvested here so soon? Juma was confused, but what he didn't know was that this was the latest breakthrough in technology. The combination of Kazuna, Tudo, and Sueton led to the emergence of new seeds that could be harvested 3 times a year. As Juma walked down the main road, it wasn't long before he was invited to get in the car and travel with him to the Sirin ninja village. What is it? Cars? Cars. The man glanced at him, as a common local craftsman who was just now making an emergency delivery of a shipment of crafts to a small village in a van. It's going to be further processed there and sold to the land of earth. These things, though, in the land of spirit, you can take one back as much or as little as you like, depending on how much you work, but it's quite a collector's item in the eyes of a wealthy daimyo. Oh, you're a ninja from outside, aren't you? I'm originally from the land of earth. Now I just make crafts. I study Budo occasionally, and I'm not looking much younger than I used to. You must be in your 20s by the looks of you, so don't have bad intentions. It's not easy for us in the spirit kingdom today. LOL, don't you froth. The elder brother was talking to himself, and as Jumo listened, his eyes froze and he just looked at Caspian on the side of the road. It was as if he saw a glimpse of the future in the various landscapes outside the windows of this big van. If only my village could live like this. Everyone should be happy. Then the ninja will have no need to exist. As long as everyone can live well, even if there is no more Kiba village, it will be worth it. All of Jubiai's self-talk was heard by his big brother. Looking at him, he said, "You're not so bad, and you're still aware of it. Who doesn't want a good life for their family? But there's only one spirit kingdom. Don't say that our land of earth is a place where you can't even eat. Take this place. We went to those small villages to deliver supplies as ordered by Reikage-sama, telling them that this is now called the land of spirit, and also telling them the rules one by one. Those people have the same stupid look on their faces as you and don't believe it at all." One of the older men took my hand and whispered to me, "Young man, are you going to trick people into going to that what's-his-name Airin Shinobu village? The kind that never comes back. He said he was old and asked us to take him away." that it didn't matter if he died out there, that the young men couldn't leave or the fathers and children would starve next year. The older brother said with his own nose in the air, "Mud, what do you think this is all about? I just sent a shipment of stuff over to them, and the railroads and roads have been driven over." The elementary school division of the Ninja Academy was also established, and when there was a possibility that they would move together to the Sirin Ninja village in the future, it doesn't matter if it's there, because Lord Spirit Shadow planted the god tree there. A sacred tree? Juma heard the name, and he remembered seeing a strange tree in the field just now as well. Look at you. You've never seen the world. You don't even know what a divine tree is? The older brother all but laughed. He thought Juma was simply a country bumpkin, the cute kind, as he had been the same way when he first arrived at the Sirin Shinobi village. It's okay to talk about it. Lord Spirit Shadow's order was to inform all of the Land of Spirit. The news of the divine tree would be known to the major shinobi villages by tomorrow at the latest. Oh, let them be jealous. We're not afraid. The older brother glanced proudly at Jubai. The divine tree has been planted in all corners of the Land of Spirit, and when those villages dare to come and bully us, it will be turned on in full force, forming a large net among the villages. Don't even think about destroying one of them. Lord Spirit Shadow will slap them to death. It's said that after being promoted to Budo Shimonin you can learn Senjutsu and absorb that energy from the sacred tree, and people can get the fruit when they're hungry. And in short, having a sacred tree means you won't go hungry. It means you'll always be protected, always be at home. It will always be protected, always at home. Pillar muttered. He wondered what this green spirit really was. According to Sarutobi Hinata, this guy is definitely not the original Nine Tails. In fact, his wife was resurrected. That princess of the Vortex clan was also the nine-tailed human pillar power in the beginning. It was completely 100% confirmed that the Nine Tails were probably dead, having been taken over by some kind of being that had taken over their chakra and become the so-called green spirit. But why was he so curious? What kind of guy would create such a world? How I wanted Kiba village to be this vibrant, this joyful and happy. Here we are. I have to go back to the village first, so go check yourself in. The elder brother's eyes signaled Juma that the registration place for outsiders was not far away. Juma nodded happily, then walked there. He wasn't sure what this was about, but nodded his head in earnest in reply. Name. The staff member was a young man who had only been studying chakra martial arts for a while, and was also a villager from Earth Spider. Chibiusa. Where is the hometown? He heard the name and thought it was a bit familiar, but the Earth Spider village had been hidden for so long that he couldn't really recall when he'd heard it before. Naruto Kiba Hidden Village. How many people in the family? Well, now too. The youth took careful note, and he glanced at Chikara. Seeing that he was still wearing his armor, he knew that he should be an old-school ninja. Will what? Is it ninja? Knows a little jutsu, Juma said seriously. Good. If your family is here, come and register with me as well. The house you've been assigned is in the Naruto Street Sasuke Road I Love You neighborhood in the Sirin Ninja village. The exact unit number is up there, and it's big enough for 2 people and your children in the future. If you have children in your family, please also report to your neighborhood ninja academy as early as possible. Oh yeah, take this ID card. Take this to accept a mission as a reserve ninja. Other things, look carefully at this booklet. You as recognizing the word it does not know. I will take you to the text class. Their first study for a month before leaving. Will package your room and board. The staff glanced at Chibiusa with some concern. He thought to himself, this one hasn't been talking. Isn't it a little dull? Okay, I can read. Chibiusa took a booklet, glanced at the address, and read it as he walked away. The first page is 5 words. Hello, villagers. The second page is the table of contents. Where and how to live. Why study? What's good about Ninja Academy? How to get treatment. Rules of access to items. How to choose a favorite job. Page after page. Juma arrived at his house. Open it up and the basic furniture has long been laid out. He sat on the couch after reading the little booklet and was still, not moving, for a long time. Juma murmured with a smile as he closed his eyes. Hello, villagers. Chapter 106, Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo's Perception. Morning sun. The Sirin Ninja village was as ordinary as ever. Someone nervously walks towards the assistance department, which is run by Rosa and the others. Outsiders probably wouldn't even imagine that in the end in this village are all shadow rank, elite upper ninja, and even renegade S ninja. For them, finding a place to settle down here has been the most blessed good in their lives. This morning, a reserve ninja came into the office and nervously recounted how last night a Konoha ninja who called himself Senjuga had registered as a reserve ninja. That's nothing, because there were hundreds of people calling themselves Yamabushi Hanzo, Uchiha Zanzibar. Before that, there are also dozens of people who call themselves Senjuga and Senjuga. But this time was a little different, because information was received in the early hours of the morning that the negotiations in the Land of Iron were over. The village of Kiba refuses to join the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages and is unwilling to start a new war. Unexpectedly, Chibiusa disappeared completely and did not go back to Kiba village. Then, the Chibiusas in the corresponding time period are particularly special. Sure, Rosa asked with amusement instead. It's confirmed. He went over to the Konoha village this morning, and a lot of people are saying that it looks exactly like it did on Naruto Rock, and he says he's Chibiusa, but people don't believe him. Then they helped to expand to the east side of the village, not to build a neighborhood for the 3,000 or so newcomers. He built a giant neighborhood with Kazuna all by himself. Even though Lord Spirit Shadow had given everyone Kazuna, the amount of chakra wasn't even on the same level as his. After the work was done, he heard that he could apply, and said he would run to the Spirit Shadow Dancer, apply for promotion to Budo Shimonin of the Sirin Ninja Village. After hearing this, Rosa could only sigh helplessly. There were some things he really couldn't say. Taking charge would make a lot of the village's reserve ninja jittery. To know, the heads of the various regions in the Sirin Shinobi village like him had high-level information. Chibiusa, Uchiha, and Hanzo Yamashiro had long since gathered. Maybe a ninja war will break out at any moment. In comparison, that alliance formed by the 4 major ninja villages wasn't even enough to worry him. It's fine. I've already informed Lord Spirit Shadow of this matter. Trust him, Roxas said with a smile. The reserve ninja asked with some trepidation. Lord Rosa, that's an existence suspected to be the god of the shinobi world. If we let him go forward and meet Lord Reikage, will there be any danger? Is Reikage-sama the strongest in the village? Of course, he's the strongest, the pillar of our village. The preppy ninja had a firm gaze. If even Lord Spirit Shadow can't deal with the shinobi god, is there any point in worrying? There's no need to worry. Aha! Eyes gazing ready for the ninja to leave, Roxa dared to take a real breath. The big shots in the village are getting outrageous. It looked as if he, the 4th generation Wind Shadow, was a patchwork. It's unbelievable to think about it. What if Shinobi no Kaijin encounters Uchiha-san again? Did this guy leave the village or not? It was probably only the Green Spirit who knew. Tree of God, underground chamber. Naruto, Sasuke was immersed in closed-door practice, chakras surging through his body. In the corner, Hanzo Yamashiro is being controlled by a forbidden spell to keep his poisonous breath from escaping. After the transformation of the Green Spirit, he had long recovered from his injuries, and even the amount of chakra had been able to be increased. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish with new attributes and chakra, and with his will restored, his battle prowess was evident. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave the underground chamber right now, or else he would immediately be frantically hunted down by various laboratories to capture him for research as a test subject. Qingling intends to build an explosion hall and a poison attack hall. Dead Ara, and Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, respectively. In fact, the former facilitates extensive clearing for future development of the village, even if it is quite a hindrance in many places. To get out of Tachijai, for example, you'd have to have Deidara blow up part of the mountain. The poison attack hall needs to join forces with the golem, the ninja medical academy, and the alchemy room for mutual proof. Swish, space distorted and the figure of Bandito emerged. Spirit Shadow, we're going to leave the village for a while. This operation needs to be 100% to save Haruno Rin, so I'm counting on you. Qingling gave a thank you. That would have been the thing to do, and we're the ones who should be saying thank you. A flash of light lit up just as Bandito was about to leave. Namikaze Mizukato said as he appeared and looked at Qingling. Hatsune Makoto Naruto, Lord Chibiusa is on his way here, so the Spirit Shadow should be careful. Thanks for the reminder. Qingling thanked him, and then continued to carefully supervise Naruto. Sasuke's cultivation. Outside the village, Kakashi Hagi, who always liked to be late, stood helplessly and rolled his eyes as he carried the short sword on his back. Wavewind Mizumon and Bandito appeared in front of him in moments with their flying Raijin Jutsu and Shin Megami Tensei respectively. Off we go. Namikaze Mizukato stood in the center, as he had in the 7th class all those years ago. Sobring, Golden Flash, Wavewind Sailor Moon, Dual Shin Megami Tensei, Uchiha Bandit, Copy Ninja Kakashi Shiki. Kakashi, who had inherited the martial arts, managed to retrieve a part of his family's inherited sword skills. His speed, which was already not bad, was even better on top of that. As the 3 darting figures left the village, the figure of a young man appeared with him, with white hair and carrying a short sword that looked coolly like Kakashi's. This person is none other than Kiba Shirata, who disappeared for a long time after his resurrection. He waited until Kakashi's figure had completely disappeared before turning into the Aoshiren Ninja Village and heading in the direction of the God Tree. Outside the Divine Tree, on the 2nd floor of a small courtyard, Uchiha was waiting anxiously. Fruity, the figure of Chibiusa appeared in his field of vision as the latter flew towards the Divine Tree Ninja. Uchihasu, halfway through his run, Juma slammed on the brakes, and with a twist of his head, he locked onto Uchiha Zanzu, who was hiding in the shadows. Chibiusa! Spot yelled, excited. Great, he thought to himself, trying to use the excuse of a fight to fight. Juma, the fool, will surely fall for the trick. Spot! Juma! The two had already set about forming seals, and it was almost as if they were about to start a fight. Stop it and come to the underground chamber. Just as the duo was preparing for a battle that would be enough to destroy the village, Xingling interrupted them with a direct sentence. Once these two people went all out, they were afraid that the Green Spirit Ninja village would become a ruin. As a nurturing player, how could Xingling allow this to happen? Fight you later. Ha! The two were good enough to close their hands and walk into the underground chamber. Corner. Hanzo the mountain pepperfish is meditating on a stone platform. Upon seeing Juma his eyes widened, and one glare from Zan made his heart race. Recovering his will from his peak, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish learns martial arts and also has his physique transformed by the green spirit. I thought that I could retreat and train until I was promoted to a Budo Shimenabu, leave the underground chamber, and found the poison attack hall. At this point, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish can be said to be complacent, thinking that he will definitely not be a problem to face Senjuma again, but just now it felt as if a mound had spied a towering mountain. The man, also in armor, looked familiar. It seems like I've seen the portrait before. Uchiha. Spot? Immediately, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish closed his eyes to continue his retreat. Can't afford to mess with it. He was now really envious of those guys who came to Aoshiren Shinobu 8 village early and became a hall master as an ordinary shadow. Look at this. The god of shinobi and Uchiha, have come to line up. Chapter 107, The Spirit World for 2. You two, what are you arguing about? How old are you? Shame on you? Xingling criticized harshly. He looks adorable with a sculpture the size of a cat, dressed in green. He was more like a spirit with wisdom. Sorry, trouble for you. Chibiusa giggled as he rubbed the back of his head. 9 tails? The Uchiha looked over at Naruto and spotted the 9 llamas with a glance. They both still have your chakra in them, the equivalent of 2 9 tails each. What's that in him? A tailed beast medicine that even I have never seen before. Uchiha looked over at Sasuke, observing them both up close for the first time, looking for more ends. To at Sasuke he was more interested, because this descendant of the Uchiha clan has the potential to become the future head of the family. And the known Aoshiren human pillars in the Aoshiren shinobi village are estimated to be almost as many as the number of the 9-tailed beasts. It could be said that Xingling alone could create 9 tails. Therein lies the point of doubt. Where did he get so much chakra? The sacred tree is even cooler, like a demonic statue of a foreigner. Could it be that this guy is really a monster, comparable to the 10-tailed human pillar power, Otsutsuki Kagaya? More importantly, Uchiha-san wanted to look for the possibility of the third volume of the martial arts path from Naruto, Sasuke's cultivation. He had already gotten many ends of the second volume of the martial way, and with more time, he would definitely be able to obtain it. Jumo, you're here to officially advance to Budo Shimenji, aren't you? Green Spirit didn't care about Spot's small mind and asked directly. Right. Chibiusa was still a little embarrassed. He had thought that the Aori ninja village wouldn't recognize him. As a matter of fact, he had come here already to learn about the various advancements of the Green Spirit ninja village and wanted to bring them back to the Konoha village. Here he could see a steaming possibility. It would be nice to have access to the complete cultivation of the martial arts. Jubiai's understanding was that if there was indeed a third volume, it would be Budo Nakanin, which was what these two teenagers were practicing. As a matter of fact, the next step up is the upper ninja cultivation, which is the fourth volume. According to his speculation, the strongest the martial Tao could be was the 4 scrolls, and only when the cultivation was completed could he be promoted to a true spirit shadow, just like the Green Spirit. The same goes for the results of the research done by Kakuma and Sarutobi. They all thought that no matter how great the potential of martial arts was, at most they would only reach the 4th volume of martial arts. Your Kiba village already possesses the 2nd volume of the martial arts, so I'm sure you don't need this. Aoshiro continued. He could probably guess what the purpose of Juma's visit to the Aoshiro shinobi village was. Nani? Uchiha-jan had a question mark on his face. He was still figuring it out on his own, constantly searching for the end of the road, and had reproduced 20% of the 2nd volume of the martial arts. He had thought that he was a supreme genius, never would have guessed that Kiba would have had a 2nd volume. Yeah, do you need it? I can give it to you. After all, the village was supposed to be. Before Jubiai could say anything, Spot directly clasped his arms in front of him, face skewed the other way, angry. The village isn't mine, much less either of ours. It's your brother Caspian's, your brother's disciple, Sarutobi Hinata's, and it's not our Uchiha clan's anyway. I didn't know about what happened afterward until a while ago. Spot, to once again. No way. Spot looked furious. Juma, you're so naive. Haven't you realized that by now? This world is complicated. It's not as simple as you see it. You fool. Juma didn't know how to explain it. Only Green Spirit understands that it looks like Spot is more urban, but in reality, he's being completely taken down by Juma. After all, it's someone who once had to kill himself with a shuriken in front of Zan. I also wonder if Zan, who got the Juma cells, ever suspected anything about it. Collect. Xingling interrupted the flow of their quarrel. Senjuma, it's perfectly fine for you to be promoted to a Budo Shimenji of our Sirin ninja village right now, but before that, you'll have to go through a metamorphosis as well. Metamorphosis? Wana didn't understand what this meant, but in the outside world Kazuna is an extremely valuable existence. Even Orochimaru went to great lengths to research a successful body of Yamato, Aoshirin ninja village, but the whole village of Kazuna, although their chakra is not that horrible, but also far beyond the ordinary. That was enough to shock Juma, which meant that the Aoshirin ninja village could be all shinobi. The level of combat power would be horrifying. You'll double your chakra and gain the full attribute of chakra just like everyone else. At the same time, the body gets attacked by my chakra, and obtains the Ao Rei Senjutsu, which can only be practiced by Budo Shimenjutsu. It has now been further expanded from the nascent soul chapter to the perception chapter, and the physical arts chapter, but it doesn't yet have a complete immortal mode like yours. Xingling said something briefly. On the side, Uchiha almost cursed. And doubling chakra, do you know how much chakra he has now? This guy's breath fluctuation has already broken through the limit and stepped into the martial way Shimanobi. If the chakra doubles again, that would mean it's equivalent to at least 4 times more than the original. The Uchiha couldn't believe how terrifying that Uchiha would be. He was a little jealous even thinking about it. This immortal mode is not to be mentioned. After all, Jubai has it as well. Except that Green Spirit Immortal Jutsu is said to be an immortal jutsu that has no side effects and permanently enhances a person's physique and mental strength. But Uchiha liked it. You can too. What's wrong with becoming a Budo Shiminja of the Aoshirin ninja village? You Uchiha clan are all here, so wouldn't it make sense for you to be promoted? Chengling looked at the Yukihan with a bewildered expression. Me, the disliked Uchiha, was helpless, and he became the martial arts lower ninja of the Green Spirit ninja village? How can we lose face if we tell the world about this? Come on, you love it. Jumo, I know you have doubts, curious about the Aoshirin ninja village, curious about the land of spirit, curious about Budo, and curious about me. Then you'll have to be promoted to a true Budo Shimonin first, will you? Qingling's words made the Uchiha feel stranger and stranger the more she heard them. How he had a desire to escape the underground chamber by holding Juma's hand and saying, I don't want to, can I take back with me the things I've learned? Your kind of thing called technology, and this way of life in your village, and martial arts? Chibiusa spoke from the heart. He knew that these things were equivalent to secret art levels in any village, and it was only the Green Spirit Ninja village that didn't care at all, but he had to care. Of course, these are minor issues, but I have one request. When the time comes to plant a tree in Kiba village as well, in order to truly advance to the rank of Budo Shimonin, you have to physically metamorphose. In charge, their follow-up will be difficult, and without the Green Spirit Immortal technique, natural energies, and a strong physique, the path of martial arts will be unsustainable. The Green Spirit wanted this more than anything. Then all of Kiba village started absorbing and wasting his chakra. That's just great. You crazy bastard. It was unbelievable for Uchiha to hear how huge an amount of chakra was needed. Measured in tailed beasts? If we agree, let's get started. Vines appeared, chakra tentacles extending and transforming into 2 giant cocoons. Juma observed for a moment, then walked steadfastly towards one of them. Are you inviting me by making 2? Uchiha Zhan looked at Cheng Ling with a confident face, just like a little cutie, as dejected as ever. Whatever. Green Spirit straightened up and dozed off on his back. Damn it. Spot couldn't care less, and was responsible for the fact that he could see there was no danger. If we don't metamorphose and let Uchiha Zebra get stronger alone, how can we fight in the future? That wasn't the future he wanted. As soon as Jubai fell asleep, he stepped into it, plunging into the spirit world of the two. Chapter 108, The Land of the Spirit. All transformed. The moment, the entire spirit kingdom began to extend countless vines, branches. The divine trees of different sizes everywhere accelerated their metamorphosis as if they were alive, wrapping all the people within the spirit country as much as they could. They fall into the dream world together. The difference being that this time there are 2 spirit world servers, one being Chikara and Uchiha. The other is all those in the land of spirit who have not had their physiques remodeled. The most surprising thing was that everyone else combined could hardly compare to the chakra that the duo's bodies had metamorphosed into. To know, the physical metamorphosis given to them by the Green Spirit was to double their original physique and chakra again. The amount of chakra consumed by the Uchiha Spot, who was promoted to the lower ninja of the martial arts path, and the Chibi Juma, who had metamorphosed again, would be even more terrifying. In the spirit world, people live as usual. Rainy hidden village. The three of the Dawn organization were told about the spirit world ahead of time, but after falling into it, they soon forgot they were within it. The fact that one would deceive oneself, consume one's own chakra to maintain it, and link multiple devices is what makes the spirit world as an illusion even more outrageous than infinite moon reading. Green Spirit Shinobu Village, Underground Chamber, Chibiusa and Uchiha Spot, who possessed the cells of Chibiusa, absorbed chakra as if they were crazy. Chingling nodded with great satisfaction, looking at Sasuke, Naruto, for these two generations of Asura, the reincarnated body of Indra. He only felt relief because they were so good at consuming chakra. It was fantastic. Spirit World, the Valley of the End. Jumo, it's been 10 years. I've finally been promoted to the Shadow of Budo, and I've melted the 4th volume of Budo. You're going to die this time. Is that why you killed the Raikage? Uchiha-sama. In this timeline, 10 years had long since passed, during which time the Aoshiren ninja village had taken down the entire shinobi realm with a group of powerful people joining forces. At the end, after planting the divine tree for the whole world, Green Spirit depletes his own chakra and is in a period of extreme weakness. As a result, he was taken advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and obliterate by Uchiha Zebra. The moment. Finally it was time for him to fight Chibiusa again. I didn't kill him. He told me to, and said there was only one last hit left, but you won't believe any of the explanations. Will you? After all, immortality is a curse in itself for him. Uchiha knew that no one in the world would believe him either. Really, the Green Spirit had asked him to make a move. I thought you had found your young self, that the world had changed for the better, that there was no more war, that all was peaceful. The Senju clan, the Whirlpool clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan, one by one, have long had their own place. Why do you have to be so obsessive? Spot. This time, you're really wrong. The breath of Senju Juma rapidly rose. 10 years ago he and Uchiha Zebra had long ago metamorphosed and possessed the full attribute chakra. Nowadays the battle power can be said to have soared. Enough to be called a true immortal. The aura on his body erupted violently. All the power and bloodlines opened up at this moment. Kizuna, the true number of 10,000 hands. The top transforms into a Buddhist kingdom, only to see that behind the 1,000 hands of hands, a great Buddha appeared, each giving birth to tens of thousands of great hands. Molten lava flowed, the sea churned, the tree world descended, thunder and lightning raced, and the earth trembled, until the 8 great Buddhas surrounded Uchiha-jan in the center, forming a real sense of Buddha's country. 1,000 hands are elevated to 10,000 hands, and the Buddha of Transfiguration is promoted to the kingdom of Buddha. Mighty Suit, Susanoo, 10-tailed heavenly signs, ground-busting heavenly stars. Uchiha Zebra didn't have the slightest fear, only to see its chakras surging as if it was a sea of ocean, its breath rising. He killed the Green Spirit, took down all the tailed beasts, and was promoted to 10-tailed human pillar power, plus dual chakra eyes, as well as the senjutsu he had learned from Aoshiru. He was convinced that he could definitely defeat senjutsu. Muta, ola. The attacks grew more and more, so fast that they dazzled. A meteorite smashing down, each blast causing the earth to tremble. Their breath gradually took on the odor of blood. The great battle lasted a whole week, and they leveled the entire fire country with no survivors. I have your cells, a step ahead of you in advancing to the shadow of Budo, and the 10 tails as my source of chakra, and I have your kitsune, and your chakra, and senjutsu, and the eye of reincarnation. You lost this time, didn't you? The Uchiha slumped to the ground, breathing in large gulps of air. Lost a bit. I didn't expect you to sneak up on the spirit shadow. There's no way you'd bother with that kind of attack. Chibiusa was similarly immobilized and wasted both his arms. Both were wasted at the end of the fight. I didn't attack. He made me do it. Spot looked up into the sky, and to this day he remembers the afternoon when that green spirit asked him to step in and obliterate him when he was weak to the point of death. You still won't admit it? Spot. I only won you this one time and you refuse to believe me? Juma. The two breathed in as a powerful chakra erupted violently from Juma's body, and the ruined arms began to heal rapidly. It's true that the chakra in my chakra dantian was depleted, but I learned a secret technique called Hyakuho no Jutsu from my granddaughter, which saved a portion of my chakra in my heart, and I opened up 2 chakra danshians. Nani? Spot was indignant. So what? I have the 10 tails as an unlimited chakra aid, and this second dantian of yours is impossible. The chakra in Spot's body was recovering at a rapid pace, and his limbs were healing. Both rose to their feet, determined to fight to the death. It's no fun. If you two are left to screw up, that's all it's going to be in the end. And sure enough it's a circle. And you two have a pattern that you'll never be able to walk out of for the rest of your lives. The fate of Asura and Indra needed to be changed after all. It's a matter of probability. And only Naruto and Sasuke are different because it's a low probability event that's extremely difficult to occur. An abrupt yet familiar voice appeared in the ear when Uchiha's entire body froze. I told you I'd come back to life and prove it for you when the time comes. Xingling stood on top of a piece of rubble, looking no different from how she used to look. He looked earnestly at Chikuma. Chikuma, you believe in Zan in your heart, so why do you still want to fight on? You are clearly an existence that can be said to surpass the main body. Why does it end in tragedy forever? Perhaps it's because, while you have a Caspian on your side, Sasuke has a ferret. Swish! The shadow of the nine-tailed fox cuts through the gaze and sweeps across a century, dividing the world. Time stretched infinitely in the eyes of Juma and Spot, until that one skyline was transformed into a moment of open eyes. When the light appeared, the two of them broke out of their cocoons and looked at the green spirit, who had long been napping on the small stone platform. They both woke up from their dreams. Xingling's words, however, still echoed in his ears. Silence bowed his head, gazing at Naruto, Sasuke's back respectively. Spinning around in silence, he turned and walked out of the underground chamber. Under the tree of God, the two of them walked side by side, speechless relative to each other. They stepped out of the shadow of the tree and suddenly stood still. The two tapped into each other's shoulders at the same time and whirled in the same direction. Looking back on this life, it's hardest to get a different path. Chapter 109 Martial Arts Ranking. Shocking the whole village. One by one, the orange and green chakra cocoons broke open. The entirety of the Spirit Kingdom's metamorphosis is complete. People couldn't believe that what they had just seen was all a dream. They just found it unbelievable. Nagato of the Rain-Hidden Village is even more confused. He has the eye of reincarnation. How did he get hit by the illusion? If he had known that even Uchiha Zebra had been hit by an illusion, surely he would have been even more surprised. Because there is never an invincible defense in the world. Only an attack that is not strong enough. This metamorphosis is everyone within the spirit's country. What amounted to a major version update of the Land of Spirit. All of the undercover agents, whether from the outer village or not, were able to metamorphose. They could hardly imagine that the original legends about the Green Spirit Shinobi village were all true. There's also really metamorphosis and full attribute upgrades. This is unbelievable. The deep inner struggle made it so difficult for them to sleep and eat that they actually had a desire to bring their families to the Land of Spirit. Avenue. A single ragged villager from the outside world was standing at the station, having just undergone a metamorphosis that made even they themselves feel cleared of all disease and death. Could this be the people? Hidenjiro, are you sure we should wait here? Well, that's what my big brother said when he wrote a letter. That geeking out, that's a change you only go through when you become a villager of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and my brother said so in his letter. That's good. Scared me. Thought it was a flashback. People heard this family's words with a touch of peace in their hearts. They all met on the road to escape and followed when they learned of a man who could read and a letter from his brother. I didn't realize that it really is magical everywhere. It was reasonable to say that the outside world was rumored to be about to break out into a war in the Green Spirit Ninja Village, so it must not be right for that to come. But for them, coming to the Green Spirit Ninja Village would at least give them a few days of good life. At worst, it's a return to the same life as before. Having had it is at least better than never having it. Yes, in exchange for the old avoidance, only the Land of the Spirit has people flocking to it. The train came roaring by, and people's hearts were beating wildly with fear. What they didn't know was that there would be many more days of such amazement in the rest of their lives. Beneath the earth, above the molten lava, a palace forged from chakra that had to be maintained with chakra every moment of the day because the lava was constantly waning could be considered wasteful to the extreme. The biased green spirit was complacent. He knew that ordinary people didn't have such a good mind as his. In terms of chakra consumption, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. That's great. Chibiusa, Uchiha, and the big version of the Spirit Kingdom update that consumes so much chakra straight out of the gate, and the sacred trees all over the Land of Spirit, big and small, consuming chakra every second. Fantastic. No, people were still consuming too slowly. Today it was logical that some more people would break through to the martial lower endurance, but there were so few that the rate of consumption wasn't even worth mentioning. Gotta get these tailed beasts to learn senjutsu early, and it would be best to study the complete pattern chapter after the nascent soul chapter, body technique chapter, and perception chapter early. When they are promoted to Budo Nakanin, they will be able to maintain the immortal mode every second of every day, and that will consume them fast enough. Green Spirit was already yawning as he thought about it. He pondered sadly for a long time before his eyes finally lit up. If we turn on our defenses now, the rate of chakra consumption will skyrocket. But the problem is that then the major shinobi villages will surely find out the end of the story and won't want to attack the Land of Spirit. You must wait until after they attack, and turn on your defense while trapping them with a chakra array. Attack plus defense. That way the consumption is fast enough. I have to come up with a new method of consuming enough chakra. Something fancy would be best, and a little encouragement for everyone would be even better. That way the effort is made to consume more. Xingling thought about it for 2 more days. Occasionally, I walk around the village, soaking up the sun and looking at the moon. Finally an epiphany in the wee hours of the morning. There, I've got it. Xingling was in a state of dismay when she finished speaking. She always felt that what she had just said was a bit off. Open the list. How can the divine tree be used just to provide natural energy, help with metamorphosis, and defense? It's too one-dimensional, and the rate of chakra consumption will be slow. I'm going to get a super intelligent god tree to increase interactivity, plus a list of flying chakra consumption to encourage everyone to cultivate. Bang! Xingling snapped his fingers. The divine trees in the spirit kingdom had opened their metamorphosis. The next day, early morning, when the people greeted the new day with great anticipation, and looked at the divine tree they longed for, representing the green spirit, their expressions fell directly into dismay. What is it? The villagers were amazed. Original. A huge projection appeared from each divine tree. 3 words are written at the top. Martial arts ranking. There is a small list underneath each. Budo apprentice list, Budo lower ninja list, Budo middle ninja list, apprentice elixir list, lower ninja elixir list, middle ninja elixir list, apprentice weapon list, lower ninja weapon list, middle ninja weapon list, martial skill human ranking, martial skill earth ranking, and martial skill heaven ranking. These lists, large and small, have on them not only the corresponding names, abilities, but also various interpretations, especially the top 3 on each list, and they get to have their own projected portraits for good measure. Look, it turns out that there are also potions and ninjutsu that apprentices can use to fly towards and survive in the wild. Oh my god, look, it's Naruto-sama and Sasuke-sama. The Budokai Chunin turned out to be just the 2 of them. The strongest Budo shinobi are Chibiusa and Uchiha-sama? First disbelief, then surprise, then confusion. No one knows what the significance of the existence of the Wudo list is. It's ridiculous. A legendary existence is actually a Budo Shimenju? That's right. Let's see if those 4 great ninja villages still dare to come. Not necessarily. I've heard that they've already laid down a war cry to leave our village in the dust. Among the crowd, there's also an undercover agent who doesn't know what he's doing. Chibiusa and Uchiha Spot are in the Green Spirit Ninja Village? I think there's also Hanzo Yamashiro in the Budo Apprentice. The entirety of the Dawn organization. You can't fight. You'll be destroyed. What's this to fight with? A letter was written back, and it was simply tossed aside and scoffed at by the shinobi village hierarchy and daimyo. Garbage. What martial arts ninjas? Lower ninjas? The 4 major ninja villages have joined forces with various small villages, and with the Sea of Men tactics can raise the Green Spirit Ninja Village to the ground. Martial arts. Is that Naruto and Sasuke's martial arts? It's a shame that we can only see the introductions and names, as well as the power rankings. Ninji Hyuga was inwardly shocked. So this was outside of people, outside of heaven. There were actually more than 20 Budo Shiminobu when they actually showed up, both explicitly and implicitly. Uchiha Bandu, Scorpion, Wave Wind Watergate. They have also long been promoted to martial arts lower ninja, although the strength is different, but all in the list above. If Changling hadn't opened the list, they probably would have continued to dive under the torrent and cultivate in silence. 1 more week and I'll be promoted to Budo Shimanobi as well. Hyuga Ninji secretly vowed that when the time came, he would also inscribe a brand for his martial arts ninjutsu, learn senjutsu, and open up his own martial arts techniques. However, just as the teenager's blood boiled, a green spirit's figure, however, spread throughout the land of spirit. All people on the martial arts list, no matter where they are, will be rewarded accordingly, and those who are not on the list, but who have worked hard to live and cultivate, will be given the appropriate chakradhan as encouragement. The words just fell. A small crystal-clear elixir then flew out from the divine tree and landed in everyone's hands. They were amazed and wondered what this thing was for when it came to it. Someone pointed at the apprentice potion list and roared. Chakra Dan is an elixir that can quickly replenish chakra, which can be absorbed at any realm, and can be used to restore chakra and heal wounds, pure and unparalleled, without any side effects. It was condensed by Lord Aoshiro with his pure chakra. He's too good for us. How much chakra does it take? Spirit Shadow is my regenerative parent. Laugh your asses off. The Spirit Shadow you guys are talking about is my real dad. The crowd celebrated as they held the elixir. Ninji Hyuga froze. Why is there no chakradin to give him encouragement? Is he not trying hard enough? Chapter 110 Reward and Promotion. A village with a surge in strength. When Hyuga Ninji was puzzled, a brilliant light, for no reason at all, flashed above the earth, and he only felt as if his heart had encountered some kind of pure cleansing. All those on the list, regardless of rank, will receive special rewards. Swish, light rained down from the sky and the list was updated, and it was then that people saw the names of the rewards one by one. Sure enough, none of them are the same. Ninji Hyuga looked up. He was at the top of the martial arts apprentice list and the reward he could receive was an Azura Chakra Dan. What's the point? Azura Chakradhan? What's the point? What he didn't know was that when Indra's bloodline met Asura's chakra, it could mutate the eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan can be morphed into a more powerful Rurouni. The white eye can also be used to upgrade to a transmutation eye. This is also where the Uchiha ripped off a piece of Jurassic flesh and blood, not only obtaining Jurassic cells, but also creating a true pair of chakra eyes. And it's the son of Naruto and Hinata who will forever morph into the possibility of a transmutation eye. Of course, if it was a special bloodline, then it would be a different story. Isn't this just a plain old Chakradhan? Ninji held the elixir in his hands in disbelief, only to see that there seemed to be a cloud of chakra swirling marvelously on top. It was hard to imagine how much chakra Qingling had consumed when he was able to create so many elixirs from a single fox. It really hurts to think about it. How could Lord Spirit Shadow be at fault? The fault is also mine, Ninji murmured in a certain tone, and the others cast envious glances. That's so nice. This prefixed elixir looks delicious. The elixir quickly melted in the mouth and became part of the body without any burden. The speed of refining became faster and faster, only to feel the breath around his body rising, until finally, he felt an immense pain in his eyes. Ah, it hurts. Why? I feel like there's an extra chakra inside me that wants to transform my bloodline. In the meantime, on the other side of the earth, Naruto, who already possessed mutated white eyes, had obtained the spiritual Indra bloodline pill and was undergoing a similar metamorphosis. Sasuke did the same. Only what he didn't expect was that taking this spiritual Asura sublimation dam would actually bring about such a strong change. Both of his original eyes were kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, and with the addition of one stopper's eye, it was reasonably difficult for the two to be promoted to eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes if they weren't the closest of kin. But with the aid of this elixir, one of his eyes turned snow white, giving birth to a circle of round wheels, and the other eye dripped blood, connecting with the one in stopping water, connecting, fusing, after all, and being gradually mutated. A hissing sound resounded in the sky above the Green Spirit Ninja village. Some people acquired powerful martial arts ninjutsu, some possessed rare elixirs, and some acquired martial arts techniques, secret arts, and even more subtle martial arts techniques developed for the individual. Eventually, Naruto opened both of his green eyes, the mutated transmutation eyes that were undoubtedly a symbol of his powerful new strength. Sasuke has one chakra eye and one kaleidoscope shuriken eye still mutating. Under the sacred tree, Hinata Ninji couldn't believe that he could become so powerful. The majestic chakra in his body, as well as the metamorphosed white eyes, were constantly mutating in the direction of the transmutation eyes, and in spite of this, he was still able to keenly sense good and bad intentions. His chakra was also watered down, stepping from the peak of Apprentice 9 into the martial lower ninja. Upon sensing his chakra dantian, Hinata Ninji couldn't help but rejoice and pound the ground furiously. I've finally become a Budo Shimanobi. He hissed and looked at the Budo Shimenji list, realizing that there were at least 10 more people on it, but added to these that were originally hidden, unwilling to show themselves but were exposed by the Green Spirit. There were only about 50 people in total, and each list could have hundreds of people on it, with tons of spots left. I will surpass everyone on the Budo Lower Ninja list until the day I am promoted to Budo Nakanin, Budo Upper Ninja. It was as if Ninji had seen his future. People were all in a tizzy. To be rewarded just for practicing and living seriously, such a future is simply unimaginable. The fervor of cultivation in his heart was boiling, and he couldn't wait to make a breakthrough in cultivation right now. Yes, the second volume of the Martial Tao, and the Green Spirit Immortal Technique. I'm going to collect them all, and I'll also be able to obtain a stronger martial artifact, some pills. Maybe the village will assign me some important tasks as well. Ninji happily strides towards the underground chamber. Not far, on the roof of a small 3-story building, Han had a look of helplessness on his face. We've actually been discovered? Will this be misunderstood if word gets out? What are you afraid of? Since that's the case, why don't we just do nothing and go ask for the second volume of the Martial Tao? Old Violet was quick to accept it without the slightest discomfort. The former hesitated for a moment to strike decisively. Underground chamber. A large number of people have long been gathered here, and only those who have been promoted to Budo Shiminja can understand just how powerful Naruto, Sasuke, and the 2 Budo Nakanobu will be. According to the Budo Chunin list, Naruto, Sasuke are both 4 stars in Budo Nakanobu, and since each of the major realms is divided into 9, Aoshi Spirit gave a direct division of 9 stars. It seems really clear now. I've heard that promotion to Budo Shimonin can grant a wish, and I want to give my son some time off and take him out for a while. Jasuna voiced her claim. You know, their whole family is so busy right now that they haven't been able to take the time to cultivate a family bond. I want a mission where I can fight. Uchiha Sesshomaru wasn't a person who liked to make a show of himself, and when he was revived and had his body remodeled, the whole thing was a lot stronger. chakra attributes and chakra amounts were able to be metamorphosed, and it made it even more tempting to do something for the village. The old man has only stepped over the threshold with the help of the elixir, and I only hope that I can put in place a branch hall that specializes in going to look for scattered small clans all over the place. It's like us, the Uchiha clan, and the Maelstrom clan and others who are scattered and living in danger because of their own physique, or special bloodline limitations, or bloodlines. I just hope Spirit Shadow will give a chance. Uchiha Futsuki is determined to say goodbye to past clan feuds. He knew that with Weasel, Stopper, Bringer, and Sasuke, the future pillars of the Uchiha clan, it was long past time for him to quit. What's more, even the old ancestor-level Uchiha spot, Uchiha Izuna were residing in the Green Spirit Ninja village. Listening to a heartfelt wish, Qingling couldn't help but yawn and look towards Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish in the corner who was still only at apprentice level. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, wore a mask and dutifully hid in a corner to continue his training, pretending that nothing had happened. All he was doing was spitting mad in his mind. If he had actually taken down this part of the rain-hidden village back then, established a rain country, and then had so many powerful subordinates in Aoling, I'm afraid that the 5 great ninja villages would have been gone long ago today. But there are no ifs. All he could hope for now was that these shinobi Daiyukai wouldn't be watching him too closely. Chapter 111 Great Falls, Divine Realm. The Budo shinobi glanced out of the corner of their eyes at Hanzo, the district apprentice mountain pepper fish in the corner. What year is it that you, a shinobi demigod, are in a position to spy on the backs of us shinobi? Fruity. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, had the good sense to continue practicing with his eyes closed, pretending that he had never heard these people speak. Ha 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 ha, that scorpion guy didn't achieve Budo Shonen before me, but I was promoted to Budo Shonen a long time ago, and this time when I say I'm going to set up an explosive hall, is there anyone who refutes it? Deidara was so excited that Qingling knew that he had actually been promoted only yesterday, not long ago. Otherwise, with his character, I'm afraid that he would have long since come scrambling towards wanting to establish the explosion hall. I'm going to build an altar and fill it with statues of Lord Spirit Shadow, and I'm going to carve your portrait on those stone pillars as well. And I'm going to make the land of spirit. No, let the world know the great power of the Spirit Shadow. Flying Duan clearly had a different goal, and everyone felt weird when he said what he wanted. This guy really does have an ulterior motive. If it's possible, I'd like to build a huge swimming pool in the village for practicing water evasion, preferably with more sea water than there is around the water country. The words of Drikazanamusha were simply fantasizing. The water country is on the sea, so if you want that big of a pool, you might as well just take the misty hidden village down. Hearing one claim after another, Qingling already had a splitting headache. According to the foundation of chakra martial arts, as long as the stronger one is and the more chakra one has, then the easier it is to break through after cultivation. This was the reason why Chikara was able to break through in a short period of time. These people were a little later, but it was also because of the physical metamorphosis brought about by the Green Spirit Shinobi village. But the potential was still amazing enough. Sure, all of them. Green Spirit was actually interested in all their fantasies. As long as it consumes chakra, then he can help make it happen. Bakudo is important. Deidara. In order to build railroads and highways between the major kingdoms, it is necessary to use your ability. Bakudo needs to be further perfected in order to be truly perfected. Have you comprehended it? Drika's Oniai-chan, the village actually needs to develop its fishing industry. Real well it could build a huge waterfall outside of the land of the spirit. A waterfall that could bake us up here. Green Spirit had already conceptualized various ways to build it. Hold on a second. All vacations are approved. To build anything, go over to the Uchiha Engineering Hall and get the plans. Everyone is to leave to cultivate. Those on missions must bring a small sculpture that can release natural energy anywhere, anytime, and no matter what. Cultivation must not be slowed down. Qingling was very complimentary of their ideas. After giving the rewards such as the Immortal Arts chapter and the second volume of the Martial Way to these people, he started building. Drikazanamusha was a bit unbelievable even after he walked out of the underground chamber. You're kidding, right? The skunk knew that the Drikazoni didn't even want to build any swimming pools that looked like the ocean. The amount of chakra that would have to be consumed would be incalculable. Of course, Mr. Weasel. It's just that some of them guys are coming up with such childish ideas that I'm rightfully mocking them. Drikazanamusha chuckled. However, the corner of his hooked mouth froze in place before it could fall. As the ground shook slightly, an unbelievable thought flooded his mind. That's right, Qingling really did that, because by far the most chakra-intensive dots are Drikas, Deidara, and Haiden. These three are the real geniuses. Uchiha Sesshu, Uchiha Futsuki, such as to go on lurking reconnaissance missions, or to look for those lonely clans, can only bring a sculpture to waste chakra at any time and place. Consumption is simply too small. So, the first thing he picked was Kakanoki's super pool, the waterfall, the land of the spirits. Borderlands, the entire ground was upwardly connected to the ground 300 meters high. In order to make up for the gap in this section, Qingling specially consumed a massive amount of chakra, using earth, wood, and water attribute chakra to create rocks and soil to make up for it. When it was all done, he created one more chakra fountain. In each of the side domains, only a constant supply of chakra could unleash Suetun and release more water. Swish! A large amount of water converged into a waterfall, which caused the land of spirit to be directly surrounded by a circle of waterfalls in an instant. The waterfall falls and converges again into a huge lake in the shape of a circle. This lake was also constructed with chakra by the green spirit himself. The fresh water ended up sinking into the root veins of the divine tree through underground tributaries, and was rapidly absorbed again, accelerating its consumption, and also allowing the divine tree to grow and expand its root veins towards the entire world. In other words, the land of the spirit was given a natural barrier to become a paradise. At the same time, it also created a water source that constantly replenished the divine tree's root vein, causing the root vein to extend further and grow at a rapid pace. Wonderful! Green Spirit nodded at the underground lava world. He had built an alchemy room, an artifact room, and various factories for building chakra steam engines, chakra internal combustion engines, chakra generators, and other kinds of factories in order to provide the rewards on the list. A shadow doppelganger was working frantically. He's created a production line comparable to even the land of spirit in the subterranean lava world that no one knows about, and it's still growing, all in one fox. Okay, now on to the second one. Build a huge altar. The blast hall is going to need a place for constant experimentation if it's going to be extended further as well. Qingling thought about it and said that if he had built the underground palace, another giant waterfall created by the joke of the dry Kakamoto Oni, the sacred tree water source, then, what's next? He raised his head uncertainly. Swish! Underground palaces to underground chambers, up to the small sculpture at the top of the sacred tree. Powerful and unrivaled chakra erupted from Qingling's eyes. The eye of transmigration, the reincarnation writer's eye, and the eye of God are all open, transforming fantasy into reality, transcending limits, creating everything in the world. This is the power of the green spirit, who even possesses several chakra fruits, chakra and all aspects of the value over several times. Even with frantic exertion one could not perceive the existence of one's chakra limit. Show up, Sky City, I would call you the realm of the gods. As the green spirit spoke, the divine tree grew at a rapid pace until it grew into a truly sky-high tree. The tree's trunk alone was comparable to a mountain, making the originally spacious and huge square look exquisite and small. One by one, the chakra bubbles hovered in the air, refracting the sunlight onto the ground, making the Aori shinobi village even warmer and more comfortable. And above the divine tree, a palace began to appear above the massive branches. All were constructed by consuming his chakra. This will serve as the best place to experiment, whether it's the Hall of Explosions, Hayden's Green Spirit Altar, or the ninja's combat training, all of which will once again be taken a step further. The villagers raised their heads and looked at the divine tree that held up a palace. Wide spiral steps appeared under the sacred tree, along with 2 chakra elevators. Is this God? Drikazana Musha couldn't believe it. He hadn't realized that his joke had come true, let alone that Fidden and Daidara's obsession had long since come true as well. He was just shocked at the great power of the green spirit that created everything. God, does he really exist? The skunk muttered. Lord Spirit Shadow, I will dedicate my life to your sacrifice. Fidden was ecstatic, and this time there were no more whispers from the evil god in his ears, because the evil god also knew what it meant to have a gap above the earth. The people of the land of spirit looked up at the starry sky and were inwardly shocked. They couldn't believe what kind of power it was, just as they wouldn't know that even that moon was once the creation of a mythical immortal. Look up to the stars and chase the sky. People with a vision of the divine are moving towards the divine realm. Chapter 112, Diving into the Mist, Listening to the Wind, the Land of Water, Misty Hidden Village. The 3 figures silently sneaked into the depths of the village, walking around without a sound, despite the fact that the Mizukage village thinks it's powerful. With the 4th generation Mizukage, who has the 3-tailed human pillar power, as well as successive generations of Mizukage, and the 7 of the ninja blades, even Loquat Tenzo, Zabuza was among them. The once rebellious shinobi teamed up, and AO waited to become a mainstay. This village is destined to grow stronger, and is known in the shinobi world as second only to the Cloud Hidden Village. However, the one that was truly viewed as a mortal enemy was undoubtedly the Green Spirit Ninja Village. This little village with no name had long since become a behemoth, and it was even impossible for any of the kingdoms, the big villages, to take it down. The only real possibility was to join forces. The more scared you are, the more you have to bluff. The cities of the Misty Village are what are known as Sky Garden type buildings, People can still breathe fresh air even on high buildings. At this point, a meeting was taking place in one of the most visible buildings. The 7 of the ninja blades served as escorts, presided over by Green and others. Successive generations of Mizukage attended. With the daimyo present, there was only one theme of the meeting: how to carve out more fruits after the war of crusading against the Spirit Kingdom. If you ask me, you should take them all, without thinking too much about it. I really don't know why those losers trek to escape to a place where they can't even see the sea. Ha 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 ha. I think we should be able to replenish quite a few slaves this time. And the best part is still that martial arts immortality spell. I've heard that the Green Spirit Ninja Village has an elixir that can make you live forever if you eat it, and a divine tree that can give you all attributes of chakra. Is that true? The giggling of the people seemed particularly unpleasant. In the corner seat was none other than the 5th Mizukage of the current generation, Shoma Kato. The teenager standing beside her had long been impatient. Even successive generations of Mizukage and daimyo couldn't treat human life like a kind of roadside weed. However, instead, Terumi waved her hand and kept her head down, signaling him not to talk much. The other side, the 4th generation Mizukage, who appeared to be nothing more than a teenager, as well as a rare perfect Rinpoche, was staring at the tabletop with his eyes, with no intention of participating in the meeting. The 3rd Mizukage narrowed his eyes and smiled, seemingly aging. Futei doesn't keep talking about how he's going to use his bubble to cauterize all of the Siren ninja village into a bunch of white-knuckle chickens. The pale primordial Mizukage kept nodding his head as he spoke to the successive elders of the village about some matters of the war. There is a message that is a bit more important than dividing up the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and you have been called here this time to announce it. That would be the Konoha village in the Land of Fire, where Chibiusa intends to betray the Shinobi village and the Land of Fire, and is about to be labeled a traitorous shinobi. If my guess is correct, after this time, it's time for Kiba village to change its name to Fire Hidden Village. Miso. All the people who hadn't been paying attention to this meeting had a steady ringing in their heads. It is well known that the village must rely on the daimyo if it is to survive. Even if the shadow is personally extremely strong and slaughters the daimyo, then he can only elect a new one, or become a daimyo himself, and then he'll have to support a new village all the same. Briefly, the daimyo and the shadows are as closely connected as the dark sections in each village, with 2 exceptions. That's what ended the Warring States era in the first place. The duo who made a long-lasting peace appear after they created the village, Chibiusa, Uchiha Spot. If it weren't for the difference of opinion, I'm afraid that the shinobi world of today would have long since been devoid of the 5 major ninja villages, and the Land of Iron, as well as the various smaller villages. They also knew that in the last meeting, Chibiusa had rejected the offer of an alliance, which meant that a war had long been waiting to happen. Is the news reliable? The grinning Mizukage of the 3rd generation questioned. You know, based on the information he gained after his resurrection, after his death, the Konoha village and the daimyo of the Land of Fire seemed to be on good terms. There was a time when the Guardian 12 shinobi protected the daimyo, partly believing that the village and the shadow should be allowed to recede and the daimyo become the permanent master of the Land of Fire. The other part is led by Jirushi and Sarutobi Asuma, who believe that the shadow is extremely important and must not exist. The two eventually broke out into battle, and in the end it was the faction that favored the shadow presence that was victorious. Unbelievably, the daimyo of the Land of Fire also supported the claims of Sarutobi Asuma and the others in this battle, that is, in favor of the shadow. How many years have passed since the battle to guard the 12 ninjas? How did the situation change in the blink of an eye? That the daimyo would want to remove the shadow, and that it would be the first generation's Chibiusa? 1,000 times true, because back then it was the time of Sarutobi Hizuru. He was an old man who favored peace, and then Wave Winshuemon's reign was too short, so naturally he could let the Konoha village consume internally. The return of Senjuma means that the era of the weak daimyo and the great shadow is back again. Do you understand that? The daimyo smiled and looked over at the 2nd generation Mizukage. Aren't you afraid we'll learn from Chibiusa too? Ha 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 ha. There's no need for that. Aren't we on equal footing here? You are shadows. I am a shadow. I am a daimyo. You are daimyo. In that case, do you all understand? The meaning of the daimyo of Mizunokuni is simple. At the moment, with the exception of the kingdom of Kazuki, all the major kingdoms and villages are actually identical and consistent whether they are daimyo or shadow. The same status and authority. Only the daimyo is wealthier, shadow is more powerful, and has just as many strong men under his command. They are all standing in the same position, like the country of Earth. So many years is even more by the Iwaya village of the 3rd generation of the Earth Shadow. Anoki take dead, but also completely let the daimyo and shadow stand in the same position. Only the Land of Fire is different. The shadow of Chikara is the shadow. A daimyo and the Land of Fire is a daimyo. Whether or not the war will open is not the result of an agreement between the two together, much less a huge business. It only lies in the fact that Chibiusa loves peace and doesn't want a new war to break out. In other words, from this moment on, the daimyo of the fire country was once again at a disadvantage, and he was calling out to the daimyo of the major kingdoms. Shadow. There was only one purpose, to destroy Chibiusa and end the era in which he would return once more. Nagashiro looked at Terumi in surprise, so that's why he wasn't allowed to speak. Terrible. Before the Ninja Alliance could actually begin their crusade against the Aori Ninja village, they were secretly plotting to remove the Kiba village. The plan was formulated by the daimyo of the fire country, and the participants were the shadows of the major shinobi villages. What a mind-boggling, incomprehensible world. Ha 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 ha. Once this plate of meat is eaten, you all can imagine that in the future, it will be the world of the four kingdoms of water, earth, thunder, and wind, and your status will also rise. When our sons and grandsons' generation comes of age, we will eventually end this chaotic world and return to the initial era of Rokudo Immortal, so that all the lands will merge. How great! This is the good we do for future generations. Daimyo couldn't help but laugh as he fanned himself with his fan. Hearing those words, Nagashiro's mind buzzed once again. They even thought of utilizing the daimyo of the fire country, and afterward dividing it up as well, and the various smaller kingdoms could not escape this fate. The weak, the strong, the long life of the martial arts, the powerful shadow, all made this group of bloodthirsty maniacs more and more insane. Nagashiro could already predict a bloody time, just as he was frustrated and indignant at the fall of the land of water. Instead, Zabuza barged right into the conference room. You're just a guard. What are your qualifications? Daimyo was about to curse out. Zabuza's mind had long been flooded with memories of the bridge, of the man who had hired him, and both were nothing but the same mouth. Still, he chose to hold back for a while, choosing to wait for an opportunity in this crazy world. Reported, Wavewind Suikato broke into the underground cage of the Misty Hidden Village and rescued us as an experiment. Haruno Rin, and the participants, Uchiha Bando, and Kakashi Hagi. Nani, Chapter 113 Lin, we're home. Cage, Haruno Lin is being chained to a post. She didn't know how the past should be recalled. There is no sunlight here, no scent of anything that belongs to life. It all started with her sudden awakening some time ago. Somehow, as soon as she opened her eyes, she was resurrected with a group of Misty Hidden Village powerhouses inside a huge cage holding the three tails. Immediately after that, the fourth generation Mizukage broke through the door and recovered the three tails. Haruno Rin didn't know why she had come back to life, or what kind of person had used the secret technique, but she knew that all the misfortunes of her life began when she was caught by the ninja of the Misty Hidden Village and became an experimental human pillar carrying the three tails. Perhaps that's what resurrected her here. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before she was imprisoned here as an experiment. Some say that a lot of the ninjutsu swords are out there right now and must be collected back as soon as possible, but obviously that's unlikely. For example, who should I leave it to deal with the dry Kakamoto Oni sharks? It was even more difficult for him to make a move when he was still in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. It was also suggested that the tailed beasts should be artificially created so that the individual could withstand a large amount of chakra, which would also mean that there was a good chance of turning into a monster that would suddenly and abruptly die a violent death. Must have the potential to withstand large amounts of chakra and even become a tailed beast human pillar power. Haruno Rin, too, becomes an experiment. These days of being a guinea pig were just as painful as her last life. I just hope that no more forbidden spells will be cast to threaten the safety of the village. In that case, at least when you go to the pure land of ultimate bliss, you will also be able to see the banded earth without regret. She lowered her head and looked around the corner of the cage. There was a door there, with occasional gaps of light coming through. Haruno watched, once again recalling the past. She wondered to herself if he would beat himself up for the rest of his life after he pounced on Kakashi's Raikiri. How's the teacher? He must be blaming himself for not coming to the battlefield. Maybe, Mizukato-sensei and Kakashi are having a baby too. What will they be like? Recall yourself? Will there be a tombstone in Kiba village reserved for her? Luckily, this time, even if he becomes an experiment again, he won't have to harm the village for a short while. This kind of resurrection by a forbidden technique must also be unknown to Namikaze Suikato and Kakashi, and would not worry about her. Haruno Rin was again wondering if suddenly, it means a fantasy, Kakashi and Sensei Namikaze Suikato show up. Would he or she look so wretched that they would be heartbroken? She had the illusion that she would die at any moment, as if Bandito was beckoning her. Breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Is it that even she, the three-tailed Rinpoche who took part in the forbidden technique being imposed, is going to be unable to withstand this tailed beastization experiment? Haruno Rin breathed weakly. Her two eyes became a slit, unable to see hope, unable to touch the future. Can't even the resurrection explain it away? Will it make Kakashi, Mizuto-sensei blame himself for the rest of his life? Kakashi went through the belt and she passed away. It's not like he should have never married in his life. Haruno Rin's mind was getting slower and slower to think. Yes, she was going to die. Shasta. A golden flash appeared, and in the next moment, the door turned into debris and blasted against the walls of the cage. Really dying, she thought to herself, even hallucinating. One moment, swirls appeared in front of her eyes, and the moment the light hit her face, a cool-looking young man who looked like a bandito appeared, stepping out of the distorted space, one hand holding her while the space behind him quickly twisted, popping chains and stakes as far as it could go. Immediately after that, the golden flash picked her up and flew away from the cage. The moment he stepped out of his underground cage, the white-haired figure was fighting many people as he transformed into a long line of water dragon bombs that flew out and slashed through the misty hidden village ninja. He turned around, wearing a black mask. It's too similar. They're all too much alike. Haruno Rin thought to herself. Like Sensei Namikaze Suikato, like the Kakashi he imagined himself to be when he grew up. Endbringer, like those nights when he was imprisoned in the misty hidden village and became an experimental human pillar power. He fantasized about being rescued countless times. Yeah, dying again. That's why the fantasies, I guess. It's quite a coincidence. This time there was not even a chance to see them before they died in this dark cage. Good thing, too. Even if it's a fantasy, it's still a beautiful dream, isn't it? As reliable as ever. Guys, there's always hope in this world, isn't there, when Bandito is alive too? Swish, a figure appeared in front of him. They were saying things they could barely hear themselves. Wave Wind Sailor Moon, do you think you're strong enough to escape the siege of so many of us? Even if you're the first speedy perception ninja in the shinobi world, you won't be able to leave alive today. Kakashi Bannerwood, I didn't think you'd actually inherited your father's swordsmanship, but it's just a copy from the depths of the technique, isn't it? And it's ultimately missing some of the substance. Uchiha Bandu, are you crazy? This is the important land of my misty hidden village. If you dare to destroy it, we'll let all of your Uchiha clan go up in smoke. The Uchiha clan is in the land of spirit, in the Aoshiren ninja village. Go if you can. I, Uchiha Bando, will be waiting for you. Give Lin a chi and blood elixir. He's very weak. I'll use my nine-tailed chakra to help ward her off. And Bandit, send Rin to rest in Shin Megami Tensei. Yes, couldn't understand. Too many words for her to understand. Just remember before being thrown into an inexplicable world, seeing a fox-like feature appear on Namikaze Suiman, and also seeing Banda slaying with his blood-red eyes wide open, Kakashi was dazzled by various jutsu, except for the sword in his hand, which was as simple as it could be, a single slash to the death. You're so strong, my friends. This feeling of peace of mind even in death may be due to saying goodbye to everyone in a different way. The world of God's might, which was quiet, looked like one big grid. The nine-tailed chakra recovered from its injuries and kept it warm as the chakra dam was taken and the effects of the medicine were gradually incorporated into the body. Until much later, the young girl woke up in a daze, opening her large eyes with narrow eyelashes to the unknown world. Isn't it the pure land of ultimate bliss? Could it be hell? Lin felt much warmer and partially healed, having nearly died and now recovered quite a bit. She thought about how she was going to get out of here, to find Bandito, to tell him the story of what happened afterward. It's because in the pure land of ultimate bliss, Haruno Rin didn't find any Beltane. Ah, swish, a vortex appeared before his eyes. She instinctively assumed it was the exit. When the light came into view once more, all was clear. She appeared under a huge tree. The top of the tree could not be seen at all, and it towered as if there was a palace in the trunk. The tree is even wider to the point of no return. The young girl thought to herself that perhaps this beautiful world was the true pure land of ultimate bliss. The wind blows the sweet air. The young girl turned and giggled. She was a little happy to see a lot of people she wanted to see, and she was sad. The voice trembled. Are you guys dead too? How is she supposed to believe that's true? There seemed to be some injuries to his immediate companions, and a fox who was grooming his paws. What a strange and blissful purgatory. Bandito's eyes glowed red, and Kakashi was similarly frozen in place at a loss for words. Hey, what? If I hadn't used the Flying Thunder God's formation to save the three of you, you'd probably still be under siege by the 5 water shadows, the Ninja Blade 7, and a whole bunch of misty hidden village elders right now. Why don't you just leave? What's the point? Have your revenge next time. Xingling was helpless. This group of people really wanted to destroy the misty hidden village by accident. Then what could he do with his plan? Haruno Rin asked curiously when she saw Xingling lecturing them. Are you a god? Being scolded, Namikaze Suikato, Kakashi, and Bandito couldn't help but laugh out loud before speaking. Lin, we're home. Chapter 114, Caught in a Crisis. Ninja Alliance Attacks. Haruno Rin was dumbfounded for a long time before she dared to be convinced that the world was incredibly real. It is said that people who are too gentle are afraid to even reach out their hands, and I'm afraid that people like her are full of incredulity for believing that luck will favor them. This day, people mingle, listening to the news from the misty hidden village. It says that Namikaze Suikato's 7th class made a big mess and rescued the resurrected Haruno Rin. Another said that once again he saw the green spirit strike. It is said to have forced the opening of the flying Reikage no Kami to directly save everyone when they were under siege by the successive generations of the Misty Hidden Village's powerhouses. This could be said to be a forced slap in the face of the Misty Hidden Village. The Fourth Shinobi World War, which was already premeditated to begin, has finally found its best reason. People hated to thwart the Green Spirit Endurance Village, and the power of martial arts was reflected in this battle. It's said that you can use your Sharingan eyes like crazy, and your chakra looks as if it's not going to run out. The legend is getting crazier and crazier, and people are getting a little more and more incredulous as to whether it's true or not. In the quest for a stronger Budo, there was also the potion that brought even the dying Haruno Rin back to life, which was also seen as a product of Budo. For a while, the ninja world bubbled up with the saying that to live forever, you must seize the land of the spirit. The black fog of war floated in the sky as if it would fall at any time, and no one dared to easily strike it this time, fearing that once they did, they would completely twist the direction of this era and carry a curse. The land of the spirits, Green Spirit Shinobu Village, the underground chamber. At a time when most people head to the Cloud Palace in the trees to train, and children are happy to go to their new ninja academy, the village has become purely commercial, residential. There is a constant stream of preppy ninjas building and greening. In the wilderness beyond the village, Oyama became farmland, orchards, livestock farms, a factory using chakra steam engines, powered by power plants. There was no smoke. There was simply weak natural energy converted from chakra consumption. The train crosses the land, matching the cars on the highway and soon overtaking them. The smaller villages have been consolidated, and the second village in the land of spirit, the Rain Hidden Village, has taken shape due to its strong foundation. At the edge of the earth is a 100-foot waterfall that rises out of the ground. The sacred tree rises up into the sky and builds the altar, the Hall of Explosions, the Ninja Academy, and various other laboratories, arenas, and more on top of it all. And in both the Rain Hidden Village and the various villages where crowds had gathered, the divine tree possessed the same ability. Qingling purposely constructed a flying thunder god's formation on top of each divine tree to be used for teleportation at critical moments. The one responsible for teleporting and consuming chakra was naturally his doppelganger. 1 week later, the Kingdom of Spirit had finally completed its initial integration, and the waterfall that stood above the earth, as well as the inaccessible divine tree, gave people an illusion that it was like a divine country, underground chamber. A man carrying a short sword infiltrated the place and handed a cryptic piece of information to Qingling. He had white hair, an austere form, and was unsmiling, but there was a time when he was a gentle man. Spirit Shadow. The 4 major ninja villages are joining forces to lay siege to the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and various smaller ninja villages are in charge of being outside of the Konoha village. So once they have the intention of striking, they will be attacked by the various smaller villages joining forces. There are still 5 hours until the arrival of the main army of the 4 great ninja village alliance merchants. Should we test the waters? After this person finished his report, he still did not leave, waiting for Qingling's order. No need for that. This battle, it needs to be a fight to the death. There's no way they're going to break through the defenses. Qingling said with an unmistakable tone of certainty. Are you sure you don't want to meet Kakashi? Though, I'm sure he'd love to meet you. I want to stay hidden in the darkness. It's better to stay out of sight until this world ends completely and realizes that future you speak of. After all, I'm not and have never been well received. He smiled, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes making his smile seem especially forlorn. This man was none other than the former Kiba Shirata. He died from a blank stare before he was resurrected, and after his resurrection, he still endured the humiliation and infiltrated the land of wind and then rolled over to the land of spirit with orders from Sarutobi Hinata. Shikuma. Ben wanted to actually sneak into the underground chamber while Kakashi went ahead to the water country. Didn't realize. Qingling, however, directly confessed all, not caring about any reputation at all, let alone which village to make an enemy of. He wanted to take a look at that bright future, and Aoshiro straight up made him a double undercover agent, with information from the Aoshiro Shinobi village that he could take to the Konoha village at will. Those things don't matter at all. Having to succumb to the charms of the Green Spirit Foxglove, Tsukumo Flagei chose to become a so-called double undercover agent. Somehow, he gradually became one of the heads of the dark division of the Sirin ninja village that spied on information, usually hiding his identity. Even Kakashi and the others don't know who he really is. It won't take that long, just wait until the war is over and show your face. Mr. Satsukian, is the war over? Spirit Shadow, that's something many people have wanted all their lives. He had seen far too many killings in his life, and had cut down many enemies under his own blade. Is ending war wishful thinking on the part of the world, or is it really possible? Sakuan Hagi smiled and put on his mask. He also wore the forehead protector of the Sirin Shinobi village. It's beautiful. It's an eye. It's like the moon, and it's like a fox's eye. There are many accounts of what it really looks like. The most widely rumored being that the ninja forehead protector of the Sirin ninja village originates from Sirin's third eye. Some say it is the eye of God, with the means to bring people back to life. But to this day, only a few people have actually seen it. Step out of the underground chamber. He crossed a street and took 3 members of the dark sector with him, and after instructing them to speak with Irizumi of the defense guard, he quickly left, driving an SUV towards the field. It took them over 3 hours to reach the border. Opening the car doors, everyone immediately took cover in their respective defense locations. Preparatory ninjas had long since gathered under an orderly spaced sacred tree. They stood atop a waterfall in the land of the spirit, looking down on the Ninja League ninjas who had arrived one by one, among them their former companions. Now it's life and death as an enemy. It's truly a creation of fate. Even so, there was still not a single person who would show fear in their eyes. It wasn't the land of the spirit behind them, much less the Aishiran Shinobi village. No name of any kind mattered. What really matters is that the place behind them is called home. Do you think Lord Spirit Shadow will pick up our families if we die? I don't know. There won't be any honorariums anyway. After all, it doesn't cost us anything to live and get up here. My mother probably still thinks I'm dead, and if I'm still alive after the battle, I'm going to ask to fetch my mother. Silly, even if we die, Lord Spirit Shadow can bring us back to life. Have you forgotten how those people came back to life? That's true. Ha 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 ha. Instantly unafraid, they gag and try to dispel their inner fears. Whose husband? Whose son? And what child's father who waits with bated breath to come home? War is the scythe of death and never questions the emotions of mortals. Chapter 115, Shocking the World. God's Eye Formation. Evening. The waning sun lengthened the shadow of a single ninja with his head down. They know what they are about to face. Look up at the breathtaking waterfall and marvel inwardly. Do you really want to fight such a being? They raised their heads to look further away, if at all, to the Cloud Palace Divine Kingdom. The mind wondered if anyone really lived there. Legends about this place have long since had to be rubbed into the ears, and occasionally you can walk down the street and hear a saying, a fantasy, about this place. At this moment, when they obeyed the village's order to face a behemoth, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of disgust deep inside. They knew that war was coming in a matter of days. Inside, the feeling of fear lingered, as if he had heard a fox whispering. It is said that the green spirit Nine Tails eats people when it sees them, and is a magical beast that is almost crazy. Others say he's no different from a regular person, just a guy who's highly cultivated and has gained the art of longevity. In short, strength and longevity were the common labels that everyone put on Qingling. Whoever insults my mist village will die. As we all know, this war was started by their Sirin ninja village, which blatantly sent a group of renegade ninja from another village to infiltrate, and took away an extremely dangerous guy. In order to avenge the innocent deaths of our companions, we shall make them pay in blood. The misty hidden village's first generation Mizukage opened his mouth, and those words seemed particularly harsh coming out of his mouth. Luckily, the second generation Mizukage had already looked around and silenced everyone's broken mouths with his battle-crazed charm. My fourth generation Wind Shadow of the Wind Country, and his heir, Iroku, are being held in the land of spirit to this day, and one-tailed Shizuru was even tricked by them and sacrificed long ago. If I don't get this revenge, from now on the sand-hidden village, won't be able to get a foothold in the world. The renegade ninja Akasago no Scorpion was even taken in by the green spirit ninja village a long time ago, and no one should know that he's full of evil. Hatsunin Kazakage likewise gave the order, and beside him, the second and third generation Kazakage also stood out separately. Shio Brahma, Scorched Leaf Karama, and the former Shizuru Ninjutsu Funfu have also been waiting for a long time. There was also hesitation in the eyes of many, especially Funfu, who had never gotten out of his cage in his previous life, and had come here because he had been ordered by the village to reclaim Shohei again. The Green Spirit Ninja Village, harboring dirt and grime, is simply a tumor in the shinobi world. If not removed, it will surely become the most terrifying existence beside us in the future. 2 of our village's ninjutsu, 4 tails and 5 tails, fell into their hands and became experiments. The renegade shinobi Deidara has even jumped to become the best of them all, and has long had delusions of raising all of our Tanoku to the ground. The Iwagakure village, on the other hand, was opened by Inoki, the first generation of the Tsuchikage, while the second generation glanced their afterglow to the other villages. Fighting was necessary, but in the coalition, they were weaker, and they had to fight, and beware of the depletion. After the battle is over and the land of spirit is divided, Kiba village is next. What's next? It might be them, the Iwagakure village. You can't take it lightly at any time, especially when you're in the company of lions and wolves. To fight is our mission. Carrying out missions is equally our mission. And this time we took on the task of raising Qingling to the ground. Release the golden horn, the silver horn. Hatsunin Reikage kicked out the golden horn, and the silver horn. Originally, The two of them had obliterated the second generation of Reikage, so surely it was impossible for them to join this war. However, unlike the other villages, the Reikage village was now the most powerful, and thus had been hired to carry out the mission, so it was important to minimize losses as much as possible. Golden Horn, Silver Horn 6 paths ninjutsu disappeared for no reason at all, resulting in the possession of the immortal body of their combat power substantially weakened. But fortunately there is still the nine-tail chakra, excellent physical skills, and ninjutsu. For that reason it became the front runner in this fight. These two brothers were nuts back then, and when the first Reikage was alive, they were young enough to suppress it. By the time the second generation of Reikage came to power, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were getting their wings, and when they heard that they were going to talk about a merger, they immediately chose to defect. Even so, the ones who were kicked out by Hatsune Miikage to become the vanguard rushing towards the Land of Spirit were still one of the most terrifying battle forces. Crazy. Second generation Reikage cursed. Swish. The Misty Hidden Villages group of water shadows also turned their heads to look over. The reason why they were slightly inferior to the 5th generation Water Shadow and the Three Tails combined was not because their own battle power was not strong enough. Rather, the Cloud Hidden Village has always been a place where each generation's Reikage has had to team up with an 8-tailed human pillar power. That is to say, they arrived at the 4th generation of the Lei Shadow with at least 8 strong combatants, wore 8 tails, 2 tails to help, the village of the same number of powerful combatants. The major ninja villages each looked towards the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who were the vanguard. With the immortal human body, they are far stronger than normal people in terms of both chakra and physique. As he got faster and faster, a layer of blood-red nine-tailed chakra appeared on his body. So delicious all chakra, big brother, I sense the Rokudo ninjutsu. It must be hidden in this village as well. Golden Horn, Silver Horn was excited as they got closer to the Land of Spirit. The more abundant the battle intent was, especially for that natural perception of the 6 paths ninjutsu, it made them want to immediately kill all the people of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. With the body of an immortal plus the nine-tailed chakra, the duo's battle power was already strong. At the moment it was more like being in no man's land. A leap was already imperative for the landing above the waterfall. Swish! Just as they were about to land in midair, a divine tree took the lead, and a chakra head of the 9 tails stuck out from inside. This 9 tails also had a hood on its head and looked like it was wearing a green robe. Nanny, can't move. Golden Horn, Silver Horn looked incredulously at the chakra fox, but saw that he had 3 eyes, and the one on his brow was not open. 1 9 hooks Jade Chakra Sharingan eye, and 1 mutated Violet Golden Eye Transmutation eye. All around are staring at them. The powerful pressure and the power of the bloodline makes them unable to move. There is also that unimaginable chakra is like a sea of ocean hanging in the air and falling. They had a violent sense of suffocation, unable to breathe at all, and could only foolishly wait for death to come. This feeling, especially when it was said to be their old ancestor, Immortal Rokudo, was rather like seeing the origin of their old ancestor. Even every breath became labored, as if it were taking away their souls. The fox ate the Golden Horn, the Silver Horn in one bite. The crowd looked on in dismay, hoping for a twist. However, the facts are unchanged, until a bright light erupted in a sudden burst, and all the divine trees erupted in radiant light. Sobering, sobering, sobering. Various rays of light were like divine power until the divine tree of the Aishiren Ninja Village responded as well. The pillar of light was condensed from chakra and spread out until it converged into a large semicircular cover that sheltered the entire Land of Spirit. Everything, all the foxes within the divine tree had their eyebrows, and their third eye opened at this moment. In the meantime, above the dome of the sky, a huge eye of God also flickered with a faint golden light, looking down on the earth and the living beings. Chapter 116, Misty Hidden Strikes. Ox Plow Hot Sword. Spirit is the truest and purest thing in the nature of heaven and earth. Green is the metaphysical, pale yellow heaven in the inn. The green spirit is then another heaven, another spirit in this ninja world. When the huge array of illustrations, and the eyes of the gods look down on the earth, no one dares to mock. Only this supreme and supreme thing exists here. What's that? The ninjas of the Misty Hidden Village said with trepidation. Who can know? Why just being looked at by that thing makes me feel horrible. The ninjas of the Misty Hidden Village all felt a hint of strangeness, which showed how terrifying it truly was. More shots? The East Ninja of the Sand Hidden Village looked to one of the top ninja in front of them whose reputation resounded through the shinobi world. What are you guys afraid of? It's just a mere forbidden formation. As long as you use the appropriate chakra, as well as the unsealing technique, you'll surely be able to break it. A bunch of gutless losers. The third generation Lei Shadow glanced at Qing Ling's bluffing formation, and his entire body's chakra erupted, covering into a layer of lightning attribute chakra armor as he ran directly towards the large formation. Bah! At that very moment, the chakra fox that had previously swallowed the golden horn, and the silver horn directly spat it out. We're not dead. Of course, even the nine tails can't devour us. What's he worth? The golden horn, the silver horns dejectedly said. More than that, I feel as if I have a lot of chakra attributes in me. Everything. Golden horn clenched his fists, the various chakra attributes delighting him. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, my physique seems to have metamorphosed as well. And there's a constant stream of chakra in my body. Ginkaku was even more excited, thinking that he could kill Chikara with one punch. It's a shame that guy didn't come, or else this time it wouldn't have ended with the same death. We're going to make this guy pay in blood. He must be made to have a good time. The two of them looked viciously in the direction of the large formation, their hearts joyful beyond measure, itching to strike now to obliterate them. It seemed to them that this time they were spat out and became even stronger, exactly the same as the last time they went into Nine-Tails' stomach. To put it bluntly, it's this what's-his-name green spirit bluff. Instead of dying, they became stronger. This time, the two of them flew to catch up with the pace of the Sandame Reikage, charging up to take on the enemy. Bang! The same attacking jutsu, more powerful chakra and attributes, resulted in no damage to the formation. Big brother, why does this thing seem indestructible? Idiot, we both have so many chakra attributes right now. Switch it up. Oh, it's still Big Brother who's smart. They thought they were smart to keep attacking, and that amount of chakra was alarming to watch. These two have so much chakra. They really deserve to be the two mad dogs of the misty hidden village. However, someone soon realized it. There was also chatter in the crowd. How come the two of them aren't dead, but instead they're attacking faster and faster? Also, but the misty hidden village was hired to carry out a mission this time. It's better to die. That third generation Reikage I heard has the nickname of the strongest spear. I wonder if he can break through this turtle tail shell. The powerhouses were still holding their breath, observing the changes in the formation, trying to find a hint of what was going on. I hope to see a glimpse of this formation, or rather the sealing technique, after the strike from the Sandame Reikage. After all, the golden horn and silver horn looked as if they had gone mad, attacking indiscriminately and uselessly. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, shredding all darkness above the earth. Old me, I'd like to see what this crap of yours is good for. As the strongest shield and the strongest spear that once fought against 10,000 ninjas until he died of chakra exhaustion, he had also fought the Eight Tails countless times, and had been able to slice off the Eight Tails with just his lightning-attributed chakra blades. Strength is also the existence of a ceiling in the shinobi world. Of course, to sort of ostracize the chakra reincarnation bodies of Azura and Indra. They're not exactly normal people, after all. The moment, everyone had their eyes on him, watching to see if he could break this seemingly flawless formation with his full strength. After all, even the strongest defense, as long as the area is large enough, its power will be drastically reduced. No one can have such a powerful chakra. Just need to break it down one by one to witness the miracle. Bang! The chakra blade stabbed directly at the barrier, and there was a break in the golden light. Click! A huge gaping hole appeared. It was going to be more than 10 times more massive than the taller body of the third generation Reikage. Everyone smiled happily. Great! Sure enough, this seemingly bizarre, unbroken formation couldn't be all things to all people. As long as it's broken from one point, it's not infallible. Swish! A divine tree on a waterfall flew out chakra arms, all of which transformed into nine tails dew heads and bit down on the Sandame Reikage. Damn it! He saw a chakra slash and tried to slice through it. The weird thing was that the fox head was going to be stronger than the barrier. Strange. If this thing was so powerful, how did the golden horn and silver horn escape? Outside the barrier, golden horn, silver horn were still attacking like crazy. In the back of his mind, he had begun to wonder if the two men could be transvestites in disguise. Play me? However, he had at least broken through the defenses, and as long as everyone fishtailed in, the Ao Ling ninja village, which didn't have an advantage in numbers, would soon be razed to the ground. Nanny! The Sandame Reikage was surprised to see that the defense he had just broken through was directly compensated for. That's not possible, because the bigger the gap, the more chakra it would take to make up for it, especially with the vast area of this semicircle of barriers. The chakra consumed would be multiplied several times over again if one were to cover it all and notice where there was a break and make up for it at all times. Unless crazy, there's no point in taking charge of maintaining something like this at all, because at the end of the day, battles end up being short fights between ninjas. There's no need to protect those lower ninjas, middle ninjas, right, even the upper ninjas exist to fight and carry out missions. He didn't believe that the green spirit would do this, let alone the nine-tailed green spirit, and the tailed beasts and humans were even more of an interest. It was impossible for them to go this far. However, that gap was also closed long before he fell asleep and fell into the divine tree. The facts were in front of him and he had to believe them. Outside the barrier, everyone looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? The third Reikage broke his guard and was captured as well? Make up that much speed. Do they take headshots? Might as well get away with it before it's too late. Yo, Can't even kill it by breaking through the barrier? The green spirit is a long-lost monster. Cheeky. Ouch. Watch me break it open like a magnificent performance of my sword art, and then have a perfect curtain call. Kairabi gesticulated twice without knowing what to do, and shared a smile with Shikamanerekage. The 8 tails also received the signal, and he as a tailed beast knew that he was perhaps dealing with an existence at the level of the 10 tails, or even more terrifying. But he, who fought alongside Kairabi, could not possibly back down. Next moment, 2 lightning bolts appeared and blasted directly at the barrier. It's a joint technique between Rekage and Rinpoche. Ox Plow Hot Knife. Chapter 117, Kairabi's Perfect Infiltration. Cow Plow Hot Knife. An unstoppable force that is supposed to team up to attack the same person, combining a high-level joint technique that combines physical arts and jutsu. But when faced with the barrier, the 2 of them struck from different directions, their final arms bombarding the barrier at the same time. Break. Click. Along with the joint strike of not being blood brothers, better than blood brothers. As the 2 responded, the barrier once again broke open a gaping hole. The misty hidden village instantly erupted into a frantic roar. Winning, completely winning numbness. They don't seem to get it. The 3rd generation Wind Shadow had a cold face. If we have to give our all in the face of a mere formation, will we have any strength left after we break through the barrier? The 3rd generation Mizukage similarly analyzed. There is something intriguing about this battle. Anoki also knew that this time, the 3 major ninja villages had, after all, paid silver for the misty hidden village to make a move, and that they would likewise have to divide the land of spirit afterwards. It's a win-win, so to speak, and they'll rightfully contribute when hitting the headlines. It's just that, if only to break the barrier it would take the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, 3rd generation, and 4th generation Rekage to do it, even the Rinpoche Kairabi. And will we face a more difficult presence next? Just as the crowd was worried, the truth was soon revealed before them in all its clarity, because there was never a possibility for them to meet the enemy behind the barrier. No good. At a glance, the 2 Yukis realized that the barrier was going to heal again, and erupted with their own powerful chakra, blue flames burning and rushing directly inside the barrier. Immediately after that, at that very instant, the other 2 Rekage of the misty hidden village, as well as the Bai of each era, all killed in as well. Golden Horn, Silver Horn even learned the hard way and waited until Kairabi managed to break in as soon as they broke through the defenses. We're back. This turtle shell is really sturdy. It's a pity. They'll die for sure if we kill them in this time. Golden Horn, Silver Horn laughed extra hard. On the sidelines, the 2nd generation Rekage gave them a hard scrape. If it weren't for the need to fight, I would have loved to slaughter them both. But unfortunately, the likelihood of that was almost nil. Brush. More than a dozen chakra arms coalesced into fox heads once again, all in the form of a green spirit, and tore right into them, dragging them into the divine tree. Bang! On the ground, a section of octopus tail appeared silently, slowly wriggling. This time, the same result. No matter how fast they were and how strong their attacks were, they still didn't break through Qingling's chakra fox. Nanny! Everyone froze in place when they were still glad that the misty hidden village had killed all of them, especially the misty hidden village, who only had a portion of their upper ninja left to support the scene. This is the rhythm of a direct reunion. Originally thought that the biggest loss this time should be the rock hidden village. After all, their strength is relatively weak. Who would have thought that in the end the most complete loss would be the strongest mist hidden village? The genus is all broken-hearted. Sure enough, that's the legendary existence I once saw in a forbidden ancient book. Granny Chio had a serious look on her face. That's right, it's a long-lost legend. There aren't many who know the truth, but it's recorded by the Maelstrom clan in their intricate sealing techniques and forbidden arts. Hatsune Makoto Kazekage also explained, it's a pity that the Maelstrom clan was almost wiped out, and their clansmen have long since dispersed in all directions, or else their exact names would surely be revealed. Maybe on the chakra, Senkaku, and vortex clans, which are also based on chakra and Senkaku bodies. The Thousand Hands seem to be more glorious, but the Maelstrom clan has had the 9-tailed human pillars for generations, as well as their powerful and unrivaled forbidden art, the sealing art. Even death can be summoned. There are many hidden secrets that are not known. Chio Brahma, the shadows of the 1st generation, and Chikara are among those who know the hidden secrets. Unfortunately, this hidden secret, similar to the demonic statue of the outer path that devours everything, is only hearsay even in the records of the Vortex clan. After all, every appearance of the Eye of Reincarnation means both new life and destruction. Ben is a mythologized being. In this way, even the demonic statues of the outer paths have long since become part of the mythos, blurred to the point of obscurity. At this point, despair began to spread as the barrier healed once more, and all the Misty Hidden Village experts who had broken through the defenses lived and died. The ninjas of the Misty Hidden Village were pale and embarrassed. Should they run away, or should they flee? Bah! Once again, the The sound of vomiting came out from the direction where the golden horn, the silver horn, was swallowed. Immediately afterward, everyone, including them, was spat out. They were thrown out of the barrier and fell straight to the ground, looking at each other in confusion. Strange, how does it feel like it's gotten stronger? Eyes aren't blurry, backs aren't sore, and the two Yukis are in better shape. What the hell is going on here? Big brother, I feel like I'm full of blood once again. Ginkaku was ecstatic. Fantastic. He felt like he could fight for the rest of his life, and Shikage would make him eat his words if he came. Silverhorn, are you stupid? There's something wrong. Goldenhorn rubbed his forehead in bewilderment and froze, unable to figure out what was wrong. The other Raikage, the ninjas, were all at a loss. Suddenly someone came to their senses. Kairabi's gone. No, he should have escaped. The fourth Raikage was confident enough to know that Kairabi must still be alive. If he escapes in this situation, it will be more dangerous instead. This place is full of weirdness. That Aoling ninja village is afraid. Each generation of Raikage has its own ratio. Each then had once been a human pillar, and they naturally understood Kairabi's means of escape. Except that in that case, sneaking in alone is destined to encounter many dangers. They were still relaxed. They just felt a little change in their bodies, and the people of the Misty Hidden Village became a lot more at ease because of it. The other Shinobu villages, however, turned their gazes and took half a step back. That's right. Instead of suffering any loss from this change, it has become stronger. The Misty Hidden Village is so suspicious that it might have been beavered away a long time ago. The more they thought about it, the more unthinkable it became, and they backed away. It seems that this is Qingling's divisive plan. Hatsune Miko Raikage thought he had seen through Aoshiru's ploy. That's right, we're stuck in a passive situation that we can't explain at all, and in the long run, we'll even have our own people doubting our own people. Yakito, can you and Two-Tail notice a change in yourself? The crowd looked to Yakito. It was the tailed beast's perspective that was more objective when they couldn't see past their own changes. Can't tell, but he's gotten a lot stronger too. Yakito was incredulous that the second Tail Again Brigade would actually become stronger as a result. It was a tailed beast, and can't detect the slightest hint of it. I've actually been hit by illusions, broken through attacks in my dreams, and fought back over and over again, not realizing they were all illusions. Yakito had a look of regret on his face. The others were amazed to hear this because they had the same dream. How is this possible? Above the cliff, the people of the Green Spirit Shinobi village looked at each other one by one. They really didn't seem to need to make a move. White Teeth was just about to turn back and go after the guy who had slipped away. As soon as he stepped aside, Roxa pressed his hand. Don't go after it. The eight-tailed Rinnegan was deliberately let go by Lord Spirit Shadow. Aha! Behind them, Kairabi was still casting transportation. Flying forward. Chapter 118, The Last Madness. The Ninja Alliance's decision. Damn it, we're not working as undercover agents anymore. Need an explanation? Only offense is the best answer. In an instant, all of the Misty Hidden Village's strongest people began to attack frantically, as if they had fallen into a frenzy. This scene undoubtedly clouded the Ninja Alliance in mystery once more, and they began to hesitate inwardly. Are they just a bunch of crazy people with no way to validate their egos? Or are they playing as hard as they can? Watch and wait again. Don't do it lightly. Pass down the order to maintain a defensive position and never let your guard down against the Misty Hidden Village. While the other three villages chose to wait and see, the Misty Hidden Village had more and more ninjas being caught directly by the chakra foxes, who would all uncharacteristically devour them and then throw them out, freezing in place before choosing to strike again. Wariness that never stops. For the Misty Hidden Village, the only way for them to prove their innocence is to fight forever, until once again there was a breach and more people broke in, invariably being devoured and thrown out once more. Damn it, why is he restoring us to chakra? What is his purpose? Mockery. I see this as downright mockery, telling us with this attack that he doesn't care. Fight. Fight. Do we even have to fight on? It feels like that eye of his is an invisible taunt to us. More and more people in the Misty Hidden Village were desperate to get a stronger body, more chakra, more attributes, but the fights were ever lackluster, with no surprises to speak of. They simply couldn't completely break through the defense, and only struggled again and again, regaining all of their chakra again and throwing it out like garbage. Who the hell is Green Spirit? They simply didn't know, because from the beginning to the end, they had only heard various legends about him, and the person himself was as if he was a legend, unattainable, a slim light that appeared before them, telling them that it could be done, only to be completely extinguished a split second later. The inner flame is dying out. Long gone is any hope. A fight like this is pointless. I want to leave so badly. Maybe I'm under an illusion and will be in it until I die. Let me go. I don't want to linger here any longer. Please, spare my life. More and more people are getting desperate. Defeat the Green Spirit? Not understanding it at all. They would just lose chakra over and over again. Break through the defenses. Kill in and get recharged and thrown out again. We have broken through the defenses a total of 7 times, which is more than enough to get the honorarium according to the agreement. And the next thing we're doing is fighting as a ninja alliance. So if you all don't put up a fight, it'll be a one-shot deal. The first generation Raikage looked coldly at the ninja alliance, and when he saw that none stood out he decisively stepped back and raised one hand. Misty Hidden Village listened to the order. The ninja alliance will not fight as agreed. Everyone retreat as planned. A figure quickly returned to its position, turned around and was about to leave. It was only when they got up that 3 figures stepped out and blocked Thunder Shadow. It was the first Earth Shadow, Wind Shadow, and Water Shadow. They looked at each other and opened their mouths. Everyone listened to the order. From now on, get into a state to fight. Siege all directions of the Spirit Kingdom at all costs, and do your best to break through the defenses. Brush. Misty Hidden Village, Rock Hidden Village, Sand Hidden Village. A figure quickly gathered. Start attacking separately. It was at this moment that the black pressurized crowd seemed like a circle, stepping out from all sides of the Spirit Kingdom capital and quickly began to attack. Fireballs, water balls, earth bumps, nothing more than these old-fashioned moves, but unexpectedly good. Soon it was plastered all over the walls. They win in numbers, constantly attacking, and once there's a gap, they can break into a large number of people. We have an absolute numerical advantage, and we are facing an enemy that appears to be invincible, but in reality, it is just a turtle, and the fact that they are doing their best to defend themselves is enough to prove their lack of combat power. As long as it did its best to break through the barrier, its chakra would surely run out, and then it could actually kill it. Once all of us converge on the Green Spirit Shinobi Village, that's when they will be destroyed. Thunder Shadow shouted out, his frantic attacks increasing. People were constantly being devoured and thrown out again. They ran out of chakra again and again, and recovered chakra again and again. The 4 major ninja villages had a large number of people, and after one metamorphosis, the replenished chakra were all consuming vast amounts of chakra at a rapid rate. The tireless battle spins as if it were an eternal compass. Time passed by, and there were constantly strong people breaking through the defenses. Scorching heat, acid, absolute zero, and even lightning like a sword blade, again and again. Anoki also used the dust transportation to remove the barrier over and over again, and saw it recover again. He was also constantly being caught by the green spirit, replenished with chakra and then thrown out again, inwardly wondering what the hell was going on. More and more people felt the same confusion as the Misty Hidden Village. Why was it really an insult for the green spirit to feed them chakra replenishment and have them keep attacking? It was important to realize that no one's chakra could be endless. It was the equivalent of attacking yourself, defending yourself, and recovering yourself, and the amount of chakra consumed was almost endless. What's he up to? Is it to transform the body subconsciously until it is refined into a puppet? In response, the famous puppeteer Chio Brahma said that it was pure bull ****** and that people just looked down on them. That I is simply an insult to us. Kankuro cursed angrily. Maybe, but don't you want to save my arrow and father? Mother is resurrected and it would be nice if we could be reunited as a family. Teshiguru kept fighting, but were they really caught? You should have seen that the father was among the guys standing up there. Sis, do you think Arrow will have his tailed beasts extracted? I sometimes dream. Kankuro wished it wouldn't be so bad, but when he dreamed, it was all nightmares, always dreaming of my arrows losing their tailed beasts and dying alive. Shut up, there's intel that he's still alive, maybe under control, but never dead. Once again, Teppo unfolded his folding fan and used his wind attack. Elder sister, I heard that Kiba village didn't come this time. They were besieged by many small villages joining forces. If the news is true, they were probably targeted. Oh, Teshiguru looked indifferent. Sis, did that kid named Kagome contact you afterward? No, Teju was a little angry. Older sister, do you think the Kiba village will be overthrown? When the time comes, fighting, if you dare to talk any more nonsense, I'll kill you. Teju relented and cursed before continuing to charge at the barrier. The land of the spirits. On the highway, on a tricycle. Moncler outlet store he was pulling a cart of watermelons, and in the cart sat a guy in sunglasses slicing and eating the watermelons with a knife. You look like you're not so young anymore. Why don't you find a proper job? What's this constant humming and hawing? Uncle spit in his tricycle. Yo, here's the fast as the wind killer bee, eating watermelon with only 2 cuts, because I'm unrivaled. Sneaking into the green spirit unnoticed. Kairabi couldn't care less about the older man spitting, eating the watermelon and spitting out the seeds, looking around every now and then. It seemed a little different here, he thought. Chapter 119, Kairabi's Great Adventure. Bull Ghost, is there something weird here? Do you have a feeling? Kairabi stood with his arms wrapped around his body, outside of the Sirin Shinobu village. He had expected this place to be tightly packed and ready for battle, but after the uncle left him here, he said something about working hard and making a new life, and walked away. It made Kairabi who had always been aloof to outsiders and extraordinarily cheerful with acquaintances, a little uncomfortable. Ugh, that uncle with the knife on his back. Come here. A young man and woman who were working shouted. They realized that the older man didn't seem too bright, and had been standing on the sidelines since a while ago, staring stupidly at the village's sacred tree. It didn't matter though. The village had a medical hospital that specialized in taking care of this type of less intelligent ninja and would always find suitable work for them. Yo, you're the scouts of the Sirin Shinobi village. Very impressive. Easily spotted me. Kairabi held his arms condescendingly, thinking he was pretty impressive, but it was big surprise to be found by these two little ninjas. Then, it's strange here. Everyone's chakra flow is extraordinarily odd. They seem to have an unusual way of doing things, and the amount of chakra far exceeds that of normal people. This should be a follow-up to the chakra martial arts. I'm a practitioner too. There's no need to worry about that. Bull Ghost, it's my perfect show next. These two little guys are going to be thrown for a loop. Kairabi pretended to look coldly at the two young men. The two looked at each other helplessly. It seemed that this uncle was indeed stupid, often standing alone for half a day, and from time to time, he even gestured twice. What is your name and what village are you from? The corners of Kairabi's mouth turned up directly at this question, and he smiled evilly. To the cow ghost, he said, what a stupidity, to try to trick the information like that. It's ridiculous. He spoke up and said, I don't know. I'm a wanderer, a monk without a name, traveling in the clouds without a purpose, said and gestured twice. Immediately, the staff was mentally 100% sure that Kairabi's mental state was indeed not very bright. They wrote on it immediately. Doesn't know his name? Not too smart in the head. A bit of a mental problem. Often dazed. Gesticulates wildly. Doesn't hurt anyone for the time being. Doesn't know his or her original village. The specifics require further diagnosis by the Ninja Medical Institute. After writing it down, the two of them then handed over a hand sign with sympathetic eyes and the address to the Ninja Medical Center on it. Kairabi took it over, glanced at the address, and smiled contemptuously. Trying to trick me into entering their ambush point. How stupid. Let's see if I don't sneak into the village and catch Changling off guard. Then, be careful. There should be quite a few strong people here. It's easy for you to rush in. Before the bull's voice is out of his mouth, Kairabi has already made his dive. He walked down the street and realized that not a single person had noticed him. Originally, he also wanted to fly through the roofs, but the buildings in the Green Spirit Ninja Village were all very tall, with the lowest being over 6 floors and varying heights, making it even more troublesome to jump around. It's full of mystery, and everyone is either slowing down not knowing what they're going to do, or they have a smile on their face. The cow ghost said inside Kairabi. That's right, they're all so laid back and happy. It's just not normal. There shouldn't be anyone in the world happier than me. Kairabi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Spinning around, he looked in the direction of the divine tree, his footsteps gradually coming to a halt. This tree is simply a creation of the divine realm, and there seem to be steps up to it, so perhaps there will be palaces built in the clouds. Then, I feel it, it's the other-tailed beasts. Those old guys are here too. The cowgirl sensed two Han lurking on either side of the road. The old purple. Swish, the extreme Kairabi disappears instantly. Cast an instantaneous spell to leave the area. Han rejoined Old Violet and looked with a serious face in the direction Kairabi had fled. Why are we here? Shouldn't we go to the barrier to get inside? Han was a little puzzled. He said so with his mouth, but his feet were motionless in their place. Yeah, we're about to sneak in here and be caught off guard when the Ninja League kills us. Old Violet nodded, but ended up taking a skewer of squid balls to eat. The 5 tails inside them. The 4 tails had started chatting a long time ago. A cow ghost. Has this guy completely changed his behavior since he broke his horn? A rare and perfect Rinpoche. Mu Wang and Sun Wukong were also puzzled. Although the two of them also had a tacit understanding of their human pillars and worked well together, they definitely hadn't reached the point of perfect human pillars yet. It can be done so. If tailed beast cessation is the equivalent of 9 tails chakra mode, then, only the perfect human pillar is the same as the requirements of the 9 Lama model, which is that the tailed beast and the human pillar have no more flaws within them. It's just that the 9 tails are ridiculously powerful in their own right, which is why the even more powerful 9 Lama mode once again appears on top of the 9 tails chakra mode, which is the equivalent of tailed beast transformation, on top of the perfect human pillar power's immunity to illusion arts. So, even if the old purple Handu can tailed beast eyes, but is not really a perfect human pillar power. Under the sacred tree, Kairabi held a large skewer of barbecue with a curious look on his face as he ate. It's strange that the food here doesn't need my two. And they look at me with sympathy. Unbelievable. Kairabi is strange. When he was a child in the Mist Village, everyone else treated him like a monster. Loathe him, fear him. The eyes were all a mixture of fear and hate. Why was there a hint of sympathy in everyone's eyes at the Green Spirit Shinobi Village instead? Is this place a little too out of the ordinary? Then, leave. There is an unimaginable threat hidden here. The bull ghost instinctively sensed the terror of the divine tree, as if it was a suppression deep within his bloodline. That's leaving. I feel unimaginably threatened too. Oh yeah. Kairabi was on the same page as Bull Ghost and naturally intended to retreat at the first opportunity, because when Bull Ghost wanted to leave, it meant he wanted to leave too. This is the perfect human pillar power, with a shared mind and not the slightest hint of concealment. Where to? My arrow had her arms wrapped around her, and the tail of Shizuru had appeared behind her. Would you like a cup of tea? Insect wings also appeared behind Keed. Perhaps this is not a place you can just step into. Haka's gaze was cold, and there was a wriggling tail behind him. It's a shame, but this is really going to have to be a temporary stay for you. Old Violet, Han also appeared on each side, and both of them naturally appeared with their tails behind them. Kairabi sensed it behind him, two chakras that were more exaggerated than his and Bullseye's. A man stepped forward and narrowed his eyes. The other man stepped forward with a long knife in his hand. Tails also appeared behind each of the two. All in? The drunkard opened his mouth. He didn't expect to gather so many tailed beasts and human pillars here. You are? He looked over at Sasuke, the only tailed beast he didn't recognize. Strange, did the Rokuto Sannin have his own personal tailed beast? The Orochi, created by Aishirin-sensei. Sasuke said coldly, even mythical existences can be created. Does it mean that he has already reached that point? Cowboy Ghost knew that Kairabi was in for a rough day. To die here? What a magnificent curtain call. The battle between the human pillar power and the human pillar power is the dramatic end of a tragedy. Kairabi had a smirk on his face, having long ago jammed all of his knives into different limbs. All his life, he had never known what it meant to be afraid. Just respond with a fight. The last moments of this life. Chapter 120, The Age of the Ninja is over. Look at me. Kairabi is poised for a hard shot. Unexpectedly a light snapped on, illuminating the sky and ripping a corner of Kairabi's heart out. An orange and green chakra coalesced fox dressed in green stood in front of him. Eight-tailed cow ghost. Very good, but it needs to be beefed up a bit. He snapped his fingers. The sacred tree surged, and a chakra palm flew out, catching Kairabi directly in its grip. Never to be heard breathing again. Faint and unaware of the slightest change. There's no way I'm falling for your illusions. Kairabi was still attempting to awaken, and with the bull ghost in the room, it was logical that the two of them, working together, could surely break through any illusions. So why did they instead feel a tingling sense of powerlessness at the moment? After less than a second with his eyes closed, Bullseye poured chakra into Kairabi, who awoke the next second. Then, be careful, this guy's illusions are very strong, and the amount of his own chakra has long surpassed any of the tailed beasts. If I had to say, it should have reached the realm of the six paths of the immortals, and even more so, I would say, he's even more superior to it. The bull ghost's reminder was taken for granted by Kairabi. The two of them worked perfectly together and could be relied upon when the other was caught in an illusion. Trying to get everyone under an illusion in a split second? That would presumably cause the caster to die directly on the spot. It was a fight that nearly drained Kairabi and Bullseye's chakra, but they both always had a good scare and almost landed on their feet several times. The battle also destroyed the sacred tree, and a giant crater appeared in the Aishirin ninja village. As he escaped, the barriers suffered damage. In the end, the Green Spirit Ninja Village was completely destroyed under the siege of the Ninja Alliance and was razed to the ground. Above the ruins, Kairabi glanced at the wreckage of the sacred tree, and saw a single ninja from the Sirin Ninja Village, as well as the villagers rejoining each of the major ninja villages. Snap! An old woman slapped him in the face. My home! My home! Kairabi stood motionless as the disciples pulled the old woman away from him, still staring blankly at the wreckage of the sacred tree. These days, he had witnessed the death of one villager of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and had also witnessed the slaughter and bloodshed of those great ninja villages, which were simply like madness compared to the defense of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. He had also experienced the Shinobi World War, and naturally had seen life and death. So to Kairabi, it was nothing more than a mission. It's just that for some reason, he misses the uncle with the tricycle and the food that he can eat as much as he wants without two. That's ridiculous, you know? I heard those villagers say that they have someone in charge of whatever they have here. So there are no two in life and no need to acquire. That's right. What a bunch of idiots. They'll have nothing to show for their lives, won't they? It also says that they're here if the Green Spirit Ninja Village is here, and that they'd rather die together than fight to the end. The ninja from the Misty Hidden Village snickered, carrying away a whole case of fine wine. On the other side, the ninja from the Sand Hidden Village also moved a cart of food past Kairabi. Alas, I've heard that a number of people have escaped, saying that they're going to continue the fight. But what we're supposed to do next is to exterminate the Kiba village. The remnants are just that, not worth mentioning. Ha 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 ha, that is to say, no need to worry, wait until Kiba village destroyed, is. They dared not speak next, but Kairabi knew it all, because according to the greed of the shinobi world, the next wars were all going to happen as promised. 1 week later, the Kiba village was leveled to the ground, and as he stood on Kiba's land, Kairabi was a bit lost in thought. The fighting never seems to stop. Next, the 4 major ninja villages made a temporary truce and began to exterminate the surrounding smaller kingdoms individually. The Land of Thunder, Misty Hidden Village. Kairabi was sitting stupidly in his office. He hadn't wanted to become the 5th Raikage, and there was no precedent for such a thing in the village. It's just that all the other Raikage, the powerful ones, died in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. All of the major ninja villages had suffered heavy losses, and there were hardly any strong people left. The daimyo stood on their chairs and pointed to the icons on the table. Roaring with rage, he didn't know where he was going to occupy. They started a new war, but also suffered losses after taking the smaller kingdoms around them down. Raikage-sama. The Mist Hidden Village and the Sand Hidden Village took advantage of the opportunity to overthrow the Iwaki village, and now that they've taken advantage of the chaos, they've basically engulfed the world and are on their way to us, and the borders of the Raikage kingdom continue to be eaten away. I'm afraid. The head of the Dark Ministry said that, and the daimyo of the Land of Thunder looked bewildered. He remembers that after the destruction of Kiba village, the daimyo who had survived the Land of Fire as promised died as a result. The daimyo nervously asked, "What about the daimyo of the Land of Earth? Is he still alive?" "Dead. Slaughtered in their entirety." The daimyo of the Water Country and the Wind Country claimed to sit in too. The head of the dark side finished and continued to wait for Kairabi's orders. Lord Raikage has something urgent he needs to be told. Another dark elite has arrived. Say, Kairabi couldn't believe there was worse news. Their ninja alliance has killed their way to the bottom of the mountain. What shall we do? My lord? Nani? Daimyo couldn't believe it. He knew he was going to die. War. Undaunted, Kairabi continued to charge. Even though he was optimistic himself, he still understood the importance of lightness in the face of war. The battle lasted 3 whole days and 3 nights. The entire daimyo clan of the Land of Thunder was wiped out. By the time the end came, only Kairabi was left to stand alone as well. Yo, 5th Raikage, don't you like yo? Go ahead and yo. Sobering, a sword cut right through Kairabi's neck. The Ninja Blade 7 consumed him alive. This sword, on the other hand, comes from the new wind shadow of the Sand Hidden Village. Bang! Right at this moment, Kairabi directly blew out a cloud of smoke, and when the smoke dissipated, only a fragmented section of octopus tail remained. This guy got away? Ha! Just a loser. If it wasn't for the 8 tails, I wouldn't believe he'd be that famous. Let's go. Clean up this place. The next step is for us to take turns sitting in the rivers and mountains. The 5th generation wind shadow was all smiles. Sobering, a sword stabbed out from behind him. It was then that Terumi stepped out, a sneer on her face. What? Did you think I really died in the previous battle? From now on, the shinobi world is our misty hidden villages, and even more so, the water countries. You, bang, dust rolled up and everything went up in smoke. 1 week later, the only thing left in the shinobi world is the Land of Water, and the misty hidden village. 3 years later, no more opponents, no more enemies. The daimyo sat steady on his high horse and was often angry with Terumi, until one day the War of the Guardian 12 Ninjas, similar to that of the Land of Fire, broke out. In the end, Terumi and the others were worn out alive and dead by 30,000 samurai. The age of the ninja is over. Above the ruins, a cold ninja stood and couldn't help but sigh. Van, the age of the ninja is completely over. Well, it's time for us to go back to Turtle Island and never come back to this earth again. Kairabi left the place and couldn't help but think back to the year. If the Siren ninja village still existed, does it all make a difference? Van, you're crying. Shay, just remembering something from the past. Bull Ghost froze. Actually, I miss those guys too. Yeah, they're really stupid. They're more optimistic than even I am. They really think that a world like that can always exist. Only this kind of deceit is the real shinobi world. Kairabi gave a bitter laugh. Wake up, don't sleep. Chapter 121, The 10 Great-Tailed Beasts, Gathered Together. Kairabi wiped the harump from the corner of his mouth. He opened his eyes and rose from the chemical ground. Van, we're under an illusion. The cow ghost was also woken up by old Violet's words, and now only felt bewildered. Nani? Kairabi looked around and felt himself again. Not only was he alive, he had gotten stronger. No wonder the old guys have gotten stronger. So that's what happened. Bull Ghost also got stronger and was surprised. But geeks are just too real. And I've experienced all the shinobi worlds overthrown. All the ninjas overthrown. And even, Van, your illusion. Bullwinkle found the blind spot. Did you end up leaving the destroyed Misty Hidden Village to spend the rest of your life on Turtle Island? Right. Kairabi sniffed and was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what he was experiencing. Could there really be such amazing illusions in this world? It also allows two people to combine their illusions in such a way that they can't even be detected. There is no such possibility. This is the spirit world? Bull Ghost and Kairabi thought of this at the same time and said in unison. Ha 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 ha, Bull Ghost, you've gotten quite a bit dumber all this time. Were you knocked silly by the Mist Village? Kairabi, you are far too weak in insight. The tailed beasts and the Rinnegan taunt Bullseye and Kairabi respectively. Actually, most of them had been hit by the spirit world, knowing full well that there was no way to break it, but it was a rare opportunity to taunt Kairabi and the eight-tailed cow ghost while they were at it. Damn, being mocked. Ouch. Maybe it's time for me to draw my sword again. Kairabi was angry and made a move to draw his sword. Don't do it then. I really sensed his chakra this time. Under the sacred tree, Xingling's figure appeared, his gaze clear and cold as he gradually opened his third eye. Don't move. A little killing will kill you. The eight-tailed bull ghost instinctively sensed the danger. What the hell is this guy's origin? His illusions are just as weird as his chakra, and there can't be two nine tails in this world. Unless, Bull Ghost thought of the possibility that the green spirit was from another world. There are so many planets in the universe, and the tailed beasts have all inherited a portion of their memories from the 10 tails, so they naturally know quite a few hidden secrets. Plus there was Rokudo Sanin, who knew many things that even the pinnacle of the shinobi world didn't know. What if the green spirit is a 10 tails with consciousness from another world? Then all of this, including the birth of the Orochi, can be explained, facing such an enemy, or subduing all 9-tailed beasts for 6 more cases, where he had a chance of winning. Otherworldly beings? Kairabi and Yatsuo shared a common mind, and had long known the speculation about the identity of the green spirit. 9 llamas. The 8 tails asked to the 9 llamas, you guys don't have any kind of illusions, so let me ask you, is this green spirit the 10 tails of another world? The 10 tails? Cowgirl, we were born out of the 10 tails at the beginning of our existence. When old man Rokudo told us to go and create an absolutely beautiful world, time has changed, not to mention another 10 tails, not even wait for another old man Rokudo. We inherited again the memory of the depths of the bloodline is not worth mentioning at all. I mean, maybe 10 tails has a relationship with us, with the world, and even with him that we don't know about. The 9 llamas likewise share a portion of the memories from the 10 tails, as does the bull ghost, and have also followed Rokudo Sanin. It was just that he knew a little more deeply that some things could not be forced. If Qingling didn't tell those hidden secrets that they didn't know, then they could only choose to remain silent. Don't think too much about it. 9 llamas. Bull ghost, don't you understand? This world is heading towards the future that Rokudo Sanin spoke of, and it's best for us to follow him along with the Rinpocalypse. Sun Wukong also joined the chat room. I also agree. War. Endless war. Just think about it guys. We were born from the beginning until now. Remember Azura? Indra the brothers? King Mu likewise joined the chat room. Why didn't you call me up for the chat? Stinky Fox, was it your idea? Shizuru cursed. It's so lively here. Keed and Shigeki also appear here. Rhino Dog and Feather High looked off into the distance. Naruto, standing on the head of the 9 llamas, the bull ghosts, and Kairabi were also confused. Old Violet, Han and others also appeared here. Aiello looked over at Sasuke and Orochi, who had appeared not far away, and was puzzled. This is the world of communication in the hearts of our tailed beasts. How could you possibly arrive? Bull Ghost looked surprised. My father sent me. The 8 heads of the Orochi said in unison. What a thing your father is. It wasn't that the cow ghost wasn't polite. It was that he really didn't slow down for a while. I barely count. Qingling smiled and waved. This is a mental world that I have built. So speak freely. There are some doubts that I know you are all curious about and need to ask questions about. And I can always call the other 2 to arrive if needed. The other 2? 2 tails and Brigade and Yakido. And 3 tails Isafuchi and Yukora the berry? How is this possible? Aren't they both still outside the barrier? Coming. Qingling snapped her fingers crisply. Near the barrier, within the 2 sacred trees, the 2 Yukis, and Yukora the orange berry, had each fallen into a deep slumber, oblivious to the outside world. The others had been thrown out directly after being transformed and metamorphosed. Only the 2 of them had been slumbering inside for this very moment. Fruity. Next moment, the mental world of the mental constructs then appeared again. Brigade, Isafuchi, the human pillars of Yakido and the orange berries Yukora were equally confused, and thought they were dead. Kairabi, even though he was also a human pillar of the cloud-hidden village, Kairabi too was second only to the Raikage in status, so he was still subject to a question mark. Yakito, keep quiet, you're not dead yet, but talking nonsense will definitely kill you. Kairabi wasn't afraid of losing his own life, but with this heaven-defying tactic of Qingling's, he was worried that something would happen to the people of his village. Yakido knowingly chose to remain silent. Summoned? Or some sort of forbidden art? Yukora Berry, as the perfect human pillar, quickly learned from Isafuji that this place was special. He looked at Qingling with a torch-like gaze. How could one not be curious about this giant of the shinobi world? After all, it was rumored that they were able to come back to life also because the green spirit had used some forbidden technique. It seemed that this forbidden art was so special that it had to resurrect all of them, but it had also contributed to the current situation where the Aoshiren ninja village was under siege. He thought to himself that if he possessed such a powerful forbidden art he would definitely not use it either. Otherwise he would bring too many enemies to the misty hidden village. Well, now that the top 10 tailed beasts are here, ask anything. Qingling didn't seem to care at all that all those ninjas were frantically attacking the barrier as she opened her mouth and asked. Question. The first time Yukito once again looked around in confusion. There was a little sister in the human force, and she looked adorable. As for Yukora the berry, he had long ago prudently chosen to remain silent. If he hadn't encountered the illusionary control of the bandito, he would still be talking, laughing and innocent at his current great age under this ageless appearance. Okay, I have a question. Who are you? Kairabi had a serious face, a rare rigor. If it was an otherworldly being, then all 10 tailed beasts present would fight to the death. Wait, why are we talking about the top 10 tailed beasts? Chapter 122, the context, the roots of Shinobu. My name is Green Spirit, and I've only had one name since the beginning. Green Spirit smiled. Are you from the other world? Kairabi pressed on. The authenticity of the name doesn't matter because the Green Spirit said from the beginning that he was the Green Spirit, not the 9 llamas. He didn't lie. Of course, I'm not the only one who comes from the other world, but you all do as well. Yo, don't try to trick me. This trick of words means nothing. Kairabi gestured twice, ignoring the awkward stares of all the pillars and tailed beasts. He'd gotten used to this a long time ago. Even the entire cloud-hidden village hadn't made him change his dream of becoming a rapper, let alone the other tailed beasts and human pillars. I'm not lying. There are some hidden secrets that are extremely old, much older than you know. And that's probably a story that was told before you were extracted from the 10 tails by the Rokudo Sennin, and even earlier. Qingling spoke eloquently about this hidden secret that almost no one knew about. Before that, I'm going to bring an old acquaintance to shine a light on you. Green Spirit stomped his foot and Jedi appeared just like the landlord. You're all dead and so am I? Jedi giggled, then raved. Great, I'm dead. Ha 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 ha, great, I'm finally dead. He pointed at Qingling and cursed. Qingling, you're just not human. You're just a piece of trash. Do you know what has happened to me in these 6 months? First, I was worried about being caught by you in my essence, and my plan failed. Then you caught them and became an endless test subject. Do you think the White Jedi are really endless? It is only approximately equal to the number of people in your time. Damn it, why am I talking to you so much? You all deserve to die. But I won't. Sooner or later I'll be resurrected. As long as there are still White Jedi in this world, there's no way I'll die. No way. Absolutely noisy and close to crying out. He would have been alright with everything, as a child who simply, just needed to save his mother, who was sealed by his 2 older brothers. What's wrong with him? Of course I'm at fault. I've killed so many people. Do you really think you can get away with it? Don't see the light of day again without being used as a test subject for a lifetime of contribution to the entire shinobi world. Okay, be quiet. Qingling patted his shoulder. As you can see, this is Mr. Jedi. He then has an identity. Like the Rokudo Sennin that everyone knows, he is also the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Nani? The tailed beasts were confused. Simply don't believe it's happening. How do they not know? That's right. According to the theory, there are only 2 sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. One in the shinobi world, which is Rokudo Sennin, and the other on the moon, sealing the Otsutsuki Kagaya inside. But, Qingling had not yet spoken again. It was Jedi's turn to be surprised. How do you know who I am? Jedi blurted out the words before realizing he had blurted them out. Oh crap, this can't be the spirit world, can it? He was also overwhelmed by worry and hatred. This Qingling was just too hateful. I'm sure every White Jedi has had a rough time in the Aerin Ninja village. Nani? After the tailed beasts and Jedi had finished being surprised, it was the turn of the human pillars to be surprised. Rokudo Senjin has a brother on the moon? Otanashi Kagaya was given in the moon? Wait, what's all this about? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who are you? Wasn't it Rokudo Sennin who created the world? Don't get it, do you? Qingling scratched his head and said, that's right, you guys probably don't even know the plot of Azura and Indra, so I'll take you guys to review a copy of Shinobi. Come on, please look at the screen. He didn't bother to go through any more explanations and just used chakra projection. The past was played out in front of the 10-tailed beasts, and the Jedi. It was basically a copy and paste of the comic in his head. People see Otsutsuki Kagaya, who guards the 10 tails, turns out to be waiting to draw on a world's chakra and finally coalesce into a chakra fruit. Otanashi Kagaya is attracted to the power and eats the fruit early. Then a great thing happened. and mankind became the White Jedi and was born again. The Rokudo immortal brothers were born with the prayers and blessings of all beings, out of anger, frustration with humanity, and to ward off the future coming of the Otsutsuki clan. She's going to turn everyone into White Jedi once again. The result was the defeat of Otanashi Kagaya, the birth of the Black Jedi, and the emergence of the nine-tailed beasts. A lot of things even the tailed beasts and Jedi didn't know, but they were all reproduced right in front of their eyes by the Green Spirit, and all of them watched in disbelief. It turns out that the shinobi world has happened so many times that the current humans are long gone from the original ones. Experienced the Ten Tails era, the Age of War, the White Jedi era, the Otsutsuki Kagaya era, the Rokudo Sennin era, the Azura Indra era, and the Warring States era. Otanashi Kagaya is so powerful. Then when will her people arrive? All I know is that the Ten Tails most likely exist in the other world as well. And that's a memory I got from the Ten Tails, but I'm completely unaware of these past events and backgrounds. The chakra fruit is so powerful. Who will Indra and Azura become as their chakras continue to reincarnate? One question after another made Jedi completely despair. He didn't expect that Qing Ling knew everything. What kind of monster was this statement? With him around, Otsutsuki Kagaya could never be resurrected in eternity. Crazy. Aoshiru, you're a complete and utter madman. Since you know the truth so well, then you should understand that the humans have simply wronged Mother. If she doesn't come back to life, you'll never be able to stand up to those Otsutsuki clan powerhouses. In the future, you will fall into eternal despair. Absolute words undoubtedly corroborated what Qing Ling had said from the side. The tailed beasts looked at Qing Ling once again with longing. He knew it all and carried it all by himself. But he's obviously not Rokudo Senpai. Could it be that Rokudo Senpai's brother didn't die and came back from the moon? Hey, y'all eyes tell me you're definitely mistaken. Qing Ling spat. But you should understand now why I said that you are also from the other world. This chakra fruit is, to put it mildly, drawing on the energy of this world, from which you also come. Although the Rokudo Sennin who drew you away from the Ten Tails is also considered an Otsutsuki clan, this makes you also carry an otherworldly component, but essentially beings of this world. I'm certainly not the kind of being you think I am either. So with the doubts answered, you can go on back. Qing Ling tapped the Jedi again, and the latter simply disappeared. I hate you, Green Spirit. If you hadn't shown up, the Shinobi World War would have started by now, and my plan would have been realized on schedule. Didn't the Shinobi War start just the same? Qing Ling was speechless. The tailed beasts and the Rinnegan thought about it and thought yes, that was indeed the case. But did those attacks work? Gentlemen, after I answer the question, I would like to ask you a question as well. Qing Ling changed her previous lethargy and said seriously. The cow ghost looked at the 9 llamas. The helpless 9 llamas asked for him. All 10 of our tailed beasts are here to listen to your questions. 10 tailed beasts? The 9 llamas didn't know why they said that, but they just spoke instinctively. Okay, what I want to ask is, if we, the Siren Ninja Village, are destroyed, the land of spirit is destroyed, and I am destroyed, and you don't have a Rokudo Sennin level, Otsutsuki Kagaya level existence, who will hold off the coming of the Otsutsuki clan? Chapter 123, I will protect this shinobi world. Even if the Otsutsuki clan does still have clansmen, are they still? The crowd's eyes brushed to the Yukito in the corner. She hadn't wanted to talk too much, being a high-strung beauty who generally never talked much, but Qing Ling obviously took himself too seriously, now that so many experts in the shinobi world had been resurrected. Even if the Otanashi Kagaya clan descended, there was no need to be afraid, right? Yes? Then let's leave this spirit world first. Qing Ling snapped her fingers crisply. Swish! All of their conscious chakra followed the situation to a planet full of molten lava. Looking around incredulously. This is a molten planet in the universe. I can travel and jump on any planet at will, and this universe is vast. But wherever there has been a Gato demonic statue, the Otsutsuki clan can leave interstellar coordinates. They can likewise arrive at great speed, and I'm sure that day won't be too far off. Don't you think? The Green Spirit brought them to the moon again in the twinkling of an eye. This is where Rokudo Sennin's brother, after leaving the shinobi world in the first place, stayed while holding down the fort, and to this day, there are still his direct descendants surviving here. A palace was precisely in front of the 10-tailed beasts and the human pillars. Who are you? The clansman immediately appeared, and this pile of consciousness chakra hanging in midair looked terrifying. None of your business. Green Spirit took aim and left directly from the surface of the moon. Next moment, they all reached the core of the moon. The gravitational pull here is extremely strong, and you are reaching nothing more than consciousness, so don't worry about that. Qing Ling pointed at the huge stone statue in the core. The core of the moon has always been an empty shell. Do you know why? Why? When the crowd saw that the sculpture was Otanashi Kagaya, they realized the horror when they felt the terrifying gravitational force of the place and the incomparably powerful sealing technique. You're here because I brought you here, and to seal her, You'll have to become 10-tailed human pillars, with the 6 paths of the immortal mode, the power of yin and yang, and many other means and cards. She also sealed herself almost permanently in order to wait for the day of resurrection. But when that day comes, who among you will be able to stop it? Xingling poked the earth with a finger, only to see that these sealing arts had begun to loosen. Cowgirl and Kairabi are panicking. Is this guy crazy? If I could, I'd destroy the moon right now. Don't be afraid of the sealing technique. Even if the 6th immortal was in front of me, I'd be able to break it just the same. As Xingling spoke, the third eye at the center of his brow slowly opened, erupting with an unprecedented blinding light. Golden light illuminates the core of the moon. All the crazy gravity here was resisted by him with great power. Xingling was also rejoicing wildly inside. It's so fast to consume chakra here. This is where it will be from now on. Leave some doppelgangers to continue consuming chakra in the underground lava of the shinobi world there. Big brother. No. The 9 llamas opened their mouths. He looked to Xingling, knowing full well that this was not a good lord to kill, but still intending to speak as the big brother of the 10-tailed beasts, and the green spirit is the big brother of the big brother. Big brother Xingling, once you do this, the loss will be incomparably huge. The power of Otanashi Kagaya far exceeds the world's imagination. Otherwise the 6 paths immortal wouldn't have died of old age in front of us. Yes, all the Rokudo immortals are dead, but his chakra still wanders the world, working for peace in the shinobi world. He also firmly believed that the day when Azura, Indra were truly reconciled, the shinobi world would welcome a bright future. For this old man, Xingling also admired him. Granted, he was ridiculously strong now, but there was absolutely no hint of disrespect. Strength could not bring him to his knees, nor could honor or disrespect. What he truly admired was the fact that Rokudo Sennin had done his duty to himself, and to others, throughout his life. Big brother. Stinky Fox's big brother is also my big brother, but Stinky Fox is not my big brother. Xingling is my big brother. Shohei is like saying tongue twisters. Spirit Shadow, it's better to be calm in this matter. Yeah, don't let old man Rokudo down for a lifetime. If there really is a day when Azura, Indra join forces, we will surely look forward to it. But for now, please don't let the end times come. The tailed beasts and the human pillars had begun to persuade. Alright, then, let each of you be at peace and do what you have to do. For I can feel a sense of a nebulous crisis, and that day will not be too far away. Xingling's words were not meant to scare them. Rather, the stronger he became, the more he could feel an inexplicable sensation, as if this universe was gradually attracting shinobi. He had an intuition that those powerful people from the Otanashi clan would definitely accelerate their arrival in this world. In that case, I understand, but before I leave, one more question. Are you saying that when that day comes, you're going to face it alone? Bullghost opened his mouth, admiring Xingling's courage. How can one not admire someone who possesses such a powerful force and is actually looking out for the safety of the shinobi world? It was just like the Rokudo immortals back then. What's even more amazing is that the entire shinobi world covets his power. As an existence comparable to Otanashi Kagaya, in the eyes of the tailed beasts and the human pillars, it also suffered the betrayal of the human race. But he was bent on fighting for the human race, just like the 6 paths immortal back then. And how could they not be moved? There's no need to say more. Life and death is just a matter of life and death. I, Xingling, have long since looked away. The Otanashi clan? He couldn't wait. When the time came, he would just captivate them all, remodel his body, strengthen it a bit, and attack him every day. The fact that the Otsutsuki clan absorbs chakra and utilizes wedges for rebirth is fantastic. Happy to think about it. You, this time, Kairabi or Yakido. Even Yakura the orange berry was mentally impressed. The 10-tailed beasts even had the feeling of returning to their childhood and being created by Rokudo Sennin. That kind of understanding and tolerance is simply rare in the world. Go ahead and do your own thing. But those people are frantically attacking your village. This time Kairabi couldn't even resist speaking up. So what? Children. I'm sorry, but in my eyes, both you and the cow ghosts are nothing more than children. Xingling smiled. People will always die. As the saying goes, it's just a matter of death. Death? What's there to be afraid of? They attacked my village, my spirit kingdom. It's nothing more than a bunch of children fooling around. There is no need for you to worry about me. I will protect the village, and the land of spirit will be safe and sound behind me. When the Otsutsuki clan attacks, I will protect the entire shinobi world, regardless of the human race, and all living beings of all races. Xingling's words were powerful. He was speaking from the heart indeed. How was he going to get hurt and burn up chakra if things were being done to him by someone else? How does one get the system's resurrection bonus then? Swish! The next moment, the spirit world lifted. The consciousnesses of all the tailed beasts and human pillars also returned individually. The green spirit stays in the core of this moon, happy as can be. The moon's core is Otsutsuki Kagaya. The gravitational tear is that strong. consuming chakra at the same rate as an encounter with a shinobi siege. What if it's the shinobi's earth score? Xingling was happy that he seemed to have found a way to live that suited him. Chapter 124, The Disappearing Chakra Fruit. The Land of the Spirits. Outside the barrier. Yukito snapped out of it and looked over to Yakura the berry on the other side of the misty hidden village camp. The latter also clearly understood the meaning of the look. He has the same heart and tolerance as the Rokuno immortals, so this greedy shinobi war is ultimately being endured by Aoshiro alone. Two-Tail said, traveling again. If that's the case, then we're really a bunch of kids who don't know any better. Yukito said thoughtfully. The other side. Yakura berry continued to attack, mentally chatting with Miss Ao. A rare sight to behold. I had thought you would be the next Rokudo Sennin, as the perfect Rinpoche proves a lot in itself. The truth is, you can make me understand me, and don't speak for all-tailed beasts. The fourth generation Mizukage, who looked like a teenager but had long been a third generation, laughed. Yeah, a guy like him brings back memories, doesn't he? It's a rare sight. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. The battle in the outside world didn't cause the slightest change here at all. Kairabi regained consciousness and looked around. A change from the previous breath. I've wanted all the tailed beasts and human pillars to join forces for a long time. Kairabi was speaking from the heart. His fantasy after falling into infinite moon reading was to have all the tailed beasts join forces with the human pillars. The same can be said of the perfect human pillar power. Yakura berry only had the three tails and himself in a heart-to-heart, and did not think of having all the tailed beasts join forces with the human pillars. At this point, Kairabi is one level closer, with his own ideas, and Naruto is strong in that he not only wants to make the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan no longer freaks, but he wants to make the shinobi world as peaceful as it is. That's how he was able to be recognized by the major tailed beasts, leaving behind chakra and building mental worlds, infinitely close to the Rokudo immortal's aura. The green spirit, on the other hand, went even further, seeming to have no hatred in his eyes or the idea of having to seal anyone. Only, the difference is that he is just as self-sacrificing. Kairabi also admired Green Spirit from the bottom of his heart because of this. The battle continues. I should probably have some Kanto. Kairabi gestured a few times. Indeed, Han appeared beside him, heading toward the store in the distance. Maybe add some tempura. Old Violet walked on the other side. The joyfulness of this scene is not a replica of what it was back then. Stinky Fox, where did Big Brother go? Shizuru asked nonchalantly. Of course he has his own business. Talkative. The 9 llamas didn't bother with him. Keed headed directly to the village entrance with her wings spread, while Haka chose to head to the border of the land of spirit to prevent any mishaps. Naruto, Sasuke, and I love you, on the other hand, walked straight into the underground chamber, the depths of the universe. A chakra fruit finally grows on a planet with life on it. After drawing on the planet's energy, the Gato Devil statue. It is important to realize that there are fewer and fewer planets with life and energy in the universe that are gradually becoming barren. The likelihood of being able to spawn a chakra fruit is also getting lower and lower, but strangely enough, the chakra fruits on the last 2 consecutive planets have simply disappeared. It's unbelievable. The clan members who were in charge of taking care of the Gato demon statues and waiting for the fruits to bear before sending them back to the Otsutsuki clan's hometown were at a loss. He was helpless. As a slave of the Otanashi clan, he was responsible for waiting and taking care of the Gato demon statues. Why all of a sudden? It's a good thing that it's close to the core habitation planet of the Otanashi clan. A figure quickly appeared here. No more? He squeezed his caretaker's neck in one hand. Why did the chakra fruit, which was obviously conceived successfully, disappear in front of you? It's the second time in a year. It's weird. It's so weird. At this rate, the power of our core will not be able to continue to increase. What if we encounter another attack from the foreigners? The visitor spoke these words, but the servant knew in his heart that he was for nothing more than power. The chakra fruits were getting scarce. The planet was constantly barren, and at this rate, it would only be the withering away of the Otsutsuki clan. Is this lost too? Could it have been stolen by an overseer? Another figure appeared. Both of them were disgruntled after looking at each other. Not by the looks of it. He's too weak. The previous dark figure directly dropped the servant's body. This servant of the Otsutsuki clan, who used to slaughter living beings at will when he was bored, had finally died. But there was no longer anyone to celebrate this, for the life on this planet had long since been decimated by him, for the mere boredom of tending to the demonic statues of the outer paths. Luckily there's still one recently ripened chakra fruit left. That's good. At least it will make up for the shortfall for now. But I've heard that there are still some chakra fruits that are long overdue. That's right, those planets are too far away and take longer to travel to. After this time, it's time to find a way to get there too. There's a planet with a servant who seems to be called Otsutsuki Kagaya. That stupid one, who many say is naive, will probably soon realize what cruelty means when she arrives on a lower planet. Long years had passed since Otanashi Kagaya had left their clan. It just didn't seem too long ago for them. The universe is big and there is more than one strong man. Why worry over a servant? Just then, suddenly a voice appeared in their ears. Another chakra fruit has disappeared, and I want you to check it out immediately and immediately. All the servants who didn't return, and those chakra fruits, take them, as fast as you can. The pressure disappeared. The two froze. What's going on? That one just right chakra fruit didn't come either? Who the hell did this? There must be someone else investigating this matter. So why don't we take the opportunity to look for chakra fruits on a remote, inferior planet just in time? Didn't we just talk about Otanashi Kagaya? Che, that's what I thought. The slow and stupid guy. They may take a while to arrive, but definitely not long. 1 week later, Shinobi, not the slightest idea of the impending danger. However, the barrier of the land of spirit, however, suddenly disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the Ninja Alliance, who had thought that their chakra would once again be made up for as much as they could, directly fell to the ground in exhaustion. The barrier stopped maintaining as they almost ran out of chakra. In the meantime, strong people from the spirit country had also appeared at the border, waiting to strike at any time. Green Spirit Shinobu Village, Underground Chamber. Naruto, Sasuke, and Iroh saw with their own eyes that the sculpture of Aoshiran was no longer radiating a bright light, and knew exactly what his condition should be, just as it was before. Fruity. In the next moment, the chakra in their bodies that came from the green spirit, a constant stream of chakra, disappeared with it. Has the teacher fallen back into slumber? Naruto had a serious look on his face, knowing that this was a time that should never be taken lightly. I'll take care of the village's defense. I love you for stepping out of the underground chamber. Divine tree, guarded by me. Sasuke also knew what he had to do. After all, there was still the Cloud Palace Divine Kingdom above the Divine Tree. At this very moment, there seems to be something not quite the same about Kiba Village. Although the various small villages were not strong individually, under the coercion of the Shinobi Alliance, they were all mobilized to besiege Kiba Village. Just now, they got a transmission from the Ninja League. Remote messaging through special secret techniques. Great. Word has come in from there that the barrier is gone. An upper ninja from a small village said happily. Oh, what other news? Their shadows were also excited. I don't know. The call ended suddenly and the chakra couldn't hold it. Probably killed the entry and didn't have time to recover. What? Hearing this, shadow of the small village immediately stood up. Great. Here's their chance to play. My lord, could it be that they are in danger or even out of chakra? So, a somewhat intelligent-looking upper ninja said. Impossible. There is no such thing. One by one, the shadows of the small villages ordered at the same time. Do it. Chapter 125, The 10th Tale. The name is Time and Space. Shinobi Molten Layer. Saying what he did, Aoshiro, after supplying the Shinobi Alliance with chakra, maintaining the barrier, and the entire land of spirit for a full week. Again, after the moon core frantically consumed chakra to sustain itself, he finally, dead. A corpse just floated in the molten lava, not moving at all, and since the green spirit's body was too powerful, it wasn't afraid of any attacks from molten lava, lightning, or anything like that at all, so it just floated in the molten lava as if it were an ancient god. Just after holding it for 3 seconds, the corpse's eyes snapped open. Swish! Green spirit breathed hard, doing his best to keep himself balanced. Tails were already extending behind him, increasing from 1 to 9. Finally, when all 9 tails appeared, he snapped open his third eye. The chakra behind him also surged wildly, finally condensing a 10th tail. The host has been perfectly resurrected. All attributes and powers have been doubled again, and the rewards are being tallied. Reward tally complete. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a chakra fruit. Gained the 10th tail. The Tale of Time and Space. The Tale of Time and Space. It can transcend the heavens and the worlds, so you're ready to try pioneering it when it's invincible enough in this world. Obtained universal coordinates. Not yet activated. Universal coordinates activation condition. Host resurrected perfectly 3 more times. Current progress 1/3. What the hell? A tail and a chakra fruit? Just this reward. As for the coordinates of the 10,000 worlds still need to be resurrected 3 more times, and now it is equivalent to me for Qingling, so that the 10th tail is just a powerful symbol. So what if it has the power of space and time? It is the same as not being able to take him to the heavens and the 10,000 worlds. It's just a little bit easier to get to any corner of this cosmic team in the future. Garbage system. That's a good reward. Don't give it next time. The host's Tale of Time and Space this time is of immense importance. Possessing a power beyond your imagination and bringing about an increase that goes beyond time and space ninjutsu. Not to mention simple teleportation. Yes, I thank you. Qingling stood up helplessly. His green spirit immortal clothes had really not been affected. But it was strange to say that since the last reward said that the immortal clothes came from the immortal world, why did it say that there were all the heavens and all the worlds this time? Could it be that the immortal world is above all the worlds of the heavens? It was better for Green Spirit to think about not understanding than not thinking about it. Once he thought so, just do what's in front of him. Doing your best is not about boring out your will. Underneath his green robe senpai, he casually played with the Rokudo Senin's ninjutsu. The center of Green Spirit's 9 tails also had an additional golden chakra tail that shimmered with the same golden light as God's eye. Unlike the orange and green chakra, it seemed to be a polarization of the power of the Green Spirit. Chakra fruit, as always, is not very tasty. Xingling dropped the chakra into his mouth and chewed on it, finding the flavor to be just average. However, this majestic power was quickly absorbed within him, and unfortunately, the increase was nowhere near as powerful as before. After all, he himself had long since become so powerful that he was not what he used to be. This chakra fruit, naturally, was from the one lost by the Otsutsuki clan. The previous 2 had also been eaten by the Green Spirit long ago. No other chakra over fruit results are destined to come to fruition in the near future. However, Xingling just thought it tasted good. With a flash, he moved his golden light 10th tail and walked straight out of the underground lava, came to the underground chamber. He pushed open the stone door of the chamber. Walk under the sacred tree. Sasuke cradled his long sword in one hand and leaned his back against the sacred tree. Teacher Xingling. Sure enough, he knew that the Green Spirit wouldn't die. The same short slumber as last time. Xingling felt a bit strange as he looked under the divine tree, which was filled with bound shinobi powerhouses. These people are in charge of Irizumi. Stepping out of the atmosphere of the sacred tree, the same was true for all corners of the village, all of which were filled with ninja from the 4 major ninja villages of the Shinobi League. Naruto was hanging high in the sky, keeping an eye on them in case there were any small moves. Wherever he went, everyone's eyes were longing beyond measure. The soldiers took almost the entire shinobi world without bloodshed. You're the spirit shadow? The primordial shadows couldn't believe it. It was a standing fox demon with his fox face hidden underneath his robes. 10 tails, that's the 10th. Someone with sharp eyes saw the extra 10th tail behind Xingling's back. It's an ominous sign. Why do you have it? Damn it, who the hell are you? Will it bring disaster to the entire shinobi world? The whales of the Ninja Alliance did not cause the Green Spirit to recoil. Because of him. Don't care. In the crowd, only Yakido and Yakura the berry stood. The 2 of them took care of the cloud and mist hidden villages. Rosasha took care of the sand hidden village, and Deidara was unsatisfied with helping to look at the rock hidden village. Traitors, you traitors, even if we die, we can never forgive you. Succumbing to this inhuman, fox-like monster, just because of the power? Oh, you guys really make me sick. The scorn continues. Xingling looked at them this time instead. Oh, if it's those lower ninjas and middle ninjas who say that it's okay, you shadows and bigwigs, what in the world are you doing this for isn't clear in your minds. Xingling looked towards a few of the shadows that had just clamored. Want me to say it? What do you mean? Hatsune Makoto Reikage looked displeased. Have a fart. Don't think our village will give in. The same is true of the Misty Hidden Village's first generation. Ha 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 ha. In the end, you're still in control and deceived. It's just a matter of becoming a king or losing a bandit. We're not afraid. The Hatsune Miikage of the Sand Hidden Village let out a loud, seemingly chipper laugh. You constantly confuse us with the barrier, and let us accept your power and transform our bodies. This week, we seem to have endless power to attack, but in reality, all the power comes from you. Our own power cannot be retained as much as we can consume. The moment you lifted it, the 9 means that we are directly heavily injured. Hatsune Makoto Tsuchikage calmly analyzed it. Actually, he directly misinterpreted the facts, because the Green Spirit gave them chakra and even transformed, metamorphosed their bodies, their physiques. It wasn't for the immediate heavy hitters at the moment, because even if his power was gone, these people had their own energy inside them, and even without a chakra dantian, they could convert their energy into chakra on their own. Just like before, their last direct heavy hit came from greed. During this period of time, he used the chakra of the Green Spirit frantically, indulging in power and neglecting himself to the point that his own chakra was unknowingly converted by the vast majority. This meant that if they continued to be so greedy, there was a high possibility that they would completely get rid of the Otanashi Kagaya lineage and become the Green Spirit's lineage, and that would truly be the Green Spirit deciding life and death. Aoshira had never thought of doing that, because then, the moment he died temporarily, he would most likely put the Aoshiro Shinobi village, and indeed everyone in the land of spirit, in danger of being hit hard. The greed of these people on the other hand has only harmed them. He sneered a little, knowing that in the end, it's still the heart of the matter. Is it? Let's say that when the truth is true, and I don't want to say more, but do they know the truth about your attack on us? Xingling looked to the know-nothing lower ninjas, the middle ninjas, and even most of the upper ninjas, who were not favored by these people. He opened his arms and the powerful chakra reappeared as the sacred tree grew and the land of spirit revived. Naruto also felt the chakra of the green spirit inside of them once again. This one doubled again. Nope, there seems to be that much more of it. It just seems less compared to the whole. Let me explain. Oh foolish human. Green spirit smiled. Chapter 126, What is the martial way? What is this so-called crusade? The green spirit reached out to the air with one hand, and in the next second, he directly ripped a living creature out of thin air. It was only when he landed that he recognized it as nothing more than a daimyo from the land of wind. He was drinking wine in that beautiful sky garden before he was grabbed by a handful of people and brought here for good. After all, in a short while, he would be able to take the land of spirit, and then wouldn't he have wine and food constantly, and he could live to be at least more than 200 years old in this life. The secret of longevity of the Green Spirit Ninja Village was about to become a bag of tricks. However, in just a blink of an eye, he was caught directly here. Who else? The tail behind Aoshiro transformed into a large chakra hand that reached directly into the air, catching all of the minor kingdoms, including the Iron Kingdom's daimyo, except for the Fire Kingdom's daimyo. After all, the Iron Kingdom, which had always claimed to be neutral, had also gone forward to besiege Konoha, this time at the suggestion of the Ninja Alliance. Green Spirit walked away and looked down at the daimyo who had fallen motionless on the ground. They hadn't even expected such a scene. How could the Ninja Alliance be completely wiped out? And didn't they just get the good news about breaking through the barrier? How can you turn around and have nothing? With such a big twist, they simply couldn't take it, and they couldn't help but agonize inside. What should I do? Will I die? Come on, explain why you're attacking our spirit kingdom. Could it be because we're too nice to bully? Green Spirit stomped on the head of the Rhino Kuni daimyo. Because of the rakeage, they were greedy beyond measure, and used their power to coerce me, saying that if I didn't agree to besiege the land of spirit, they'd tell me to get lost. I was really scared, but in the end their goal was still those bounties. You surely don't know that before the battle, only the Cloud Hidden Village was the one who took the mission, and not only did they get the bounty, but they also got to attack the Green Spirit Ninja Village with impunity. The expressions of the Rhino Kuni daimyo begging for mercy, and the way they kept kneeling and kowtowing made the daimyo of the Cloud Hidden Village furious. It's clear that the daimyo took over the mission, and it's clear that they want a winner-take-all. The Cloud Hidden Village was powerful, but it still needed all kinds of resources, and for that reason it had to go on missions. How come it's all their fault in the end? At this moment, even if he was furious, he could only stay on the ground and wait for his chakra to recover. However, because of their previous greed, a lot of energy belonging to themselves had been converted into the chakra of the Green Spirit, so now it had long been depleted, and even their own portion was extremely small. Even if he tried desperately to recover, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights, during which time he would have died an unknown number of times. So that's it. Aoshiron casually threw away the great name of the Land of Thunder and yanked up the great name of the Land of Wind. Hey, what do you say? I hear it's all sand and wind in your part of the world. I'm sure you've had a rough time of it, and if I may say so, these ninjas must have threatened you as well, haven't they? Yeah. The daimyo of the Wind Country hastened to happily compliment. Lord Spirit Shadow, you can't even imagine how greedy they are. Sometimes even I feel sick and horrible just thinking about it. I live in a hut full of wind and sand, but these ninjas from the sandy hidden village, they're clinging to a few quests to get their Mizuzu. Abominable. A ninja was so angry that he almost spat blood, desperately striking the ground with his fists. They fought to the death, for the sake of the daimyo, for the sake of the village, only to be betrayed in the end. How many missions are risking their lives? What do you say? Qingling looked to the other kingdom's great names. The guys all nodded their heads desperately, thinking that what the daimyo of the Wind Country had said was, well, just right. So that's how it is. It's all these ninjas' fault, these shadows' fault. And what does it have to do with you? Qingling smiled faintly. Turning to it, he took out 2 pairs of scrolls. Rubbing his forehead, he said, geez, I originally thought that people were trying to come and rob my spirit kingdom of these things. Various elixirs appeared in one of his chakra palms, and even the Rokudo Sennin's ninjutsu. 2 of the scrolls even emitted a light that made all the daimyo choke. I thought you guys wanted these elixirs that enhance your body, spirit, and chakra. I thought you guys wanted this powerful Budo ninjutsu of mine. I thought you guys were trying to get scrolls for martial arts training, so it's all my fault for blaming you guys. I'm so sorry. Qingling smiled and walked outside the divine tree. The sun splashed on his face as he lifted the robe that covered his head. Immersed in the warm sun and breeze, he giggled. The first volume of the martial way may cultivate a breath that will make you indomitable, and how the shoulders of mortals are no better than those of the gods. The second volume of the way of the martial arts. Others, even if they are high mountains, also have a piece of your eternal dantian belonging to you in heaven and earth. The third volume of the martial Tao, the sea of the ocean, might as well transform itself into the sea of the ocean and condense into that white moon rising into the sky, illuminating the mulberry fields. Qingling said and then turned around. In the first volume of the martial way, when practiced to the extreme, one can live for at least 100 years, and it is difficult to get sick. The ultimate of the second volume of the martial arts path can have a lifespan of 200 years. See, life and death on earth possess a body that is not afraid of mortal blades. The third volume of the martial way, looking at your 500 years of life, you may forget to break the past and be invulnerable to all poisons. When Qing Ling finished speaking this time, it had long since caused everyone in the Ninja Alliance to look stunned. When the truth was told by Qing Ling herself, it would have a very different meaning. Is there really a cultivation method in this world that can make people live for 500 years? It's simply appalling. Aura ignored the surprised looks and turned to Naruto. Sasuke, disciples, have you cultivated until now? And have you ever melted through the third volume? Everyone refreshed and turned to the duo at once. Other than the green spirit, they were the only two people in the world who knew such a hidden secret. To the third volume of the extreme, has been able to not born disease, 100 poison invulnerability, and do not fear ordinary iron attack. In possession of strong power, can live 500 years. There are countless strong people in the world, and how many of them cannot be moved? Sensei, before this, I was only able to reach the point of a 9-star middle ninja even after condensing natural energies night after night and constantly cultivating, and most of the martial arts techniques I created before were nothing more than yellow rank, with only a handful of them being able to step into the Xian rank. As for Budo, Naruto scratched the back of his head stupidly. He was still a little confused as to what the initial realization of the martial arts was. Exactly. After seeing the green spirit strike this time with his own eyes, he clearly had a flash of realization, but he couldn't say it out loud. The third volume of the martial way, a total of 3 parts. One of them is to make the chakra liquid energy as plentiful as a sea of water until it reaches a point where it can coalesce into a solid. The second was to categorize martial arts into heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, the 4 levels, with at least 1 Xian rank. The third is to have a preliminary sense of martial arts. Naruto and Sasuke can only do the first 2. The latter is just too subtle. Say something, little Sasuke. Qingling turned to ask. Teacher Qingling, perhaps, without a fight, Sasuke said as he looked over the field of defeated Ninja League members. Chapter 127, Sirin Ninja Village, Departure. Oh, tell me about it. Aoshiro was a bit surprised. He had expected to have to speak about it himself in passing, but he didn't realize that Sasuke had an understanding of his own. Because Teacher Qingling never made a move against these people, yet they lost on their own. Isn't this just giving up without a fight? Sasuke replied seriously. Still, he was a bit confused and always felt that he couldn't understand it in terms of the literal meaning alone. You have doubts? Well, please ask Teacher Qingling to answer for my disciple. Sasuke was always more serious than ever in class. Even Naruto pricked up his ears to listen. My arrow and the others were equally serious. The shadows of the shinobi village were even more surprised that they had the opportunity to learn such profound things after losing and becoming prisoners. Not to mention the daimyo sect. They thought that Qingling was a fool and believed their words. Not only that, they might even be able to directly obtain the secret and elixir of longevity. What a spirit shadow. Cootie. Just, the initial realization of the martial way is merely for you to find your own martial way. If you think it's to give up without a fight, if I had to say there is something missing, it should be that you are in the middle of the game and have missed a crucial point. Whether a person is powerful or not has nothing to do with the enemy. Martial arts, exactly where it is for your heart. If you want to win without a fight, then you need to have a strong martial will, as well as great strength. Sasuke, to this day, do you remember what martial will is? Martial will? When the term reappeared, everyone was confused. This was because the martial will had been rumored to be evil in the outside world, saying that it was able to withstand illusions, but no one knows exactly what it is. Only those who possessed the second volume of the martial way possessed a hint of their own understanding. I dare not forget that the will of the martial arts is to never doubt one's own power and never believe that one will lose to others. Sure enough, upon hearing Sasuke's martial will, Aoshiro understood that his colonel was to become strong, and in doing so extended the mentality of a strong man, belonging to his martial way. It may seem like you're trying to be invincible without a fight. Naruto, where is your martial will? Go and do the things that you want to do. And if you want to do them, well, it doesn't seem to make any difference. Always give it your best shot. Naruto finished with a somewhat defiant look at Sasuke. He then realized that they had different martial wills from each other. Though the prerequisite for having a martial will is to be mentally strong enough to firmly believe in one's martial power, to imbue one's beliefs into one's will to the extent that one is not afraid of any illusions, as well as dangers. But this belief is different. Nani? People were puzzled. So it turned out that martial will was not a mere spiritual power. It could still be different? What's going on? The sense of martial arts is even different. They listened in confusion, and only then did they realize that the original martial realm gap was so big that if they hadn't stepped into that position, they wouldn't have understood it even if it was told to you. Yeah, there's always someone in the village saying something about the green spirit's will, that it's my will, but what I want is for you all to be yourselves, to go about being yourselves without hurting each other. Qingling's words convinced everyone even more that the martial will did not have a complete template. So that's it? On the trunk of the tree, the Uchiha rested one hand on his knee and seemed to understand something. That's really interesting. I really want to know what a martial sense is as soon as possible. Chibiusa quietly appeared behind him. Don't follow me. Uchiha looked disgusted as she instantly left in a hurry. Budo Shimanobu felt this the most. Ninja Hyuga secretly shouted. So this is the reason why I can't fully realize the will of martial arts. Naruto's martial will is so interesting. I love you secretly thought. For those who are martial arts apprentices, it is more longing and less confusing for them in the future. Ah! Naruto suddenly screamed. Teacher, I understand. In fact, there is no real enlightenment in martial arts, as long as one steadfastly follows the path out of the will of martial arts. It is the path of martial arts. This time, the crowd once again muttered inwardly. Oh, you're so fanatically confident. Why don't you say you're on the ninja path? That's right. Qingling nodded in agreement. Pust. The crowd spat blood again, not realizing that it was really like this. Does that make sense? Since you guys also comprehend the power of your respective martial arts, it's time to seek a breakthrough. Not enough to cultivate the third volume of the martial arts to the extreme, and then wanting to break through isn't easy. You need to prepare beforehand. It also needs the protection of others. Therefore, it's better for you to complete all the tasks I've given you before coming to me for the ultimate breakthrough in the third volume of the martial Tao. Qingling said and turned toward the underground chamber. It didn't matter to either the daimyo or the shadows, the elite upper shinobi of each village, or any other ninja, because back in the day, when he gave Naruto, Sasuke the third scroll, he also gave the quest scroll. It's clearly written in there. At the end of the defense, we must take the initiative and take down all the kingdoms of the shinobi world, the shinobi villages, that attacked the land of spirit. Teacher, we will give you a perfect answer. Naruto clenched his fists. Teacher Qingling, Sasuke's mind was shaken. When it was time to strike, even if it was powerful, you couldn't just wait. He couldn't help but admire Qingling even more for this. The road of martial arts was indeed incredibly long. It's tough, yet it's also incredibly fun to watch. Children, on the day you complete your mission, Master will give you the fourth volume of the martial way, which is the true martial way, and the strongest in this universe that is comparable to the entry level. Qingling's voice came from the underground chamber, and hearing it made one's blood boil. The true way of martial arts. Become a powerhouse in the universe? There really is something so powerful in this world. A turn of the head. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes were like a different person. All of the men here are being held in cages for the time being, leaving some for guard and defense. The other reserve ninjas, the Budokai Shimanobi. From this moment on, we will start a real war and take all but the Konoha ninja village as fast as we can. After the war is over, we will lay siege to the outside of Konoha village and question all the ninja of those small villages. Immediately after Naruto's order, a figure appeared under the sacred tree. They were all martial arts lower ninjas from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, more than 50 of them. The moment, the Budo list also appeared once again, and upon seeing each and every name on that, these ninjas from the major ninja villages realized how ridiculous they were. The martial arts list was filled with strong people. What on earth had gone wrong for them to come and attack the Green Spirit Ninja Village? Can this be beaten? Do they take headshots? As pre-arranged, it was divided into 5 main parts, traveling to the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Earth, and then 3 more parts used to attack the various smaller kingdoms. Remember, there must be no losses, and bring enough healing elixirs, as well as defensive martial arts, offensive martial arts, and mobility martial arts. Each person carries a white Jedi, as well as a spirit shadow sculpture for guard and recovery. Departed once. This time it was ordered by Sasuke. After the duo finished speaking, a martial arts underbelly led the way individually. Just as these losers fell to the ground and thought they would be trampled by the ninjas of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, suddenly the sound of a flying sword breaking through the air was heard. Swish, swish, swish. The ninjas of the Green Spirit Ninja Village flew straight up into the sky. Thousands of ninjas, not a large number, but they can't help that they can fly. The scene was just spectacular. Chapter 128, this is the Sirin Ninja Village. Phew! As the reserve ninjas of the Sirin Ninja Village followed their respective Budo Shimonen away, it was the rest of these Ninja League losers that were led to the cage by the others. That's a Budo ninjutsu? It can also fly. That's too fast. Will it consume chakra? I don't know. But did you hear that? It said to bring all the potions and martial arts equipment and some kind of sculpture and white Jedi. That's nice. They still allow everyone to practice chakra martial arts. Damn it, Now I realize that in our village, only the elite upper shinobi and shadows can practice chakra martial arts. People's tirades began to flow. Of course they weren't stupid. They could tell from a scene in the Green Spirit Ninja Village that the original people were like this. It's a world away when you compare it. It's sad to think about. Especially Green Spirit's questioning. Shimanobu or Nakanobu are not stupid. It was clear from his questions that the war was over the art of longevity and those mysterious elixirs. They are nothing but tools. In the end, the only ones who got a bargain were the strongest in the ninja villages and the daimyo in the kingdoms. It's over. It's all over. Without the power of the shinobi village, and with me brought here, there's no way those samurai will be able to stop these monsters. The daimyo were desperate just to find a crack in the ground. They were completely taunted as if by the Green Spirit. Please, go to Lord Spirit Shadow. We can give him many riches, and we can also make the major shinobi villages go up in smoke. That's right, if I could, I would have my own heir. Come to the Green Spirit Ninja Village and become a Spirit Shadow Lord as a loyal slave. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The daimyo walked under the sacred tree and kept wailing, and the preppy ninjas wouldn't give them a second glance. There was a time when the strong, great names here had been unattainable figures for them. Now it's a prisoner. It's ridiculous. Outside the plaza of the God Tree, it had long been crowded with watchers. They were also once from the major kingdoms and had to choose to leave their homes because of their miserable lives. It's a sickening feeling to see these guys who used to ride over them and make them look good again today. We know it's against the enemy, but can we pray to Lord Spirit Shadow to let my wife and I see together if those legendary daimyo are man-eating monsters or not? Yeah, we all want to see it. The caretakers looked at each other and laughed. Where are the rules for us? The Green Spirit Ninja Village. These are the enemies, who not so long ago needed to take the lives of each and every one of us, and Lord Spirit Shadow means to do as he pleases. With that said, they continued on their way, herding these daimyo, the ninja of the Ninja League, to the ladder above the sacred tree. They were all bound and unable to recover their chakra. Plus, there were quite a few strong people surrounding them, so if they wanted to escape, they would have to see how much they weighed. So the daimyo isn't as scary as the samurai made him out to be. How come you're not as good looking as me yet? Do you eat people? The people of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village were originally from the major kingdoms. I came here because I couldn't make ends meet, and I had been afraid of it before. Living a life of satiation and starvation. All thanks to these great names. Damn! You! The daimyo from the land of water was furious and considered himself humiliated. Pop! The viewer got a straight-up slap on the wrist. Seeing that no one was stopping them, others soon rushed up to beat up these daimyo. Do you know how my son starved to death? Damn you! You're still scolding us now. Back then my mother had even the medicinal herbs for her medical treatment chopped to pieces by your family's samurai with a single slash. And you're still saying that I'm blocking your way. Why? A brute like you has lived until today to get his comeuppance. They hurl insults. They cry. 2 of the daimyos were killed outright. Most of them seriously injured. And some of them were beaten to cuteness. Piggyback. Only a few were smart enough to hide in the ninjas early on and seemingly muddle through. What he didn't realize was that even if he survived, he would be greeted with an even more horrific doom. Take a step up the ladder from the sacred tree. The preppy ninjas then took the elevator. That's horrible. There shouldn't really be a palace in this tree. Not necessarily. I thought there was a cage. Maybe hang us all. What? The Ninja League speculated wildly. A portion of these powerhouses, however, had long had their own plans in the dark. They decided to flee as soon as they were free. After all, most of the Budokai Shimano had left. A mere reserve ninja. Even if they recovered a tiny bit, they could surely escape, right? Confident, they had long planned to slip away at any moment. However, just as they walked up to the tree trunk, 2 seemingly idle figures to the left and right caused both of their pupils to jerk. Ha, it's you guys? Chibiusa happily greeted the first and second generations. For their part, they have lowered their heads in shame. How is it that when he swore at the Five Shadows conference that if the Konoha village didn't join their ninja alliance, it would be in the land of doom? How is it that this turns around and seals the deal? It's only the Ninja League that's the one that's going to be in a million pieces. Look at me? Uchiha looked over with a single glance, directly scaring back the gazes of countless people. The geek did partially peek at him, only to be glared right back. These 2 people standing here directly dispelled everyone's delusional thoughts of escaping. Mom, yeah, are there any normal people left in this Sirin Shinobi village? The Green Spirit, in particular, didn't even try to engage in any negotiations with them, and after taking it down straight away, sent out the main battle force to dummy up almost the entire shinobi world. How many years had it been since the shinobi world? And there were definitely no more than 3 with such a strong drive. The seemingly most peaceful Changling turned out to be so much more thoughtful. It was scary to think about. Those 2 daimyo who were killed on the spot were the most ridiculous. To this, in Changling's eyes, even any of his villagers were inferior. still screaming there. They, the so-called shadows, the elite shinobi were just the same. Older sister. It's actually still us being counted. Kankuro was a little saddened that he could only maintain the strength to walk at the moment, and that he would die of exhaustion if he didn't take the slightest precaution. Don't you understand? We've messed with an unbeatable enemy right from the start. It's been the Ninja Alliance that's been attacking since the emergence of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and it's completely reasonable for them to strike this time. Tiju laughed to himself. Those big shots of the shinobi world thought they could carve up the land of the spirit, not realizing that in the end, it was someone else's scythe that had been dangling over their heads. Her eyes couldn't help but darken as she finished. I did see Raza and I love you just now as well, but their respective identities are different. They worry that once they open their mouths, they don't know if they can live or not, and in the future, their father and I, don't want to live well in the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Just then, a figure of a reserve ninja appeared beside Kankuro and Tiju. You two are the family of Lord Rasha and Lord Iello, I believe, and they have long since placed a place for you to live in the village, so that anyone in our village who has a loved one can have a place of their own. But you two will also have to check in with the village to see exactly what will be going on and make better arrangements. Welcome, villagers. The reserve ninja gave them both a sign each that recorded their chakra status and left the area, leaving a group of people bewildered. Still? Holy, who says they don't have relatives in the Aerin Shinobi village? Older sister. We're saved. Lord Spirit Shadow is so open-minded. Kankuro unknowingly changed the way he addressed Aoshiru. Teju was still confused when he saw Kairabi and Yukita walking down with a large group of people from the Misty Hidden Village. The same goes for the other side. Be careful. Don't interfere with the others. If you don't go to the cage, others will have to go now. One of the reserve ninjas tasked with taking them to the cage shouted. Because of practicing chakra martial arts, he reached the 7th level of body hardening, and his body had gone through one metamorphosis and was so strong that he had to be a bit taller than the 3rd generation Reikage. When walking past these preparatory ninjas, even they, the shadow class figures, couldn't help but feel a sense of surviving the aftermath of the exchange. They couldn't really recover until the Aori Shinobu village had finished fighting the major kingdoms. But at least you don't have to go to the cage. It's a palace. There really is a palace in the trees. I don't know where it started coming from. Maybe it's the ones that go farther up the tree. Maybe it's someone with better eyes and better perception. The words passed wildly as if they possessed magic. There are palaces on the clouds. The tree is of the place where God dwells. The cage is spectacular. There are just too many trees and animals. The news is getting more and more outrageous, and the powerhouses of the Ninja Alliance are starting to freak out about what's going on. Chapter 129 Above the Divine Tree. Well ordered. The Green Spirit had been obsessed not with power, but with making him more well-presented when he slept. In order to do that, they had to fall into a deep sleep. He didn't think much of these losers because these people hadn't done anything to Qing Ling, and it should be everyone in the shinobi world who really had to decide whether they lived or died. He returned to the underground chamber and glanced at Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, who was practicing in the corner with his afterglow. Lord Spirit Shadow. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish was practicing, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be terrified. The more powerful he became by practicing chakra martial arts himself, the more he could feel his weakness and humility in front of Qingling. The majestic power hung as high as the blazing sun, tearing the earth apart so that he couldn't even see a single possibility of survival. Right now, when Qingling looked over with a glance, the mountain pepper fish Hanzura thought that he had done something wrong. Let me ask you, has Tuzo been resurrected? Yes, he was the one who told me the latest news when I was in the Land of Fire, just before I actually encountered the attack of the Senju. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish didn't hide it. Now that he had regained his will, he was indeed much more open-minded, but he also resented Tuanza to no end, and the thought of ever being abducted into a gutter by the guy made him feel uncomfortable. Do people miss guys like that too? Aoshiran thought about it and agreed that any guy that someone misses can be revived, because on this era, the most people can think about is the Chibiusa era. A little further back in time, Azura, Indra, and even the 6 paths of the immortal brothers, no one really knew. As for Jedi, he wasn't even human in Qingling's eyes. You go to Konoha village once, act covertly and don't let anyone find out your whereabouts. That guy Tuanza was slaughtered by me once. He can be brought here and put in a cage. Cage? When he heard that term, Hanzo's heart hesitated for a moment. In the Sirin Shinobi village, and in the whole of the Land of Spirit, it was basically casual and at ease. The only cage that will hold the enemy there. So far, the only person held there is Jedi. As for the others, they were just new friends of the Jedi. If Hanzo was allowed to live in a cage above the God Tree, it would truly be worse than death. My subordinate obeys. Travel to Kiba village and bring back the resurrected Tuanzo. This mission wasn't difficult for Hanzo Yamabushi, except that Kiba village was more than likely under siege as well. In such a situation, he also had to sneak in alone, and take away reunion under the eyes of Chikuma and Sarutobi Hizuru. The difficulty of the task would rise dramatically. However, if you can do something for the green spirit, you have to go even if it's hard. Lord Spirit Shadow, I've heard that the guys from the various villages will be put in cages, so do I need to poison all of them at that time? Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, asked tentatively. Not for now, find another opportunity. Qingling interrupted his killing intent. Yes. Next, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish left the underground chamber directly and sneaked into the forest outside the Aori Shinobu village. And then, he took the Day-S steam train to the border of the Land of Fire. Nonsense, there is a train does not do, with endure to run, and is not belt earth and wave wind watergate, so do purely to themselves to find things to do. However, to this, Qingling disliked it, as it would save a lot of chakra. This mountain pepper fish, Hanzo, still saves too much chakra and hasn't learned the essence at all. Green Spirit muttered angrily. The moment, his various chakra sculptures were being held in the hands of every reserve ninja, one at a time, and the sacred tree in the land of spirit, and the sculptures in various areas were consuming chakra as well. The main body and the doppelganger, respectively, consumed chakra at the moon's core, as well as in the underground world of molten lava, opening an insane factory of elixirs, martial artifacts, and consuming them at a rate that rivaled the entire country of spirit alone. He was always a little happier at the thought. Above the sacred tree, people ascended the ladder and walked through the barrier guarded by Chibiusa and Uchiha. It was only then that they finally came to a huge square. Why is there such a place in a tree? And just how much chakra did that green spirit consume? This so-called god tree was originally something beyond our understanding. Don't you guys get it now? That guy is unbeatable. He's the god of our time. God? Don't you understand? Since this guy appeared, the ninjas in their village completely broke the original pattern, releasing jutsu without shouting their names. Not to mention sealing, most of the time it's just a punch, a kick in seconds. It's an insult. Damn it, where the hell is this place and where are we going to be put? People chattered and asked questions, but got no answers from anyone. Come to think of it, at a time like this, when the main force of the Green Spirit Ninja village left, it was true that no one would take care of them. The square is a circle, and in its center, naturally, is a statue. But nowadays, the 9 tails have been extended to become the 10 tails, and the plaza could lead in all directions, with many palaces visible, at least to the naked eye. To the east, there was a hall called the Tailed Beast Hall, with 10 giant sculptures of individual tailed beasts, and human pillars fighting side by side. To the west, there stood a huge hanging palace that looked like it was made up of a single bead, none other than the alchemy sect. To the south, there was a huge sword piercing into the trunk of a tree. The scorching heat was no less than that of the Danmen, and a piece of martial arts ninjutsu was being created. To the north, a 9-story high pavilion stood there, a word of martial arts, implying that it was the very holy place to delve into martial arts techniques. On top of that, various directions continually extended from these 4 places, as well as the Ninja Academy's elementary school division, the elite division, the place of trials, the Everlasting Life Research Institute, the Explosion Hall, the Puppet Hall, the Poison Attack Sect, and even a huge altar. But that was only a sub-altar, for the real altar was at their feet, which was the square. Has someone come? Can we sacrifice them all to Lord Qingling? Fitten was so excited that he stepped down from the split altar, itching to draw a spell mark on each person and send them to end their lives. Lord Haydn, shouldn't you be going to the Land of Wind with Lord Deidara? The reserve ninja asked respectfully. Really? That guy spends all day trying to figure out how to work out the Bakudan, saying it's the kind that fuses all the chakra attributes together, the kind that can just destroy a planet. I'm not like him. I kill simply to offer sacrifices to Lord Qingling. Fitten watched these losers of the Ninja League as if they were watching prey. My lord, they're all going to be held in cages, so they can't be sacrificed for now. A cage? That's fine. Send it up. Fitten scratched his head. It seemed like the cage was a little better than his own sacrifice. After all, Jedi were alive and wasted. A cage? The Ninja Alliance looked to the one that was the most special in one of the branches, placed between the Hall of Explosions and the altar. A huge cage condensed by multiple attributes of chakra. Chapter 130, the so-called cage, the wail of the Jedi. Let me out of here. You ING guys, think you're really trapping the gods? I am the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. My older brother is Rokudo Sennin, and my second brother's bloodline is on the moon road to this day. Qingling, you damned fellow. Wait until Mother's clan arrives. You'll all wait for death. The growl of the Jedi came from the cage once more, sounding extraordinarily crisp and pleasant. He hadn't been this crazy originally, but only went completely insane after his spirit world was directly exposed by the Green Spirit, responsible for all the showdowns. Might as well make a big deal out of it. He couldn't believe that there was no possibility of resurrecting Otanashi Kagaya. As long as he lives, everything must be possible, provided one can escape from this cage. Upon hearing Jedi's wail, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Just get closer and you could die, right? As they looked at it from a distance, the cage looked like a birdcage. From the outside, the inside looks great with birds and flowers and a number of giant beasts. I don't know why this Jedi is complaining and cursing. It looked like there should be quite a bit of hatred with the green spirit. They were searching for information, still searching for information, when they were led to the cage by the reserve ninja. Faced with the huge word prisoner, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How the chakra here had a sense of solemn dread. It's as if one step in and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Upon entering the cage, you will do your best to survive. Get all the food, resources on your own, and if necessary, you will also serve as experiments to cooperate with the village's research. Of course, if you want to survive better, you must learn from the Jedi in vain. One by one, they stepped into the cage successively, and they instinctively felt a sense of suffocation. The air here was fresh and the natural energy was thick, but unfortunately it couldn't be absorbed without knowing immortal arts. Someone had just taken a step out and was directly swallowed by the giant cannibal flower. Others were caught by giant raptors and flew up into the sky. Turn on 100% defense. Never take it lightly. It's as if this place is a madman's happy place. Don't lose your life. Right after an upper ninja had just said that a giant python appeared in front of the system. Sway-tun. Water dragon bomb. Swish. The water dragon flew out and directly bombarded the giant python. But the latter bared its teeth, unharmed, and directly opened its bloody mouth. The prepared ninja standing outside the cage then kindly prompted, You think that unusual strength is enough to deal with monsters of this caliber? Those who can live in the cages are experiments that have been through many battles. They had been sacrificed limbs over and over again by Lord Fidden, chased and bombed by Lord Deidara, and used to develop their own Bakudan. Others have to take attacks from a variety of martial artifacts, as well as attacking their defenses in order to stay alive, and are killed if they can't break through. Those new elixirs that are developed also rely on them to be the first to experiment. Nanny, there's something creepy about hearing all these things. Even those elite top shinobi felt a chill run down their backs. It was as if something was scratching his neck, and facing an enemy of this caliber, he could die at any time, right? Of course, I almost forgot to tell you that these guys used to be white Jedi, and because of the training over at the Tailed Beast Hall, as well as the fact that they have to test new martial arts techniques often over at the Martial Pavilion, they've gradually turned into all sorts of monsters. For this reason, the cage is also known as the White Jedi Paradise. White Jedi Paradise? The second generation Mizukage gulped. He kind of hated it now. Just now the fourth generation Mizukage had joined the Tailed Beast Hall and saved the fifth generation Mizukage. Shomakado. Hagoromo saves the Sano Mizukage before he leaves. He, the second generation, was left inside with the first, probably died young, so not too many people of his generation know about him. It's what brought us to this point. It's kind of exciting to think about. His grief quickly turned to joy. One by one, the bubbles flew out and directly turned into scorching heat, steaming a huge boar into a cooked pig. That's nice. This is actually a good place to be, but you have to meet the right guy for the job, and it's obvious that I'm the perfect guy for the job. He tore off a piece of boar meat and turned to the second generation Wind Shadow. As the second generation Kazekage who developed puppetry and control sand, he just couldn't believe it could be worse than this guy. Straight away, they struck out and took down a huge mantis. Soon both were spitting up blood desperately as the chakra they had just recovered was almost depleted. Be quiet. Stop fighting. In this situation, even if you kill more you won't be able to catch up with their input of new experiments. Only if the Ninja Alliance joins forces again will you survive. Hatsune Makoto Tsuchikage said. Due to the fact that Yakido, Kairabi took too many of the Cloud Hidden Village with him, it can be said that the group is leaderless. Everyone tries to get the upper hand, and it does turn out that no one is convinced of anything, and hates to drive out the others and become the master of the Ninja Alliance themselves. Don't fight. You haven't realized yet that this is what the Green Spirit wants to see. For us to kill each other to find a little amusement for this madman of his, who at this moment, must be spying on us while he laughs in triumph. Hatsune Miku bellowed, trying to get everyone to do his bidding. Where is the third generation Wind Shadow? Lord Rosa says he's a little sorry for what happened in the old days, but this time you're invited to stay. Where's Chio? Lord Scorpion had his parents pick you up and asked me to send word to you that he still doesn't believe those lies of yours and not to use any of them as an excuse. The two figures quickly appeared and disappeared in a whirlwind. Unlike Teshiguro and Kankuro who were saved by Irizumi ahead of time, these ones who were saved in the cages are also on the side. These rescuers still have a soft spot in their hearts for them. The departure of the two figures also made more people sour inside. The swarming Ninja Alliance was in a complete daze as they stepped in from all directions of the cage and headed towards the center. Damnable green spirit, I will break you into pieces. I've been holding back for countless years, but I've been undone because of you. The Otsutsuki clan will come, and you will surely die. The sounds of the Jedi kept coming from the center of the cage, making the noise so loud that the caretaker's ears hurt. Jedi, who once thought himself to be the cleverest of schemers, the conspirator, until he met the green spirit. All the plots and tricks were fragile and unbearable in the face of absolute power. Now, his voice was like a shockwave that continued to wash over and over until it broke the hearts of the Ninja League. They had originally been defeated at the hands of the green spirit and thought that they were being counted on. It was being dominated by greed, but also because Qingling had made them lose all sense of reasoning with the method of constantly feeding the little fish until that moment of collapse. So inwardly, they were not convinced, even when they saw the reserve ninjas in full force, but with only thousands of people. They were convinced inwardly that they could win if they just piled up the numbers. Until one by one, people are saved. The shock of the sacred tree, the strength of the chakra martial arts, and the horrors of the cage, accompanied in the process by the wailing of the Jedi. More and more of our partners died, and every now and then someone was saved. They were in utter despair. Originally, I thought that Qingling was a fox with a false reputation. Now it seemed that he was just lazy about their calculations. In the face of absolute power, the Ninja League is nothing but dirt. Finally, someone let out the same wail as Jedi. Chapter 131. This era is called the Green Spirit. Why? Why did I listen to those shinobi and daimyo and come here? Such a powerful enemy is simply impossible to defeat. And why would those daimyo send us to our deaths for their own selfish desires? I still have my family, my mother, my daughter and my wife, all waiting for me to return. A figure began to turn and run towards the edge of the cage. They're getting out of here. They can't die again. They were so wrong from the beginning. How could they continue to be wrong again? You traitors! We don't have any traitorous ninja like you in the misty hidden village. Everyone listened to the order to kill the Yawakamura rebels on sight. An order appeared, first exchanged for a confused look from one of the lower ninjas, and the middle ninja. Again, it's to put themselves on a pedestal, always giving them orders from on high like that. Even in the midst of danger, you don't think about letting more people live. Bunch of idiots. This time, more people turned and fled. The Hatsune Mikados hissed, trying to keep these rebels alive. Once upon a time, they were called the Five Shadows along with Chibiusa as the first generation. What a time! Though combined it wasn't enough for Uchiha to fight alone. However, what is remembered by the world is that together they ended the chaos. It's come to this. They come back to life again, only to feel the ninjas of the village drifting away from them. Even a portion of the upper ninja who had grown up worshipping them began to flicker their eyes. Damn it, they must be stopped, but cut their losses. Anoki was about to say something. A voice came from outside the cage. Is Anoki there? Is Anoki here? Your grandson brought you a bottle of Coke, and he says if you don't want to die, get yourself out. The preppy ninja shouted with a loudspeaker. Ha 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 ha. Anoki, that grandson of yours chose to save your life in the end, but to save it only when it came to this place. You should also realize how much you owe him. The second generation Tsuchikage patted him on the shoulder. Me, how could Anoki choose to leave at this point? That would mean betrayal. Go and beg for your life. We, the first generation, the second generation must die, for we are the founders of the village and the backbone. Now that I think about it, we were indeed blinded by ambition, but there is only one green spirit in the world who can freely give this power to others. No matter how much we curse him, he is in possession of a heart like that of a god. The second generation Tsuchikage said and beckoned again. Anoki couldn't bear to leave. He looked a decade or so younger since practicing chakra martial arts, but for his age, he looked just a little bit better. It would be better to let the much younger-looking second-generation Tsuchikage live. What is buried here today is not a village, a kingdom, but an era. Go away, silly boy. Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha that day? Me so. Memories flooded back, and Anoki gritted his teeth, decisively choosing to leave. Unlike the stubbornness of the Hatsune Mikoto's mind that ended up deceiving itself, the second generation had seen through the truth long ago. As the second generation Earth Shadow said this to Onuki, a single Uchiha zebra could make their lives worse than death, as if they were facing the end of the world. How many strong people are there in the Aoito ninja village? Letting him go was exactly the best way to end it. With the little old man Anoki floating away in the air, the lower ninjas of the Awashin village directly scattered their legs and ran. It would be rude not to go at this time. Damn it! Are these guys from Iwashin village forced to do the same as Cloud Hidden village? The first generation Wind Shadow said angrily. The Cloud Hidden village is not like them, because Kairabi, who Yakido joined the Tailed Beast Hall as an undercover agent early on, was also the first to add them down. In this way, just after arriving at the cage, the Cloud Hidden village ninjas chose not to enter the depths of the cage. They knew that since the Raikage and the Rinnegan had chosen to admit defeat, they would have no more reason to hold on. At this point, the third Kazekage, who had been saved, stood motionless between the second and first generations. Leave. You're known as the strongest wind shadow in the world. Are you really going to live here for the rest of your life? The second generation was bald and spoke with a goofy grin rather like a farewell. I am the third Kazekage of the Sand Hidden Village, but you shouldn't have died in the old era. The era belonging to the green spirit has come. The second generation Tsuchikage smiled and patted him on the shoulder as he walked in the direction of where the misty hidden village was. Silly child, you still don't understand now. When we heard the name of the green spirit, his will has long since become the white moon, indelible. If we never set foot in this place, we might still be able to be at peace with each other. When you heard the name of the green spirit, he was already like the white moon? The third generation wind shadow muttered, repeating the words over and over again. Then, seemingly having an epiphany, he walked towards the edge of the cage. The ninjas of the Sand Hidden Village followed him like mad. For them, why fly to their death as long as they can live? To the third Kazekage, he seemed to be carrying something much heavier. The other side of the cage, the primordial Mizukage was indifferent. Instead, it was the second generation Mizukage, Ghost Light Mirage Moon, who had a look of joy on his face. The Sandaime Mizukage was saved a long time ago. Their side was supported by the two of them at first. Ninja Sword 7 people originally as a one said when the master heard the first generation of the order, directly began to the misty hidden village rebel ninja to take action. Stop it. At a time like this, can we still let them live? Do we have to do as the green spirit wishes? Ghostlight Mirage Moon looked at the seven of the shinobi blade and laughed. Loquat Tenzo, didn't that Uchiha weasel save you? Why don't you leave? There is no reason for anyone here to fight any longer. We have lost and are about to usher in a whole new era of green spirit as well. Why should you be buried with us in the past? Don't do it to your own people again. And don't let some bull blood mist era come around again. He spoke as eloquently as he mocked his village. Also to their own people shot. I was so belligerent back then. See, a spray one did not create your later blood mist era. On this still do not know to wake up a little, he said, and a bubble appeared in his hand. Finally, I've recovered a little bit. That bald guy rushed here, so I'll steam him again, Ghostlight Mirage Moon said, walking in the direction of the Sand Hidden Village, and the first and second generations of the Misty Hidden Village, the Iwagakure Village, and the Sand Hidden Village were all heading towards the center of the cage. They are turning their backs and saying goodbye to an era that was once theirs. The tacit agreement is, the Primarchs all chose to move forward in silence. The openings were all carried out by the second generation, as they had existed in one era and together they had created the village's beginnings. Come on, it's time for us to meet our own future, Momochi Zabuza said to White. Zabuza-san, you are now a rebel shinobi again, White said happily. Maybe there will never be a Misty Hidden Village again in the future. And what kind of rebel ninja am I? Not far. Loquat Tenzo took one look at Zabuza and chose to walk towards the edge of the cage as well. He had been the first owner of a decapitating machete, and now with his hands empty, how could he not start all over again? The ninjas go in two directions with the shadow they once created the village with, separating the two eras. This era is called the Green Spirit. Chapter 132, The People Who Sweep the Shinobi World. At the edge of the cage, it had long been filled with people who would be waiting for the outcome of this shinobi war. The major shinobi villages will give their decision on the life and death of these people. Cage Center. The first and second generations of the Misty Hidden Village, the Cloud Hidden Village, and the Rock Hidden Village are gathered here, talking and laughing. Jedi looked at them with a little more expectation in her eyes. Don't get any ideas? We're all losers just like you. The first Earth Shadow rejected it outright. He's just a fox. There's a sky beyond the sky in this world, and there's a man beyond the man. Sooner or later I'll let you know what it means to have power. Jedi pretended to be deep. Before long, several white Jedi were already playing cards on the side. Hey, do you guys poop as shadows? Yeah. What does poop really feel like? None of these white Jedi's little brains looked too smart, and the chattering was distracting even to Hatsune Makoto. As for messing with the second generation, these guys are all set to be ruthless and go straight for the jugular. The Misty Hidden Village has developed heat-making high temperatures with the bubble of Shizutsu, which is enough to cauterize the death of a pair of eyes. The Awakamura created the dust vanity and passed it down to Inoki, who himself is a true confirmation of the will of the earth. The Sand Hidden Village developed puppetry and control sands, and the denizens are full of personality. Unlike the Hatsune Makoto who seemed insignificant in the light of Chikuma and Uchiha, they all used to be the ones who radiated brilliance in their time. It's just a shame that it seems to be stuck here. Dead Baldy, your Sand Hidden Village's puppetry and control sand seem to have an air each and have gone further on your shoulders. But there is one thing that they are not even as good as you. They actually don't have someone who has perfect control of both. As Ghostlight Phantom Moon joked, a bubble had floated in mid-air. With you in charge? Seems like you're getting a bit adrift with that bit of yours. And the six-tailed Rinpoche seems to have come from your Sandame as well. The second-generation Earth Shadow scoffed. Oh, back then, the initial 5 Shadows meeting didn't bring you, and brought the third generation, just because I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your madness. Baldy, seek death. Ghost Light Phantom Moon immediately struck. Stop. Save some energy. The second-generation Earth Shadow struck out as the developer of the Dust Vanisher, his arms stretching out to directly erase all attacks with the Dust Vanisher. They just argued and built up momentum, for nothing more than staying in the center of the cage, thinking that becoming a village hostage should keep their village ninja safe. However, these doorways, Xingling didn't care at all. His main body was opening up the territory, rushing towards the core of the earth beneath the molten layer, constantly enduring the terrifying core gravitational force, in order not to be torn and twisted. Could only use chakra, forcefully maintaining the body, with the 3 powers of the divine heavenly signs of the Eye of Reincarnation and the universal heavenly attraction, the earth-bursting heavenly star, as well as the time-space ninjutsu in conjunction with it, consuming chakra at extreme speeds. However, he was simply too strong, not to mention that he had also experienced a deficit in the moon core, and although the rate of depletion was even faster this time, it would take some time before the green spirit could truly die in one fell swoop. Too much chakra, an invincible physical body, and a mental power so powerful that it ignores any illusion. Hey, if only I could have found a place as good as the Earth's core when I was weak, that would have surely drained a lot of chakra. It's a pity that it's so strong now. Even if Otanashi Kagaya is resurrected, it's only about equal to 1/10 of me, Xingling said a little sadly. As for the shadows who stayed in the center of the cage, thinking that they were being held as hostages, they were actually playing a one-man show because Xingling cared nothing about it. Shinobi, after the end of the battle in the Land of Spirit, where some were freed and some joined the Sirin ninja village, the vast majority were still imprisoned. And throughout the shinobi world, it seemed that the fighting ended and was replaced instead by even more ferocious warfare, after the main fighting force had already left for the Land of the Spirits, and all of them were wiped out. No one was spared. Where could they resist the prepared ninjas hanging high in the sky with flying swords at their feet? Though there were some ninjas who stayed behind for defense, but their concealed weapons, ninjutsu don't say hurt the prepared ninja. Air superiority goes without saying. Even that layer of martial arts defense armor couldn't be broken, not to mention the fact that each one of them practiced chakra martial arts, with a strong physical body and a strong spirit, coupled with a sufficiently abundant amount of chakra. Even if they were able to break through the defense of the martial artifacts at the cost of a village after all the hard work, they still each came with a scapegoat white Jedi, and a sculpture of the green spirit as a return to the bloodstream. The martial artifacts carried on the body were defensive armor, flying swords, and combat martial artifacts. Elixirs are equally plentiful and can be used to replenish all kinds of consumption at any time. Each squad was dozens or hundreds of people, led by several Budo Shimonin, and all of them were the Budo shinobi most familiar with their respective villages. It could be said that they were rushing as fast as they could and taking all the places as fast as they could. The Land of the Winds, Sand Hidden Village. Yellow himself leads the team, while the other squad, led by Rosa, takes care of the daimyo's forces, and he came to handle the village himself. When it swept through, all of the Sand Hidden Village defense ninjas were defeated. He was hanging high above the earth with the strong strength of a 7-star Budo Shimenabu. People fell to their knees in disbelief at the sight. With flying sand on his feet and his arms wrapped around his body, Ieroku lived and practiced in Aoshiren Ninja Village, allowing him to have no more gaps with Shizuru, and getting closer and closer to being the perfect human pillar power. The powerful strength is even invincible against the Sand Hidden Village ninja. If it wasn't for a hint of sympathy, he would have put them all to death long ago. Sparing their lives was also due to the fact that they had found a home and had friends in the Sirin Shinobi village. The young man dropped to the ground, and like the other preparatory ninja, he felt nothing but shock as he looked towards the Sand Hidden Village. It's covered in yellow sand, and a mere gale threatens to cover a month's worth of effort. The villagers hid in their houses, not daring to show their faces for fear of dying. Suddenly, a small child ran out of a covered, broken house. Dad! He sought his father and went to give a hug full of joy. It had been a year since the establishment of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. During this period, many great events took place. Even the little boy's father left him almost a year ago. Grow up. Sanpile Kojiro grows up. The preppy ninja stroked his head affectionately. Tears came to his eyes. In the meantime, a single figure began to walk to his home. Mother, I'm back. I'm back with Lord Spirit Shadow's orders, and from now on you can live a better life like I wrote in my letter. The old woman pushed open the door to her room and looked at her child with a surprised look on her face. Instead of a year, the skin is more delicate and looks extraordinarily healthy. It was much healthier than they were going to seem in their little village. Just then, a young woman was flying towards my arrow. The teenager looked dismayed as he instinctively sensed something. In front of him was Rosasha, who had cleared out the daimyo's forces, and was looking behind Meilu in a frozen state. Finally, the voice that had never been heard before rang in the ears, but was like being in a dream night after night. I love you. Chapter 133, next location, Kiba, Rokuro, who lost her life from the moment of my love's birth, but at that moment, through the river of time appeared behind the teenager. Actually, she served as one of the resurrected ones from that batch of super reincarnation-born great formation. Tiju and Kankuro had long been filled with joy, wanting to tell Rosa and Iera the news. Only, since the death of Kokoro, Rosa's temperament changed, as if a different person, began to act ruthlessly, in order to do something at all, and hold a grudge with Ieros. For my part, Aiello grew more and more paranoid from the loss of his mother's love at a young age, not to mention why he was hated by his father, as well as his inherent disadvantage as a human pillar power. Perhaps the tragedy, from the very beginning, arose precisely because the one who was supposed to love them the most, left too soon and too soon. Aiello didn't know how to respond, and when he turned around, he only saw a woman who looked a little like himself. When Kokoro looked at him with teary eyes and tenderness, that kinship that originated from the depths of the bloodline then broke through all of my Eros defenses. His lips quivered for a moment before he uttered the word incredulously. Mom, wow. At this moment, even the wind and sand seemed insignificant. Tears broke out as if to bid farewell to an era. Rosa just stood behind my Eros, dumbfounded at the scene. Sound Hidden Village. It's a small village that seems insignificant to outsiders, but it is a shinobi village that was secretly created by Orochimaru. After capturing the place, Tout was happy as a reserve ninja, Orochimaru's only designated assistant, and a super fan, Orochimaru-sama. Most of the forces here have gone forward to besiege Kiba as well. For these guys to face Konoma's enemies with their fighting strength is undoubtedly sending them to their deaths. Orochimaru said grimly. That doesn't sound like something Lord Orochimaru would say. Running to immortality and undeath against all odds, pursuing science and infinite possibilities, is your path. Pocket replied with great longing. Doodle, don't always try to understand me. Like me is born, but you can't be too much like me. Orochimaru somewhat disapproved of his idea. So what? Everyone has their own way of endurance, and this is mine. Not to mention that Orochimaru-sama has never changed, has he? Until this moment, your main body should also still be working in the labs of the Sirin Shinobi village. Tout was not wrong. What Orochimaru had come here was merely a doppelganger. His main body was still in the Green Spirit Ninja village studying chakra martial arts. But what I do know is that the times are changing, and Shinobu is just about to be replaced by Budo. Orochimaru looked over at the mediocre village. I don't know whether to be happy that they can welcome a blooming world, but rather to feel sad about breaking such a serenity. Perhaps, only time will give the best answer. As for the time, it's certainly not now. It wasn't too long ago, though, the land of Earth. There seems to be a little bit more people coming here. Deidara, Old Violet, and Han came here in droves, destroying cities without fail. Soon the crowd was standing at the entrance to the village, facing their group of almost invincible enemies. The remaining ninjas still chose to increase their attacks. What greeted them, however, was a brutalization. Blow it up. So many mountains, not even a single tree. Life is even invisible to one. Better to blow it up and seek more resources. Deidara laughed maniacally. So far they were still only one member of the blast hall with him as the hall master. But the battle is still strong. Submit. In a short while, Spirit Shadow will make this place bloom with colorful flowers. And on that day you will have to submit as well. Old Violet and Han looked at the guy who was laughing maniacally and continued to work in silence. After all, the village still had some tasks for them to do, and they always had to do them. At least not without Deidara blowing the whole place up. Not much longer. All the daimyo forces here were eradicated in one fell swoop. Cloud Hidden Village. Naruto, chase himself and push this place sideways. Seems to be hiding a little something. Sasuke's eyes coalesced, not knowing what he had found. A big turtle. Naruto was ecstatic that this Cloud Hidden Village stayed almost on top of a mountain with clouds and mist. Instead, this big turtle is going with the flow. There's the lingering scent of a cow ghost there. The 9 llamas casually reminded him that he too wanted to see what was going on in the place where the cow ghost had left his chakra. It seems every village has its own hidden secrets. The village of Taki Hidden. Keed re-entered and brought back the news of Kakuto's death along with him, and the people were overjoyed. And then they were caught in a dilemma of whether or not to join the Green Spirit Ninja village. When the misty hidden village in the distance is visited by Kakashi, and Bandito descends once again with perfect vengeance, the land of iron as a land of samurai, always neutral, they took part in the siege of Kiba village. Scorpion strolled the streets alone when a single warrior in cold armor surrounded him. After the transformation of his martial arts tools and his own practice of chakra martial arts, the puppet's combat power was greatly increased. and Akasago no scorpion descended on this place that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Samurai. You may seem neutral, but the truth is that the major kingdoms raise samurai under their command from you. In addition to their respective shinobi village guards, the talk of staying out of any wars seems to be just as much about living off of mercenary money. Will such you really have the invincible heart that cuts through everything? Swish, a scroll appeared, and while thousands of puppets killed out, a giant puppet shone with a steel alloy as it killed out of Scorpion's scroll. Golem Sky Killer. Gundam. It wasn't long before the seemingly perfect defense didn't stop the long blade of the martial artifact in the puppet's hand. Scorpion, one man against a nation. One by one. After the news of the victory was notified through the green spirit sculpture using the chakra telephonic function, a figure finally flew in the same direction after Hanzo the mountain pepperfish left. I didn't think you'd be kind enough to let your own essence appear, Tsunade said as she looked at Orochimaru. It's been too long since we've acted together, and there's always a need to go back and see if Hinata-sensei is still old and strong. Orochimaru said this with his mouth, but he was mentally playing his own game. What you want to do is merely to end this war earlier so that Qingling can take out the fourth scroll of the martial Tao, because that's what you really want. Jiraiya had long since seen through Orochimaru's thoughts. Hiss. Indeed. According to my projections, the fourth volume is likely to increase one's lifespan to thousands of years, and coupled with the power of martial arts brought about by that unique power, isn't it the closest thing to the concept of eternal life and immortality? As Orochimaru joked, the three figures transformed into a golden light and had appeared beside each other, using the same ninja run, heading in the same direction. Jiraiya-sensei, Mizumon snorted, leisurely. I wonder, if the fourth volume corresponds to Budokai no wa Shinobi, will there be a fifth volume corresponding to Budokai no Shadow? Perhaps the limits of what you want are just the beginning. 2. Wave Wind Swayman said, and disappeared directly into the crowd's line of sight. Not long after, the figures of Gyoshinna and Haruno Rin appeared, angrily speeding up to chase after Nanake's Swaymon and the others. Damn it, don't even wait for me. Jasuna clenched her fists. Take it easy, Lin soothed. She didn't want to see her teacher get beaten up by her teacher's wife. Without exception, their figures were all heading to the same place, Kiba Ninja Village. Chapter 134, The Lost Kiba. Disappearance of Junzo. Kiba. Ever since the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War, this place had all seemed extraordinarily calm, as if things in the outside world had never disturbed it. Actually, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, the changes here have been extremely remarkable. The first thing that happened was that the green spirit killed Kiba, causing Sarutobi Hizuru and Tuanza to fall, shocking the ninja world. Immediately afterward, one by one, the Kiba ninja left and disappeared, until Naruto sneaks in and gives the first volume of the Budokai to a handful of people. Afterwards, Nanake's Mizukato returns the final favor by delivering the second volume of Budo. To this day, Kiba had a history of legends. Even the god of the ninja world, and quite a few of the forbidden arts that came out of here were able to turn the entire ninja world upside down with just one of them. If it wasn't for the appearance of the green spirit, perhaps they will keep getting stronger until the destiny comes so that the destiny of Azura and Indra ends here. Create an unprecedented heyday. However, that's seemingly good, but in reality nothing has changed for the better. Has not come after all. The village. When the Shinobi World War broke out, the 4 major Shinobi villages laid siege to the Land of Spirit, and the Land of Fire, which had thought it could stay out of it, suffered this siege. The strange thing is, the daimyo of the Fire Country did not experience any attacks. Instead, the Konoha village, which was protecting the daimyo, was under siege from various smaller villages. When this scene appeared, with the wisdom of Chibiusa and Sarutobi, they understood at the first moment, they have suffered a betrayal, and this traitor is not an undercover agent. It is the daimyo they protect, and the daimyo who once gave them all sorts of resources on which the shinobi could survive. When the truth was revealed, a decadent sense of loss quickly swept through Kiba. What have they lost and what have they gained in their lives as ninjas? In the end, why did even the most trusted daimyo see them as an obstacle to the Ninja League? As one of the former Guardian 12 ninja, Sarutobi Asma couldn't wait to immediately kill his way out, personally catching the daimyo by the collar and questioning him as to why he was doing this. At first, the people were in a rage of betrayal and the subsequent gradual scarcity of food and resources. When small villages join forces, they are individually underpowered though. Not to mention that there wasn't a single guy who actually possessed shadow class strength, but they were outnumbered by the fact that they were outnumbered after joining forces. If they fought to the death, perhaps only the elite upper shinobi and Naruto would survive in Konoha village. By then, a sea of people would be able to pile up the surviving powerhouses alive, because they will also consume a lot of chakra. This battle should have been about Kiba being one of the 5 major shinobi villages and instead being defeated by a coalition of smaller villages. Unexpectedly, the Kiba village, which practiced chakra martial arts, had long since changed. They however, did not have abundant resources and elixirs, not to mention a few martial arts lower endurance. But the win is that all ninjas can practice chakra martial arts. The battle power had increased dramatically, which was why he had survived one siege after another. However, over the course of a week, the chakra of even martial arts apprentices had long since bottomed out, and their powerful physiques had been injured time and time again. It was finally time to run out of gas. The protective wall of Kiba village. The lower ninjas cooperated with the middle ninjas, patrolling carefully. Look around. Above the earth, encamped and densely packed with ninjas, there were so many of them, that they were still able to attack and recover in a well-organized manner, even after one attack, a night attack. Today, a new round of attacks broke out. Senju Sakuma, Sarutobi Hinata, Maite Dai, Maite Kai, Sarutobi Asma, Yuzuru and a host of other Kiba powerhouses came out. Kiba Kuga is also always at the forefront of the battlefield. Once again, they killed off the attack. And even though the small village ninja alliance had also been hit hard, the depression within them nagged at them, because Kiba village has really come to the point of running out of ammunition. Even Chibiusa was injured. A small house. Kai is cheering on Lee. Tin. This is a battle of youth. Never be discouraged. The enemy will be repelled in the end. We've decimated quite a few more of their powerhouses today. Kai's thumbs flashed and his grin made his big white teeth shine brightly. That's right, Mr. K is right. This is the moment that will test our youthful will the most. We must be ready to fight. Lee burned with renewed will. Bang! Bang! There was a soft knock on the door. Kai stepped out of the room and looked over to one of the shinobi who was also bandaged, Mithrea. K. They tapped him lightly on the shoulder. The fighting can't go on any longer. Even at our most dangerous times we have never been besieged by all of the smaller villages outside of the 5 shinobi villages. And that's after we lost some of our strength. If we can risk our lives and remove a portion of the war effort, we may still have a chance of winning. It is I who must be the one who burns up the hope of victory at such a time as this. Fire burned in Dai's gaze. Father, maybe we can wait a little longer. I'm not saying I won't fight to the end for the village, but I'm saying that it's not at the point of no return yet. Lord Shikuma will surely be back by now. And last night someone already killed their way out to go ahead and report the news. Kai is still relatively rational when it comes to Dai. Either way, he wasn't willing to send Dai to his death again. If it had to be death, then it could be himself. House. Tian looked at Lee with helpless eyes and said sadly, maybe if Ningji was there, it would be a lot less dangerous. He doesn't know if he's alive or dead right now. Ningji won't die. We have to trust in our youthful companion. Lee had always been convinced that Ningji must be alive, and had even gotten stronger. Eyes shifted from the house. The Kiba village was a mess everywhere, and it was obvious that there had been more than one night attack. Just because the small village didn't have an existence strong enough to sweep everything away didn't mean it didn't have its own crushing stuff. The Earth Spider village has been hidden from the world, yet is capable of destroying a small village's forbidden arts in an instant. Hanzo Yamabushi came out of the Uhidden village but defended his village in the shinobi war by himself and was called a shinobi demigod. The Taki Hidden village has produced Kakuto, and even the Seven Tails renamed. Heroic water that increases chakra tenfold for a short period of time when it's alive. Even though the Sound Hidden village was newly created, it was backed by Orochimaru, who had done countless crazy experiments. Mifune of the Iron Kingdom was known as the god of samurai, claiming to be able to use the long sword in his hand to cut through everything, and while they had a single move, they also possessed full-body iron armor that was unbreakable by normal people, as well as a long, sharp sword. The world has never been so powerful that it is always superior. Instead there is a figure hiding in the shadows, always with a grim gaze watching the arrogant above the throne. Through an alley, in the compound of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Sparks was wrapping bandages around her sister's arm, which looked like it had been badly injured in the battle. Sister, what are you thinking? Why are you blushing? No. Daisuke blushed and almost fainted on the spot. For some reason she had just wandered off for a moment and always felt that there was someone her heart wanted to see who was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, an urgent piece of information came in that directly froze her in her tracks again. This time it was the entire Kiba that was dumbfounded. Reunion has disappeared. This guy, who had been obliterated by the green spirit and resurrected by some people's nostalgia, had actually double disappeared again, and his life and death were unknown. Chapter 135, The White-Eyed Boy Strolling the Streets. Kiba. It used to be an Uchiha gathering place. It was now long deserted and in ruins, and since the resurrection of a large number of the deceased, further development of the place had been thought of. However, Chikuma was determined to keep the place for the time being after learning of all the injustices that had befallen the Uchiha clan after his death. With him lost along with the news, Chibiusa is charged with firmly defending his big brother's decision. For this reason, the place has instead remained in a state of limbo. The moment. A man in a mask is planning a bittersweet trial of the bandaged man before him. The guy with the bandaged face was none other than Junzo. In their youth, each of the two had their own attainments, and when the adult years passed, one stepped to the top of the shinobi world, and the other thought he had become the head of the roots. The two used to work together to nip the DA organization in the bud, and have each fallen in the pre-dawn fire. There is always a young man with a long sharp sword, and there is always a gaze that is fearless of power. Today, when they meet again, they are enemies. You won't be able to move. Gumiho, I came with a mission from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and all I have to do is to secretly bring you to the Spirit Shadow. Yamabushi Hanzo's words caused Junzo's gaze to freeze, and he instinctively sensed a danger. Originally, he thought that this time he was reborn and resurrected, and that he had also recovered to his strongest peak state, and that he would have the power to fight against any strong enemy he encountered again. I didn't realize that I would be so powerless when I encountered a sneak attack from Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Don't even think about it. I have the power of the Spirit Shadow host within me, suppressing all of your power perfectly. It was by relying on the chakra of the green spirit that Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, was able to sneak into Konoha as if he were on the ground. A part of its hidden pupil power was even forcibly suppressing all of the Sharingan eyes on reunion. Are you wondering why, after being killed once by the Spirit Shadow, he still won't leave you alone? Hanzo sat in the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, the house with Hanzo bound by brightly colored ropes. If Golden Horn, Silver Horn were here, they would have recognized it at a glance. This thing was one of the 6 paths ninjutsu, the Waver's golden rope. It was also the reason for easily binding Tuzu and catching all of his speech spirits, making it impossible for him to use ninjutsu. Be glad, maybe it's a good thing for Kiba, and for your homeland, that you just disappeared into the ages. And what we're about to witness next is history, Hanzo said, and his gaze turned to the distance, knowing that at this very moment, there should also be countless powerful people from the Ao Ling ninja village rushing here. Now the entire shinobi world is part of the land of spirit. When the land of fire is also eradicated, what will happen to Kiba village, which is affiliated with the daimyo? There are no answers, and the only thing they can do is wait stupidly for their own death. Woohoo! Gunther struggled, trying to come up with any kind of information. His own death does not seem to be very acceptable. If he can live on in the case of arriving at a little information is not bad. You're just like me back then, fearing death and craving power, but always finding some grand excuse for yourself. Except that I've used defeat after defeat to find my original self, while you're still in the same place. There's no way Hanzo would give away any information. What he had to do was merely to complete the task that Qing Ling had given him, because he had a strong intuition that in the near future, they would definitely get out of this small shinobi world, toward the universe. He had once noticed that Qing Ling often looked up at the stars at night to seek out the starlight in the firmament. If Hanzo's acumen was not a problem, it meant that the Sirin ninja village would never stop at conquering the shinobi realm. In the future, there are endless possibilities. If he just stagnated in the village, that would be throwing his whole life away completely. Kiba, in a panic, how could the head of the Negi, Junzo, suddenly disappear? Just as the roots and the dark side were out looking for it. Once again, a new attack erupted from Kiba's high walls. The small village Ninja League, after receiving news from the Ninja League headquarters, thought that the barrier of the land of spirit had been breached, and that they should begin a full-scale attack as well. Take Kiba, who is in despair, down for good. Damn it, these guys are like rats in a ditch. Attacking at this time of night, it's obvious that they had something to do with the disappearance of Junzo. Chibiusa had a guess that it had to be some sort of forbidden art to have a similar effect. If we can't hold out this time, we'll just have to fight our way out of the siege and let the village's newborns escape. Sarutobi has no choice but to fight to the death, but he doesn't have enough confidence in this final battle, as Kiba has already been completely destroyed by these small villages following up on their numerical superiority, as well as one attack after another. They wanted to keep fighting too, but too many wounded made that impossible. A single figure killed out, mostly in small teams of 3, cooperating to kill the enemy. Kagome, fighting like this is really annoying. Dingy emptied the chips and nimbly ninja ran, but this battle will still go on, unless one of us is completely defeated. Kagamara knew that once a village got to the point where they could lay siege to the entrance of the village, it was a battle of attrition, and whoever lasted to the end meant an eventual victor. In danger, Ino quickly stepped in the gap between the two talking and took control of one of the attackers, causing him to block the knife. However, Kagome's shadow had taken control of both foes much earlier. It looked like he was making rapid progress and was already able to do two things at once. Inuyasha Butterfly's side is still coping well. The other side of the battle, as Inuzuka Toa and Akamaru teamed up and sent punch after punch flying at their opponents. A bug flew out from around the oil girl Shino and attacked the enemy at speed. Soft fist, Daisuke attacked with punch after punch, only to feel that it was getting harder and harder for his stamina to sustain such a fight. Damn, This fight is simply endless. What would Sasuke do if he was there? Sakura dodged an attack, trying to find a silver lining. Yet more and more fallen bodies were letting her know that the brutal fight for life and death was happening every second. This is exactly the time for me to strike. Mithraea threw a punch and kicked away the foe who was about to stab Sakura. Buck up, maiden! Dai flew out and directly opened the 5 gates, and his breath was still climbing. Leave these enemies to me. Kai lands a flying leg kick that knocks out the foe in front of him. There was no way he was going to watch Dai die in front of him again. At this very moment, a battle is taking place in every corner of Kiba. As for the life and death of Reunion, it had long since become unimportant. Each of the smaller villages teamed up to attack Konoha village, all attempting to pull out their best forbidden techniques and raise the earliest established shinobi village to the ground. Just then, a white-clothed young man's figure, however, strolled through the streets. He carried a corpse in his hand and advanced without a word. All the enemies encountered along the way were killed by his palm. The young man possessed a pair of white eyes, but on his forehead was the ninja forehead protector of the Sirin ninja village. As a Budo shinobi, he came here to visit his loved ones. As a former Konoha shinobi, he carried the daimyo's body in his hands. Chapter 136, Who is the Caged Bird? The entrance to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hinata is here waiting for the final die-off. Not only him, but even Sarutobi Hinata and Chikage are here waiting for a message. Big brother, it's starting. That group of has begun their final attack. Do we take a group of young ninjas and leave? Hyuga Hinata appears, having gotten the latest intel as a scouting team. This will be the final battle. In order to keep a portion of Konoha's ninja alive and preserve the blood, 3 of the most promising ninja will be chosen by each of the major clans, including their Hyuga clan, as well as Chikan, Sarutobi, and Inuyasha Butterfly, to escape the Konoha village. It is up to them, the elders, to kill for it. The maker of this plan was none other than Chikara, who had once died with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in order to save Sarutobi Hinata and the other 3. At the end of the day, it was still the future of the entire Konoha that he had to do. To Chiba, Kiba village is Chiba's hope, the promise of peace, and all the infinite possibilities. He must not let this dream be shattered at his own hands. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, you have to fight for it. Start executing the plan, and please cooperate with everyone in this battle. There was something gentle about the way Chibiusa gave the order. In fact, a life and death came and went, and he knew all about the afterlife, and there was no fluctuation in his state of mind. The reason for this tone was because Chibiusa was saying goodbye to everyone. He is determined to live and die with Kiba. Bang! Just as he was about to pull out and kill him, the teenager threw a body in front of the Hinata clan's door. Ninji! Hyuga Hinata had not expected to see Ninji again in such a time of distress. Since Hinata Ninji's disappearance, there has been information proving that he traveled to the Aishirin ninja village. In the eye of the beholder it could be considered a rebel patience, but when he came back, he threw over a dead body, the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The execution was a task given by the Green Spirit. Father! Ninji also wondered if his father would be resurrected when he returned, since he wasn't considered much of a shining light in the Aori ninja village. Even though he had been promoted to the rank of Budo Shimonin, he still seemed insignificant in a village full of experts. Only, he also has his own mission. As tough as it is, it can be done one step at a time. It is? Chibiusa had some doubts. Instead Sarutobi recognized this group of Konoha teenagers. Inuyasha Ninji. Hyuga Hinata was in a bit of a trance. What exactly was the reason for his rebirth so far? The most recognized guess is, the Green Spirit has brought many people back to life in order to perform some sort of forbidden art of resurrecting people. This is because although this forbidden art can resurrect people perfectly, it also has a side effect of not being able to control the person you resurrect. Sure, it's just a guess. After all, in most people's logic, unless the Green Spirit was crazy, why is it responsible for resurrecting so many people who have nothing to do with them? Especially Sarutobi Hizuru and Junzo. These 2 were supposed to have died at his hands, but now they were resurrected by him, which is really not justifiable. This speculation, therefore, is instead recognized by most people. Ninji. Hyuga Hinata gazed at this scene of father and son coming together, not knowing what to make of it. He knew that Ninji had always hated him in his heart, believing that Hyuga Hinata had died that year because of his persecution. The fact of the matter is that back in the day, when the Hyuga clan was threatened, and at a time when Kiba village was on the ropes, they either didn't invite more enemies or chose to go to war. In order not to go to war, and more importantly, to protect the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, it was Hyuga Hinata who chose to die in his place. To this day, this matter is still a piece of disease in the heart of Hyuga Hinata. Yes, in the eyes of the world, Ninji is a member of a separate family, and Daisuke, Sparks is a member of the main family, but he, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hinata are blood brothers. Where is the home and separation between the two of them? Is it hard to believe that one day, when Daisy stepped into the head of the clan, Sparkles was born into a split family? But that caged bird, inscribed above the forehead, branded in the soul, a curse that cannot even be truly liberated in death. And why wouldn't he want to erase? If one could walk freely through Konoha village without the greedy eyes of the world, every Hyuga clan, whether branch or main, could walk freely without others expecting those eyes. He was begging for it, but at the moment, he could only be silent, for he had no reason whatsoever for a teenager, who had once lost his father and was sinking in grief, to forgive him unconditionally. If the Hyuga clan was strong enough, if no one dared to covet the power of the Uchiha clan as they did when Uchiha-san was alive, how would he not want to be that villain? This is the daimyo of the Fire Country. Our village was completely besieged without any support. Even the message was cut off, all because he sold us out. It was Big Brother who refused the Shinobi Alliance's invitation to war. Is that why you were betrayed? It's ridiculous. The first thing that Chibiusa realized when he saw the body of this daimyo of the Land of Fire was the context. However, he was more curious about the young man named Ninji in front of him, how he single-handedly killed the daimyo of the Fire Country and stepped through the siege of the Ninja League to get here. The look in your eyes tells me you want to know a lot of hidden secrets. Ninji saw Chikage's gaze without the slightest bit of fear. The fact that Qing Ling had given him a task this time meant that there were great expectations for him. And how could he disgrace the spirit shadow in front of Naruto? The answer, I need not say, for my companions have come. I'm doing just the mission given by the village, to get rid of the daimyo forces in the Land of Fire and take down all the places outside of Konoha village, and it's my partners who will do the rest of the work. Ninji's heart was also infinitely joyful when he saw his father. It was just that there was still a battle going on at the moment, so a simple catch-up would have been nice. As long as a person lives, there is still a chance for everything. He vowed that after the war was over, he would take Hyuga Hinata to the Aoshi Spirit Shinobi village and ask the Aoshi Spirit to remove the spell seal from his forehead. I'm just one of the village's Budo Shinobi. The real business should be carried out by the two Budo Shinobi. Right now what I need to do is to clean up what's left of the Ninja Alliance, who also attacked our Green Spirit Ninja village at the same time. Lord Spirit Shadow said that this is to clean up our enemies, so please don't misunderstand. We, the Sirin Shinobi village, never need the thanks of others. Ninji left the corpse behind and walked towards the battlefield without looking back. The teenager's figure flew. After possessing the mutated white eyes, his strength as a Budo Shimenabu was further advanced. Soft fist. Boom. With a single punch, a small building in front of Ninji collapsed directly in front of him, smashing the samurai of the Iron Kingdom right into the ground and drowning him. Ninji! Daisuke couldn't believe that Ninji was back. Be careful. You're pretty close to being a Budo Shimanobi, but you're still far from it. He threw out a bottle of elixir and then killed the enemy once again. A gaze in the crowd also keenly spotted him. Ninji's back. Tien's eyes nearly popped out of his heart. Lee grinned happily as well. The battle continued, and a figure was about to arrive. As he watched the teenager's fearless back, when he couldn't even catch up with himself, Hyuga Hinata suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if he was the stupid bird trapped in Kiba, unable to escape. He said happily, "Look, who's the bird in the cage?" Chapter 137, Crushing. It's been a long time since you've been back too, Mr. Skunk. Draikazana Musha walked across the street and flung his shuriken, blasting a few people right out of the way. Well, it's usually either night or a blazing sun, and today it seems to be raining. The skunk returned to the ancestral land of the Uchiha. Glancing up at the sky, he saw that it was cloudy, with the illusion of an impending downpour. Right now, including the three Nagatos from the rain-hidden village, all of the warring forces of the Land of Spirit were carrying out their respective missions, taking down one village after another as much as they could. Most of them who were on a mission to the Land of Fire had ties to the Konoha village. Sobering, Kakashi made a chopping blow, the small blade slicing through the samurai's armor, only to be blocked by Mifune. The old man's gaze was filled with scorn, knowing what kind of opponent he was about to face. Wavewind Swayman and Uchiha Bandito held the other samurai back, their gazes icy cold. Yellow Flash with a unrecognizable teenager. Mifune thought for a moment, still not recognizing Bandito. Maybe it's time to call me Golden Glitter. A layer of golden chakra covered out of Namikaze Suikato's body. It was the fusion of Aoshiro Senjutsu chakra and Aoshira chakra. Che, don't say it if you don't know it. Really, Bandito was angry. This old man, you do not know me, just pretend not to see the good. Have to say it. Interesting? Humph. I guess the strength should be good to be the partner of the copycat persona. Hagi Kakashi. Sobering. In the next moment, Joshinna's chakra erupted, directly lifting a large swath of samurai off the ground. The so-called iron armor was insignificant in front of their majestic chakra. Rin followed suit. As a former three-tailed human pillar, The green spirit also took an immediate liking to Joxin Nyan Rin, allowing them to join Latail Beast Hall and become one of his many Du Rinpoche. It's a bit of a crying shame to say that the most abundant thing about the Sirin Shinobi village is the Sirin Ninjutsu, the other direction. Giant snakes, toads, and slugs have long since subdued the battlefield here. The three Konoha ninjas return and powerfully kill off a large group of besiegers. Look, it's Lord Jiraiya. He's back alive. Tsunade-sama is there too. Great, they really aren't dead. I knew they would come back in a time of crisis like this. Is that guy Orochimaru? But I'll forgive him for striking at a time like this. And forgive people. I've heard that Orochimaru has accomplished more on his own than all 10 of your lifetimes combined. Pull back. I used to be on missions when I was in the dark sector. And this guy used to experiment on all kinds of innocents. There was a lot of arguing. However, the three Konoha ninjas who each had their own thoughts were not taking it seriously at all. At this point, a large group of Uchiha ninja with Sharingan eyes directly exterminated all the enemies in one corner. Back in their ancestral land, it was not nostalgia, but a final tribute that Uchiha Stopper and the others stood in a place where they had once desperately tried to get a foothold, only to be driven further away time and time again. After this time, they, the Uchiha clan, would no longer be the ones to escape while the night was young. Instead, they left bright and early, the other side of Kiba. Just as Maitreya was about to explode with even more potential after opening the 6 gates, a figure quietly appeared and gently tapped on his shoulder with his palm. The visitor was none other than Kiba Shirata. One is a 1,000-year-old shinobi, the once insignificant, but not quite quiet mighty Dai. The other is Kiba Shiratsuki, an elite upperclassman who has left behind countless legends. There was a time when they were the doomed hangers-on and the geniuses, the hard workers and the gifted, but the legend of each, and the acquaintance with the young come flooding into the mind at this moment. Why don't we old men? If we can live, then why don't we live with more expectations? Kiba Shirata disappeared into the crowd again in a flash. Instead, Maitreya smiled in relief as he saw one of the reserve ninjas coming with flying swords at their feet. They had been Konoha's lower, middle, and special upper ninjas. Right now, merely a reserve ninja of the Sirin Ninja Village. Another flavor lingered when returning here with the Green Spirit's mission. Maybe, it's called returning to your home in your clothes. Swish, I don't know whose flying sword broke through the air and killed the enemy back. When the siege is weakened by the ban, this battle also came to an end. One legendary character after another crushed the battle in its entirety. The Ninja Alliance felt nothing but despair. Why are they flying? Damn, where the hell did these guys come from? Why can't I break through their defense? That's the ninja forehead protector of the Green Spirit Ninja Village. If they're still alive, then wouldn't the Ninja Alliance be? Bang! A reserve ninja transformed a kitsune into a dozen spears that erupted from the ground and cleared the enemy in front of him. He clapped his hands together and wiped the blood off his forehead guard. Che, I'm a reserve ninja's forehead protector. I can only have a real forehead protector if I'm promoted to a Budo Shimonin. If I'm really that strong, I'll dare to kill back alone. As he spoke, a companion figure had swept past. Pust! Someone is seriously injured and is vomiting blood, and even a medical ninja can't possibly save him. A deja vu-like figure appeared and directly fed him an elixir. What is it? Ha, aren't you Tion? Your mother and I thought you were dead. Shut up. If you don't eat this blood recovery pill, you're afraid you're about to die. As the potency of the elixir was incorporated into his body, Konoha's Nakanobu soon felt an aura that set his nose on fire. And soon the power erupted into a massive amount of chakra, healing the wound in his abdomen and erasing all of the dark wounds. Eventually, even the skin becomes smooth and delicate. What is this stuff? It's amazing. I feel like not only am I not going to die, but I've even recovered my chakra. Can I have a few more to spare? If it can save your life. This stuff is from our village. If you want to ask your village for it, go. Che, you keep a renegade ninja arrogant what? Alas, wait for me. You fight alone is very dangerous. Even if I have been injured, I can help you. The Green Spirit Shinobu Village strikes. The Ninja Alliance then quickly collapsed like an earthworm, and soon fell into a situation where they were besieged by the Kiba and the Green Spirit Ninja Village. It can be a dilemma. They were at a stalemate and could only let the Green Spirit Ninja Village dispose of them. However, there was still a portion of strong people who were resisting, choosing to fight to the death. Chibiusa witnessed this with his own eyes and saw the true and complete chakra martial arts of the Aoshiran Ninja Village. Also saw the power of elixirs, martial artifacts. He knew that times were going to change. Above the high wall, two figures stood tall and watched the scene. It's none other than Chibiusa, Uchiha. Here come the silly boys. Uchiha looked at the teenagers back and said as such. They both seem like us back in the day. Chibiusa beamed, eyes on the ground. As the battle was coming to an end, the two teenage figures finally arrived as promised. When they saw that there were still people continuing to fight, powerful chakra erupted from their bodies, and their strong pressure directly covered the entire Kiba village. Orange and purple chakra, like a storm, cut right through the world. The Ninja Alliance felt an instinctive awe on the spot and chose to withdraw. In trepidation and uncertainty about the future, they looked despairingly into the cloudy firmament. A thunderous boom exploded the clouds that filled the sky. In an instant, it's pouring with rain. Naruto and Sasuke's gazes were like torches, looking out of the corner of their eyes. We are here to end this war. Chapter 138, waiting for an answer. Heavy rain poured down. The teenager's voice, however, was so powerful that it tore through the entire curtain of rain, cutting through the gusts of wind and lightning and into people's ears. Yes, undoubtedly, if one had to make a list of existences at the pinnacle of the ninja world today, there would definitely be the two teenagers in front of them. So what if the years wither and prosper? But it's just a flash of flowers. Only the sweat and laughter of a teenager will transcend time. The Ninja Alliance stopped their attack. They had been defeated and had their weapons taken away by the powerful men from the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and each of them detained. The ninjas and villagers of Kiba Village stood by the side of the road in bewilderment. To them, it was a battle where they were betrayed by the daimyo, in danger, and likely to lose their lives at any moment. They have little chance of winning. But right now, when this group of existences that were like heavenly descendants appeared, an inexplicable gratitude, as well as the confusion in his heart grew stronger instead, makes them want to run away. The oppression was so strong that even the look in Naruto's eyes after he got serious was enough to make one feel an illusion of near suffocation. This was the strength of the peak of Budo Nakanobu. In fact, once they broke through and went further, the two of them would not need to make a move. They could make most people kneel just by their own will. Swish! The rain is getting louder. As the whole of Kiba fell into silence, the figures of Chibiusa and Sarutobi arrived. The two of them, as the current supreme power holders of the Konoha village, possessed the qualifications to be with Naruto and Sasuke. What are you going to do after this war is over? What's happening in the outside world? And what's happening with the Ninja League now? Chibiusa asked a series of questions. Next to him, Sarutobi was keeping an eye on Sasuke and Naruto the entire time, and he wanted to make sure that the duo wasn't being manipulated by the Green Spirit. The Ninja Alliance has long since been completely destroyed, and the survivors have been incorporated into our village, with the rest locked up in cages. Sasuke only talks about the Ninja League because it's the enemy and the rest is out of his hands. After the war, do what you have to do, and as for the outside world, it should all be taken. Naruto said, chakra surging rapidly from his body. Sasuke exploded his chakra with it, lightning rushing through his body. First, the 9 Lama immortal patterns ascend. Immediately after that, the Susanoo mighty suit Orochi descends as well. Naruto's fist surged with orange chakra as his transmutation eyes looked down at the earth. Sasuke's assistant holds the long sword of the spirit, his Sharingan eyes, and his chakra eyes see through all. Kiba village, still want to fight? Strong chakra exploded at this moment. The lower ninjas of the Kiba village and the Ninja Alliance couldn't afford to fall to the ground on the spot, and even the middle ninja couldn't stand under such strong pressure. Drops of cold sweat oozed from Chikara's forehead. It was a scene he had seen before with two other people as well, Chibiusa and Uchiha Spot. Only in Naruto, Sasuke has many more complex powers, especially since they essentially, as Budo ninjas, possessed a danger that surpassed that of the Yugo in the eyes of the Chikage. He had also studied martial arts quite deeply. The first volume, and the second volume even gave him a strong sense of fear. If there really was a third volume in the world, that would mean that any ordinary person who could cultivate to this point all of its spiritual power is enough to immunize the vast majority of illusions, and its own chakra will be as inexhaustible as the ocean. It was hard to imagine that when two true Budo shinobi stood in front of each other, it would be doom and gloom for any kingdom or power. The most terrifying part of the martial way was this: no matter what kind of bloodline anyone had, they could climb step by step. As for the fourth volume, Chibiusa and Sarutobi, the head of the Nara family, studied it night and day. All of them could not speculate on any possibilities at all. They believed that it was very likely that Chakra Budo would have a third volume, which would mean a vast ocean of chakra, unrivaled mental power, and a powerful and unrivaled physique, enough to easily use that kind of powerful martial skill that kills everything in seconds. But, could there really be a fourth volume in the world? No way. The moment when Chibiusa and Sarutobi actually met Naruto, Sasuke, they understood. The third volume of Budokai does work, and Budokai Nakanobu is real. Their presumption was true, and it meant that they, the Kiba, and the entire shinobi world had incurred an unbeatable existence. If even the two of them possessed such strength, then the Green Spirit, who was the mastermind behind it, had probably become the legendary Six Paths Immortal, right? There is no future for shinobi. Chibiusa glanced at Sarutobi, and both of them understood what was going on in the local mind. Sarutobi Hizuru understood even more. In a situation like this, the Ninja League is a joke. and I'm afraid it's long broken by now. The next thing that should happen is that the Siren Ninja village takes over the entire world. When that day comes, the Konoha village will be completely isolated, and there will be no other way but to be completely removed. Do we really have to tie our hands here and now? Ridiculous. If that's the case, why don't you surrender to the Ninja League? As the second and third generation Naruto, they were both certain of the will in their hearts in an instant. I want to know, is Chikara still alive? When talking to his enemies, Chibiusa could only use the full title when it came to his elder brother, making it seem even more serious. Well, Uncle Juma is the #1 Budo Shimanobi on the Budo list. Naruto smiled happily. He really wanted a chance to fight Chibiusa. Is that so? Then, is it true that Uchiha's teenager, Uchiha-zan, is still alive and well? Chibiusa turned to Sasuke and asked. In this situation where the enemy was strong and we were weak, there was no need for the other to lie, so he chose to believe Naruto. Alive. All of us in the Uchiha clan are alive. There was a hint of hatred in Sasuke's gaze that made him completely let go of his hatred for Kiba in this one? Never. So that's how it is. No wonder he was able to take in all of the Uchiha clan that was born in hatred. He really does possess more powerful power. Chibiusa really wanted to see the green spirit. If there's still a chance after this downpour stops. He looked up to the sky and smiled. The corners of his mouth shallowly upturned, before letting out a long breath. So, what are you going to do with Kiba after the war? Chibiusa asked the one question that was crucial. He will fight to the death. A Kiba gaze followed him, because they knew that it would be Naruto's order. They were fearless even if the enemy they faced was simply unbeatable. Swish! A figure also came from all directions, surrounding all of Kiba. The reserve ninjas flying in mid-air were like heavenly soldiers, causing fear in the hearts of people. Once upon a time, the 3 Konoha ninjas, the 4th Kazekage, the Copy Ninja, the Uchiha clan, the Human Pillar. These people struck out in a swarm and were crushing level to any power. At this moment, Kiba Shiratsuya, who was one of the heads of the secret department of the Green Spirit Ninja village that was lurking among them, was even lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any time. The village's erstwhile first Naruto was standing tall and watching the show with arrogant spot. Everyone is waiting for an answer. Chapter 139, The Incomprehensible Green Spirit. How? Sasuke sneered. He knew these people, the Naruto of Kiba, would ask such questions. They seem to do everything for the Konoha village, but when it comes down to it, why do they even betray the Uchiha clan? Who founded the village together? What a crown! If it were not for the resurrection of the Uchiha clan, there would have been an even more revered teacher of Aoshiren in his heart who would have had to spend his entire life repaying him. If it wasn't for his yearning for a higher realm of martial arts, if it wasn't for the fact that he knew there was more in the world than just the tile in front of him. At this moment, I really want to completely step on this Kiba. But now, there wasn't any small village in Sasuke's eyes, because as a disciple of the Green Spirit, he understood that when the entire shinobi world was taken, in the future, they will step out into the stars, the universe. There must be more there, stronger and more powerful. Budo Jedi stops at volume 4 whenever possible. In Konoha, even Chibiusa could only imagine the 3rd volume. In the Sirin Shinobu village, people are still skeptical about the authenticity of the 4th volume. Only he and Naruto, unwavering in their belief that volume 4, and even volume 5, would not be the end. A mere Kiba is nothing to worry about. The Kiba village has not crusaded against us, so we have nothing to do with us after the war. Naruto chose to answer instead. He was equally unimpressed with Kiba. All he wanted to do now was finish the job and get out of here. As long as the Kiba village is not part of the Aoshiren Ninja village and not part of the Land of Spirit, he wouldn't have given this place a second glance. Now, I will announce an order to all the reserve ninja of the Aoi Spirit Ninja village. Budo Shimanobu to listen to the order. After the battle is over, we will have accomplished the Spirit Shadow's mission of cleaning up the Ninja Alliance, and all of these guys will be apprehended and taken back. A portion of the people were left to manage the Land of Fire, but the Konoha village was not included, and as for practical matters such as trading, they would need to be negotiated later. The Spirit Shadow has ordered that anyone who misses their hometown can stay and become a Kiba from then on. However, if you wish to bring your own family and friends to the Green Spirit Ninja, then everything is housed according to the previously reported family situation of each. The mission is declared complete. Each will carry out their tasks, and to leave, come to me and return the reserve ninja's retainer and will not be defined as a traitor. Everyone couldn't believe it when Naruto said that. Is the Sirin Ninja village so comfortable? It's also possible to quit. You should know that in any shinobi village, once you flee the village you are defined as a rebel. Is there some kind of conspiracy? When the ninjas of Kiba village thought so, the reserve ninjas of the Green Spirit Ninja village, however, were all filled with righteous indignation. Naruto-sama, what are you talking about? We are the reserve ninja of the Sirin Ninja village. Are we going to deny our whole lives just because of our past? That's right, and I'm going to bring my family to a better life. And I'm going to become a true Budo Shimonin. My family will return with me to the Sirin Shinobi village. And we'll have a brighter future. Never leave. All for the sake of the Sirin Shinobi village. A hiss made the thunder roar. Even as powerful as Kiba, they had never seen a village with such a strong will. The Green Spirit Ninja village was so powerful that they couldn't believe it. Could it be that all these people are under the spell of illusion? Good. Then communicate with the spirit shadow in your mind, and he will give you enough chakra to support more flying swords, Naruto said. Immediately, someone meditated in their mind, and a greenish-orange chakra quickly erupted from their body, and 3 flying swords floated out from around them, as well as a time-space ninjutsu scroll. With this, he could bring all of his family to the Green Spirit Ninja village and transfer his family's belongings through a time-space scroll. Mommy, I can fly. The little boy levitated in mid-air in surprise. His mother and sister, on the other hand, were terrified. How could this be possible? And what on earth was this flying sword? Chibiusa didn't stop them. In his mind, it was just a matter of picking up the ninja's family without spilling over to them before going to war. The Green Spirit Ninja village had already gained an absolute advantage, so how could they not take a shot at Kiba? This is a chance to almost annex the world. Although he didn't know what was happening in the outside world, once the Ninja Alliance was defeated, he thought that the battle power of the Green Spirit Ninja village would be enough to quickly take down 1 or 2 kingdoms. In time they would grow stronger. And rather than allow Kiba to become powerful in the meantime, they would be destroyed in the meantime. But as Naruto, it would be nice if some of the villagers, and even the ninja, could survive. Because those reserved ninja who were forced to leave Konoha were at least not betraying Konoha themselves. By leaving Kiba, they were able to keep at least part of their bloodline. It would be pitiful if, like the Maelstrom clan, the kingdom had been destroyed after the breakup of the village, with very little of the bloodline left. Chibiusa didn't want Kiba to be that damn thing. It was only after all the reserved ninjas were hanging in the air with their families that he suddenly had an epiphany. I see. From the moment you gave us the martial arts path in the beginning, it was a conspiracy. Let's get strong enough to be strong enough to hold them off. And you expected that in the midst of this war, we would refuse to join the Ninja Alliance. So, the Kiba village gained Budo. This is a conspiracy. A ruse to share the firepower for you. Shikuma thought he had an epiphany. Sarutobi Hizuru, who was on the side, only found it unbelievable that this was the case. Good for you, Sirin Shinobu village. You're full of tricks. Oh, all reserved ninjas of the Sirin Ninja village. Shiminobu, listen to the order. Sasuke didn't give a damn. He knew that now that the preparations were complete, it would be up to him to give the final order. And as for what Chibiusa said, he didn't care. Are you guys going to do it? Chibiusa knew that would be the case eventually. He also made the gesture that once Sasuke declared war, then he would fight to the end regardless. All the Kiba ninja were also waiting for him to make a gesture to start the war. Mission accomplished. Return to the village. As Sasuke finished this order, a group of figures quickly closed in, including the 3 Konoha shinobi who all chose to leave after glancing at Konoha. This powerful martial arts powerhouses left only a trail of backs to Kiba. No war, no response. They're just here to clean up the Ninja League and take one of the captives away, leaving only the Kiba crowd in the wind. No war? How is that possible? Caspian said he couldn't understand the world. Green Spirit, everything is Green Spirit. Sarutobi Hinata had another flashback to the guy who had broken the ghoul seal and sent him to the pure land of ultimate bliss. What a guy who can't make sense out of common sense. What the hell is he doing? Seemingly uncontested with the world, he ended up taking down half of the shinobi world step by step. Countless wars throughout the ages have failed to do so, and this time he chose to leave. What on earth was he thinking? Chibiusa was completely confused. Called Chang Ling peace-loving, he did what no one had ever done before, and was sure to take at least half of the shinobi world when this war was over. Said he liked to fight, and in retrospect, was never willing to start a more horrific war on similar events. This guy's brain circuits are not normal at all. The more he thought about it, the more he got a headache. With a thought that was extremely at odds with his calmness, traveled to the Aoshiren shinobi village as did Chibiusa to meet this Aoshiren. Chapter 140 Teenagers in the Rain. No war? Is it all over? The Sirin Shinobu village chose to call it quits and end an era that should have been a time of great suffering? How is that possible? Is he, Qingling, a saint? Ninji, Hyuga Hinata tries to retain his son. Father, are you and mother still unwilling to travel with me to the Sirin Shinobi village? Ninji finally asked. It was enough for him that his father and mother could come back to life again. As for the Hyuga clan, no return. Ninji, I'm a member of the Hyuga clan's branch. How could I? Hinata was also in a difficult situation, but the Konoha was getting weaker and weaker, so how could he possibly bear to leave at this time? Separation? With a grin, Ninji removed his forehead protector. the mark long gone from his bare forehead. There's no such thing as a branch or a home in the world. And do you know what the reason is that we can't guard our power? The power isn't strong enough, or the shinobi world isn't safe enough. It's the fact that there isn't a pathway to heaven that everyone runs to, a way for anyone to become stronger with a straight face. Ninji was impassioned. These were words he had to say, for it was the green spirit who had given him new life. He would always remember that morning, when he had traveled over the mountains and rivers and was weary. The green spirit just appeared in front of him and completely changed his life. And there was the anger of the Hyuga clan when everyone saw that he didn't have the caged bird seal on his forehead. It's dangerous, and it might cost the Hyuga clan their bloodline. It ended up being blocked with one hand by the clan leader, Hyuga Hinata. Siren Ninja Village. Is it really different from here? Not the same. Ninji's reply was powerful and spoke to his heart. So it is. Hyuga Hinata gazed at Ninji with an almost doting look, then waved his hand as if to say goodbye. Silly child. As long as the search for what the heart wants to chase, then go. But to become strong enough to protect themselves, but also one day, to protect us. Hyuga Hinata's words certainly meant a lot coming from him as the clan leader. The clan members had sideways glances, understanding what the words meant. Now the matriarch of this family has only 2 daughters. If a willing son-in-law is not found one day, it will mean that the 2 daughters will have to marry out and will not be able to become the next matriarch. Then Ninji, a member of the split family who doesn't have the caged bird spell mark on his forehead, would become the clan leader. I have my own path. Ninji didn't refuse. He had his own answer. The teenager turned his head without hesitation, just as he had that night, defiantly seeking strength. Only, time has changed, and the teenager has long since grown into a tree big enough for many people to rely on. That night, he marched alone and solitary in the moonlight, life and death unknown. In this moment, as he left, the eyes of the entire clan watched, hatred and expectation at the same time. Sakura crossed a street and leapt up, trying to catch the flying sword Sasuke had stepped on. Sasuke glanced back. There was only one thought in my mind. Her again? The one that almost became a member of the 7th class. But it passes by this life. If the Kiba village and the Green Spirit Ninja village were to separate from each other from now on, he and this pink-haired girl with a big forehead who had been in the same class for many years would never see each other again in their lives. Right? Sasuke will be carrying the mighty and unrivaled Uchiha clan. When the Uchiha clan, who had last seen the ancestral land, left brightly under the watchful eyes of everyone in Konoha village, Uchiha's reputation will also be replaced by Sasuke. He will gradually become the head of a clan. How can a teenager stop when he's been carrying so much on his shoulders for so long? Girls, forgive me for having too many pursuits in my life. If you can reach the heavens in one step, then try taking to the air instead of capturing my flying sword. Sakura? Naruto glanced back at Sakura, who hadn't caught Sasuke's flying sword, but didn't think too much of it, because he has long since seen past himself. Teenagers grow up mostly overnight, and he'd grown up too much too long ago. Turning back again at that moment, Naruto's gaze was instead on the back of the man who was further away, crossing a street, leaping onto a rooftop, and still chasing with his ninja run. Daisy. Naruto saw her, the shy girl who had been in his life since he was a little boy and had met her over and over again. It had served as one of the forces in his mind countless times after he had grown up. He wondered how long it would have taken him to discover this back figure hiding behind him without the green spirit. Naruto went straight, just trying to hold on to all the figures he could. As Daisuke came chasing towards him against all odds, the teenager turned around decisively. His flying sword was in the air. He put it away and still stepped into the air. That one turn made Sarutobi and Chikage hit the ground running for fear that he would do something irrational. Naruto-kun. Me. Hinata froze in place incredulously when she saw Naruto turn around, wondering even more about the fact that Naruto would call her name. The blush went straight to his brain and he fainted on the spot, only a long written letter in his hand, which he had not yet had time to hand out. Swish! The strongest members of the Hinata clan arrived, and Hinata scraped Naruto and picked up Hinata in a heartfelt hug. Sparks hid in the crowd, curiously gaping at the big brother who had made countless people fear him. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this. Naruto hadn't realized at all that one of his greetings would cause Daisy to pass out. He apologized in a panic, and after babbling something he couldn't understand, he was straightened up by Hinata, who stood up, took the letter, and handed it to him. Take it away. We're on different sides. I don't want Daisy to be viewed as some kind of undercover agent or hostile by the village. That kind of feeling, you should as empathize with it. Naruto took the seal and confirmed Daisuke's condition before choosing to leave. This time, he directly relied on the chakra in his body and traveled through the air. Being a Budokai ninja was enough to do this easily. He flew in mid-air, but his heart couldn't stop beating for a long time. The young man did not know that the panic of that parting was the very beginning of love. Naruto, idiot, be sure to see you again. Hey, wait for me. I'll definitely surpass you before I let you keep playing the bully. At the entrance to the village, the teenagers waved goodbye to him. Kagamaru, Tenji, Inazuka Toa. Come to think of it, he doesn't seem to be alone forever. Naruto grinned and tossed the bottle of potion. Teenagers apart. Never skimps on the laughter and tears. The rain pours down and washes away all the evils of the world. People have joys and sorrows, calmly watching the world move towards a future they cannot see. When they realize that they may have to start to understand the new era, the teenagers have long since raised their heads. Eyes flickered as they chased the fleeting opportunity. Teenagers in the rain, listening to the heartbeat of the times. Chapter 141, Too Much Rain to See the World. Kiba. Just watch the people of the Green Spirit Ninja Village leave, not retaining them, much less trying to stop them. That means a war like no other in history. And until Naruto, Sasuke left, only then did two figures leap down in a single bound. Uchihasu, Chibiusa was taken aback when he noticed the current figure. How did this guy suddenly come back? Could it be trouble? Casey, a hand rested on his shoulder. It's none other than Chibiusa. Big brother. Chibiusa then settled down. So they came back together? Wait, back together. How did these two get together again? That's weird to think about. Keep it quiet. The two of us came back this time because we want to do something, and we will naturally leave afterward. Leave? Where are you going, big brother? After hearing these words from Jubilee, Kajamu froze. Why did he have to leave as soon as he came back? He couldn't have been confused by the Green Spirit Ninja Village, right? Why is it always inexplicable? Not like the old Juma. There's no need to get too worked up. Nothing special has happened and the war you feared will never happen again. I don't know how long it will take for him to accept Kiba, but I don't think it will be long, because after this, he should be getting ready, as he said, to head for the stars of that universe. There was certainly no way that Juma could forget. Xingling reappeared in front of the crowd with the 10th tail swaying behind her. He was not the only one who was shocked at the time. This meant that the person in front of him had long since become a veritable monster. Just standing there was enough to make people tremble with fear. Did the Uchiha clan leave? Uchiha didn't care about the topic. Instead, he walked towards the edge of Kiba. That's the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. A gaze of either curiosity or hostility was always watching him intently, as if it were a ghost. They were curious about the man of legend, and fearful of whether or not, if he struck, he would spell disaster for the now fragile and vulnerable Konoha. However, as he walked past a tombstone, when he came to the Uchiha clan's land, his gaze was fixed on the place. After a long time, he craned his head to look at Naruto Rock, which had 4 sculptures on it, up to Namake's Sailor Moon. It's just a shame there's no him, and there's no need to have him. Finally, Uchiha raised his head to the cloudy sky. In the midst of the rainstorm, he wordlessly made a seal. The flames were like giant dragons, killing them in an instant. Burn the place to the ground. Start here. Just end here. From now on, you all need to remember that it was not Kiba that abandoned my Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan that built Kiba together back then that truly left this place. Perhaps the sky is too small in Kiba. After all, there is no room for my Uchiha's eyes that look through the very foundation of man. He put away his sword and twisted his head toward the outskirts of the village. The rain poured down, but it couldn't quench his determination to burn everything. From now on, I am no longer the head of the Uchiha clan either. Times change, and perhaps the boy whose eyes were as much about hate as power is a better interpretation of the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. He walked down the street, seemingly alone and shapeless. All alone, why not? Spot muttered. The sound of rain is drenching. Chibiusa retracted his gaze, and surprisingly, there was a hint of heartache. It's no wonder he's dead set on it. Back when Uchiha Zebra betrayed Kiba and declared war on Naruto Senjuma, he also counseled the entire Uchiha clan. As it turned out, the people were quite attached to the Hard One Piece and rejected the patriarch's warlike intentions. The results, on the other hand, are obvious. In the end, the Uchiha clan, which had endured again and again, was instead thwarted in every way possible, not to mention the Sannin, who had long since seen through Kiba in the brutality of war. Even Orochimaru is second only to Jiraiya in the number of missions completed. He has even experienced countless lives and deaths, and is accustomed to seeing the strife of this world, the mouths of the Kiba, and the greed of the daimyo. Kakuma, I have come to say goodbye to you, and to take my family with me, and to go forward to the Sirin Shinobi village. Nani, big brother, what are you talking about? Chibiusa hadn't expected this. On the side, Sarutobi Hinata, Sarutobi Asma, Mithraea and the others had also arrived here long ago. Upon hearing that Lord Naruto, the first generation of the Naruto, was leaving Konoha for another village, as a district martial arts under ninja, they were indeed struck inwardly, as if they had suffered an unprecedented betrayal, the kind that you would never believe even with a knife at your neck. The era that belonged to me has long since passed. What the future should be, you and I are both equally perplexed. and you should also be curious, right, about what the real Aoshiro Shinobi Village, the real Aoshiro, is really like. We were both wrong. Wrong in my naivete, wrong in Spot's cruelty, wrong in your worries, wrong in Daychop's hard work. Only by doing as the Green Spirit does can we bring true and lasting peace. This era has long since ceased to be the era of the god of shinobi. His name, Qingling. Even the name of God should be changed. Chibiusa slapped one hand on Kagemusha's shoulder, snapping him out of his trance. Unable to believe all of this, Kajimura could only stare stupidly at Chikajimura. Big brother, you can't possibly say something like that. How much effort have we and Kiba really put in for peace and stability up until today? If we just admit defeat like this, then everything will go down the drain. Caspian's head hurt. He couldn't understand his big brother. Why he would say such words that should not be said at all, as if he was a different one. Unless, of course, he wasn't a Chibiusa at all. No, Kakuma, you've been stuck in Konoha for too long to know what's really going on in the world. Maybe the real message will come through when the rain stops, but there will be no shortage of people who couldn't take it as well as you did at that point. There would never be another war in the shinobi world, and after this, Kiba would never be attacked by the Aoshirin Shinobi Village. I, on the other hand, will wait for you at the Green Spirit Shinobi Village, and I will return again once we have established contact with each other. Chibiusa waited a moment. His wife, Maelstrom Mito, finally showed up. Is it true that the Siren Ninja Village won't launch an attack on Kiba? Mito took Jubiai's hand, his heart all a bit in disbelief. Well, because that Green Spirit guy isn't human. I know, he's a fox like Nine Tails. Maelstrom Mito, after all, was the Kiba's generation Megatokyo human pillar, and knew quite a bit. No, he's a god. As Juma spoke, he waved towards Kajimura, traveling further and further away. In the midst of a downpour, Casey's vision was blurred by the rain. His heart was pounding and he wondered what in the world was going on. Even his most trusted, revered big brother would turn out like this. Green Spirit, it's the Green Spirit again. Because of this guy's presence, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket. It was raining so hard that Casey thought that maybe he couldn't see the world anymore. Chapter 142 Green Spirit Strikes. Moonflower Blossoms. Early morning. It was already after one night. Naruto, Sasuke brought back the captives himself. When the entire ninja league is held in a cage, the small village crowd was still tentatively moving deeper. Those of the great shinobi villages had long ago experienced enough to choose to stay on the fringes. They knew that to travel to the center of the cage was certain death. It wasn't long before a voice came from outside the cage. Jedi, Lord Orochimaru needs 10 white Jedi for his eternal life laboratory. Got it. The Jedi went mad and roared about. And it wasn't long before 10 white Jedi appeared in Orochimaru's lab. Facing this ninja alliance of life and death, the people were still waiting for Qingling to give the order. For this was the first time he had locked so many people in the cage. So there must be a deeper meaning to it. It's better to say nothing until there are real results. Under the sacred tree, the various village hitchhikers have long since begun to adapt to their new identities in a natural way. Most have completed their registration, yet still haven't begun the same metamorphosis as before. This meant that Qingling still hadn't made a move. This weird and unusual phenomenon, in the eyes of the crowd, must be that Qingling was in the middle of something big. He must be busy, one would think, mentally searching. Geo Core. The green spirit was twisting in a frenzy to keep maintaining itself, and the rate of chakra depletion had reached an extreme. I didn't expect to touch the limits of chakra in such a short period of time, so it seems that this Earth's core has really helped me. The reason why Green Spirit didn't manage the League of Ninjas locked in the cage, it's because he forgot. It's not that the outside world thinks it's doing something great. If, as in the past, it was the fastest way to consume chakra to quickly help everyone complete their metamorphosis, that would be the fastest way to consume chakra. Unfortunately, the more I consume, the more I keep twisting, and the more I'm constantly tempered by this high temperature and terrifying gravitational force, getting stronger and stronger in every way, and suffering less and less consumption. If he didn't take this opportunity to revive once, it would probably take less than a week to completely adapt to this power, and the rate of chakra consumption would be drastically reduced. Instead of that, it's better to take advantage of this gap in my temporary weakness to speed up my consumption a bit. Qingling opened his eyes, and soon even the third eye between his eyebrows opened with him. As far as his eyes could see and perceive, it actually converged in front of him with chakra as a projection, covering the whole planet. Only Kiba village is excluded. Have they all been taken? Cloud Hidden Village, how only the golden horn is left. The silver horn is still in the cage. These two goods are still locked in the cage. It is just right to talk to the same as the Jedi. Just right. Qingling confirmed the exact situation before turning to reach out a little. Soon, the Divine Tree's chakra diagram appeared in front of them. Densely packed, it had encompassed the entire shinobi world. and even the ground of the Kiba village had veins stretching underneath it. All except Kiba. Aoshira wasn't going to let Kiba grow a divine tree as well. Since people didn't belong to the land of spirit for the time being, then let's be at peace with each other. Begin! Xingling snapped his fingers. Soon, the divine tree vein in the chakra projection exploded in an instant, growing directly into a heavenly tree. The body of the tree is immense. The 4 major ninja villages other than Kiba are all on the same scale as that of the Rain-Hidden village, and the various smaller ninja villages are the same as those within the original spirit country. A divine tree appeared, directly like a kettle draining an unimaginable amount of chakra. You still need to bloom before you can bear fruit. As the green spirit spoke, the divine trees around the world wrapped the humans within their respective ranges directly into chakra cocoons and began their metamorphosis. It was all just a snap of the fingers for him, but to the shinobi world it was as if a myth had descended. My chakra is also about to bottom out, and lately I've also always had a jittery feeling that there's danger approaching from the depths of the stars. But it's good, the more dangerous it is, the easier it is to resurrect. On the contrary, the moon, even though I have my doppelganger to use to consume chakra, it's still too slow, and that has the bloodline left behind by the Rokudo Sennin brothers, so it's best to grow a divine tree as well. Xingling snapped his fingers, and what he called a divine tree streaked across the earth, directly wrapping around the entire moon. There seemed to be all kinds of chakra appearing, as if creating a whole new world. Not only the moon, but the various environments of the shinobi world were undergoing various drastic changes. It's a bit annoying to have all these ninjas in the Aori ninja village, so why don't we just go back to our respective homes? Aoshiran clicked his fingers again, teleporting back all those outside of the Aoshiran shinobi village, including the cage, and the rescued ninja. Only the class from before the shinobi war broke out was left. Phew, by the time this is done, it'll be enough to really drain my chakra. Well, at least it should be enough to transform the entire world, plus the moon, while being tortured by the Earth's core. It's just that the next resurrection is going to be a little harder, Xingling said, slowly closing his eyes while he himself continued to age, in a mad rush to accelerate the flow of chakra. The world was drawing energy from within him at breakneck speed. Moon. This place was originally attributed to the descendants of the Otsutsuki Hashimura line. They have inherited the white eyes for generations, and have also tried to obtain the more powerful power, the transmutation eyes, yet those who succeeded live only in legend. Today, as usual, the clansmen were again practicing individually. To the moon, a place not exactly fit for habitation. They had long been accustomed, long forgotten even what it means to be truly light and alive. But day in and day out, he cultivates and carries out the tasks left behind by his ancestors. Guardian of the moon. Suddenly, someone was on patrol when they heard a strange noise in their ear. This is the clan land where the family gathers, so you can hear voices in a different environment from the outside world. Just why does it sound a bit like someone breaking ground? Sobering. Just as he turned back, huge vines shot up into the sky, tearing up the floor with reckless abandon, covering the moon immediately afterward. Not only that, but vines, giant trees, springs, winds, lightning, and flames were born from each other, and even the earth was reshaped. As the terrain was shaped, rivers, springs appeared, winds and currents forcefully converge into an atmosphere, and the flames that surge underground sustain the heat of life. Thunder breaks through everything and is alive and well. Vines and other plants quickly consolidate the landscape and ecology. One moment, the moon was transformed into a huge garden, and this was only superficially maintained. It would take a long time for the change to be complete, unless someone was willing to step in and keep maintaining it with unimaginable amounts of chakra until a true moon core was coalesced. It's the only way to consolidate here. But the moon core was Otanashi Kagaya. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? This. No way. People were panicking and running around, unable to believe what was happening. Only the Otanashi Sherpa froze. He always felt it had something to do with the fox that had mysteriously appeared in the moon earlier. Even if it was only gone for a moment, it was indeed memorized by the clan. As long as there are clues, he will always find out the truth. Chapter 143, The New Shinobi World. Shinobi. Long before the moon underwent its metamorphosis, the place had begun to change in ways that would boggle the world's mind. A giant tree rises from the ground. Meanwhile, a sculpture fell from the sky. What the hell is this? I'm scared of mommy. Has the Ninja Alliance been destroyed? I've seen ninjas from the outside world attacking our village with my own eyes a while ago. The cries of children and the panic of adults who know nothing about it. Only, they know more than the child. That's when the Ninja Alliance joined forces and failed to take down that legendary land of the spirits. And it was a huge defeat, with all the ninjas taken down, alive or dead. As for them, these ninja villages, losing their patronage will also eventually lead to decline. Yesterday, there was even news that the daimyo's forces had also been uprooted. From now on, the land of spirit will be the supreme of all the shinobi world. They don't know what the future holds, but in the back of my mind, I think it's definitely not good enough. Isn't that what those big names are all about? Cruelty and greed. The Spirit Kingdom had done a miracle that no one had ever done before, so how could they not wantonly fulfill their ambitions? I'm afraid that in the future, the shinobi world will not only be taken down, but will also become slaves. A pang of fear ran through my heart at the thought of a future where I wouldn't even be able to eat. Until the party. A divine tree appeared in the village and they instinctively felt a sense of despair. Yes, the tree looked just as magnificent as it could be. How could it be defeated? They would soon be dead. Would it even qualify as a slave? In one village after another, despair had long been in the hearts of the people. Sculpture. The divine tree was not a hope in their eyes, but a fear of the unknown. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. In a cage. These guys who were originally still speculating about how the future would be like suddenly heard a voice that actually came from Qingling. It's no use keeping them, each to his own. Qingling's voice traveled throughout the shinobi realm through the divine tree and statue in a split second. People were a little dismayed when they heard it. Immediately afterward, the rescued members of the Ninja Alliance who stayed in the Eishiren Shinobu village were directly taken away by time-space ninjutsu and sent back to their respective villages. This is followed by the Ninja League at the edge of the cage. The first generation of Water Shadow and Earth Shadow who were in a state of dismay when they disappeared, were also directly transported away by the time-space ninjutsu. Sobering. One by one, the figures left, and the Green Spirit Ninja Village once again returned to the way it was before the Shinobi World War, as if those people had never appeared. Only a small part of it is different. 3 of the ninjas, including Kairabi, chose to stay behind. Since times were different, why couldn't they have stayed in the Sirin Ninja Village, a place more suited to tailed beasts and Rinpoche? After all, with the end of this war, all the kingdoms are long gone. The land of fire all went up in smoke, leaving behind nothing more than a Konoha village living in the middle of the cracks. Really just a village. As for the kingdom, only the land of the spirit remains. After the Ninja Alliance was teleported back, the Green Spirit Ninja Village once again erupted in unprecedented cheers. This meant that the Green Spirit had stepped in to truly announce the success of this Shinobi Wars mission. They will stand at the pinnacle of the Shinobi world and top the world. No one can laugh at them anymore. They are not rebel ninjas, much less a bunch of weaklings living in a small kingdom. In the future, the only true ninja will be the Budo Ninja. It's even possible that all ninja exams will be held at Cage Ninja, Sand Hidden Village. Here, as always, people live plainly. Only after the appearance of the divine tree there was more worry within. Suddenly, their ninja was teleported back and looked at the villagers in dismay. We're back? Why is there a divine tree here too? Yeah, does that mean it's part of becoming the land of spirit? It is hard to avoid regrets in the heart, but it is not easy for them to survive. Subfu didn't come back. He seems to have joined the Tailed Beasts Hall as a former one-tailed human pillar. The second generation Wind Shadow spoke. Let him go. All the ninjas have joined and they still seem to have an instinctive rejection of us. Hatsune Makoto was a little sorry, but it was good to know that everyone would be free of tailed beasts from now on, so there was nothing to worry about. The Green Spirit Ninja Village also sort of addressed the concern in another way. What does the future hold for the village? And do we really have to follow their orders? The third Kazekage was still reluctant to go into subjugation, feeling that at least some of his authority should be preserved. Otherwise all the villages around here in the Sand Hidden Village are weak, especially being in the middle of the desert with nothing to lose. They lacked resources and would only accelerate their destruction if they were to listen to the Green Spirit again. Rosa and his family stayed there as well, which also means that from now on we have a part of the Sand Hidden Village there no matter what. So don't worry too much. Hatsune Miikage was sure that if something really went wrong, Rosa and the others wouldn't fail to run the Sand Hidden Village. It's not just him. Now that the entire Shinobi Alliance had returned to their homeland, they were all worried about the future. After all, even the Cloud Hidden Village was only teleported back by the shadows and ninjas. Karabi and other successive generations of Bai, or Cloud Hidden Village human pillars, have joined the Tailed Beast Hall. They all became the human pillars of the Green Spirit. It could be said that just the Tailed Beast Hall could sweep the Shinobi world. Even if you don't, what can you do? Therefore, all are thinking of getting some of the help later on. After all the major Shinobi villages had their own people in the Aori Shinobi village. In their opinion, the land of the spirit would surely keep suppressing other villages for its own future as a way to keep itself alive. Facts. Their pattern is still too small. Just as they were worried, the huge chakra surged wildly. Deserts, rocks, vicissitudes of the sea, water and fog, wind and snow, mountains, forests, swamps, all sorts of landscapes and earth boundaries were drastically changing under Changling's powerful and incomparable chakra. The flowers are blooming. In the Iwagakure village, people gazed at the flowers in front of them and nearly choked as the large mountain was being crumbled by the flowers and trees. And this look was being driven by someone with chakra. The sands have stopped? In the village of Sand Hidden, a large tree appeared, along with a spring, erupting into a river, rock and soil, trees consolidating quicksand, completely transforming all of this earthly barren land. Ha 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 ha, look, it's a bridge, lots of bridges. In the misty village, the bridge spans an island and even digs underground tunnels. Under the ever-changing chakra and secret techniques performed, Green Spirit is hardwired to create cross-sea bridges and undersea tunnels. Look at the bottom of the mountain. Why are there so many trees? There's thunder and lightning rushing through the clouds too. In the cloud-hidden village, people lingered, some looking to the dense forest above the earth, others drawn to the thunder and lightning, peering at the constant changes. The sacred tree here towers so high that people have already started trying to climb it. All of a sudden, countless large hands of chakra extended out of the divine tree, catching everyone in a chakra cocoon that wrapped around the world. Don't make a move. This is Qing Ling's means. He won't harm you. The powerful men of the shinobi village roared nervously. They had long ago gone through a metamorphosis during the shinobi war and knew that it was not dangerous, but rather beneficial. As one life falls into slumber, only the tiny village of Kiba seems to be staying awake in the whole world. Cage Center. There are only 3 lucky winners left here. Golden Horn, Silver Horn, Jedi. Mud. How do I escape? Hey, say something. Jedi was speechless. He didn't want to talk to these 2 cuties. Say one more word. Chapter 144, Jedi and the Golden Horn. Silver Horn. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Believe it or not, I'll break your hand? Jedi was annoyed. In his opinion, there was no possibility of resurrecting Otanashi Kagaya ever again in his life. Encountering the plague god Changling was truly his bad luck. But, come to think of it, why waste any more time like this if you really have a choice? If you stay here, you won't be able to live, and you won't be able to die. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Plus the fact that the vast majority of the people in this cage had been released, leaving only the Golden Horns and Silver Horns, 2 guys who just didn't look too smart, and looking at them was a headache. Yeehaw, big brother, he cursed me, and threatened me. Silverhorn immediately sued. Hear that? What arrogance. This kid has a familiar aura about him. It seems to be similar to us, but even if it's related, we have to let him know what it means to be 2 lights on a cloud. Golden Horn's fist kaboomed right into Jedi's face. Big brother. He's going to use the transportation technique to escape. Silverhorn had begun his pursuit with full acceleration as he spoke. Trying to escape? Find him and make him look good just like you did with Casanova back then. After Golden Horn gave the order, the 2 of them flew through the forest. As pro-brothers who possessed immortal bodies and had their bodies transformed by the green spirit and their chakra metamorphosed, their battle power was also substantially increased. They walked the cages, searching for the Jedi. When he gets tired, he stops to eat these monsters that the Jedi's white Jedi experiments have turned into. After you eat, you continue to fight and keep pursuing. In the long run, the pair's chakra and physique gradually recovered, but the fight to find the Jedi never stopped. Damn it, these 2 are dog skin. No matter how much white Jedi I use, I can't stop them both. Jess sort of understood. Definitely Qing Ling deliberately arranged all this, letting Golden Horn, Silver Horn strike, in order to let him have a bad time in this cage. Not much longer. Just as soon as a new experiment was thrown in, it looked like a mammoth elephant. Only the constant aura emanating from its body seemed to speak of its fighting intent. However, the so-called essence of the battle team was directly reduced to a grill after encountering the 2 brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. A rich aroma soon wafted up. I am not with you, abominable. Jedi's teeth itched at the sight. Evening. It was time to experiment with martial arts tools again. And there were many martial arts tools with different functions that appeared, ranging from long swords that had flame and lightning attribute attacks attached to them after breaking through everything, to Naginata bags that combine time and space ninjutsu to create a specific, small, stable, alien space that originally contained people and things. Golden Horn and Silver Horn carried the attack and walked merrily through the forest, collecting one experiment after another. Big brother, these ninjutsu are so strong, with different functions. Nonsense. Use your words. It's not bad to stay here. Not only do we get to play and fight, but we also get to see all kinds of things. The 2 of us will be late enough to kill our way out of here one day, and when that time comes to take our revenge, none of us will be left behind. Early morning, the 2 traveled quickly through the forest. A large batch of pills fell from the sky. Usually, this is to let the experimental body to eat. The original test-specific efficacy, as well as side effects. Never thought. In the Golden Horn, Silver Horn appeared, actually a brain to eat. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, this stuff tastes much better than the Hyrule pill, but there's a flame burning inside me. Silverhorn's whole body was in flames and his head was smoking. It's too cold. What is this thing? Why is it freezing my energy? Golden Horn obviously didn't expect such a magical elixir, but the 2 of them were quick to find out. whenever survived the damage from a new martial artifact and resisted the side effects of the elixir. And they get stronger. This increase in power instinctively delighted them. Noon. The huge new experiment fell from the sky. Actually a giant python with a mouth wide enough to swallow everything. How strange. Why does this thing even have 2 horns? I don't know how they created this monster, but as long as I can taste it. Golden Horn and Silver Horn leapt up and disappeared into the python's stomach. 3 days later, the duo broke open the python's belly and were once again reborn. And they deserve to be stronger. Ha 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 ha. It's wonderful. It's not as good as the nine-tails stomach, but the flavor of this meat is quite good. The duo giggled as their auras continued to increase, eventually actually extending into a blood-red chakra. It turned out to be condensed into a chakra coat. Where is that guy hiding again? I wish I could find him and play nice. Silverhorn was a little curious to actually hide somewhere again. Maybe it's shyness. Golden Horn was also a bit impatient to find Jedi's original body, because the cage was so powerful. They had tasted everything they knew, and no matter what familiar chakra they couldn't break the cage. In the end, the duo could only choose to settle for the next best thing, living as the strongest experiments in the cage as a way to seek even greater power. All they have to do is keep growing, keep ebbing and flowing, letting the chakra expand more and more. The day they could get out of the cage alive, they were confident that they could be immensely powerful. But, before that, they seem to have only one playmate in this cage. That's the lovely Jedi. Therefore, he must be found. For this reason, the Golden Horn, Silver Horn brothers took a whole week to find Jedi, because by this time, the experiments had all been eaten over. The kitsune, which the duo had gained after transforming their bodies with the green spirit, turned the forest into their own world, filled with their chakra, which led them to the Jedi hiding in the shadows with pinpoint accuracy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jedi was bound in 5 different ways. The duo's chakra trappings were still emitting terrifying chakra. Funny, why don't you play with us? Golden Horn patted Jedi on the head. Let go of me. In terms of seniority, I am your grand uncle. Do you know the weight of an old ancestor? Jedi busted out. He hated the 2 cuties. He just couldn't figure out that a duo with such a high life force couldn't go and fight to the death to break the cage. Why do you have to pick on him? Is it wrong to be a child with a good heart who just wants to save his mother? Big brother, he cursed our old ancestor. Silverhorn was angry, and had a long sword with burning flames and entwined lightning in his hand. Chop! Golden Horn realized that any way they slashed, the Jedi would heal again. This guy's body seemed to be very special, and there was something strange about his bloodline. Why did you hurt me? Why? Jedi had done so much evil in his life that he never imagined that one day he would be tormented by a guy as bad to the point of pure evil as Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Reason? Interesting enough? Golden Horn gave his answer. Crazy. Then play with us. Silverhorn said happily. Play? How? Jedi thought to himself that finding a little opportunity would be enough to trick both of them. Let's have some of your chakra. Uncontested tears flowed from the mouths of the Golden and Silver Horns. No. In the sky above the cage, the only sound was the wailing of the Jedi, which did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 145, The Transformation of the Entire Shinobi World. Early morning in Konoha. The little farce in the middle of the cage is set aside for the moment. In the meantime, branches and chakra hands wrapped around all the ninjas, opening up a whole new world that was simply unknown in the afterlife. The world fell silent. The only thing that seems to stand out is the once land of fire, Kiba Village. Actually, after the Shinobi War, the land of fire had long since gone up in smoke. There is only one spirit kingdom left in the world. There was only one small dot in the entire Shinobi world, Kiba, framed inside. The heavy rain in Kiba is about to stop. Chibiusa looked puzzled. He had never been as overwhelmed as he was at this moment. Upon seeing those tall trees appear in the distance outside the village, he knew that he could either admit defeat and let the Konoha village live, or go up and smoke and wait for a day when the village would disappear completely. How to choose? He had always had the answer. Everything was fundamental to Kiba's existence. Swish! Kai's figure returned, followed by a figure. Lord Caspian, we've been near those giant trees, and not only have they transformed their surroundings, they've also caused everyone to be wrapped in a powerful chakra and fall into a deep sleep, which is tentatively ruled to be a form of illusionary magic. This is most likely the strongest illusion in the legend. The spirit world. Do we need to break through the spirit world illusion and save these people? They had planned to just break the illusion, but Kajikawa had said before sending them out that they should never make any trouble, and that they would be careful. A spirit world? Is he going to create a world where everyone is in slumber? Caspian was a little confused. He couldn't read the green spirit. So far, none of the logic of everything had succeeded in being viable in front of the green spirit. There are pros and cons to the spirit world that are not yet known. Saratobi chose to speak up after a moment's thought. So far, there's quite a bit of evidence that all people become stronger when they step out of the spirit world. I've read all the intel on them in the time I've been dead, with a particular focus on the spirit world. It could be seen that they had all fallen into the spirit world before when the Dawn organization was in a full-scale battle with the Green Spirit Ninja Village. After this, it was an unprecedented ban on jutsu, and we were resurrected. So it's safe to say that the ninjas of the Siren Ninja Village were powerful for a reason. Physique, reflexes, and chakra attributes are all far superior to ours, all stemming from this strange illusion. If my guess is correct, this time it will be for the entire shinobi world to transform together. Sarutobi Hinata's analysis was not unreasonable. However, Chibiusa's face changed drastically when he heard it. He saw a more important point. If the entire shinobi world managed to undergo a metamorphosis, wouldn't the future become more complicated? Because not only is Kiba going against the whole world, it's also going against the seemingly almost unbeatable enemy. Chibiusa's heart ached at the thought. A future like that is worse than death. Kiba will be the weakest existence in the shinobi world. Being the person at the bottom of the pile was bound to cause bullying from all forces. It may or may not become an endeavor. Thinking about it, Chibiusa thought to himself that he had come to a realization. I understand. Hinata, the green spirit is trying to keep us alive, and then divide us into a region of humble underdogs, those who have gone through a metamorphosis. Even a child, who with some training can rival most of us Nakanobu. In that case, our Kiba village will become an eternal example of any power that wants to betray the Aoshiren Ninja Village. And we are the best example of that. And then Aoshiren will build an era that absolutely belongs to him. And that will be an eternal hell for our Konoha. No wonder. Chibiusa had seen through everything a long time ago. At first, he thought that Qingling had given them martial arts techniques in order for them to cultivate and become stronger and be ostracized by the Ninja Alliance, thus blocking most of the battle. As a result, it didn't wipe out Kiba at all. This caused a moment of amazement to appear in him. Almost thought Green Spirit was really some kind of good guy. It was only now in retrospect that he realized Aoshiren's true calculation, which turned out to be to make Kiba a giant prison forever. Let the other forces, the clans, be forever afraid to confront the Green Spirit. Even Chibiusa couldn't help but feel a chill down his back at the thought of such a future. It was so horrible that the Green Spirit couldn't even be considered human. No, he wasn't human in the first place. Sarutobi Hinata naturally also heard the meaning of Kagemusha's words early on, and both of them had their gazes go cold with it. Made up some kind of mind. Go on, spread the word. We're going to start a war, and this time there will be only death, not life. Everyone else, get out of Kiba as soon as you can, because that will spill over to them. Chibiusa, inwardly grieving, strides toward the distance. More and more people gathered behind him. Sarutobi Hijikata, Maithreya, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hijikata, Inokashira, Inazuka Ichi, Sarutobi Asma, Maithreya, Yubori. They're going to a lifeless future. It's the eternal sunset. At least, it's still standing and alive, isn't it? Kill. Outside the Aoshiren Shinobu village. As they stepped over the mountains to get here, they saw a huge nine-tail that they had never seen before. Its body was incomparably tall, and in front of him, even the 10 tails was like a child. He was none other than the Aoshi spirit that had been co-created in the minds of the Kiba crowd. Everyone ended up dying in this battle, until finally, all that was left was a faint breath and a brightening sky. Mighty day. Mighty K's father and son opened the 8 gates and kicked a big hole in Qingling's stomach. Chibiusa and Sarutobi used Ghoul Seal exhaustion to take both of his arms away. The Konoha village fought tooth and nail to exhaust the Green Spirit and save the entire shinobi world. And the cost? Nature is the life of all Kiba. Hey, wake up, don't dream. A voice that I had never heard before rang in my ears. The early morning light shines on the earth. The people of Kiba village opened their eyes, only to realize that they were all standing in Uchiha clan land. This place had long been in ruins after being destroyed by the Uchiha, but now there was a tall giant tree growing with all kinds of fruits. My body, Sarutobi Hizuru, who had originally practiced martial arts a dozen years younger, was now more than 20 years younger. Totally can't believe he looks like this. It's amazing. What's going on? My chakra has become more. Chibiusa observed in confusion. Fire, thunder, water. In the distance, Lee is cheering. He, who had always been viewed as a waste of ninjutsu, had actually managed to perform a split jutsu. Strange. Yamato giggled as he studied the extra chakra properties in his body. Aren't we dead? Kei found it puzzling. It was only when the crowd came back to their senses and looked at the divine tree that they came to a realization. It turned out that they had long ago fallen into the spirit world, and all the previous battles were just illusions of being in it. It's just also too real. That green spirit, is it really as scary as it is in the spirit world? The Uchiha clan quit Konoha and this clan land went to the land of spirit. Is that why this big tree grew here? Chibiusa froze. He unconsciously looked in that direction where the land of spirit was. Somehow, he couldn't wait to meet this rare fellow. 3 misunderstandings made him never want to have any more misunderstandings. Chapter 146 Recovery of the Green Spirit. Shinobi, wake up! People looked around in dismay, unable to believe how quickly the world was changing. Why does this old body of mine feel like it's going to live for a few more decades? Ha! The old man walked out of the room in disbelief of his physical condition. Grandpa, how can you walk out of bed by yourself? The teenager was overjoyed, not realizing that his grandfather, who had been too sick to look at, would be cured again. The crops he had worked so hard to grow were taken by the samurai under the daimyo's command, and there was nothing left. Naturally, the original share that bought the medicine was never heard from again. All he could do was watch his grandfather die amidst tears. Little did I know that I would wake up and almost come back from the dead. It's God. This is the power of God. The old man was in tears, and he couldn't help but wipe up his tears as he looked at the giant tree. In the meantime, in this world, I don't know how many other people like them regarded the appearance of the divine tree as a miracle. One village, one mountain. People are looking forward to a new era. It seems that every day ahead becomes possessed of hope. One day later, word came from the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Declare that the entire shinobi world, in the future, will be nothing but the land of spirit? A reserved ninja stood on the dais reading aloud from the information in his hand. From now on, there will be no more daimyo, no more samurai who collect your lives with their swords, no more ninjas who appear at some point and suddenly disappear. After that, there will only be one Raikoku. Sirin Shinobu Village will become the capital city, with 5 major villages, 15 smaller villages, and 365 smaller villages. Someone will come to teach you the new chakra technology. Above this divine tree, there are ninja academies of various sizes, as well as testing grounds, small alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, and martial arts pavilions. This is the era belonging to ninjas, and even more so, the era of martial arts. All the statues you can see will keep you safe at all times, with the chakra of Lord Spirit Shadow attached to them. He will always protect you. Only after all this was said and done did the preparatory ninja leave quietly. This village in the middle of the mountains was almost dumbfounded. They originally belonged to the Land of Thunder. Overnight it was heard that all the great names of the Land of Thunder had died in one fell swoop. No longer do you have to submit the beef you've worked so hard to raise to the daimyo and not get a full meal in return. We're a small little village, aren't we? That's wonderful. We're little village now. There was much that the children could not understand, except that they too were henceforth divided into the land of spirits, that wonderful land of legend. The adults, on the other hand, were listening intently, trying to find the words in the word that would make them give everything they had. As a result, I didn't even find anything that made my heart skip a beat after listening to it. Suddenly, some bold child walked up the steps of the sacred tree. The family worriedly went after it, only to be left far behind. When he disappeared into the trunk of the tree, he suddenly burrowed his head and cried out in delight. There are so many things up there, and all kinds of houses that have never been seen before, and the fruit is delicious. The teenager ate a picked apple and smiled in such a way that all the gloom lifted from his heart. After this, a single figure rushed towards the divine tree. None of them let out an exclamation of their own. Unbelievable to see a building like a heavenly palace, and especially careful to try to deny it when it actually appeared in front of him. The only way to feel your hot blood and thumping heart is when the truth is powerfully in front of you. 3 days later, with the divine tree being curiously pondered by the people, after considering themselves to be from the land of spirit, another man came and took the rails out of the nave and laid them into unimaginable tracks. The steam train appeared and scared off the timid, but there were still many who peeked at the behemoth. They saw hot air balloons, they saw giant ships. The first volume of Budo began to circulate among the villages, officially announcing the emergence of Chakra Budo. That is to say, as long as we continue to cultivate, one day we can also obtain the second volume of the martial Tao, or even the third volume? Water Shadow couldn't believe it. He was in a bit of a trance. If it was so easy to get this thing, what was the previous war for? Not just him, everyone was in a daze. Is it possible that it was them who did it? Day 5. People traveled by train and giant ships to the capital city, the Eirin Shinobu village. This time, they saw huge crowds of people in various places building houses, roads, new farms, ranches, orchards, and fisheries. There was also a huge factory sprawled across the land. They will be going forward to study at the Sirin Ninja Village, the new ninja academy, with all sorts of things to learn at the medical academy. Their rules, as well as know nothing about alchemy, immortality, martial arts, martial artifacts, puppets, and so on will lead to a new frenzy. There will undoubtedly be all sorts of new careers after this. Alchemists and weapon makers will surely become the most sought-after professions. Outside the village, a group of shadow class, elite top ninjas stepped off the train and once again arrived at the Green Spirit Ninja Village. Deep down inside, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. Thinking about the shinobi world they used to be in, it's no comparison to what they have now. No wonder even Senjuma and Uchiha-san recognized that in the end, they were still too short-sighted. However, the crowd that had been mortified in their hearts suddenly saw a host of people who should not have been there. When I looked around, it turned out to be the ninjas of Kiba. Arguably, because of the special situation, the sacred tree is in Uchiha clanland though, but Kiba village is not part of the land of spirits, so no one was sent there to do anything. Only after they have studied the divine tree on their own are jaw-dropping. Especially the various buildings actually hide a large number of secret arts. Martial arts pavilion is even more exaggerated with human ninjutsu, physical arts, illusionary arts compendium, and a book of martial arts that are divided into heaven and earth. Xian Huang. The one thing Chibiusa couldn't understand was why the highest was only the Genji rank. Right now, after giving it some thought, they could be said to have the support of the entire Konoha, and had specially come to the Green Spirit Ninja Village to find out what was going on. After the Shinobi War, the descent of the God Tree, and the Spirit World, none of the people present dared to question Xing Ling's existence. They were even looking forward to being able to cultivate to the third volume of the martial Tao one day. The fourth volume of Budo, which was originally viewed as unlikely to exist no matter how one reasoned, was also memorized. Time has passed, and who dares to confidently say that there is absolutely no fourth scroll of the martial way in the world? Say that and doubt yourself. Even Sarutobi Hinata, who was known as a ninja professor, and Shikuma, who had developed countless forbidden arts, were puzzled. They had come this time, and apart from negotiating various matters, they also wanted to see the green spirit with their own eyes. Ask if the fourth volume of Budo exists. The group walked down the streets of the Green Spirit Ninja Village, all unknown. The shadow of this village died a long time ago, and it was a week ago. After they went through the metamorphosis and awakened, the green spirit died. However, the Green Spirit Ninja Village had long ago experienced too much, and they firmly believed that the green spirit was merely sleeping and would inevitably awaken again at some point. Between life and death, it's nothing but blight. The blossoming of flowers had long since become a passing cloud in the eyes of Qingling. It's just that every time you die, you cut through this heart-rending pain. Chapter 147, Strength Surge, 1000 Budo Shimanobi, God Tree Plaza. A number of people had long since gathered here, and they were all coincidentally all waiting for Qingling to arrive. However, there is another extremely important matter here today. That would be a realm breakthrough. Budo Nakanobu, Whirlpool Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke are about to break through to Budo Upper Ninja. This is a realm that is inaccessible to all. It means that one will have the possibility of accessing the fourth volume of the martial way. In fact, most people were wondering about the possibility of a fourth volume of the martial Tao, and just how powerful it would be to create a fourth volume of the martial Tao. It was reasonable to assume that after breaking through the Budo Nakanon, it would be possible to reach the point where the physical body would be enough to carry most of the ninjutsu. The physical arts, their martial will could still be strong enough to ignore the many illusions, and even if they were caught in an illusion, they could still desperately make a crack. In this respect, it seems that the 4 volumes of the martial arts have been in a state of envisioning. When all eyes gathered on Naruto, Sasuke, the two were completely unconcerned. Instead, a number of Budokai Shiminos, as well as Budokai apprentices, had gathered behind them, especially the Budo apprentices, including some of the disciples of the Ninja Academy, as well as all the preparatory ninja from before. They had all gone through a long period of cultivation and had finally reached a step that was enough to break through. This day, the original Sirin Ninja Village would reach the limit of full reserve ninja stepping into the Budo Shimenji. SS, the second generation water shadow, ghost-like Mirage Moon couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If so many people stepped into the martial way of the lower endurance, and then came into contact with the green spirit immortal laws and martial techniques, how terrifying would it be? Enough to usher in a whole new era, I guess. It's creepy to think about. Will they succeed? Get ready. Naruto's fists clenched and a terrifying chakra immediately erupted from his body. The 9 llamas appeared, and with them the massive chakra was raised in an abrupt manner. It could be seen that this was the human pillar power and the tailed beasts promoting their realms at the same time. On the other hand, people not only saw the legendary 9 tails, even more so, I saw the Yamanano Orochi. Its promotion along with Sasuke was accompanied by a lot of emotions in his heart. Father, I will step into a higher realm. Yachi Orochi was undoubtedly happy about this moment, possessing a full heart for being created by the green spirit to welcome this brand new world. The most important thing he wanted to do in his heart was to do his best to become stronger until he had the qualifications to stand beside Qingling. Boom! This time, people finally got to see the majestic chakra inside Naruto and Sasuke. How is this possible? The chakra in their bodies is actually comparable to that of a tailed beast after a full-blown outburst. It's unimaginable that humans can actually reach this point. Coupled with that powerful bloodline and physique, the Sandaime Reikage was a bit surprised. After all, This was a realm that could be touched by anyone who practiced martial arts. Lonely, at a glance you're from a small village, right? He said that the Budo Shiminshu can also access the Green Spirit Immortal technique, as well as the real martial arts. When the battle power is truly enhanced, what you see is just the power they manifest. A sand-hidden village ninja who had participated in the attack on the Green Spirit Ninja village said so. That's right, he said that after being promoted to Budo Nakanabu they would be even more transformed, that even ordinary people would be able to fly, and wouldn't need flying swords at all, but that their own power would be at such an unimaginable level, that they would crush the tailed beasts in every way. In the outside world, there has always been a legend of the Budo Nakanabu, also known as the extreme-tailed beast realm. Nani? Hearing these people's discussion, he who had practiced chakra martial arts, as well as being infinitely close to the 9th level of apprenticeship, was a bit shocked inwardly now that it was worthy of being a chakra martial art. I really can't believe how powerful Naruto will be if he breaks through to Budo Shinobi. Yes, this kind of thing is probably something only Orochimaru-sama and Mr. Tout can look into. Look, Lord Orochimaru is here. These people who couldn't see Naruto, Sasuke's breakthrough, looked to Orochimaru. Standing beside the latter was none other than Doodle, and both of them were simultaneously scribbling away, taking notes on the various performances of the Budo Shinobi. Great! A legendary realm that truly triggers a qualitative change, with the possibility of reaching the 4th level of a 1,000-year lifespan. Orochimaru speculated that waiting until the 4th level of the martial arts path would likely have a lifespan of 1,000 years, though there wasn't any real evidence to confirm this at the moment. Unless Naruto, Sasuke really breaks through. Swish! A golden light shot up into the sky, only to see the two of them suspended in mid-air at the same time. Various familiar chakras turned into circles and swirled around each of them. The chakra in their bodies rapidly depleted until not a single drop of chakra liquid remained before they slowly fell from the air. At the same time as they made their breakthroughs, thousands of preparatory ninja and ninja academy teenagers made their breakthroughs one after another. An unprecedented strength erupted from their bodies. The Budo Shimanobu who had long since stepped into this realm rushed to use Suetun to remove the impurities it had resolved. And they, the veteran Budokai Shimanobu, had also risen in realm dramatically, infinitely close to the Budokai Nakanabu. However, it seems to take a little bit of opportunity to get to that point. After all, the comprehension of martial will was crucial. Just as a Budo Nakanabu needed to possess their own martial arts techniques, a Budo Shimanobu must truly possess their own martial arts will, or else it would ultimately be difficult to overcome. These people's realm breakthroughs instantly plunged the Green Spirit Ninja village into a delicate atmosphere. It appeared that the strong men from the villages who had come to watch the show had become a backdrop. Maybe it's time for a promotion. Jiraiya walked towards the front. As a ninja who had been exposed to martial arts early on, and who had secretly observed the Green Spirit countless times during that time, his endurance has long been through this life. The moment one truly steps into the martial arts, his martial arts path was born with it, not forgetting his true heart to make this world truly peaceful. To this day, he is no longer confused, found the true child of prophecy, the Green Spirit. A powerful martial will cause this later advancing magnate to burst forth. In a matter of moments, he finally broke through the realm. Budo Nakanabu. People didn't expect that the first one to break through would be Jiraiya, as he had been far too silent for a while now. How cunning. Jiraiya, I didn't realize you were the first of us to reach it. Orochimaru even expressed a bit of envy, but his eternal life martial Tao was also going to be truly accomplished in just 3 days. Swish! Just as Jiraiya broke through, 2 figures descended from the sky. So it's like this, infusing one's will into martial arts? Looks like I get it. The Yukihan quickly took over as he spoke, dispatching the massive chakra in his body and beginning to promote. The transformation of the way of endurance into the way of martial arts means that one is no longer a sneaking shadow, but a person of light, and it is indeed a bit more difficult. Chibiusa wasn't far behind. The birth of 3 new Budo Nakanabu in one go had undoubtedly stunned everyone present. In the meantime, Naruto, who had still appeared to be motionless, and Sasuke once again erupted in radiant light. They really broke through. Chapter 148 Chakra Golden Elixir. Budo Utina. Orange and purple rays of light appeared on the 2 of them respectively, gathering in to transform into a kind of strange and bizarre flame that burned continuously. Just when the duo's chakra was almost exhausted, a tiny bead came out of each mouth. Orange flames lingered outside Naruto's orange chakra beads. Purple flames lingered outside of Sasuke's purple chakra beads. This scene directly stunned everyone. What the hell is it? Does this bead have any magical powers? Phew! Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, the duo swallowed the beads into their stomachs at the same time. They had never felt such a powerful force before. Immediately afterward, the flames began to burn his body inside and out. Even they couldn't endure this simultaneous burning on top of chakra, soul, and body. The wails of agony made the crowd sniff. It wasn't until a long time later, when they simultaneously regained their breath and felt the seeming power in their bodies, that they dared to be truly convinced that they were still alive. Standing up, their bodies were just right. Even the skin looks flawless. The temperament was dusty while a single glance contained a powerful sense of oppression. I see. That bead is the symbol of stepping into the fourth level of the martial arts path. That is, the true upper level of the martial arts path. And that flame can burn not only the body, but also the soul and chakra. Does it mean that by advancing to Budo a Shinobi, one can obtain that powerful flame? As Orochimaru recorded his epiphany, Pocket, on the other hand, quickly jotted down a large circle of features next to him. The fourth level of the martial Tao became possessed of an immortal-like aura, and they looked down on the earth as if they were immortals beyond the heavens. The moment. Everyone was waiting in silence for the two of them to speak. What the hell is that bead? Why, it's so amazing. It seems lighter. Naruto levitated in the air, unable to believe that floating was so casual after stepping into this realm. Yes, I feel at least 10 times more enhanced. Sasuke pointed out a finger, and that purple flame wrapped directly around the outside of his Susanoo, whose form even reached the branches of the sacred tree. It's horrible. 1 foot can be a village. This scene was a bit of a surprise to see even the newly promoted Budo Shinobi Uchiha. And that flame is even more familiar to the Uchiha Weasel who stepped into the lower ninja of the martial arts path. It has a lot of similarities with his flame awe. If everyone who stepped into the upper endurance of the martial arts path could obtain this flame, it would be unbelievable. It's too powerful. Did we turn out to be fighting against this kind of power? The first generation Mizukage felt that he had been too stupid before. If Chibiusa was already a god of the shinobi world, then what level of monsters were these new generations of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village? Damn it, they haven't made a move since the beginning. Are they afraid of accidentally stepping on ants? The second generation Tsuchikage said with a self-deprecating look on his face. This was like a child's tantrum compared to his battle with Anajirai Mirage Moon. It's not in the same league at all. I can't take it. The third Kazekage, who had always been known as the strongest Kazekage, now felt that there should only be one shadow in the world, and that was the Spirit Shadow. He is the only one who has been the strongest throughout the ages. We have stepped into the fourth level of Budo, but that doesn't mean we have become Budo Shinobi. To truly become Budo ninjas, we must be recognized by our teacher, and before Sensei makes his appearance. What I will tell you is that the fourth level of the martial arts path does exist, and that this is only a true step onto the path of the martial arts path, and that there is still a moderately long way to go before the pinnacle. Teacher said, we just will all chakra cohesion into his chakra Gold Dan. Gold Dan is not broken. We will not die. It's not only can enhance 3 times the rapidity of cultivation, but also can make all aspects of the substantial increase. That flame is called the Dan Flame. Not only can it be used for fighting, but it can also be used to refine pills. And even when you are cultivating and resting, the pills will automatically defend themselves, Naruto said, once again looking sternly at the god tree. In normal times he would have been comfortable, but this was the moment when he was about to be ordained as a Budo Shinobi by Qingling. He, Naruto, had actually become a Budo Shinobi. Nani? Those who were originally in the Aoshiren ninja village naturally had no doubts. Instead, the crowd from the outlying villages was a bit confused. It turned out that stepping into the fourth level of Budo didn't mean that one possessed the qualifications to become a Budo-shan ninja, unless they were enshrined by the Green Spirit. Thinking about it, after all, it was the person who created the martial arts, so naturally they had this qualification. It was just that they couldn't believe it. If the Budo upper ninja possessed 10 times the power of the tailed beasts, then how strong should the Green Spirit itself be? Will this tiny shinobi world still be able to accommodate the countless powerhouses of Budo in the future? What else do they want to do in the future? Fly off this planet? Well done. A familiar voice came from the sacred tree that even those from outside the village remembered, because they had heard similar sounds in the spirit world. The moment. A fox demon dressed in green appeared out of thin air. He possessed 10 tails, one of which was still emitting a strange golden light. The one vertical pupil between his eyebrows remained closed, but it held countless legends. It is said that the illusory spirit world, and the mysterious forbidden art of bringing countless people back to life originated from this eye. What was even more different this time was that not only was the Green Spirit's chakra, but even his fur showed an orange-green color. It was as if the whole body was revealing a message. Don't come near me. If it was that Naruto and Sasuke had been primed with an aura of immortality, then the Green Spirit was that true immortal. He unclasped his cloak and looked at the 2 disciples. During the time I slept, you actually didn't desert your martial arts. You deserve encouragement. And all the quests were completed as much as they could be. It's time to qualify for a wish, as well as a new scroll. Name your wishes, Naruto, Sasuke, and granting wishes? Once again, the outlying villagers were amazed. That's too good. While they were still wondering what the reward would be this time, Naruto had taken the lead. I wish Ichiraku Ramen would open in the village. Nani? Wasting such a good wish for a bowl of noodles? It's okay. What about you, Sasuke? The green spirit recognized the wish. He knew Naruto was a foodie. I want a ring that can hold enough stuff to travel across the universe with no problem. Good. Sure enough, from the look in Sasuke's eyes, Aoshira knew that Sasuke had plans to travel to the Sea of Stars in this seemingly peaceful day in the shinobi world. He nodded, the suspicion in his mind hardly wrong. 2 scrolls were thrown out with it as well. Separately, the 4th scroll of the martial arts and the quest scroll. I'm still a little sleepy, so I'll take a break. And I'll also remind you that the path of Budo is incredibly difficult, especially the stages of Budo Nakanabu to Budo Ashinabu, and Budo Ashinabu to Budo no Shadow. If you're just an embryo that has coalesced to Jindan, then you can call it a special upper shinobi. If one stepped above the Budo Ashinobi and did not touch the shadow of the Budo, it was called an elite Ashinobi, but that's all an afterthought. Most of you aren't even close. Qingling smiled and disappeared into the eyes of the crowd. Only a bewildered crowd was left behind. Chapter 149, Super Reward. Once again, they were shocked. It turns out that Budo also has a special upper shinobi. What made them feel even more suffocated was still the fact that Qingling said that when stepping into the pinnacle of Budo Upper Ninja, there would be the stage of Elite Upper Ninja, and only after that would there be the shadow of Budo. What do you mean? Equivalent to 3, 5 Wudao, as well as 4, 5 Wudao? And the shadow of the martial way also meant that there was actually still a 5th level of the martial way. Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that there was such a powerful force in the world, which they had always suspected, was simply a frog in the well. I will cultivate. I will spend this life cultivating martial arts, and I will surely step into the shadow of martial arts realm at the peak of martial arts. When you say the shadow of martial Tao, could it be the realm of spirit shadow? Hiss, you don't say that's really possible, but how powerful would it have to be? Hearing people speculate, Naruto and Sasuke didn't take it seriously at all, because Qingling's true strength could never be the shadow of the martial way. Every time he saw Qingling he felt that he was more powerful, even beyond the boundaries of what he could understand. Its realm is estimated to have long been out of the realm of the gods. By the way, I also want to congratulate all of you for truly stepping into the martial Tao. All realm promotions today will receive doubled martial Tao ranking rewards. The voice of the green spirit once again came from the divine tree. The outer village was in a daze, because after they came out of the spirit world, the green spirit was long dead and was in the process of being resurrected again. Naturally, he hadn't seen the martial arts list, and was completely unaware of what it was. At the moment there was nothing but blank stares at each other. It turned out to be the same nothing. Great! Double bonus! Ah! But it's impossible for our strength to step into the top 100 of the martial Tao ranking. Idiot, didn't you hear Reikage-sama? It's everyone. Swish! Just as they were surprised, a list of lists appeared. When this thing appeared, it really startled everyone. And it was even more heartwarming when they saw the wide array of things. What surprised them, though, was that the original body shadows were all only on the martial arts apprentice list. It's not necessarily the front yet. Damn it, how did this happen? It was important to realize that the martial arts lower ninja of the Green Spirit Ninja Village had already broken the 1,000 mark. The whole country of spirit, but everyone is an apprentice. It's just too much to think about. They, who were originally the pinnacle of existence in the shinobi world, were all of a sudden at the bottom of the heap. It's depressing to think about. I wish I could talk to Qingling about life. How could they not give them a little lesson earlier so that they would realize the gap between themselves and Qingling so that they could cultivate the martial way earlier? Swish! Just at the moment when the martial arts ranking was refreshed, a rain of light flew out from the divine tree in the sky, consuming an unknown amount of chakra and directly rewarding everyone. Compared to before, this time, the rewards were not only in the Green Spirit Ninja Village, but the entire shinobi world, which possessed a minimum of encouragement prizes. It's often a nice elixir. See this scene. Chibiusa was numb. Shall we join the land of spirit? Someone whispered a suggestion. This time, Casey didn't retort. If the shinobi world gets stronger and stronger with all the rewards they get in the long run, won't they be weak to the core? After all, even Big Brother, Chikara allowed it. Everyone loves it, and it's okay to join in. Just how do you say it? If I had known that the Green Spirit Ninja Village was so good, I should have gone along with it after the war ended. Everyone should cultivate well. From now on, it will be changed to a weekly refresh of the martial arts ranking, and the rewards will be the same. All the people and cultivating beings of the land of spirit can obtain it. Oh, this reminder from Aoshiro completely dumbfounded Kagemusha and Hinata. Once a week? The worst of these pills they had seen in the Divine Tree Alchemy Room in the Kiba village, and the most common one required 10 days of sleepless refining, and he gives a bonus one a week. And I forgot to mention just now, all those who step into Budo Shiminobu, and above, in addition to the daily rewards, there is also a monthly distribution of Budo Ninja pills, martial arts tools, martial arts techniques, etc. and Budo apprentices will receive the same, but it is far less than Budo ninjas. After hearing that, Caspian muttered silently in his mind. Also, how many Budo apprentices there are? Even if it's less than a Budo ninja share per month, that's quite a lot. And so on. It dawned on him. In other words, in addition to getting a weekly martial arts ranking refreshment reward, you can receive one every month? Xingling, what is this doing? A month to send 5 rewards to all people. Ascending the list will also give a better one more. At this rate, what kind of monster will the Sirin ninja village become? Will their village create all things? Chibiusa, who had been hesitant just a moment ago, completely froze. Must join. Should have listened to his big brother a long time ago. Kiba village must not be left behind. Oh yeah, I've been a little busy lately, so let's get this month's share out first. Swish. Once again, a share of the Rain of Light from all of Shinobi fell into the hands of the people. They didn't even understand what exactly this thing was, but after opening it, they found that it was a storage ring, as well as enough pills inside for a month's use, battle-consuming martial artifacts, and one-time use martial skill perception stones, respectively. This. Chibiusa's eyes reddened as he watched. If he didn't allow the Kiba village to join the land of spirit, he would be 1,000 years of sin. Now immediately, he was going to find Xingling. What was most unexpected to him was that he himself had also received a reward, and he had a share in the list reward just now. Kajimura wondered if he gave it in passing because he was staying in the Aoshiren Shinobu village, but it wasn't always available in the faraway Konoha village. As Naruto, he had to look out for the whole village. Go! With a command from Kakuma, all the ninjas of the Konoha village went out, and the ninjas ran towards the sacred tree. It only left the rest of the village's powerhouses baffled. They just came for a visit, said nothing, watched a bunch of monsters get promoted, and the true strength of the Green Spirit Shinobi village. And then it was so rewarding. I must climb to the top of all the martial Dao rankings. The fourth Raikage swore darkly. After we go back this time, we must make all the ninjas cultivate hard and tell them that only by stepping into the martial arts list are they truly strong in all realms. The first Mizukage ordered. Just as they were jittery, Sasuke opened his mouth and looked around before speaking. I have asked you here today to announce that from now on, there will be no more previous ranks as villages in the land of spirit, and all shadows will be a village title. No more daimyo, and only one shadow. All village systems were to follow Budo, and all previous shinobi were classified as Budo apprentices. From now on, our rules in the land of spirit are the rules, and the Sirin Ninja village is the capital city of the shinobi world, where there is no sunshine. We travel together. I am the only green spirit in the world. Those words subdued everyone, and they realized that Sasuke spoke with a powerful oppressive force that made it impossible for them to even stand. The Budo upper endurance was as terrifying as this. Sensei is going to rest. You guys have something to do. It's better to wait until he wakes up, Sasuke said and simply disappeared without a trace. And at the moment, Kiba's group had long since arrived at the underground chamber. Chapter 150, Return of Kasama to the village. Underground chamber. As soon as Chibiusa and the others arrived, they felt a simple and uncomplicated power. In the corner, Hanzo Yamabushi is practicing hard, and it looks like he's completely become the keeper of the underground chamber of the Green Spirit, having lost the rain-hidden village. After seeking back his will, he chose to live this life today, seeking the transcendence of the self night and day. Just a short while ago, he had also stepped into the martial way lower endurance as he wished, yet this was far from allowing him to step into the same transcendent realm as Qingling. Even Chibiusa and the others didn't know about it. After being captured, Tuanzu has been imprisoned in a cage. For this category of extreme lunatics, the Aori Ninja village always had a good home for them. Actually, the cage is not only a place of bondage, but it has a role in experimentation that goes far beyond the imagination of the common man, regardless of whether it was Jedi, Suzu, or Golden Horn or Silver Horn. They were, on some level, biomaniacs like Orochimaru, possessing a powerful version of understanding that transcended the age of the shinobi world, which was the reason for obtaining the favor of the Green Spirit and granting them an area as large as the cage. I hope that the various labs and parishioners will be treated well. Just don't let Deidara and Fidden get to you. It's said that a while back Golden Horn was tortured by Fidden in one case, and the other was bombarded by Deidara in succession, and straight up people were almost stupid. It's a good thing it was never smart in the first place, so it's just going to have to get a little crazier. Underground chamber. The sculpture bloomed with orange and cyan chakra. In an instant, it transformed into a cute 10-tailed fox. He was not the least bit flustered by the arrival of Chikuma, Sarutobi Hizuru, and the others, and looked like he had already expected it. What can I do for you? I don't think I can give you guys much time. There's going to be a crisis in the shinobi world and I need to find a way to stop it. The way Green Spirit stopped it was that he sensed a sense of crisis. Originally it wasn't strong, but since this resurrection, that sense of crisis has not only become stronger, but can even be keenly perceived as coming from the depths of the stars, with a bloodline similar to that of the shinobi world. He knew at a guess that it must be the Otsutsuki clan. The thought of these little cuties coming made Qingling extra happy. Found the fun again. What he was busy with now wasn't how to deal with unknown enemies, but to digest the new rewards. After being resurrected just now, in addition to all of the attribute powers all being doubled, there were also a large number of rewards and abilities that needed to be adapted to, and Chibiusa and the others were finally here. After all, whether or not Kiba wanted to join the Land of Spirit, that was something Aoshira had no control over, and he didn't care. Now compare that to a group of people. He had the entire shinobi realm, countless divine trees that were also emitting natural energy all the time, and his own doppelgangers that were consuming chakra like crazy in the moon core, earth core respectively, and a full set of industry chain in the underground lava layer, which relied on him to maintain it all by himself, and in doing so, he was providing rewards for the martial arts ranking. It could be argued that just one Kiba doesn't carry much consumption at all. If one was willing, then it would be like a tiger adding wings. If not, then Qingling would not force it. Since ancient times, a twisted melon is not sweet. He didn't think to go over and do the extra thing either. Even though he was narcoleptic and his body spent most of the time asleep, he was still more than aware of the basis of this point that the strongest man is the best. The shinobi world is even better now because he's green and flexible. If ever he was gone, or in the unlikely event that he slept too much, it would be up to the true peak of the martial arts to exist. As for whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, or the one who came later, Aoshiru didn't know. He does now perceive a portion of the future, a bit more simply than the Toad Immortal, without dreaming or having randomness. But this is something close to unpredictability, and he still can't do it. Green Spirit resumed his rare thinking. Raising his fox face, he scratched his paw and said, "What do you have to say?" The many thoughts that preceded it were but a moment. Shikage and the others looked at each other in disbelief, especially Sarutobi Hizuru. As someone who had once been obliterated by the Green Spirit, he was now overwhelmed with emotion, and even wondered a little if he had ever done anything wrong. Our Kiba village, want to join the Land of the Spirit, more than anything else, want to become under the sun, able to be bright. I, as the second generation of Naruto, cannot let their own villagers, ninjas in the future, to become the weakest in the world of ninjutsu, at the mercy of others. Stop. Qingling felt something was wrong halfway through hearing it. He glared at Chibiusa with his nice fox eyes. What do you mean by becoming weak? Do you think you'll be bullied if you don't join the Spirit Kingdom? Truly become strong rely on their own. Even if you do not join the Spirit Kingdom, your bloodline, the same physique has become stronger. You are also the same to find ways to obtain a variety of techniques. I believe that the three ninjas also want to. Wave Wind Swayman also. The Senkai Pillar Gang also cannot not give you. How could one completely abandon oneself just because one joined the Sirin Ninja Village? You're joining the Sirin Ninja Village, the Land of the Spirits. Nothing more than seeing those rewards 4 times a month and a share once a month. Okay, these things, whether they are rewards or feats, can be given as long as you meet them. Even those buildings above the God Tree, and the alchemists, etc., could be matched. Your Kiba village, once founded as the first village to want to end war, has long since lost its heart. It's time to find your true selves. It doesn't matter what you join. What matters is, what are you going to do? Qingling yawned, and the chakra on the sculpture dissipated. Go ahead, Chibiusa, Sarutobi. I will not spare you what everyone else has, what the others don't have. I won't give to you. It's just that it's up to you to find the heart of the meeting. The so-called joining the Land of Spirit is just a formality. Go on. Green Spirit gently waved his small paw. The crowd simply vanished into thin air. Next moment, Chibiusa and the others stood right at the entrance to Kiba's village. Did he use the formation of the Flying Thunder God? It's scary to see just how much chakra will be consumed over such a long distance and with so many people. Having developed the Flying Thunder God technique, Shikage naturally understood the horror of doing so. Green Spirit was a breeze, and the last words he said were even more haunting, and could not be dispersed for a long time. He's always like that. Remember when? Obviously, he died with me, and when he escaped from the belly of death, he still saved my life. The one who sealed him. Sarutobi Hinata's words were even more intriguing. How great would be an opponent that even his enemies would respect? When the people walked into the village, they saw the sacred tree above the Uchiha clanland, and similarly hung a list of martial arts. The names written on it were actually the names of the people of Kiba village. It turned out that the martial arts lists were different for each village, and the Aoshiran Shinobi villages was the overall list. It's incredible. If he wanted to truly prove himself, he still had to go to the Green Spirit Ninja Village, where he would become stronger and become an existence at the top of the martial arts list. A single Budo Shimanobu from the Green Spirit Ninja Village also walked down from the sacred tree. They are all former preppy ninjas who now have various careers. It is being taught to some gifted people who are learning. The moment a strong sense of destiny slammed into Chibiusa's heart, he finally realized that this was what Qingling had made them experience. Peace. Make a better life for people. Keep the child's laugh. Serve the old man's hot tea. Watch the teenagers run. And experience the adult's struggle. What a funny guy. Chikuma knew that the next time they met again, the Konoha village would have a real name. I look forward to seeing you next time. Spirit Shadow-sama. The guy overflowing with lazy youth. K give a thumbs up. Chapter 151, Naruto returns to the village. Wait for the green spirit to leave. Naruto and Sasuke also returned to the underground chamber, ignoring Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish who was hard at work on his training, and looked at the scrolls in their respective hands. Martial arts scrolls. The first thing that opens up and comes into view is a desirable brushstroke, written by the green spirit herself. Knowing that writing with a fox's paw can't be an easy task. Chakra Budo Volume 4 Compulsory Study. Chapter 1, The Spiritualization of Power, Where is the Firstborn? Chapter 2, The Way of the Martial Art, Advanced Enlightenment. Chapter 3, Martial Arts Combinations on Extreme Attacks. This? I was expecting to read at least a little bit of it this time around. How silly. Is there so much new stuff in every realm? The martial arts participation from beginner to advanced seems to be the only place where you can see a little bit of a connection. It's so confusing. Where exactly is the ultimate in martial arts? Naruto was ecstatic. It was so much fun. He couldn't wait to get stronger now. In the meantime, Sasuke also calmly opened the quest scroll. The stars are still far away. We don't go looking for our enemies, but there are people who see us as enemies. Obliterate all enemies. And if there is anything out of the ordinary, bring it back for study. When a glance over at Naruto saw that it was all a bit confusing, the two then looked at each other, both understanding the deep meaning in their respective eyes. That is, there will be more powerful enemies coming from the stars. It seems that the newly peaceful shinobi world is about to receive an even more terrifying enemy. There's nothing to be afraid of. I can defeat as many enemies as come my way. Naruto crossed his arms. No matter how strong it is, I can obliterate it. Sasuke's gaze was icy cold, and he happened to be planning to travel to the stars one day, looking for more enemies to venture into. It would be nice to have just the right enemy to come and attack, just for practice. What's more, before that, he had vaguely sensed from Qingling's words that the new enemy would come from the universe. You two silly boys, cultivate well. The sculpture was covered in green spirit chakra in a flash, giving each of the two a ring. The functions of their rings were different, but they were all forged by the green spirit. In order to consume enough chakra, he even used the power of his bloodline and quenched it like crazy. It was a perfect success until this moment. Thank you, teacher. Naruto smiled happily. It would be nice to get a reward from Aoshiru. Just what does this have to do with being able to eat Ichiraku ramen? In his mind he just thought about Ichiraku ramen. After putting on the ring, the whole thing disappeared into thin air. Next, appeared directly on the streets of Kiba village, with the Ichiraku ramen house in front of him. Amazing. Of course, there's a powerful time-space jutsu here, but unlike normal ones, it doesn't require you to do anything extra, and the formations inside allow you to travel to various places. We just don't know the exact farthest distance yet, but you shouldn't be unaware of how far the Aoshiran ninja village is from Konoha. Brother Qingling is really good to you. This baby, to be even more magical than old man Rokuto's ninjutsu. I guess there are still a lot of uses about this kind. You take your time to figure it out. The 9 lamas had analyzed the special nature of this ring. Naruto thought about it for a moment and wondered how Aoshiro could let the uncle of Ichiraku ramen forcefully move to the Aoshiro shinobi village. Might as well just give it to this powerful ring. Sakichi, so powerful, not using a single bit of my chakra at all. All of Sensei's? Only after Sensei doesn't provide chakra will he use mine. Naruto's nose got a little sore at the thought. Qingling was just too good to him. Of course, Big Brother has always been like that. It's just that he's not very good with words, and I can sense that he's beyond our understanding now. If it was the entire shinobi world that was not enough to make an enemy of him before, then now it's everyone in the shinobi world from the beginning of time combined that's not enough to shake him. The 9th Lama expressed his bewilderment. He couldn't sense any kindness or malice from Qingling, only a feeling that he was dealing with a myth. Unbeatable, untouchable. 9 lamas. Teacher is the strongest. Naruto walked over to the Ichiraku ramen shop and sat down just as soon as the words were out of his mouth. This time, he wasn't wearing a mask. Just sit down bright and early and wait for your favorite ramen. Or the deluxe version. Naruto. Uncle Ichiraku recognized him at once. Grown up a lot. Naruto. A bowl of piping hot ramen noodles is served. The older man looked at Naruto with relief. In the blink of an eye, the shinobi world has become truly peaceful. And thanks to you, I'm sure you've suffered a lot out there. Ajushi, won't you think I'm an enemy? And I'm a renegade shinobi of Konoha. Naruto spoke calmly about his past as he ate his ramen. Ha 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 ha, where are the enemies left? Let alone the rebel ninja. Now everyone is fighting to become the strongest on the Budo list. I heard that all the ninja have become reserve ninja. Just a few moments ago, Lord Chibiusa announced something, that we, Kiba, have become a franchise village of the Land of Spirit for the time being, saying that we will become a Kiba village of the Land of Spirit when we have 10 Budo Shanin. With that, he added a couple Naruto roles to Naruto, and encouraged us to make all the villages too with the help of those trains, factories, and open branches. So it is. Chibiusa had left the Aoshirin ninja village in less than half an hour, and he'd announced so many things? Naruto's mind was incredulous. To this day, he has also grown up long ago, and his state of mind has been drastically improved. That's why it's possible to speak calmly about the past. After eating no more than just 10 bowls of ramen, Naruto took a leisurely walk. Some knew him and some didn't. It looks like a new part of the village has been added. Most people would secretly point at Naruto and say a few words to their kids and people they knew. The content is nothing more than that this is the renegade ninja who became the pinnacle of the shinobi world, that now he had transformed himself into the only martial arts upper ninja in the Land of Spirit, and even the entire shinobi world. Most people don't even deserve a Budo ninja, and yet he's already way ahead of the game. Those kids' eyes were flying out of a star when they heard their idol was right in front of them. 9 llamas, we've been together since we were kids, but I didn't know about you until later. So do you feel lonely when you don't have anyone to talk to for so long? What exactly did Naruto's words contain? The 9 llamas couldn't be clearer. Shay, I spend most of my time by myself. A fox, what's there to be lonely about? He growled with a haughty look on his face. Shay, I'll take that as an admission then. It's nice, that feeling. The young man returned to the small house where he used to live, but it had long since been leveled due to the previous shinobi war. He smiled, chose to accept, and turned away. Naruto, someone is following you. It's not stalking. In teacher speak, they miss me. Behind Naruto in the alleyway, the figure of a teenage girl lurked, carefully tracking him. This was the second time they had seen Naruto after showing his face once since the last big battle. As soon as he heard of Naruto's presence, he immediately came after him. Everyone want a drink? My treat. Naruto turned around without the slightest bit of trepidation. I'll add chips and fried pork chop rice. Hey, how come you guys have gotten too much stronger? Damn it, it's a pain in the ass to meet you. Ugh, I hate pain in the ass. Say, what did you do to Ninji? Even if I can't beat you, I'll prove it for my youth. Naruto, did Sasuke come back? It's bad. Daisy fainted. Chapter 152, Our Future is a Starry Sea. You guys are so enthusiastic. This whole thing was sinking in a bit for Naruto. For these old classmates and old friends who had never been to the Aoshirin ninja village and spent most of their time on missions, but had yet to truly understand the changes in the world. Naruto was also confused and a bit overwhelmed. It's been a long time, but he did after a quick hello to Kagome, Tenji, Inazuka Toa and the rest of them. Still rubbing her shoulder past Sakura, she picked up Daisuke in a straight-up hug. You! Sakura turned around, actually feeling like she didn't recognize Naruto somehow. Was this what Naruto used to be like? It's okay, nothing serious. Naruto quickly diagnosed the problem and got a little too excited. He quickly gave his chakra, smoothly, to Daisy. The latter's heartbeat gradually normalized as well, and he slowly came to his senses. Naruto-kun, I can't believe it's on. This time, Daisuke didn't even finish her sentence before she fainted again. Naruto was completely dumbfounded and helpless in his mind. He hadn't even read that last letter yet. How come Daisy fainted first? Strike that. 2. He picked up Daisy on his back and walked towards a small store. Everyone followed him, some joking, some worried. Naruto answered the crowd's questions as best he could. I've learned a lot, and I know a lot. The Aoshirin Shinobi village is good, and the future of Konoha will be better. So let's all just face it together. Ninji, I haven't seen him for a while, but he has long since stepped into the Budo Shimenji, and is still ranked on the Budo list until now. A few pleasantries were exchanged and he giggled again. It was like being back in that summer again, giggling from time to time, only just like Daisy on her back. He had also been carrying a lot on his shoulders for a long time and was not alone. More growth than its Kagamaru and others. At this point, it was only then that the teenager's eyes looked to Sakura, who was jittery on the sidelines. That guy Sasuke just got a reward from his teacher. He should be happy. I also came back to Konoha by accident. He's doing well. Oh, everyone can also go forward to the Green Spirit Ninja Village if they want to. Naruto calmly set Daisy down on the bench with the backrest. Daisuke, however, fell on Naruto's side without a second thought. The little Kiba powerhouses sat around and continued to talk about the recent events in Kiba and how they had recognized some of their acquaintances who had gone to the Aoshirin Shinobi village. When it came to Budo, the crowd thought Naruto wouldn't say much. I didn't expect him to talk about it so eloquently without the slightest hint of concealment. It seemed that martial arts had already become something that was known in the shinobi world. It wasn't like there were a few martial arts lower ninjas present, and the ones who asked couldn't be exposed to higher levels, so they could naturally speak freely. Dingji took a big, happy bite. Lee is filled with hot-blooded battles from the shinobi wars, and Kai encourages him to Sirin Shinobi Village. 10-10, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thinking about Ningji. They had originally graduated from the Ninja Academy a year earlier than Naruto and the others. Naturally there was no comparison to Inuzuka Tooth and his class, but they had also known each other since childhood. Inuzuka Toa had his cheeks in one hand, and Akamaru was noisily trying to get to the dog food of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. I heard that there were a lot of magical elixirs there, and they were close to saturation in Kiba-do growth. Replacing the Hyrule pill with a better elixir must make it stronger. Sakura looked out the window from time to time, her mind battling with the fact that the matter of whether or not to go to Sasuke had been lingering in the back of her mind for a long time. Ino tugged on Saki's coat, who smiled in confusion. Shino was feeling a little sociopathic, but staying with her friends was better, and there was a little bug on her fingertips that didn't know what it was talking about. By the wall, Kagome leaned against this wall, silently watching the scene. Honestly, he doesn't like trouble, but the other day, a girl he'd only met a few times inexplicably wrote him a letter. Actually, the main thing is that I've met them once at the Nakanobu exams, but, somehow, he felt a tugging sensation every time he remembered the girl's smile in his mind, that proud look in her eyes. Oh, by the way, the letter from the girl called Tiju said, "I'm going to the Sirin Ninja Village, can't figure it out." This line was actually erased with a couple of lines, because it's followed by, "It's all written by Kankuro." Yes, not another word. Kagome was a little confused at the thought. He didn't know what to do. Why the girl had written such a strange letter, and even stranger, why he had a sense of annoyance. This woman is so troublesome, Kagome muttered in a small voice. On the table, everyone started laughing again. Naruto looked a little apprehensive, so he flipped through Daisy's letter. The letter, which had been given to him right after the Shinobi War, was only now able to be opened. It wasn't just him, the Shinobi World War had made everyone a lot stronger, and naturally it had taken up a lot of time, making it difficult to recover themselves in a short period of time. Seeing the word, Naruto-kun, I'm Hinata of the Hyuga clan, maybe you don't recognize me, but an inexplicable letter that Naruto was a bit confused by. He's been through many wars, he's witnessed the cruelty of the world, and he's defied the odds to become stronger along the way. He's still young, and he's already powerful. He needs to get drunk, and he's going to the stars. The past is like a dream, floating in the mind, seems so unreal. Finally, he wrote a sentence, 2, on the back of the letter. As always, the sun bids farewell to the earth at a particular time. When the moon rises, hearts are not yet cold. The partners dispersed, each with their own plans in mind. Naruto carried Daisy on his back and walked through an alleyway, also passing in front of Uncle Ichiraku's ramen shop. Naruto-kun, Gollum. Daisy stirred slightly, having slept through the night instead, her stomach waking up naturally. Daisy, are you hungry? Let's go get a bowl of noodles. Good. Naruto didn't know why he did what he did. Maybe it was the blunt enough letter. Maybe it was the way he had grown over the years. Maybe it was the fact that he had heard so much heart and malice from so many people without sensing a single evil thought from Daisy's soul. Perhaps, just him, when the memories rushed on into a galaxy that reflected in his eyes as soon as he looked up. More than likely, after meeting the Green Spirit, witnessing too much peace and joy, the silly boy's heart had finally learned a bit of the gentleness and empathy of MS. Green Spirit, Naruto, I can't believe he has a girlfriend. Uncle Ichiraku's eyes narrowed with a happy smile. No. It was Naruto's turn to blush nervously again. What the teenager didn't realize was that he had eaten another 30 bowls and Daisy had eaten 46. He looked directly dumbfounded. There was even a little bit of adoration in his heart. Would I have eaten a little too much? Bright moonlight, Daisy said a little shyly. No. Naruto happily sends off Hinata in front of the Hinata clan. I was just about to turn around and leave when I remembered I still had the letter. This letter to you. He somehow managed to get some heart rate up and quickly left as soon as he delivered the letter. The ring disappeared in a flash. Swish! Just a moment before Naruto disappeared. Hinata and Hinata. Sarutobi Hinata, and the others only walked out in a sweat. Has this kid left? How dare he make a move on my precious daughter? Hyuga Hinata looked hesitant. Ha. Big brother, shouldn't you be happy for Daisy? Hinata was a little happy instead. It seems that it wasn't the Spirit Shadow's authorization. This silly boy is more comfortable than even the old man. Sarutobi Hizuru pinched a cold sweat in satisfaction before leaving. Day differences. Hyuga Hinata looked to his brother. What's wrong, big brother? Let's go to the Green Spirit Ninja Village once. Hinatsuchi spoke with certainty. Ha, why? Going to undo the spell for you, undo the spell for the clan, and meet Ninji as well. Yes, Hyuga Hinata misses his son too. Young people are just determined. The old father is just walking slower. No matter what is trying to get closer to you. How can I let my son walk alone? Inside the clan lands, Daisy opened the letter with some sadness. She mistakenly thought Naruto had returned her letter, but just as the tears hit the envelope and Hanabi opened it straight away, she stared at the back of the letter without looking away. One-san, what strange words? Spark's little head had big doubts. Nani? Daisuke took the letter and looked at the back, staring at it for a moment before breaking into a fit of giggles. She couldn't help but look at the night sky. The answer on the back of the letter. Our future is a sea of stars. It's us, the young girl said in her mind as she did. Chapter 153 The Sun. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. Underground Chamber. Sasuke picked up the ring, and he got what he wanted. This was indeed an alien space opened up by Aoshi Spirit, and it was big enough to hold something equivalent to the size of the Aoshi Spirit Shinobi Village. He walked out of the chamber alone, strolling in the sunshine, gazing faintly at what was in front of him. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it, except for the fact that Naruto, that stupid kid, wasn't there. The family, the clan is there, needed by MS, Green Spirit and needed by many more. The world, no longer cold to the core. Perhaps there is always someone to stay away from beyond the noise, even if the ending is more fickle, towards that goal that is infinitely envisioned in the heart. Ha! Qingling raised her head and glanced at the teenager in the distance. He has countless statues in this village, and in the shinobi world. Watching his disciples one by one, villagers by villagers go on to become stronger and move towards a more distant future. Even the Green Spirit would feel some relief in his heart. Beneath the molten lava, Geo Core, the Green Spirit, who had died again due to the crazy consumption of the Earth Core, was resurrected this time and directly transformed into a dry corpse. When transformed from a dry corpse into a living being with infinite vitality, his eyes began to gaze at the world more and more brightly. Host resurrected again. Progress of resurrection in universal coordinates 2/3. This double increase in all aspects of attributes and strength. Obtain a copy of the complete book of sealing arts. Open the bloodline talent, the lotus body of martial arts. Wudao lotus body, full of forbidden power, containing incredible divine power. The host's body will be as vital and indestructible as the Wudao, and every time it dies, it can be resurrected in full bloom just like a lotus flower. Open the soul talent, immortal soul fire. Indestructible soul flame, the host's soul will possess a flame that burns all consciousness, and anyone with malicious intent towards the host will be burned by the indestructible soul fire regardless of distance. Acquired martial arts equipment, mixed sky aya, Qiankuan circle, fire pointed gun, wind fire wheel, Geo core. Qingling looked bewildered as she gazed at these rewards on the system interface. Previously, he had already obtained the 3 heads and 6 arms and the samsara flame, and now he had obtained these martial artifacts. Qingling couldn't help but feel unhappy in his heart, except that he knew exactly why the infinite resurrection system was giving these rewards. It seemed to be deliberately moving him towards a world of legends. System, no chakra fruits this time? Host, no more for now. This reward has been extremely generous. Looking forward to your next resurrection. Sure enough, the system is just too stingy and hardcore to give out rewards, but it seems to give 2 brand new powers and so many martial arts tools that it's worth it. Unfortunately, the Green Spirit was now getting even further stronger. He could clearly feel a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, though, from the moon, to shinobi, to the underground lava, to the Earth's core, all-out chakra consumption, but it was still too slow for him. Inside there was no doubt that there was also a great deal of apprehension. How can I consume chakra fast? Seems like he couldn't go any further if he tried. System, is there any other way to deplete chakra? Host, according to this way of yours, there are countless planets in the universe, and the core of the Earth, or the surface of the Earth, will have limits. At the current rate of consumption, it doesn't even compare to how fast you're getting stronger. You should also have noticed that as time extends, so does your own martial power, so it's getting harder and harder to die. Therefore, it is suggested on this side that the host is able to go to meet the true blaze and receive the powerful forces in the universe. The sun. The sun? Qingling's consciousness immediately appeared at the top of the divine tree. Look up to the sky. The big sun was high in the sky. He also had a moment of realization in the back of his mind. Thanks a lot. System. Host, what if the day comes when even the sun can no longer make you stronger? A black hole, or otherworldly. Hear the system beep. Qingling then knew that the so-called otherworld was already something he would have to touch one day. But before that, it's time to take on the scorching heat of the sun. Swish, the figure hovered beyond the moon. Qingling looked up at the sea of stars. The universe is huge. Just how many times can we destroy him? Seemingly invincible, but nothing more than a waste. He had carried the power of satellites and planets, and with even this body was strong enough to rival a planet. Xingling didn't know how strong it would be, but he was sure that it wasn't impossible to do that so-called outrageous battle power of blowing away asteroids with a single punch. The power above the planets, the stars. How strong would it be in comparison? How long will it take to grow to a stellar size after carrying it through? In fact, the green spirit itself didn't even know how strong it was itself. The tail flashed gold. The green spirit appeared directly outside the sun. The searing heat here stems from all the dramatic changes that are constantly taking place in it. The Qingling standing here was more dusty than a grain of dust. What is the planet where the shinobi world is located in front of the sun? Just let me get crazy strong. Green spirit smiled and reached out, approaching this world of light and heat and radiation. Then, he froze. Nothing has changed. I'm not dead? Upon reaching this place, a flame floated out from around Qingling's body, which was actually Samadhi true flame. As a reward gained from the previous resurrection, it had long since been integrated into his body, becoming part of his own power. Let the scorching heat keep destroying it. His body stood, but his soul still burned with an unquenchable flame. Host, you're actually very strong. Power, not just a one-sided value, maybe an elephant, not necessarily able to defeat a mole cricket. Not to mention that you've long since become a half-lion man of the prairie, holding a spear and shield that transcends eras, enough to hunt and kill countless beasts. Ha! Qingling generally rarely chatted with the system. When he heard system thinking's analysis of this power, he only found it incomprehensible. Indeed, if he said the shinobi world was a mole cricket, the sun was an elephant, then the green spirit is a half-lion and is out here on the savannah, wielding a spear and shield, Samadhi fire, indestructible soul fire, martial lotus body, 3 heads and 6 arms. With all the chakra fruits he had eaten, he kept doubling up, long before he himself could even imagine the powerful chakra. Countless body techniques, illusion techniques, ninjutsu, sealing techniques, as well as his 10 tails, the power of time and space, and the eye of God, all intertwined into something that truly existed in his hands. So the elephant remains, except that he had long since evolved from a lion to a half-lion man and had powerful weapons, enough to hunt lions. Host, perhaps you will only be able to die one more time even here in the sun, but after that you will be so much stronger that you will never be able to die again with this universe. The system's analysis concludes that after this death, the host is the powerful equivalent of a half-lion with wings, able to breathe underwater, and wielding a laser weapon. Another inexplicable analogy. Qingling, however, understood with incomparable clarity that this was the truth. He smiled and opened his arms into the sun. Chapter 154, Transforming into the Sun. Wow! Qingling took a step out. Chakra surged out like a sea of ocean in this instant, and the rate of depletion became faster and faster until it reached a limit value. He smiled with a torch-like gaze, resisting the extreme rate of depletion, and as he merged with it, he was able to feel the various powers and talents of his own being torn apart. Maybe the half-lion isn't as numerical as the mammoth, but what if he has a weapon in his hands and that weapon prefers to defend itself? Swish! The power continued to skyrocket until it reached its extreme at this moment. If this sun cannot destroy me, then I will become the sun. Black holes were originally solarized. If the green spirit was so powerful that even the sun couldn't obliterate him, then it meant that after that, he had reached the peak of this universe. Perhaps there would be more power, but then the green spirit himself was more than just himself, destined to be even more powerful. There's no need for that kind of moment by moment quenching. Chakra continued to coalesce as he transformed into his true form, one born with 10 tails, his third eye glowing golden along with the 10 tails. Its head is as big as the moon. This could be said to be extremely terrifying, not to mention that this kind of power was still after being condensed dozens of times. The green spirit within the golden light continued to expand until it transformed into a planet wrapped in flames, light and various chakra powers. Its individuals grew larger and larger until they were large enough to rival the size of the shinobi. That is to say, when the green spirit exploded its chakra in full force, it was still enough to rival a planet, even when infinitely condensed. This is its form, not its power when it explodes out. With such a density of power, it was no wonder that the green spirit was powerful and reckless. He does have credentials to be proud of. Try again. Let my power, unleashed as much as I can, towards the more central sun, let the more terrifying power consume me. The green spirit, a 10-tailed sun that showed an orange and greenish glow, walked step by step towards the core of the sun, and while the two powerful forces fought against each other, the green spirit's figure also continued to coalesce. He knew that he had no doubts. What was even more terrifying was that because the martial lotus body would constantly strengthen its adaptation in extreme environments, he was actually gradually becoming stronger and adapting to the power of the sun. Using common sense, it should have been that the stronger he became, the faster that power would converge. However, Because he was strong enough, he also began to absorb the power around him to keep getting stronger, which meant that resurrections in the future would be harder and harder, because the green spirit was too powerful. It was difficult to truly obliterate himself, and he simply couldn't do it. Boom! Constant solar storms whistled beside them, and the green spirit kept releasing power at first, and when it had adapted, it actually began to take power from the sun. This terrified him, which meant that one day, the green spirit might even take power from the cores of those planets. By then the rate of releasing chakra was slower than the rate of getting stronger. Then he wouldn't be able to die in any way. Must travel to the core of the sun. It's my only chance. The 10th tail of the green spirit shifted and disappeared directly into the surface of the sun. Appear at the heart of the horror. The power here was even more terrifying, tearing the green spirit madly every moment. To be able to resist this squeeze meant an extreme power. Great! This place is tens of thousands of times stronger than the Earth's core. Millions of times stronger. And the rate of consumption will be extremely fast. I'm definitely dead this time. Green Spirit smiled happily, yet soon he could no longer smile as he realized that when every 10th of chakra disappeared from his body, it took away 5% of his power. At the same time, his body would strengthen its adaptability and the next consumption would be slower. Within a minute, though, he could feel the frantic exertion begin to slow. The stronger you are, the harder it is to die. Just as in the shinobi world, the deeper the base, such as Chikara, the faster it would cultivate the martial arts. Then, and the cost? It was obvious that it was going to be harder to break through, because it was too strong, even at the same realm, and once it broke through it was an even more powerful existence. Chibiusa, Naruto so, the green spirit is even more so. In just a few minutes, he had adapted perfectly to this power, and had accelerated his body's adaptation amidst the constant flow. Consumption was becoming less and less, and instead a sort of inversion began to form, taking power from the sun's core. Faster. Such a metamorphosis was constantly occurring, but in essence, the green spirit was far weaker than the sun, and thus was still consuming itself. He, the little sun, opened the golden eye of God, the greenish-purple eye of transmigration, and the blood-red eye of reincarnation sharing wheel. 10 tails were born, glittering with the golden aura of the power of time and space. The 3 heads and 6 arms also opened. The undying soul flame and the martial Tao lotus body worked perfectly together. The yin and yang chakra kept him alive, and the wind, thunder, water, fire, earth and wood kept him in perfect circulation. Qingling raised his head to the sky and put the immortal Tao green clothes and 6 paths ninjutsu, as well as the mixed sky aya and the Qiankuan circle into the system interface. Self made a turn and once again increased the release of chakra. Actually, all this time, Qingling had been updating the martial arts path even as he did so over and over again, but he had never cultivated it himself. He had only allowed his doppelganger to simulate it. The moment, in order to speed up the consumption, and even more so to combat this self-power, lest they actually adapt to the power of the sun, he had to turn himself on to explode. The power was coalescing step by step and breaking through again. Martial arts apprenticeship, the 9th level of body hardening. The power is born, and the body and consciousness are sublimated once again. The small sun increases in size tenfold at this moment. Budo Shimenabu, Chakra Dantian opened up. Aya Shiren Senjutsu was perfected in this moment, and it opened up to a truly complete immortal mode, with many martial arts techniques unleashed in his mind. In an instant, the small sun then converged, and in a moment erupted to grow 10 times larger again. Budo Nakanabu, the green spirit will transformed into the Budo will. The ocean of chakra in his body, once released could be a true ocean of chakra wider than the shinobi world, while he boosted the value of all aspects of himself, breaking through to the limits of sanity. This time, the little sun brightened and dimmed as if it had lost its light, until the moment when that light suddenly lifted. Qingling opened her eyes, and the little sun swelled 10 times again, long since raised 10,000 times from the beginning. In the core of this sun, he has also become a behemoth, and the chakra also finally decreased crazily in one consumption, letting its own strength continue to weaken. Unfortunately the soul and body were yet more powerful, and even with the reduced power within, still held an advantage over the sun. Again, Green Spirit hissed, betting that for the first time in his life, he was trying so hard. Wow! Budo Shinobu, the Danhai of chakra also coalesced into a pure to the core golden Dan, and that Dan flame took on an orange and green color that surrounded the Dantian. This time, the Green Spirit, the sun, did not expand again, but merely coalesced, directly triggering a qualitative change. By the time he opened his eyes, his own little sun was already like a golden elixir, radiating an indestructible golden light. He directly transformed into the real sun this time. One moment, the world looked up, and it was as if they saw a second sun in the sky. The light was dazzling to the extreme, only to disappear completely in an instant. In the universe, Xingling finally exhausted his last ounce of chakra and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Mud. Being too powerful can be such a happy and troublesome thing. Chapter 155. Everyone is like a dragon. In the universe, there was a body floating aimlessly. No one knows the root cause, and a week has long passed in this state. To this day, this body, so powerful that even in death it could not be destroyed by the universe and was not destroyed by the burning of the sun, actually opened its eyes. Swish! Xingling opened her eyes in confusion and looked around in a daze. Has it been some time in the past? He sensed a change occurring again. A doubling of values in all areas once more. If it was another twofold increase in his original power, then this sun could simply be said to be no longer a threat. The host is perfectly resurrected and receives a double increase in attributes and power. Progress of the opening of the universal coordinates. March 3rd. First time obtaining a world. A parallel world to the Naruto world. The Boruto world. Xingling didn't realize that here. Boran's was a parallel world that also belonged to one of the worlds of the heavens. The Boruto world will open in 1 week, and the host can throw anyone, including himself, into the worlds at will. The host receives a reward this time. Achievement, Martial God. God of martial arts. Anyone who practices martial arts, the more powerful they become, the more the host will also receive an increase in martial arts, and all those who worship and admire the God of martial arts will give the God of martial arts a powerful power of faith. The host receives a reward this time. The martial spirit realm. Martial rebirth. Anyone who practices martial arts may not have their souls enter the pure land of ultimate bliss or any underworld, but may enter the spiritual realm of the host's consciousness after death, and may be subsequently resurrected by the host. That's it? It doesn't seem like much. Xingling stretched out her hand and caught the flickering light, which turned out to be the coordinates of the 10,000 realms. The word Boruto world appeared on the inside. It's still only forward to here, but it's still grayed out on the top with a 7-day countdown. Congratulations to the host has been strong enough in this universe to believe that you are able to keenly perceive that the Otsutsuki clan from the depths of the universe is on its way, and I believe that they, as yet, possess enough surprises. Surprise? Xingling couldn't figure out the little cutie of the Otsutsuki clan. What could surprise him? But it was just fun and interesting. As long as it speeds up the consumption of his chakra, it's pretty good. But now he's the god of wushu. In the future, you will also be able to obtain the power of martial arts from the shinobi world and the power of faith. Won't that be even stronger? Thinking about this, Xingling felt a headache, because if he had even hesitated before, his body would have adapted perfectly to the power of the sun, and then the rate of chakra consumption would have been far slower than the increase. And now, he has completed his metamorphosis and received a double increase. Arguably, there is no longer the best opportunity that there was before. More pressure next time. I hope the Otsutsuki clan and the Boruto world will surprise me a little. Green Spirit thought about it and disappeared into the universe with a swish of his tail. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the divine tree, and his 4 main bilocations are in the solar core, the Earth's core, the Moon's core, and the underground lava layer. The sacred trees in various places, and the sculptures were also consuming his chakra. It's been a week since the shinobi world lost my power, and it looks like it's doing quite well. These guys are enviable. Xingling snapped his fingers. Swish! His chakra once again appeared in thousands of homes. A powerful burst of strength. It was important to know that before the double enhancement of this resurrection, Xingling had already qualitatively changed several times by breaking through the martial Tao at the Sun Core, so the increase is tens of times. And as his chakra exploded and appeared within each of them, as well as being released from natural energies, the chakra of the entire shinobi world directly skyrocketed 50 times in that instant. Hey, how did I break through? A body-tempering 9th grade martial arts apprentice was walking, and as his chakra rapidly increased, he directly triggered a dual qualitative change in his body and soul, breaking through the limit in an instant and perfectly transforming. He stepped into the realm of the lower ninja of the martial arts, and at the same time opened up a chakra dantian that belonged to himself. Swish! More and more people are beginning to metamorphose. The 50-fold increase allowed everyone to feel even their breath become fresh, already having undergone a metamorphosis. Their talents were also boosted early on. Now directly under the 50-fold increase each began to break through the realm. Only, the higher the individual's realm, the stronger the power, and the more difficult it was to cross great realms. For example, Naruto, Sasuke broke through from a 3-star shinobi to an 8-star shinobi. Senju Juma and Uchiha Spot were also able to metamorphose from a 2-star martial arts path middle ninja, directly elevating to the peak of a 9-star martial arts path middle ninja. And Ziraya's talent is relatively weaker than them, also still stepped into the 9-star martial arts path of the middle ninja. Only from the peak there is still some distance. Such a metamorphosis happened to each of them, and also directly consumed a wave of chakra from the green spirit. It was only after their breakthroughs that they all came to a realization. It must be the green spirit. The worship in their hearts turned into the power of faith, and the power of the martial Tao increased as they became stronger. After giving it all back, it directly gave the green spirit a further increase. The depletion after he fully released his chakra was directly compensated for and even became stronger. And as he got stronger, the Earth Core and Moon Core doppelgangers couldn't consume chakra at all. It's so strong that it can take away power even if you're not paying attention. For this reason, he had to withdraw his detachment. Looks like you'll just have to go to those stars, Xingling said helplessly. That's fine. If you can increase the benefits to the shinobi world, then the consumption rate should be able to increase further as well. We have no problem going to the other stars, but it's time for the Budokai list to be extended, or else you won't even have a way to consume chakra in a bright manner. Instinct, I have to tell you something. The other stars are going to be less and less of a drain on us, so perhaps a trip to the other world must be on your agenda. The analysis of the doppelgangers made Qingling's headache even worse, because he understood these laws, but what could he do? It's a week away from updating the universal coordinates of the Boruto world. Got it. Please brothers, it's okay, we should all complement each other. After Qingling thanked him, one by one, the doppelgangers flashed the tail of time and traveled to other stars. By stars, I mean other stars like the sun. Only now the stellar was really limited in its consumption for him as well, because Qingling didn't know if he would one day take power directly from the stellar as he continued to adapt and metamorphose. That's too bad. No wonder the system would say before that the infinite resurrection system would become increasingly difficult to use for an individual who was strong in his own right. At the moment, it still does seem to be the case, with more than a dozen bilocations traveling to the stars. It was only then that Qingling finally felt better. He snapped his fingers once again and directly expanded the martial arts ranking. Qingling's voice also spread throughout the shinobi world. In the future, the Budo list will include everyone who practices Budo, though only the top 100 will be shown. And all of you will be manually handed one of my chakra bracelets, which have many sculpture-like effects, as well as the ability to view your rankings, make chakra long-distance calls, and so on. Just before anyone could come to their senses, Green Spirit then fell head over heels in distress. It's too hard to ask him to put his life on the line for once. The shinobi world also looks like everyone is a dragon, waiting for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan soon. Chapter 156 Little John enters the village. What's up with the geek? Oh my god, I got a bracelet. Is this a grant from Spirit Shadow-sama? That's wonderful. Can I add a friend? Puzzled, the people each gained another bracelet after becoming stronger in an instant, and curiously each played with it. So I'm ranked in the 119th rank of martial arts apprentices. Ah, I'm only 32,000. So the difference between the 8th and 9th weights is so big? You guys, this has an updated statement written on it. Martial Tao List Update Statement. In order to encourage everyone to cultivate, I, Qingling, announced that in the future, the martial Tao list will be refreshed once a day, and the rewards will also be given once a day, while the previous share, from once a month, will be received once a week. All martial arts tools and elixirs can be picked up at the alchemy room and weapon room in each place, and in the future, the talisman room and formation room will be opened one after another, which can have multiple effects. Stay tuned for more gameplay. Currently, the following functions are available: communication and socializing, remote chakra video call, remote item time-space teleportation within the ninja world, individual time-space teleportation within the ninja world, request for spirit shadow protection, health training, ninjutsu book, illusionary art book, seal art book, physical art book, small storage ISO space, receive weekly share, and martial arts list query. In addition, if you are an alchemist, an artifact refiner, a puppet master, an eldritch master, a talisman master, a sealer, a spirit formation master, and other special statuses, you can also receive an additional occupational share. The Tailed Beast Hall has been opened around the experience. Interested parties can apply to open the chakra seed in their body and become an experimental human pillar force for further testing. Oh, people froze right in their tracks when they saw this updated statement. There was only infinite adoration for Qingling's all-encompassing and deathless spirit shadow service. It's so great. Ask what could be more comfortable than living in the world of the green spirit. A rain of golden light erupted, and it turned out to be today's reward for the martial arts ranking. Others try to go forward to the Tailed Beast Hall and turn on the chakra seeds in their bodies. The world is going through a whole new metamorphosis. Swish! The first shinobi plane took to the skies from the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. People looked up to the sky incredulously. Above the earth, steam trains traveled in all directions to various places. Somewhere, a daimyo looks to the sky in despair from a local cage. He wanted to die, but he himself had gone through a metamorphosis and could only live and slowly pay back what he owed the world. Once again, ships were departing from ports on land, carrying cargo in the direction of the misty hidden village. The first submarine in the sea also traveled to greater depths. Cloud Hidden Village. The girl who lived at the top of the mountain looked expectant. Mom, I think I just saw a second sun. Yeah, Mommy saw it too. It was amazing. Mommy, why is the sun so bright but it doesn't hurt us? Of course it was Spirit Shadow-sama who protected us. Mom, do you think that second sun could be Lord Spirit Shadow? Of course, it's him. Who else would it be? The sun never sets. It's just that the world hasn't looked for it. Perhaps, one day, the one who had been transformed into the sun would appear once again. Except he's sleeping in the underground lava at the moment. Perhaps the green spirit himself didn't care how the shinobi world judged him, but the world had known for a long time that he had once been transformed into the sun. Green Spirit Shinobu Village. The train stopped at the station. A group of teenage girls from Kiba Village stepped off the train. Looked to the heart of this novel world. Each also had an extra bracelet on their hands, and naturally had spied the second sun from before. Is this a village? Wasn't it said that the Sirin Ninja Village was about the same size as the Konoha Village? Inuzuka looked dumbfounded that it was all fake flair before. The Green Spirit Ninja Village is comparable to Kiba in just one corner. It's too busy here. Was the original sacred tree this tall? Dingy looked up quizzically, munching on the chips he'd gotten from the train. Now the shinobi world is starting to spontaneously imitate the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. 2 has been withdrawn from history. In its place, there is an accumulation of work and replenishment in all areas. Where's Ningji? With a curious look on his face, Tien came to the Green Spirit Ninja Village, and naturally, he also caught a glimpse of the true martial arts style list at the core. In the Budo Nakanabu list lined up above, Ningji was ranked in the 70th odd percentile. It looked like it should have been the big chakra burst that had just occurred, causing many of those with deep pockets to break through to the Nakanabu level, except that most of them were also still at 1 star for the time being, and Ninji has also made the leap from Budo lower ninja to Nakanabu, with a substantial increase in strength, and naturally shines even brighter in the eyes of his old teammate Tenten. This place is, well, nice, Shino said coldly. It would be great to have a flower store here, Ino said happily. Then I'm going to open a painting store, Saki said in a nonchalant voice. Where is that woman? Kagome was a little impatient. He didn't even know why he was here all of a sudden. Sasuke is actually tied with that Naruto guy for first place on the Budo Upper Ninja list, and they're both 8 stars already. Sakura looked to the Budo list. Compared to the slew of Budo Nakanabu who had been promoted due to the Great Chakra Burst, the Budo Upper Ninja list is still only Naruto. Sasuke ranked. Being at the top of the list, it's only natural that they present their image as well. The duo looked extraordinarily dazzling with their backs to each other. It's great. The smell of youth is everywhere here. I can definitely get stronger. Lee clenched his fists, feeling hot-blooded. The other side, Hinata stood carefully behind the group, silently watching the projected image of Naruto. The crowd clamored and walked to the registration site. The white-haired Junmaru gave them a calm look. Try to smile. He practiced martial arts and was able to heal after taking the elixir, and had recently been trying to get along with ordinary people while practicing. The group always felt inexplicably familiar after seeing them, as if they were supposed to know each other. In the meantime, young men from various shinobi villages also walked down from the train. Sis, that guy is really here. Kankuro poked to Shigeru. Shut up. Teju also didn't expect Kagome to arrive before her. Farther out, a group of middle-aged men quietly stepped out of the train and were hiding in the shadows. Big brother, Ningji has been promoted to Budo Nakanin, Hinata said in surprise. Keep your voice down. Didn't we just somehow get promoted to Budo Shimanin as well? Fuga Hinata whispered, still holding Spark in his hand. Brother, can we really complete the metamorphosis of the whole clan this time and no longer accept the suffering of the curse mark? Hinata looked behind him. The entire Hyuga clan was here. Of course, I've applied to Lord Hinata ahead of time and he informed Sasuke that you have been acting more and more like a child lately. Not stable at all. The Japanese soccer team was helpless. And after them, Kai and Asuma and the others were also hiding carefully. Kakashi and Bringer are really bad too. They don't even come back for a bit. Kai said angrily. He's very busy. I've heard that he's in charge of the martial arts pavilion with Lord Mizukato, studying martial arts techniques and martial arts. Asuma said happily. Is Lin still a teenage girl now? How nice. Yuzura had a sweet smile on her face, and further behind them, as the saying goes, infinite sets. Kibamaru is tiptoeing around and hiding. Mo Yellow, will you take it easy? I don't want Grandpa to find out I talked about this place, but we're all nervous. This is where the legendary green spirit is. Before Mo Yellow could say anything, Udon started sputtering. Chapter 157, What's Wrong with Giving in the District? The green spirit was lying quietly on top of the divine tree, and his pleasure was nothing more than looking at the cage every day. The shinobi world today is okay, with a lot of technology. Submarines, airplanes, trains, ships, and automobiles are available. Various factories, chakra power plants, and chakra water stations have also long been owned. relying on the pure and unpolluted natural energy from the sacred tree. People aspire to a better and better life, and the expectations in their hearts are getting better and better. Only the green spirit knew that in comparison, ninjas are still too scarce these days. What's most lacking is electronic and aerospace technology. There was no problem with just relying on those martial arts ninjas to go across the stars. It was just that in Xingling's eyes, the future shouldn't be one that relied solely on so-called technology. The future should hold infinite possibilities. That is a bright future that comes to life between life and death, and a promise that one is transformed into the sea. And at the moment, Xingling decided that before traveling to the first universal coordinate Bohren world, he had to open up a perfect world of his own. That is, a world where technology and martial arts advance together. Technology is important. Martial arts is more important. None must be left behind. For this reason, Xingling had already made up his mind in his heart that he must create that future with technology and martial arts coexisting side by side. Above the sacred tree, cage center, amidst the puzzled gazes of Jedi and the four of them, Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and Reunion, Xingling stretched out his hands, and more than a dozen doppelgangers appeared at the same time. With the help of technological instruments from Scorpion Orochimaru's laboratory, he began researching from scratch, trying to replicate electronic and space technology on his own. And in the shinobi world has also long had the most basic computers, but only for accounting. Even then, it already takes a huge amount of effort to make. The green spirit sets out on these feeble foundations. In a cage, there were more and more people around him. All of them are their own doppelgangers. What's this about? Jedi was confused. He didn't know why Xingling was spending chakra and researching this kind of inexplicable thing. Did it mean that one could be capricious just because one had more chakra? Soon, Xingling changed into her lab coat and was alone in the middle of the experiment. Take that. Part of his bilocation was in charge of electronic technology, which was spread across all levels. The other part of the diversion is used to break through space technology, including all the materials. In such a situation, Xingling's head was running faster and faster, trying to regain a trace of clarity. However, Xingling was in a good mood. You come here. He waved his hand towards Tuanzo. Take a look at this and go try different ratios. Reunion looked a little wooden as he held the pile of information. Couldn't figure it out. He was totally confused. Don't just stand there. You too. Work. Xingling berated the Golden Horn, Silver Horn over. The two instinctively developed a kind of fear, and began to set about cooperating, doing some simple work. Jedi waited until the third day, only to realize that he had long since looked away. The things recorded in those drawings simply overturned all of his perceptions, and it could be said that any one of those things, if made, would be something incredible. May I join this experiment? Put on the lab coat, Xingling chided. To Jedi, however, this was not a rebuke, it was clearly hope. At this point, throughout the cages, there were thousands of Cyan spirits bilocations, and on top of all the divine trees in the entire shinobi world, countless of Cyan spirits bilocations were at work in each of the cages. Each day, in addition to giving the appropriate reward for the martial arts ranking, all of Xingling's resources were used to support his research, and the number of people who had gathered was growing, all of which were of course his doppelgangers. It wasn't until the fifth day that he went into the weekend off, underground chamber. The entire Hyuga clan is gathered here. In the meantime, they had long since adapted in the Aishiran shinobi village, and for some reason, what had started out as a desire to find a way to undo the spell, had now settled here. The spark improvement is especially noticeable. Today, Xingling had to work for a little while longer despite her hard-earned break. Oh, you guys want to undo the spell seal? That's certainly no problem. Look for me more often in the future when there's such a good thing. Green Spirit glanced at Hinata, who was here with all the clansmen, including Hinata. Unfortunately, for some reason Hyuga Hinata and Ninji weren't there. The former would have been as one of the Kiba kobolds, having long had a job and career that he was busy with, and Ninji has become a mainstay from among the original reserve ninja. It seems everyone has their own story. Xingling nodded in satisfaction, and a ball of chakra had wrapped the Hyuga clan. As the orange and cyan chakra swept over everything, they all fell into a deep sleep, their bodies and souls being compensated in the moment with chakra equal to their life force, and an equal amount of chakra was used to erase the spell mark from their souls. It was only in the end that they were able to revitalize them. In other words, for every caged bird spell seal that was eliminated, the green spirit would have to consume the equivalent of 2 resurrections of their chakra. By the time the chakra cocoon broke open, the Hyuga clan observed each other in amazement. It's really eliminated. Even the caged bird mark can be removed? Hyuga Hinata was a bit rattled, as if she had thought of something, and her mood had become depressed. Just say what you have to say. My time is precious and I might as well get more sleep if I have it. Green Spirit yawned. In fact, we had met Ninji before we came here, and the boy, though a little repulsed by us, was ultimately a member of the same clan and ended up entertaining us, but when we spoke of coming to lift the spell, he said to wait a little longer, that when he became strong enough, he would lift the spell for Hinata and the rest of the clan. Spirit Shadow-sama, I'm wondering if there's a hidden agenda here. Why did Ninji say that he must never disturb you? But just now he looked so relaxed. Hyuga Hinata had thought that lifting the caged bird spell seal would be difficult for Aoshi Spirit as well, which was why Ninji had objected. After all, the mark was something impossible for them to do. It could only be cast, and it would be a fool's errand to try to undo it. So it is. As soon as Qing Ling heard it, she knew that it should be because Ninji knew the heavy cost and refused to let him consume anymore, so resolved to wait until he was stronger before lifting the spell for others. That horrifying amount of chakra consumed was equivalent to all the chakra possessed by two peak 9-star martial arts shinobi if one had to use it as an analogy. Everyone in the Hyuga clan consumed an unknown amount of chakra. In the past, it would still be considered considerable, but unfortunately, the green spirit was too powerful now, and it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket, which was a pity. It's nothing, that kid Ninji knows his stuff. It wasn't really that hard. He wanted to relieve you of your problems. He really is a nice kid. Go your separate ways, I have a matter to settle soon. Qing Ling waved his hand. He had to prepare the list now, to see exactly what he wanted to go to the other world. Yes, sir. Hyuga Hinata was confused. Was it really that simple? However, he didn't dare to ask more, only just about to leave when he paused again, looking at Qing Ling with a somewhat awkward expression. Chapter 158, The Shadow of the Tree. Oh, anything else? Qing Ling was all a bit puzzled. How did this Hyuga Hinata suddenly stop in his tracks? It's like this. I also know that Naruto is the son of Lord Mizukato and Jasuna, but my youngest daughter, Daisy, has been getting stronger and stronger ever since she came to the Sirin ninja village, saying that she wants to chase his back. It's not like the old days. Naruto has long since become second only to Reikage-sama in the shinobi world, and your disciple, so please forgive me for saying this, but it is true. Daughter qualification cowardly, qualification stupid. If there is anything that does not invite to the place, but also the spirit shadow lord forgive. Also please Naruto lord do not descend. Hyuga Hinata had to say that. He knew that something that just had to be done, because Naruto is not what he used to be. He has long since become an existence to be envied by countless people. I've heard of people digging up ancient history. It says that Rokudo Sennin had two sons at one time. They have also influenced an era in different ways. Doesn't it now seem that the green spirit is the new Rokudo immortal? That Naruto and Sasuke are even more powerful. That Sakura was silly enough to keep chasing Sasuke's back, but he didn't want his daughter to do such an impossible thing. How could Naruto like a mere daisy? If, as a result, the Hinata clan were to provoke the green spirit or Naruto, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, in the eyes of the green spirit, this might all be nothing, but in the eyes of Hyuga Hinata, it was too much, because the two are not even in the same league. How can you just be at peace with that? Like this? Naturally, Qing Ling also heard the meaning of Hinata's words. He was thinking about the Hyuga clan. Indeed, in most people's eyes, it's not the same as it used to be. He looked up and smiled at Hyuga Hinata. May I ask Mr. Hinata, what do you think is the difference between this place and the former Konoha? The former shinobi world in comparison to the life you've been living in the Aoshiren shinobi village for this period of time? I wouldn't dare. Reikage-sama, please don't call me sir. Just call me Kohinata. Hinata was horrified and bowed directly to the ground. Looking around, surprisingly, even the other clansmen had knelt down early. Ha 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 ha. Green Spirit cackled with laughter. Turns out, the easygoing person he thought he was has long since become untouchable today. The point where every move, even a word, an expression needs to be pondered, as I always do. Hinata, stand up. We, the Sirin shinobi village, have no one who kneels. Ao Ling's words forced Hyuga Hinata and the sincerely terrified Hyuga clan to stand up. Just answer my question. This, Hinata thought for a moment and lowered her head. Everyone in the Sirin shinobu village can do their own thing, and many have smiles on their faces, but those outsiders instead have a sense of confusion, including us when we first arrived. Now that I think about it, it was something very different. Something like destiny, I guess. Here the so-called destiny is torn to shreds in one hand and you can be as bold as you want to be. In the past, the shinobi world seemed to struggle between life and death, and where there were those who died of hunger and thirst, there must be those who died of bracing and drunkenness. Hyuga Hinata was talking more and more happily, but he soon realized that he seemed to be talking a little too much. Would that not look good? What if Qing Ling isn't satisfied? You say that, naturally, in your own way, and I've always loved the strong, unquestioning confidence that people like you once possessed. Just what makes you start to shed your ego and go careful for a lot of things? Hibachi, open your eyes and take a good look at the world. It's not as stressful as you think, even if you laugh loudly, or cry because you are touched. sad, but only in exchange for a glance of passers-by. In fact, they cannot even forget the embarrassing things in their own lives. How can they remember your every move? My Sirin Shinobi Village. My Shinobi world has not changed. What has changed is nothing more than your Shinobi world. Before his words left his mouth, he looked over to Hinata, who was on the sidelines. You two brothers, don't ever let the tragedy of the previous generation of ninjas all fall on this generation again. It wasn't just Daisy who liked Naruto. The silly boy had a mind of his own. As for Ningji, this child is very understanding. You understand that is your business. I do not care, but also do not let him day and night only cultivation. That every day is quite a good girl. People will do business in the future to open a collection of ninjutsu store. Not better than his exhausting work? Silly boy only knows how to solve problems by practicing on his own. So what's the point of me being a spirit shadow? I at least count him as half a master. I can't dislike me as an old fox so much. As Green Spirit spoke, Hinata Sparks didn't hold back from breaking into a fit of giggles. She found this fox brother amusing, laid back and loves to spit. The type of person who doesn't like to interfere in anyone's business and doesn't like people bothering them. It still feels like fun. It was just that in the end, every single person in the Green Spirit Ninja Village had too much of their own personality for him to really care. Ha 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 ha. Hinata Sparks' laughter caused more people to stifle their laughter. Even Hinata didn't realize something was wrong until she laughed out loud. Why be nervous? It's Naruto's business who he likes. Mizukato is his dad, and if he has to find a grandfather, he can go to Jiraiya, or his uncle can go to Irika. Me, I'm just an old fox. Can you Hyuga clan live in the sunlight from now on? Look at how good the other Uchiha clan is. Don't give me any coyness here, okay? I'm a little sleepy. The Green Spirit scratched its little paw and prostrated itself on the sculpted stone platform, the chakra dissipating, leaving only this marvelous little sculpture. Only the Hyuga clan was left dumbfounded. Father, I feel as if Lord Spirit Shadow is different from the legends. In the past, Hyuga Hinata would have sternly told Sparks not to trust the surface too much. For some reason, for once he thought so within himself. The crowd walked out of the underground chamber. The sacred tree was so tall that it refracted the light to the ground. It's all like a dream bubble. Beyond the shadow of the trees, Ninji stood there, with Tentanchan standing beside him. On the other side of the room stood a dumbfounded Naruto beside Hinata as well. They waited in the light for all the clans. It's like the end of a movie where all is heading towards the perfect ending. Living in the sun? Hyuga Hinata stepped into the sunlight, and he had a sudden delusion. So twisted his head. He raised his head to look above the divine tree. Those palaces or those cages, they all existed in the sunlight as well. Beneath the veins of the divine tree, in the middle of that underground chamber, only the spirit shadow one fox existed alone. So it is. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but smile, tears coming to the corners of her eyes. In the world of Naruto, there have always been shadows. Only the light was too bright for them to see. The green spirit is the divine tree, the shadow of the tree, and the only god. Chapter 159 Otherworldly Copy. Open. 2 days later, the 7 days until the countdown to the coordinates of the worlds are just about over. A voice from the green spirit finally appeared in the shinobi realm, which was originally immersed in cultivation to become stronger. In consideration of the current peace and goodness of the shinobi world, a brand new copy of the All Sides is hereby opened. By copy, I mean that everything you experience there is real, what you gain is yours, and what you lose will truly be lost. But each one has unlimited resurrection. Now open the first otherworldly copy, the world of Boruto. The background of the world describes a guy named Boruto who created an era where masters were less than dogs and legends were weakened. Here, a whole new story is enacted, with advanced ninjutsu technology and enemies from the stars, who are none other than the Otsutsuki clan. Now open the entrance to the whole shinobi world. Anyone can enter at any time. After death, you can choose to resurrect in place and return to the shinobi world to resurrect the 2 ways, but not to go to the otherworldly copy after the bracelet will be turned off to protect you for a better experience. I hope that each of you are well. The bracelet has all the other features as usual. Everyone who dies in battle in an otherworldly copy will be rewarded with a double increase in attributes after being resurrected. Xingling's words directly caused the entire shinobi world to fall into silence. They didn't get it when they first heard it. What the hell is an otherworldly copy? Next, the divine tree projected a ray of light and also opened a flickering portal under the tree that shimmered with golden light. Many updates to the basic background and setting of the Boruto world have also been made in the bracelet. This is supposed to be the spirit world that Lord Spirit Shadow created with his ultimate illusion. But what we call death is supposed to be dying from the spirit world and resurrecting from the real world. That's right, every time I die, I can become twice as strong. So won't I be able to step into the martial way lower shinobi? Are you stupid? A martial undertaker is more than 10 times stronger than a martial apprentice. Unless you are a peak 9-star martial apprentice, dying once is simply not enough. Right, then wouldn't you have to die many times if you want to break through the realm in the future? What are you afraid of? It's just dying in the spirit world anyway. More and more people are getting curious. They all agreed that the so-called spirit world should be an illusion world created by Qingling using the spirit world. In fact, they are traveling to other worlds that do exist. As for resurrection, it was because they, as people who practiced the martial arts, would directly enter the spiritual realm of Qingling, a martial arts god, after they died, and would be resurrected by him at that time. This of course required the consumption of chakra, but Qingling was just happy to do it. As for the double increase after resurrection, it definitely wasn't the power of the infinite resurrection system, as the system only served Qingling, the only host. These rewards were given directly by the Green Spirit. No way. Lord Spirit Shadow just likes to lose money. The thought of them frantically making deaths in the other world and consuming chakra made Qingling able to laugh with joy. Right now, more and more of his doppelgangers were engaged in scientific research, and quite a few were traveling to the cores of other stars to consume chakra. The only thing that should be more consuming next is also the otherworldly. I don't know if this group of people from the Blast Legend world will trigger any other surprises when they go to the Boruto world. If so, that would be great. Aoshiro couldn't wait for them to cause more trouble so he could spend a massive amount of chakra to solve it. What a joy to think about. Swish, Qingling's figure floated in midair, his chakra transforming into a 7-colored light. He was just so in the middle of it, one hand outstretched. Above the moon, a divine tree was born, and the place was unmanned for the time being, but a portal was opened nonetheless. Even more so, a bracelet was given to all of them for Otsutsuki Sherpa. What is it? Otherworldly copies? What the hell? Damn it, what kind of material is this thing made of? It can't be destroyed. Could it be that this tree is the 10 Tails? And what is this gate? To the place where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed? The Otsutsuki clan on the moon was puzzled. They somehow encountered all sorts of strange things, but none of them made a point of answering them, and had to keep trying on their own. Other galaxies, one by one, the vast majority of the places where there was a green spirit detachment were devoid of life. Otherwise, Qingling really wanted a few more portals. In the starry sky, two figures flew through. The two are none other than Gold Style and Peach Style. They traveled through the universe a day or so earlier, but just after arriving at this sun's galaxy, they caught a glimpse of a strange scene. This azure planet has a satellite. That was fine. They had planned to take a break and head to this planet with life. But this tiny satellite is actually scenic and has life along with vast amounts of natural energy. The strangest thing was that there was an incredibly tall tree in the center of this small place. This is the 10 Tails? It feels like it, but why is there a little bit of an inexplicable feeling? What is this door? Peach Style and Gold Style looked confused, but after they had used all their means, they still hadn't found out the exact reason, and the doubts in the hearts of the two of them grew more and more. Why is the 10 Tails releasing chakra at random? It's a waste. But the chakra fruit isn't on this 10 Tails. Does it mean it's hidden inside the tree? Maybe Otsutsuki Kagaya supervised the theft and hid it inside the moon. Golden Style said angrily, it's not that there isn't this possibility, but it's just a mere sealing technique. I'll devour it all the same. Peach Style looked disdainful. In his opinion, the sacred tree must be the 10 Tails and contain a massive amount of chakra. Just where the hell is Otsutsuki Kagaya hiding? That's weird. The two laughed contemptuously and stepped into the portal. And on their hands, there were no bracelets. When Otsutsuki Sherpa and the others arrived here, wearing their bracelets with a confused look on their faces, they couldn't help but become even more frightened. Why had those two guys who had given them a sense of oppression from the depths of their bloodline just now suddenly disappeared? Does that mean it's all because of this door? It's weird. Should I step in or not? Shinobi. A figure walked into the teleportation portal, and they each stepped into the otherworldly realm after following Qingling's instructions and bringing along their martial artifacts and pills. In the crowd's opinion, there was no need to bring pills at all. After all, it was only the spirit world, the illusion world. But they didn't want to disobey Qingling's instructions, so after perfect preparation, they stepped into the portal anyway. There is also no shortage of shadows of the major shinobi villages, Rinpaku, as well as Naruto, Sasuke, and the other minor powers of Kiba. They all knew that in this incredibly peaceful shinobi world, they had to look for opportunities to become stronger. So as soon as the otherworldly copies appeared, they moved. The depths of the universe. Otonoki I Clanland. On this huge planet, the gravity was dozens or hundreds of times that of the shinobi world, so every clan was born powerful. A shout suddenly erupted from this place, which was supposed to be calm. Peach Style, Gold Style life sensing is not available. They are not in wedge stance. Chapter 160, Cleaning Up the Remnants. After a single figure stepped through the otherworldly gate, Qingling looked back at the entire shinobi world, and his gaze went cold. He knew that there was still a part of him that hadn't left. Even if the daimyos fall, even if one of the giants falls, they will still do their best to see you fall. Because, If Qingling was here, he was destined to have a gaze watching him from the shadows. There's always someone who wants to return the shinobi world to the way it used to be, isn't there? In the misty hidden village, the second-generation Mizuki is sitting alone in the house, and he seems to be waiting for the right moment. Upon noticing a single figure leaving this place, he couldn't help but display a smile. However, just after he was about to get up, Qingling's figure then appeared. There are quite a few more guys like you. At this moment, there were thousands of shadow doppelgangers appearing all over the world. Since the end of the Shinobi World War, there were really not a few people similar to Onigiri Fantasy Moon, who appeared to be submissive, but actually hid everything in the bottom of their hearts. He calculated that there were at least tens of thousands of them, and they remained dormant, waiting for an optimal moment. You found out. So worthy of a spirit shadow, Ghost Light Phantom Moon appeared to be much more bashful. You know, I have my own ambitions, just like the misty hidden village. He should never be a companion to others. The only way to truly create a shining empire that belongs to us, Usirin Ninja Village is good. But how much better are you Ryanoku, and you all Shinobi World? There's no shortage of people in this world who want to occupy portals on their own. What if people like us, even if Lord Spirit Shadow finds them, can we kill them all? Ghost Light Phantom Moon seemed to be aware that he would definitely be discovered by the Green Spirit one day. You're honest, quite a bit better than the scumbags, but you all get the same reward. Qingling said faintly. How? Ghost Light Phantom Moon looked up at him and said with a cold smile. I know, all you want is to take advantage of this time when most of the people are gone to eradicate us. The remnants in your opinion. After all, this couldn't be a better time to do so. Yes, throughout the Shinobi world, even on the surface there are not a few who have succumbed for the sake of strength, for the sake of martial arts, and for various powers. However, most of them still had their own ambitions in the bottom of their hearts, and hated the fact that the Green Spirit was able to completely go up in smoke. As long as he exists, the Shinobi world will fall into the so-called fairy tale ending, which is undoubtedly equivalent to a kind of ultimate horror for those who like to fight, such as Onigiri Mirage Moon. He preferred to bide his time and return the Shinobi world to its usual noisy self. Hate me? Doesn't matter. Qingling snapped his fingers, and an otherworldly door had opened for Ghost Light Fantasy Moon. Those of them who try to stay and wait for the opportunity will also be transported to the Boruto world. This teleportation relied on the universal coordinates, but it was the chakra of the Green Spirit that was consumed. Surely, we will be banished by you even if we want to stay? It's true to say, Spirit Shadow, you should be able to feel it, a mood of barging in on each other. The ninjas' fighting instincts, their so-called stoicism, are being obliterated by your fairy tale world. Ninjas are disappearing from the Shinobi world, and as long as there's one old thing like me left, I'll find a way to get you to roll down. Oni Lantern Phantom Moon did not resist. He knew that people like them who wanted to make the Shinobi world in chaos again would have no choice but to die once the Green Spirit discovered them. It would also be completely defenseless if thrown into another world. Green Spirit is too strong. This was the reason why even though they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they could still only hibernate in the shadows, light that flooded the Ghost Light Fantasy Moon. In the meantime, tens of thousands of waiters in the Shinobi world have been found by the Green Spirit and teleported to the Boruto world. Above the sacred tree, Qingling yawned. He was also not expecting that there were so many people in the Shinobi world who hated her, to work tirelessly to return the Shinobi world to what it once was. In response, he also threw him straight into the world of Boruto, reclaiming the bracelet and leaving him to live or die. By the time we get to that Shinobi world in Boruto's world, even these guys should be in for a surprise. Unexpectedly, the future Shinobi world they had envisioned would actually turn out to be another strange picture. Have I made the Shinobi world too peaceful? Green Spirit muttered. He had just dropped all 7 shadows, as well as several former human pillars, into the Boruto world with them. It could be said that there were definitely quite a few powerful people in the Shinobi world who hated him. Ever since the Shinobi War, Qingling had been waiting for a time to dispose of it. As the saying goes, don't let others sleep in your bed. Qingling shook her head, finally releasing a smile. Since you like to make, let's go to another world and make. Let's see how much you really are. Do you really think that you have invincibility just because you have the martial arts and have metamorphosed your chakra attribute? Let the new Konoha Shinobi teach you how to behave. It's time to rest for a while. I just didn't realize that even the 2 cuties, Peach Style, Gold Style, would intrude as well. The other world should be interesting in case we meet them. The Green Spirit nodded, relieved to fall into a deep sleep. After eliminating this group of guys who always didn't want him to sleep peacefully, Qingling also felt that the quality of his sleep was much better. Boruto world. As a figure passes through the otherworldly gate, as they consumed a large amount of Green Spirit chakra, they also appeared in a world that looked familiar, and somehow less so. In this place, naturally, there was also one of the Green Spirit's doppelgangers. The more powerful you are, the more chakra it takes to travel through an otherworldly world. the green spirit directly teleported hundreds of doppelgangers, and as soon as they debuted, they headed towards various galaxies, wrapping around the sun of the shinobi world. Actually, the ones who really consumed the most chakra were these people who had been teleported by the green spirit, in order to maintain the connection between the other worlds, and in order to transmit chakra for them at all times, etc. The green spirit had to transmit chakra across the heavens and the worlds. It might just be a howling fireball jutsu, but the amount of chakra consumed was absolutely unimaginable. It could be said that maintaining a martial arts ninja's existence in the otherworldly realm is just unimaginable under such circumstances, separated by a world's barrier. Even with the coordinates of the 10,000 realms, the consumption was staggering. As to whether there is a more frugal, less consuming way to do it, of course, Xingling could have had a few of the doppelgangers that ran over their help, and that would have been more than enough. But these doppelgangers were born to travel to the stars and oceans to waste chakra, so how could they let go of the opportunity to consume it so easily? Green spirit willfully, as willingly. That's great, kids, cherish the future of shinobi. Xingling fell into a deep slumber just as soon as the words left her mouth. Only chakra is silent and passes to the other world in the largest percentage of consumption. All he wanted was a mere dream of beauty, a way to consume more chakra. Chapter 161 Peach Style devours Peach Style. Boruto World. Moon. Peach Style, Gold Style with empty wrists, came in a flash. Strange, where is that tree? Humph, it must be an illusion, but it's been broken. Your Excellency is right. A small satellite in the district with a large amount of life and a complete ecology would mean unimaginable consumption, and no such thing is possible. At this moment, when they opened their eyes to the world again, they only felt a sense of reality. Yes, everything was too real to be true. There was absolutely no way it could be an illusion. Responsible for how to live up to their eyes and bloodlines. What kind of Otsutsuki clan has been hit by an illusion? It's a shame to say it. Never. However, just as the two were planning to actually travel to the shinobi world, the eyes, however, looked to the other side of the universe at the same time. It was the direction of their hometown, the Otanashi clan, and two extremely familiar figures were on their way. How? Same scent as me. Impossible. Throughout the universe, the Otanashi clan is powerful and unrivaled. Although there are also slaves like Kagaya and Gold Style within the clan, there were also nobles of high status like Peach Style, but it was only right that each breath should be unique. Why did he feel the exact same scent in this direction? I sense that they're sensing us too. Golden Style's tone was icy cold. If he knew of anyone who dared to impersonate him, he would make sure to erase them. Except of course for Peach Style-sama. Damn it, is it a foreigner? Peach Style's killing intent was all over the place. What was a fight? It was just a finger fight. He didn't care. A mere azure-colored ordinary life planet in the district. He could take it down at any time. I don't think there will be any up-and-coming opponents. The most detestable thing at the moment was still these two foreigners who dared to impersonate them. Swish! The two of them simultaneously used their time-space jutsu to return toward this original path. Momochi's heart was set on killing the foreigner who dared to impersonate their Otsutsuki clan. They could sense that the other side seemed to be angry as well, approaching the place at a rapid pace. Yeah, since you guys are upset too, go yourselves. The district foreigners, do they still want to hunt my Peach Style? Finally, on a planet full of molten lava, both sides meet. Don't you dare impersonate me. Don't you dare impersonate me. Wait for death. Wait for death. If you dare to offend the true face of the Otanashi clan, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. If you dare to offend the true face of the Otanashi clan, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. The two hissed almost in unison, so much so that your ears hurt. The molten lava was lifted up into a storm, and a terrifying shockwave of power began to erupt between heaven and earth. Well, let you know what despair is. Well, let you know what despair is. There wasn't a single word that was different between the two Peach Styles. The way they attacked, every dodge was exactly the same, as if they were carved out of a mold. Gold Style, on the other hand, ranked trying to erase each other, and so in the midst of one battle after another, as they struck each other's mortal wounds, they were also struck by each other's mortal wounds. No real breaks could be found at all. The scariest thing is, after fighting together, neither side could tell which of their Peach Styles was their Gold Style. I need chakra power, one of the Peach Styles said. The one closest to him, Gold Style, was bewildered, unable to tell what the hell was going on and whether or not he should give up his life and turn into chakra. It is logical that as a slave, there is a connection between you and your master, but the most horrible thing is that no difference can be detected now. It means that with each other, all have the same soul and consciousness. How is that possible? Disobedient slave. Then die. Momo Style was furious, and with a twitch of his eyebrows, both Golden Styles began hissing in pain at the same time, twisting and turning into two chakra fruits. This scene also really viewed the other side. Damn it, you're going to die for me. the other peach style hissed back, hastening the deaths of the two gold styles. Eventually, the two chakra fruits were suspended in mid-air, and each of the two peach styles caught the one closest to them. The eye of reincarnation in his palm erupted, absorbing everything into his palm in a matter of moments. Now you're dead. The peach style of the Boruto world grinned. Ha 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 ha, looks like we were right to act together. A voice emerged in a whisper. It's none other than Otanashi Uraso. Didn't think about it, you imposter. Your information was wrong. We are three people coming together this time. Peachy big laughs from this universe. In the Otsutsuki clan, there is a division into guardians and the guarded, which is equivalent to the relationship between the slave and the master. The former is to be transformed into a chakra fruit by being devoured by the guardian at the moment of necessity. And Otsutsuki Kagaya and one style have the same kind of relationship, only this time, the one who came with Otanashi Momochi and Golden style was not Ichi style, but Yura style, who was also a guardian and possessed the Rokugia Sharingan. This action in Boruto's world comes as the shinobi world is about to start the new Nakanobu exams soon, and these three come as a team. As for the Naruto world's Momo style, Gold style traveled to the shinobi world decades ahead of time and was not accompanied by Yura style. So that's it? Naruto world's Momo style's eyes flickered as if he finally understood something. Just thinking about it at the moment gives me a creepy feeling. He had white eyes and chakra eyes, so how could he be hit by an illusion? But if this is all true, then what are the causes and consequences? The moment Momo style had actually spawned a new golden Sharingan eye in the center of his forehead because he had devoured Gold style. However, the cause and effect made him more and more afraid of what had happened in the meantime. What exactly had happened to him on that tiny satellite? Fear, a fear that chilled in his bones. Why is the environment on the two moons before and after different? The chakra tree suspected to be the 10 tails, and the glowing door. What? Scared? Foolish Faye. Peach style of the Boruto world vocalized and laughed. No, no. The Momo style of the Naruto world was the one who sensed something in a jolt, roaring like mad. You stupid guys, whoever the hell you are, don't go near that inferior azure blue planet of ordinary life. It'll be unfortunate. Shut up. You just can't fight two against one and are starting to find relief for yourself. The molten lava turned into a sea of mountains and whistled. After a big battle, Yura and Momo teamed up and finally found the time to wipe out the imposter. Nice. Peach and Pooh styles divide their power as much as they can. No matter what kind of foreigner you are, don't even think about being in front of our Otsutsuki clan. Momochi was even more curious, but after he devoured the pile of chakra, he also gained a portion of the memory. Nani? After seeing a divine tree from their memories, and the glowing door, the two froze in place at the same time. Why does it feel like there's something wrong? There's no way this guy's memories are fake, so why are there two of himself? This inferior planet of ordinary azure life, is it still to go? Chapter 162, Naruto meets Naruto. Boruto World. Shinobi, Kiba Village. Early in the morning, Boruto comes in with a graffiti replica of Naruto from back in the day, but with his old man as well. When the hustle and bustle is over, leap on top of the tram and get away. It wasn't until some time later that he returned to the village again. Boring. With his hands in his pockets, Boruto, who was soon separated from his friends, was walking alone on the street. The streets of Kiba Village are pretty nice, with the obvious technological feel of decades later. There are also many billboards with Naruto's portrait on them. The teenager sullenly walked forward with his head down, but he was impartial enough to bump into a group of teenage girls who looked to be only a year or two older than him. One of them was still yellow-haired like him. Oddly enough, there was another cool-looking guy with long hair next to him that gave him a nice feeling. At a glance, it seemed that these peers had never met in the village before, but there was an inexplicable familiarity to them, as if they had seen them often again. However, Boruto didn't think much of it. His plan to make Naruto angry had failed again and he was now sulking alone. Wanted to go home and lay on my cot to make myself feel better. Hey! The little yellow-haired man called out to him, his tone calm. He is Naruto, a newcomer to the world of Naruto. Following behind him were the ninjas of the Sirin ninja village who appeared to be coming out of an alleyway, but were actually from another world. It included many people including the 12 Konoha juniors, and naturally, there were also Ieros, Tekers, Kankoro, and young men from all the major ninja villages. As for Namikaze Suiman, Uchiha Spot, and Senjuma, they don't know where they are. What for? You guy, you want to fight? Boruto was getting angry. How could he be scared when he saw how many people there were on the other side? He couldn't wait to use his fists and come to a good fight. I wonder, is this the Kiba ninja village? Naruto asked curiously. It seemed to him that this little yellow hair was somewhat similar to him, but those eyes, they seemed to be even more similar. After all, at this point in time Boruto hadn't opened his transmutation eyes, whereas he had already done so because of Aoshi's spirit. Of course, why do you keep talking? Sobering. Boruto was just about to say more when Sasuke caught him directly by the wrist, because from his gestures, it seemed like he wanted to take a shot at Naruto, and Sasuke didn't know that Boruto was going to be his disciple in the future. And right now no one was allowed to touch Naruto anyway. We're new to Kiba village, so we're curious, can you show us around? Somehow, at the moment, Naruto, who was only a year or two older than Boruto, somehow saw a familiarity in his eyes. It was a similar loneliness then with him, with Sasuke, and with Iroh, an aura that belongs to a monster. The boy has his own loneliness inside him. It was also the reason Naruto called out to Boruto, wanting him to lead the way. Humph, just met and let me lead the way. Really? Forget it. I think you're also out of towners by the way you're dressed. I'll be nice and walk with me. Boruto had been angry, but for some reason, when he saw their attitude, and the way they had first arrived, the essential goodness within still kept him from leading the way. Thanks. Naruto calmly uttered his thanks. Hey, you guys don't let go of me. You bandwagoners said thank you. Boruto struggled to try and escape from Sasuke's grasp, but he couldn't do it anyway, and if the latter hadn't taken the initiative to separate, a deliberate effort wouldn't have done it until tomorrow. Say, what village are you guys from? Sand Hidden Village? Boruto frowned again at that, looking over at Naruto and their ninja badges, which didn't seem to be Kiba's or any of the ones he'd learned at his ninja academy. I think it's a small shinobi village. It doesn't matter. That stupid old man of mine can become Naruto, and you guys will have your own future too. Boruto giggled and twisted his head to give them some comfort. It seemed to him that what he had just said might have upset them, but unexpectedly, the men were so quickly drawn to the village that they didn't care what he said. It's similar to our village, but it's much worse in terms of the scale of the buildings, and the grandeur. Yellow calmly analyzed it. Well, but it's true that it's different from the original Konoha, so this must be the future that Reikage-sama was talking about. Ninji nodded back, amused. The future of Kiba seems to be developing in a very average way, but it's finally developing. And this world called Boruto is really interesting. Another angle and possible future of shinobi? It doesn't look like it has a green spirit either. I'm Boruto, by the way. And you guys? Naruto, Daisy, Sasuke, I love you. Ninji. One name came to mind, and Boruto recited it at first, not taking it at all seriously. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at the billboards with Naruto's face on them for a moment, and then at the teenage Naruto. On the contrary, Naruto and the others were calm and collected. Is this what Naruto-kun's future looks like? It's going to be Naruto. Naturally, Daisuke recognizes that both Naruto Rock and those Naruto advertisements are proof enough that Naruto here is Naruto's future. Instead, she was happier in her mind. Naruto really does become strong wherever he is. Naruto's future? Ieroko looked away, wondering if Naruto would cut his own hairstyle as well. What about himself? The hair is ugly. Sasuke commented directly. I wonder what I'm doing now. Ninji was intrigued. It was kind of fun to be in a hypothetical future. I don't know if caged birds have contact in this world. It looks like the world of Boruto, where Naruto became Naruto, is still quite nice, with smiles on people's faces. Damn it Sasuke, do you owe me a beating? Teenage Naruto, who had learned to be stoic, but almost couldn't resist doing it, wanted to punch Sasuke in the face. Any time. The corners of Sasuke's mouth turned up slightly. Nani, Nani. Instead, Boruto looked up at them, trying to make out the faces of each one, and he was only now beginning to correspond with what each one looked like. Dad, your Uncle Sasuke? Uncle I love you? Uncle Ninji, you really do look exactly like the picture. Mom, after spinning around in a big circle, Boruto instead looked to Daisy. Ha, Daisuke almost fainted in shock. Boruto called Naruto dad but her mom? What's going on? Such a bright future. It was unimaginable. She must live happily every day, with Naruto by her side at all times. Thinking of this, Daisy fainted straight away. No, 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 this can't be right. The ninja shields on your heads are not Kiba at all. What the hell is going on here? Boruto's eyes were finally alert. He knew that these people definitely had ulterior motives. Being at the moment, a figure in pursuit of Boruto arrives as well. There you are, Boruto. The adult Naruto's shadow doppelganger's heart was much more at ease as far as his finding Boruto proper. Ha! As soon as he turned around, he saw a group of people he clearly recognized, but almost couldn't name. Chapter 163, Protecting Konoha to the End. Nani? The adult Naruto looked at the person in front of him with a surprised face, and if he hadn't realized that all the ninja forehead protectors on everyone's foreheads weren't Kiba, he probably would have been really taken aback, even get angry. After all, there's still ninja in there. He would never allow Boruto to impersonate his own uncle. I have never seen any of your village's similar forehead protectors, so please tell us where your village came from as soon as possible, or else just the fact that you're pretending to be the face of our village's late hero. Ninji Fuga, is unforgivable. Naruto looked at Ninji with a serious face. The latter's demeanor changed in a flash. The late hero? Does it mean that he died in this so-called Boruto world? Why? Ninji was already confused. He knew that the shinobi world was dangerous and anyone could die. It was just the reason for it that he still wanted to know. After all, the world of Boruto is seen by the world as an illusionary spirit world from the green spirit. Then Ninji's death must have been Aoshiro's idea. Ninji couldn't believe that Qing Ling would want to let him go to his death. That was why he was curious. Did Ninji die in this world? Lee even exclaimed outright. Unbelievable. In his opinion, Ninji is already a very powerful martial arts ninja, and is already in the top of the martial arts list. The existence of unlimited possibilities. After all, the only Budokai shinobi is Naruto, Sasuke, and the closest thing to a Budo shinobi is Chikuma and Uchiha. Little Lee had heard his most respected teacher Kai say that Hinata Ninji was already the best in the ninja world, and could definitely be ranked in the top 100. How could such a being die in the future? As a matter of fact, that's what's on everyone's mind at the moment. It's just that they all overlooked the most basic point, or rather, they simply didn't know it. This world was not the spirit world of the green spirit, much less martial arts. This world? The adult Naruto had long since caught a whiff of it, and over the years he had long since made up for his shortcomings. Unfortunately, being too tired, he simply didn't have enough spirit to fight, thus always in a weakened state. Where are you from? Adult Naruto was originally just going to find the troublemaking Boruto, but right now it seems very fishy indeed. Boruto, come here, as the adult Naruto shouted out. A group of his other shadow doppelgangers quickly rushed towards the area. I'm sorry that our arrival may come as a surprise, even unbelievable, but let me explain. Teenage Naruto's eyes burned, and without making a move or even taking a step, a powerful and unrivaled chakra aura erupted from his body. It was just a sliver of that, and mixed with Senjutsu chakra and Nine Tails chakra, as well as his own. After the teenage Naruto condensed the chakra Gul'dan, they became one with each other. Only the adult Naruto who also possessed these chakras could smell the difference. If it was a normal person it would be impossible to tell the difference. Naruto, inside that guy, there's a me too, the 9 llamas said from within the adult Naruto. I feel it, that IILO likewise, and that kid who is suspected to be the 7-tailed remage human pillar power looks cool like the kid I saw in the mind world back then. Adult Naruto was cautious enough to protect Boruto a handful of times long ago. The 7 shadow doppelgangers quickly surrounded the crowd. It seems you'll become cautious enough later on to be a little better than you are now with your adventurous ways. Sasuke chimed in beside the teenage Naruto. Shut up, is this the time to talk about it? The fact that teenage Naruto has to say a word back even at this point shows that even though he's gained growth, he's still different from adult Naruto. Maybe it's called growing up and being childish. Either way, Sensei didn't bring us to this world to fight you guys. He wanted us to become stronger and go on trials. I believe that in this world of you all, there should be even more powerful enemies. Junior Naruto gathered his chakra and his tone became serious. Sensei? You mean Jiraiya Sensei, or Iruka Sensei? As of now, Naruto didn't believe they were from another world. However, if this group of guys, who were so powerful even when they showed a hint of chakra, really went on the rampage, he would have to find a way to take them out of the village, in order not to bring danger to the village. That's why they have been calmly cross-examining, in order to also look for more moments to move to the outside of the village. Jiraiya Sensei? Is that how Grandpa Jiraiya is called in the future world? Grandpa Jiraiya? The teenage Naruto said something that made Naruto's eyes flicker with it. He could hear the surprise in the teenage Naruto's tone, and it didn't smell like a lie. Oh, and who is this teacher you speak of? As the adult Naruto continued to inquire, he had in fact long ago called all of the ninjas from one village or another who could keep the village safe and turn away these enemies in the shadows. Soon, with the arrival of one partner after another, the safety of the village would be greatly assured. At the very least, there needed to be sealing spells and formations to keep these people inside. At that time, even if he fought, he could let go. This, teenage Naruto couldn't just say Aura's name at random. He could already tell. There was no green spirit in this world. No martial arts. Arguably, a shinobi future without the appearance of the green spirit. In that case, Ninji would die and he would become Naruto, and have a child with Daisy? Teenage Naruto only saw Boruto, and thus thought so in his mind. He didn't think he'd have too many children. After all, in his own character absolutely. Even thinking about this, the teenage Naruto had some sadness in his gaze as he looked over at the adult Naruto and thought to himself, what the hell happened to him to make him look like this? In this world, is Grandpa Jiraiya still around? Why did he become the teacher Naruto spoke of? Our teachers don't actually exist in your world. It's a long story, so please give us some time. Teenage Naruto was just about to speak when a light shot up into the sky. The next moment, they were trapped in the ceiling array. Only a figure appeared. The Kiba masters looked like they had arrived quite a bit, and one extremely familiar figure. Among them were Kagome, Tenji, Ino, Saki and the others. Why wasn't I there too? Inuzuka Toa was confused. Was the future him dead like Ninji? Actually, the adult Inuzuka Toa at the moment meets a beautiful woman who raises a clan of cats and often lives outside the village, returning only once in a while. I look reliable. Shino glanced at her future self, who seemed to have grown a bit in size. Ino saw his future self standing close to Saki, the two still whispering with furrowed brows. Looks like we have a future. Saki smiled happily. It took a lot of work for him to learn to laugh. What? Do you all still want to act? The adult Naruto has a fierce gaze, and he will defend Konoha village to the end. Chapter 164. We don't fight indiscriminately. That's not what our teachers taught us. The teenage Naruto looked at himself and turned in a straight line. Everyone left from the great formation with this turn of his. The formation of the flying thunder god, and it's still teleporting so many people at the same time. How he managed to do it with such precision, and the amount of chakra consumed is unimaginable. Kagome outside the formation was a bit surprised. With the departure of Junior Naruto and the others, this sealing array was instantly rendered useless. There was no way around it. Being able to use this kind of skill at any time could be the equivalent of being directly open. Where to? A figure arrived violently. He was extremely fast and his orange chakra wrapped his entire body. Upon realizing that he was most likely facing a group of unknown monsters, Naruto decisively turned on the big one. It transformed into the 9-llama chakra pattern. Go outside the village if you want to fight. Teenage Naruto saw the scene and realized that it looked like he couldn't reason peacefully until he was beaten into submission. Yes, adult Naruto was begging to hear that. The group ran in a ninja run towards the outskirts of the village. Dad, Boruto blurted out. He then realized that he had just been staying with a bunch of monsters. Ignoring the ceiling formation, he brought so many people and still came and went as he pleased. Even if he didn't know any better, he understood the magnitude of it. Boruto, Hinata came here late, bringing swirling sunflower along with her. They're strong. I can feel them strong, but they don't mean any harm, Boruto said with some confusion. Don't worry, no matter what kind of enemy, as long as it's your father, it can definitely be defeated. Hinata gently stroked Boruto's head. Why? You guys always think he's reliable. He's always the one who fights at the forefront of something so dangerous. He's simply a big fool. Boruto clenched his fist stubbornly and turned his head the other way. Has the enemy come to the village? Sarana also arrived late. Sort of. They're all pretending to be uncles, aunts from their youth, Boruto said casually, but his eyes shifted from wavering to determined. He's going to help. Outside the village, with the Konoha ninjas standing by, waiting until they leave to set up a dragnet to protect the village, and the crowd in the middle of the forest was beginning to get a hint of a fighting atmosphere. Basically, it's self against self. Those without an opponent stand to the side and watch the battle. Why do you have to fight? Teenage Naruto can't figure out that this adult Naruto really shafts. As Naruto, I will never tolerate you trampling on the peace of the village and the shinobi world. Adult Naruto believes that these things should never be shaken. Also, after the battle is over, can you tell me the story of your journey? Teenage Naruto was also wrapped in a layer of orange chakra, but he was on 9-llama immortal mode. Naruto, it looks like we're going to have to do the same. Well, get it together. 9 llamas. It's been ready for a long time. The adult Naruto, regardless of whether or not this was a bluff on the part of his opponent, chose to strike with a stern hand. He also turned on the 9-llama immortal mode at the first opportunity. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I still want to meet you. The adult Kagome always felt that the enemy in front of her was strange. Not only is there a teenage Kagome, but also Teshiguru, Kankoro, and even a teenage I love you are waiting on the sidelines. I'm too lazy to explain. It's too much trouble. Can we not fight? Teenage Kagome just wanted to say no. Hearing those words, and the attitude of the other party, even adult Kagome was in a trance for a moment. The resemblance, it was just too much. The other side, the two Jinnies were also as promised. Not that I'm saying it's a win for you if you can watch them fight. Teenage Dingy took out a bag of chips and ate them. Not that he didn't take the fight seriously, but he knew how strong Naruto was and wasn't worried at all about how this fight would end. May, the adult Tingy smiled at his words. It was so nice, this lazy teenage feeling. It was really just like him back in the day. He also heard the meaning of the other's words. Unconditional trust in his teammates? Is it possible that Naruto was so reliable in their eyes? Although he didn't know whose trick it was, it did make him experience a joy he hadn't felt in a long time. How dare you impersonate me? On one side, Saki was still smiling at each other. Saki was then furious. She would never tolerate this. It's still true? Sakura arrives late, and when she sees her teenage self, she's in for a rude awakening. On the contrary, Ten, who had come with her, had some comfort when she saw that the young girl Tenten was carefully standing beside Ninji, still holding the time-space ninjutsu scrolls, as well as the bitterless in a strict stance. That's nice. That's nice. She wanted to teach this guy who was pretending to be her a lesson, but at the moment she just wanted to just watch. Hey, what are you going to do? Fight? The teenage girl said as she pretended to be mean every day. No, I'm here to scare you. Auntie, I've got Rokudo ninjutsu. The adult Tintin also acted mean. What are you talking about? Some 6 paths ninjutsu. The young girl Tenten said this on her lips, but in her heart she was still a bit worried, and instead hid closer to Ninji. Hey, if you want to not fight, then get closer to this guy. Adult Daily joked. What are you babbling about? The closer the teenage girl Tenten leaned on Ninji, the more the other her laughed. Knock on wood. She said as much. I'm going to protect Naruto-kun in battle too. Daisuke entrusts Sunflower to Spark's temporary care and decisively goes into battle. How could she possibly allow Naruto to be hurt? I, also, want to protect Naruto-kun. The young girl, Hinata, similarly assumed a soft fist fighting stance. A battle breaks out. Or you stand your ground and keep the peace. Only on Shino's side, a swarm of bugs were breathing and tearing, both trying to take each other's lives, but bugs gnawing on bugs was just a bit slow. Fight! Youth! Shaoli's side of the battle was instead more hot-blooded, except that the duo fought together after opening up to 5 doors, becoming a trail of stumps. You're strong. Is this the future me? You too, but it seems that the strength of your body, as well as the chakra, is much stronger, more so than the teenage me. The two fought together, and without realizing it, surprisingly, it was the adult Shaoli who was gradually at a disadvantage. Strangely enough, it was basically the junior clan that had the advantage in this battle down the line. Even they were suppressing their chakra martial arts strength and not going to use martial arts techniques, nor do they use elixirs to replenish their chakra, let alone use martial arts tools. In the face of his own offense, he was merely using a relative ninjutsu, a body technique. Do you still want to fight? The center of the battlefield. The teenage Naruto stood unscathed in front of the tired adult Naruto. The two are already at a high level on a point-to-point level. How is that possible? Are you telling me to back off? The corners of the adult Naruto's mouth turned up as his battle spirit raged. Chapter 165, Rep Article Mode. Open. I'm not going to waste any more time. Teenage Naruto, on the other hand, became more serious. One of them is moving into the future and the other is reviving the once. The two are just facing each other. Who is a little more like whom? I'll beat you with jutsu. Spiral Maru, Kami no Tama. 300 miles. Teenage Naruto stood in place, one hand raised, only to see his massive amount of chakra coalesce into an unimaginably large spiral pill in a flash, gathering all the chakra attributes that could be incorporated into the Spiral Maru, as well as his immense and incomparable chakra. That's what brought together the Spiral Maru, which was 10 times larger than the Kiba village. The Spiral Maru that shimmers with a 9-colored light. The so-called Budo Ushinobi. True strength, that is. It's a little strong. The adult Naruto gave an unruly smile. 9 llamas. Did you find out? Well, not only do they have what you would have had back then, they're even more powerful. It's weird, that strange power of theirs. Naturally, the 9 llamas had long since sensed the strangely different components of their chakra. Practically another version of themselves in this world. It's just that Budo chakra, even if it's hidden, still manifests itself without realizing it. Chakra of various attributes, a powerful and unrivaled physique, and a will that is awake to the core in battle, as well as each of them being quite accomplished in physical arts. Ninjutsu. One can already get a first glimpse of the power of it. That is, the group all wielded the same power, a power that Naruto hadn't really touched so far. Just this guy's attack. Can it be blocked? The adult Naruto gave a goofy grin as he looked over at his teenage self, the giant spiral pill resting in his hand. He didn't doubt himself. He just said a set phrase to the 9 llamas. Of course, easily. The 9 llamas flickered out within their gazes. Naruto has grown so much since he became the 7th Naruto. Just how often does he get to fight as freely as he does at this moment? The two of them had never been afraid to face such an unknown enemy. Come on then, let's mimic it as well as we can. Naruto followed the teenager's example from earlier. Also, one hand was raised to the sky, all of his chakra attributes surging into it as his combat power skyrocketed. All that could be seen was a Spiral Maru emitting a 7-colored glow roughly 3 times the size of Kiba village. Just from his appearance alone, it seemed to be weaker than the teenage Naruto's, except that he didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he hissed like a teenage Naruto. Spiral Maru, God's Jade. 300 miles. Boom! Just for a moment the two terrifying spiral pills met. Sasuke, the teenager who was still watching, finally made his move. His pupils trembled. The duo, along with Spiral Maru, disappeared directly into thin air. Next moment, the silhouettes of the two appeared directly above the firmament, As the two huge spiral pills collided together, a terrifyingly loud sound came once again. The shockwave was like a storm, and even though it was spaced so far apart, it still snapped the trees straight back. Kizuna, the great thousand worlds. Junior Sasuke made a seal, and his Kizuna chakra quickly erupted, directly transforming into a huge cover that protected Kiba village directly within it. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle still bombarded the earth. From time to time, a hint of doubt flooded the eyes of the crowd. What kind of horrible power is this? How is it that this group of pretending teenagers, the Kiba heroes, possess strength that surpasses their true selves? Swish, the afterglow dissipated. After the horrible sound, the Budo ninjas each looked calmly into the sky. On the contrary, the Kiba ninjas were in a state of shock. They saw the end when the dust cleared. A figure hung in the air, falling from the sky. The other lost consciousness and fell straight out of the sky. The loser is actually the adult Naruto, their 7th generation Naruto, the one who saved the entire shinobi world. Do your best to save Naruto. Don't care about any cost. That guy will never die. Don't be discouraged. Kagamaru quickly gave the order. He hadn't even thought that such a powerful guy would suddenly appear in the shinobi world. Even if it was strong, it couldn't be to such an existence that could leave Naruto powerless. You know, it's only been 10 minutes since the beginning of the overhandness just now. Even though all of the physical arts, jutsu, perception, and judgment that should be there have been gone through, before this one horrible Spiral Maru showdown, he was all but convinced that the teenage Naruto's Spiral Maru was nothing more than a big head, and couldn't possibly be stronger in quality than the adult Naruto. But when the facts were laid out in front of him, all he could think was unbelievable. Naruto! Tenji leapt up and transformed into a butterfly, attempting to catch Naruto with his giantized self. Naruto! The adult Sakura also looked to the sky with worry, as the teenage Sakura did not come from Tsunade, and thus despite having Budo, it was at best a stalemate when in her presence. This was still an adult Sakura who hadn't unlocked the Yin seal, or else she would have surely gained the upper hand. Naruto-kun, the adult Hinata ran straight to where Naruto was about to fall. The teenage girl, Hinata, did the same. She didn't care if the teenage Naruto won or not. All she had to do was save him at the first opportunity and make sure that he was in good physical condition. Go! The adult Shino is in a disadvantageous position and decisively lets his flying insect go forward to save Naruto, which would put him at a disadvantage and lack of protection from the teenage Shino's attack. How could he care about such things when it came down to it? His partner was in danger. Almost there. The sky. Saki was already covered in sweat on his forehead as he wrote a giant eagle in ink. I'll interfere with that guy. Ino was likewise at his side, attempting to use his own jutsu to temporarily control the teenage Naruto's mind and body. Never! On the other side of the teenager Saki, Ino flew towards them, the sky. Instead, it was the teenage Naruto who had the easiest time. He had a good eye for all this maneuvering, but in his mind, this future self was strong enough. If it was in a future with no green spirit teacher and no martial arts, it would be truly unbelievable to be powerful to this point. And I'm afraid that even the teenage Naruto himself wouldn't believe it if he, in the future, completely lost consciousness after just this move. How can that be? Who do you think I am? Wake up, the other me in the world. The teenage Naruto looked to himself. This world, the other him. Swish, in the sky, the adult Naruto, who was still falling in a straight line after one block, one battle between the two sides, had long since rolled up his eyes. He seemed to have lost consciousness. He seemed to have lost the battle. He seemed to be dying. All the promises from before, the effort, the strength that was only gained by fighting so hard was going to disappear. But, just in the nick of time, he snapped his eyes shut. When the eyes opened once more, he said, word for word, heavy particle mode, on. Chapter 166, The Lies of the Nine Lamas. Naruto, you're facing monsters that are above us in terms of chakra, strength, and speed, and although we haven't figured out where they're really from yet, this battle may be inevitable. The Nine Lamas grinned in the ear of Naruto as he flew down. Well, as of now, I've faced him in physical arts and ninjutsu, and without exception, I've been at a disadvantage, and his chakra is even more special. That kind of flame embedded in the chakra seems to be able to burn our chakra. The adult Naruto's gaze blossomed brightly with it. It's too much fun for him, isn't it? Every second the power grows against a seemingly undefeatable foe. What does he have to fear? Such a long time it's been for you. The Nine Lamas' gaze turned to intense battle intent. Heavy particle mode. Will it consume all of our chakra? Naruto didn't have the slightest doubt. He never thought the Nine Lamas would deceive him. Of course, you guy, would I lie to you? The Nine Lamas said without hesitation. However, when he spoke the words, in the world of their consciousness, the adult Naruto slammed his hands into his fists with a great deal of vigor. The Nine Lamas of the conscious world looked down at Naruto and couldn't help but see a hint of mist in the corners of their eyes. Please forgive me once, Naruto. It's the only time I've ever lied to you. Flames that burned the earth and incinerated everything. It was the damn flame of the teenage Naruto that set the forest on fire. He had known for a long time that this future self was far stronger than the others here. So how could he have lost so easily? You sure are strong. Teenage Naruto was similarly fighting alongside the 9 llamas. Fallacious. A blood-red chakra emanated from the adult Naruto, and with it the color orange in a flash, ascending to blood red. As the red chakra code wrapped around his entire body, his aura increased to the extreme in that instant. Strength, speed, defense, reflexes, healing, and chakra all reach extreme increases during this period. Heavy particle mode. Fusing Naruto's and the 9 llamas' chakras in a solar fusion, colliding, to explode with truly extreme power. Even more amazingly, in heavy particle mode, each of Naruto's attacks removes the enemy's chakra, causing them to constantly lose their combat power while never being able to use chakra or jutsu again. This move can be considered a true jutsu of adult Naruto. However, this move, from Naruto's perspective, should be one where he and the 9 llamas consume chakra together, and in the end, if they die of chakra exhaustion, then they die together as well. But the truth does, the 9 llamas have been hiding it from him, using heavy particle mode, and in the end it will be the 9 llamas who will die when their chakra runs out, not Naruto. This is the reason why the two reveal very different looks in their hidden places. So strong, teenage Naruto saw future Naruto come over with a flying kick in the air. He directly raised his hand to block it only to find that a portion of his chakra was directly eliminated. Yes, not only the chakra he was using, but even his chakra dantian, as well as his own energy was partially eliminated. Theoretically, as long as the heavy particle mode is maintained long enough, it can erase all of its chakra, causing the opponent to be wiped out first. Throughout the shinobi world, if it wasn't for the later attack of the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto didn't even need to use this move. Whether it was the Sannin mode or the 9-tailed chakra mode, it was enough to make him enough to be at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Not to mention the 9-llama immortal mode. Perhaps the heavy particle pattern was supposed to remain hidden and unknown all its life. That way, Naruto would never find out about this lie hidden in the 9 llamas' minds. He was the perfect human pillar. He and the 9 llamas had never hidden anything in their hearts from the moment they understood each other. Ah, swish, another kick, followed by an incoming punch. The two kept fighting in the air, attacking down again and again. Gradually people could no longer even see their remnants. This is a battle that truly belongs to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. So strong, I bet you're strong enough to rival a 9-star Budo shinobi in this state. Teenage Naruto was amazed, and he dares to say that if he hadn't learned the chakra martial arts and gone through one metamorphosis, he would have had the chakra golden elixir. I'm sure I'll get a taste of my own medicine today, but to this day, he has long since undergone a metamorphosis. Learned? The 9 llamas? Teenage Naruto grinned broadly as he had to say that future Naruto's move was too strong. But his chakra was just too much. Each great realm of Budo drastically increases chakra. Ordinary ninjas simply take energy and give it properties at the moment of use, making it a different kind of chakra. Martial arts ninjas, on the other hand, can store chakra in their bodies first. Then let's try it too. The 9 llamas within the teenage Naruto were also confident with it. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted. It had also been a long time since he had fought freely, and at this moment, with future Naruto's heavy particle mode, he erupted into a terrifying battle. They also experience a subtle power from it. Then turn it on. Yes, teenage Naruto and the 9 llamas joined forces at this moment, and the chakra of the two began to form a chakra burst that was also similar to solar fusion. Next, the two fell straight down from the air, each blasting into a large pit. The dust formed a smoky haze, and neither could see the other until they stood up to each other and could feel a strangely different kind of breath. Finally the power of the two merged at this moment. When the smoke clears, the adult Naruto was stumbling a bit. The heavy particle mode was a horrible drain on chakra. It's simply not sustainable for long. A single glance was directed toward him. What spiraled out was a concern. As his decadence appeared, the other side of the smoke, teenage Naruto stepped out of the dust, his chakra exploding from his body. The orange chakra in his body turned blood red. 2 chakra ears cocked up towards the sky. He also turned on heavy particle mode. What a marvelous stance. It consumes even more chakra than the 9 llama immortal mode. It's really hard to imagine what kind of state it would explode into if it attracted any more senjutsu chakra. Teenage Naruto's aura was in the upper hand all of a sudden. When he looked at the adult Naruto, there was instead a hint of doubt in his gaze. What's that look in your eyes? Do you really think I don't have any left? The adult Naruto struggled to get up and once again exploded with chakra as he desperately made his way towards the teenage Naruto. Even if the opponent had more chakra than him, more speed and power than him, even if he was able to perfectly replicate his heavy particle pattern, and you can't stop fighting. Swish! Adult Naruto was about to punch the teenager in the stomach. a figure dressed in black suddenly arrived. Naruto. Sasuke. The adult Sasuke sensed Naruto's danger on the outside and rushed as hard as he could to make it to the moment. Chapter 167, Naruto's Will. Bang! Just as the adult Sasuke intervened, ready to join forces with the adult Naruto, the young Sasuke came with his sword, the light of the blade cutting through the air, causing his gaze to go cold with it. What a fast knife! Sasuke. Sakura saw Sasuke's figure from afar. It's true that Sasuke is the first to appear only when Naruto is in danger. Naruto-kun. Hinata's gaze was filled with worry, afraid that something might happen to Naruto. Next moment, the two Naruto's fists finally came together. This is a battle that falls into the heavy particle mode. Both were consuming each other's chakra, as well as their own at a rapid rate. In this state, it's just a matter of seeing whether the enemy's chakra will be eliminated first, or whether one's own chakra will be depleted first. What is the name of this state? Heavy particles. Nice name, but if it's going to be at the cost of the 9 Llama's life, then I'd rather not. I can't figure out why you're using this when you clearly don't have as much chakra as I do. Wanting to make the 9 Llama's death quicker? The teenage Naruto knocked the adult Naruto back with a slap as he spoke, and the moment his form stabilized, he directly disengaged the heavy particle mode. As he gained this power, he soon realized that it was a mode where both tailed beasts and Rinpoche were going to consume chakra at a rapid rate. The price to pay for great power, so to speak. It's just a shame that it's even more amazing. Naruto could clearly feel the passing of that which was hidden within, favoring the 9 Llamas. This was because he had enough chakra. After all, even tailed beasts could practice martial arts. As a result, they have all been enhanced to some degree. Plus, the junior Naruto's 9 Llamas knew there was no chance of losing this battle, and he didn't lie as much as the adult Naruto's 9 Llamas. Naruto was directly told that there are important drawbacks to the heavy particle model. This only corroborated the thoughts of the teenage Naruto, who decisively deactivated the heavy particle mode at this moment. As he returned to his normal state, he decisively turned on the 9 Llama immortal mode again. In this state, in order to continue fighting the adult Naruto, the teenage Naruto decisively seals. The green spirit immortal mode was turned on. Wow! A flash of cyan chakra appeared, fusing with the original orange chakra. This is the Budokai 9 Llama immortal mode that belongs to the teenage Naruto. Orange and cyan chakra covered his entire body, and he could feel an almost paranoid power merging in the extreme. So strong. This form, which was similar to the green spirit, also had unrivaled power. A new coat actually appeared on the surface of Junior Naruto's body, taking on a greenish color with an outer layer of orange chakra, while at the same time, an eye that appeared to be present, but was nothing more than a hidden eye, coalesced in the center of his brow. Teacher Changling said that only by incorporating the transmigration eye mode as well, can I open the Qingling mode that truly belongs to me? Teenage Naruto clenched his hands into fists, and his eyes began to glow with the ultimate power that was uniquely his in this moment. Finally, when the green spirit immortal technique merged with the transmutation eye mode, and the 9 Llama mode, it was only then that the heavy particle mode of the young Naruto began. This form also allows you to fuse Senjutsu chakra, your own chakra, the chakra of the 9 Llamas, and reincarnation eye chakra in perfect proportion. Transforming into an extreme not only allows one to use any of the 4's abilities, but also makes oneself reach an extreme. Swish! This time, when the two of them faced each other again, every movement of the teenage Naruto directly became instantaneous, and every burst of his punches contained a powerful undercurrent belonging to the martial arts. Aoshirin Senjutsu allows you to draw chakra from nature whenever and wherever you want, as well as transmutation eyes to see through one of your enemy's moves and use various abilities perfectly. All of his attribute chakra, combined with the tailed beast jade of the 9 Llamas, threw out a single spiral pellet with a dark black core and many small balls of colored chakra surrounding its exterior. Just one was thrown, and the moment the adult Naruto dodged it, it appeared directly in the distance, destroying a large mountain directly out of nothingness. What did you just say? Adult Naruto has gradually been at a disadvantage, and the advantage he had in heavy particle mode disappears completely as Junior Naruto turns on green spirit mode. The green-colored Naruto and the red Naruto just stood face to face. The heavy particle mode possesses a great potential for the death of the 9 Llamas as that being who maintains the balance. Teenage Naruto was a little confused as to why the future didn't know this. Admittedly, in his opinion, if the heavy particle mode didn't have this hidden danger, he would absolutely incorporate it into the green spirit mode as well. Then he could eliminate his opponent's chakra while absorbing it. It's just perfect. No matter what the opponent is, he will surely die, but at what cost? This is the life of the 9 Llamas. Green Spirit Sensei brought the 9 Llamas back to life, and brought them back to know and understand each other to this day. Never for the purpose of letting one of them run out of chakra and die. Naruto, don't listen to him, this guy is compelling you. The 9 Llamas said to the adult Naruto. Hey, you're the one who's lying, right? Teenage Naruto's 9 Llamas spoke up to stop it. He seemed to understand the real ins and outs. Determined to sacrifice your life in order to maintain the safety of Konoha and to hold back this group of unrivaled enemies? He thought about it and knew that he would have done the same if it had been him. Not to mention your future self. It's true what they say, isn't it? There was a hint of dimming in the adult Naruto's eyes, and even the blood-red chakra in his body was fading. It was really hard for him to choose between the village and the 9 llamas. Of course, if his own life could be added in between, it would be a good choice. Idiot, even if I die, I can be resurrected just the same. It just takes a little time. The 9 llamas smiled at the adult Naruto. But then what kind of world am I guarding? The adult Naruto shook his head. Surprisingly, he was in a bit of a trance. It's the world you promised when you were young. It's the world you wanted to become the strongest Naruto ever. It's the shinobi way you said you would do. Straight and true. It's the beautiful shinobi world you persevered in. And to this day, you tirelessly pursue. Naruto, you can't slack off. These guys are as powerful as ever. If we stop there, we risk returning the entire shinobi world to that era of war everywhere. The voice of the 9 llamas appeared in Naruto's ears once more. The adult Naruto's gaze became more and more determined. With it came his rising breath. Swish, the blood-red chakra disappeared. The adult Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without fear, he looked at his seemingly invincible self in front of him. Take a break. 9 llamas, we'll have to fight side by side when you recover. The chakra in his body continued to erupt. It was a kind of chakra that belonged to destiny. This time, he was on immortal mode. Is that your choice? Teenage Naruto asked. Well, beating you is enough, he said confidently. Good. With a flick of his hand, the teenager also cancelled his green spirit status and turned on pure green spirit immortal mode. This is a different model of immortality that belongs to both worlds. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death again, a figure that shouldn't have appeared was appearing in all directions. It was everyone's turn to be dumbfounded. It was almost the entire Konoha village that had come. Chapter 168, The Green Spirit's Descent. Mission? The teenage Naruto looked at his wrist in surprise. Xingling buys them a matching bracelet that actually projects an image. The word mission was clearly written on it. Enemies from the stars have traveled to the world of Boruto, named Momo Style, and Gold Style, the latter of which is likely to be eaten by the former turned into fruit, both of whom are of the Otsutsuki clan, and should be followed up by similar enemies. Mission requirement: eradicate all the Otsutsuki clan in the Boruto world, spread the martial arts with the planting of the divine tree, and look forward to your return. The quests enacted by the Green Spirit had been published on the bracelet that bought one. They then realized that the so-called otherworldly trip wasn't just a stroll. They had important things to do. The Otanashi clan? No more fighting. The teacher gave us a task, teenage Naruto said as he took out a seed from his bracelet's storage space and gently buried it in the soil. The same is true for others. This scene directly fooled the adult Naruto and the others. What the hell is going on? Just a moment ago they were fighting to the death. How come they started working on this kind of stuff in the blink of an eye? I'm sorry, but if we're done planting trees, we have to go defend against the Otsutsuki clan. And before that, we're going to introduce you to some chakra martial arts, and the related cultivation methods. Teenage Naruto refuses all battles for a change. How does he know where that Otsutsuki clan is? Maybe it was hiding in the shadows. He would have to look for it. Chakra martial arts? Naruto was confused, not understanding what he was saying at all. As far as his eyes could see, one by one, the people who had been teleported by the Green Spirit also came into view. Kakashi, Kai, Uchiha Bando, Rin, Namikaze Suemon, Joshinna, Zuraya. Soon the place was full of people, driving Naruto crazy. The original enemies were hard enough to deal with. How did so many appear? What's even stranger is that they're all planting trees without a second thought. After planting it, he began to talk bitterly to the bystanders about some chakra martial arts, a maneuver that directly overwhelmed Naruto. There's no malice. I can't sense malice from these guys, the adult Naruto's 9 llamas said suspiciously. No idea where it came from, no hostility. Why would this group of people suddenly target Kiba village? Just as the weakened Naruto thought that, the phone on his wrist lit up its screen. The technology of the future shinobi world had also long since developed to a certain level. It turned out to be the new generation of the 5 shadows that opened the online meeting. Naruto, the figures of successive Raikage and Rinnegan are suspected to have appeared near our cloud-hidden village. Darui looked unconcerned. Naruto, there's something strange about the misty hidden village. There's always a shadow planting a seed outside the village, and they're dropping scrolls with strange cultivation methods written on them one by one into the village. Nagashiro looked a little scared. Naruto, we have the worst situation in the Iwagakure village. I saw the other me and she said I was the like shadow. Black Earth recoiled with a look of joy. Naruto, we in the sand hidden village just had so many people see their other selves. Good thing there isn't another me. Yellow said calmly. The adult Naruto looked at him helplessly and said, Uppa, you're in our village. He shook his head, then hung up. At a glance, there are people everywhere who have come back from the dead. His original battle spirit was also erased, and he just wanted to figure out what was going on. After all, even the other him got away. Concentrate on planting trees there. But right now, as Naruto, he must not trust these mysterious outsiders so easily. Decisively rejoin the others. The Konoha ninjas stood at the entrance to the village, poised and ready to fight at any moment, while in front of them was their other selves delving into how to plant trees. Why did they suddenly start not being in fighting shape? Tingy looked puzzled. He could see that even his teenage self was serious. It seems that they were glancing at that bracelet on their hand that is the essential difference between them and us, and there seems to be a message on it that we can't see and only they can. Kagamaru was quick to judge what was going on. More importantly, these people, without exception, possess various attributes of chakra, and they also contain a large amount of chakra within their bodies, while those new arrivals just now were accompanied by a burst of distortion in space and time, which should be some sort of space-time jutsu, but it has been subtle to an extreme. Sasuke saw more from his perspective. Their chakra is running in a strange way, and unlike us, they have a large amount of condensed chakra in their bodies in addition to being able to convert energy into chakra. Fuga Hinata appeared despite his advanced age and used his white eyes to discern the chakra trajectory of the Budo ninja. Is it similar to the art of 100 hose? Sakura thought that it really did seem a little bit like that, as she had just noticed during the battle. The young girl Sakura hadn't learned the art of Hyakuho, and she didn't have the Yin seal, but that kind of massive amount of chakra stored inside her body, as well as the strength in her physique, was really intriguing. The enemies they face are far greater than ever before. The other one, I seem to be in good spirits and have no problems with my feet. Kai sat in his wheelchair and grinned, his big white teeth launching. Strange, could they have been made by Orochimaru? Kakashi thought that it was most likely a massive jutsu like the filth transmutation, maybe using their genes. A bunch of clones? Is that mom and dad? Mr. Jiraiya? Naruto, on the other hand, looked to one of the corners, and the men looked to him at the same time. When their eyes met, even though they knew it was their so-called clone, a part of their hearts was still touched. Naruto, calm down. Sasuke and Kagome were worried that he wouldn't be able to control it. They both knew what these people meant to Naruto. Even Kagome, Ino, and Tingy nearly lost control of themselves, because in that group, it was Asuma who stood with the clones Kakashi, Kai, and Yuzuru. Why do these damn clones have to rub salt into their scars in such a cruel way? They're not aggressive yet. Seize this opportunity to recover chakra and have the village strengthen its all-around defenses. What we're about to embrace could be an unprecedented war that's already swept into the entire shinobi world. In the eyes of the adult Naruto, this group of enemies that seemingly fell from the sky are the monsters that will destroy the peace of their shinobi world in the future, and can never be good. But just then, a teenager's figure suddenly appeared in front of the teenage Naruto. Everyone's eyes froze with it. Boruto. They didn't expect the kid to take advantage of the gap and go after teenage Naruto. It's too dangerous. The adult Naruto flew forward. He had to stop this. Brother! Swirling Sunflower looked away nervously. Swish! In the meantime, the sound of a sacred tree breaking through the ground rang out, and a giant tree just rose up and bloomed in the summer of Kiba village. Under the sacred tree, one figure looked up to the top of the tree and the tense Naruto who was running towards it with a sense of bitterness instead. There was a time when they feared the martial arts and feared the tree in the same way. Wasn't it just like the bewildered, nervous Kiba village ninja at the moment? Good on. The moment the divine tree appeared, a deity belonging to the Naruto world, the green spirit descended with it. The silhouette gradually solidified, and the giant fox perched between heaven and earth looked down at the earth and the living beings. Boruto world. He, green spirit, is coming. Chapter 169, Spirit World. Open. Let's see. How is it here? Aoshiro looked down at the Boruto world. Not much different from the Naruto world, but it was just a time and space where he wasn't. Oh, the guys who don't have bracelets were thrown here by me. They're going to die. Whether they live or die is none of my business. He said this before yawning. Boruto world. Martial arts list. Open. Somewhat tired. Do you all have anything else to ask? The exhaustion of traveling through two worlds is far beyond normal human comprehension. So if there's nothing else, I'll take a nap first. Xingling's eyes were already so sleepy that she didn't want to open them. In the beginning, those who crossed over from the Naruto world were just adventurers who came here voluntarily. By the time he had disposed of all the disgruntled, some of them were locked up in cages to study space technology and computers, while others were teleported to the Boruto world. Unlike the teenage Naruto and the others, these disgruntled people don't have bracelets and are stuck here for life. Whether or not they will be accepted, or even die, is up to them. The forces of the daimyo, for example, were all put into captivity. Jedi, Junzo, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn became experiments just the same. Hanzo the mountain pepperfish becomes the caretaker of the underground chamber of the Green Spirit. As for the Ninja League to begin with, as well as those guys in the various shinobi villages who had been trying to find the right moment to bring down Aoshiru, they were teleported directly to the Boruto world. Erase them? Qingling was too lazy to pay attention. The more powerful she was, the less she put these trash in her eyes. After waiting for one detachment to travel to a different galaxy in the Boruto world, it was only then that he himself chose to come here in person to take it for a spin. For the sake of, naturally, the scientific ninjutsu of the Boruto world, advanced computers and other technologies. I'm here to take some technological artifacts. Anything else? It's none of my business. You guys have to try to finish the mission earlier. For your current level only, it can be said that it's a pretty good experience. Qingling was just like instructing her own child. He wore the dandified immortal clothing that had come from the immortal realm, and he exuded an aura of divinity at all times, as if he had never been here to compare himself to anyone. God, why should he look at mortals more than once? The third eye, like his 10th tail, flickered in and out, just as everyone was dumbfounded, wondering what the shinobi world was about to face. A loud cry was heard. Karen, sobering, as the thunderbolt ran through the sky. Sasuke's gaze was fierce, directly fearless of any aura of a green spirit as he slashed through with a single strike. As his figure floated from a high altitude, a figure of any Kiba from each of them showed their abilities. The aura on him gives me a sense of familiarity, a sense of belonging, but he's just too strong. I can't see it at all. Still above the old man of the 6 paths? Not even that teenage Naruto can be compared to that. The 9 llamas inside the adult Naruto were shocked. It's so weird. If anything, the teenage Naruto gave him a weird feeling of being from the same root. Then this green spirit was like another Otanashi Kagaya in the world, a Rokudo Sennin, and there was so much that was familiar about him, that just a hint of it, for a moment, felt uncanny. Can such a life form really exist? Nonsense again. Qingling allowed one attack after another to slice through his body, but the result was that he couldn't even break through his defense. Even the adult Sasuke's Kirin was helpless. You're going to compete with a monster that can rival the sun? It's not even in the same order of magnitude. Take the chakra fruit. If the guardian of the Otsutsuki clan is equivalent to a chakra fruit, and if the guardian eats this chakra fruit, then Otsutsuki Kagaya is the equivalent of this guarded person after devouring the chakra fruit. It was only in the essence of bloodline and strength that it was still weaker. The chakra fruit is forged by drawing on the energy of a planet. That one true guarded person who eats a chakra fruit is the equivalent of a planetary level. Naruto, Sasuke and the others are already the equivalent of a moon, satellite-level battle force. The strongest state at the time of joining forces is Rokudo Sennin and Sasuke when they gained the power of Rokudo. They were 1+1 at that point, infinitely close to planetary level when joining forces. In this case, if either of the duo could eat the chakra fruit, they would gain an absolute qualitative change, a battle power that would be enough to make even the Otsutsuki clan's guardians despair. Unfortunately, they did nothing but throw Otanashi Kagaya out to eat, but that would be incredibly costly. Today's shinobi world is long gone from the ancient times. After the Otsutsuki Kagaya era, people had the root from the chakra fruit in their bodies, which was eaten by Kagaya. If she dies, it means the entire shinobi world is buried with her. This is the reason why ordinary people can't compare themselves to the Otsutsuki clan. Even the real tight ends among them, Naruto and Sasuke, struggle to gain the ability to cross that step, the chakra fruit. Right now, when long ago ate several chakra fruits, by the infinite resurrection system to give several times after the double increase of the green spirit, is even more powerful to normal people cannot imagine. Green spirit's true qualitative change then lies in the fact that, in order to die in the face of the sun's power, he chose to allow himself to practice chakra martial arts, and after several qualitative changes, his strength was increased dozens of times. He died as he wished, at the cost of dying harder. Truly stellar. Even the planetary level Otanashi Ichiban ordinary guarded ones remain nothing more than powerful mortals in front of him. This is shown by the fact that the guardian Otanashi Kinshir is able to do battle with Sasuke without losing. Individual Otanashi Ichiban are also satellite level in strength. The only way to expand to the planetary level is if the guardian eats the chakra fruit. Regardless of longevity, future Sasuke, Naruto has reached the normal level of the Otsutsuki clan. This is also a comparison of the strength of the Naruto world before the monster, the green spirit, appeared. Throughout the heavens and the worlds, individuals who could reach the planetary level were strong enough to be called unattainable by most people. No effect? Is his body stronger than Otanashi Kagaya? Sasuke wondered. The crowd felt an even stronger sense of powerlessness. What kind of existence was this monster that had suddenly appeared? Could it be that the reason Junior Naruto and the others didn't intervene was that this new monster songstress just couldn't possibly get hurt? Sasuke. The moment the adult Naruto craned his head to look at Sasuke and looked up at Aoshiru, he once again turned on heavy particle mode. let me try again. Naruto realized that no matter what, he couldn't let the enemy in front of him give everyone the impression that he couldn't be defeated. These people hadn't fought Otonashi Kagaya, so naturally they didn't know what it meant to be a monster of such combat power, or even stronger. It would be the greatest misfortune to despair. So, he had to try again. Even if it was to injure Qingling once and break the myth that he wouldn't be injured, it would be enough. Stop it. You're hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting yourself 100 times. Qingling glanced at Naruto in heavy particle mode and pointed a finger. Countless chakra vines sprang out from within all the divine trees around the world, wrapping the entire shinobi realm in an instant. Spirit World, open. Chapter 170, in the name of God. Once the spirit world opens, all of Boruto's world except for the adult Naruto and Sasuke have fallen into a deep sleep. Above the vines on the ground, above the branches of the trees, all of them were people who were sleeping and falling into the spirit world. Infinite moon reading. Sasuke gritted his teeth and his Susanoo turned right on. Is that what this is about? Naruto couldn't help but remember many years ago. Only, that time there was Kakashi, and Sasuke, and the entire 7th class. Now it was just the two of them and the 9 llamas, side by side. Ha, you think so? Then you think so, and I'll take what I want to take when your fight is over. Qingling said lightly. What he wanted to take away was of course the scientific achievements and theories of the Boruto world. In his opinion, the future of chakra martial arts or ninjutsu, they all had to have better technology. If the alchemy furnace and refining furnace could have a better computerized central control system, as well as intelligent control, it would definitely be able to refine those configured pills with 100% accurate ratio. Lest Orochimaru, Akasago no Scorpion, Tout and the rest of them have to develop new technology on top of their work and training. The amount of time that takes is a luxury. Given the choice, he certainly wanted to reduce some of the pressure. Take what you want. The adult Naruto, however, smelled a special meaning in it. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Sasuke let out a question, wondering if he thought it could be the green spirit trying to take away Otonashi Kagaya. With such a powerful existence, they wouldn't believe it if they said it wasn't the Otsutsuki clan. Ha, Otonashi Kagaya. I already have one there. I don't need too many. What's the use of me having 2 Otonashi Kagayas? I want the fruits of your science and technology, and I'm just consuming a little bit of chakra on the way. Qingling knew that it was inevitable that these two had a misunderstanding. Isn't that the kind of misunderstanding he wants? It's just so much fun. It would be a nice way to relieve boredom to see the future Naruto team up with Sasuke. You guys want to fight? Then I'll play with you. A little bit of Aoshi Spirit's tail transformed into a doppelganger that was about the same height as Naruto and Sasuke. He's roughly equivalent to the battle power of a planet. You two should be able to put up a fight when you join forces. But of course, before that, you'll have to replenish your blood. As Qingling spoke, she directly threw out 2 bottles of pills. What is this? Don't touch. The adult Naruto, Sasuke, showed a nervous face and quickly dodged. However, the green spirit's doppelganger took a step towards them with the elixir, and the eye of God in the center of his brow slowly opened. As the pure golden light shone down on the duo, even Sasuke's Susanoo and Naruto's heavy particle chakra coat were pierced and frozen directly in place. As the eye of God that can raise the dead and solidify time and space, even the supreme duo at the pinnacle of the shinobi world can't resist awe. Damn it, even unlimited Tsukuyomi couldn't have gotten through my Susanoo. What kind of pupil power is this? Sasuke struggled desperately as he tried to save Naruto, because Aoshiru's doppelganger was about to touch Naruto. I would never eat such a thing. Naruto closed his mouth and fought. It was reasonable to say that he was able to ignore many taboos after turning on the heavy particle mode. So why was it that he still couldn't block this golden pupil in front of him? It's up to you. The green spirit split directly crushed an elixir. The medicine sprinkled in midair and floated in view of the pair. Next moment, with a shake of the 10th tail of the green spirit's doppelganger, the direct elixir was transported to their stomachs with the power of space and time. What? No food? Bang! A punch was thrown and Naruto's mouth opened in pain as the elixir was quickly incorporated into his body. Swish! Ignoring Susanoo, he traveled directly through time and space, instantly reaching Sasuke, and did the same with a punch. As a result, the power of the elixir was quickly integrated into the body. The huge chakra surged into his body as if it were a vast ocean. Naruto and Sasuke both looked at Naruto in confusion. What's this? Even Hyarinmaru could do little more than restore a small portion of his chakra. Besides, Naruto and Sasuke's chakra amounts are far beyond normal. Why were they both still able to feel the massive amount of chakra in the elixir? Naruto, is it dangerous? The 9 llamas asked with some concern. No, this seems to be a strengthened version of the Hyrule pill, and it's extremely easy to absorb. Naruto said heartily. Is he trying to get us back to our peak strength to fight him? And when we win, we'll conquer the shinobi world and save Otonashi Kagaya? Could he also be trying to turn everyone into white Jedi with infinite moon reading? Sasuke stood behind Naruto, his Susanoo still not touching. The two looked at each other, both understanding what the other was thinking. Then fight to the end. You'll never get what you want. Boom! Above the earth, within the giant version of Susanoo, the blood-red 9 llamas rose from the ground. Naruto hissed in unison. The two of them also quickly made seals. This is a new way of fighting that we realized in battle and came up with because of your presence, and it will increase our combat power drastically. Since I comprehended it because of you, I'll use this move to, well, defeat you. Mighty Suit, Heavy Particle, Fuchsia Demon God. Within the purple Susanoo's full body, the blood-red 9 llamas had been fully tailed. After donning the perfect armor, it then transformed into a fuchsia-colored shinobi demon god. This move was the very same epiphany that they had been given when they faced the green spirit, the orange and green fox that possessed the 10 tails and the eyes of God, yet still stood, demon-like and godlike, an enemy that made one's soul tremble with just a glance. Even if they used all their strength, they would still have to defeat let the violet-red demon god defeat you, the orange-green demon god. Amaterasu heavy particleized blast of the wind spiral Maru Kirin's arrow. Naruto, Sasuke stood atop the giant's head, eyes burning as a teenager. The one-armed Sasuke holds the bow and Naruto draws it. The moment the two of them were in unison, purple-red arrows flew out, entwined with black, indestructible Amaterasu flames. Once struck, it transforms into roiling flames that quickly burn away from the wound, quickly eliminating the enemy's chakra and turning imagination into reality with the one strike of the gods. The 9 llamas were certain that this move would definitely work. If it's invalid, then it doesn't fit the ninja's build. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya was alive, once he was hit, he would have to lie down on the board. Interesting. The green spirit doppelganger looked like the difference between the size of the main body and that of a giant and a mole, but he bashfully made a seal with both hands. A smile grew on his face. Only on the day you truly become strong will you realize that there is a true realm above the realm of the human capital. The realm between the truly transcendent immortals and those who have fallen into mortal dust. The realm that belongs to me. God. The move is called, In the Name of God. As the green spirit doppelganger spoke, his body became directly transparent until he disappeared from the eyes of the world, with only Naruto and Sasuke being able to see him. This is a form that, like the ghoul sealed En's Reaper, can only be seen by the caster, and the person being cured. Only, the green spirit was far more powerful than the Grim Reaper. Even if it was just a planetary-level doppelganger of his, it still possessed his bloodline and substance. Naruto, in Sasuke's perspective, can truly appreciate what it means to be in the name of God, the sky and the earth as far as their vision goes. The immortal clothes of the green spirit's doppelganger fluttered. His 10 tails spread out to entrench the earth and the ocean. His open arms were the entire sky, and his eyes were like the sun and the moon when they were open, incarnated as a god. Only the favored apostle gets a glimpse of the real thing, whether hope or judgment. This is called, In the Name of God. Chapter 171, Naruto. Sasuke falls. Swish, an arrow flew out, piercing between heaven and earth, and the power that destroyed everything actually gradually collapsed at this moment. Night, the green spirit split whispered, so it was dark. In the darkened sky, the arrows from Naruto and Sasuke's combined strike turned into purple, red, and black chakra that collided with each other and turned into a sky full of stars. It was dark and turned into a star. It's all in the eyes of teenage Naruto, all of them. It looked as if Naruto, Sasuke's attack worked, eclipsing the heavens and earth, to the point where even the attack turned into a roiling star. However, in the eyes of the adult Naruto and Sasuke, it was a full-force blow from both of them, which landed on Aoshirin's clothes and directly disappeared. After being eliminated, the green spirit split opened its mouth and directly devoured it. It tastes good, and when you eat it in your stomach, you should be able to devour more chakra. He said so. In the next moment, the green spirit split gradually dissipated. After actively devouring this strike, the power to destroy everything erupted within, wiping out all the breath from the body in an instant. In particular, the green spirit split had no defense, much less allowing itself to heal. He had managed to barely consume some of his chakra from within simply by letting go of all of it and taking the side effects of the blow. It would only be better if you were stronger, the green spirit doppelganger said sadly. The moment he had lifted his earlier stance and was floating in midair, it was then that the teenage Naruto and the others met their teacher's doppelganger. On the contrary, the adult Naruto, Sasuke, was even more shocked. Powerful. It's too powerful. Qingling's strength was certainly unquestionable. Such a monster is nothing more than a monster that has been hiding its power. If a doppelganger was so powerful, how strong was its main body? I'm sorry, proprietor, I still haven't been killed. I've tried my best to let this attack destroy me internally, but I'm just too strong to die, the green spirit doppelganger said with some sadness. He wasn't lying. Even though part of his chakra was consumed, he was still alive. As the green spirit's doppelganger, it was just too strong. That's okay, next time pay attention. Qingling said comfortingly. Aha. The doppelganger helplessly turned into smoke and returned to the main body. Unbeatable? A single doppelganger is comparable to Otanashi Kagaya, or even stronger. The 9 llamas were also one of the favored ones just now, and naturally saw the scene of the green spirit's detachment transforming into all things in heaven and earth. Then that's the only move. There was a determination in Naruto's gaze. Aha! The 9 llamas didn't have any retort. He knew that Naruto would do that when the time came to do so. After Naruto's gaze looked at Sasuke, the latter immediately understood the deeper meaning contained in his eyes. There was a slight upturn at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Just say, I'm with you. Swish. In this world of shinobi's descent into the spirit world, no one knows that their savior is making an enemy of God for a moment. Naruto, Sasuke rushed to the sky. The chakra in their bodies coalesced crazily, and once they reached a certain critical point, they would explode in full force. There will be an extreme, apocalyptic level chakra explosion. It reminds me of someone. Sasuke was suddenly a bit talkative. You mean the guy from the DA organization? Naruto seemed to remember that person as well. Aha! Sasuke nodded. The two had already joined forces to touch the green spirit. Blast! Boom! Adult Naruto and Sasuke, and even the 9 llamas concentrate their chakra to the extreme, referencing years of Deidara, and just blow themselves up. Explosions are art. Art is explosion. Among the crowd, Deidara looked excited. He didn't expect to see such an intense scene in this world, though he didn't know yet what he was doing in the Boruto world itself. But these two people, who are probably the pinnacle of the shinobi world, are learning his Bakudan, so he must be doing pretty well in the Boruto world. Deidara thought so innocently. Not writing everything? Qingling looked at this scene with incredulity in her eyes. He was able to imagine that in the future, no matter where he appeared in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, others would see him as a horrible god. You'll also fight to the death, just like Naruto and Sasuke. Boom! 2 pinnacles of the shinobi world just fell in front of him. Qingling was originally unharmed, but he still gave face to the fact that he pretended to be wounded and took a portion of his body's chakra into his body, looking as if he had been blown up. My explosive escape will definitely be perfected, and by then it will be so powerful that it will be incomparable. See, even Lord Qingling was hurt. Ha 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 ha. Explosion. Or explosion. Deidara laughed maniacally. Fantastic. Wasn't Naruto and Sasuke blowing themselves up giving proof of his Bakudo? Lord Spirit Shadow is a god. He would never be injured. It would only take a day. No, an hour to heal. Fiden's gaze was equally pure. Fruity. After a decent injury, Qingling didn't bother to collect his chakra and just recovered from the injury. One breath, and he was cured. Now, it was Fiden's turn to yell. See, ha 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 ha, I'm going to go back and make a good sacrifice for Lord Qingling. That golden horn. Silver horn is one of the best sacrifices. Fiden was excited. The ones that survived the various experiments like that were the best of the sacrifices. Che, of course Lord Qingling is strong. My Bakudan is to blast all but Lord Qingling. Instead of suffering a blow, Deidara was happier. Unlike the two of them who were happy, most of the others couldn't stop laughing. They could imagine if the green spirit hadn't appeared in the shinobi world. Naruto and Sasuke have really grown into this. Will he give up his life for the sake of shinobi? Without sensei, would we really have gotten this far side by side? The teenage Naruto looked to Sasuke beside him. I don't know, because the facts have changed, Sasuke said, glancing at Naruto again and continuing in a choppy tone. We've been fighting side by side since the day we left Konoha, and perhaps the appearance of Ms. Aishiren has caused a lot less misunderstanding between us, but our essence has never changed. Sasuke, you talk a little too much. Hangman, no more talkative than you are. The duo's bickering was much cuter when it fell on the ears of the rest of the Kiba-chan. Yeah, if Naruto and Sasuke hadn't left Konoha, would they have died at the hands of the Aoi spirit like they did? Or maybe the green spirit didn't appear in the shinobi world to begin with. Wouldn't a godfall someday be just as desperate for them as it is now? In the sky, the green spirit floated in midair, his massive body continuously converging and transforming into his normal height. Qingling spread out his palms, and there were 3 souls sleeping inside. It was Naruto, Sasuke, and the 9 llamas. System, is my mission in the Boruto world considered complete? Congratulations to the host. Progress of the otherworldly quest 1/2. Mission 1, erase the world's destined son, completed. Mission 2, wipe out the world's biggest villains, uncompleted. Mission reward, extradite the power of the world and obliterate the host once. The mission has not been completed to open this coveted reward. Chapter 172, First Understanding of Two Worlds. Good, Qingling sighed. He also didn't expect the world to submit and break so quickly. The 3 soul-condensed seeds were then thrown within the divine tree. A brand new body forged for them by the divine tree. And naturally, their consciousnesses had successfully integrated into the spirit world. In the spirit world, Naruto, and Sasuke team up to defeat the Green Spirit at a terrible cost. What I didn't realize was that Tsunade and Sakura still teamed up to save them. Only the odds are that they'll spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. Their generation was finally buried in the dirt one day, and none of them were spared to the dust. The moment people who died came to the pure land of ultimate bliss with the opening of their eyes. They opened their eyes and walked out of here. As soon as he looked up, he saw the incredibly tall divine tree, and a whole new world of shinobi. Yes, people in the spirit world return to the real world. When you come to your senses, you realize that you have just fallen into an illusion, and that the life you thought you had lived was nothing more than a fantasy. Here, two figures looked bewildered. It was Naruto and Sasuke, and even the 9 llamas were confused. Are they not dead, just in a deep sleep? When he looked up, there was no longer any figure of Qingling. Only the teenage Naruto and the others stood there, quietly waiting for the crowd to awaken, as if they had been preparing for a long time. As a matter of fact, Green Spirit had already gone back to the Naruto world with the various technological achievements of the Boruto world. Only a few doppelgangers were left behind in the Boruto world, and after the transformation of the divine tree, the people were each reborn with a new life, a more powerful body, and a rich variety of chakra attributes. All of a sudden it made the teenage Naruto and the others seem less special. Under the sacred tree, 2 worlds of themselves, finally standing face to face, the adult Naruto asked with a furrowed brow, what exactly was that figure that was like a god? It's our teacher. Teenage Naruto knew that the only way these people would be properly reasoned with was if they took a beating from Aoshiru. What exactly did your teacher take from us? Naruto looked puzzled. It didn't seem to him that anyone had suffered any damage. Could it be that the Green Spirit just came for a spin and left? Show off your invincibility? You don't have to, do you? Isn't that sick in the head? You're invincible. What's left to flaunt? Sensei is a fox who is extremely curious about new things, so he took away your technological creations and theories because our technology, although it has also been developed, is still a bit behind yours. It's safe to say that we're about 10 years behind you in terms of technology, but if we're talking about time, you should be even further into the future than we are. Teenage Naruto patiently explained. As he thought about it, Xingling's introduction of the Boruto world and the bracelet appeared in his mind and added, your world should be equivalent to the future of another time and space. It can be said that there was a misunderstanding about everything before. Before Sensei left, he specifically asked us to teach you the chakra martial arts so that you could become stronger as a way to obliterate the enemies from the stars of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otanashi clan? Enemies in the stars? The adult Naruto looked to Sasuke, who had the same hint of doubt in his gaze. The way they're making peace now is not their own metamorphosis. Instead, after taking a beating from the Green Spirit, he realized that nothing had changed. Plus it took an all-around enhancement to realize that maybe the Green Spirit really had come to simply take something away. Otherwise the entire shinobi world would have been razed to the ground long ago after the 2 of them died. So why bother reasoning here? Some people are like that. When you are forgiving enough to ignore some of his recklessness, he will instead become more reckless, thinking he has become the master of the whole world and can have you by the throat in the next second. So they stomped on their noses and started all kinds of provocations. When it's all crushed and taught a lesson, it becomes so much calmer. On a psychological level, it's called Mustrong. However, Naruto, Sasuke is not Mu Chang. They just from the fight to feel each other have to mood. The fact that Qingling did not show any hostility from the beginning to the end was what made them appreciate it. If it had been Naruto as a teenager, he probably would have been able to tell what Aoshiro was thinking and opened his mouth. After all, being older, this is already his version of the story and he has to take a beating to appreciate it. The teenage Naruto nodded. The Green Spirit had given them the task of fending off and completely obliterating the enemies from the stars. Before leaving the Boruto world, they are even told that the enemy is the Otsutsuki clan, and that they have to do what they can to get rid of them. If there is an enemy like the Otsutsuki clan in the future of the parallel world, does the Naruto world exist too? Junior Naruto and the others made up their minds at the first opportunity to wait until they returned from the Boruto world after completing their trials. Wipe out all these enemies, right now. It was better to deal with the Otsutsuki clan of the Boruto world. I see. We never thought that an existence as powerful as Otsutsuki Kagaya would actually have a clan. But after the battle with your sensei kind of truly understood what it means to be outside of the human race and outside of the sky. The adult Naruto held out a hand. Snap! Teenage Naruto narrowed his eyes and gave a high five. Whether you are friend or foe, be sure to tell the story of your world and that special power of yours. Sure, before we tell the story of Budo and us, we're also curious about the future with technology and without Budo. At a time when the entire shinobi world is in a daze, Kiba was the first to start a new chapter because of the beating he took. As people felt the brand new power, they soon learned the amazing news. Because of the arrival of Junior Naruto and the others, and even more so because of the Green Spirit, an all-encompassing, deathless drama sweeps through Kiba village. What? The Otsutsuki clan will invade our shinobi world? They're us from a parallel dimension? Oh my god, is everyone from the other world actually alive? One question began to be answered at the same time as the knee-jerk conversation. A new dark tide of power has long since emerged in the shadows of the shinobi world. The villain of Boruto's world, Shell, and the ninjas who were expelled by the Green Spirit have begun to form a new camp. They think to themselves that this is a fresh start. Unbeknownst to them, what Xingling wanted was to use them as a stepping stone for a trial. After all, even garbage, if they stay in the right place, they may not have a role that belongs to them. And in the midst of all these people who think they're smart, there were also two figures that seemed extraordinarily thin. The two of them were none other than Otanashi Momochi and Yuraki. Originally these two were supposed to arrive a little further into the future, but after Green Spirit teleported Momo style, Golden style from the Naruto world to the Boruto world, a mutual intrinsic attraction led to the early outbreak of a great war. The result is that the future Peach style beats their past selves, and after devouring the opponent, Momo style, Yura style instead became even more powerful, surpassing its original self. Chapter 173, Peach style, Pooh style carnival. Damn it, these inferior creatures are actually a bit powerful. It's mostly that inferior creature that looks like a fox that seems to be quite powerful. Are those huge trees the 10 tails or not? Why do they give me a special feeling? Like, and not like? The two had originally been because of the Green Spirit. Came to the shinobi world much earlier. The original thought was to make a big deal out of it and just wipe out all these scumbags. What they didn't expect was that as soon as they arrived, they saw the scene in midair where the divine tree descended, the Green Spirit descended, the spirit world descended, and the scene where Naruto and Sasuke teamed up for a battle, viewed the duo directly. You know, even with the 10 tails, they only have one each. Here, however, there are 10 tails everywhere. The truth is strange. This thing seems to be giving off energy and chakra, Pooh style said with great surprise. Ha, strange. I told you it felt different. He is indeed the 10 tails. Only the difference is that the 10 tails would be drawing energy from this planet while this tree is giving off energy. That's so interesting. Peachy is happy as can be. Stupidity. This must be some alien race. Or maybe it's Kagaya's and One Style's undoing. Those two idiots. Momoshiki extended his palm and frantically drew chakra from the sacred tree. In his mind, the power had to be. I don't know if I can take the absorption from both of us. It should only take a minute at most, Pooh style said confidently. That's for sure. The duo, one using their palms and the other using a fishing rod, frantically drew chakra from this divine tree. Since this shinobi world is a bit strange, then let's wait for them to enhance a bit and then crush them strongly. Naruto, Sasuke can still be defeated in their eyes. Just following the glimpse of the Green Spirit made them instinctively feel fear, thinking that that kind of opponent seemed to be invincible. When they wake up from their fear, the pride that belonged to the Otsutsuki clan had once again made them confident to the point of inflated belief that Aoshiro was only slightly more powerful. After all, they weren't exactly the most powerful existence in the Otsutsuki clan. The duo confidently believed that they could defeat Xingling just as well if they became a little stronger. So it took advantage of this advantage of the divine tree and took chakra like crazy. 10 minutes later, the duo was still starting to get indigestion. After all, it was only a short while ago that they had absorbed chakra from the Momo style from the Naruto world. They could be said to have gained a lot in these 10 minutes, but they still couldn't devour the power hidden inside this divine tree. Get out of the way. Pushy was straight up in a hurry. His eyes directly transformed into blood red. 6 crochet jade reincarnation Sharingan eyes. Throw out the rod from the blood red fish trap you are carrying. Peach style, get out of the way. I'm going to eat this tree right off. Aha. Momo style first ate the chakra fruit that his guardian, Gold style, had transformed into, and then split the Naruto world between Momo style and Yura style together. It is now even more difficult to digest in a short period of time. With their abilities, they couldn't eat this divine tree, which was mediocre in the shinobi world, for 10 minutes. It is simply a great mockery. And so it was. Urakata gambled on the dignity of belonging to the Otsutsuki clan and fished directly. Watch me uproot it and devour all the power of these 10 tails. Pooh style hissed and gave a desperate yank. Finally, the divine tree was torn out. Ha 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 ha, a mere unconscious 10 tails. So what if you don't bear chakra fruits? You'll be devoured by me all the same. Urakata's body continued to expand until it became a large rabbit similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya's at the time, swallowing the sacred tree in one gulp. Gollum. As the gulp sounded, the confident Pooh style landed perfectly. He had waited for this day for far too long. Now finally another chakra fruit that he thought he had. Ha! Strangely, it was only after eating it in his stomach that Pooh style felt something was wrong. The divine tree didn't seem to contain chakra fruits. It just continued to emit chakra. Strange, when there was a root chakra, it could be explained that it was absorbing the chakra of this world and then releasing it. Why does it release chakra just as well without the root chakra? There's no chakra fruit here either. Is it hard to believe that someone is tirelessly releasing chakra in some way? It can't be. It's simply a case of eating your heart out. Who cares about having too much chakra these days? Urakata digested the chakra in a headlong rush. It turned out that, just like the act of absorption just now, the faster you absorbed, the more chakra the divine tree emitted. And if you absorbed slowly, he would secrete chakra normally. That's really weird. Can't figure out how this thing works at all. Did someone really transcend time and space and constantly emit chakra through the god tree? Boom! Above the earth, where the original divine tree had been uprooted, another divine tree rose up. The kids already propped up Pooh style completely froze in place. So weird. Peach style can't even understand this operation, let alone Pooh style. Is it a sacred tree that comes back from the dead and keeps healing? I don't believe it. Yura style threw out the rod again, and in no time at all, it was draped right up and devoured into his stomach. Sure enough, the chakra in his body was increasing at double the rate. The feeling is just too subtle. I'm going to try one last time. How could Pushy die on this? After his third fishing trip, he got the same increase after eating it in his stomach. Triple the speed of chakra increase. Urocase, who had eaten into a small pig, sat shakily in place, constantly refining the 3 divine trees in his body as a steady stream of chakra poured in. It's really true. The faster we absorb it, the more chakra this fake 10 tails emits. Urocase was happy. He didn't care where the chakra came from. It was right to be able to absorb it. Understood. Peach style then looked reassuringly at the 4th additional sacred tree. Instead of choosing to devour it, he stretched out a hand and frantically absorbed the emitted chakra. It's getting faster and faster. No matter how he absorbed it, the divine tree was able to catch up with his speed. This isn't the real 10 tails, but it possesses even more bizarre power. Great! I don't believe your chakra is endless. Poochie was on the verge of perverting himself with laughter. The speed at which the two were absorbing chakra was also rising. However, so what if they blocked the dignity of the Otanashi Ichiban? Even though Yurike's chakra began to overflow, even though Mamashiki was absorbing chakra from the sacred tree so fast that it caused it to coalesce into a large, rushing river, the power was still monstrous. They greedily sucked in power, thinking they were getting infinitely stronger. Naruto World. Green Spirit, who has just recently returned, has the doppelgangers learn about the technological achievements from the world of Boruto. He himself was so happy watching the scene that he fell asleep peacefully. In the scene, Momo style, Yura style obliviously and frantically absorbs the chakra from the green spirit with a perverted smile. Qing Ling, on the other hand, fell asleep at ease. For these two silly children, it seemed very comforting to him. If only everyone in the shinobi world was like that. This rate of consumption, it's one of a kind. Not to say it's far ahead, but it's also a ride. Chapter 174, Meeting at the Dining Table. Boruto World. Kiba Village. After a discussion among the Konoha hierarchy, it was decided that each family would bring one of their own home and open up martial arts training on all fronts. It wasn't so much that they trusted Aoshiru, but it was the metamorphosis of themselves after coming to their senses, and the power of the teenage Naruto, that forced them to stay awake. If they don't become stronger, then they will inevitably be completely destroyed in an attack by the Otsutsuki clan. Aoi Spirit, Budo, and the Divine Tree and other one-of-a-kind stories were told to the people as Junior Naruto and the others told them, only to find it unbelievable. After sending off the teenage Naruto, the crowd in Naruto's office only felt incredulous. Everyone's eyes looked a little strange in this meeting where there were no big names. According to Junior Naruto and the others, in their world, all forces were removed and all parties in the shinobi world joined forces to create a brand new kingdom. In this way, permanent peace was achieved, and the martial arts and the Divine Tree gave all people the opportunity to become stronger. No one can bully others with impunity. After hearing this description, Kiba's top brass fell silent instead. Can the future be like this? They did feel a bit curious in the face of this brand new option, but it was true that starting a war like this wasn't really something they were comfortable with either. Naruto, Kagome spoke, and all eyes gathered at once. Say whatever you have to say. There are no daimyo forces here. The adult Naruto was all a bit cautious, knowing that everything he learned coming from the teenage Naruto and the others could very well revolutionize the shinobi world. The existence of martial arts training, potions, martial arts tools, sacred trees, and everything else, once announced, meant that the shinobi world, or at least Kiba, had entered a whole new chapter. Martial arts can be cultivated. As for alchemy, martial artifacts and the like, we still need to personally go above the Divine Tree and observe. Whether those so-called buildings exist or not is still an unknown matter. But if we don't practice martial arts and other villages do, it will undoubtedly affect the original balance. As for these otherworldly beings in the village, we had to make some more critical preparations, and they were a bit upset after hearing about our experience. But for the time being, we must not arouse their discontent, and we must do as much as we can for the sake of the village and keep the villagers safe. Kagome's words were recognized by everyone, who nodded in unison. They do. If the truth is indeed true, the martial arts were really confusing, and it was incredible that they had gotten a full metamorphosis after coming out of the illusion. Well, we'll just have to go home for now, and when we get through tonight first, tomorrow I'm going to ascend the so-called God tree myself, Naruto said and stood up. Outside the window, the sky had grown gray. Already today, countless people's hearts were trembling. If they were to know that anyone could become stronger, or even cultivate the martial arts, and could make the daimyo role, the future of shinobi is simply unimaginable. Walking out of Naruto's office, he strolled down the street that was, as always, the same. Sasuke walked with him, a cautious look on his face. Naruto, I'm fine. A hand on his shoulder. Naruto smiled weakly and his heart settled. I don't know if this is a disaster or a blessing, but we still need to be as prepared as possible for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke wouldn't exactly believe the words left behind by the Green Spirit, but when it's true, they have to believe it. No matter what the enemy, we will vanquish it, Naruto said with a confident flourish. Aha! Sasuke smiled and the two said goodbye at the intersection. Luckily, the two homes weren't too far away from each other, and each headed for home, but they all knew in their hearts, could they really overcome? What if all of the Otonashi clan were as powerful as the Green Spirit? What if every enemy was as powerful as Junior Naruto and the others? With all the doubts flooding into their minds, they had to go and force themselves to cultivate the chakra martial way. Without becoming stronger, they possessed an instinctive fear. Not that they feared death, but they didn't want their friends, their partners, to get hurt. Squeak! Naruto pushed open the door to his room as exhausted as ever. Naruto! Daisy came first, her face full of joy. Soon even Boruto, Sunflower came out of it. Naruto wondered why they were so happy to have a strange guest in the house. He headed toward the dining room. The dining room table was full. Even his old husband, the elderly Hyuga Hinata, came, and on either side of Hinata sat the middle-aged Hinata, the youthful Namikaze Suikato, and Hinata Hijikata. Jasuna, teenage Naruto, teenage Hina, and teenage Ninji were also there. The scene caused the adult Naruto, who had just returned home, to have a sore nose for some reason. Naruto's back? Well, Dad, didn't expect you. Naruto had just opened his mouth to speak when he didn't know which one he should speak to. After all, there are two fathers-in-law here, and a father who looked a little younger than he was, and a mother. His own great-uncle looked a few years older than his son. Embarrassed, Naruto stood at attention for a moment. All these years of suffering, we've heard your story. Naruto's heart soured a bit at Wavewind Sailor Moon's words. Have a drink, old man. The middle-aged Hyuga Hinata was probably too happy to raise his glass in a toast to the older Hinata. Uncle, are you really from another world? Boruto sat next to Ninji and asked all sorts of questions. Mom, you looked good when you were young. The sunflower had big eyes and an extra cute smile. However, the young girl, Hinata, had long since blushed as if she was about to catch a fever. It's just unbelievable. She would marry Naruto in the future and have 2 children. It's all there. Ha, look what I bought. Outside the door, the voice of Hinata Sparks came again. Auntie, sister-in-law. Sunflower was overjoyed as she held the young girl Spark in one hand and the young Spark, who was her age chakra, in the other. Teenage Sparks placed the bag of sake on the table and the crowd smiled at each other. Naruto, don't toast your father yet. The older Hyuga Hinata got a little too drunk and tapped the table. Ha 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 ha. The young Mizukato, the middle-aged Hibachi, and the young Nikaido then laughed out loud. Good. The embarrassed adult Naruto had to step up and pour the wine as well. As the wine passed, their words became more and more frequent. I didn't realize that both worlds could meet. I'm really curious about that Qingling teacher of yours. Of course, Spirit Shadow is in existence with an eccentric personality, but he helped us lift the seal. Is that so? Then after everyone in our village cultivates martial arts, isn't it possible to ask for his help as well? Sasuke's house. When adult Sasuke returned home after a long absence, the overjoyed adult Sakura went out to greet him. Dad. Sarana hadn't seen him in a while either and couldn't help but run out. Behind the door, the teenage Sasuke seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time, meeting only to say, don't pretend, they've been waiting for you for a long time. The adult Sasuke didn't say anything, just walked silently to the living room. The place had long been filled with a circle of people sitting around. Uchiha Tomoyuki, Uchiha Makoto sat in the center next to Sakura's parents. On the other side, Uchiha Weasel and Uchiha Izumi were sitting together. Uchiha Sarana glanced back at the teenage Sasuke once and couldn't help but tense up, addressing the teenage Sakura. Wouldn't Daddy have had a lot of girls like him when he was young? How did you chase them down, Dad? Sarana asked curiously. Ah, you're too young to ask such questions. Teenage Sakura only felt more nervous. She didn't even know how she got together herself. Chapter 175, Our Story. Sasuke. The family pushed and shoved. making even Sasuke a little uncomfortable, but he gladly took his seat. His eyes flickered slightly, wondering why Uchiha Weasel was sitting with Uchiha Izumi. Was this his sister-in-law from another world? Unfortunately, too much time had passed, making his memories of the girl too few. SAS give. Want to tell your story? At the wine table, after Uchiha Futsuki and his in-laws had exchanged cups, he pricked up his ears and propped up his chin with one hand, resting on the table with one hand on his knees on the tatami mat. The adult Sasuke didn't know what to say. His story over the years? His wanderings? Or his brother's everything? His past of blood and swords? The Fourth Shinobi World War? Or his feud with Naruto? His being with Sakura after the war after all? Or is it those every fragment of his time when he walks alone in the world, outside the village, to see all those teenagers hidden in the corners? Sasuke paused, a cup of sake down his throat, and couldn't help but show a smirk at the corners of his mouth. It's been a long time, this dreamlike scene. Then let's open up and talk about the pain in his heart, the joy in his heart, and tell about the different passages. He spoke in an even tone, starting with Uchiha Weasel leaving the Konoha village, carrying his own hatred, and talking about growing up along the way, joining the 7th class, where they met Zabuza and White. Then later, they were at the Chunin exam and met the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. For the first time, the power and hatred made him more and more paranoid by the day, and finally he was leaving his home, harboring the indignation in his heart, and heading for the starry sea-like world. He was being chased by everyone and still defected. Joins Orochimaru's lab and flips it in the nick of time. There was also a one-man eagle squad, and he had a partner, or was it a subordinate? It's only to this day that these things are answered, I guess. He also became a part of Dawn. He went on those missions, he got his revenge, and he did much, much more. On this road to revenge, he battled a terminally ill skunk, and he's been in the most painful rain. He had seen many figures on that road, and had also broken into the Five Shadows Conference, becoming famous in all directions. The Uchiha clan did not die, after Weasel, especially Sasuke Uchiha. However, the day the truth was known, he still felt a pain that was engraved in his bones. To this day, Sasuke still didn't know if his brother had done the right thing, or not. All he knew was that reunion was absolutely wrong. A glass of sake went down, and the adult Sasuke's gaze went into a slight trance. He looked over at the teenage Sasuke and saw the teenage Sakura, and it was as if he was all of a sudden back in class 7 that summer. How great would it be if he could be like the teenage Sasuke, with his family staying close by, and if the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out? Maybe, he'll grow down in the 7th class and he'll thrive. That would make you a genius ninja like Uchiha Sesshomaru or Uchiha Weasel, right? Whether or not it would have deterred the enemy I don't know, except that the story would probably have been a lot less interesting. He shook his head to himself at the thought. In this moment, it was as if the figure of teenage Naruto was seen between teenage Sasuke and teenage Sakura. Really, this life, owed to him. The entire shinobi world had left the mess to Naruto to sort out all by himself, and had turned another ambitious man-child into the one who was now so busy that he went home exhausted. The world, it owed him so much. Squeak, there was another push on the door. It turned out to be the songwriter's house. Jiraiya and Tsunade of the Naruto world pushed their way in. Naruto, I didn't realize you looked so reliable when you grew up. True, but there's one thing that's not so cute about it. The two each patted Naruto on the shoulder. Drunkenly, Naruto awkwardly looked behind Jiraiya and the others, who turned out to be Tsunade from Boruto's world. She'd obviously followed them all the way though she had a bit to drink and was slightly tipsy, but it didn't get drunk. Instead it gazed at the back of the duo with an envious face. Her Jiraiya died that late summer evening, but in the past, she had her own self to keep her company. Hey you guys, come on over here and have another drink. Tell us your story. Naruto, you too, tell us. Tsunade from the Naruto world looks nothing like Tsunade from the Boruto world. Greatly intoxicated, she yanked herself over as soon as she could. The latter surprisingly looked a little rattled. Good. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, tempted to go up and say something and ask him how he was doing. Is the other world interesting? But then he thought about it and remembered that maybe it was in another world. Jiraiya never took him as a disciple, did he? In that case, the duo shouldn't have been very affectionate. Just then, teenage Naruto picked up a skewer of grilled squid and ate it, saying angrily, Grandpa Jiraiya, I'm eating, don't pull my face. However, Jiraiya was still smiling. See this. The adult swirling Naruto couldn't help but see a mist at the corners of his eyes. So in the other world, Jiraiya wasn't his teacher, but became a grandfather. Ah, that's so nice. Naruto the adult Hinata tugged at the corner of his shirt. The two had been together for years and had long been able to read each other's minds in dribs and drabs. I'm fine. Naruto looked over at her, and for a moment, it was as if he was back in the summer of his teenage years. He couldn't help the hilarious laugh. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed loudly as the crowd looked at him quizzically. Nani? Naruto, are you happy? I'm fine, I just thought of something really happy. The adult Naruto grinned, picking up the food that Daisy had packed. The drinks. Say hello to the crowd. Toward the door. Across the street to an apartment where ordinary people live. Knocked on the door. The door was opened by what turned out to be two Irikas. One is middle-aged and the other is still young. It turns out that Irika was also invited by Naruto's family, but chose to decline. There were too many people and they didn't want to interfere with Namake's and Naruto's reunion. After repeated dissuasions and refusals, Daisy made the food and drinks. Irika-sensei. When the adult Naruto handed out this food, the Irikas took it with an indifferent smile, and it looked like the two were having a little drink as well, hearing stories from each other's worlds and just wondering. Young Irika was pleased with Naruto's growth along the way. The middle-aged Irika, on the other hand, exclaimed that the original appearance of the green spirit had changed so many timelines. A few drinks later, Naruto left Irika's house in a daze. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen House, laughter was being heard inside. It turned out to be Ichiraku Ojushi who was sighing, one envying the other for being able to make food with abandon. After all, he was still young, and the other was shocked that it was still possible to use cooking kits and the like this, keeping the original flavor to open a branch. Hearing their conversation, Naruto happily walked towards his house. Chapter 176, Your Story. Orphanage. Middle-aged Doodle is sitting in a wheelchair, facing the Naruto world of Orochimaru, and Doodle is happy. That's funny. You'll actually learn the complete immortal technique. There are times when those guys aren't stingy. Orochimaru said irritably. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. Your potions and martial arts seem to be the true future. And in comparison, I think the current technology seems to be in a bit of a funk. Sannin Doodle said hesitantly. Why can't we have both? In his quest for immortality and technology, the spirit shadow is far more epileptic than you or I. Orochimaru said appreciatively. Can't wait to meet him. Then, Windows. Anti-Snake was as cute as a button. Like that, it wiggled and disappeared. He had his own path and naturally didn't bother to talk much to his self who sought immortality in the martial arts. Instead, the night grew more and more enchanting. He disappeared into the night, looking out at the hurrying world, looking somewhat relieved that even two worlds could meet, and what could not happen. But anyway, let's go see Jiraiya. Aunt Snake said this in her mind. Kagamaru's house. The adult Kagome's mother had a nice conversation with herself. On the other side, Kagome's father looked helpless. He had just finished listening to Kagome's account of the Fourth Shinobi War, and had heard it said that he had died in that blow. I didn't expect it to end like this. It's good that the Raikage ended the Fourth Shinobi World War in a different way, but in my opinion, he'll never let go of the guys who are acting in defiance. What did the spirit shadow use? Kagome was curious to find out what the Aoshirin in the other world had done to stop so many tragedies. Could he have saved the day all by himself? After all, when Naruto, Sasuke and Aoshi's spirit were fighting, they had long since fallen into the spirit world, and were arguably ignorant of its power. He blocked the Shinobi Alliance all by himself, and after taking everyone down, he directly ended the war. And we, Kiba, were taken down in the nick of time, directly by the Green Spirit Ninja Village's hand, and took down as much as we could. Narakagora said with some amusement. Nani, one person ended the war. Didn't Bandito, Uchiha Zebra, and Otanashi Kagaya put up a fight? Kagomara found it unbelievable that, in his opinion, at least these guys could definitely fight one of them. Bandu and Uchiha Spot became villagers a long time ago, and Uchiha Spot is still the leader of the Budo Chunin list, which has many uses and should take a while to appear. Narakagora instinctively gave Kagome guidance. Aha, Kagome nodded. He had become a father a long time ago, and over the years, he thought he was burdened enough, but he still felt a bit lethargic when confronted with his own father's teachings. It was the lethargy that instinctively belonged to the bones of the Nara family. Otsutsuki Kagaya? The grandson of a man who had looked exactly the same for 3 generations. Narakagutai looked a little curious when he heard the name. I haven't heard that either. Kagyu scratched the back of his head. In the Naruto world, Otsutsuki Kagaya was still staying sealed in the Moon Core right now, so that's where the difference between the two worlds lies. There's the Green Spirit, no Kagaya, and there's Kagaya, no Green Spirit? Kagome didn't know how to explain it, but he knew that as long as Otsutsuki Kagaya existed, then sooner or later, even in the Naruto world, the guy was bound to show up again. You two need to keep up the good work. Kagyu turned to the teenage Kagome and Takaru. Even Mr. and Mrs. Rosa, I love you, and Kankuro are here. Bang! The door to the room was pushed open with one hand. The adult I love you arrived late. In all his years, he'd rarely had such a tense moment. After the appearance of various deceased people in the sand-hidden village, he had been preparing for some time, and it was only now that he had the opportunity to leave for a while. After all, even Akasago Scorpion, and the successive generations of Kazekage, as well as Chiyo-sama have gone back. There are many who have even made enemies of him. It's normal to be a little nervous. Upon a glance at the person, who was really his mother, my Aiello was all shocked. I love you. Kankuro came in a hurry. Everything that had happened today had been enough to shock him, and along the way the speed at which my arrow was rushing along was getting faster and faster again, accelerating his uneasiness. At the moment, when he came to the seemingly calm and unparalleled Kiba, and met this table of people, even he looked a little rattled. Mom! My arrow all looked a little nervous, a term that was too far away from him. Behind him, a cool-looking guy with Kankuro-like lines on his face, but a cool personality similar to that of my arrow, and sand wrapped around his body that possessed magnetic power. The teenager is none other than my arrow's righteous son. Shinki, I love you. It's late at night and all the lights are on. People from the other world had heard the stories of this place and so it was time to tell their own. The only thing that remains is their respective joys and surprises, regrets and contentment. Gonna eat this. Teenager Inazuka Toa gives a bottle of elixir to Akamaru when he grows up. That's awesome. That goes without saying? The adult Inazuka tooth looked mysterious, and before long, a cat appeared in the alley. She's coming, Inazuka Toa said a little nervously. Who? The teenager didn't understand. A woman you meet will delay your whole life. It is very scary, very troublesome. If you can, you must not. Forget it, it is better to see your fate. The adult Inazuka Toa looked back with a smile as he spoke. The visitor was a woman of his age, accompanied by a teenage version of himself. The teenage Inazuka Toa couldn't help but stare at the seemingly gentle, but very much her own teenage girl when they locked eyes. The guy from Granny Cat's house? Teenage Inazuka Toa seemed to remember something. Hello, my name is Ring. The young girl smiled gently. They met, this time, earlier, but just in time, above Naruto Rock. The first, second, and third generations of Naruto gathered here, and they did not show up from the beginning, in order to just give the world a better answer sheet. Still, when told the story of Boruto's world, it seemed a bit hopeless, so I was supposed to be killed by my own disciple? Sarutobi smiled bitterly. Didn't they die of ghoul sealing? Chibiusa was confused. In his opinion it should be considered the same. The Uchiha clan was still exterminated in this world, and quite thoroughly. The Whirlpool clan is uprooted after their kingdom breaks up. A young girl from an ordinary family against all odds, and the genius ninja whose father died of gossip. It turns out that the ones who saved the shinobi world were precisely them, and I have to say that your path is just wrong, Uchiha said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Casey glared directly at him with a glance. Uchiha Izuna immediately stepped forward, showing support for her older brother. Wrong? The Uchiha stopper heard his story and corresponded to what Aoshiro had done, which made him realize that obeying Sarutobi Hizuru or Tawanzu was wrong. Even if he told the skunk to stop Tomoyuki and the others, it was still wrong, because on some level, this prejudice against the Uchiha clan is just abhorrent. Ha 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 ha. Chibiusa laughed maniacally. The crowd was looking at him like he was a little cutie, gazing at him as if he were a cutie. Still don't get it? Jubilee glanced at them and then back to this nighttime Kiba. Take it all in with candor. What the spirit shadow wants us to see is your story. Chapter 177, The Increasingly Strong Otanashi. Early morning. The knot has undergone a metamorphosis of the shinobi world, which has not yet fully embraced the divine tree and the martial arts, but there have been some decisive choices to change. There is also a part of the hidden in the darkness. Those who had been expelled from the green spirit were displaced in the middle of the night, searching for a shelter of their own, and they are bound to meet the shell. Finally, I'm full. Pushy burped in satisfaction. He absorbed the chakra for a full day and night, finally refining it completely. It had to be said that the chakra hidden in the divine tree was just too much, and with the constant supply of the green spirit, it was still emanating even when he was full. I feel at least twice as strong, Urakata said as he looked to the other side of the room at Momo style. Peach style felt similarly powerful. With such a stance, it was enough to go further even in his homeland, much less on this tiny planet. Are we going to just wipe that little village called Kiba off the face of the earth? Pooh style arrogantly said. He just didn't believe it, becoming so powerful. He wanted to exterminate the living beings on an inferior planet. It wasn't a breeze. Well, even that giant fox demon will die by our hands just the same. Peach style is just as confident. It's not that they're out of their minds. The truth is that after devouring the golden style and turning it into a chakra fruit, he divided and ate another Momo style, and now he's seizing the divine tree chakra by taking it around the clock. They felt that they had become powerful to an unimaginable extent. Thought he could catch Naruto and Sasuke in the dust with at least one grab, not to mention one slap, right? Ha 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 ha, that's subtle. I can't wait to destroy all of it. That's right, this world is full of these fake 10 tails. As long as we wipe out all the inferior creatures here, and then plant our own 10 tails, and crazily draw on the power of these fake 10 tails. Then we'll be able to obtain chakra fruits in a steady stream. It was as if Pooh Style had seen a bright future. Change the past. The 10 tails need to first sacrifice the guardian in exchange for its true awakening and growth, as a way to take over the power of a planet before it can finally coalesce into a true chakra fruit, on what they thought was this inferior planet. It was actually full of fake 10 tails and contained endlessly absorbing chakra, which, while weird, meant countless chakra, didn't it? Endless chakra, and for that matter, countless chakra fruits. The thought of being so good that in the future, one could gorge on food and be powerful enough to make the royal family of his homeland, and even the god clan, fearful. The ambition in the hearts of the two just couldn't help but swell. Swish, the two of them rose up in the air, making a gesture to go forward to Kiba village and make a big kill. However, just as they were about to leave, an orange and green colored figure, however, suddenly appeared in front of him. He had an adorable fox face and slapped them back as soon as he saw them for the first time. Absorbed my chakra and still want to leave? You're the guy who transformed into a giant? Urakata hadn't expected to be approached so quickly by the green spirit, who, in his opinion, was definitely the strongest being on the planet, even stronger than Naruto and the others. Momo Style, on the other hand, reached out his palm and attempted to capture all of the jutsu that Aoshiro released next. Vulgar inferior creature of an inferior planet. You will soon realize what despair is. Even if you find us, so what? You will die just the same. Pooh Style flings out his fishing rod in an attempt to take the life of green spirit. Stay. Xingling's faint words directly transformed into a roiling light, only to see that the divine tree, which they had originally sucked countless amounts of chakra from, rapidly expand and open its mouth to devour it in one gulp. Damn it, how can this kind of thing trap me? I can even travel through time and space and even go back in time to wipe you out. Pooh-esque arrogance is not an option. Just feel free to use a time-space jutsu to get out of here. Peach Stizer was very calm. The two of them each showed their abilities and attempted to leave the interior of the divine tree. However, no matter how much they gesticulated, hyped up their pupil power, chakra, or even their Otsutsuki clan's talent, they were unable to use any jutsu. Stop fantasizing and tell me where your Otsutsuki clan's homeland is. The universe is too big for me to bother looking for them one by one. This place has been sealed by our power of time and space, and it is impossible for you to escape either by traveling through time or jumping through space. Chengling Du's figure emerged. His 10th tail slowly emerged, flickering with a faint golden light, and indeed, he sealed all of the duo's arts with an even more powerful power of time and space. Momochi can use time-space jutsu and come and go as he pleases with his chakra eyes. Uraso can travel through time and space, going back in time to erase his enemies. However, the power of space-time of the 10th tail of the green spirit had long since crossed these obstacles and reached a more subtle and ineffable realm. Let's not even talk about Pooh-style time and Peach-style space. The green spirit was able to directly solidify them with time and space. And even the fact that so many people had traveled across the realm to the world of Boruto was the work of the green spirit. The two have long been out of the same league. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve, but it should just be a little bit of carving. In terms of bloodline and power, only we, the Otanashi clan, are the true kings, Pushy said proudly. Otanashi is a god. Peach-style's tone was icy cold, and the two of them secretly vowed in their hearts that once they found the green spirit's brokenness, they would definitely break the seal and erase it. However, even if they were able to integrate all of the power of the reincarnation eyes and white eyes, they wouldn't be enough in front of the green spirit. The power of the two had long since been on a different level. If the power of the Howling Fireball Jutsu could be utilized in the hands of the Uchiha spot, it would be Super A, close to S power. Then in the hands of Momo Style, Yura Style is infinitely closer to a planet. In the hands of the green spirit? What god? I am god. Green spirit gives Peach Style a straight slap on the ass and kicks Pooh Style to the floor in the process. Your Otsutsuki clan is merely aiming for godhood, wanting to get infinitely closer to the level that you imagine belongs to godhood by constantly swallowing chakra fruits. And the price for this is losing your humanity, being ruthless, and taking all the power from one planet to another until this universe is barren. And as far as I know, the volume that a true god would reach is unimaginable. And if I were the oldest of your Otsutsuki clan, I'd let you devour each other, and wait until the end, and then line up all the chosen sacrifices. I would Otsutsuki clan all have to be devoured, because by then the clan had gathered the chakra of the entire universe. At that time, one can truly be promoted to god. What Qingling said was relatively realistic. After all, the very fact that the Otsutsuki clan aspires to be a god means that it is equivalent to drawing on the power of the entire clan. At the end of the day, then Peachy, Yura, and all these, too, are destined to become one ultimate sacrifice. Your bull ting me. Pooh Style fights it off. Alright, I'm done with you guys. I'm going to take a nap. The main body should be resting and I can't be left behind. When Xingling said that, Orange and green chakra tentacles appeared in all directions, directly controlling Yura style. Peach style, what are you going to do? Let go of us. As an Otsutsuki clan, it was a strange shame to be tied up and treated like a test subject. Unfortunately, no matter how silky they were, there was no response. All that was gained was a steady stream of chakra. Hundreds of chakra tentacles in total, each equivalent to a divine tree, frantically gave them chakra as fast as they could. In Qingling's eyes, the most perfect devourer of chakra was none other than the Otanashi clan. Guess there's no one better to be a test subject than them. Chapter 178 Pooh style is crazy. Naruto world, Kiba village. Unlike the hilarity of the Boruto world, the mornings here seemed unusually cold, perhaps because most of the shinobi had traveled to the other world. Early in the morning, the rest of the people began to work hard and endeavor. What the future will be, for them is indeed an unknown, but when the morning sun shines on the face, can still be keenly perceived a delicate emotion? That is their expectations of life. Such peaceful and beautiful days seem to go on and on indefinitely in such a way that the future has long since set its own tone. However, if that's the case, it's a bit too much to look down on the world's rapid changes. In the depths of this universe, the born and powerful Otsutsuki clan is wondering about the fact that their people have disappeared again. A long time after Kagaya Otsutsuki in one style disappeared, 2 more members of the clan mysteriously vanished. What they don't yet know is that in another universe called the Boruto world, their own people have long since died at the hands of their other selves. The early morning light is not considered too harsh, except that it is not only the stars that try to obscure one's view. The chakra fruit disappeared, and peach style and gold style are gone for good. Poochie, this is something that you have to look into. Go and return quickly. A deep voice appeared, making Yura style, who was standing on the sidelines, look a little scared. Yes, sir. Yura style is very unimpressed that peach style and gold style disappeared together. The odds are that it's nothing, and it's definitely still staying somewhere in the universe. Over the years, he'd gotten used to the idea that the universe hid any secrets, and if it was possible to isolate the chakra breath, it would also fake the signs of death. Besides, in Yureso's opinion, looking at the entire universe, there really weren't many people who dared to call Otanashi's bluff. They were higher beings who aimed for godhood and made the creatures of countless inferior planets kneel and worship them. Sobering, leave the Otsutsuki ancestral land alone. Instead, Pooh style became more confident. He knew that the place he was about to go was the place where Kagaya, One style, Momo style, and Gold style had all disappeared, but that was nothing to him. It is impossible for an inferior being to defeat a higher being. It's an iron law of the universe. However, what he didn't know, he in the other Boruto world, had long since become a test subject for the green spirit. If that Pooh style knew that he was so confident, he would absolutely hate to slap himself twice. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the shinobi world of a lowly planet. Swish! Urakata's figure was extremely fast, and after a period of rushing, he easily arrived at the moon through time-space ninjutsu, a small, barren moon. I guess, it's impossible for lower life to build an ecosystem on a moon. Just as Pooh style had just uttered these words, his entire body directly froze in place, and he looked around as if he were dumbfounded. How is it that this tiny moon, an ordinary satellite, is so full of life? Something wasn't right. He sensed the aura of a hidden place belonging to Peach style, Gold style. A planet's subsidiary moons that have an ecosystem means that the planet has reached some level of civilization. A flying monkey is still a monkey. Pusher still cursed with great contempt in his heart. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, he found the sacred tree on the moon, not even bothering to take a second look at the ancestral land where Otanashi Shiren and the others lived. In his opinion, the group was just too weak. Urakata's figure appeared under the sacred tree and couldn't help but feel puzzled. On top of the sacred tree, the palace is densely packed, and on the trunk of the tree there is a projection of the Budo list, on which names such as Otanoki Shiren are written. How does an inferior being deserve to be called Otanashi, with such a thin bloodline? It's a disgrace to our noble lineage. Urakata cursed as he decided to go and destroy the Otsutsuki Sherpas and the others after receiving this sacred tree. However, he couldn't help but be puzzled when his gaze was drawn to a glowing golden door beneath the divine tree. This 10 tails reveals strangeness everywhere. Does it mean that it has already devoured Otanashi Kagaya, Golden style, and Momo style? This should be the arm of one style, right? But this door, why can't even I see through it? A special sealing technique? Yura style watched carefully and still didn't crack it. He was getting angry. There will never be a sealing technique in this world that the Otsutsuki clan can't break. The more Urakata thought about it, the more angry he became, and he felt that it was an insult to the Inoki clan. As long as I use my time-space jutsu the moment I step through this door, I can definitely jump out. And no matter what kind of sealing jutsu it is, there's no way it can be a threat to me by then. Pooh style smiled confidently and spun around to step into this golden door. Swish! Right at the moment he was teleported by the green spirit. Thoughts raced through his brain, desperately trying to escape with his own time-space jutsu. I just don't believe it. Even if it's from one planet to another, I can cross it easily. What Pushy doesn't realize is that the distance is 2 worlds, 2 universes. Sobering. Next moment, with an evil grin on his face, Ura-style thought he had managed to escape from the teleportation. The moment he stepped out of the Golden Gate, he stood on the unobstructed view of the moon. He came to the world of Boruto, a world where martial arts, ninjutsu, technology, bloodlines, physical arts, and illusions parallel each other. What I saw just now was really just an illusion. Ha! How dare an inferior planet use an illusion on me? Urakata was angry. He was the one who had Sharingan eyes, and as a result, he had just been hit by an illusion. This face must be recovered. So he stepped into the shinobi world without looking back. With one step, space trembled slightly. Sure enough, he could indeed easily ignore distance and reach from one planet to another. Light and easy, confident Pooh style. The eyes are not the desire for a better life in the future. He's going to destroy everything. As soon as the wildly ambitious Urakata arrived in the shinobi world, he felt the natural energy of the heavens and the earth that was so thick that it could not be ignored. What was even more amazing was that at a glance, one could see divine trees everywhere. Is it another illusion? Urakata then wondered how he could be hit by an illusion when he had the eye of reincarnation. The scent here, it's peach style. No, how is there more of me? He sniffed the air for chakra. Since Momo style from the Boruto world, Ura style had only been imprisoned in the divine tree for a while. Being of the same clan, he felt this familiar aura as soon as he arrived. It's just that Urakata can't figure out why he has his chakra ahead of time when he's still here for the first time. Seek out this inexplicable chakra. Urakata came under a sacred tree, which was still emanating a strong chakra and natural energy here. Undoubtedly something extremely cool like the 10 Tails. It's just that 10 Tails is drawing energy from the planet, and this strange plant is constantly emanating it. Over here? Ura-style couldn't believe it. There were powerful and unrivaled auras hidden in this sacred tree. One was Momo-style and the other was himself? That's impossible. It's obviously my first time here. It was while he was confused. The trunk of the divine tree slowly opened. Inside, 2 Otanashi Ichiban who were constantly supplied with chakra by chakra tentacles appeared. Are you another me? Urakaze within the sacred tree smiled, his expression almost morbid, smirk-like, as if he had lost control of his mind after absorbing too much chakra. Especially after Green Spirit spiked both of them and gave chakra like crazy as a test subject. The noble soul of being an Otsutsuki clan was dealt an unprecedented blow. This can't be right. Outside the sacred tree, Ura-style from the world of Naruto is nothing but insanity. He couldn't figure out how the world got so crazy all of a sudden. Chapter 179, The Wrath of the Otsutsuki Clan. What the hell is going on here? I'm under an illusion? Damn it, but why am I under an illusion? Uraki couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't everyone in the Otanashi clan be immune to illusions? What the hell is going on here? Especially Momo-style and Ura-style in the divine tree. Their smiles seemed to be completely broken. Simply horrible. When Peach-style looked at him, there was a supreme tolerance in his gaze, as if he himself had seen it all. Already, the soul has become a servant of God, and the inner being has been transformed into the likeness of the divine tree, and there is nothing left to pursue. Once again, Momochi's words made the Naruto world's Uraki feel fear. He was an Otsutsuki Ichi, and for the first time in his life, he felt a sense of power, of the unknown. No wonder they disappeared from the planet. It seemed that everything had a root cause, and he had to escape and tell his people about it. Come and go? Within the divine tree, Qingling's voice suddenly appeared. Countless chakra tentacles appeared in a matter of moments. The spacetime around Pooh-style was instantly sealed, and it became difficult for him to even breathe. In the next moment, Pooh Sure, who was in pitch black, felt the power coming from all directions and was surrounding himself. What a powerful chakra! Ura-style can't believe that in this will get so much chakra, and it is supplied all the time. Power. There is endless power here. Submit to Lord Qingling. The other Pooh-style floated in mid-air, the whole suspended by the tentacles baked into the air. That's right, only the green spirit is the only god. Peachy put on a similarly kind smile. What the hell is going on here? Peach-style, what the hell have you been through? And you guy, why are you pretending to be me? Pooh-style broke into a rage, yet as the powerful and unrivaled power surged into him, his strength continued to rise. All the anger is disappearing. In its place, the soul is transformed from greed to perfection, and the body, from infirmity, rises to perfection. Powerful forces fused this body, turning it into endless chakra, until a certain point. Urakata himself just felt like he was even breathing calmly in a certain moment of opening his eyes. In front of him was the figure of Qingling, and he himself is at a table. There are 2 chairs, one Peach-style, and the other Pooh-style. They smiled and raised their knives and forks. Lord Changling, can we consume this delicious delicacy? Well, he appears to be turning into a chakra fruit, Green Spirit said in a friendly voice. Yes, sir. The two smiled and nodded at the same time. No, I don't want to turn into a chakra fruit. I don't want to be eaten. Please, Aoshiro-sama. Urakata felt overwhelming fear, yet his body slowly changed uncontrollably until it transformed into a complete and utter chakra fruit. From being guarded, he became the guardian. Nothing more than becoming a brand new chakra fruit. Soon, after the duo feasted on this fruit, they felt a power that they had never felt before. Lord Changling, I'm so hungry. It's okay, there's an extra meal. Changling snapped his fingers. Chakra tentacles appeared in all directions, once again bringing countless amounts of chakra. Peachy, Poo-esque immersion, as if enjoying the best things in the world. Only the figure of Changling gradually disappeared into the darkness. Boruto world. Within the core of a star, Green Spirit's seventh doppelganger said with some displeasure. Oldest, you're treating those guys from the Otanashi clan like that, but you've bred a few perverts straight out of them, so why bother? 7. You are too young to understand such things. The doppelganger known as the oldest three is responsible for the shinobi world of the Boruto world. The Yura style from the Naruto world that was just fed and fattened up and then divided and eaten was also his operation. The main body has always been lethargic. And it's not like you don't know that his narcolepsy is getting worse, and now he's almost always asleep except when he wakes up when he runs out of chakra. So you don't know him at all. The first ones to follow the body were Big Brother and Second Brother. When we had not yet been separated and did not know the true character of the body, both Big Brother and Second Brother had once said that the essence was a seemingly lethargic, but in reality, a fox that returned a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye when it came to critical issues. Those ninjas that he looked at with displeasure were either brainlessly all locked up in cages as experiments, or the rest were all thrown here to be left to their own devices, which was the true essence of what it was all about. He's powerful and incredible, and there are probably 7/10 of the entire shinobi world that he wouldn't be able to look at if it weren't for the fact that he's used by his enemies to consume chakra. Is there a single great name from any of the major kingdoms alive to this day? After Lao-san said those words, his figure also faded away from the chakra call. Third brother, just now it was me who was reckless. You are the first bilocation brought out by elder brother. Second brother. These things, it is still me who looks at them too superficially. Old Seven changed his previous title. He had always thought that the Green Spirit proper was an easygoing fellow. Looking back now, it seems like everything was in order, and when it was time to strike, it was time to strike. At the beginning of the thunder and lightning, kill the village of Kiba, facing the enemy's night attack, all used as the village's initial creation of the Toolman. Wait for the Shinobi World War and just use the entire world to consume chakra. As soon as the war was over, all the daimyo were immediately exterminated, making it so that after the entire Shinobi world, there will only be one Ryanoku, and all those who disobeyed him, the forces that stood in the clear, were directly treated as experiments and permanently locked in cages. The ones that were secretly lurking, ready to wait for an opportunity, were all thrown directly after opening the Boruto world teleportation, leaving them to wait for death. This was the Green Spirit, who seemed to sleep all year round, but in fact did not do anything useless at every turn. It's good to know. You're still young. The means of the main body should be learned slowly. The Otsutsuki clan has no feelings. They only know how to devour chakra fruits, devouring other clansmen, constantly advancing towards the god, and it's only reasonable that the Yura style will be divided and eaten. Yes, Sango, Old Seven, don't be too indecisive. The main body has already dealt with all the current enemies of the shinobi world. What he is about to do is to get rid of the future ones. Only when this is done will the being venture into slumber, waiting for the next metamorphosis. The figure of the third doppelganger completely disappeared. Only the seventh doppelganger, who was in the middle of the star, was left alone to ponder. A future enemy? Who could it be? At this very moment, the original Naruto world, the ancestral land of the Otanashi clan, had fallen into a frenzy. It's gone again, and so has the life breath of Pura style. What the hell happened on that remote, subpar planet? I want more of you to go this time. And this time only the guarded who have eaten the chakra fruit go forward. I'm going to make this planet, inhabited by inferior beings, disappear forever. A high cry rang out, and a crowd of people knelt down. They knew when someone dared to provoke the majesty of the Otsutsuki clan, that's when they make mortals to spare. Chapter 180, The Fate of the Shell. Naruto World. The eyes are still here. After Green Spirit moved the technological achievements and theories of the Boruto world here, it got developed rapidly, and every day there was a rapid change. However, it's ultimately a bit slow here, and it would take at least 3 years to cross over to the level of the Boruto world all at once. For Changling, it was just a matter of sleeping. Good thing he knows a little. That is, at this moment in the shinobi world, there is another organization lurking in the shadows. Shell. They were supposed to stand in the sunlight in the age of Boruto in a renewed life. After all, it is only with the advancement of technology that they can come out step by step. However, today, they are still the ones who follow the idea of taking science even farther. Perhaps the only way to speed up my experimental research is to bring both worlds, the present Shell and the future Shell, in their entirety. The green spirit was lethargic after all. Then to sow seeds into every world yourself. He preferred to just have his subordinates, in a battleship, go out into the universe, the Otanashi ancestral lands, and indeed the heavens and the worlds, to sow their seeds. By then there were his sacred trees everywhere, emitting chakra all the time. That was the rate of consumption that the green spirit could only dream of. At this point, the mastermind behind the shell was still basking in the stolen joy of having moved forward in secret and not being discovered by the green spirit. In the beginning, Otanashi Ikki and Otanashi Kagaya come to the shinobi world. One style is the master of Otanashi Kagaya. As a result, Kagaya, who didn't want to allow herself to be fed to the 10 tails, chose to betray, attacked one style and fed it to the 10 tails, as a result of which one style survived and has always had a breath left in her. For being found by the person in charge of the shell, this old thing that has lived for thousands of years, and trying to take away the power of the one style, and he is living to this day because he has gained some of the power of the one style. It has survived the Kagaya era, the Rokudo Sennin era, the Azura and Indra eras, the Chikara era, and up to today's Surio era. He thought to himself that he would one day gain the power of the one style completely. Today, he is also still in the dark and humid basement, striving for a longer life and more power. The scenery here isn't great. Ever considered going to a better place? Qingling arrived and caught a glimpse of the shell organization crowd in the corner. Spirit Shadow, how did you find this place? Historically, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, Rokudo Sennin are. Just because they can't find out doesn't mean I don't know. This planet is filled with my sacred trees. They are my eyes. Qingling stood there, allowing countless ninjutsu attacks to appear on his body. These scientific ninjas still don't compare to what the Boruto world will be decades from now. It seems a bit clumsy, but if it's compared to the original level of technology in the shinobi world, it must be powerful. It was a pity that all of these attacks were recruited without moving a single hair on the green spirit's head. After he just politely stood there and took the beating, he grabbed all of the shell organization in one hand and took them to the molten world of shinobi. Where is this place? There was boiling molten lava all around, as well as scorching heat, and a palace that the green spirit had maintained with chakra. Countless factories run to build all kinds of tools, parts, machinery, instruments, and even refined pills and martial arts tools. Upon seeing this scene, the shell organization's crowd directly froze. They didn't expect that the most enthusiastic scientific researcher in the entire shinobi world would be Qingling. No wonder this year, the technology level of the Green Spirit Ninja Village had advanced by leaps and bounds, and even the steam train had traveled all over the world. Your labs have also been moved here. Inside is a temperature suitable enough for you to survive, and I have to go to the other world and bring you back. With a flick of his hand, Qingling threw the shell organization crowd into a palace with a large number of instruments and maintained by him to be ecologically adequate for survival. Another world? Does he mean parallel universes? How is this possible? If people could really cross parallel universes, this world would have been long ago. Swish. Next, Green Spirit's figure reappeared, and he brought all of the future shell organization directly from the Boruto world. One of them, naturally, is a clone made from Jiraiya's cells, Fruity Heart Resident. There's also the future head of the shell organization who thinks he's going to get all of the Otanashi One Shape power. But in reality, once he does that, he's going to bring One Shape back to life. The group froze outright when they were moved straight in with the lab. They similarly thought that they had hidden themselves seamlessly, completely unaware of why they had been discovered by the Green Spirit. Well, you guys just work hard here, and I'll come back regularly to collect the results of my experiments and the latest technological achievements. The Green Spirit glanced at them and spiraled away from the underground molten world. There's still one of his doppelgangers at work here. Both parties felt confused when they saw each other. The shell organization of the future not only has the Fruity Heart Guru, who was cloned from Jiraiya's cells, but also Ao, who survived the Fourth Shinobi World War. They are hidden away in history, thought by the world to be long gone. When suddenly appearing in front of his own self from 20 years ago, a sense of disorientation in both space and time rushed directly into his mind. You're from a parallel world? It looks like it. Can technology really lose out to power? It can't be. Otherwise, why would he have us study it? Moreover, I only have one last step left before I can completely gain the power of the one style, and then the two of us will be able to join forces to gain the power of our respective one styles, and then we will kill him like a dog. So that's it, keep it down. There's a chance that Fox might hear it. Ha 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 ha. Here's my area mute shield. What's he? Just relying on himself to have brute strength. Look at his eyes. Maybe he's an Otsutsuki clan too. The two looked to each other and couldn't help but be secretly pleased. They thought that by the day they fully gained the power of the one style, what green spirit, what spirit shadow, were all trash. Unbeknownst to them, that day was the anniversary of their death. Deep in the starry sky, the green spirit who had resolved his future enemies ignored the whispers from the molten world. He couldn't wait for the two Pooh styles to appear at the same time, and then just left, thrown into the god tree for the doppelganger to feed on and fatten up. He'll be so happy when that day comes. The moment. What the green spirit was really trying to do was confirm the traces in the universe. The spacetime traces left behind by Peach style, Gold style, and Pooh style earlier were the very coordinates that Qingling wanted to determine. He would keep pursuing these traces that would sooner or later disappear to find the ancestral land of the Otsutsuki clan. Once the Otsutsuki clan of the Naruto world is destroyed, you can head to the Boruto world, wipe out the Otanashi clan completely. That's how you can complete the Infinite Resurrection Systems quest and get one system reward for falling. Qingling was overjoyed at the thought that he could be dead by then. Swish! Qingling's figure disappeared once again to a spot where Pooh style had walked by. The only uncertainty in his mind right now was, after Boruto world, is there a next world? Will the conditions for resurrection be the same then? He got sleepy thinking about it and even yawned. Chapter 181, Otsutsuji's Ancestral Land. Damn! Another and another disappeared. What the hell happened to that lowly inferior planet? Is it hard to be a ten-tailed devouring lord? The angry growl eventually stopped at the moment and became useless. On top of this unimaginably huge planet, Qingling's figure finally appeared. He came through the traces of spatial distortion left behind by the Pooh style and came in reverse step by step, with a lot of effort. Just one thing he couldn't figure out from time to time was why the Otsutsuki clan lived in such a remote place. To know, the larger the size of the planet, the more powerful the lifeforms born, just the more gravity they were born with, and the individuals who grew up under such circumstances could be said to be inherently powerful. Their sun, on the other hand, is even more massive and shakes your eyes just by looking at it. This huge sun hangs in the middle of the Milky Way. At the heart of the Milky Way is a black hole of unparalleled size. The ancestral land of the Otanashi clan was actually located extremely close to a black hole, and it would only take 100 years at most before it would be subjected to a powerful gravitational distortion, or even swallowed up. Their method of seeking power in this madness is truly frightening as well. Qingling strolled here, but instead, he had a long-lost sense of comfort. Yes, he strolled here, but instead, he felt more grounded. No wonder, only close to the big black hole at the core of the Milky Way can such huge planets be born. Aoshiro knew that perhaps the man behind the Otsutsuki clan was just as eager as he was to use the powerful gravitational force to tear and drain his chakra. Stop! More and more Otanashi Ichiban appeared above the earth, and here too, a giant ten-tailed tree, never seen before, stood at the heart of the earth. That should be the ancestral land of the Otanashi clan. Qingling ignored the obstacles along the way and headed there. There was no shortage of powerful existences among these people, except that the strongest of them were equivalent to Momo style, who had eaten the chakra fruit. It was only when he kept walking into the 10 tails that the increasingly powerful Otsutsuki clan emerged. It was only when he came to the foot of the tree that he had a being suspended in mid-air, comparable to a peak Otanashi Ichiban, swaying and listening to the wind. Only, he was more powerful, and should belong to the same era as Otanashi Kagaya and Otanashi Ichi style, and was not sealed, thus accumulating more chakra. Stop, this place is the holy land of my Otanashi clan, and a substandard being like you has no business stepping foot on it. Me, a subpar being? Qingling smiled at the enemy in front of him. He had always enjoyed nurturing, only he was so displeased with those who stood in the way of his nurturing that he had to cut off the roots. He has severe narcolepsy and is overly lethargic, but someone always has to come and disturb his sleep. Nowadays, in the Naruto world, the enemies of the shinobi world have long been removed by him. To sleep more soundly, the Otsutsuki clan must be completely destroyed. It can be described as a decapitation. What's more, as long as they were kept, they would go forward to the shinobi world again and again, hindering his peaceful sleep. Die. The cool one-style man had a full beard, though he carried a long knife all serrated behind him. A sword slash actually combined time and space ninjutsu. Ignoring the spatial distance, the berserk lightning chakra mixed with flames blasted directly at Qingling's face. In just a flash, it transformed into a blade that was as tall as a mountain. Wow! The lightning and fire blade light flashed. Qingling didn't even dodge, allowing the attack to fall on his body. He looked up at the giant 10 tails, surrounded by a huge curved moon at the end of the tree. Cherry blossoms bloom at this moment. Qingling opened his third eye, and the moment golden light blossomed, a large golden hand condensed from his chakra, directly catching the Otanashi Ichi powerhouse in front of him. The 10th tail behind him appeared. With a single shake, he summoned countless large hands and took down every single Otanashi Ichi that came to attack. Through the power of time and space, The coordinates of the worlds were locked and dropped into the stomach of the divine tree in the Naruto world, cultivated as his new seed. Who the hell are you? I, the god of the Otsutsuki clan, will surely let you die without a burial place. Little ones, look around the world and be invincible for my Otsutsuki clan. Two young figures appeared. The hidden chakra in his body was indeed more powerful than ever. Xingling looked over at them, and actually each had a cool look similar to Naruto and Sasuke. The two must have held an extremely high position in the Otsutsuki clan, having lived for an unknown length of time. Even the common clansmen were incredulous at the sight of them, not to mention the guardian. Even the guard had known nothing about it. The cool one that looks like Sasuke actually has heavy pupils, while the other cool one that looks like Naruto has two net eyes along with a 9-hook jade shuriken eye. However, judging from the configuration of the pupils, they seem to be in existence sufficient to compete with the green spirit. I have transformed into thousands and thousands of subdivisions, and I have become invincible in time and space. Green spirit had a thought. Countless doppelgangers went in all directions, taking down each of Otanishi's enemies. Some were even unwilling to be captured by the green spirit, and at the cost of blowing themselves up, they attempted to use the green spirit's doppelganger to gain another chance at rebirth. How is that possible? Any of the doppelgangers are strong enough to rival the strongest of my Otsutsuki clan. He should be the alien race's bottom card. It's a pity that, looking at the universe, you're the only one who has the power to fight this battle. The two are still screaming. Instead, Xingling's eyes blossomed with gold, purple, and blood-red light, and he walked towards within the 10 tails with an expressionless face. They were instantly furious, unable to believe that Xingling dared to ignore them. However, just as they were planning to defy the odds and strike with all their might, one of the two green spirit doppelgangers transformed into a divine tree, and the other transformed into the 10 tails of the green spirit, directly engulfed them and wrapped them in dumplings. Don't try to obliterate us. Ha, why are you giving us chakra? At this very moment, not only the two of them, but the entire Otsutsuki clan was wrapped in a divine tree of green spirit in the ancestral land of Otsutsuki, constantly gaining chakra. There was no longer anything here that belonged to the Otsutsuki clan except for the 10 tails in front of Aoshiru's eyes. So it is. Step within the 10 tails. A single embryo is also coalesced by chakra. It looks similar to the way the green spirit made shinobi beings metamorphose. Once these embryos broke open, it meant the birth of the mighty Otsutsuki clan. It's gloomy in here, with feet stepping into the heavier interior. Ignore the sealing spell and step right into the core. Xingling saw countless more chakra cocoons. Inside is sealed an ancient powerhouse of the Otanishi clan. They had a chakra vein in their bodies that finally converged at the very core of the 10 tails. At a glance, there's a life form here that coexisted with the 10 tails infused long ago, and still young in appearance. His eyes were closed, and he was constantly getting chakra from the ancient powerhouses of the Otsutsuki clan. The seeds of the 10 tails, the living creatures of the Otsutsuki clan, all came from you. And when their growth is complete, will you allow them to return here and become your sustenance? And why shouldn't you be? This white-haired handsome man slowly raised his head and smiled evilly. Chapter 182, Invincible Old Man Otanishi. So it's still alive? Xing-Chi was incredibly inspired. He thought that the probability that this guy was in a half-dead state, did not expect to be alive and able to move. It can be magical. Of course, I've spent countless years for this day, but I never thought I'd be intruded upon by you. Good thing too. All that's missing is the last bit of chakra fruit to truly become a god instantly. And you're the best chakra fruit of all. The withered muscles on his body continued to recover until his entire body was back at its peak. And from the inside to the outside, all the embryos, chakra cocoons, continued to condense and transform into a single chakra fruit. After so many chakra fruits are recovered, they can be recovered for you. And if I'm not mistaken, the ones that were recently lost must have been obtained by you. Otanishi stood up and absorbed all the chakra fruits in a flash. The aura of his body erupted out, a powerful and unrivaled life force, as well as a chakra fruit that surpassed any life form Xingling had ever seen before. How long have you been accumulating and how many chakra fruits have you devoured that have been condensed from the energy of the planet? I don't know the years. It's hard to count them. Otsutsuki thought himself foolish for Aoshiru, who had long since lived an unimaginable amount of time, and had his subordinates continually collect and cultivate chakra fruits while he provided the seeds of the 10 tails and the embryos of his clan. It can be described as a purely nurturing affair. Only in the end, even the clan is his fruit. That's why it's possible to say such arrogant things. You're not lying, you're already stellar. Xing-Chi was relieved to receive a powerful breath. It's too rare. The stars in the universe are naturally innumerable. Just to be able to have individual beings capable of reaching stellar levels is simply incredible. Scared? Old man Otanishi looked at Xingling with contempt. He believed that the guy in front of him had some strength, but how could the white moon compete with the blazing sun? He will make it cost him his life. You'll never know, but you can still be told before you die. Among the most intriguing things in the universe are undoubtedly black holes, which are the ultimate destiny of stars. If one wants even more power, then one must reach stellar power, which can trigger a qualitative change, an extreme sublimation, at the moment equivalent to turning into a black hole. At that moment, I will transcend the intensity of individual life and truly become a god. Otanashi laughed arrogantly and maniacally. Qingling, however, couldn't help but splash cold water. Actually, I was going to say, could it be that the other world you're imagining is actually the pure land of ultimate bliss, and that there's already a god there, and that's the Grim Reaper, and he's got to clock in and out for work at regular intervals, and isn't quite as happy as you'd like him to be? Qingling was telling the truth. He felt that the god of death would fall into this category, and had indeed gained great power, eternal life, and unrivaled strength, as well as unprecedented authority. Just at what cost? Ever since Chibiusa invented the ghoul seal exhaustion, he's been utilized directly by humans, calling out to them and waving them away. How comfortable can you be living? Like Qingling, he was also a god of martial arts, and as long as those who practiced martial arts were around and their faith was not extinguished, he would not die, and his illusion spirit world even morphed into a world that existed because of him as a result. In other words, it is not the pure land of ultimate bliss that people practicing martial arts enter after death, and it is not under the control of the god of death, green spirit, which is literally stealing business from death, and he's much more comfortable and unencumbered. So, to the green spirit, a god is nothing more than being confined somewhere like the Grim Reaper, gaining power, immortality, and authority while also paying the price of having to be stuck in one place and doing something around the clock. The other is that he directly creates a world, such as the spirit world, which controls many living beings, and also has the power of faith and the power of martial arts. It's just that he comes and goes as he pleases without being constrained, and his own power is already formidable, and the kind of god that Otsutsuki Elder aspires to be should be his kind. But in the way he did this, he became at best the death one. What? Are you already too scared to speak? No, I just want to know if you can beat me to death by standing still. Qingling naturally didn't answer the heart. He didn't want to discourage the Otanashi elder ancestor, lest it fall flat on its face. It sank straight down, without even the thought of confronting him. Then it would be too difficult for the green spirit to cultivate a stellar-level enemy on his own. Ha 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 ha. What arrogance! Once upon a time, I also possessed the same power as you, and at that time, I was naturally as weak as you, and so I naively thought that I was strong enough, until one day, I met death. Yes, my eyes, enough to peer into death. And he had the same two horns as me, he had immortality, and he controlled the underworld. At that moment, I knew that the true ultimate was not earthly might, but to become a god, a being like the god of death, to be the ultimate being beyond the universe, in that higher world. Old man Otanashi grew more and more frantic, and above his eyes, two pairs of eyes were forcibly born, both with heavy pupils. Some radiated blood, some were purple, cyan, and some were pitch black, with golden eyes taking their place in the same way. You weak and ignorant fellow, claim the true power of God. The old Otanashi would hung in the air as the 10 tails began to metamorphose, giving birth to a single chakra tentacle that attempted to devour the green spirit completely. He stood still for a moment, allowing it to take his chakra. How come you don't even have the guts to take a shot at me? Otanashi smiled contemptuously, the chakra in his body growing stronger. It was just that Qingling's 10 tails had directly transformed into a single chakra tentacle that directly merged into Otanashi's 10 tails. A puzzled look appeared in his gaze. What? You think you can be strong enough to defeat me? Swish! The green spirit was as mad as a madman, giving chakra like crazy, and when that chakra surged into the 10 tails, the unparalleled power shocked Otsutsuki. What's going on? He had thought that the green spirit had captured his people to take the chakra, taking the same method of becoming a god that he did. That is to keep raising and then harvesting all the chakra fruits. But why does he not take chakra seriously at all? It's like chakra is completely shameless. What the hell are you up to? Otanashi growled angrily. Too slow, or too slow. Qingling, however, shook her head. The 10th tail went straight through the space seal and appeared directly behind Otanashi. What are you going to do? It's impossible. How can your temporal power ignore my power? No one can break through my sealing art. Otanashi hissed as he thought Aoshiren was trying to sneak up on him. Sobering, the 10th tail stabbed into his back. Ha 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 ha. So what if that's the case? I have more chakra than you can imagine, but it's equivalent to a star. There's no way you can kill me. It doesn't matter if you die. Qingling's words had not yet fallen. An unprecedented amount of chakra surged directly into the body of the old Otsutsuki. He looked at Qingling incredulously, completely confused as to what kind of operation this was, until 10 minutes later, after he had been forced to get stronger by moving. Off the cuff. You're sick, aren't you? Chapter 183, Defeat Me. At this point, Qingling finally looked at him seriously. You're strong enough now. I've given you half of my own power. Add that to your original. Then it'll be greater than my power now. You should be able to defeat me and obliterate me, right? Qingling said seriously while giving Otanashi chakra. You crazy bastard. Let go of me. What the hell are you doing? The Otanashi elder ancestor found it unbelievable that he dared to say that he had become twice as strong. If what Green Spirit said was true, it meant that he had really given away half of his chakra, but half of it is more powerful than the original him. Does that even make sense? I want you to defeat me and obliterate me. Once again, Qingling said without question. No way. I'm Otanashi. As soon as Otanashi was about to retort, the Green Spirit flicked its tail and brought the other figure right over as well. He fixed his eyes on a guy who actually looked exactly like himself. There was nothing but horror on the other man's face, breaking out into a scream. You demon, don't give me any more power. I don't need it. I really don't need it. Original. This is the Otsutsuki elder ancestor who belongs to the Boruto world. Aoshiren was the one who started moving at the same time, having his doppelganger travel to the Otanashi ancestral land in the Boruto world as well. At the moment, already 2 worlds have been taken by the Otsutsuki clan. Only 2 Otsutsuki elders remain. Still in front of him. What have you been through and what the hell is going on? Otanashi from the Naruto world couldn't believe that there was another him in the world that looked just as powerful. What he experienced today was enough to put him in a trance. Wait, you guys don't dare to make a move. You should be thinking that you're not strong enough. Qingling didn't give him a chance to slow down. Space twisted, and out of one of the cracks came all of his doppelgangers. Thousands and thousands of them, all of which eventually turned into smoke and returned to his essence. Now you too. You can really get stronger. Nani! While the 2 Otanashi elders were being surprised, the Otanashi that was in this past of the Naruto world directly exploded into a chakra fruit. The surface exuded scorching heat and appeared to be no more than the size of a palm, but it exuded a powerful and unrivaled gravitational force. This scene looked at the future chakra ancestor with a surprised face. You killed him easily and turned him into a chakra fruit? Aha! Qingling didn't deny it. He was originally but weakened a bit after giving Otsutsuki elder chakra, but after all the bilocations returned, it was once again so powerful that it was unimaginable that it was really him. Eat this chakra fruit and then defeat me. Qingling gave a direct order. This time, it seems that the future chakra elder who had taken a beating was forced to eat the chakra fruit. He was never emotional, but at the moment there was a fear spreading through his heart. When he devoured this chakra, his own power swelled once more. There was infinite confidence in his eyes. So powerful. As Otanashi talked and laughed, a blood red and white glow began to appear on his body at the same time. White dwarfs and red dwarfs seemed to coexist. Ha 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 ha, you're dead. I'm only one step away from a black hole. This is the closest thing to a god's realm. Otanashi confidently looked at Qingling as if he were a dead man. Normal. As you continue to coalesce, collapse, and become this way, you grow stronger, become humble, and return to your roots. It is not until a certain moment when you are completely extinguished and dead that you are transformed into a black hole. In that ultimate moment, the so-called ultimate sublimation of the living individual, which is God. The Grim Reaper should have experienced death even when he made it this far, and he also has a connection to reality, just as black holes exist in the universe. But within the black hole is a place where living beings cannot get their hands on, and the world of death likewise belongs only to the god of death. You, however, will never be able to do this. You will not willingly extinguish it, and naturally you will not condense it to the extreme point, much less actually metamorphose it, drawing the line between life and death. Aoshiren looked to Otsutsuki, who seemed to have seen through the relationship. Death, however, was not powerful enough to be driven at will by one of his eyes, but he possesses the world of death, and he is as immortal as ever, and there attains to immortality. Qingling also wondered, in such a situation, if he also created a black hole of his own spirit world, would he also be able to become a god and rest on his laurels forever? So far, the swell of the old Otanashi, the constriction of the Shinigami, apparently not enough to live up to his expectations. That simple wish of the heart that talks itself soundly to sleep, undisturbed and without the need to take power from the outside world in one fell swoop to maintain it. It was just as simple as that in Qingling's mind, but when you really want to realize it, it's just too hard. Phew! Qingling exhaled a clear breath. Close your eyes. He was rather hoping that this Otanashi old man in front of him would actually obliterate him. That's really, really good. Don't you dare ignore me. The Otanashi elder ancestor in the midst of the blood-red and clean white light had swelled to the extreme. To the extent that he was in this state, it was not that he had no fear in himself, but that his power surpassed the will of his soul to such an extent that madness took over to such an extreme that he could no longer remain conscious. Naturally, he would also forget about the previous power of the green spirit and become reckless, with only greed in his gaze. Boom! Otanashi threw a punch, and the power was directly transformed into a shockwave of chakra. This punch directly knocked Qingling out of the gravity-powerful Otanashi ancestral land. His body continued to accelerate in midair due to the shockwaves, and the sound of breaking air grew louder and louder, even triggering a sizzling explosion. One moment. The voice ended abruptly the moment the green spirit appeared in space. Instead, old man Otanashi laughed maniacally and appeared in front of him. Boom! Another punch, and this time, the punches were getting faster. It was as if there were thousands of Otanashi elder ancestors beating up Qingling in a group. Bang! The green spirit crashed to the ground and blasted directly into the Otanashi ancestral land. This massive star actually crumbled right into pieces because of Otanashi's full force strike. The moment it exploded, everything in front of him disappeared. The detonated Otanashi ancestral land meant that this Otanashi ancestor had completely lost his mind. He kept bombarding Qingling with his fists. All of them are the simplest and most extreme chakra blast punches. When the power is strong to the extreme, this kind of bombardment fist itself is an attack that occupies the extreme in speed, power altogether, and doesn't need any fancy techniques at all. Qingling silently watched the scene. He felt no so-called pain. After dying over and over again, Qingling had long since ignored this level of pain. The old Otanashi in his eyes was sublimating his chakra with every punch. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. I am invincible. I have become a god. What a powerful force. I can even blow up stars. Chapter 184. I become a god. Boom. Green spirit was blasted within the star. Yet Otsutsuki's punches were getting faster and faster. He had entered a state similar to that of a heavy particle. Not that he mimicked nuclear fusion, though, but became a cohesive little sun himself. When the full force punch was thrown, a large portion of the chakra in its body disappeared again. The sun of the Otanashi ancestral land actually began to collapse rapidly towards the old ancestor. He became that one point. He's really going to be a god this time. And all of this? Qingling stood in front of him and saw clearly. He wanted to see with his own eyes. Was this method of becoming a god by constantly collecting power really feasible? Swish! Green inspiration was under extreme pressure. In this almost imperceptible moment, the sun collapsed onto the body of Otanashi Elder, and he was utterly transformed into a point. Swish! One moment. He, the point, directly expanded and transformed into a black hole so dark that not even light could escape. Qingling went to perceive it carefully, and did not detect the aura of old man Otanashi. Has this guy become a god or not? Doesn't becoming a god mean you can't stay in the universe? The green spirit didn't understand. He just looked at the dot and crushed it in a handful of times in a world where there was nothing. One moment, that dot transformed into the figure of the old Otsutsuki, and the pitch blackness transformed into white. The black hole, which had been constantly seizing power from the surrounding area, began to expand, spreading out the whiteness of everything. I said, let there be light. Old man Otanashi appeared once more and looked at Qingling with contempt. He snapped his fingers and light literally appeared in the white world. Then, the black hole stopped tearing up the matter of the universe and instead expanded into light. This infinite extension is too fast. It became a ray of light in just one breath. The black hole disappeared, and the only person in the original position was Otanashi Laozu standing dumbfounded. He looked around in bewilderment that he was actually still in the universe. You're still alive? But it didn't become a god. Only then did Qingling speak objectively. It seems that you didn't become a god when you couldn't figure out this method. You fart. I've come to my realization. It was only at the moment I became a god that I realized. Only the black hole keeps devouring and swallowing the whole universe. After that this point will dissolve into everything, and I will become the god of the universe. Designating knew all the laws of the universe. It should have been, but you, 1,000 kills, set off the point early. It caused me to not really become a god of the universe. Old man Otanashi was furious. At the same time, his body began to grow dimmer and dimmer. It seems to be fading away. But there are countless black holes in the universe, and many bigger than you, such as the one closest to your Otanashi, which will soon devour you without consciousness. You're too late. It's impossible to become a god by following this method. Even if this method were to work, it would only be for a moment, as if you were disappearing. That one who devoured the entire universe to become a god before must have dispersed and become the energy of the universe just like you are at this moment. Green Spirit rubbed his chin. He kind of got it. Old man Otanashi was a good man, and proved with his own life that this method of continually collecting energy until he allowed himself to metamorphose at some point simply wasn't believable. He also believed that there must be some other way in the worlds of the heavens, a way that he could rest high and truly sleep well. Your bull ****** ting me. I'm just tired and need to get away for a while. The Otanashi elder ancestor was growing more and more fearful, but was still trying his best to deceive himself. If you can, so must all those countless ultimate big black holes before you. And then there would be countless of what you call creation gods. And where did they all go? Qingling shook her head. until he witnessed the old man Otanashi transform into his last ounce of energy. No! Otanashi returns to the cosmos. Qingling stood dumbfounded in the universe, staring blankly at the huge black hole 100 light-years away from him. He looked out into the universe and wondered how many other cuties believed such lies. In the end, the god of creation didn't materialize, and instead, the basket was emptied. System, can I die now? 2 worlds of Otsutsuki, one became a sacrifice and the other was destroyed. Qingling felt that he should be able to conform to the mission. No, there are still pure bloodline survivors of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Ichi style, please host obliterate them as soon as possible. I think it means the 2 that stayed in the molten world. Green Spirit yawned. It directly transformed into a sky full of detachments. Go back to your respective homes, and you may die when the time comes. Shao Qi, go to the molten lava and wait patiently for a while until the one style is resurrected to obliterate it. Green Spirit was getting sleepy. Okay, proprietor, what are you going to do? The 7th doppelganger was surprised. Take a break. Of course. Qingling closed her eyes before the words left her mouth, and the entire fox floated in the universe. Good. 7 left carefully. Sango, the main body is indeed ruthless, actually directly wiping out the Otanashi clan, leaving only the test subjects behind. Of course, even if old Otanashi didn't become his test subject just the same. The 3rd doppelganger left the area with a greeting and headed for the shinobi world of Boruto. Naruto world. Shinobi, the city of molten lava. Shell organizations are whispering. It's done. We've finally done it. We're going to be incarnated as Otanashi Ichiban. Ha 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 ha. Great. I've felt that powerful to the core. The 2 shell heads were still celebrating with each other. They also physically began some sort of metamorphosis. As the metamorphosis began, everything became progressively more out of control. No, this is a power that belongs to me. Otsutsuki Ichiban, how could you? Yours, this power. Do you deserve it? You know nothing of the might of Otsutsuki. The 2 heads exploded into a bloody mist at the same time. After the burst, the ones who walked away from the bleeding fog turned out to be 2 Otanashi one-shapes. I know a little bit from this guy's memories. So after many years, there are already existences that can cross 2 worlds? Want to hide? The other me. Jia. If there is only one, maybe we have to avoid the wind for a while. But if you and I join forces, he will die for sure. The shell organization crowd fled in fear, only to be ignored by one style. He doesn't care about the lives of mole crickets. Space distorted slightly. A figure gradually emerged, and it turned out to be the 7th green spirit. He looked incredulously at the person in front of him as soon as he appeared. There are actually 2 one-styles? Just right. It's too coincidental. So that I can complete the task that the main body has explained ahead of time, and I'd like to have a good rest when the time comes. The 7th green spirit smiled as she looked at the person in front of her. Oh, listen to your words. It seems to be a diversion. It is really ridiculous. He alone may be able to beat one of us alone, but if it is us joining forces. One of the one-styles is screaming. Only a thump was heard. He was next to a direct 7 green spirit obliterated by a style. No time can be wasted. This time the action taken by the main body is an unprecedented effort, and all of us bilocations are feeling tired. All 7 green spirits yawned. He glanced wearily at the last one style, directly reaching out his hand. The latter was still in a state of shock and had not returned to his senses. The 7th green spirit then looked directly at him with his 3rd eye. Being gazed upon by this eye is like having one's soul gazed upon, as if one is being dominated in life and death. One style gulped in fear. How was he to know that he was already the last pure blood of the Otsutsuki clan in this world who was awake and had not become a test subject? He wanted to escape. He felt that the enemy in front of him was simply unbeatable. Go on. Green spirit number 7 was getting sleepy. Just as he was about to fall asleep for a moment, a style directly transported away by the power of time and space of the 10th tail. When he opened his eyes again, the only thing in front of me was the orange and cyan glow of chakra. One by one, the deceased members of the Otsutsuki clan were there. Those he knew and those he didn't. One by one they looked at him with a smile. Come, into the arms of Lord Qingling. Ha 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 ha, power. This is power. I become a god. And you're going to become a god too. One style looked back and realized that at some point, he, too, had been caught by a chakra tentacle, and more chakra was pouring into his body. Until a certain moment, he's also completely lost himself. Lord Qingling, I love you. I am the green spirit. The green spirit is me. The universe is unique. I transform all things. Boruto world. Unknown to this corner of the world, there is a very unassuming sacred tree. Inside were kept the once strongest people in this universe, and the best test subjects for the green spirit. He knew that sooner or later, when he became strong enough, the Otanashi clan will see the light of day again. Only that day, it would also be renamed the Green Spirit Clan. Naruto world. A corpse with 10 tails floating in the universe finally stopped fluctuating in consciousness. Congratulations to the host. Progress of the otherworldly quest 1/2. Mission 1, erase the world's destined son, completed. Mission 2, erase the world's biggest villain, completed. Mission reward, extradite the power of the world and obliterate the host once. The mission has not been completed to open this coveted reward. Perhaps because it was too powerful in itself. The green spirit was destined to not be able to keep expanding like old man Otanashi until it turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. The moment. Even though he's no longer conscious, this corpse was still absorbing countless power from this world. When a being is strong enough, the body itself is a monster. It's a good thing the green spirit will be resurrected sooner or later. Otherwise a corpse like him would definitely awaken at some point and turn into a monster. On some level, how is the universe not a corpse, floating, waiting for a moment of awakening of consciousness, incarnation as a creator god, and death with it? Wait until this masterless cosmic corpse metamorphoses and gives birth to a single consciousness. They're fighting each other for dominance of the body until a certain point. A moment of awakening, then death. Only the universe remains a corpse. I don't know how long I've been floating. This 10-tailed fox corpse in the universe finally opened its eyes. Chapter 185 Rebirth. New 10,000 realms coordinates. How long have I been asleep? Cheng Ling yawned and stood up with great satisfaction. He was sure that in his absence, the universe figured it had been pretty good. To this day, he had to admit that he was already strong enough, and he had thought that the Otanashi old man could possess the ability to truly fight him, but it turned out to be nothing more than a clown. In the end, it can only be a shot in the dark. The Shinigami who passed through the pure land of ultimate bliss and transformed into the black hole of Otsutsuki. Xingling saw clearly the two ways of so-called becoming a god, neither of which seemed comfortable to him. If he could, he would never choose this method of slumber. After all, it doesn't matter if you like to sleep soundly or have narcolepsy. All he really liked was, one early morning, or evening, wake up to a rising sun or a bright moon. That soothing feeling of wakefulness, of bliss. It's as if you're satisfied with every breath of air you take. Many people pursue are different. Some people love wealth to drunkenness. Some people like to hold the power. And some people only for the power and supreme. Some people seek Tao steady longevity. Some people for the firewood, rice, oil, salt and a family. And some people do not ask the world to ask for the truth. And more people spend their lives. I do not know why. Do not ask for the future. What Green Spirit wants is also simple. Others love to eat. And he likes to sleep soundly. Not like the same eternal silence as the universe. System, are the stats done? Qingling stretched out a satisfied slouch. Couldn't help but look at the miles of stars and rivers and turn to the super black hole in the center of the Milky Way. I don't know if there's a cutie in there similar to Otsutsuki's old man, waiting for a chance to become a god, in exchange for Nenki and return to the universe. Host, the system has been fully accounted for, and both worlds have changed rapidly in the year you were gone. Congratulations to the host, for the achievement award, the one and only of both worlds. The one and only? Indeed, the Naruto and Boruto worlds, regardless of life or death. Most people exist in the future, and in the past, meaning that they necessarily have two selves. It's just that the Naruto world is decades ahead of the Boruto world, and he really is the only one left. System, I don't like all this hocus pocus. Xingling glanced at the evasive system interface. The top was immediately updated with a line of writing. The host has succeeded in this perfect resurrection, and has gained a double increase in all attributes and power. The host has replaced Otanashi Kagaya in both worlds and can ostracize him and obtain the immortal binding rope, higher realm version. Will the two Otanashi Kagayas be changed into the host's servants, the host of this physical metamorphosis, to obtain the power of heavenly eyes, where the body, all evil will not be invaded, can see the true nature of all things. The host has gained a physical metamorphosis, the body of a demigod, from a god race in a high realm. Gods are born, the future is set, half human, half god, infinite possibilities. The host exploded the advanced dimensional gong method 8-9 Shin Gong. Each experience of life and death is a turn. 8 is the extreme of yin, 9 is the peak of yang, and after 9 turns the physical body becomes a saint. The host has been perfectly resurrected and exploded a high-level dimensional weapon, the triple-pointed two-edged lance, which was transformed by a three-headed dragon and possesses many powers. Qingling was bewildered. He could tell at a glance that this set of equipment and increase wasn't Air Langshan's equipment. What is the so-called superior plane? Westworld? No way. Is this the next universal coordinate? The host has completed the dimensional quest of the Boruto world, and has opened the coordinates of a brand new world, and opened a brand new resurrection quest upon arrival. New world coordinates, pirate world. Bit of introduction, here there is no fancy ninjutsu, no chakra that everyone has, only hegemony and devil fruit. Climb the road to supremacy. Use your fists and swords. Xingling looked at this guy woodenly, practically ashen. He knew that the infinite resurrection system really wasn't doing it. As far as he knew, the pirate world was indeed another system, but the camps were basically divided into three main categories, not as outrageous as the system describes. Don't bother, I'd better get back to it. Sobering, the green spirit quickly disappeared within the reach of the super black hole's waves. For the pirate world, he still intended to let everyone go, and it was better to stay out of it himself if at all possible. But there was always a hint in the back of his mind that something didn't feel right. If the Boruto world and the Naruto world have the Otanashi clan behind them, is the pirate world really just pirates? He couldn't help but think of Aniru, who seemed to be the one who became a cosmic pirate. Thinking of the cosmic pirates, Qingling remembered a beloved level anime he had seen in his childhood. Do we have to go to the Rainbow Sea after finding the great secret treasure? Qingling thought about it for a moment before dismissing the idea outright. He was too lazy to bother. So what if the Rainbow Sea was just inside a black hole? It wasn't like he hadn't been there before. As for the great secret treasure, he cared even less. The only thing that could get him hooked was probably what he was going to eat when he got back. Swish! Green Spirit returned to this azure planet that was unassuming in the universe. During the time he had been asleep, the Shinobi World's portal had relied on the divine tree he had left behind to maintain it. Powerful to this point, as long as the divine tree existed, there would be a constant supply of chakra and energy. Just like this body of his, even if the green spirit's consciousness disappeared, it would still grow stronger and stronger. That's the difference between a black hole and the sun. The green spirit consciousness exists, and when he is awake, he is the sun and can give unlimited energy to this world. When he loses consciousness and all that's left is a corpse, he takes on the form of a black hole, constantly demanding energy. Luckily, the special nature of the divine tree made it so that while it was getting energy from the universe, it was also emanating it to the Shinobi world and maintaining the portal. Being too strong can be annoying, thinking that I'm getting stronger all the time, sometimes a little slower to wield it. Qingling muttered bitterly. He stepped into the underground chamber. The janitor in the corner, Hanzo Yamashiro, immediately opened his eyes. Lord Spirit Shadow, you finally returned. No need to stretch. I want to take a walk and go back to sleep. Qingling didn't want to see anyone at all. He had just woken up from his sleep, and after experiencing the satisfying feeling of waking up from his sleep, he wanted to continue sleeping. You could say it's quite specialized. No, Reikage-sama. In the year of your absence, more and more shinobi have traveled to the universe to adventure with the Boruto world. With technological development and expansion during that time, a battle with the lunar Otsutsuki clan breaks out, and a misunderstanding is cleared up after the eventual victory. They chose to remain a hidden family, but just 3 months ago, Orochimaru and Scorpion argued and dug up the moon in the Boruto world and ours, respectively, and ultimately found the sealed Otanashi Kagaya hidden in the moon's core. And so, a great battle broke out once again. The battle, which was ultimately won by Naruto and his righteous group, also perfectly sealed Otanashi Kagaya, and a second moon was created to encircle the earth. But the price is that a lot of companions have died in the meantime as well. Hanzo the mountain pepperfish quickly recounted the past claims. Listening to Qingling was all confused. In 1 year's time, you fought Otsutsuki on the moon and unearthed Otsutsuki Kagaya, and seal it again? It was then that Qingling realized that the earth really possessed a second moon beyond it. The two run slowly on their own trajectory. This is so unsightly. Qingling glanced at the sky and said so. Chapter 186, Otanashi Kagaya. Qingling closed his eyes and with a glance, he saw a single realization everywhere within his spirit world. These people were people who practiced martial arts, and when they died, they entered the spirit world to survive, and without the choice of the green spirit, they could not be reincarnated, much less be resurrected by other people using forbidden techniques. What's the point of dying? There's a new copy coming soon. Qingling snapped his fingers. A figure reappeared on the street, outside the house. The green spirit in the underground chamber held a chakra cocoon in his hand, and with the moment the cocoon broke open, tens of thousands of green spirit doppelgangers stepped out of it, each going to where they were supposed to go. Make an effort, turn all the surrounding galaxies into viable ecosystems, the more the higher. Don't let these shinobis be idle, their future is a sea of stars. As you wish, Hansho. The doppelgangers have traveled to the Boruto world to open up the world, and have continued their efforts in the Naruto world. In an instant, they traveled to the various galaxies around them. This, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, looked dumbfounded, knowing that the green spirit was powerful to the extreme, but he was also involved in the battle to seal Otanashi Kagaya 3 months ago. In his opinion, Otanashi Kagaya was strong enough, only to meet the likes of Naruto, Sasuke, Senjuga, and Uchiha Zen, and be miserably swarmed. When Otanashi Kagaya was sealed at the time, he was still shouting, "What is Budo? What's wrong with the world? And who is the green spirit?" But right now, When he saw with his own eyes that each of the green spirit's doppelgangers possessed power that far exceeded his own, there was still a sense of unbelievability. Is Qing Ling really a human being? Quickly, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish consoled himself mentally by saying that the green spirit was not a human. He was a fox. Do it all. It was only then that green spirit smiled and twisted his head towards the ground, originally interrupting a sound sleep. He was ready to get it over with. Since Naruto, Sasuke has already cleaned up the enemies from the stars, even beating the copies of Otanashi Shik and Otanashi Kagaya. Then the job is done. It's also time to give them the 5th volume of Budo, and a new mission. Only by having Naruto and the others bravely travel to the stars and seas of the universe, as well as the other realms of the heavens, could they make a fool of themselves and resurrect the green spirit? It's best to die in other worlds. That way the resurrection takes place across a dimension and consumes enough energy. The very thought of this satisfied Xingling. He was sure that the group he had cultivated would be defeated enough. Molten worlds. The 7th green spirit slowly emerged. As he stepped on top of this palace, he caught a glimpse of a laboratory with technological achievements. The Shell organization is working hard and tirelessly on it. Only the eyes were each bloodshot. When they saw Xingling's figure appear, they all froze in place in unison. Lord Spirit Shadow, we've been working for I don't know how long. We've stayed in this place where we don't see the light of day until we're going crazy. And we'll make sure that we'll be able to realize all of these scientific and technological achievements into intelligent production. Lord Spirit Shadow, from now on, the Shell organization is your shell. We'll be called Spirit Shell. That's right, Reikage-sama. The pose in which you easily obliterated 2 Otanashi Ichiban is so handsome that my subordinate still feels breathless when I think of it. The only person in the crowd of the Shell organization was Gashinjushi, who was silently shaking the reagent in his hand. AO, on the other hand, is from the future Shell organization, and in the Naruto world he was thought by the world to have died in the 4th Shinobi War, and didn't show up until the Boruto period. Now, he became one of the main backbones of the group, but as soon as the green spirit appeared, he appeared useless. The 7th green spirit naturally understood why they had become so well behaved. It wasn't because of the death of Otanashi Ichijiki at his hands a year ago. Good thing too, there are labs on the ground too. It's better to use this place as my lab. When you guys go back, work hard. Oh. The 7th green spirit yawned as he looked over to one of the factories here, and directly split himself off into a detachment, leaving them to their work while he took an early rest. It's safe to say, it was only at this point that he really had a bit of a shadow of his true self. The Shell organization's crowd, along with the lab, all reached the divine tree in a flash. This early on had a huge laboratory used for work. As the green spirit bracelet appeared on their hands at the same time, the name of the laboratory also appeared. Spirit Shell. The crowd cheered and rejoiced at the aftermath of their robbery. Aren't you going to celebrate? Cyan said with a cold working face. You don't either. The fruitful-hearted guru didn't choose to leave. He knew that traveling aimlessly, or exploring the future, was what he should do. Are we kind of golden? Of course. The two looked at each other and lifted their past grudges while hiding in this corner of the shinobi world. Being smart people, they understood that instead of going against the green spirit, it was better for them to go under his umbrella to achieve those great pursuits of the Shell organization. Unfortunately, the Dawn organization that they were so intent on resurrecting had long since become a member of the Green Spirit Shinobi Village. Boom! In a cage, Rizzo ordered after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Begin! How are you two doing? Absolute said at the calm's desk. No problem. We will be the first pair to travel to the universe with the help of chakra technology in the history of the shinobi world. And this is truly our first chakra-powered ship. Golden Horn was a little excited. After Green Spirit's torture, he finally reformed as a spaceship pilot and repairer. Let us witness the starry night. Silverhorn is also waiting to see what happens. He's an excellent electronic information engineer now. Boom! The cage slowly opened, and the spaceship, which had the appearance of a cool green spirit ten-tailed incarnation, left under chakra drive, heading for the stars and the universe. In the cage, Tuanza shed unbelievable tears as he was driven by the green spirit to finally work with the Jedi, and the countless white Jedi, night and day, finally with the help of future technology from the Naruto world, and the green spirit's powerful stockpile of knowledge and achievements, developed this ship, the green spirit, which was strong enough to leap to any planet. Jedi was even more tearful. Mother, I will definitely build the biggest airship in the world and take you away from the clutches of the spirit shadow. Space. The first green spirit couldn't help but nod. Well done. The Starry Sea is the future of the shinobi world. What's the point of fighting in an S day in and day out? He said and walked towards the core of the new moon. As time and space tremble, the green spirit also appeared within the crescent moon core. Otanashi Kagaya was once again sealed with a look of displeasure. There is no life on this moon, and it can be destroyed. But Otsutsuki Kagaya, this shinobi world is no longer relevant to you after all. So why don't you go and stay with my main body? A golden shimmering rope appeared. A strange rope with an end to one section and a spatial distortion at the other end for no apparent reason. With a tug from the no. One green spirit. A golden light appeared and the person on the other end of the rope was yanked over. It turned out to be Otanashi Kagaya of the Naruto world. He only held it in his hand. And the crescent moon exploded. As soon as the two Otanashi Kagaya appeared, there was anger in their eyes. Who are you? Shut up! The first green spirit gave them both a direct slap. Otanashi Kagaya was slapped straight into a daze. It hurt so much that he was almost huffed to death by the slap. The immortal binding rope can bind you both regardless of distance. So from now on, be good. The no. One green spirit said that and walked towards the depths of the universe. He still had to go and die for the green spirit nah. There are a lot of universes out there, so it's a good bet that you'll come across a good place to die. You have the same chakra as those guys. The two Otanashi Kagaya couldn't help but remember the past when they were beaten by the group. Everything about the 3 months is still fresh in my mind. Next moment, while the no. One green spirit left, Otanashi Kagaya was teleported directly to the surface. The two of them were just about to strike when they saw one of the figures that had punched her in the face, all standing solemnly together. The current ones are still Budokai Naruto and Sasuke. They were standing in front of someone whose back in green robes she could only see. Its aura was exactly the same as the mysterious powerhouse he had encountered earlier. Although he didn't understand why these people were treating him with such respect, Otsutsuki Kagaya still felt extremely frightened in his mind. It was because she realized that the monster that was so powerful that it could crush her with a mere slap just now was merely a doppelganger of this green-robed back figure. It's too anticlimactic. Who the hell are you? Otanashi Kagaya asked reluctantly. My name is Changling. First time meeting, do you want to become a god? Changling turned around and looked at her with a smile. Chapter 187, Changling's Greetings. No, I just happened to be passing by. The Otanashi Kagayas twisted their heads shyly. What's up with that mighty power? And was it an illusion that a single sentence from the green spirit's main body gave her a feeling as if she was facing the oldest 10 tales of the Otanashi clan? Kagaya looked to each other, unable to see any truth in her other self's eyes. Actually, the green spirit had destroyed the Otsutsuki elder's ritual of becoming a god, and naturally gained a great deal of energy and chakra from it. It could be said that he was a double increase after being resurrected on the condition that he had absorbed all the energy of the Otanashi elder. Unfortunately, old man Otanashi, who thought he had become a god, could never be resurrected, and even his consciousness returned to the universe. Instead, it was the green spirit, having survived in a stronger position and having become the source of chakra. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya instinctively possessed a sense of closeness in his presence. She also wouldn't know that the closeness came from the fact that Aoshiro had directly slaughtered the entire Otanashi clan, taking all of their energy and chakra in the process. That's good. Your Otsutsuki clan has a billion points of weakness nowadays, and you're considered one of the few survivors. But don't worry, there will never be any new hunters in the future. You are free to go wherever you want, except that there is no chance of you getting your hands on this shinobi world. I'm going in order to undo this yoke, the great good of the earth, and please go. With a handshake, Chingling retrieved the immortal binding rope. The two Otanashi Kagaya were then relieved, but they instinctively felt the majesty and suppression from the green spirit. The moment, as she became the last of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, it was amazing how that intimidating pressure morphed into another kind of intimacy. By all rights, the Otsutsuki clan shouldn't have feelings, but Kagaya couldn't control this emotion in herself either. He could not help but look at Chingling with a sparkling gaze, and his heart and mind stumbled. You can stay if you want, I just happen to be showing you the world. Chingling wasn't too interested in the pirate world. He was more interested in knowing whether the universe of the pirate world would also have pirates, or adventurers. Is there nothing in the big universe? Well, Kagaya wanted to ask about seeing what the world was like, but the green spirit's suppression in her bloodline made her shut her mouth in the end. It's been a long time. Only then did the green spirit turn back to Naruto, Sasuke, and the rest of the group. I know you all still have a lot of questions, so feel free to ask whatever you have before I take a break. He looked up at the crowd. True to form, most of these people had just returned from the Naruto world, or had died after a great battle and had not long been resurrected from the spirit world. Many new Budo Shimonen have also been added in the past year, and even the Budo list for Budo Nakanobu has long been filled. Senju Juma, Uchiha Spot, Sandame Reikage, Namike Swayman, Nagato, Uchiha Weasel, Kakashi, Bandu, Kai and others are even among the top ninja of the martial arts path. Naruto in front of Aoshi Spirit. Sasuke was even more so with many things contained in his gaze. I'm sure they've been through much more this year. It was also clear that the aura of the duo was no longer that of a Budowa shinobi, but a martial shadow. It was only that it hadn't been recognized by the green spirit yet. What about you two? Want to talk about it? Xingling looked towards these two disciples of his, They must have gone through quite a lot to be able to metamorphose from chakra Jindan to Yuaning. Nothing. Sasuke cocked his head to the other side. He seemed to be avoiding something, but with just a slight movement, he invoked the natural energy around him and condensed it directly into chakra. The shadow of Budo will metamorphose from chakra Jindan to Genjutsu. Not only can he ignore many illusions from his will, but he is also immune to most mental attacks, and a single look is enough to suppress most people. It has even transformed itself to be able to invoke the energy of heaven and earth at any time and place, turning it into chakra that can be used directly. This state will utilize the green spirit Sennin mode to come out of the Sennin mode with its own chakra characteristics. It can be said that in this state of Naruto, Sasuke is already a true god of the shinobi world. Their lifespan was long enough to be over 3,000 years, and their physical bodies were able to metamorphose, and their spirits and chakras were equally flawless. In such a situation, it was also possible to perfectly comprehend the martial way, as well as execute martial art combos, and the destruction of the Otsutsuki clan, the war with the Otsutsuki Sherpa, the sealing of Kagaya again, and the perfect fulfillment of the task given by the green spirit. Silly boy, how could I be anything? Aoshiro looked to the unmoving Sasuke. He knew that the year of slumber was enough to worry the teenagers' minds. What's more, the two of them were brought up by themselves. Even Haiden and Deidara couldn't have Naruto, and Sasuke was worried about him. Teacher Changling. Sasuke nodded, knowing that the green spirit understood what he meant. He wasn't being stubborn. It was that after worrying for so long, he finally confirmed the life and death of Qingling, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of peace of mind inside. SAS give. Are you crying? Naruto frowned while rubbing his chin and said, Sensei, we have crushed the Otsutsuki legacy of both worlds this year and sealed Kagaya once again, but all of that is nothing. It's the fact that in the meantime, we have some shinobi who actually chose to defect after going to the Boruto world, and this battle was done in a scene of defection and subterfuge, so it's even more of a waste of time. However, it all worked out perfectly with my invincible figure. Naruto bared his teeth in a goofy grin. Seeing that he was still in his teenage form, Qingling was quite satisfied. Sure enough, those traitors were eventually uprooted. There are some things that he doesn't have to do. Someone else will. This is the tree he is cultivating today. Ha 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 ha. Well, you two don't have to worry from today onwards. Don't worry, how could I die as a teacher? But it's the occasional sleep that takes longer. This awakening also opens a new copy for you. The technology of the Boruto world. We have also long had everything we need. And the next step is to move towards the time of the stars and the sea and adventure. Qingling's robe was windless. Above the divine tree, a second copy screen with an introduction actually appeared. The world of pirates, a world belonging to adventurers, where cruelty and romance bloom at the same time, where hegemony and devil fruits are their metals, and where when you raise the longsword in your hand, you may have to worry about your opponent's fists as well. Is it to join that side, pirates, or navy, or become the dragon's partner? Click your choice. There have been some changes in the bracelets on people's wrists. This world doesn't have a high danger factor for you guys, but there are still some things that will give you a headache, and that's the lack of chakra. So bring some extra elixirs with you or you'll have to start over at the resurrection point if you die. Green Spirit gave a friendly reminder. Spinning around, he threw out 2 scrolls amidst the crowd's astonished gazes. Silly children, for the master is a little sleepy. Your promotion is allowed. Those who step into the martial shadow are all shadows. It doesn't matter if you want to be called a martial shadow, a fire shadow, or a spirit shadow. But the title of the primordial spirit shadow could have been mine a long time ago. As Qingling spoke, he had disappeared from the crowd's view, and even the 2 Otanashi Kagaya disappeared with him. Chapter 188, the 5th volume of the Martial Way. There's a 5th volume of Budo. This time, even Uchiha gulped. He would call it the strongest. Volume 5 of Budo? Only those who stepped into the shadow of the martial way could cultivate it. He had stepped into the upper ninja of the martial arts path and condensed the chakra gold elixir during this period of time. And naturally, he had also witnessed Naruto, Sasuke's direct promotion when he faced off against Otsutsuki Kagaya in that battle. After the duo stepped into the shadow realm of Budo, they directly and strongly suppressed Otanashi Kagaya. He was in the Boruto world at the time, and saw with his own eyes that Budo Sasuke perfectly suppressed Otanashi Kagaya, a set of martial arts moves perfectly suppressed. Kagaya ran as far as he could with his time-space ninjutsu and he chased after him. It was simply heartless. And according to Chibiusa when he witnessed the battle of Budokai Naruto vs. Otanashi Kagaya in the Naruto world, it's the same suppression. It can be said, step into this step is absolutely no longer a normal person. Ignoring the illusion technique, the self can pass through the void unlimited use of all kinds of time and space ninjutsu. Open the perfect green spirit immortal mode. It's simply not a match for normal people. But even so, there were still specialized cultivation methods. Could it be that the 5th step of the martial arts path was not yet the ultimate? So cool, so cool. At the moment, Orochimaru had long since begun his recount. The 5th volume of the martial arts came out, meaning that there is still a way forward for a person to advance to the realm of a god. It's unimaginable. Could it be that the pinnacle of the Otsutsuki clan isn't yet the ultimate? Orochimaru-sama. I got in touch with Orochimaru and Doodle from the Boruto world. They said they wanted to visit the depths of the universe. Should we plan a trip? Pocket inquired from the sidelines. Don't you understand? They, the Boruto world, are supposed to be affiliated with our shinobi world. They can't come to us, but we can travel to the Boruto world at any time. And this pirate world is supposed to be the same. Instead of exploring the universe of the Boruto world, why not take a trip to the pirate world? Keep in mind that you can never go wrong by listening to the path of the spirit shadow. Orochimaru said rather knowingly. Lord Orochimaru is right. Doodle was happy, and it looked like he was going to have to let the two from Boruto world off the hook for now. He was also curious about this pirate world. The moment Naruto opened the martial arts training scroll, while Sasuke eased the quest scroll open, everyone watched the scene in silence. They knew that as long as the green spirit was still around and still gave them scrolls, it meant that the road ahead held infinite possibilities. Martial Arts Scrolls, Chakra Budo Volume 5 Compulsory Study. Chapter 2, The Power of Martial Arts, The Invincible Heart. Chapter 3, Martial Arts Techniques, How They Are Compiled. Teachers. Naruto knew just by gazing at the catalog that the pinnacle of the path of martial arts was still incredibly far away, and he couldn't help but long for the green spirit even more. Teacher Qingling didn't let us say a wish of our own this time. Sasuke said as much after opening the quest scroll and glancing at it. Naruto glanced over as well. Mission scroll. Where is your future? If it is on Earth, then it is a vast sea. If you are going to the universe, then it is a sea of stars. Conquer every sea before you. It was only after this glance that the two parties felt a sense of pleasure. Do you still have a wish you need your teacher to fulfill? Naruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief, not understanding what he meant by that. No, it doesn't, and that's why it's incredible. The corners of Sasuke's mouth turned up slightly in a rare smile. Hey, what are you laughing at? What the hell is wrong with you guys? Are you trying to take away my name as a second-generation meme rakage? You third-generation Megami. Naruto was taken aback, and he absolutely had to defend his name as the second-generation Raikashi. We have no more regrets in our hearts, and no more wishes. And Mr. Green Spirit no longer questions us. That's him, always, isn't it? Sasuke smiled, and then whirled around and waved the scroll again, turning to walk away and said, but in the matter of the second-generation spirit shadow, I have to be the one, and the third generation will be given to you again. Damn it, Sas gives. Naruto was furious. This Sasuke kid usually pretended he didn't care about anything, but he didn't realize that he was actually greedy for his title of second-generation spirit shadow. The shinobi world, once again, has created a breeze that has swept across the earth, blowing through this world, waking up the dreams of teenagers. Rox's home. Iero sat in the corner confused. He was thinking about what shadow he would call himself in the future. After all, he had also stepped into the martial arts upper ninja in a month, and now he had all but broken through to the second star. Scorpion Senpai's temper isn't too good, but he still handed me a lot of things, and I'm going to be officially working in the puppet hall tomorrow, so I'm really tired of being the deputy hall master, and Chio-san is bent on retiring. Kankuro grumbled as he sat on the couch. Hey, return the message. In Tezuka's room, the young girl was flipping through the messages on her bracelet. It looked like Kagome had been a bit busy today and hadn't returned a single message so far. Angry, she turned on the chakra remote video call directly. Above the earth, there are far too many others trying to find a glimpse of their own. As the wind swept the dead leaves of the sacred tree through the portal, from the Naruto world to the streets of the Boruto world, this future world has also long since been overtaken by the Naruto world later. People still see some crossovers from the Naruto world from time to time. Unfortunately, the bracelet that could travel through time and space was not available to them in any way. Today, Boruto, who had long since been promoted to Nakanobu, looked displeased. What a chunin. It's nothing compared to martial arts. I must get a bracelet. I'm going to visit their world of martial arts. I'm sure there are more worlds they can travel to for adventure. Boruto clenched his fists in resignation. Don't dream about it. That kind of bracelet can't be destroyed no matter what. Sorana heard Boruto dreaming there again. Maybe, it'll get It must be possible if it's a boomer. Miyuki smiled at Boruto. Another world? They'd brought enough changes that the only people who are said to have seen that legendary spirit shadow are Naruto and Sasuke. Kibamaru appeared in front of the trio and crossed his arms. Ding! Boruto froze as he seemed to hear some sort of beep in his ear, and the next moment a bracelet appeared on his own wrist as well. You really got it? Sorana just thought it was unbelievable, but then she looked down and realized that it was even on her wrist. Just one line of writing on the bracelet. Outside of the main world, Boruto world. Opening condition, Budo a shinobi. A Budo shinobi can only use the green spirit bracelet. This is the disadvantage of no longer being in the main world. Still, upon seeing the bracelet, Boruto world erupted into a roar. So what if only the best can leave? At least it gives them a chance, doesn't it? Kiba Village. Naruto's office. Future Naruto was staring in dismay at the sudden appearance of the green spirit bracelet when future Sasuke appeared with it. He shook the green spirit bracelet and said, "Don't you want to see the outside world? But there's still a lot of work." Naruto wanted to get out and about as well, and the two of them, being the only two Budo shinobi in the Boruto world for the year, had changed within themselves as the openers of this opportunity. Most importantly, one still wanted to fight the green spirit again. After they stepped into the upper endurance of the martial arts path, they had the illusion that they could again. "Can't Kiba-Maru? I can't give it to my daughter." Sasuke didn't bother to say much. Before the battle of Otsutsuki Kagaya's lunar seal, there had been an outbreak of treachery in the shinobi world, with renegade shinobi from the Naruto world uniting the daimyo forces of the Boruto world, as well as disaffected shadowy forces. Eventually this battle ended and eradicated the daimyo of the Boruto world and others along with it. Now where is anything to stand in the way of future Naruto and Sasuke? Kiba-Maru then. I've talked to Grandpa Hinata from the past before and he approves of the current Kiba-Maru as well. Future Naruto tapped his desk and walked out of the office. On the table, his cloak and bucket hat were placed. Chapter 189, My Name is I Love You, Lord of the Worlds, Naruto Universe, Shinobi. 3 days later, when the people were once again armed and ready to travel to the pirate world, a weighty message shocked everyone. Pirate world, no chakra. Then wouldn't it mean danger for them to go forward? Having experienced death before, having once entered the spirit world, and the green spirits slept for a year before resurrecting them. This time, the opening of the pirate world had undoubtedly made the hearts of the crowd go cold. They all intend to be as prepared as possible. Naruto, Sasuke, however, is all over this. Early morning, as the younger generation gathered under the god tree, the burning fervor prompted them to start a new adventure. The pirate world is this big? I don't know how it is there. Want to join together? Looks like we'll be teleported to a different place. Up to 5 people can team up. After some discussion, Naruto, Sasuke, Daisuke, Sakura, and I Love You surprisingly managed to team up and travel to the pirate world. The bracelet locks the coordinates of all worlds, so you can reach the pirate world by stepping through the time gate. After the crowd locked in, the group interface also displayed the avatars, names, and realms and titles of the 5 people. Naruto exploded as soon as he saw Sasuke's title straight away. Why do you call yourself the second generation Raikage? Is there a mistake? Just because Aoshiro-sensei said that there was only one primordial spirit shadow for him doesn't mean there's only one second generation shadow. Sasuke ignored the noise and headed straight for the time gate. SAS give. Sooner or later I will step into the 6th step of the martial arts path before you do. I'll wait. Swish. A golden light emerged and the teenagers left individually. When a cloud of light faded away, the crowd also looked at the world in confusion. It didn't look any different, but rather the scenery was extraordinarily nice. Is this an island? Naruto was still standing on the shore. Hinata came quickly, while Sakura and Sasuke chose to stand together as well. My arrow knew that a world where only he was heard was born. The information shows that the island is called Wakuni, a world where both samurai and ninja exist, though it also hides ancient secrets. An image was projected on Naruto's bracelet, which actually had the name of the land of Wabi-Sabi in it. A drawing, and it looked pretty good. Samurai and ninja, are they similar to us in the land of spirit? My lovely looked around a little confused. It was also true that there was no natural energy among his senses. If strong people couldn't get their power from the outside world, wouldn't it be the same as they had been in the beginning, that they could only get it from the inside? But there's no chakra in this world. What's this inner strength called? Yellow glanced at the blurb. Bully, devil fruit. He didn't really know, when he first arrived, which one was the equivalent of shinobi chakra. Here, our chakra is flowing out at an accelerated rate, but I have enough stored in my body to be able to create chakra with just my daily diet. Sasuke quickly gaps out the difference. There is clearly no sign of humans on this harbor. There's the scent of a strong man here. Naruto's chakra genjutsu was the first to detect the hidden aura. The moment his gaze reached him, there was also a gaze towards him. In the ninja world, those who possessed such keen perception were either extremely rare perception-type ninjas like Senju Saitama and Wave Wind Swayman, or they possessed a special blood succession limitation boundary. But these people seem to be possessing some specific power to be able to detect them at a certain time. Red pupils, are they Sharingan eyes? Naruto and Sasuke glanced over, their senses naturally picking up on the fact that the other side of the beach was a relatively safe harbor. There is a group preparing to set sail. Swish! These people who had discovered them with their special power just looked at them and withdrew their gaze, and the blood red color in their eyes disappeared. Strange, no chakra, no bloodline limit. Just a split second to detect our probing. Sasuke felt incredulous. He knew that if he was fighting for strength, the strongest of these people must be the equivalent of a Budokai shinobi. It was impossible to rival a strong person like him who had condensed a yuan-ing. It was only this world's extremely special power system that still attracted his attention. It seemed that this was the reason why the Green Spirit made it so that all people of the martial Dao had to comprehend the will of the martial Dao at the middle endurance stage of the martial Dao. Otherwise, in the other world, it would be easy to lose out when meeting such a strong person whose eyes would glow red. Want to go check it out? Sakura cautiously said. She went through the travel of the Boruto world, but also from the future Sakura to obtain the inheritance. Strange power, 100 house art, medical ninjutsu also gradually mastered, and now it has even stepped into the level of 1-star martial arts in the Nakanobu. Naturally, there is enough self-confidence. A lot of people. Yellow closed one eye. He did not use his sand eye to directly see, but after practicing martial arts, he incorporated the will of martial arts into it, and could transform into a sand eye similar to a scanning radar to directly perform all around a certain range of perceptions. The land of peace, the other side of the harbor. After experiencing the battle of the two emperors, the Straw Hat Pirates, Kid Pirates, and Red Heart Pirates all made plans to leave. Still had a big fight over leaving that way though, finally decided to fly down the waterfall. However, just as the childish plan was about to be put into practice, two strong auras suddenly appeared, or were deliberately probing, which caused the crowd to look directly at the other corner of the harbor in alarm. It's vicious. Solon felt sure there were swordsmen here. Is that a seeing color or a dominant color? And why does it have a kind of aggressiveness? Sanji lit a cigarette. Sakichi, Luffy was happy instead. Could it be that Kaido and Big Mom are still alive? Usopp said fearfully. How awful. Chopper hid directly behind Nami. Che, isn't it just a hegemonic color hegemony? Kid disdainfully even sat down. And he wouldn't go away. Anyone who is afraid to face it is a coward and not worthy of being called a pirate, Rose said irritably. Earlier in the Battle of Kazunokuni when faced with the Twin Emperor's joint move, Luffy said that whoever dodges is a pirate overreaching. And when he was about to leave just now, Kiddo said that whoever doesn't dare to jump off the waterfall is a coward. Now that the opportunity was in his hands, how could he not turn the tables? All three captains crumpled their faces at the same time, determined to face everything. My lovely then slowly walked into view with the large gourd on her back. We just got here. Can we ask for directions? Red hair? Kiddo was upset to see my arrow's hair. Even though he also had red hair, he had been beaten up by a pirate whose nickname was Redhead. He had a word on his forehead that looked like love. Usopp, as a sniper, naturally saw this key point at a glance. Swish, all at once, everyone turned their eyes to Irizumi. Hell, it's none of our business what we like to tattoo. Sweat broke out on Rose's forehead. This group was so childish. What's your name? Don't seem to be a pirate? Nami could see that my arrow's costume seemed out of place for a pirate on the ocean. More like a ninja style similar to that of Reizo. Shinobu? I am a ninja. My name is, I love you. Sober. This time, when countless gazes were cast, Luo felt an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 190, Naruto meets Luffy. Sauron slashes Sasuke. I love you. There is indeed something odd here, but Sensei hasn't given us a mission yet. So let's explore the rules of this world first. Naruto appeared and gently slapped one hand on my arrow's shoulder. The five stood together, and only then together did they converge their eyes on the group of pirates in the harbor. So strong. Luffy was the first to feel the pressure that was ever present on Naruto and Sasuke. In his eyes, the red-haired teenager named Yellow was also strong, but definitely not a match for himself yet. Brunettes and pink-haired girls are much more the first class in terms of battle power. On the contrary, Naruto and Sasuke had a power in them that could only be detected by the possessors of the powerful seeing color hegemony. And after the duo stepped into the realm of the shadow of the martial Dao, they condensed their own yuan-ing. Naturally, it would emanate a part of its own intimidating pressure all the time. Overlord color hegemony? Luffy was a bit curious, wondering if this group of suspected ninjas really weren't from the land of Wabi-Sabi. So are they pirates from some new world kingdom? Ninja pirates? Indeed, it's the Overlord color hegemony. It's very flamboyant, releasing the Overlord color so recklessly. Kiddo was a little offended. He was a redhead too, but just looked at these redheads with displeasure. At this moment also perceived Naruto. Sasuke, suspected of possessing a hegemonic color hegemony, naturally, is even more displeased. Swordsman? Solon, on the other hand, was interested in Sasuke, who was holding a sword. Nani, could it be sent by the Navy? A ship that has two strong men with dominant color hegemony. If it's a pirate, there's no way they're unknown. They might be from the Navy. Nami thought something was fishy. Just gone is a great general, Green Ox, and in the twinkling of an eye comes an even more troublesome being? Usopp felt a headache. He hadn't heard of any Navy powerhouses possessing hegemony color hegemony. As for the former Marshal of the Navy, although he had a hegemonic color hegemony, he was also a great man of his time, and it was naturally impossible for Usopp to know about it. Then try it. Luffy slammed his hands into his fists. He had basically recuperated from his injuries in the land of Wabi-Sabi, and if someone wanted to destroy this place, then naturally he didn't mind fighting to the end. Leave the swordsman to me. Sauron's eyes were about to let out a red light, holding his sword in one hand, and his armed color hegemonic aura wrapped around with it. I hate his armed color hegemony. It's like a beast that wants to devour everything. Kiddo looked to Sasuke and directly presented a claw shape with one hand, levitating a large pile of broken brass and scrap metal into midair in an instant. How could Magneto Fruit miss such a moment of battle? In fact, the genjutsu pressure that seems irrelevant to Naruto, Sasuke, and others is instead a provocation in the eyes of Luffy and the others. A clearing of the field with the Overlord's color hegemony. How could a fight not break out in such a situation? This is the bloodline limit of the third Kazekage? Magnetism? The first moment I sensed Kiddo's strike, I judged the means of its magnetism. He quickly made a seal and directly condensed sand into a huge thorny turtle shell, protecting the crowd inside. It made Kiddo's huge fist of broken brass and cohesive iron draw a circle directly in place after slamming down with a loud thud. Bang! With swarms of sand flying about. With his feet on flying sand, Yellow hung in mid-air, calmly looking towards the new fourth emperor, Straw Hat Luffy, along with Supernova Sauron, Kiddo, and Law. Could it be that in the pirate world, there are also blood relay limit boundaries? The third generation Wind Shadow is very strong, he muttered, but in the eyes of Luffy and the others, they couldn't help but feel a hint of familiarity. What's that? I think I've seen it before. Luffy racked his brain, always feeling a sense of deja vu with my Eros attacks. It's Crocodile. Ah, that former Shichibukai under the king, who threatened Weevil's alabaster. Nami friendly tip. Ha? Luffy was still confused. There was clearly a figure floating in front of his eyes, but why couldn't he just think of it all at once? Poison hooker. Robin gave an aside. Shiver ga. It's a sand crocodile. Only then did Luffy realize, but that's a Sasha fruit ability. Why would he have it? I heard that in Blackbeard's gang is constantly hunting devil fruit power users and taking their abilities. Could it be? A possibility occurred to French. Could it be that Crocodile the sand crocodile was taken down by the Blackbeard pirates and brutally murdered, and these people in front of him are the beneficiaries? Blackbeard? Are they Blackbeard's men? Luffy's eyes became gloomy for a moment. He had long since grown to the point where he could stand alone and even shelter others, but the moment he heard that one of Blackbeard's subordinates was in front of him, he could be forced to step in. Not to mention that the other party was recklessly using the Overlord color hegemony to threaten his partner. This looks like it's going to get tricky. Name-san, Robin Jam. I'll leave those two equally beautiful ladies in your care. I have to step in and face that guy flying into the air. Sanji looked up at Irizumi, who was hanging in mid-air, directly stepping on the moon step. He stepped into the air. How can we let a nobody like you be arrogant in our captain, who has just been promoted to the new fourth emperor? Devil's wind kick. Iron plate burning sand crocodile. Swish. Just as Sanji was about to kick out with a jump at breakneck speed, in the place where the original I Love You and Kiddo fought against each other, two ferocious pressures followed. One shows an orange color and one is purple. So strong. Luffy looked earnestly into the smoke, and his golden overlord color hegemonic aura exploded. After experiencing the battle with 100 Beasts Kaido, Luffy's overlord color hegemony had also finally morphed from crimson to pure gold. Who doesn't know how to dominate color hegemony? Kiddo's blood-red overlord-colored hegemonic aura rushed with him. Boom! The four pressures collided together at the same time, directly setting off a storm on the beach, snapping the trees while also rolling up huge waves. Nani! What's going on? Why is someone attacking Luffy and the others? The new shogun of the Kazunokuni, Momonosuke, arrives late, and he is accompanied by Kinmon, who is even more confused. Sakichi, in Yamato's opinion, they are indeed strong, not having condensed a Yuaning, yet possessing an intimidating pressure? Naruto thought it was strange. They also possess something akin to martial will, and that yellow-haired man flying and walking in mid-air also seems to have a keenness beyond the norm. Could he be a perception-type ninja? Sasuke likewise sensed something different about Luffy and the others. I feel like this Straw Hat Kid who gives off intimidation seems to be hitting it off. Naruto slammed his fist and talked his way out of the gray mist. This blood-red wyvern seems a bit weak. I'm more interested in the green-haired swordsman. As Sasuke spoke, he directly and forcefully released his mighty pressure. His overlord color hegemony doesn't seem to be annoying. Will such a guy really become Blackbeard's subordinate? Luffy was a little confused. Damn it! Kiddo gritted his teeth. He was fine with his Magneto fruit taking a loss. He was facing a suspected Sasha fruit after all. However, this time, why did the bastard colors charge also fall? This purple bully colored powerhouse is so strong. He's coming. Sauron grinned and drew his sword straight out. At the same time, Sasuke drew his sword and broke through the mist. Swish! Unexpectedly, Sauron's armed color baji wrapped around and turned directly into a purple-black color, and Sasuke's counterattack seemed to be natural. Sing Song the Lion. Green Spirit 1/. Chapter 191 Setting Sail. Sobering. As the two sword lights cut through the sky, each severing a mountain from the sea. Lion Gecko is so fierce, so much better than those samurai swordsmanships of the Iron Kingdom. Even Hanzo and Mifune of the Yamashina would have to be ashamed of themselves. Sasuke looked to Sauron, who turned towards him as well. That sword just now was fast enough and strong enough. Has your armed color hegemony awakened? In Solan's eyes, Sasuke's strike just now was definitely an advanced armed color hegemony. Armed color entanglement is just the surface. It definitely possesses a strong power with the softness and inherent aggressiveness of Ryasakura. It's rare to meet such a strong swordsman on the ocean. He believed that the Rain Shiryu under Blackbeard was no better. Your powers are unique in that you haven't metamorphosed your body into a complete martial art, but that sword of yours has an extreme ferocity to it. It was then that Sasuke realized why Aoshira had asked them to come to this world. This world was special enough that that particular power, which appeared to be different from theirs, was hidden. In a world without chakra, how did these people become so strong? Take this Straw Hat Kid and the green-haired one-eyed swordsman for example. The combined strength must have reached the level of Budo Upper Ninja. If it were in the past, it would be a Super S-Class Renegade Ninja, or even an extreme ninja powerhouse of the kind of Senjuji, Uchiha-zan. It could be said that if there was no green spirit, then with the hands of Straw Hat Boy and the green-haired swordsman, they would have been just as good even in the shinobi world. A swordsman with a powerful overlord color hegemony? Kira beside Kido also got a little curious. Where exactly did this group come from? A swordsman is nothing in the face of my magnetism, Kido said irritably. Shaga, just asking for directions? We thought you were pirates. Luffy scratched the back of his head for some reason. After the rush of the hegemonic color hegemony, he and Naruto became straight-up brothers and talked together. We didn't expect to be here. We're actually ninjas. Was that a samurai move you guys just did? Not really, but this place does have a lot of samurai. You're strong. Really not in the Navy? Of course not. We've only just gotten here and we're lost. Could you give us a ride if you're sailing? Going to have guests on board? Ninjas aren't out of the question. We're heading to the next island and just happened to give you a ride aways. The two of them, somehow, talked some more and the topic turned directly to food. The only meals here that are the best are the red bean soup and rice. But the barbecue will always be my favorite. It's called Kazunokuni? From what you've said, it's very similar to my hometown of Tetsunokuni. But my favorite food is still Ichiraku ramen. Ramen? Sounds good. Naruto and Luffy were getting excited talking before they even knew each other's names. I have bucket and cup noodles. Would you like to try some? Naruto graciously took out a bunch of Ichiraku ramen's latest cup noodle sets from his bracelet storage space. How is this going to be eaten? Luffy said curiously. Get hot water. Naruto took a generator directly from his bracelet and connected it to an induction cooker to start boiling hot water. Before long, the duo was eating the cup noodle version of Ichiraku ramen. It does taste good, but this still isn't as good as Sanji's cooking. Is Sanji as good as Uncle Ichiraku? I don't know. That'll have to be compared. But Sanji's cooking is definitely the best. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is the best. Naruto and Luffy had a straight-up fight. It took less than 20 minutes to go from not knowing each other to sympathizing with each other to being half-mortal enemies. Sanji, we're going to hold a tournament to beat that Ichiraku uncle who's a great ramen cook before we leave for sea. That's the captain's orders. Luffy clasped his hands on his arms with a serious look on his face. Luffy, I'm fighting, yelled Sanji from the sky, who had absolutely no idea who Ichiraku was. I love you. Stop for a second. We need to show these guys what's real. Naruto also looked serious. This caused the battle between Sanji and I love you to stop. The two stood frozen in confusion behind the bosses of both sides, completely unaware of what was really going on. Naruto, how can Ichiraku-chan compete when he's not in this world? Sakura looked at Naruto helplessly. Letting Uncle Ichiraku come to the pirate world might be dangerous, and they still have to die or complete the quest to go back to the Naruto world to find Uncle Ichiraku. Right? Oh, Uncle Ichiraku is not in this world. Naruto's expression grew sad. Was he going to be forced to admit defeat and let Uncle Ichiraku's reputation be dishonored in the pirate world? Naruto's eyes reddened with resentment at the thought. Abominable. I'm sorry, Uncle Ichiraku. Luffy, it seems that the one he was talking about, Uncle Ichiraku, has passed away, and they seem to be saying that Uncle Ichiraku isn't even in the world anymore. Usopp tugged on Luffy's coat. Good grief. Jabai couldn't help but wipe away a tear. Naruto's eyes were even red with sadness. Wasn't that proof enough? Nani? Luffy's head was about to go up in smoke from the thought. Naruto was then patted on the shoulder. On Ichiraku ramen it's kind of a win for Uncle Ichiraku, but the other food has to be the best made by Sanji. Yes, Naruto had somehow managed to get the game back, and his mood all instantly changed for the better. The duo's friendship quickly heats up again after the only step they can't tolerate is crossing the line. What's your name? Munch, D, Luffy, Whirlpool Naruto. Naruto waved towards the crowd behind him. We're going out to sea on Luffy's ship. You hello? My name is Hinata. Hinata was surrounded by Nami, Robin, and Sanji. Idiot, she's still a teenager. Nami punched Sanji directly in the face. What about you? The pretty girl with the long pink hair? Sanji turned to circling around Sakura again. Just call me Sakura, but we rarely travel by boat, so please take care of us. Sakura was just about to say something when she saw that Luffy and the others had sent a huge pirate flag to Momonosuke in the Land of Peace. Next moment, the miles of sunshine flew straight down the waterfall. Nani, when Sakura was in the shinobi world, only part of the Land of Water, the Land of the Sea, and other places were by boat, and I didn't expect to set sail from the waterfall at all. Ah, this is too crazy. As she screamed, she also got a good look at the exterior of the Kazoku, which turned out to be surrounded by waterfalls, which was a lot like the Spirit Kingdom. However, it was far less imposing than the Land of Spirit is all. After all, each divine tree had its own characteristics. Woohoo! Adventure, here I come! Naruto shouted towards the ocean. Ha 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 ha! Luffy pressed his straw hat and looked out over the azure sea. Instead, Nami, Robin, Daisy, Sakura, and the rest of them were a little bit angry. Kiddo on the other side couldn't help but look over. Kiddo, the Straw Hat Gang then gained a powerful partner. Kira said with her arms folded. Maybe it's trouble. This guy is always getting himself into trouble somehow. Kiddo couldn't help but think of my Arrow and Sasuke, and mouthed the words, but he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising when he thought of that goofy guy Luffy. Chapter 192, Tyranny and Chakra. The sea, the waves rolled and the winds blew, the miles of sunshine. It took Nami quite a few berries to buy a bunch of new papers. And of course, the bounty was attached. Our bounty is out. Why? My bounty would be lower than Chlorohead's. Sanji slumped to the ground just short of crying out. With such a high bounty, will I become more and more dangerous? Usopp was soulful. I'm so worth Bailey now. Damn it, I'm really happy. Joba's bounty skyrocketed from 100 to 1,000 berries. Being a reindeer but eating everyone's fruit, he still got rich for the first time in his life. I'm also worth more than 300 million berries. All of them. Nami's eyes were glowing. Sanji don't matter. The 1 billion bells fishman boss, Jinpei, sympathized somewhat. Don't bother worrying about number 4. Sauron is a straight-up filler. Miso. Sanji just felt like he was being given a strong blow by the future Pirate King's right-hand man. Naruto and the others looked puzzled. A bounty? Is it a testament to the strength of the pirate world? It seemed to him, then, that the people on this ship were a little different. Because take that reindeer cutie chopper, hiding a very strong battle power, about equal to a Budokai Shimenabu. It was enough to kill most of the Nakanabu before the Green Spirit created the martial arts path, and enough to rival the upper ninja. After condensing his yuaning, he was enough to see through the surface of others and see the powerful strength hidden within at a glance. That orange-haired beauty called Nami's battle power was very special. It should come from a prop and its own sharp perception, which was different from that sniper with a long nose, and seemed to be more sensitive to nature. Props should be cool for tech ninjas, I think. Naruto thought for a moment, the genin having long since finished probing everyone. Don't use your seeing colors to probe us recklessly. It's rude. Sanji stood in front of Naruto the first time. I'm sorry, I was just too curious earlier because that bounty you were looking at seemed to be different from your respective battle strengths and abilities, and I didn't expect that to be the case. You guys don't even know about the bounty? Yamaji, sweeping away the grief he'd felt earlier, was relieved to hear Naruto and the others look like they'd never seen the world before. Not mocking. Rather, they don't know what the bounty means. It would be impossible to come along with Sauron and mock him. Damn green algae head. I'm going to kick his ass later. Sanji's feet were on fire with anger. Amazing. You were able to wrap fire attribute chakra around your feet without damaging them. Is it similar to Old Purple's molten transportation? Naruto wondered. Molten recluse? I don't understand your hometown language, but the bounty is open to interpretation. Sanji leaned his back against the ship's rail and said, the bounty is how much of a threat you are to the world in the eyes of the Navy and the world ZF. That green algae head looks like he has the second highest bounty on the ship, but actually that's not his strength, it's just that he's too much of a bruiser for the threat level. I'm far stronger than him. I'm just relatively gentle and don't like to fight all the time. So that's how it is. Then you're really gentle. Naruto nodded. He's actually 15 now. He was 14 when Aoshira took them to establish the Land of Spirits and was attacked by the Shinobi Alliance. And a year has passed since the pacification of the Otanashi shelters of the Boruto world, the Shinobi World Rebellion, and the resurrection of the Moon's Otanashi Kagaya during Aoshira's slumber. So he's only 15 now. At this point, even Luffy was 19 years old after 2 years of training and adventures. Thus, in the eyes of the Straw Hat Gang, Naruto and the others are indeed still just teenage girls. Everyone's going to be hungry. I'm going to make a little food. Sanji nodded in satisfaction and was about to head towards the kitchen. Damn curly eyebrows. Not happy about being too weak to become his number 4 and start lying to kids? Solon appeared at the ship's rail at some point. Go to hell. I'm going to kick your ass. Chlorella head. The two fought again. Naruto looked at the scene instead with a sense of inexplicable harmony. Can you tell me something about the power of this world? That inner aura of yours that creates something out of nothing. And that strange special power. The other side of the boat. The helmsman, Sea Warrior Jinpei, was resting when Sasuke appeared beside him at some point. An inner aura of creating something out of nothing? Do you mean hegemonic aura? If it had to be, it would indeed be something like that. But your hegemonic aura is also very strong. So it seems that you don't need to ask the old man this question. Jubi smirked at Sasuke. He didn't understand how the group could all use their hegemony and not know anything about it. Bully, the name is indeed apt, but we are still fundamentally different. Our power is innate. Sasuke thought back to the state of chakra that covered his body at the beginning when he got to the kind of power called hegemony attached to them and thought it was wind attribute chakra. For example, Old Violet would cover his entire body with chakra from his molten transportation's blood relay limit state. However, he gradually realized that this so-called hegemony had various uses and didn't seem to be universal. There were also strong and weak, and different categories. Innate dominance? That's enviable. But it should be the same as our fishman's innate tenfold wrist strength. An alternative curse of being treated with indifference and alienation by others perhaps. Evening said, before turning to ask, are you a hidden ninja clan from one of the kingdoms on the sea? If they are unquestioning, then they really do bear a resemblance to the samurai of the land of Wabi-Sabi. No, properly speaking, we are from another world, and should have many of our companions here as well, but our bracelets shield us from each other, and we can only maintain contact with a few people on this ship. Sasuke flashed his bracelet and immediately Naruto, Daisuke, Sakura, and I Love You all had their avatars inside. The Green Spirit hadn't even forbidden them to say that they couldn't tell things about the main world with other worlds. Actually, the main purpose of the Green Spirit for them to travel to the other world was to 1. Complete the task explained, and 2. Endeavor to die. The former Sasuke knew, perhaps to conquer the sea, but how he didn't know yet. Whether or not Aoshiro would enact a mission for all the ninjas who had come here together was what mattered, and it was this real mission that he was waiting for. And the mission scrolls that Aoshiro gave him and Naruto don't necessarily refer to the pirate world. The point of dying, Sasuke hadn't wanted to go over there and die. In fact, the entire shinobi world was puzzled by the fact that Aoshiro had asked them to die more often in the other world. No one wants to die and not be able to come back to life for a year and a half straight afterward. Maybe the Green Spirit sleeps for another year nah. So naturally, Sasuke could boldly state that he was from the Naruto world without fear. Only the Green Spirit, before the Green Spirit himself descended, would absolutely keep his mouth shut. Oh, visualize a phone bug? Somewhat intrigued, Jinpei said, this is different from existing technology. Could it be that the reason you know nothing about the outside world is because you came from Burgapunk's lab? Also yes, that would explain why Crocodile is obviously still alive and your partner has the power of the Sasha fruit. VH also has a copy of the Cross Guild newspaper in his hand, with covers of Bucky the Clown, My Hawk, and Crocodile. Sasha fruit? Sasuke was even more perplexed. Oh, it's that special power you were talking about, and this is our phone bug. Jubi pulled out his own phone bug, a cool snail-like, strange creature that could ignore distance to make contact, unlike Sasuke's bracelet. Ha, this time even Sasuke, who had always been knowledgeable, was confused. Chapter 193, A Seed That Fell from the Sky. Phone bugs? It's quite a world. Sasuke was a bit staggered. He had only just gotten out of the ocean and had seen so many new and exciting things, and he still couldn't help but be inwardly ecstatic. After his dismay, though, he looked at Evening quizzically. I sense two very strong auras, but they should have suffered some sort of trauma and gone towards the other side of the sea in a large ship. Sasuke looked to the other side of the sea, supposedly in the opposite direction from the Miles of Sunshine, heading in the other direction. Actually, on the other side of the sea, on the ship of the Big Mom pirates, the Desert General, Juice Minister Smudge, secretly absconds after rescuing everyone. Is your seeing color that strong? It usually takes a sniper to do that from such a distance. I've seen Jesus Boo from the Redhead Pirates before, but Usopp is strong too. Evening was just about to say something. Sasuke then looked down to where the pirate flag was. A rabbit? And it walks? Rabbit? Jinpei was puzzled, but he wasn't bad at seeing colors, so naturally he could detect a hint of a change in the ship. There was a lookout where the pirate flag had been, and it was assumed that there were furries hiding in it. Odds are it's that cute little bunny who just became king of the furries. Gar latte. Your look reminds me of someone called Drika's Anajirai. And there were quite a few cool ones like you in the successive generations of the Ninja Blade 7 of the Misty Hidden Village during the previous Shinobi World War. Sasuke looked out to the waves of the ocean. Fishmen clan? I think it's the fish people who live overseas. There is a retainer called Kawamatsu in the Kazunokuni who is also a member of our fish people clan, Jubi said, also putting his hands on the rail of the ship. Fish people, do you live on the sea too? No, it's the bottom of the ocean, but you can definitely live in the sunlight later, Jubi said, smiling at Sasuke. He could see that rare juvenility in the teenager's gaze. They were pure, but they had their own personalities. Just that was enough. As long as they can prove that Naruto, Sasuke and the others aren't undercover agents for other pirate groups. The other side of the miles of sunshine. Nami put away the listening phone bug in her hand. So it's an escape from the Burgapunk lab? That's pretty pathetic. But have the world's ZF and Navy been able to breed such a powerful being? Technology will keep moving forward eventually. It's just the ability to tap into all of the hegemony that's most surprising. Robin closed the archaeological work. Dinner is served. Sanji shouted at the top of his lungs, causing all eyes to turn toward the kitchen. So hungry, so hungry. Luffy is starving in a cage by Nami. As the crowds poured in, Naruto and Hata stood outside the cage, looking over at Luffy. Just as they were about to release him, a figure sneaks out of the lookout. Her little stomach grumbled with hunger. Luffy boss, I'm just so hungry. Karuji, Garat, unwilling to become the new Fur Clan king, secretly lurks aboard the Miles of Sunshine. Just let this captain out and you're a trainee on our ship. Luffy's eyes were glowing. He wants food, and happy that the temporary lookout is back again. Captain. Bang. Next moment, Luffy kicked open the hatch. The whole person had already been starving flat, but in the moment of seeing a table of food, directly metamorphosis. Garrett. The crowd was then surprised, not realizing that she had sneaked onto the ship. I still want to go out on an adventure to see that future Pedro was talking about. Garlatte sheepishly sat down at the table. However, Sanji had already prepared an exclusive dish for her. How could he not notice that there was an extra person on the ship with his seeing color bay? Partners, this battle has taken us through a lot. But for now, we're still going to announce that Jinpei is officially our partner. The ship also welcomes its first trainee crew member. Garrett, Naruto and the others will follow us to the next island. Cheers. Nami, who was still angry, also instantly smiled with joy when she heard these captain's words from Luffy. The crowd raised their glasses, but Naruto and Luffy drank juice and milk. Brother Sasuke is really something. Sensing Garat's presence early on, Jubi made a toast to Sasuke. Thanks a lot. Sasuke, however, was seriously thinking about it while eating the cooking Yamaji had made. He wondered why Qing Ling hadn't enacted a quest for the pirate world yet. Right now, however, he could feel that being in the pirate world, the chakra in his body would be constantly depleted. The world was creating an inversion, taking chakra from him constantly. Food alone with normal recovery will soon not be enough to make ends meet. Is it going to be a potion? Physical? Just then, Naruto's voice caught Sasuke's attention. Turns out it's Naruto, who Luffy is discussing again. Isn't that bossy for you guys? It's chakra. Naruto talks about chakra and how they've had this power since they were kids, talking about flames in one hand and turning water into water in the other. A moment later there was electricity, flying sand, and blistering winds that even caused a large tree to grow on the deck, accelerating the growth of Nami's orange tree. Sakichi, Luffy's eyes were glowing. It's true that you're much stronger than Reizo, but do you guys know shapeshifting and doppelgangers? Luffy rubbed his chin. Joba and Usopp had long since had their fill, and the three gathered around with their eyes glowing. Splitting? I'm still a little good at it. Naruto thought about it, and just made a seal. Multiple shadow split technique. Bang! A puff of smoke cleared and the entire ship was full of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers. His power has weakened, but it seems that each of his doppelgangers is equal. What a marvelous jutsu! There was no difference between these Naruto and VH's seeing color perception. It wasn't a blindfold like Reizo's. Sanji was surprised at the same time. I want to learn this. Luffy crossed his arms in excitement. I also happen to want to learn your dominance. Naruto slams his fist. Corner. Aiello was looking out to sea alone, listening to Shizuru chattering in his ear. It's too stuffy, too bored. Shizuru hides directly in the black cauldron and stands on my arrow's shoulder blowing the sea breeze. So cute. Nami, who happened to be passing by, had her eyes glowing and ventured right up to Shikaku. At that moment, Joba also looked at Shohei with a surprised face and a questioning expression. Are you a civet? Obviously. You're the civet. Damn it, I'm a reindeer. Chopper crossed his little hooves in anger. It's that stinking fox coming, Morizuru said angrily. Nani? Joba turned his head in confusion and caught a glimpse of the 9 llamas. Yagyu Orochi, who was about the same size as Shohei was now. Too stuffy. just got out for the sea breeze. All 7 of the heads of the Orochi were sleeping, with only one refusing to sleep and shaking about. Stinking civet cat, what are you pretending here? The 9 llamas opened their mouths to dislike Shohei. And say you're not a civet? Joba looked at Shizuru in realization. I'm not a civet. Shizuru hissed. Above the sea, another figure is emerging from the shadows, trying to go and revolutionize the world called pirates. I don't know when. Located in the Holy Land above the continent of Red Earth, Marahoa, on the polished, immaculate pavement, there was a tiny seed that fell from the sky and, in an unseen moment, burrowed into the floorboards and took root towards the ground. Chapter 194, Ninja Squad, against the enemy Kirby. The sea is vast. Naruto's squad wasn't the only ones who came to this world. New world. Above a certain naval battleship, Kirby was, as usual, making his rounds on the deck. Not long ago, he had escorted a party from Dressrosa on the road to the World Conference. A great battle that was not expected also broke out later. General Staff Sabo from the GM Army actually teamed up with all the chiefs under their command, broke out into a big battle, and saved the former King's 7 Musketeers Tyrant Bear from the Red Earth continent in a battle with 2 great generals, Fujitsugu and Green Ox. Then there was the war in Wakuni, where the 2 Sea Emperors fell completely, meaning an old era belonging to the pirates, completely over. He looked at a newspaper in his hand, the bounty, the intelligence, and couldn't help but think freely of the future. Luffy, Law, and Kiddo flipped the new world's pirate chessboard. Saber led the 4 chiefs in a strong fight against the 2 big generals, also saved the bear. This, coupled with the bounty placed on the Navy by Bucky the Clown, 1,002 channelized clowns, has caused all the monsters hidden in the underworld to begin to stir. Where is the future of this world headed? He is lost to this day. What would Luffy have done? Kirby muttered. However, there was one more secret that he absolutely could not inform the world about, and that was the battle in the Red Earth continent. Several of the GM Army's leading generals have escaped, but Saber is said by the world ZF to be long dead. But the truth? It's a secret that he'll probably have to hide for a long time. After all, Saber padded that situation and had to deal with the Skrull's elite and great generals coming after him. How could it survive? Unless someone saves him. What about, say, happening to be hiding amongst some Navy's battleships? Kirby thought about it, but walked alone towards the interior of the cabin. Here hid a seriously injured person. At this time has long been all wrapped in bandages. This person's identity, once the world knows, or Kirby saved him, is known, that means no one can survive. After all, Saber was a being in a completely different camp than him. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded and Kirby walked worriedly towards the interior of the cabin. Just then, his sharp-seeing color bay aura was the first to notice the abnormality. Someone, what's going on? How is it possible for an enemy to infiltrate under these circumstances? Did the pentagram find out and send in CP0? How could it be? Being on the ocean once something like this happened, how could he not know about it? But as he gradually approached, he saw the 5 men. A long-haired pretty boy in a white coat with rolled eyes, a wide-eyed mushroom-headed teenager in a workout outfit, and a cute teenage girl with 2 golems. In addition to a teenage boy sitting on the back of a large dog and the teenage boy who always wore sunglasses and didn't say a word. These people? Who is it? Looks young is what it looks like. Kirby, seeing Colorbuster, was listening to their heartfelt and off-the-cuff words the entire time. Where is this? I don't know. Lord Xingling hasn't enacted a mission yet. He should be letting us familiarize ourselves with this world first. Fantastic. This seems like a strange experimental base to start fighting and burning the fervor of youth. Calm down, Lee. Listen to Ninji. Akamaru, do you smell blood? Want. My bugs brought back intel. Green spirit? Mission? I wonder where this is. Kirby froze straight away when he learned of all this, and it turned out that these people had no idea where they were. But the green spirit they were talking about seemed to be connected to the mission. As he thought about it, neither the pirates, nor the Navy, nor even the GM Army had the person Aoling come out. Just then, Ninji's eyes focused on the corner of the stairs, exactly where Kirby was standing. Akamaru caught the scent and looked around the corner warily as well. My bugs brought back intel, and it looks like this should be a battleship for a search of seafarers. And the men held here on the side are badly injured, but healing at an alarming rate, and the man hiding in the corner should be the highest ranking of them all. Shino analyzed it for the first time. Aren't we coming to the pirate world? Why are we in the Navy's camp? Rock Lee looked curious. No matter what, get your spirits up. Tien flipped the timespace scroll straight up and got ready. Kirby, a voice broke the silence. It turned out to be Barumab. We've all been looking for you. The intel says Luffy and the others are setting sail. Ha 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 ha. Kirby couldn't help the hilarity. He had planned to hide it a little longer. I didn't expect to be stirred up by the unknowing Barumab. Kirby, what are you smiling about? So happy? Barumab is still confused. No, We had an intruder on board and I was listening to the intel and forgot you were there, Kirby said as he walked out of the corner of the stairs and looked over at the ninja crowd with a joyful expression on his face. Nani? A real intruder? What's going on? We're heavily guarded and on the ocean. Barumab was bewildered, though without the slightest fear. He had also experienced many battles and now had a bit of guts. Damn it, want to fight? Ninji postures up. I don't know who you guys are, but if you're not CP0, we're probably not enemies. Before Kirby's words left his mouth, he looked at Ninji again, amazed by the constant flow of powerful hegemonic aura in his body. A master of dominance? His gaze changed with it. From the sound of your excellency's heart it is extremely skeptical of me. So let's listen to each other's hearts for the fight. But this is not a place for a fight. Exactly. Ninji's eyes went sideways and he closed his fists. It was then that they glanced at the hidden, unassuming hatch. It seemed that the people inside sat up as well, glancing at them outside the door, but not making the next move. Ninji withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Saber, who was hiding in the cabin, turning toward the deck of the battleship. He could also sense that KB's strength didn't seem to be weak, and should be at the level of a Budo Shimonin. But this person hidden in the cabin who was recovering from a wound had strength infinitely close to that of an ordinary person's Budo upper ninja. After all, it was in a negative state, and it was hard to imagine how strong it would be in its full, uninjured state. But, it's no use being stronger. Ninji had gone through the green spirit metamorphosis body, possessed multiple attributes of chakra, and had the white eyes that constantly mutated, and as a Budo upper ninja, he naturally had even more power. An ordinary person's Budo shinobi was not on the same level as the metamorphosed ninja. In this world, there are still perverts like Senjuma and Uchihazan, as well as existences like Naruto and Sasuke, who are completely above the entire fighting system. The shinobi realm that had been transformed by the green spirit had indeed received an overall increase in strength. Deck, Kirby and Ninji each stood to one side. Birumabur hastened to tell the seafarers to keep their respective guards up, lest they be unharmed, as the initial battle between the two worlds when they are pitted against each other. Ninji was also pumped up. Chapter 195, Two Powers. Ninji was dressed in white with long hair, with a flash of white eyes. He tried to see through everything Kirby was doing with his white eyes. He saw at a glance that the hegemony in Kirby's body was constantly running, and most importantly, there seemed to be two kinds of hegemony in Kirby's body, one covering the whole body and running slowly, and the other mainly condensing in the brain and five senses, spreading all over the nerves, so that it could pull one hair and move the whole body. That's weird. Ninji knew that the pirate world didn't have chakra. He had also carefully read Ching Ling's introduction to the world of pirates, Noah type of hegemony and devil fruit. He didn't know what each of the two represented, but this chakra-like thing is supposed to be a breath, mostly hegemonic. Ninji's inner workings quickly went on, using his martial will and mutated white eyes to discern Kirby's movements. You actually don't know about hegemony? Chakra. What the hell is that? Kirby said with a puzzled look on his face. His seeing color listens to the inner voice and knows everything without a sound at the moment. But when once again, he couldn't hear Ninji's inner analysis of the hegemony, he couldn't help but be shocked. Why is it that these guys in front of him, all of whom had strong sense of smell color perception, had absolutely no idea what hegemony was? Wasn't there a hegemony running through Ming's body? Kirby thought that the kind of thing that was slowly operating in Ninji's body was hegemony, because in itself it gave him a sense of threat. In particular, the wind attribute chakra was cool to run with the Baji. Strange, there actually aren't many people in this group who possess something like chakra, hegemony, at most a dozen or so, and the strongest one is this pink-haired teenager in front of me. How did they develop this technique called hegemony later in life if they were born without chakra? What is it that Lord Spirit Shadow wants us to know? Does it tap into power from within? Ninji chose the wind attribute chakra, covering his entire body in a flash, and this chakra pattern, combined with his physical skills and white eyes, was just perfect. Actually, if it was in the Naruto world, Ninji had already truly mastered the Green Spirit Immortal mode in 1 year. Now that he had worked so hard to be promoted to Budo Upper Ninja, he was perfectly capable of turning on the Green Spirit Immortal mode and perfectly obliterating KB. But in the pirate world, there is no similar natural energy among the natural world to convert into Senjutsu chakra, and Ninji was the strongest of the group. After all, the Budokai shinobi were still few and far between. Despite skyrocketing in a year, there was no problem with occupying the overall martial arts list, but there were only a total of 3 digits of martial arts upper ninjas, and that was a year's worth of effort from the entire shinobi world under the gift of the Green Spirit. And when a person's talent and resources are exhausted, his efforts become even more feeble, gradually falling into limits and unable to go any further. Somewhere on the level, the same Budo Ushinobi, Ninji might even be able to go further in this life and step into the realm of the martial shadow. But what about Chibiusa, Uchiha, It is entirely possible for them to step into higher territory, even if there is a limit to their talent. Those who dare to do it to themselves and who are different from the norm in some way, such as Chikuma, Namake Suikato, Orochimaru, and Tu, can change their lives against the odds. For this reason, Ninji was feeling more and more at his limits. He knew that the Naruto world was where he would change his life. I must defeat you. I don't know exactly who you are or what side you're on, but if I'm to live up to Lord Spirit Shadow's expectations, I must defeat you. Ninji's eyes burned, which made Kirby look innocent. He had no grudge against these people in the past, but he heard the crowd gradually start to understand some keywords. From another world, they were born with some kind of cool overpowering power called chakra. They came here because of a being called Reikage, and out of all these people, this teenager named Ninji is the strongest. Everything that was on his mind was heard clearly by Kebi. He knew that some things could definitely be explained away, but right now he had to fight, because for all this unknown, he was getting curious too. After all, he was curious about the power called chakra, and just how it differed from hegemony. Lord Spirit Shadow sent us on a journey to the Boruto world to show us that if he were to one day be gone, there would still be rebellion in the shinobi world. He also told us that without him, I would not even have a future and die in the middle of the shinobi war, and the pirate world. He's telling us, the only way to become stronger is to seek power from within, and even though I still have the immortal mode, I still can't use it in this world. Chakra was flowing out faster every second, and the recovery rate was slowing down. It was as if I was being ostracized by the world. Imagine if I was born in the shinobi world, but was born without chakra like you guys? If it were me, could I tap into that power called dominance from within? The answer to all this, let me prove it with my own Budo. Your enemy is the Land of Spirit, the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village, the Budo Upper Ninja under the shadow of Spirit, Fuga Ninji. Ninji knew that this battle wasn't out of hatred, but a proof. He understood what he was seeking in the pirate world. That's the power to tap from within. And even if one day there's nothing left, you can still start all over again. What a pure heart. I feel it all. So let me get a taste of your chakra. Your enemy is the colonel of the Navy headquarters, disciple of the hero Carp, Kirby. Kirby lifted his head, the sunlight refracting off his lenses and landing on his forehead. A strong sense of wariness made him more and more confident. Swish, the sea breeze blew and the pure duo on the deck killed at the same time. They're the ones that really mean a battle between two worlds of ordinary people transforming into geniuses going to their best to become stronger. One that uses martial will and white eyes to judge every flow of dominance and body movement of his opponent. Give a breath to listen to the heart to pursue and seek out opponents with excellency in color bay. As the two dodged away from each other's attacks again and again, in the nick of time, the two of them, who had been rubbing shoulders, turned at the same time. Kirby hardened both fists covered in armed color buster. Ninji gathered his chakra above his hands to emit a light blue glow, one rigid and one soft. Bang! Kirby attacks on his opponent's fists, delivering intense power. Ninji then uses chakra with his white eyes to destroy Kirby's meridians from the inside. The two of them stepped back at the same time, but Ninji took one step and didn't take another step back. On the contrary, Kabi directly flew backwards. Fortunately, there was a good brother Birumabur catching it, but the impact surpassed imagination, making the two of them mount the ship's railing at the same time. Put, that hurt. They were surprised enough that they could match your shaving speed. After all, you've surpassed most of the vice admirals in the Navy in terms of shaving speed alone. What Barubi didn't expect was that Kabi's proud speed and agility didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Ninji, and it was even more strongly crushed in terms of power and armed color hegemony. That power of his called chakra seems to have a rank as well. Out of all these people only that mushroom-headed teenager is one notch weaker than him in terms of chakra strength, while the others are two notches wide open. Kirby said as he covered his chest. He wasn't wrong. Rock Lee was already at the peak of the 9 stars of Budo Nakanin while the others had only just stepped into the 1-star Budo Nakanin. It's all about the talent gap, and the results of hard work. Ninji is a one-horse race, with both talent and hard work. Rock Lee rose to the occasion by going above and beyond. The others are much weaker as they are less talented than Ninji and less hardworking than Rock Lee. However, if I'm not mistaken, that kind of chakra that destroys from the inside, done with those strange eyes of his, but achieves the effect of advanced armed color hegemony. That's what the old master said about the Iron Fist of Love. It can't be defended against. Kirby stood up. Having learned from Ninji and the others in his mind that the special kind of pupils called White Eye seemed to be able to do this. Advanced armed color hegemony. The Barumebs are numb. Well, but I have one more thing to confirm now. Kirby took a step towards Ninji. Obviously he was injured, but curiosity drove him towards him. You are already injured. Don't forcefully rely on your will to advance. It will increase your injuries, Ninji said in a calm tone. Yes, your skills are strong, but what I want to know more is that you are above me just by cracking your own speed and strength, even physique. And what I've learned is that it comes entirely from some sort of practice you have called Budo. Can you tell me about this method? If I can, I'll definitely know what I'm talking about. We really need your martial arts in the Navy. Kirby's eyes revealed his sincerity. How do you know about Budo? Ninji, on the other hand, was incredulous. Xingling did say that he wanted them to spread the martial arts, but he hadn't heard a word from the beginning to the end. Could it be the term Budo Shinobu? I have the same special power as your white pupils to hear your inner voice? Kirby didn't hold back. He heard the purity of Ninji's heart and knew that telling the truth was the only way to gain access to the hidden secrets of the martial arts. I need to know. Your power. Ninji said as much after a pause. Chapter 196, The Magic of Pills. You can call it a day. The visitor is a guest. Prepare a meal. Kirby said to his subordinate. But Colonel Kirby, these men are of unknown origin and are dressed in a manner never seen before. Some seafarers expressed their lack of understanding. They're nobles from a kingdom in the New World. So why don't you hurry up and get ready? Yes, Kirby can only prevaricate about such things. In fact, on a normal day, he would have had no need to cover up for such a thing. It was just a matter of welcoming a new friend. But, ever since the World Conference, this old navy of theirs had, for some reason, allowed the 5 elders to secretly place a portion of their undercover agents. It's a well-known fact that Pentagram has CP0. However, the Navy actually has a secret unit, Sword. Kirby and Birumabur are both members of it, and Kirby is so high up in the hierarchy that even the Lieutenant General, the undercover Drake, who spends a lot of time as a pirate, has to report to him, with each having their own agenda and both arranging undercover agents. The sea of the future is not destined to be calm, and this is a situation where even the Navy and the World ZF are suspicious of each other. Not to mention the fact that today's sea is windswept and powerful. Red-haired Shanks is the 4th emperor who was promoted to the position 6 years ago. Blackbeard has come on strong in 2 years and is not that far behind Shanks in age. Bucky the Clown, although it is a mistake to become the 4th emperor, but in the eyes of the Navy and most people, just like the new emperor of the entrenched sea, Luffy rise, directly to the 2 old emperor pulled down to the horse, and with him together with 3 billion bounty of Kid, Luo is more with each other a kind of old times Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard. 3 legends fight momentum. What does the future hold? Everything was a question mark hanging over Kirby's head. Not only did he not know, but even the world was full of doubts. Kirby, still not healed from his injuries, is looking at the sea alone. He was curious about the sudden appearance of Ninji and the others, again harboring the power of a certain name. Just as the future of the shinobi world of Naruto will give birth to technological ninjutsu in an attempt to weed out the ninjas of the olden days, the science force of the pirate world is also rising with a strong momentum, with a trend that is not weak. The future, after all, is a different path or a repeat of the story. It's all up to them, the new generation that is on the cusp of the storm. Colonel Kirby, lunch is ready. Are those crown princes to be invited? The visitor was an old marine who had been born and died countless times in the midst of battle. Kirby can hear his heart, and his betrayal is more than a little hopeless, with his family threatened by CP0. Well, invite away. I'll be there in a minute. Yes, as the old marine left, Birumabur, who was also coming toward the place, whispered, Kirby, there are at least 3 undercover agents on the ship, and don't worry about it, they won't get any important information. Not to mention the fact that our Navy is supposed to be part of the World ZF, isn't it? Kirby is all words. Yes, originally it was indeed part of it, but now the times have changed and the tip of those conspiracies are gradually emerging. The garbage of the scrolls, the gloom of the 5 elders, let the increasingly powerful Kebi see too much truth. As things stood, the ship had only Barumab with him. The 2 walked into the cafeteria. The Seabees are feasting on curry and rice for lunch today. Kirby's portions were quite large, and every time he ate like that, he always remembered a deceased person who ate like the center of a storm. Across the table, Ninji and the others were eating this different world, yet extremely similar food, one bite at a time. Both were relatively calm, discussing each other's powers as they ate, about Budo and hegemony, ninjutsu and devil fruit, body arts and the 6 naval styles. Both of them couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard the other's words. Nani? This power called Budo looks to be a power even more strange and powerful than the Navy's 6 styles. I don't know if it can be cultivated with hegemony, and if it is, it's also more difficult than you guys. But if it's possible to open a hegemony dantian, like you said, that would be great. Kirby tapped the table in surprise. If I could, I'd like to tap into my own hegemony and see what would happen if the hegemony I desperately cultivated combines with the chakra I was born with. Ninji was also a bit curious. They spoke of their part of the experience. Oh, Mr. Ninji, the Spirit Shadow you speak of, is it the opener of the martial arts? Well, Lord Spirit Shadow is powerful and incomparable. He possesses power that transcends space and time and concepts. and it is he who allows us to adventure and experience in different worlds. It's incredible to hear what you guys have to say. Being able to adventure in different worlds, and your shinobi world seems to be a huge landmass, where we're all islands wrapped in the sea, with only the Red Earth continent being the most vast, but unfortunately it's, ahem, Kirby, you must need another curry and rice. Barumab interrupted Kirby in a hurry. Continuing to talk about it would surely spit on the scrolls, and then it would inevitably fall on the ears of people with bad intentions. It seems that there are some words that you can't say explicitly, so let's do it this way. Ninji directly transmitted his voice with his martial will. It startled even Kirby. It wasn't true that he could hear people's hearts with his seeing color bay, but the fact that Ninji was actively using a voice that transmitted words from his mind was simply incredible. Can you hear me? Nod once if you can. Ninji transmits again. Kirby nodded as if nothing had happened. Your world seems to have different forces, and I see that justice is written on your cloaks, but if I'm not mistaken, your justice can't really be carried out because of that kind of existence. Ninji's transmission caused KB's brows to furrow and then stretch. Again, he nodded absently, looking quite normal. And what of the man hidden in the cabin? I perceived that he was once somewhat injured, but has now recovered much. This time Kirby didn't nod, but looked cautiously at Ninji. He was hiding this saber thing and would never reveal it to anyone if he didn't have to. There was no second person on this ship who knew about it except Barumab. Don't worry, if you trust my words, eat this elixir. It will heal all the injuries you suffered before. Ninji transmitted his voice and dropped an elixir into KB's curry and rice at a speed unnoticeable to everyone. If it were anyone else, this elixir would never be eaten. Kirby had long since heard Ninji's heart. The elixir was to restore injuries and even rebuild broken bones. Kirby carefully ate the elixir. He had expected nothing more than a smoother flow of breath. Unthinking, just the moment the elixir was consumed, Kirby's injuries recovered rapidly at an incredible speed, and his veins that had been traumatized by Ninji before were healed as well, and his entire being even improved his essence. In the time it took to eat just one bite of curry and rice, all of his injuries healed together. Chapter 197, Yandere Saber. Can you take me to him now? Ninji transmits again. Kirby didn't make a sound, just nodded slightly and continued to eat. It's late at night. While Inuzuka Tooth, Little Lee, Barumab and the others all rested and patrolled, Ninji followed Kirby to the cabin door. With a bang, the two entered the small room. Moonlight poured in through the small windows. The blonde, curly-haired Saber was beaming. He had relayed the news of his survival to headquarters during the day, informed Dragon and others of his safety, and he survived this trip to the World Conference because of one incredible thing. Kirby, one of the ones you brought? Looks like someone I don't recognize, but I assume it's a friend of yours. Saber stood up and politely extended his hand to Ninji. Mr. Saber, you still need to rest. Fortunately, I've almost recovered. If I hadn't mistakenly entered the forbidden land of the blank throne, I would probably have really died. It's a pity about Princess Weiwei's father. Saber's words hadn't even left his mouth before the black-robed figure in the corner that had been hiding showed up with it. It was the moment she uncovered her robe that revealed her true face. It was actually Princess Vivi of the Alabaster Kingdom. No one would have thought that the world ZF would take advantage of the chaos to assassinate a country's princess during a world conference. And I can't blame Mr. Saber for that, but I'm already growing angry at the world. Kirby slammed his fist into the wall. Centrifugal is no longer enough to describe the Navy now. It is a new era. Only one in which the Navy's old guard and hidden strengths are secretly powerful. Carp, Warlord, Green Pheasant, Kirby, and Smug. When the day comes that they all appear at the same time, that's when this muddy world changes. Hello, I'm the once princess, now king, of Alabaster, Vivi. Vivi also extended her hand to Ninji at the same time. The latter, however, took out 2 pills without a word. During the day, everyone senses that there is a Saber person hiding in the cabin, but it was only through his martial will and white eyes that he realized that there was another person sent. Today it seems, the reason for the faintness is that Saber used his power to hide it. This princess named Vivi is supposed to be important. Ninji thought this in his heart, and at the same time, he extended his hand and said, I'm Ninji from the land of the spirit, although I don't know exactly what I'm going to do in this world, but to meet you guys, I guess it's just the best arrangement for the spirit shadow. Facing Ninji's elixir, Saber and Vivi both expressed doubt, but it was only with Kirby's conviction that he ate it. The same. Their injuries were healed in only a moment. The alchemy process in the shinobi world has been developed for more than a year, and after Orochimaru's and Doodle's continuous improvement, it has become increasingly industrialized. The presence of each elixir was perfect. What kind of wonder drug is this? Sabo all feel puzzled. He fought with the Green Ox. Fujikyu battle suffered until now there are still residual injuries. Did not expect a magical small pill will be healed, how can not be surprised? Elixir. This is an elixir created by Lord Spirit Shadow that has multiple uses, and a portion of the chakra will remain after taking it, slowly improving your bodies. If I'm not mistaken, by the time tomorrow morning rolls around, you will have been gifted by Lord Spirit Shadow to transform a portion of your body and gain chakra with the help of this Yumikan. Oh, chakra? Both Saber and Vivi were confused about this term. On the contrary, Kirby was a little happy. After all, he was the only one who understood a little now. Can I take this elixir without being injured? My partner, Barumub, he is also curious about martial arts. Kirby suddenly thought of his old buddy, asked in a rush. Could be. Ninji gave a bottle straight this time. Lord Spirit Shadow has asked us to pass on martial arts in all worlds, so let's start with you guys. And if a power different from your hegemony is born within you, that would be chakra. Then come back to me when the time comes. Your secrets are better for me to avoid as an outsider for a while, and to practice your powers. I'll try to tap into the hegemony. Ninji politely stepped out of the cabin, leaving Saber and Vivi confused. Right now, the whole world is well known about Inferno Saber, Princess Vivi. It's also the only one that Ninji isn't interested in. It also makes it more interesting for both of them. Not a moment too soon, Kirby recounted what happened to Ninji and the others, as well as Budo and such. Saber, who was already impressed by Ninji's calmness and the magic of the elixir, was once again shocked. Being transported to a different world to practice by a claim called Spirit Shadow? Born with chakra, getting stronger and stronger. The martial arts path that leads to the realm of the gods. Saber heard himself on the verge of hallucinating. If it wasn't for Ninji's grungy style and the fact that he saw them both calm to the point of barely being able to remain calm. And how is it possible to believe that it is from another world? If we let Luffy know that there is another world, and even a way of cultivation called Budo, I guess he'd be excited to go on an adventure. Saber thought of Luffy and picked up the paper again. The fourth emperor, has he finally grown to this point? The youth looked out the window and thought back to the fire like hot teenager. Would he have smiled and shared a drink if he had been there? To celebrate their brother's rise to fame? Luffy has finally become the fourth emperor. I knew he would become the pirate king. Vivi also thought back to times gone by. During the day, she had secretly contacted Alabaster and told them to be ready for battle as well as departure while on full alert. The future is already in the air, and I believe it is in the near future. All of this is just waiting for the day when Luffy reveals the truth to the world. Luffy, Kirby had been happy once before, but he still couldn't help but feel joy when he saw this bounty on Luffy with the newspaper. Deep night, far out on the ocean, the miles of sunshine is still drifting at sea. Naruto had long ago shared the Yumikan. However, while everyone was immersed in a beautiful dream, Sauron, who was on watch, however, felt a difference in his body. He just felt like hiding some sort of life force when he took the elixir during the day. But now a metamorphosis of life itself could be truly felt. Some sort of power was being born within him, a power different from that of the hegemony. Through wisps and wisps, there is no metamorphosis that passes. Sauron, seeing color, sensed the change within his body. Chakra. This aura was exactly the same aura that Naruto and the others called chakra, and there really was no question about the effects of the so-called Yumulan Dan, and everyone ate a lot of them as jelly beans. Again, a corner of the miles of sunshine. While the chakra in Naruto and the others was speeding up, the chakra that was sinking into the chakra dantian was slowing down. The longer you come to the pirate world, the more your chakra power is restricted. However, they are also gradually tapping into that power called dominance. It's late at night. The power of the two worlds was slowly metamorphosing in the midst of overlapping. Chapter 198, A Tree. Red Earth Continent. Holy Land. Marahoa. Early morning, as the area, which had been destroyed and then quickly rebuilt, was once again flooded with sunlight. One doesn't know whether to feel good or bad. Sunlight was given to the Skrulls and to the slaves, but when the whip fell, it never hurt on the Skrulls. Inadvertently, a shoot grew in the corner. It is thriving and transforming in a world without chakra. With a puzzled bow of the guard's head, a whip swung straight at him. You're a soldier guarding the Skrulls. Look down one more time and you're dead. Yes, he immediately regained his senses, not daring to go back and remember even the shoots growing out of the polished ground. If it wasn't for the saber fuss of a while ago in Marahoa, freeing some of the slaves while allowing the tyrant bear to be saved, it's likely that one of their kind of guards casually dying wouldn't even matter to anyone. Now it would have been a whip just now because of safety. In normal times it could have been a shot. Thump, thump, thump. Clad in massive armor, they walked through the area in rows, patrolling. There was also a large portion that stood by the roadside around the clock, guarding the Skrulls. Stand up, or I'll kill you. A snotty Skrull smashed a whip in anger, knocked the seemingly big-boned slave right out of the way. It's no fun. I wish I could borrow that bear as a mount. Too bad it was saved by that damn saber. Damn it. As he spoke, a group of slaves came forward to drag the fainting slave down. Ha, no need to take him away. I'm going to finish him off myself. The The snotty scroll raised the gun in his hand, an evil grin surfacing. He was in a bad mood, and had only one thought for these slaves: kill them. The slaves' eyes had long since gone numb, and they knew that the guy who had fallen to the ground and rolled his eyes was about to be finished off with a single shot. Instead, they want to bless him. After all, it's not too painful to die in a fainting spell. Yes, it's an unfortunate way to die in manhwa. Bang! Just a moment before the flames bubbled out of the muzzle. That freshly broken seed in the crack by the side of the road seemed to feel some kind of call. Or maybe it's finally adapting to the power of the world and no longer being rejected and taken. One moment. This seed claimed energy directly from the earth and transformed into a behemoth. In one breath it grew to a full 10 meters tall. Nani? While the snotty sky dragon man was shocked by the scene, the slave had long been hit by a shot, but at that very moment, vines extended out from the large tree, wrapping the man right up, and the orange and green chakra brought him right inside the tree. The whole thing disappeared. What the hell? What the hell is this? Honorable Lord Bird, not dead saint. This is a tree. The servant at the side said respectfully. Crap, don't I know? I mean, why is there suddenly a tree here? It could be part of the power left behind by the great General Greenox after his battle a while ago. Green cow? That man does have similar abilities. Snotty Scrolls even had him perform. Oddly enough, several of the admirals in the Navy headquarters have their own personalities. Fujitsugu is blind, and nothing looks fun to him. That Akane is already a marshal, high status, and talks in conjunction with him, but looks too ugly for his liking. The one called Yellow Sorrow always had his hands in his pockets and a cop-out attitude. The previous one, called Kuzan, had an even worse attitude and a cold demeanor. Instead, this green bull, who was clearly leaning towards the Skrulls, was truly a born slave. And the guy had said that his plants and powers could suck the energy out of life. The slave who was taken away by the vines just now seemed to fit the pattern. But, such a tree blocking the middle of the road is a real eyesore, and it's unpleasant to look at. Not even the great General Green Bull, the snotty sky dragon man, thought about it. Besides, that guy was supposed to be one of the most obedient dogs among the great generals. Shovel this tree. Bang! He whirled around and fired, taking a shot at the thing. What didn't occur to me was that the tree seemed to be extra special, forcing its projectile to bounce back, stronger than steel and flexible. Bang! Only for a moment. The oxygen shield of the snotty sky dragon man bird of prey saint was directly broken by the projectile, which passed through his brow in an unbiased manner. His entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang, blood splattering. The guards froze right in their tracks. Those slaves were even more frightened and hissed. The Skrulls are dead, died in manhwa, and it's suspected that it's because of the great General Green Bull. You know, it wasn't that long ago that this place experienced a big mess from Saber and the others, causing the world ZF to lose face, and causing the whole world to respond to Inferno Emperor Saber's stance and start a war. It would be maddening to have another accident like this one in a short period of time. Hell knows what else is going to happen in the future of the world. It's bad. Lord Bird's death saint has been assassinated and is dead. The guard's courageous voice caused the news to spread quickly throughout the holy land of manhwa. What followed was the tree opening its bloody mouth. Straight away, the guards of this scroll, as well as the slaves, all devoured in one bite. There was no trace of it anymore. Soon, the tree grew to 20 meters. It seemed to grow stronger the more life it devoured. Yet it would continue to grow stronger and more adapted to this world. This news must never reach those guys, especially Morgan's. That loudmouth just knows how to talk nonsense. Investigate whether the tree has anything to do with the green bull or not, and tell him to come once in a while as soon as possible. And don't go near the tree until you've investigated it. Destroying it will make the evidence disappear. But you can't just go near it. One order after another was given. But it's just an elite decision among the Skrulls. After all, a tree suspected to be a green bull bouncing back a projectile, causing a Skrull to die, is a big deal. It wasn't enough to warrant alarming the 5 Elder Stars. Just for today, they just happened to be discussing just one big thing. Inside the spacious floor-to-ceiling windowed office, the 5 Elder Stars are looking at each other. The Navy got intel from there that Saber isn't dead and Alabaster is on full alert. Is this one kind of a hit and run? Blackbeard, who has been calm for so long, is once again on the move. And what is his purpose? To figure out how to get rid of this Luffy. Do we need to ambush them on the next island they land on? Any subordinates who have recently reached that island? There seems to be one of Carp's disciples, and Kirby is approaching there. But the Green Bull is leaving from there, saying he encountered the redhead. He's finally intervened in the affairs of the Wakoku, after all, with a past friendship, and hopefully it will curb the ensuing era of rampage. The 5 Elder Stars, with your words and mine, easily decide the life and death of many people in this world, only to be abruptly interrupted by a voice. It's bad. That tree went berserk and ate a lot of people. The words of the visitor broke the conversation of the 5 elders. They were all speechless. It was just a broken tree. Right now maintaining the face of the world ZF was the most important thing. The life and death of one Tianlong person was not important compared to the safety of all the Tianlong people. All they wanted was for this man to get out of sight quickly. My lord, it's coming. The tree, it's coming. The endorser was about to say more when he couldn't help but look behind him in fear. Next moment, the vines caught him as if he were a tang snake and took him away directly. The 5 elder stars all stood up with a brush. A coldness spread around them. A nameless fear that made them sit up and take notice.